Tianming unexpectedly traversed to the realm of the Transformers, specifically to the domain of the matrix of leadership, devoid of any systemic assistance. He found himself transformed into a scientific criminal, a being who should have returned to the Allspark after the cataclysmic battles on Cybertron. My secret base, I hope it has evaded the ravages of war. On his journey to the base, he encountered two Cybertronian citizens, mere shadows of their former selves, and managed to revive and recruit them. Subsequently, utilizing the space bridge activated by Megatron, he successfully arrived on Blue Planet, seized sacred artifacts, cloned and commanded the formidable Grimlock, and prepared to confront the tyrant of the cosmos. Through his mastery of technology, he aimed to resurrect Cybertron and conquer the universe. Chapter 1. The Mad Scientist. Cybertron, Kaon City. Cough, cough, cough. A towering Cybertronian, approximately 9 meters tall and adorned in dark crimson, crawled forth from the rubble. Where am I? Am I still alive? Tianming glanced at his robust mechanical arms and touched his face, bewildered. How have I become this way? A robot? As he attempted to rise, his legs trembled uncontrollably, his body felt sluggish, and blue and dark brown fluids seeped from his mouth and various joints. Suddenly, a torrent of familiar yet alien memories surged into his consciousness. His soul had crossed over into the body of a high-ranking citizen of Cybertron, one whose identity was that of Tianming, the chief scientist of the Council of Elders Research Institute. From weaponry theories to life sciences, he had delved into numerous fields. During Megatron's rebellion to overthrow the Council of Elders, Tianming had devised plans to directly inject the purged Dark Energon into the well of all sparks. This act threatened the interests of all Cybertronians, and due to his remarkable achievements, the Council of Elders classified his actions as top secret and forcibly placed him into stasis. Although he was occasionally awakened, his erratic and proud demeanor rendered him intolerable, resulting in his continued imprisonment until his recent awakening. It is essential to note that the stasis process does not equate to zero energy depletion, it merely reduces energy consumption to a minimal level. This madness, the original's nature, is indeed extreme. Resembling humanity more than Cybertronians, he mused, understanding that Dark Energon, being anti-spark, would pollute the All-Spark if it were to infiltrate, leading to the extinction of life on Cybertron. However, after absorbing the memories and analyzing his current predicament, he began to comprehend the timeline of Cybertron. The once thriving planet had transformed into a dead world, with most Cybertronians having fled to other star systems, including both Autobots and Decepticons. Alas, I wonder at which point in the Transformers saga I have arrived. How fortunate it would be to encounter core members of the Decepticons or Autobots, he pondered. Thus, he resolved to be known as the Mad Scientist, Tianming. Scanning the vicinity, he located a terrain vehicle resembling his previous form and slowly maneuvered along the road, hoping to discover remnants of Energon. Given his current weakened state and the dwindling supply of Energon within him, he realized that without sustaining Energon, he would inevitably return to the Allspark alongside Cybertron's demise. The devastation surrounding him was stark. The once magnificent Kaon City had lost its vibrancy. Towering skyscrapers, once symbols of prosperity, now stood dilapidated and rusted due to the ravages of war. After searching several buildings, he still found no trace of Energon. Leaning against a long-dead, rust-covered corpse, he lamented. War has destroyed everything. Is the struggle for energy truly this absolute? I can only hope my base in the wasteland has remained undiscovered and intact. Yet, such thoughts were hopeful illusions. The wasteland lay tens of thousands of kilometers from Kaon. If only he had an additional 30% energy, he could activate his flight mode and swiftly reach his base. After a brief respite, Tianming clung to hope. I refuse to believe the fleeing populace and the Decepticons have taken all the Energon. Several star hours later, as the skies darkened, he detected a signal for Energon while searching the 94th high-rise. To ensure his safety, he activated the blades on his arms, though they too bore signs of rust due to energy depletion. Cautiously, he descended into the depths, prepared for combat. As he ventured deeper, the sounds of his footsteps echoed louder. Upon halting, he beheld a rusted door before him. The Energon signal grows stronger. To mitigate the risk of detection from other life forms emitting Energon signals, he secured 2 corpses he had propped on his shoulders. With a powerful kick, he forced the door open, tossing one corpse inside while using the other as a shield. After a long wait with no signs of movement, he cautiously stepped inside. In the dim light, he spotted 2 boxes emanating blue glows in the corner. Tianming's heart leaped with joy as he hastened towards them. To my astonishment, Fortune has not entirely abandoned me. These are indeed energon, and it appears to be refined. Though the total amount is only about 3/4 of a box, it will suffice. He raised the energon box above his head, consuming it voraciously. Instantly, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. His bodily injuries and rust began to mend rapidly. In a moment of clarity, he retracted his blades, switching to his dual high-speed ion cannons, ready for action. Yet, this energy was merely a fraction of what he needed to regain peak condition. Fortunately, it was enough for him to locate a flying vehicle and scan for his base. Just as he prepared to ascend, the sound of shattering doors and collapsing bodies echoed from deeper underground. Could it be the Insecticons? Fear momentarily gripped him, but reason prevailed. This layer was over 130 meters from the surface, and the temperature below would be even lower. The Insecticons would not venture into such frigid depths. Regardless of the cause, driven by his scientific curiosity, he felt compelled to investigate further. After descending more than 30 meters, Tianming discovered 2 open stasis pods, within which lay 2 Cybertronians exhibiting faint life signs, their bodies severely rusted and partially frozen. As a fellow Cybertronian, he hoisted them to the surface, gazing at the 2 who were on the brink of returning to the Allspark. How I wished to dissect them for knowledge. Yet, rationality triumphed over his scientific impulses. If my base is lost, I will be utterly alone on this desolate planet, a profound solitude. Having finally encountered 2 beings, they could alleviate his loneliness and provide insight into the current state of Cybertron. Moreover, they bore no insignia of Autobots, Decepticons, or any other factions, indicating they were mere ordinary Cybertronian citizens, small in stature and devoid of weaponry, thus requiring significantly less energy. Tianming extracted a substantial vial of super energy from within himself, injecting half of it into each of the 2 individuals. The optical lenses of the 2 Cybertronians emitted a bluish glow as their eyes slowly opened and their fingers began to curl. "Who are you? Where's this place?" inquired one of the pure black Cybertronians, perplexed. Chapter 2. The Base of the Mingda Ship. "Youthful citizens of Cybertron, it is I who has revived you. You are now safe," Tianming declared, extending his hand to help them rise. "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance," they replied in unison. "My lord, you are remarkably strong. What kind of lubricant have you consumed?" "My lord, what is your name?" The other Cybertronian, adorned in deep blue, gazed up at Tianming with a lively demeanor. "Green, do not be so rude," the pure black Cybertronian admonished, performing a gentlemanly bow. "My lord, I am known as Haya. Has the war on Cybertron come to an end? Which faction has emerged victorious?" Haya looked at Tianming with curiosity, eager to learn about the current state of Cybertron. "You may call me Tianming. I, too, have just awakened from a long slumber and am unaware of the specifics of Cybertron's plight," he replied, gesturing for them to observe their surroundings. What lay before them was a desolate wasteland, littered with rusted corpses and crumbling city structures. It appears that Cybertron has truly fallen, and its inhabitants have become mere nomads of the cosmos. Haya sighed, his spirit heavily burdened. Yet, Green remained optimistic, declaring, "Haya, Cybertron will not perish, it never will, for there are still the 3 of us. As long as we can recover the spark source, hope remains." Tianming refrained from uttering any comforting words, simply placing a reassuring hand on Haya's shoulder before transforming back into a tank and heading towards his base. As the last 3 known survivors of Cybertron, Haya and Green scanned the vicinity for vehicles, following in Tianming's wake. Along the way, aside from searching for more super energy, Green became a veritable herald, recounting tales of his and Haya's experiences. It turned out one was an apprentice aboard a spaceship, while the other was a literature enthusiast and an intern physician. Tianming was delighted, realizing he had rescued 2 individuals of significant skill. "Do you know how many of our compatriots remain in slumber on Cybertron?" Haya responded, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "My lord, we do not know. We are fortunate during the Great Retreat. We chose to enter forced slumber rather than abandon our homeland. Perhaps our slumber was brief, and you have revived us." After careful consideration, Tianming initially intended to search further in hopes of finding more Cybertronians. However, the super energy gathered was insufficient to support the search efforts of the 3. They had already scoured for 5 or 6 star days with little success. "To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. At least we are on the right path." Thus, for the following dozen star days, they either traveled or searched for super energy to replenish their energy consumption. During this time, Tianming evaluated and instructed Haya on spacecraft maneuvering theory, which only deepened Haya's admiration for him and ignited his passion for knowledge about spaceships. Meanwhile, Green, deprived of a confidant, appeared somewhat despondent. Fortunately, before nightfall, they reached the vast expanse above the base. As far as the eye could see, the landscape featured only the wreckage of fallen ships and a few rusted corpses, while the air was thick with iron dust, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Tianming crouched down, brushing dust off a specific marking, and retrieved the last remnants of super energy. He crushed it, allowing the blue liquid to drip onto the marking. In a short while, a faint blue glow emanated from the ground, revealing a heavy door slowly opening, leading to an underground staircase. This is below. Before Haya and Green could react, Tianming turned to them and said, "Come, follow me." Descending the dark staircase, they felt the temperature drop, growing colder until they reached a depth of 300 meters. Tianming felt an increasing sense of tension as he input the designated password, causing the heavy alloy door to gradually open, and lights illuminated the interior. The sight before him left even the meticulously organized memories of Tianming in shock. Stretching across the 700-meter-long warehouse lay a massive black spacecraft, the Mingda, measuring approximately 460 meters in length, 70 meters in height, and weighing around 46,000 tons. Though it was not half the size of the Decepticons' Nemesis, its imposing presence remained intact. After all, the Nemesis was a colossal vessel transformed from the Titan-class Unicron, boasting numerous capabilities, while the Mingda was a private warship, re-engineered from a large assault ship at the cost of nearly two-thirds of Tianming's wealth. However, the currency of Cybertron now equated to little more than scrap metal. How could such a massive vessel go undetected and unharmed during the Great War? Tianming glanced back at the astonished duo, particularly Haya. "Do not gawk into the ship's interior with me." As Tianming approached the main control center at the front of the ship, he manually operated the controls to deactivate the ship's dormant state. The ship began to function, utilizing its mechanical arms to transfer thousands of boxes of super energy into the energy reactor. After 10 minutes, having absorbed 20 boxes of super energy, the ship's energy reached complete saturation, rejuvenating its entire structure, removing all signs of rust. When Tianming brought Haya and Green to the entrance of his laboratory, he instinctively spread his arms wide, as though rediscovering a long-lost sensation, and joyfully exclaimed, "Young citizens of Cybertron, welcome to my world." Haya and Green stood in awe within the expansive laboratory, which was both terrifying and fascinating. Aside from various research equipment, the most striking feature was the numerous preservation tanks filled with green liquid surrounding them. As a literature enthusiast, Green took a closer look and was utterly shocked. "These are the limbs and head of Emperor Maxim." "No, wait." Green continued to scan the laboratory, noticing various weapon remnants and numerous biological organs of Cybertronians. In an instant, a name flashed through his mind, and he glared angrily at Tianming. "No wonder I felt your name was familiar. You are the scientific criminal who nearly destroyed Cybertron. It is your theories that led to the Cybertronian War, causing us to lose our homeland. I will kill you to avenge my deceased family." Green was not one to dwell in sentimentality. He clenched his fist in anger and charged at Tianming. Without hesitation, Tianming struck him with a single blow, sending him crashing to the ground. A blade was then pressed against Green's chest plate. "What do you truly understand about my actions?" Seeing his friend in a life-threatening predicament, Haya refused to stand idly by. He quickly sprinted forward, leaping high, and swung his fist toward Tianming's head. Tianming reacted swiftly, seizing the Black Crow's head with one hand and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Chapter 3. Subduing the Black Raven and Green lying upon the ground. With the blade of Emperor Tianming poised against his chest, the two citizens, particularly Green, were filled with boundless rage. The desolate landscape of Cybertron today bore witness to the ruin you have caused. Our lives were salvaged by you, this mad scientist. And us. Let our sparks return to the well of all sparks. Emperor Tianming fixed his gaze upon them and spoke earnestly. "I'm truly sorry for the friends you have lost in this war. However, the scientific theories I have disclosed and the weapons I have developed bear no inherent good or evil. The current state of Cybertron is the result of opportunists, war criminals, and power-hungry individuals. Everything I have done is for the sake of Cybertron." Though Green was somewhat swayed by Emperor Tianming's rhetoric, he remained obstinate. "The Council of Elders has been overthrown by Megatron. Your antiquated arguments cannot deceive me. Your reckless actions nearly obliterated the well of all sparks. Equally prone on the ground and in peril, Black Raven found himself bewildered by the exchange between Tianming and Green. What actions? What connection do they have with the Well of Allsparks? Both he and Green were granted new life by the Well during the war between Autobots and Decepticons. Yet Black Raven, obsessed with spacecraft technology, had not perused the historical texts of Cybertron and knew little of the Council of Elders, let alone the exploits of Emperor Tianming. Green, having shared many years with him, had never broached the subject. I have stated that everything I do is for Cybertron. My actions do not require your understanding, for you cannot comprehend them. Just as Green believed he was on the brink of execution, Emperor Tianming sheathed his blade. Why? Why do you not kill us? I will not take the life of a fellow citizen I have so painstakingly rescued over mere words that are unfavorable to me. Emperor Tianming moved to a nearby area, lifting a calibration pin, and continued, of course, I have my own objectives. My strength alone is insufficient. Thus, I require individuals to join my cause and aid me in the revival of Cybertron. Will you assist me? Upon hearing this, Black Raven felt a surge of excitement. Although he did not fully grasp why Green harbored such animosity towards Emperor Tianming, being personally invited by a scientist of such stature was no small honor. However, as Green had yet to give his consent, Black Raven would not prematurely reveal his intentions, for Green was his only friend. It is inconceivable. I shall never ally myself with a scientific madman like you. Green steadfastly declined to join without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tianming possessed ample time and energy to persuade them. After all, those who managed to maintain a neutral stance amidst the chaos of war, refusing to affiliate with any faction, often exhibited a touch of obsession, particularly when considering two individuals of considerable technical prowess, with Green being a physician. Please contemplate this thoroughly before responding, Tianming suggested, as he moved to a corner of the laboratory and retrieved 2 boxes of super energy cores, presenting them to them. These super energy cores are a gift for you. As for the polishing machines, they are available in the lounge. It is essential that the machines are fully energized and restored to optimal condition, allowing for a more rational assessment of the current situation. Should you come to a realization, feel free to seek me out here. Your lounge is on the 2nd floor, directly beneath me. With that, Tianming ushered them out and closed the laboratory door, reacquainting himself with his long-cherished experimental procedures while simultaneously monitoring the activities aboard the spaceship. Without Tianming's authorization, the internal areas of the ship were largely off-limits to them, save for the lounge directly below. Upon arriving in the lounge, the indignant Black Crow confronted Green. Why had he never spoken of Tianming's exploits? As soon as Black Crow sat down, he promptly stood up again. We must leave at once. We cannot afford to engage too closely with Tianming, or we too might succumb to his madness. Green gestured toward the heavy iron plate above them, pulling Black Crow to depart. Black Crow, however, firmly halted this action, his frustration evident. If you consider me a friend, you should not keep secrets from me. Tianming is correct. Technology is not inherently flawed, my friend. Moreover, he has already apologized to you. Why do you continue to harbor animosity toward him? Green, feeling quite helpless, settled down to organize his thoughts and divulge what he knew. During my time as an intern doctor, I assisted several injured Decepticon and Autobot veterans. From their accounts, I learned about Tianming. He was already the chief of the Academy of Sciences during the corrupt Elder Council era, having published numerous scientific theories, particularly in the realm of weaponry. However, as the internal conflicts on Cybertron escalated, he shifted his focus to the field of life sciences. Upon hearing Green's revelations, Black Crow did not respond with anger. Instead, he perceived Tianming as a top-tier scientist compelled by circumstance. You learn about Tianming's intent to destroy the Allspark from others. For someone of such repute, is there no corresponding documentation? Green shook his head repeatedly. I searched, but all I found was that he is a scientific criminal who stole the corpses of leaders. The Black Crow felt that such behavior was somewhat unethical. However, in the grand scheme of war, it seemed a trivial matter. Moreover, the machinations of Maximo the Great had instigated infighting among the Celestials. He glanced at the now calmed Green and gently offered solace. Green, I understand that the loss of your friend in the war has caused you great sorrow. But have you considered that Emperor Tianming may have been falsely accused? Upon hearing this, Green's anger flared once more. Do not be agitated. What I mean to convey is that concerning the news about Emperor Tianming, one must recognize the power of rumor. When many voices speak, Even the most absurd tales can morph into perceived truths. It is impossible. Though I harbor deep disdain for the Autobots and Decepticons, the Autobots would never deceive me, especially not my dear friend. The Black Crow felt exasperated. Green was far too obstinate. In times of war, both Autobots and Decepticons excelled in the art of propaganda. Even if the facts were as such, the Allspark had not yet been destroyed. After millennia of dormancy, it would inevitably have changed. Furthermore, the current state of Cybertron was one of devastation, with a dire scarcity of energon, and life itself hanging by a thread. If we abandon this vessel, where else can we possibly go? Listening to the Black Crow's words, Green acknowledged the grim reality of their situation, yet he remained dissatisfied with Emperor Tianming. The Black Crow observed Green, who was now engulfed in deep contemplation, his self-awareness beginning to waver. In light of all this, Green, why not consider staying by Emperor Tianming's side? Witness his actions firsthand, and perhaps even influence his thoughts? My dear friend, you are a lover of literature. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Emperor Tianming watched everything unfold through the surveillance feeds. It seems the Black Crow has successfully persuaded this stubborn apprentice doctor. Just as he was preparing to head to the armory in search of weaponry, he encountered the Black Crow and Green. Have you made up your minds, young citizens? We agree to join your ranks, only hoping that you will uphold your promise to restore Cybertron. Chapter 4. The technology of transformation gears. Everything I do is for Cybertron. It was true in the past, remains true in the present, and will undoubtedly be true in the future. Welcome to the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. Even as Emperor Tianming monitored them, he had already contemplated a name for their faction, something that would evoke both mystery and a sense of advanced technology, yet not be trite. Thus, the Thousand Mechanisms Hall was born. Emperor Tianming was exceedingly delighted by their induction. He continued, "Now, as a token for your entrance into the Thousand Machine Hall, I shall grant you a complimentary upgrade." Accompanied by Black Crow and Green, he proceeded to the cutting-edge armory, which housed advanced weaponry, such as the magnetic boomerang, titanium silver blades, high-velocity molten cannons, and the 37 rapid-fire Gatling guns. Despite Green having encountered numerous injured soldiers who had survived various wars, he had never laid eyes on the weapons before him. Emperor Tianming selected a few suitable weapons tailored to their physiques and returned to the laboratory. "Black Crow, you go ahead and lie down," he instructed, subsequently activating the hibernation device to induce a forced slumber. "Green, I am about to commence my work. You may step outside." As Green exited the laboratory, the thunderous sounds of cutting echoed within, causing him considerable anxiety, fearing that Black Crow might be disassembled for research and rendered completely inoperative. Fortunately, several hours later, his apprehensions proved unwarranted. The laboratory door slowly creaked open, revealing a warrior standing approximately 75 meters tall, with robust limbs and a chest adorned with additional alloy plating. Notably, his left arm bore a prominent insignia reminiscent of the Thousand Machine umbrella. If one were to draw a force comparison, he bore a resemblance to Bumblebee, albeit with a more formidable stature. "Black Crow, you have become even more robust. I almost failed to recognize you," Green exclaimed, genuinely astonished by Black Crow's transformation. At that moment, Emperor Tianming emerged, instructing Black Crow, "Please switch out your weaponry to check for any compatibility issues." With a flick of his fingers, Black Crow's hands transformed into titanium silver blades, and with another gesture, 237 supersonic cannons emerged from his arms. "Lord Emperor Tianming, I relish this sensation, but why is my transformation gear not the original one I possessed?" Black Crow queried in confusion, having discovered the absence of his original biological components during his self-assessment. If acquiring these weapons necessitated relinquishing his original transformation gear, he would prefer to forego them entirely, especially since he could not assume his vehicular form. "Do not worry. Your transformation gear is undergoing modification. The only alternative devices I possess are replacement mechanisms for transformation gear. To calibrate your weaponry, I had no choice but to install them. Once your transformation gear is restored, I will reattach your original." Both Green and Black Crow were further perplexed, questioning in unison, "Can transformation gear be modified? What if the modification fails?" Tianming gazed at their anxious and bewildered expressions, responding with unwavering confidence, "Fear not. I have transformed your transformation gears into tri-transformation gears. This is one of my proudest achievements in life sciences over the past 2 millennia. It is essential to understand that only the original Tri-Transformation warriors possess Tri-Transformation gears and can wield Tri-Transformation abilities. Even if one were to seize their gears, a dual transformation warrior could never attain Tri-Transformation capabilities. I refer to this as the theory of innate incompatibility. As Tianming spoke with increasing confidence and excitement, he continued, however, through my research, these incompatibilities have long been surmounted, allowing dual transformation warriors to also possess tri-transformation abilities. Of course, the research involved numerous live experiments, but the sacrifices made by those individuals were not in vain. Black Crow and Green, observing Tianming, were struck with a mix of shock and fear. Conducting live experiments on Cybertronians? Such acts were typically reserved for the Decepticons. It was unexpected that a leading scientist would engage in such heinous activities. Recalling the various biological organs of Cybertronians previously seen in the laboratory, it became evident that the man before them was indeed a madman driven to the brink for the sake of science. Tianming approached Black Crow, holding a magnetic boomerang, and applied a super-energy substance containing Black Crow's biological genes to it. Instantly, the magnetic boomerang returned to Black Crow's hand as if drawn by a magnet. Black Crow, this magnetic boomerang is an additional weapon for you. It could be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. The specific effects you shall discover for yourself. Now, Green, follow me. As Tianming prepared to leave with Green, he turned back to Black Crow, saying, "Oh, by the way, if you decide to test this weapon, do so in an open area. If you wish to learn spacecraft operation techniques, head to the third level at the very bottom of the Mingda ship. There you will find small spacecraft." On their way to the laboratory, Green followed behind Tianming, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Do not be afraid. Your modifications were conducted while I was in a dormant state. You should consider yourself fortunate." Later, as Tianming modified Green, Black Crow arrived at the tail end of the Mingda ship. Upon opening the hatch, 6 medium-sized combat spacecraft were docked in the hangar, all modified and calibrated. "Oh my, is my lord so generous as to allow a mere apprentice to practice on combat spacecraft?" Black Crow exclaimed with excitement as he approached each ship. He selected a combat spacecraft that matched his own color scheme, a sleek black vessel. After familiarizing himself with the ship's equipment, he utilized the established exclusive channel of Qianjitang to send a message to Tianming. Standing at the experimental station, Tianming, prepared to modify Green, was compelled to set aside his tasks and personally rush to the main control room to open the spacecraft hatch and the hatch of the small spacecraft in the underground warehouse. In summary, due to a shortage of personnel, Tianming appeared exceedingly busy. As the hatch opened sequentially, the novice pilot, Heya, felt a surge of panic wash over him. This marked his inaugural venture into the realm of combat spacecraft. Yet he was fortunate to have received guidance from Emperor Tianming not long ago. After enduring several waves of turbulence and collision, Heya adeptly steadied the vessel, maneuvering it with painstaking slowness. In the aftermath of Cybertron's downfall, the conventional rules of aerial navigation had dissipated, transforming the combat ship into a wild stallion, galloping freely across the rust-laden sky. After traversing 3 stellar hours, Heya had evolved from a mere apprentice into a proficient operator of the spacecraft. He positioned the vessel above the base and wielded the magnetic boomerang, casting it with a flick of his wrist. The boomerang accelerated through the air, reaching an astonishing rotational velocity in an instant. It resembled a thin silver disc adorned with blue lines, piercing through the debris of a downed ship ahead. Due to its excessive width, the craft was severely compromised under pressure, deviating from its intended trajectory. With a subtle movement of his finger, Heya summoned the boomerang back to his hand, where it hovered in midair. He rushed over to assess the damage. The cut was as clean and precise as a razor's edge, penetrating the entirety of the spacecraft wreckage. "Incredible. This is truly remarkable," he mused, acknowledging its status as a weapon of mass destruction, exceptionally sharp in nature. To test its limits, Heya hurled the boomerang repeatedly, discovering that the force of the throw was inconsequential compared to the significance of its rotational range and trajectory. The extent of the range dictated the speed of rotation. The higher the velocity, the greater the damage inflicted. The boomerang's maximum effective range was approximately 7,000 meters, while its path remained a straight line. Should it encounter formidable resistance, its trajectory would shift from the preordained course, veering off in another direction. In essence, The magnetic boomerang wielded tremendous power, contingent upon diligent practice, mastery of throwing angles, and enhanced analytical skills. Chapter 5. Journey to the Colossal Graveyard. During the time, Emperor Tianming assisted Green with upgrades. He dedicated his remaining hours to honing his skills with a magnetic boomerang while piloting the combat spacecraft. He relished the exhilarating sensation of flying. Naturally, such flights consumed resources from the energy core, yet Heya held onto his dignity. While navigating the skies, he actively scanned for energy signatures. Thankfully, his efforts bore fruit, as he managed to locate some energy cores, which barely offset the ship's consumption. However, with the absence of transformation gears, he refrained from venturing too far or delving too deeply. After several stellar hours, Green emerged from the upgrade, still adorned in blue and white, albeit slightly smaller than Heya. Most notably, his weapon system had been enhanced. In addition to its cannons, he now wielded two exceptionally sharp and remarkably sturdy surgical knives, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Hey Green, your design looks splendid. Would you care to experience the thrill of riding in a combat spacecraft? Yet, faced with Heya's enthusiastic proposal, an excited Green chose to decline. Remember, you cannot transform right now. Do not stray too far. Should anything occur, I will not come to your aid. This is merely a jest. If the Black Crow were truly in peril, Green would undoubtedly rush to his rescue. The coveted knowledge of Cybertronian medicine is now within my grasp. Green turned away from the spacecraft hangar, heading towards a core database to retrieve some Cybertronian medical information and enhance his medical skills. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would humbly seek guidance from Tianming. Although Tianming was engaged in the modification of transformation gears and had forbidden any disturbances, he was nonetheless quite willing to impart knowledge to an aspiring apprentice doctor on the verge of becoming official. Every Cybertronian scientist possesses some medical expertise, particularly in the realms of life sciences and virology. Thus, medicine is an essential subject of study. This is why the Min ship houses a wealth of knowledge regarding Cybertronian medicine. After 20 stellar days, Cybertron remained desolate. Not a single mobile energy entity signal had been detected. Fortunately, Tianming emerged from the laboratory, and upon receiving the assembly message, the Black Crow and Green made their way to the main control room. Without the transformation gears, I feel an absence of excitement. It's rather dull, lamented the Black Crow, glancing forlornly at Green, who was diligently studying with an instrument in hand. They both momentarily set aside their individual pursuits. These are the modified transformation gears. Who will go first? I will, declared the Black Crow, his excitement palpable as he recalled his impending ascent to the skies. A sensation vastly different from the thrill of piloting a spacecraft. Very well, you shall go first. After several stellar hours of surgery, the Black Crow and Green were both fitted with their new transformation gears. You will need to rescan your vehicle forms. Off you go. As the two departed, Tianming proceeded to the foremost section of the ship's third level. Upon opening the hatch, two complete cloning production lines came into view. Indeed, due to a shortage of manpower and resources, Tianming had no choice but to utilize low-grade clone soldiers. However, he would not produce them in excess. Firstly, the combat capabilities of these low-grade clones were woefully inadequate, and their lack of battle experience rendered them unworthy in his eyes. Secondly, the creation of clone soldiers also required resources and consumed energy entities, especially since they would need to be maintained. Thirdly, while the thousands of energy entities aboard the ship appeared plentiful, most were prioritized for experimental research projects and the ship's operational needs. Moreover, when the time was right, he would also need to construct a space bridge. Lastly, the ship was also lacking in alloys, circuits, wires, and other essential material resources. Tianming approached the central control device of the production line, depositing several boxes of super energy bodies to initiate a clone soldier production line. He meticulously selected options for the soldier's physique, vehicle forms, quantities, and color schemes. With a decisive press of the confirmation button, the production line roared to life, generating a series of slender, red and white, low-level clone soldiers, their visages far less menacing than the Decepticons. One after another, they emerged like industrial products on an assembly line. Soon, a total of 30 low-level clone soldiers stood before Tianming. 3011 reporting, please provide instructions. 3012 reporting, please provide instructions. The clone soldiers before Tianming possessed independent thoughts and the capacity for critical reasoning, yet they remained unwaveringly obedient to their commander's orders, even if it meant leaping into a smelting furnace. Such was the marvel of Cybertron's cloning biotechnology. U-5, proceed to the main control room of the spacecraft and manage its operations. The rest of you, focus on guarding the energy supply room, the super energy storage chamber, and the docking bay. Understood. As Tianming issued his commands, the clone soldiers moved sequentially to their designated areas for patrol. At that moment, two jets of different models soared from the underground warehouse, descending onto the upper deck of the Mingda. They transformed into humanoid forms and made their way into the spacecraft. Just as Tianming returned to the main control room, he encountered the returning Black Crow and Green. My Lord Tianming, it was absolutely exhilarating. Indeed, I can hardly fathom how my afterburner could propel Black Crow several meters away, observing their humanoid forms still retaining traces of their automotive origins. Tianming understood their preference for their vehicle shapes. It is known that the humanoid forms of the Triple Changer warriors often evolve from their most frequently utilized vehicle forms, while the third form is achieved through a unique mimetic pattern that conceals its characteristics. Were it not for this, the Triple Changer warriors would appear utterly grotesque. Very well. Since that is the case, let us depart. Following Tianming's command, the panels of the warehouse atop the Mingda began retracting to the sides. Soon, the second and then the third panel slowly opened, allowing a beam of light to illuminate the interior of the warehouse, growing brighter until the entire expanse of the sky above was revealed. Mingda, ascend, maintaining a moderate low speed, and head towards the ancient, colossal graveyard of grotesque carcasses. The Mingda slowly departed from the hangar, ascending into the sky, its blue flames gradually rising at the rear. The Mingda was en route to its predetermined destination. And at that moment, the sky of Cybertron had already descended into twilight, to guard against the attacks of the Insecticons and other Cybertronian creatures. Emperor Tianming had no choice but to activate the ship's reconnaissance signal, extending 2 kilometers. At this moment, the Mingda was flying at a low to moderate speed, consuming an entire box of super energy every half-stellar hour, which was no small expenditure of energy. Yet, Emperor Tianming's aim was to replicate a fearsome squadron. Although he looked down upon clones, this disdain was limited to clone soldiers. The replication of fearsome beasts was altogether different. Even though super energy was currently scarce, it was still feasible to gather the remains of the fearsome creatures and store them aboard the ship. 2 stellar hours later, darkness enveloped the sky. The Mingda had not detected any unusual signals, while a short distance away in Karen City, a towering purple warrior, over 8 meters tall, with a single glowing red optical lens for a face and a massive cannon for a right arm, suddenly detected a substantial super energy signal moving through the detection instruments. This was illogical. Shockwave immediately abandoned his research, transforming into a Cybertronian track tank. Following the trajectory of the signal, he swiftly advanced to ascertain whether Red Spider had sent someone back to trace his whereabouts. Meanwhile, inside the ship, Emperor Tianming was absorbed in his laboratory work, occasionally hoping to find 1 or 2 royal fearsome remains in the fearsome graveyard. Just then, a colossal explosion echoed through the sky, as a swirling vortex of blue and green suddenly materialized. My lord, up ahead, we have detected a space bridge. Shall we investigate? A clone soldier operating the ship informed Emperor Tianming through the exclusive channel of Qianjitang. Without hesitation, Tianming exited the laboratory, replying as he walked, "No need to investigate. Activate the ship's mimetic system immediately and proceed through the space bridge. Regardless of where it leads, I have no desire to linger on this resource-poor, desolate Cybertron. As for the remains of the fearsome creatures, I shall return to gather them once I have amassed sufficient resources to construct a space bridge." With the activation of the ship's mimetic system, it seamlessly blended into the night, becoming nearly undetectable. Simultaneously, the massive super energy signal abruptly vanished from Shockwave's view, which was illogical. Shockwave reverted to his humanoid form, standing still and gazing toward the anticipated target location. As Lord Tianming arrived at the command center, an unidentified object crashed onto the upper deck of the Mingda spacecraft, becoming lodged there. Lord Tianming, an unidentified object has fallen onto the spacecraft's deck, suspected to be an extraordinary energy entity. With the transition of the battleship screen, a dark energy entity, towering at 25 meters and weighing 2 tons, materialized before Tianming's eyes. Upon witnessing this dark energy entity, Tianming felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. Quickly, navigate the spacecraft at full speed through the space bridge. He hastily made his way to the upper deck of the Mingda, commanding for clone soldiers to transport the dark energy entity into the ship's interior, isolating it within a large containment chamber. The inhabitants of Cybertron, upon excessive exposure to the dark energy entity, would experience a degradation in their physical capabilities, particularly those lower-tier clone soldiers. Standing before the securely contained dark energy entity, an uncontrollable smile spread across Tianming's face, for this scene was all too familiar to him. He had indeed arrived at the timeline of the Transformers Leader's Testament. The activation of the space bridge before him was a moment orchestrated by Megatron, intended to transport the dark energy entity to Cybertron, summoning a legion of 1,000,000 undead to assault Earth. However, the dark energy entity had unexpectedly fallen into his grasp. To prevent a sudden cessation of the space bridge's operation and the Autobots from destroying it, Tianming had to swiftly traverse the space bridge and reach Earth while it remained open. Should he fail this time, the next opportunity to activate the space bridge would only arise after Megatron procured the leader's arm from the Autobots to forge the leader's blade from the dark energy entity. The spacecraft surged forward, striving to cross the space bridge before it closed. Tianming repeated the phrase "cross the space bridge" 3 times, his anxiety and fear palpable. Under his command, the operators had already pushed the spacecraft to its maximum power, rapidly approaching the space bridge. On the opposite end of the space bridge, Optimus Prime was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Megatron. Why do I sense the dark energy entity drawing nearer? Yet where are my undead forces? Megatron declared, "The undead will only bring calamity. I shall thwart your attempts to devastate Earth." With that, Megatron unleashed a fiery molten blast, striking Optimus Prime's chest plate, then leaped into the air, transforming into a Cybertronian jet, continuing his assault on Optimus Prime. "Red Spider, what is happening? Do you not see I am hunting the Autobot leader?" Megatron's anger flared upon receiving communication from Red Spider. "My lord, I do not question your supreme wisdom. Rather, I wonder what trickery the Autobots are up to. I have detected their presence just beneath your space bridge." A diversion tactic, Optimus Prime. As Megatron prepared to descend beneath the space bridge to address the partition, Optimus Prime unleashed a powerful blast upon him. Seizing the opportunity, Optimus deactivated the magnetic device beneath his feet and leapt into the air. Despite the gravitational pull of space, he managed to grasp Megatron. Activating the magnetic device once more, he ascended back to the upper level of the space bridge, executing a swift rotation that sent Megatron, transformed into his jet form, hurtling away, crashing into the circular alloy column of the space bridge. Enraged, Megatron reverted to his humanoid form, commanding Starscream, "Quickly direct the warship to advance and eliminate Optimus Prime." Just as he prepared to re-engage Optimus, back on Earth, the ambulance, having drawn inspiration from the design schematics of Rafi, devised the optimal strategy to dismantle the space bridge and thwart the advance of the undead army. RC, follow the energy conduit to the energy pump. There is a valve that must be reversed to redirect the energy's reverse effect upon the space bridge. Following the guidance, RC located the energy pump and forcefully turned the valve. With the valve adjusted, Agent Follette and Rafi at the Earth base rejoiced. The ambulance then announced, "I have activated the land bridge." Acknowledging this, RC informed Optimus via the Universal Channel and retreated with the partition and bulkhead towards the land bridge situated beneath the space bridge. While Optimus was still engaged in combat with Megatron, he received the retreat signal. "Sir, we must withdraw immediately. Success is impossible." In that moment of distraction, Optimus fired another shot at Megatron and swiftly made his way towards the land bridge. Meanwhile, the medevac had successfully traversed the space bridge. And in the main control room of the Ark, the ship's captain, Optimus, observed the Autobots making a hasty retreat as the energy reversal tore the space bridge apart. The Decepticon vessel, the Nemesis, had already distanced itself, accelerating to escape the explosion zone of the space bridge. At that moment, Megatron sensed the dark energy entity he had previously hurled towards Cybertron emerging from the space bridge. "No, where's my undead army?" Megatron turned his gaze towards the direction of the Arkansas. Although he could discern nothing, he transformed into his jet form and soared towards it, launching several missiles ahead. The missiles did not venture into the depths of space. Instead, they detonated upon contact with an unknown object. No, something unidentified is passing ahead. How is it possible for there to still be life on Cybertron? Realizing something was amiss, Megatron intended to swiftly pursue and investigate. However, at that moment, the entire space bridge erupted violently, and a vast wave of blue energy engulfed Megatron entirely. The ship, the Mendez, also sustained considerable damage. Lord Tianming, the left propulsion system of the ship is compromised, and overall damage stands at 5%. An emergency landing is imperative. Fortunately, the ship's mimicry system remained operational despite the damage. Tianming gazed down at the cerulean planet below, filled with delight as he swiftly selected an appropriate target location to make a landing on this azure sphere. Understood. Meanwhile, the Autobots had all safely returned to the artificial base. Chapter 7. The desire to subjugate Thunderwing at this juncture, standing on the bridge of the Decepticon ship. The Red Spider, having witnessed Megatron consumed by the explosive energy wave, triumphantly announced, Decepticons, it is with a heavy heart that I must inform you that Megatron's spark has just been extinguished. Now let us proclaim long live the Red Spider. Subsequently, the Red Spider quickly turned to Soundwave, eager to solidify his position as the leader among the Decepticons. Soundwave, initiate a live broadcast immediately. The Decepticons cannot function without a commander. Before long, on the entire warship, aside from those tasked with essential guard duties, all other Decepticon soldiers gathered on the bridge, awaiting the Red Spider's speech. Megatron was a leader worthy of respect, yet our cause remains unfinished. We must not succumb to excessive sorrow or despair due to his demise. We ought to inherit his legacy and support a formidable new leader. Just as the Red Spider prepared to continue, a clever Decepticon stepped forward. Excuse me, Commander Red Spider. What is it, soldier? The Red Spider appeared somewhat impatient, even irate. If we couldn't succeed under Megatron's leadership, how can we possibly defeat the Autobots now? The Red Spider regarded the speaking soldier and the others, solemnly stating, I believe it is time to speak plainly. I have followed Megatron for thousands of years, commanding numerous battles during that tumultuous period. I am the most suitable to inherit Megatron's legacy and lead you as the new Decepticon leader. The Red Spider is the true harbinger of destruction. Upon hearing this, although the Red Spider still struggled to win their favor, it seemed that the Decepticon leadership had no choice but to allow him to take the lead for the time being. Aware of his insufficient influence, the Red Spider recalled centuries past when he was dispatched to this planet to guard the super-energy mineral deposits, alongside one of Megatron's most esteemed pupils, Thunderwing. Soundwave, accompany me. It appears we are in need of some reinforcements. At this moment, the Mingda spacecraft, having entered Earth's orbit, detected a region devoid of energy signatures within a 20-kilometer radius. It opted for a controlled descent in a relatively flat area with a broad field of vision at the center of this expanse. After a series of jolts, the spacecraft finally touched down, sustaining only minor damage that necessitated the repair of its propulsion system. Emperor Tianming promptly summoned 10 soldiers to attend to the repairs, while he himself utilized the spacecraft systems to indirectly connect with all satellites in global orbit. This strategy would conserve the energy expenditure of the spacecraft's reconnaissance efforts, allowing for swift surveillance of every corner of the Earth without revealing the precise location of Mingda. To further enhance the security of the spacecraft's base, Emperor Tianming ordered the soldiers to establish 3 concentric rings of phased mines 5 kilometers away from the vessel. For the time being, even after the repairs were completed, he would not permit the spacecraft to ascend into the skies. At that moment, the screen in the ambulance detected a moving red signal, indicating the presence of an energy entity that was rapidly advancing. If it were not for the Autobots, the Divider suggested a hypothesis, to which RC promptly replied, it can only be the Decepticons. Megatron survived the explosion on the space bridge? Queried a puzzled Mika, who was engaged in her planetary project. Optimus Prime fixated on the red signal displayed on the screen and stated, Megatron is dead, yet there will be others to take his place. Ambulance, I require reinforcements. After glancing at Mika, Rafi, and Jack's scientific projects, the ambulance concluded that the technology exhibition constituted a significant portion of their credits, and coincidentally, Rafi's volcano project was something he could assist with. Very well, Bumblebee, accompany me, Optimus Prime commanded, and he and Bumblebee proceeded towards the opening land bridge. Meanwhile, within the Huangshan Gorge, Thundercracker was awakened from his stasis pod by tarantulas. Thundercracker, the mightiest warrior of the Decepticons, awakened to serve your new master, tarantulas. A towering and formidable transformer, predominantly colored in light green, emerged and addressed tarantulas with ire. No, I, Thundercracker, serve but one master, and that is Megatron. My presence here is to fulfill a task assigned by my lord. Tarantulas, you have no authority over me. Now that Megatron is dead, I am the leader of the Decepticons, and I am your new master, Tarantulas declared. Thundercracker, upon hearing this proclamation, found it unbelievable. Impossible. In a surge of defiance, Thundercracker charged at Tarantulas, who swiftly transformed into a jet and soared towards the distant mountaintop, returning to Soundwave's side. This loyal Thundercracker, I shall bend him to my will, Tarantulas vowed. At this moment, Optimus Prime traversed the terrestrial bridge and arrived at the designated signal point, where he encountered Shockwave. It had been since the battle with Trypticon that they had last met, and he was surprised to find Shockwave here. Shockwave, we are entering a new era. Join us, the Autobots, and together we shall bring an end to this interminable war. I shall never ally with the Autobots. Never. Shockwave retorted, seething with anger, recalling the countless subordinates who had perished at the hands of the Autobots. How could he possibly switch allegiances based solely on Optimus Prime's words? He hastened towards Optimus, intent on eliminating him as an offering to Megatron. As Shockwave clashed with Optimus and Bumblebee, Starscream ventured into outer space to investigate the faint life signals detected by Soundwave. Meanwhile, miles away, Lord Megatron observed the intense battle on his screen through global satellites. My lord, this Shockwave is remarkably powerful. Holding his own against two opponents under Optimus Prime, he noted with regret, reflecting on Shockwave's fate in the original narrative. His strength was beyond doubt, yet his circumstances were tragic. Having just awakened from stasis, he had transformed into a jet, only to be mounted by Bumblebee, sustaining severe damage and ultimately crashing to his demise at Bumblebee's hands. If only he could claim Shockwave for his own, he would gain a warrior of immense combat experience and formidable prowess. Blackout, go and rescue this unfortunate Decepticon. Though Blackout harbored disdain for both the Decepticons and Autobots, he dared not defy Lord Megatron's command, for his very life and current form were gifts from him. As the terrestrial bridge activated, Megatron and Blackout emerged on the opposite side of the valley, gazing across at Soundwave. At that moment, Starscream successfully extracted the last remaining shard of Dark Energon from Megatron. Upon returning from space and spotting Megatron, he was seized with fear, stumbling backward, completely unsteady. What is happening? Over 1,000 years ago, I dispatched soldiers to sever his energy supply line, believing he would exhaust his energon and ultimately perish in stasis. How can he still be alive? Chapter 8, The Merciful Optimus Prime Blackout. It is time for you to demonstrate your worth. Tear apart those two adversaries. Upon receiving the command, Blackout swiftly produced his magnetic boomerang. Having practiced for so long, he would now employ it against the Decepticons for the first time. Taking aim, he flicked his wrist, and the boomerang sped forth in a straight line towards Starscream. What is this? Though the Red Spider was unfamiliar with the boomerang, he was exceedingly well acquainted with the being known as Emperor Tianming. He swiftly assumed a defensive stance, unleashing two projectiles from his arms. It is well known that the accuracy of Transformers' ranged weapons is rather poor, rendering the likelihood of successfully hitting a target dismally low. Fortunately for the Red Spider, one projectile veered off course while the other was cleaved in two by the magnetic boomerang. As the boomerang, not subjected to sufficient pressure, maintained its slight linear rotation, its speed and power increased exponentially. In that fleeting moment, the Red Spider was unable to react in time and lost his entire left arm to the merciless weapon. Subsequently, Black Crow deftly gestured, causing the magnetic boomerang to hover once more in his grasp. At that moment, Soundwave sensed the escalating peril and hastily transformed into a drone to escape. Newly appointed as the Decepticon leader, the Red Spider found himself incapacitated, unable to assume his vehicle form due to his severed limb. Hurry, activate the land bridge, he shouted urgently into the communication channel, hastily retrieving his lost arm. Just as Black Crow was poised to launch the magnetic boomerang once again to finish off the Red Spider, Emperor Tianming intervened, insisting on sparing his life, for the moment. At least, the Red Spider, as the sole comedic relief within the Decepticon ranks and a notorious rebel under Megatron, remained an invaluable asset to the future endeavors of the Thousand Machines Hall. Once the two Decepticons departed, the battle between Tianjun and the Autobots in the distant valley reached a fever pitch, with Tianjun being relentlessly pushed back by the combined might of Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. At that crucial juncture, Agent Fuller, the vehicle courier, arrived in the latest jet aircraft to assist Optimus Prime. "Leave that hulking brute to me," he declared as the aircraft unleashed a barrage of fiery blasts. Realizing the opportunity, Tianjun emitted a green beam from his eyes, aimed at the jet above. "Fuller, retreat now." Agent Fuller, momentarily blinded by the green light, was caught unprepared. Meanwhile, Tianjun successfully completed his scan, leaping into the air and transforming into a green jet, soaring skyward. "What on earth is happening?" Fuller gasped, watching as Tianjun rapidly approached and then swiftly departed, engulfed by fear and trepidation. Gained the aerial advantage. The formidable Thundercracker swiftly descended, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the Autobots. In response, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee transformed into their vehicle forms, deftly evading the onslaught. Meanwhile, Agent Fullerton piloted a clandestine aircraft, maneuvering it expertly to position himself behind Thundercracker. A series of heat-seeking missiles were dispatched towards their target, yet Thundercracker adeptly utilized his aerial skills to evade them, resuming his pursuit of the Autobots. Seizing the opportunity presented by Thundercracker's low altitude, Bumblebee leapt into the air, successfully mounting Thundercracker's back. In the distance, Tianming deemed the moment opportune, transforming into a Cybertronian Raptor jet and soaring towards Thundercracker, closely followed by Blackwing. "Optimus, two powerful energy signatures are approaching your location," alerted the medic at the artificial base, observing the red dot signals on the screen. "Beware, Bumblebee." To shield Bumblebee, Optimus Prime brandished his hand cannon, firing rapidly at the two distant silhouettes that were closing in swiftly. As the airborne threats advanced, Blackwing prepared to strike. "Target acquired. Engage Bumblebee, the yellow Autobot," he exclaimed. "Sir, Bumblebee left a deep impression on me. This is my first time firing upon enemies from an aerial vehicle, and I find it quite disconcerting." Blackwing expressed his sincere apologies to Tianming. Under the relentless assault, Bumblebee's aim faltered as he clung to Thundercracker, and with a piercing shot, Thundercracker's left wing was compromised. Forced to revert to his humanoid form, he and Bumblebee plummeted together. Fortunately, the fall was not from a great height, and both collided with the cliff face before descending into the valley below. Although Thundercracker sustained significant injuries and Bumblebee's paint job was marred along with minor damage to his components, neither faced mortal peril. At that moment, Tianming and Blackwing approached Optimus Prime, reverting to their humanoid forms. "Tianming, how are you still alive?" Optimus exclaimed, astonished, as he helped Bumblebee regain his footing. Simultaneously, the medic at the artificial base witnessed the scene via satellite. "Tianming, how did he arrive on Earth?" He pondered, observing the imposing figure of Tianming, cloaked in dark crimson and radiating immense strength. "Is he a Decepticon?" The medic shook his head vigorously, his voice laden with gravity. "No, he is a being far more terrifying than a Decepticon, a true madman." At that moment, Tianming regarded Optimus Prime with a knowing gaze. "Orion Pax, it has been a long time. Tianming, what is your purpose for coming to this planet? If it is destruction, I would not hesitate to ensure you follow in Megatron's footsteps," Optimus warned, his vigilance unwavering as he locked eyes with his adversary. At this very moment, the injured Tianjun prepared to launch another attack on Optimus Prime, only to be stopped by Emperor Tianming. Tianjun's expression shifted dramatically, filled with fury. "Do not think that your intervention will deter me from extinguishing your spark. Anyone who dares to obstruct me in my quest to eliminate Optimus Prime shall be my enemy." Observing Tianjun's disrespect towards Emperor Tianming, the nearby Black Crow swiftly grasped his magnetic boomerang and delivered a forceful kick, toppling Tianjun. He positioned the boomerang against Tianjun's chest, declaring, "To show disrespect towards Lord Tianming is to invite your own demise, wounded warrior. I shall extinguish your spark at once." Optimus Prime glanced at Black Crow, then at Emperor Tianming, reflecting on the passage of millennia that had altered the latter significantly. as he now appeared to accept followers. Having witnessed the corruption of the Elder Council, Optimus Prime was acutely aware that the former Emperor Tianming was not only a madman obsessed with science, but also one who had rejected the allegiance of followers. More disturbingly, he had subjected captured and mutilated followers to brutal experimentation. However, observing the current Emperor Tianming, Optimus Prime solemnly proclaimed, "War has ravaged Cybertron, and countless brethren have perished on the battlefield. I, Optimus Prime, sincerely invite you to join the Autobots in our shared quest to restore our homeland. No, Optimus Prime, I remain unchanged while you cling to antiquated dogmas. Only by severing ties and liberating ourselves can we revitalize Cybertron. You and I are destined to walk divergent paths." With that, Emperor Tianming activated the high-speed particle cannon mounted on his left shoulder, pairing it with a rapid-fire ion cannon, directing the assault towards the injured Bumblebee. Seeing the negotiation falter, Optimus Prime, while attempting to support Bumblebee, called for an emergency land bridge. Medics, initiate the land bridge now. Chapter 9. The rescue of Tianjin. The medics at the base promptly activated the land bridge and instructed RC, take the partition and rush to support Optimus Prime. Remember, do not engage Emperor Tianming. His powers exceed our expectations. Understood. RC and the partition hastily traversed the land bridge. RC provided suppressive fire while the partition hurled a phase bomb at Emperor Tianming. Seizing the opportunity amidst the barrage, they swiftly retrieved Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. Upon their return, Bumblebee was urgently taken to the medical bay for a comprehensive examination and repair of damaged circuits. Meanwhile, Raph, feeling despondent due to the volcano model piercing the classroom, was deeply concerned for Bumblebee, who lay on a hospital bed. Medics, is Bumblebee all right? Bumblebee's injuries are not severe. The medic reassured him. We merely need to repair a few damaged diverting ducts and a small section of his circuitry. Medic, have you discovered something? If it were not for this, how could you prevent us from overwhelming them and eliminating Emperor Tianming? RC inquired with a hint of perplexity, a sentiment echoed by the nearby barricade. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime found himself ensnared in profound self-doubt, instigated by Emperor Tianming's words. After millennia of warfare, he questioned whether he had erred in both action and thought. Optimus, this is not your fault. We have far too much to protect, be it humanity, Earth, or our Cybertron. The Autobots still need your leadership, Ratchet observed, noticing Optimus's unease and stepping forward to offer solace. Subsequently, Ratchet presented them with a video showcasing Black Arachnia employing a magnetic boomerang to disrupt Starscream. The true concern was not merely the weapon, but the magnetic technology it employed. As Ratchet analyzed the situation, a frown etched across his face. Soon, as a hacker with formidable analytical skills, Rafi felt an unsettling familiarity with this technology. I remember now, the magnetic levitation technology of this weapon resembles a concept from a novel I often read. He then displayed a scene of a celestial being wielding a sword against foes for the Autobots to see. Rafi, since the content depicted in this scene is a human creation, could humanity also possess corresponding solutions that we might draw upon? RC inquired with a sense of urgency. Jack, having read the same novel, shook his head repeatedly. RC, this is merely human imagination, an ability yet to be realized, let alone any corresponding solutions. The Autobots fell into silence at this revelation. How they wished for a professional scientist to be present at that moment. In truth, Ratchet could be considered a scientist as well, albeit one more skilled in the medical field and somewhat lacking in pure scientific expertise. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianming observed the threatened Thundercracker and declared, Black Arachnia, cease your actions. I have words to exchange with him. Approaching Thundercracker, who had risen to his feet, he continued, Thundercracker, the most favored pupil of Megatron, I hold you in high regard and hope you can cast aside your biases against me. As Megatron's most trusted ally, Thundercracker had certainly heard of Emperor Tianming, even during his imprisonment in stasis. Lord Megatron once remarked that you bear a striking resemblance to him, yet you have repeatedly spurned his invitations. Today you have spared my life. I will not take yours, but from this moment forth. Observing Thundercracker's obstinacy, Black Arachnia grew increasingly irate. Thundercracker, is it? A wounded soldier who dares to show such disrespect to our lord. Do you not believe I could extinguish you in an instant? Now that Megatron is deceased, your loyalty holds no value. I, Emperor Tianming, Sincerely invite you to join my assembly, the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, he proposed, extending an inviting hand towards Thundercracker. No, I shall seek the truth myself and avenge Lord Megatron, Thundercracker declared, straining to move forward despite his inability to fly. My lord, will we not eliminate such a formidable Decepticon? Tianming shook his head, casting a meaningful glance at the sky. No need, my objectives have already been fulfilled. In truth, as the sound wave fled, Tianming was meticulously tracking its trajectory. Indeed, at the moment he came to Tianjun's aid, a Blackbird unmanned reconnaissance drone soared above the clouds, abstaining from assisting Tianjun and instead monitoring all that transpired below. The sound wave harbored hopes that Red Spider would assume the mantle of the Decepticons' leader, rather than the simple-minded and brawny Tianjun, who was altogether unworthy of boarding the Vengeance. This would only serve to plunge the Decepticons into further disarray. Furthermore, in the original narrative, the sound wave stood at the valley's edge, observing helplessly as Tianjun was pierced by Bumblebee, plummeting to his demise in aircraft form. From beginning to end, the sound wave had never made any effort to rescue Tianjun. In the skies, the sound wave severed all ties with the Vengeance. At that moment, he resembled an invisible assassin, launching 2 missiles, accompanied by the drone's dive, while a barrage of bullets rained down upon the feeble Tianjun. Tianjun continued to evade, retaliating with a Gatling gun, yet 1 missile still penetrated his left leg, causing him to lose balance and collapse to the ground. He gazed up at the sound wave, now manifested in humanoid form. Sound wave, why do you seek to kill me? Have you betrayed Lord Megatron? In response, the purple triangular prism on Soundwave's face displayed footage of Tianjun's prior encounter with Tianming, accompanied by ominous text declaring that any actions obstructing the Decepticons' dominion would be deemed betrayal, warranting annihilation. As Soundwave approached Tianjun to deliver the final blow, a magnetic boomerang assailed him. Utilizing his formidable computational abilities and agility, Soundwave narrowly evaded the strike. Soundwave, do you intend to remain and allow me to extinguish your spark personally, or will you depart at once? Suddenly, Tianming and Black Raven appeared, their hand cannons locked onto him. At such close range, Soundwave's demise was inevitable. Seeing Tianming, the Soundwave's superior computational prowess faltered. He could not discern the ultimate purpose behind Tianming's actions of saving one while sacrificing another. He ultimately concluded that Tianming, much like Optimus Prime, possessed a heart of compassion. Without a moment's hesitation, Soundwave transformed and fled. Upon reaching a certain altitude, he reversed his direction, locking onto his target once more, and released 2 missiles. As the missiles surged toward Tianjun, Tianming swiftly switched to his blade mode, running while instructing Black Raven, provide fire cover and intercept those missiles. Tianming expertly tracked the trajectory of 1 missile, swiftly swinging his blade and leaping, cleaving the missile in 2, thus neutralizing the threat. Simultaneously, Black Raven's aerial firepower successfully detonated another missile, eliminating any remaining danger. Thank you for saving my life 3 times, Tianjun. Tianming examined Tianjun's injuries. The spark of life was dwindling. If timely intervention was not undertaken, the prospect of witnessing the evening sun would be lost. Do not speak. Your bodily functions are exceedingly unstable and require immediate medical attention. He commanded the soldier, lock onto my position and activate the land bridge at once. With the issuance of Tianming's orders, a cerulean vortex materialized nearby. He, along with Heya, assisted Tianjun into the vessel, returning to the Mingda. Chapter 10. The subjugation of Tianjun, just as Green, having momentarily set aside his medical knowledge, intended to embark on a modest clinical practice in a laboratory. He encountered Tianming, who was returning from the land bridge. My lord, what has transpired? You have long been lacking in practical experience, and soon there will be a significant surgical procedure. Come with me. I require your assistance, Tianming replied, bearing the severely injured Tianjun as he walked. My lord, I am at your service, Green responded eagerly. The two entered the laboratory, where Tianming first induced a state of dormancy in Tianjun before promptly initiating the restorative procedures to stabilize his spark of life. Fetch me the transmission crystal tube, the neural diversion line, and an arm compatible with hypervelocity ammunition. The atmosphere within the laboratory was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Heyu remained vigilant outside, apprehensive that upon awakening, Tianjun might pose a threat to Tianming and Green. Thankfully, after a day and night of medical transformation, they successfully pulled Tianjun back from the brink of death. Where am I? What has happened to me? Tianjun questioned, bewildered by the sight of his reattached severed hand and leg, coupled with the unfamiliar surroundings. Tianjun, you are my spaceship laboratory. Not only have you survived, but your physique has become even stronger than before, Tianming assured him, observing as Tianjun descended from the operating table. Tianjun, the Titan has forsaken you, and the warlord has lost his former purpose, now enraptured by power. Your loyalty was misplaced, and furthermore, he is now deceased. At this moment, Tianming extended his amicable hand once more. You have nowhere else to go. I, Tianming, leader of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, sincerely invite you to join us in the revival of Cybertron. At this moment, Thunderclash found himself in a state of bewilderment, for the Decepticons, to whom he had pledged his allegiance for over 2 millennia, had forsaken him. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his quest for vengeance against Megatron. It was then that he realized the Thousand Mechanisms Hall offered him a modicum of refuge. Before him stood Emperor Tianming, whose countenance grew increasingly grim. Having rescued Thunderclash 3 times, he knew that if Thunderclash refused to join the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, he would have no choice but to extinguish his spark and dissolve his body into weaponry. Emperor Tianming was gambling on Thunderclash's loyalty, and fortune favored him. After a moment's hesitation, Thunderclash finally spoke. Emperor Tianming, I accept your proposal to join the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, but I must personally avenge Megatron. If you disagree, you may end my life now. Excellent. I see your loyalty, and I welcome you to the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. Tianming promptly shook his hand and personally marked him with the Thousand Mechanisms emblem. At that moment, Tianming suppressed his excitement. He knew he must remain composed and rational at all times. Thunderclash's desire for vengeance was undeniably justifiable. It could be seen as a way to repay Megatron's kindness. Yet what would follow? With Megatron's eventual resurrection and his disdain for traitors, coupled with their existing discord, Thunderclash's return to the Decepticons would be impossible. With the exception of Black Arachnia, the thought was exhilarating. Acquiring Thunderclash was akin to gaining another Skywing, albeit one who was also fiercely loyal. However, having already secured the elder brother, it was hoped that the younger would soon follow suit in changing his mindset. Thunderclash, go forth. Seek the truth you desire. Instantly, Thunderclash transformed into a turquoise jet and soared out of the men's ship, disappearing into the clouds. My lord, what shall we do if Thunderclash reveals our location to the Decepticons or the Autobots? Black Raven approached Emperor Tianming, harboring doubts about Thunderclash's loyalty. I trust Thunderclash just as I trust you. He will not betray my confidence. Should he indeed turn against me, I would not hesitate to capture him myself, dismantle his components, and conduct vivisection experiments, Tianming declared as he entered the laboratory, leaving the two deep in contemplation in the corridor of the ship. His words, aimed at Thunderclash, subtly hinted at Black Raven and Green, indicating a burgeoning leadership quality. Meanwhile, Soundwave, having just returned to the main control room of the Retribution, observed Black Arachnia, who had successfully reattached her left arm, convening all Decepticons for a meeting. Soundwave, you arrived just in time. Initiate a full playback of the events we've encountered. As soon as he spoke, Black Arachnia sensed something amiss. Shulnveve, halt, she urged urgently, but it was too late. The footage of Black Arachnia's severed arm. The battle between the Autobots and Thunderclash, and Emperor Tianming's intervention in saving Thunderclash began to play in succession on the control console. Can you believe it? Black Arachnia was actually disarmed by an Autobot. Ha, this is hilarious. And she dares to call herself a Decepticon leader? Indeed, I was hesitant to cast my vote for her leadership. Now it appears entirely unnecessary. Silence, Decepticons, commanded Red Spider, as he shifted the conversation to matters concerning Emperor Tianming. Upon his utterance, although discussions persisted, the control room fell markedly quieter. A confidential piece of information along with a photograph of Emperor Tianming was retrieved from the core database and displayed on the screen. Decepticons. This Emperor Tianming was once the most coveted Cybertronian by Megatron, possessing a wealth of scientific weaponry and technology that could secure our victory in war. However, despite Megatron's numerous attempts, he could not acquire this technology. Red Spider turned his back to them and, pointing to Tianming's image, continued, yet he now stands upon Earth, opposing the Decepticons. He is indeed a true scientific madman, and the weapons he has developed are particularly terrifying. This magnetic boomerang is but one manifestation of his technological prowess, encapsulating the gene magnetic control technology that Megatron desires most. Once again, the cleverfoot soldier stepped forward. Commander Red Spider, such a formidable individual. Even you cannot contend with him. What can we possibly do? The soldier continued. He possesses fearsome weaponry, yet he is but 2 in number. While his arms are powerful, they harbor fatal flaws. The Decepticons have thrived for millennia, with abundant strength and numbers. As long as we obey the commands of our Lord Red Spider, a mere Emperor Tianming poses no real threat. Megatron has shown him too much mercy. Currently, I, Red Spider, am the only Decepticon who has ever vanquished an Autobot. Red Spider's true objective was to leverage the external threat posed by Emperor Tianming to solidify his leadership position within the Decepticons. Although the process had its discrepancies, upon witnessing the absence of dissent among the Decepticons below, he understood that he had succeeded. His position as the Decepticon leader would remain unchallenged for the foreseeable future. Once he had secured absolute control over the Decepticons, he issued his first command. Decepticons, should you encounter Earthquake while harvesting the Energon, execute him on the spot. He has betrayed Megatron, betrayed the Decepticons, and aligned himself with Emperor Tianming. In the video, all Decepticons observe the intricate entanglement between Earthquake and Emperor Tianming. Their relationship seemed rather complex. Red Spider's decree was indeed justified. Any traitor among the Decepticons would be ruthlessly eradicated. With the leadership mantle now upon him, Red Spider was determined to prevent Earthquake from returning to the Decepticons, lest his position be threatened. Chapter 11. The Crisis of the Iron-Eating Insects and the Arrival of the Faceless One after securing his position as the leader of the Decepticons. Red Spider hastily urged his followers to intensify their exploration of the super-energy mineral reserves. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime returned from Antarctica with a frozen iron sphere that appeared to harbor some mysterious contents. Little did they know, as the ice began to melt, thousands of iron-eating insects concealed within the sphere awakened from their slumber, gnawed through the iron, and escaped. Inside the Autobot base, they wreaked havoc, voraciously consuming metallic structures. Recently, the base's electrical stability had been compromised, with circuit boards inexplicably chewed through, rendering the land bridge inoperable and preventing communication with Optimus Prime and RC, who were still investigating the matter of the Iron Sphere in Antarctica, perhaps uncovering further discoveries. At that moment, Raffi was wandering around the base when he suddenly encountered a small, purple optical lens, an adorable creature no taller than 10 centimeters, the iron-eating insect. Hey, don't come any closer. I can wield a sword to defend myself. The sudden appearance of this peculiar creature startled Raffi, yet the iron-eating insect approached him quickly, swirling around his feet like a diminutive mechanical pet. Where did you come from? Autobots never mention having pets. Finding the insect utterly charming, Raffi tossed the screw away, hoping to entice the little creature. The iron-eating insect swiftly opened its mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth, darted towards the screw, and devoured it entirely, leaving no trace behind. Returning to Raffi, it nuzzled against his pant leg. Raffi picked it up, eager to show Bumblebee and Jack this newfound companion. At that moment, Ratchet, Bumblebee, and the others were preoccupied with inspecting the base's internal circuits and failed to notice Raffi's delightful find. Ratchet, look what I found! Raffi exclaimed. Raffi, we're quite busy right now, Ratchet replied, a hint of irritation in his tone, but he turned to glance at Raffi. His expression shifted to one of sheer terror. No. Bumblebee and Ratchet recoiled, drawing their weapons and forming a defensive stance around Ratchet. Hey, what's wrong with you? Mickey and Jack, witnessing their alarm, quickly positioned themselves in front of Raffi, with Mickey anxiously inquiring. Iron-eating insects. Iron-eating insects. What are iron-eating insects? Raffi curiously asked Ratchet about the origins of this creature. Iron-eating insects are the most dangerous pests on Cybertron, Ratchet replied, incredulous. As the formidable creature transformed from its spherical form into a worm-like shape, it eagerly gazed upon the trio of Autobots radiating a yellow-green warmth, its appetite whetted. With its jagged teeth bared, it lunged towards them. Stay back! Stay back! Despite the Autobots' attempts to repel it with their artillery, the creature deftly evaded their fire and leapt onto Bumblebee, voraciously devouring him as if he were mere grass, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Fortunately, Bumblebee, with his agile prowess, managed to cast the creature aside, only for it to meet its demise at the hands of Ratchet's makeshift weapon. "Take it easy, tough guy," Jack cautioned as he quickly seized the stick, concern etched across his face. "I'm sorry, Bumblebee. Is he gravely injured?" "Rest assured, he will be fine. It is but a superficial wound," Ratchet reassured, soothing Ratchet's anxiety. Jack approached the barricade and declared, "All is clear now. The creature has been eliminated." "No, typically, these creatures appear in swarms. I believe I have discerned their origin. We are in for significant trouble, comrades," Ratchet stated, hastily formulating a strategy. They resolved to repair the land bridge to rescue Optimus and the others from the Antarctic, lest they succumb to the frigid temperatures and enter a state of hibernation, since the creatures posed no threat to humans. The responsibility of mending the energy conduit fell solely upon Jack and his companions. Thankfully, they accomplished their mission successfully. Thousands of creatures began their feeding frenzy, traversing through the ventilation system towards the main control room, their jaws agape as they surged towards Ratchet and the others. Fearing the extreme cold, they devised a plan to return them to the Antarctic and re-encase them in ice. Enduring the pain of being devoured, Ratchet activated the land bridge, while the barricade served as a bait to lure the creatures inside. Upon reaching the Antarctic, they successfully encased the menacing creatures in ice, while Optimus and RC returned to the base via the land bridge. Observing Ratchet tending to the injuries of the barricade and Bumblebee, Optimus felt a pang of sympathy. "Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, old friend." Days later, after expending considerable resources, they finally repaired the damaged circuitry. "Optimus, there is a restricted channel signal. My analysis indicates it originates from a spacecraft within our solar system," Ratchet announced as he further scrutinized the signal's source. "It is an identification beacon for Autobots," he confirmed. To verify the authenticity of the beacon and prevent the Decepticons from masquerading as Autobots, while also safeguarding the base's location, Optimus interfaced with a global satellite and addressed the unidentified vessel in Cybertronian. "Unidentified spacecraft. This is Autobot Omega-1 Outpost. Please identify yourself." No sooner had he spoken than an Autobot signal crackled through the screen. The welcoming message from the Decepticons was far more enthusiastic than this. Upon hearing the voice, the barricade beamed with joy. "Jolt, you bane of the Decepticons, what brings you so far?" "Barricade, is that truly you? I thought you had perished." As usual, Jack teased the partition. "Old Jack, there are Decepticons everywhere on this planet. How long until you can come to our aid?" "Probably tomorrow. I'm already rushing at the fastest speed," he replied. Sitting on the shoulder of the partition, Meichi was overjoyed to hear this news. "Wow, another Autobot is coming. This is simply incredible. Jack, I have admired him for a long time, but I have never seen him in person." "Partition, can you confirm it's really him?" Although Optimus Prime hoped it was indeed an Autobot comrade, he had to consider the safety of everyone at the base. "Optimus, I'm all too familiar with old Jack's voice." The partition was confident in his brother's self-assessment. "Autobot brother, we'll send you the coordinates. Travel safely." To prevent Jack's spaceship from being tracked by the Decepticons and revealing the base's location, Optimus instructed Ratchet to transmit a nearby coordinate, which was still relatively far from the artificial base. "Partition, are you acquainted with Jack?" RC asked, looking at the partition in confusion. "Of course. I once belonged to the same unit as him, the Thunder Rescue Team. The Decepticons certainly do not want us to reunite." Meanwhile, on the Nemesis, Starscream was closely monitoring the conversation among the Autobots through Soundwave and the image of Jack displayed in the triangular prism. "Battle hero, we don't have much time left." "Jack." Starscream glanced at the nearby Mirage and instructed Soundwave to relay Jack's vital signs data to Mirage. Mirage immediately transformed into another Jack and proceeded with the Decepticons to the spaceship's landing site, lying in wait to capture the real Jack. By the time the Autobots arrived, the genuine Jack had already been replaced. Unbeknownst to them, they brought Mirage, disguised as Jack, into the artificial base. However, since Mirage only imitated Jack's appearance and lacked his teasing and bold character, he was soon detected by the partition. At that moment, Jack, having escaped his cell by employing certain means, stood on the upper deck of the Nemesis, confronted by dozens of approaching Decepticons commanded by Starscream. Just then, a cyan blue vortex suddenly appeared behind him, hurling Mirage off the land bridge, along with the Decepticons crossing it, while Jack seized the opportunity to slip inside. Mirage, do you have any idea where their base is located? Starscream glared furiously at Mirage. Yes, Lord Starscream. The Autobot base is hidden within a bunker. At that moment, Starscream noticed the phase-time bomb on Mirage's waist. Get away, quickly. Starscream transformed into a jet and swiftly ascended from the Nemesis's deck. Mirage, you fool. The bewildered Decepticon soldiers were engulfed by a massive wave of blue explosion, reducing them to mere scrap metal. Consequently, Mirage extinguished his spark, marking his ultimate demise. Chapter 12. The Hyper-Energy Entity Collector, while Emperor Tianming was engaged in conversation with the Autobots through the communicator he, akin to Soundwave, was monitoring the situation via human satellite channels. After careful consideration, he concluded that it would be unnecessary to involve himself in their conflict. As for the Master of Disguise, the faceless man, Tianming had indeed contemplated recruiting him, as he, much like the other characters in the Leadership Testament, had never truly lived through a single episode. Quite a pitiable fate. However, the faceless man was a loyal follower of the Red Spider. Having expended considerable time and effort to recruit the Titan, it seemed unwise to squander further time on an uncertain asset. Allowing the Autobots and Decepticons to clash would only serve to benefit him. The more intense their struggle, the better it would be for his own interests. After conducting a thorough analysis of the pros and cons, Tianming continued to examine the purified dark hyper-energy entity before him. He extracted a drop and placed it on a petri dish, subsequently observing it under a particle optics microscope. To his astonishment, he noticed that some black particles within the dark hyper-energy entity seemed to instinctively engage in combat with one another. Their warlike tendencies prevailed, and even upon death, they displayed a remarkable ability to resurrect swiftly. Further experiments in energy separation revealed that the dark hyper-energy entity exhibited an aggressive nature towards everything, particularly eager to invade other hyper-energy entities. Alas, the data mirrored that which had been studied thousands of years prior. Even extracting the anti-fire seed factor from the dark hyper-energy entity proved futile. They were akin to parasitic organisms, endlessly proliferating. Had my decades of research into life energy truly been misguided? With his left hand propping his head, Tianming fell into contemplation when suddenly an epiphany struck him. Why not attempt to synthesize a hyper-energy entity? He recalled the original narrative, wherein the deceased fire, parasitized by the Red Spider, was defeated by infusing the dead fire with a mixture of synthesized hyper-energy and dark hyper-energy. A new species reminiscent of zombie infectors could be created. At the very least, they would possess a semblance of consciousness, unlike the mindless undead armies that knew only destruction. Just then, Green knocked on the laboratory door. My lord, you ought to rest more. Prolonged exposure to dark hyper-energy entities will weaken your constitution further. I understand, physician, replied Tianming. Green had assisted in Titan's surgery, where although most of the work was done by Tianming, he had successfully reattached a severed leg. His medical skills had advanced to the point where Tianming could refer to him as physician. If there were any deficiencies in Green's abilities, it was his surgical experience. After all, his welding technique left much to be desired, rendering the sutures rather unsightly. Once the patient recovered, polishing would be necessary to refine the wound. Emerging from the laboratory, Tianming returned to the main control room of the spaceship. My lord, our remaining hyper-energy entities will last no more than 30 days, not accounting for the energy demands during our flight. I suggest we dispatch soldiers to seize or mine hyper-energy deposits to facilitate your ongoing experiments. Listening to Green, who served simultaneously as both a physician and logistics captain, his work report left Emperor Tianming quite overwhelmed. The reserves of super-energy mineral deposits on Earth are already exceedingly limited, and the recent energy research has been immensely taxing on these resources. Among his subordinates, only Tianjin can be considered a true warrior. Both Haya and Green lack substantial combat experience. In a close-quarters confrontation with adversaries, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a severe disadvantage. When he initially brought Tianjin under his command, he should have ensured that Tianjin utilized his spare time to thoroughly train Haya and Green. Emperor Tianming deeply regretted his previous leniency. As for the clone soldiers, while they could manage basic tasks, sending them into battle against Autobots or Decepticons would be tantamount to courting disaster. At a critical juncture, a clone soldier, while browsing an information website, stumbled upon a mural from Greece. An instinct nudged him, indicating that the depicted object was far from ordinary. "My lord, I believe I have discovered something remarkable," he declared. "Indeed, it is the golden sphere, an energy collector held by the Greek goddess." As for why they had not explored the primary vein of super energy underneath the mural, it was due to Emperor Tianming's primary reconnaissance method, which relied on human satellites. Furthermore, the Mingda's detection range was limited, lacking the global reach of the Decepticons' punishment. The Autobots in the leader struggle drama are so deprived of super energy that they resort to seizing the mineral deposits from the Decepticons, not merely due to their numerical inferiority and technological shortcomings, but also their lack of mobility. "Soldier, you have performed admirably. Upon retrieving this item, I shall upgrade your chassis." "Thank you, my lord." This remark immediately ignited envy among the other 4 clone soldiers in the control room, heightening their enthusiasm for work. Who wouldn't desire a more powerful chassis and an endless supply of energy cubes? Emperor Tianming gazed with delight at the super energy collector displayed on the screen, promptly initiating a search to ascertain its current location. After a brief wait, news arrived. "My lord, it is housed in a museum as an exhibit." "Excellent. I must first head to the laboratory to create something." "Hiya, you are tasked with contacting Tianjin and urging him to return swiftly. We have work to accomplish." Emperor Tianming hurried back to the laboratory and immediately began crafting a small device. Meanwhile, under the anxious gaze of Red Spider, a red and yellow-tinged Autobot narcissistically approached him. "The journey has been quite arduous. Red Spider, my wheels are still tingling." "Indeed, Knockout, I truly cannot fathom why any Decepticon would choose a vehicle as their alternate form," Red Spider remarked, glancing at him with mild disdain. "I prefer the appearance of steel-belted radial tires. I've heard Megatron is in dire need of equipment support." As the hatch swung open, the formidable Megatron lay before them, ensnared by numerous life energy conduits, teetering on the brink of demise. A gaping wound marred his form, and his spark flickered faintly. Alas, our once mighty leader Megatron has been in this state for quite some time. Eventually, the team cast their votes and resolved to summon an expert. Perhaps he could be gradually restored. Red Spider gazed mournfully at Megatron's prostrate figure, feigning regret and sorrow. "My expertise lies not in repair, but in dismantling," he jested, revealing his medical drill. "Perhaps my assistant could lend a hand, though currently he is investigating a signal from a super energy entity." "Very well. I only hope your companion does not fall victim to the Autobots," Red Spider thought, harboring disdain for those who disobey his commands, especially now that he leads the Decepticons. However, he chose to overlook the newcomer's indiscretion. At that moment, Ambulance had discovered the mural of the Greek goddess, and Optimus Prime instructed the Partition to investigate. Meanwhile, Mei Chi, eager to appreciate the splendor of ancient culture, accompanied the Partition. Chapter 13. Taming the Nidus. The grand entrance of Zemu. Why did the ancient Greeks depict a super energy collector? The Partition pondered as it gazed upon the revealed mural. "Do you know what that golden sphere is? I didn't expect you to be quite clever." Mei Chi seized her phone to capture the mural's image. At that instant, a colossal blue warrior emerged from behind the Partition. "In truth, you are rather slow-witted. Only now realizing this is too late." "Deadfire?" Mei Chi quickly hide, the Partition advised, glancing at Mei Chi at its feet. "No need to hide. I didn't realize you kept a pet all these years." "Well, so have I," Deadfire declared, his hood lifting to reveal a blue mechanical dog. Slightly taller than Mei Chi, equipped with a small cannon backpack, it swiftly transformed into humanoid form, pulsating to the rhythm of music. "Stop dancing, Zemu. Tear that human girl apart," Deadfire commanded, observing his mini-Transformers partner, who had been trapped within his body for centuries, utterly speechless. Ever since arriving on this planet, it had developed an insatiable love for human music. "I understand, Deadfire, but let me remind you, I am not your pet." Zemu immediately reverted to dog form, charging at Mei Chi while the cannon on its back unleashed a barrage of fire. "Mei Chi, run." The Partition, instead of concerning yourself with your human companions, ought to prioritize your own well-being. The Inferno raised a stone pillar and hurled it towards the Partition. The Partition's right hand swiftly transformed into a spiked mace, shattering the pillar into two. Inferno's right hand metamorphosed into a hammer, and the two commenced their assault against one another. Mei Chi adeptly utilized the rocky cover to evade Jamu's attack, urgently calling for an ambulance, requesting assistance, stating an insect icon has appeared, along with a rabid dog named Jamu, who is pursuing me. Upon hearing this, Jack and his companions were perplexed. Jamu? A new insect icon, or one of Emperor Tianming's subordinates? No. This is the Minicon companion of Inferno, a former member of the aerial bots under Megatron. Meichi appears to be in grave trouble, Optimus Prime solemnly declared. RC, assist the partition in Inferno, he commanded, as the ambulance immediately established a land bridge. Jamu, enraged by Meichi's disparaging remarks, seethed, "You little brat, I am Jamu, the Minicon. The king of music, not a rabid dog. You have provoked my wrath." The cannon mounted on its back unleashed a barrage towards the massive rock, causing it to fracture and revealing Meichi in full view. "Little brat, I see you." Jamu charged toward her, intending to end her with its sharp fangs. At that critical moment, a formidable fist collided with Jamu, sending it sprawling. "Jamu, are you all right?" Inferno anxiously called out, observing the fallen Jamu. "Inferno, your little pet is as worthless as ever. Now you should worry about your own safety," the partition retorted, taking advantage of Inferno's distraction to land a hammer strike directly on his chest, propelling him away. At that moment, Jamu, regaining its footing, glared at RC, who had lifted it. "Little warrior, the Minicon Jamu shall not succumb." It then unleashed a small cannon blast at RC, but she remained unfazed. Seizing the opportunity, Jamu swiftly leaped onto RC's back, maneuvering skillfully across her form, exploiting her vulnerabilities. Tame the night. Jamu makes a grand entrance. Meanwhile, RC clawed around, yet still failed to capture it. Jamu retreat. Inferno, transforming into an armored vehicle, charged directly at RC. "Little warrior, Jamu shall play with you another day," Jamu declared, leaping into the vehicle as they departed together. Meanwhile, as Inferno battled the partition, Emperor Tianming had already crafted a rudimentary imitation of the Golden Sphere, utilizing satellite and spacecraft communication technology to contact Silas. "Who are you, and what do you want from me?" Silas inquired, fixated on the waveform of the communication on the screen at the headquarters of the Mecha Special Task Force. "Not long ago, your endeavor met with failure, and you must have already witnessed our formidable power. I am inclined to propose a collaboration. Should you succeed, I can provide you with some of our advanced technology. Might you be interested?" Upon hearing about the possibility of acquiring Transformer technology, Silas was filled with excitement. If he could obtain such technology, he need not fear the previous plan's inadequacy. However, collaborating with these extraterrestrial mechanical beings required him to exercise utmost caution. "Who are you? Are you an Autobot or a Decepticon? That is of no concern to you. If you choose not to cooperate, there are many humans eager to ally with us." Tianming could be regarded as the Transformer who comprehends human desires better than anyone, even more so than Optimus Prime. "Naturally, we are keen to collaborate with you. What does the partnership entail?" Shortly after Silas finished his narration, 2 photographs along with precise coordinates were sent forth. "I will dispatch someone to deliver a replica of a golden sphere to you. I require your mech special operations team to retrieve the genuine golden sphere from the museum without triggering its alarms and hand it over to my subordinate, Waya." Just as the dialogue concluded, a sleek black Cybertronian sports car appeared before the base. This was Blackwing. "Blackwing, exercise caution while collaborating with the mech special operations team, and remain vigilant of your surroundings. I will instruct Skyquake to monitor everything from above, ensuring our faction's markings remain concealed," Tianming advised through the exclusive channel of the Chinji Hall. "Understood, my lord," Blackwing replied. Meanwhile, the members of the mech special operations team stationed around the surveillance base promptly reported, "Silas, a license-less high-tech sports car, has suddenly appeared at the base entrance." Subsequently, Silas led a 10-member team from the mech special operations team outside. "I am Waya. You must be Silas." "Indeed." Upon receiving confirmation, Blackwing transformed into humanoid form and handed the replica golden sphere to Silas. "If the genuine sphere within the museum falls into the hands of others, my lord will not grant you the technology. This is the collaboration contract you humans speak of." "Understood. We shall fulfill it." Silas could hardly fathom how these mechanical giants possessed such an understanding of human culture. After completing the task, Blackwing reverted to his Cybertronian sports car form and swiftly departed the area. "My lord, the initial collaboration has been accomplished. Now it rests upon them." He drove to a secluded area, transforming into a jet fighter, soaring into the sky to rendezvous with Skyquake. Blackwing, your triple transformation ability is quite impressive, though you are still quite young. Skyquake, you too can possess the triple transformation ability, provided you complete the tasks assigned by Lord Tianming. To speak candidly, Skyquake envied those endowed with triple transformation abilities, yet he preferred his own dual transformation, as his vehicle form was an aircraft, and he had little fondness for the automobile shape. Chapter 14. The Authentic and the Counterfeit. The fisherman benefits as twilight approached, marking the museum's closing hour. Silas, accompanied by 10 members of the Mecha Special Police Force, arrived promptly at their designated target. Meanwhile, Black Crow and Thunderquake hovered a kilometer above, shrouded in the cloud cover, meticulously observing the surroundings of the museum and relaying updates to Lord Tianming. Everything proceeds as usual, my lord. No traces of the Autobots or Decepticons have been detected. The ancient Autobots had developed a powerful energy collector, which Tianming was determined to acquire without a hint of error. He ordered a vigilant watch over the museum's vicinity, instructing that any anomaly should be met with immediate action to seize the energy collector. At that moment, Silas led his team stealthily into the museum from the rear, disguising themselves as maintenance workers or security personnel. Utilizing their hacking skills, they forced all surveillance cameras to go dark for a brief period. What is happening? Which line has malfunctioned? If only one camera had gone offline, the monitoring room might have quickly summoned security to safeguard the exhibits against theft. However, with all cameras extinguished, their focus would shift to inspecting the equipment rather than the exhibits, especially since it was still daylight. As most of the security personnel were dispatched to investigate the electrical circuits and equipment failures, members of the Mecha Special Police swiftly entered the exhibition hall, incapacitating 2 patrolling guards. Silas, all potential threat pathways have been thoroughly assessed. We may proceed with the item exchange, one team member reported. A section of glass above the exhibition hall was opened, and Silas climbed onto the hand of the Greek goddess statue, skillfully lowering the energy collector from the museum. Subsequently, he employed the same method to return the counterfeit golden orb to its original position. The objective was accomplished, and he swiftly issued a retreat order, leading his team out of the museum via the original route. At this moment, all surveillance footage of the museum resumed its normal function. Black Crow and Thunderquake, circling above and closely monitoring the operation, communicated Silas's success to Tianming and awaited further instructions. Black Crow glanced at Thunderquake beside him, jesting, "Thunderquake, you are fortunate. Unlike me, who bears the burden of toil. This is Tianming's trust in you. Be content." Thunderquake observed Black Crow departing from the museum while he remained behind to continue his surveillance. As he monitored for a while, the sky grew dim. Not far away, energy fluctuations from 2 land bridges were detected, and Meichi and her companions emerged from the semi-automated lift, heading directly to the museum exhibition center. That object is right there. Meichi pointed to the replica ball in the hand of the Greek goddess statue, while Optimus Prime stood vigil outside the museum's glass wall, ever watchful for their safety. Jack first elevated the lift, and Meichi obstructed the sole surveillance camera in the exhibition hall, which focused on the statue of the Greek goddess, using her phone to shield it. Subsequently, Jack swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to the side of the statue, preparing to transfer the replica ball onto the lift. Outside, a red sports car approached Optimus Prime. "Hey, nice wheels, huh? 26-inch anti-slip tires. You, big guy, resemble my friend here." The enthusiasm for the wheels and paint reached an almost obsessive level. Meanwhile, a blue armored vehicle accelerated with all its might, its roof automatically deploying a triangular particle cannon, which fired a shell towards Optimus Prime. In a flash, Optimus transformed, deftly catching the projectile with his hands, preventing it from wreaking havoc on the museum, thus safeguarding humanity and the energy collector. Once satisfied that Meichi and the others were unharmed, he turned, only to be struck down by a stun baton. In battle, do not look around carelessly, Optimus, the assailant admonished. Through the glass wall, the assailant glimpsed the humans inside stealing, and as he prepared to rush in to seize the energy collector, Optimus awakened and sent him flying. "Sledge, quickly send your companions to eliminate those humans inside and capture the energy collector," he ordered furiously, summoning Sledge to aid him in defeating Optimus. Sledge leapt from the back of his comrade, evading Optimus's artillery fire and swiftly entered the museum exhibition hall. Oh, it's that little brat again. Now, with 2 more companions. You're unlucky to encounter me, Sledge. At that moment, Laffy had successfully placed the replica ball onto the lift while below. Sledge charged towards it. Alcy, it's that mini-transformer dog Meichi encountered earlier, and it's attacking us. Jack quickly relayed the danger through the Autobot channel to Alcy. Meanwhile, at the partitions to the east and north of the museum, Big Yellow Peak also received the alert. Jack, listen. You have a wristband. Press the button, and it will transform into a handgun. Although you're still young, we don't recommend using it. Just as Alcy was about to continue, Meichi produced a technologically advanced Cybertron toy handgun, firing several rounds at Sledge. Cool. Mad Dog, let us see the power of a cybergun. Meichi, take it easy. Don't damage the museum exhibits. The partitions urged her through the Autobot channel. This was Optimus's directive for the mission. They Autobots should avoid exposing themselves to humans, provided Meichi and her companions were not in danger. At that moment, the partitions and Big Yellow Peak rushed to support Optimus. The ambulance. Alcy requested an urgent activation of a land bridge to ensure Jack and his companion safe return to the base. Although Jack and his team were equipped with weapons provided by the ambulance, she still felt a twinge of concern in confronting the seasoned Jamu. Meanwhile, the commotion within the museum caught the attention of the security personnel in the monitoring room, prompting him to swiftly proceed to the exhibition hall for investigation. Alcy, you must have faith in humanity's capabilities, particularly in your guardians. The ambulance hesitates not out of reluctance, but due to the high risks involved in activating the bridge. Nonetheless, he trusted in the abilities of Rafi and his group, and despite his worries, the ambulance urged Alcy to charge into the museum to rescue Rafi and the others. At that moment, the Minicon Jamu, under heavy gunfire, was seething with rage. As he approached the lift, he was struck by a barrage of bullets, nearly extinguishing his spark. Deadfire, I require fire support. Those 3 little brats are armed. I cannot engage them up close. Engaged in combat with the partition, Deadfire had no time to assist Jamu. If you can't handle them, retreat. Aren't Minicons known for such tactics? Just as Jamu was reluctantly preparing for a final retreat, the museum's dome was suddenly breached. Oh no, this is bad. Rafi and his companions watched helplessly as Soundwave seized the faux energy collector, transforming it into a Blackbird drone that soared into the night sky, disappearing from sight. Chapter 15, Youngsters, you're under arrest. Witnessing Soundwave acquire the energy collector, Deadfire and Jamu transformed into vehicles to make their escape. Deadfire, you've abandoned me. You ungrateful wretch. Upon receiving Jamu's communication, Deadfire swiftly turned the vehicle around, risking the chance of being shot through the car roof by the Autobots, and charged into the museum. With a crash, a large hole was shattered in the glass wall as Deadfire executed a drift, halting right in front of Jamu. Hurry up. A few humans are no match for us. Have you had too much to drink, or is your brain in need of repair? Fuming, Jamu leaped into the vehicle and reclined in the seat. Today's music selection is rather inappropriate. After all, I am the king of music. How could I possibly fail? Just then, Alcy, transformed into a motorcycle, burst in and saw Jack and the others continuously firing at Deadfire, realizing that her concerns were unfounded. Deadfire, operating at full throttle, sped away, vanishing into the night. At that moment, security personnel arrived at the scene, discovering the motorcycle that had previously obstructed their path, along with Jack and his companions. Observing the surroundings, the museum was left in disarray, resembling a junkyard, save for the exhibition items which remained intact. Your thievery has failed. Don't move, or I will open fire. After scrutinizing Jack and his companions, the security officer noticed they were all armed. Calling for backup. It seems I have encountered trouble. A group of unruly youths is advancing toward me. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Oh no, it appears we are headed for incarceration. Just as the Soundwave believed it had secured the energy collector and lowered its guard, a teal jet swiftly approached from behind, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Soundwave, today, Tianjin, have come to exact my revenge. However, Soundwave swiftly evaded the attack with its remarkable agility, maneuvering behind Tianjin to launch missiles in retaliation. With the enhancements made to Tianjin's vehicle form, its speed had also increased, allowing it to deftly evade these strikes. Just as it prepared to continue its assault on Soundwave, the latter vanished into the clouds, leaving no trace. Soundwave, one day, Tianjin, will extinguish your spark with my own hands. failing to achieve its objective. Tianjin retreated via the land bridge back to the Mingda. Meanwhile, the Black Raven, transformed into a Cybertronian sports car, arrived at the designated trading location. Celes, this is the Cybertronian technology bestowed upon you by our master. It is time to deliver what we seek. Remember, do not attempt any tricks. Our Mecha Special Operations team is the most devoted to the spirit of contracts. This is what you wanted. Subsequently, the Black Raven shifted into humanoid form, grasping the energy collector, and handed Celes a weakened version of a Cybertronian toy gun along with a toy motorcycle before reverting back to its car form and departing the trading site. As the team member observed the Black Raven's retreat, he slowly remarked, Celes, this is not like you. If we had acted during the trade and eliminated that Autobot, we could have acquired far more alien technology. They understood these robots better than I had anticipated, especially the hovering boomerang that had been in Celes's possession. If we had attempted to forcefully intervene, our demise would have been certain. Upon seeing the hovering boomerang, Celes was determined to acquire that technology. He then grinned maliciously, stating, our collaboration cannot end here. Once I have fully mastered the technology they provided us, I will ensnare them all. Soon, our plan will unfold, and no, the entire Earth will be ours. His gaze fixated on the Cybertronian toy gun and motorcycle as he returned to the headquarters for further research. While collaborating with the Mecha Special Operations team, Tianming had already seen through their true nature. The technology they provided was merely a slight enhancement upon humanity's existing advanced technology. Should they further develop more powerful weapons from this foundation, it would indeed be within their capability. However, it would never threaten him. On board the Mingda, Tianming held the energy collector with great excitement. With this, we shall no longer lack energy bodies for a considerable time. Black Raven, Green, your combat experience is lacking. You must spar with Tianjin. But for now, soldiers, activate the land bridge. Tianming, accompanied by 3 subordinates, arrived before the mural where the super energy body collector had been discovered. He grasped the collector and aimed it at the concealed main vein of the super energy body beneath the soil. Waves of azure super energy bodies were absorbed and stored within the device, revealing a far greater abundance than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Ratchet was in search of tools to continue the creation of a Golden Sphere replica. Of Optimus Prime, Miko, and RC. The petition would be addressed by Agent Fowler. But the immediate concern was that Starscream, now equipped with the super energy body collector, would attempt to harvest the unexploitable super energy body veins. The thought of Agent Fowler still being on vacation infuriated the petition, who smashed an item belonging to Ratchet. I still need this. Ratchet observed in anger as his painstakingly crafted component was destroyed, realizing that the replica would take even longer to complete. Suddenly, a massive super energy body signal fluctuation was detected on the screen. Bumblebee, come with me to investigate. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee entered the activated land bridge, and, upon emerging, they were met with the words, Optimus, you are late. As Tianming's figure faded into the land bridge, the construction site fell silent once more. Bumblebee, it seems the situation is worse than we imagined. Tianming's technology has advanced. Upon returning to the Mingda, Tianming instructed Green to fill the storage containers sequentially with the super energy bodies from the collector. A rough estimate revealed that this main vein had provided him with a staggering 7,000 boxes of super energy blocks. He then retreated to the laboratory, where his energy research had reached a bottleneck, prompting him to pivot toward a new round of advanced weaponry development. Meanwhile, Starscream gazed at the super energy body collector in his hands, elated. Soundwave, Knockout, you have done well. We are now one step closer to the Decepticons' grand ambition. Starscream summoned Knockout and Soundwave to the mural depicting the Greek goddess, directing the collector toward the soil, yet yielded no response. Could it be that the ancient Autobots technology has fallen behind? My Lord Starscream, it appears the concealed main vein below has been fully harvested, Knockout reported, wielding a super energy body scanner. What? How is that possible? Starscream immediately recalled Tianming, the fear within him escalating. Could it be that he had also created a device identical to the super energy body collector? Subsequently, he arrived at a Decepticon-controlled super energy body mining area, holding the collector and waiting for a response, but there was none. No, this is a fake. This is a fake. Knockout Soundwave. In a fit of rage, the red spider forcefully hurled the collector away. Upon colliding with the wall, the device activated a phase-sensitive bomb. resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the entire super-energy mineral site. A tumultuous wave of blue energy devastated everything within the mine, claiming the lives of over 20 miners. Fortunately, the Red Spider and his companions managed to escape in time, though their injuries were far from negligible. Chapter 16. The interchange of prey and hunter. Due to the Red Spider's blunder, the Decepticons suffered the loss of a crucial super-energy mineral site. In the ensuing days, they relentlessly mobilized the reprisal, seeking out alternative super-energy mineral locations. Just as the three factions experienced a brief period of tranquility, an extraterrestrial object streaked past the moon, making an emergency landing on Earth, a mere 10 kilometers from the Mingda. Black Crow, investigate the site of the incident and ascertain what has crashed nearby, commanded Emperor Tianming, whose experimental thoughts were disrupted by the commotion of the crash. Should the fallen object be an Autobot or a Decepticon, he would surely study their heads. If it were a spaceship, he would meld it down. Regardless, he felt thoroughly irked. Understood. Just as Black Crow received the order and prepared to traverse the land bridge, Green, who was also undergoing training with Tianjin, volunteered, "My lord, allow me to go. It has been ages since I last ventured out of the Mingda. If I remain inactive any longer, my body will rust." After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Tianming acquiesced. "Very well. This exploratory mission is entrusted to you." Before departing, Green took a moment to glance at Black Crow, who was being mercilessly trained by Tianjin. "Brother, my apologies. I cannot endure such gladiatorial training." Crossing the land bridge, Green swiftly arrived at the crash site, only to discover a severely damaged spacecraft, nearly split in two. Additionally, he noticed several drops of green liquid on the ground. "My lord, this is an unknown spacecraft, but it is completely wrecked and cannot be launched again. I also found some green liquid on the ground, and there are numerous webs suggesting the presence of a large spider." In the laboratory, Emperor Tianming was immediately unsettled. This was no ordinary large spider. It was a cunning spider pet, the Black Widow. "You must vacate the area immediately and alert those nearby. Wait for my arrival for further instructions. Do you understand?" However, on Green's end, only a cacophony of static was heard. Without hesitation, Tianming set aside his tools, grabbed the super-energy mineral collector from the corner, and swiftly activated the land bridge, rushing inside. At that moment, Green, unable to make contact, was suddenly ensnared by spider silk from behind, binding him to the wall of the spacecraft, rendering his hands and feet immobile. "Do not move. My silk grows tighter with every moment." The Black Widow approached the ensnared Green and continued, "I never expected to encounter a kindred spirit on this planet. It appears you are merely a scout for a small organization." She lifted Green's chin with her sharp fingers, her gaze fixated on the emblem of the Thousand Machines umbrella emblazoned on his chest. "Will your superiors not come to your aid? Call for assistance?" Yet, despite Green's desperate calls to the Thousand Machines Hall, they proved futile against the interference of high-frequency pulses. Just as the Black Widow was poised to end Green's life, Alcee, who had been tracking her movements, unleashed a flurry of bullets, two of which struck the Black Widow's cheek. Enraged, she turned to face Alcee. "Alcee, it has been a long time. No, what I truly wish is for you to perish on Cybertron," Alcee retorted, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated fear as she recalled the loss of her best partner, S.H.I.E.L.D., right before her eyes, an agonizing shadow that lingered in her mind. "Alcee, so this is the native life form on this planet. Humans, such an intriguing species." The Black Widow's interest peaked as she noticed Jack descending from the mountainside. "I told you to stay back. Do not approach," Alcee shouted, her frustration evident as Jack followed her. "Partners do not abandon one another," Jack replied, fully aware that Alcee had instructed him to remain on the periphery for his own safety. Yet, as her companion, how could he possibly forsake her, especially since her demeanor had been peculiar ever since she laid eyes on the spacecraft? "I delight in collecting endangered species, though they were not deemed endangered before encountering me." The Black Widow's enthusiasm for the hunt deepened with each word. "Jack, run. She desires not me, but you." Alcee charged towards the Black Widow, driven by a desire for vengeance for S.H.I.E.L.D. and to buy Jack precious time to escape. "Then I shall slay you first." Before pursuing that Jack, the Black Widow countered, casting a glance at the still-bound Green. "Do not rush. You shall be next, young compatriot." The Black Widow advanced, utilizing her slender and agile, spider-like form to engage Alcee in a relentless dance of combat, attempting to ensnare her with webs. Soon after, Green managed to free himself from his bindings and readied his plasma cannon, firing swiftly at the Black Widow. "Taste my cannon's fire, Black Widow." Green and Alcee began to collaborate seamlessly, one providing cover fire while the other engaged in close combat, gradually forcing the Black Widow into a corner. Realizing the tide was turning against her, the Black Widow burrowed underground, heading towards Jack's direction. "Thank you for your assistance. This is not good. Jack is in danger." RC immediately transformed into a motorcycle to protect Jack, while Green morphed into an F-22 fighter jet, soaring into the sky in pursuit of his trail. However, due to the dense vegetation and the pervasive fog, accurately locking onto the target proved to be a challenge. "Jack, do not flee. My patience is wearing thin." The Black Widow closely trailed Jack, her distance from him shrinking to less than 500 meters. As Jack dashed forward, he spotted a dark crimson Cybertronian tank, topped with a golden sphere, the very energy collector recently seized by the Decepticons. How did the Decepticons arrive here? Puzzled, Jack concealed himself behind a tree, ruminating on the situation. At that moment, the Cybertronian tank transformed into a towering Decepticon. Indeed, it was the formidable Tianming. Alas, in vehicle mode, despite wielding an independent weapon, it cannot accelerate swiftly. As Tianming lamented, the Black Widow confronted him directly. "Tianming, weren't you killed by the Red Spider after the Great Battle? How is it that you are here?" In any case, the Black Widow's current mindset was to escape swiftly. She had heard of Tianming's penchant for live specimen research, particularly those like her who possessed beastly transformation capabilities. Moreover, the energy collector he held was a coveted prize. Without hesitation, she launched a strand of webbing towards Tianming, hoping to seize the energy collector. Yet, the robust Tianming merely staggered back a few steps under the attack. The webbing proved to be of little consequence. "Is this all you've got? Aside from stickiness, it is utterly worthless." With his formidable physique, Tianming easily ruptured the webbing and remarked with intrigue, "Now, little spider, you are my prey." The Black Widow continued to fire at Tianming, but the feeble shots from her small firearm were akin to a mere tickle for him. "Stay back. If you come any closer, I shall obliterate the energy collector in your grasp, and we shall perish together. Little spider, I grant you 2 seconds to flee. Be swift." Upon hearing this, the Black Widow instantly transformed into her spider form and scurried backward, believing her agility and speed would enable her to evade capture. However, as the 2 seconds elapsed, it was Tianming's turn. He charged forward, and as he closed the distance to the Black Widow, he raised the energy collector, locking onto her. A surge of azure energy lines detached from the Black Widow, siphoning into the energy collector. As the energy drained, her speed diminished, and her agility waned. "No, do not kill me. I'm still of use. My ship contains numerous rare specimen samples collected for your study." Chapter 17. Faint signals from the virus ship. There's no need for that. Both your specimen and yourself will belong to me. You possess no advantageous conditions. As Tianming absorbed the super energy entity from the Black Widow, Jack, concealed a short distance away, promptly activated his wristband, aiming a small weapon at the energy collector. "Little Jack, do not move. You're playing with fire." Tianming had already trained his high-speed ion cannon on Jack, having detected him long ago. To his surprise, Jack exhibited such bravery. Should the energy collector explode, the surrounding 500 meters would be affected, not to mention the super energy entity stored within. Just as Alcee arrived, the Black Widow was already nearly drained of life. In addition, he witnessed Jack being threatened by the cannon. Tianming, release Jack, or I shall perish with you today." Tianming aimed the energy collector directly at Alcee, while his left-hand cannon remained trained on Jack, who had never left his sight. "Alcee, you currently possess no leverage to negotiate with me. Will you choose your own demise, the death of your human companion, or shall we all perish together?" At that moment, Green arrived at the scene, observing the standoff. Respectfully, he addressed Tianming, "My lord, it was this Autobot who saved my life. Might you spare her?" Green, you arrived just in time, quickly dragged the Black Widow away. Tianming looked at Alcee once more, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Ha ha ha! Alcee, you saved my subordinate. I shall spare both you and Jack, a fair trade. Go back and inform Optimus Prime. Perhaps one day, I shall collaborate with him." With the emergence of a cerulean vortex, Green, carrying the Black Widow, vanished alongside Tianming. In that moment, Alcee gazed upon the Black Widow, feeling a complex mix of vengeance, fulfilled, and lingering discontent. Are all Cybertronian scientists as mad as Tianming, willing to disregard their own lives? Not entirely, but he is the only one utterly consumed by science, obsessed to the point of madness. Jack, you must study diligently. Perhaps one day you too will become a technological talent like him. As Alcee released the pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed, a sense of ease washed over him. Alcee, you're back at it again, nagging me like my mother. I will not become a madman like Tianming. Despite Alcee's admonitions, Jack resolutely refused to listen. Thus, they navigated out of the high-frequency interference zone and returned to the artificial base via the land bridge, relaying the events to Optimus Prime. Upon returning to the Mint, Green appeared somewhat disheartened, having nearly perished at the hands of the enemy on his first mission. Do not be so disheartened, Medic. You have proven yourself quite capable. Tianming consoled him, acknowledging that he was merely a doctor and the head of logistics. Even after upgrades, it was entirely reasonable that, lacking combat and real-world experience, he would struggle against a spider capable of spinning silk. However, when a moment called for severity, it was imperative to be stern. In his spare time, he must learn combat experience from Tianjin. A doctor untested by the crucible of war was not one that Tianjin required. My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations. After placing the corpse of the Black Widow in the laboratory, Glenn swiftly returned to the training room to learn how to become a true battlefield medic under Tianjin's guidance. Tianming, observing the semi-conscious Black Widow, felt a surge of delight. He had long wished to study the peculiarities of her body, particularly her biological insect genes. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to enter hibernation. My preference lies in live research, preserving the purity of biological genes. From the laboratory emanated faint cries of agony, leading soldiers passing by to speculate that Tianming harbored peculiar tastes. 6 days later, due to an electromagnetic leak in the Decepticon's revenge, the cloaking technology of the Decepticon had failed. As the ambulance detected the signal from the Decepticon, it simultaneously picked up a distress signal from an Autobot. Let us not concern ourselves with the Decepticon for now. There may be Autobots in peril, Optimus Prime stated, instructing the ambulance to prepare medical equipment. He activated the land bridge and entered alongside the ambulance. Meanwhile, RC, stationed at the base, remarked, Megatron is dead. If we strike while they are unprepared. The panel immediately seized upon this suggestion, envisioning a scenario where the Decepticon would be left in tatters. Meanwhile, Laffy upstairs pondered aloud. With the Decepticon's electromagnetic leak, Tianming has likely detected it as well. If he were to join the fray while you assault the Decepticon, considering he possesses the dangerous energy collector, the panel, confidently striking their fists together, replied, if he dares to come, I would not hesitate to turn his energy collector into scrap metal. Jack wholeheartedly concurred with the panel's assessment, adding, not long ago, he captured the Black Widow. He is undoubtedly conducting research somewhere unless he sends those two subordinates of his. At that moment, Optimus Prime and the ambulance arrived atop a snow-covered mountain. A damaged research vessel, exposed due to melting ice, stood imposing against the peak, nearly blending with the snowy landscape. Optimus opened an entryway, and the two proceeded inside. Upon opening the hatch of the spacecraft, they were met with the sight of two Autobots, uncorroded, lying lifeless. Additionally, a pool of deep blue liquid crystal lay nearby. Just as Optimus Prime was about to investigate further, the ambulance intervened. Optimus, do not touch that. These individuals did not perish from a crash, but rather succumbed to a viral infection. This vessel is a plague ship, and Optimus Prime must reevaluate the horrifying nature of this craft. However, the signals from the Energon readings remain intact, not dissipating as they enter the ship's interior. Could there still be survivors aboard? Optimus, it would be prudent to return and don necessary protective gear before further investigation. Ratchet observes the tragic fates of the fallen Autobots. His concern for Optimus' safety palpable. The Energon signal fluctuates, faint yet persistent. If they were to retreat now, their Autobot brother might very well perish. Ratchet, you are our sole medic. You must return to base. That Autobot brother is likely infected and requires your aid. Optimus cannot abandon any of his brethren. He cannot yield even a glimmer of hope. Under Ratchet's watchful gaze, he ventures deeper into the ship. How could Ratchet turn back? If Optimus were to contract the virus, he would still have to carry him back. Thus, he remains in place, Optimus, keep communication lines open. Should anything arise, call for me immediately. I will follow your voice to find you. You cannot falter. We need your leadership. Optimus follows the signal to a cargo hold within the ship and opens the hatch, revealing a stasis pod before him, the apparent source of the signal. Chapter 18. The Autobot Scientist, Perceptor. The exterior of the stasis pod is encased in a thin layer of deep blue crystalline formations, the result of viral liquid crystallizing under low temperatures. Although these viruses lose their potency in such conditions, it is best to avoid contact. Cautiously, Optimus approaches the stasis pod, meticulously melting some of the ice crystals to extract a portion of his own energon and inject it into the pod. As the stasis pod gradually opens, an uninfected Autobot emerges before Optimus. Perceptor. At this moment, Optimus is filled with joy. Perceptor, an old friend and one of the Autobot scientists, will bolster their confidence in the fight against Megatron and Unicron. With utmost care, Optimus supports the weakened Perceptor and guides him toward the exit. Taking each step with great caution, Optimus cannot believe that Perceptor is inside the ship. Surely he has not been infected. He appears healthy, albeit deprived of energon, resulting in a temporary state of unconsciousness. Just as they near Ratchet, the ship sways again due to melting ice, and 2 drops of deep blue liquid fall onto the shoulder joints of both Optimus and Perceptor. Oh no! The most concerning scenario has come to pass. Their leader, Optimus, and the Autobot scientist, Perceptor, both are indispensable members of their kind. The ambulance swiftly maneuvered alongside the barricade with Bumblebee, donning protective gear as they transported the infected Optimus Prime and the Sentinel back to the base for examination. This affliction was the Cybertronian plague. Any contact with the infected super-energy entities would lead to contamination. Listening to the ambulance's analytical report, Mika expressed her confusion, questioning how such a plague could exist aboard an Autobot spaceship. RC felt a heavy sorrow, particularly upon witnessing Optimus in such a weakened state, knowing that the passengers had been infected by a virus that had claimed millions of lives. The Cybertronian plague was a byproduct of the Decepticons' bioweapons, a horrific creation of Megatron. Raffi, the hacker, anxiously turned to the ambulance and inquired, "Do we have an antidote?" "There is no antidote," came Optimus's feeble reply. At that moment, the spark detection device monitoring the Sentinel began to emit alarms. "This is dire. Our old friend is already frail, and now he is afflicted by the plague. He is nearing his end." Weak and barely able to move, Optimus turned his head towards the Sentinel and implored, "Ambulance, you must save the Sentinel. We cannot lose this dear friend." "Optimus, conserve your strength," the ambulance urged. He quickly instructed the team to bring out the remaining 150 containers of super energy from the base to connect an energy supply tube to the Sentinel, flooding him with super energy. "At present, this is my only course of action. By enhancing the input of super energy, I can stabilize his spark, albeit temporarily." After completing this, the ambulance also connected an energy supply tube to Optimus, glancing at the scant reserves of super energy. Mika and her companions were equally anxious. Suddenly, Jack suggested, Megatron would not have failed to create an antidote for himself if he were infected, would he? "We cannot inquire of Megatron, for he has been obliterated," the barricade stated, articulating what they all believe to be true. "Indeed, though Megatron is deceased, perhaps we can retrieve the chemical formula for the antidote from their database. Thus far, we can still track their warship's location." The ambulance, inspired by this glimmer of hope, noted the shift in the group's spirits. "Bumblebee, follow me," the ambulance instructed as he observed RC and Bumblebee preparing to infiltrate the Decepticon warship. "RC, please hurry." Bumblebee and RC successfully entered the Nemesis via the land bridge, selecting a control console at random to probe their database using various methods, but still could not uncover the chemical formula. "RC, how about employing a redundancy quantum algorithm?" The ambulance, having explored every avenue, still found itself at an impasse. The relentless search had left RC increasingly agitated and restless. At that moment, Bumblebee interrupted her quest, guiding her towards Megatron's medical chamber. RC urgently reported, "I have located Megatron, but he cannot see me. There is a gaping hole in his chest, sustained by several energy conduits that are maintaining his vital signs. I suggest we end this." "Absolutely not." The ambulance interjected through the communication line, halting RC's proposal. Give me a reason quickly. Is there any brain activity in Megatron? RC lowered her weapon and turned to the life monitor. It's quite strong. It appears he is still scheming. Excellent. If there is an antidote, we must access his mind and compel him to divulge the chemical formula for the cure. The ambulance exclaimed with excitement over the communication channel. If Megatron possesses the antidote, entering his mind will surely yield it. Enter Megatron's brain? RC pondered, perplexed by the suggestion. The Decepticon medical bay should possess sufficient equipment, especially with their expertise in cortical neural connection technology. Ambulance, are you skilled in this technique? RC's confusion deepened. The Decepticon technology, particularly that related to neural operations, was fraught with peril. Failure could cost at least 3 lives. The cortical neural connection was once reverse engineered by the Perceptor. I have reviewed the theoretical documentation. It is feasible, the ambulance asserted. As the ambulance communicated, Optimus Prime and Perceptor's conditions deteriorated further, particularly as their energy reserves approached depletion. RC, Optimus and Perceptor cannot hold on much longer. One of you must attempt this. Act swiftly. Ultimately, the valiant Bumblebee took on this formidable task. Following the ambulance's instructions, RC quickly inserted an energy neural conduit into the back of Megatron's head, while they concealed themselves in the storage room of the medical bay. The other end of the conduit was affixed to Bumblebee's own head. Meanwhile, Starscream led Soundwave and Knockout into the medical chamber to deliberate Megatron's fate. Starscream's intent was clear, to sever the energy conduits and ensure Megatron's demise. Knockout echoed his sentiments, considering that if Megatron were to perish, Starscream's promise of a promotion to second-in-command would undoubtedly come to fruition. Soundwaves revealed a path extending into the storage room, where the Red Spider approached cautiously, fearing a sudden attack from the Autobots. Meanwhile, in the realm of consciousness dominated by Megatron, RC anxiously observed the actions of Red Spider and his companions, unwilling to lose Bumblebee as well. Concurrently, under the guidance of Ratchet, the Partition arrived at the site of Black Widow's fallen spacecraft just as the energy reserves of the super energy body were dwindling. Indeed, Ratchet had accurately surmised that the minions of Tianming were dismantling the wreckage of the ship, and their mode of transportation was astonishingly extravagant, utilizing a land bridge. Prior to this, after RC and Jack had returned from their mission, Ratchet had been closely monitoring this location, resulting in a continuous decrease of the spacecraft debris. Clearly, human intervention was at play, but it could not possibly be the Decepticons. Thus, there remained only one possibility. The wreckage was being collected by Tianming, and it was likely that his base was not far from the site of the debris. The fact that he was employing a land bridge for transport underscored the accuracy of Ratchet's deductions, revealing Tianming's overly cautious approach. Chapter 19. Tianming offers assistance Ratchet. What should we do now? Ratchet found himself overwhelmed, needing to monitor the patients while simultaneously scrutinizing Bumblebee's imagery within Megatron's mind and guiding the Partition. Without the support of Jack and the others, his head would surely explode. Partition, we are here to seek collaboration with Tianming. Handle it as you see fit. But one thing is paramount. Do not let Tianming become aware of the existence of the sensor. Understood? Subsequently, the Partition transformed into a green off-road vehicle and charged forward. 10 clone soldiers, adorned in red and white, immediately detected the target and began firing at the Partition. We've spotted an Autobot. Request support. What? The Autobots are back. Could it be they aim to seize the spacecraft wreckage? In the main control room, Green, wishing to avoid disturbing Tianming's experimental research, decided to enlist Black Arachne's assistance. At that moment, a communication came through. Hello, this Autobot claims to be the Partition and seeks an audience with Lord Tianming. Judging by their tone, it seems they are in need of our assistance. After hearing this, Green hesitated to act independently and thus connected to Tianming. My lord, a transformer named Partition has appeared at the wreckage site, seeking our help. Should we drive them away? No need. Activate the land bridge immediately. I shall see for myself. In no time, Tianming stood before the Partition. Partition, I did not expect you to come seeking me before I had the chance to find Optimus. Tianming, I am but a rough individual. I cannot articulate the words of politicians. Our super energy reserves are dwindling, and we require your assistance. The Partition's tone was resolute. Asking for mercy from an adversary was beyond his capability. Why should I? The Autobots, apart from the medic, have little combat capability. However, the remaining 4, particularly Optimus Prime, remain formidable. Securing a source of energon from the Decepticons should be a trivial task. For a moment, the panel was at a loss for words. How could they possibly inform the enemy that Optimus Prime was afflicted with a Cybertronian plague? At that juncture, the medic urged the panel to retrieve the communicator. Tianming, I am aware of your penchant for research and your aversion to conflict. Currently, Optimus Prime is infected with the Cybertronian plague and urgently requires energon to stabilize his spark. Recently, you acquired an entire main vein of energon through the energon collector. Thus, on behalf of the Autobots, I implore you to lend your assistance and save Optimus Prime. Should he perish, we shall be obliterated by the Decepticons, and you'll be next. Tianming pondered the situation. It seemed that Optimus was indeed infected, while most Autobots had opted to seek the chemical formula for a cure aboard the Arkansas. With only the panel remaining, there were no additional forces available to raid the energon mines. Even if they were successful, time was of the essence. Wait, aside from Optimus Prime, have others among you also contracted the plague? Tianming recalled a crucial piece of information he had overheard for the soldiers' conversations with Thundercracker, that the deceased Fire had acquired a minicon named Mu. Although Fire was supposed to have a minicon partner, no other minicons appeared in the original story of the leadership struggle apart from Soundwave's Laserbeak. This could only signify one thing. The butterfly effect had come into play, leading Tianming to suspect that a new Autobot had indeed arrived. No, you should understand the Great Retreat following the Cybertronian War. If any Autobots had truly landed on Earth, neither you nor I, nor the Decepticons, would remain unaware. As the medic monitored the situation while conversing with Tianming, only 20 crates of energon remained, and Tianming was slow to respond. Just as the medic began to believe a refusal was imminent, Tianming spoke slowly. It is not impossible to assist you. However, I require some technological data from your Autobots. Of course, at this moment, I do not need your current scientific advancements. How does this proposition strike you? The medic was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the sensor on the medical bed, fleetingly considering whether Tianming possessed predictive abilities akin to Master Titanium. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable for a scientist to harbor such technological aspirations. Very well, I accept your proposal on behalf of Optimus Prime. The medic's agreement was born out of necessity. Had there been a better option, he would not have sought collaboration with Tianming. The Autobots would not be known for their dishonesty, would they? Nevertheless, I'm willing to offer you 80 crates of energon. As for whether Optimus Prime will recover, that remains to be seen. Tianming, although confident in the Autobots' integrity, especially that of Optimus and the medic, still feigned skepticism. Thank you. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming instructed his aides to transport 80 boxes of super energy matter. Alone, one could not swiftly carry them away, but fortunately, with the assistance of the Fullerton agents, the boxes were gradually relocated into the artificial base. With these super energy materials, Optimus Prime and the sensor would be able to endure a bit longer. Meanwhile, the Red Spider was perilously close to discovering RC and Bumblebee, who were concealed in the storage room. RC had her handgun ready, prepared for combat. At that moment, the ambulance, ever vigilant of Bumblebee's consciousness, transmitted encouraging news through the communication channel. RC, we have obtained the chemical formula for the antidote. Immediately sever the neural connection. RC swiftly disconnected the neural link, allowing Bumblebee to come online. Just then, the Red Spider spotted RC and her companion. Two intruders have breached our defenses. Just as the Red Spider was about to open fire on RC, she and Bumblebee leaped into the land bridge. As they made their escape, RC did not forget to fire a shot at Megatron, obliterating the remnants of his spark. However, Megatron's consciousness, alongside Bumblebee's, attempted to seize control of Bumblebee's body. Upon their return to the base, Bumblebee exhibited peculiar behavior, as if two souls resided within him. The Autobots soon noticed his abnormality. Ambulance, what has happened to Bumblebee? I suspect that Bumblebee's recent experiences have inflicted significant trauma upon him. Consequently, the ambulance had no choice but to place him in a period of stasis, allowing time to develop the antidote to heal Optimus Prime and the sensor. Where am I? The sensor, adorned in a red and blue palette with a long-barreled cannon perched on his left shoulder, opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. Welcome, my old friend. This is Earth. Optimus, ambulance, everyone. The sensor stood up, filled with excitement, though his physical condition remained exceedingly frail. Optimus, my research companions, are they still alive? He was deeply concerned about his colleagues who had become infected due to the virus leak during their research. They are gone. You were the only one we discovered at that time. Chapter 20. The Resurrection of Megatron, what a pity. My viral research has failed, resulting in the demise of my colleagues one after another. The censor felt despondent as he recalled the tragic events surrounding the virus leak and the harrowing scenes aboard the research vessel. Censor, do not be so disheartened. We now require your assistance, the ambulance reassured while supporting the censor. Yet at that moment, the censor caught sight of Bumblebee, who had been forcibly put into stasis. His brainwaves alarmingly unstable. Ambulance. Bumblebee's neural infection poses a grave and potentially fatal threat to his life. Optimus Prime, Ratchet, and the others exchanged silent glances, hastily escorting the censor away from the medical room, fearing that the next step might involve surgery on Bumblebee. Meanwhile, Jack and his companions sensed an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere around them, though they could not quite articulate what felt amiss. Ratchet transported the censor to a makeshift laboratory, where Optimus Prime formally addressed it, saying, "Censor, welcome back to the Autobots. I hereby extend an invitation for you to become our scientific and technical advisor once more. At your service," the censor began, but just as it was about to continue, Agent Fowler interrupted with an urgent communication. "Optimus, have you seen any Decepticons wearing grass skirts recently?" "Agent Fowler, are you joking?" Optimus couldn't help but reassess his understanding of Agent Fowler's intermittent neuroses. "I must inform you that last night, a group of Decepticons invaded the Naval Observatory, leaving it in a state of utter devastation, and they absconded with the main lens of the Hubble Space Telescope. Following this, he transmitted images of the main lens's location, now fitted with a tracking device. The Arctic? Splendid. It appears we are in for a freeze," RC lamented, clearly displeased at the prospect of undertaking a mission in such frigid conditions. After further scanning of the Arctic, Optimus was met with an exclamation from Ratchet. "Oh, the 7th-grade mineral is the largest, yet remains unexploitable as a massive super-energy mineral. Unless Starscream intends to use the telescope's main lens to melt that ice," Ratchet speculated. Upon hearing Optimus's account, Agent Fowler grew concerned. Melting such a substantial glacier could lead to a rise in global sea levels. To safeguard humanity on Earth, Optimus promptly instructed Ratchet and RC to join him in the land bridge, preparing to thwart the Decepticons' plans. Simultaneously, through collaboration with Ratchet, Optimus had realized that their current location was likely compromised. For the safety of the base, he ordered the ship to ascend and seek another secure landing site to remain concealed, although the wreckage still needed to be collected. "Master, we have detected a powerful thermal current in the Arctic. The glacier is melting rapidly." After conducting targeted scans with the ship's sensors, he added, "Moreover, by connecting to global orbital satellites, we discovered a vast super-energy mineral deposit beneath the glacier. It is likely that the Decepticons are after this super-energy resource." Optimus deemed his current super-energy supply sufficient, deeming it unnecessary to risk conflict over the mineral. If his suspicions were correct, Megatron was on the verge of revival. "Thundercracker, Blackout, you two should investigate what the Decepticons are up to," he commanded. This order was not superfluous, but aimed to ensure Thundercracker fully disentangled himself from the Decepticons. As Optimus was acutely aware of Thundercracker's lingering fantasies regarding Megatron. Understood. Before this, Black Crow had executed missions alongside Tianjin, and having undergone training from him, it could be said that their seamless collaboration constituted the most formidable force within the Shinji Hull, making them the prime candidates for field operations. At this moment, at the automotive human-made base, Rafie was operating a computer next to Bumblebee. The consciousness of Megatron within Bumblebee's mind was exceptionally active at this time, prompting him to reflect on everything he had experienced. Fragments of memories began to rewind, interspersed with a few of Bumblebee's own recollections. Suddenly, Bumblebee's eyes activated, but the blue glow that once radiated with vitality was now absent. He was no longer Bumblebee, but had become the Will Bumblebee, his body overtaken by Megatron's consciousness. "Bumblebee, what has happened to you?" Rafie inquired, noticing something was amiss as Bumblebee disregarded him and moved towards the control room. Anxiously, he chased after Bumblebee. Under Rafie's powerless gaze, Bumblebee activated the land bridge and ventured inside, seemingly lost to an unknown destination. "Rafie, what have you done?" The ambulance, arriving behind, was equally astonished upon witnessing Bumblebee awakening from his slumber autonomously. It wasn't me. He moved on his own, Rafie hurriedly explained to the ambulance. Bumblebee's energy was already shut down. Where's he headed now? The ambulance hastily operated the control panel to trace Bumblebee's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Bumblebee had arrived at the location on Earth where he had resurrected the undead army using dark energy. Glancing around, a dark energy entity manifested before him. Found it. Receiving Bumblebee's communication, the ambulance was bewildered but proceeded to open the land bridge. Upon seeing Bumblebee holding the dark energy entity, realization dawned upon him. Megatron, what do you intend to do with Bumblebee's body? Megatron did not respond, but instead struck the ambulance on the control panel, then located the Decepticon warship and activated the land bridge. At that moment, the sensor excitedly burst out of the laboratory. Ambulance, I succeeded in my research. It worked. Bumblebee, you have awakened. Unaware of the truth, the sensor was about to approach when Bumblebee summoned his hand cannon and fired a shell towards the sensor. Sensor, be careful. The sensor swiftly dove to the left, narrowly escaping with its life, while Bumblebee had already entered the land bridge. Ambulance, sensor, are you all right? Rafie was not only concerned for their well-being, but also felt a profound sense of guilt for the turmoil caused by Bumblebee. It's fine. But now I worry that Megatron residing in his mind has instilled a Decepticon mentality in him. No, he is Bumblebee. He is not a Decepticon. Rafie firmly believed in his partner, as steadfast as his faith in his own parents. I concur. Yet we must discern what Bumblebee intends to do with the dark energy entity. The ambulance caught up with Rafie, initiating the designated coordinates before Bumblebee's awakening. What has transpired with the ambulance and Bumblebee? The sensor indicated there was no time for elaboration. The ambulance charged onto the land bridge, transporting Rafie into the medical bay aboard the Nemesis. There, they beheld Bumblebee engaged in a cerebral connection with Megatron. Without hesitation, the ambulance rushed forward, intent on thwarting Megatron's resurrection, only to be struck down by Bumblebee. Bumblebee, do not forget who you are. Do not forget me. I know you will always heed my call. Awaken, Bumblebee, Rafie exclaimed anxiously, positioning himself before Bumblebee. This heartfelt plea stirred Bumblebee's consciousness momentarily. Yet control over his body swiftly reverted to Megatron. At that moment, Megatron, through Bumblebee's form, uttered a chilling declaration. Bumblebee can no longer hear your voice. As the dark energy entity merged with Megatron's being, his awareness returned to his own body, while Bumblebee regained full consciousness. The Decepticon's true leader and master has returned, Megatron proclaimed, surveying the Decepticon soldiers who had hastened to his side, his presence commanding. Eliminate these Autobots. With that, he strode towards the medical bay, intent on executing the traitor, Starscream. Chapter 21. The master and apprentice reach a breaking point. True to his reputation as the Autobot scout, Bumblebee swiftly dispatched several Decepticon soldiers, subsequently orchestrating a strategic retreat with the ambulance and Rafie. Meanwhile, the ground battle raged fiercely. The clash between Deadlock and the barricade generated enough force to fracture the solid ice beneath them. Meanwhile, Minicon continued to grapple with RC, who deliberately maintained distance to avoid close combat. Hey, little motorcycle, if you possess any skill, engage me in melee. What is long-range shooting but a coward's tactic? Deadlock, battered and retreating, deepened his enmity towards RC. If I catch you, I shall puncture your fuel line, forcing you to kneel before me and sing conquer. It is a new tune I have recently mastered. At that moment, standing on the ship's deck, Starscream observed the fierce combat unfolding below, feeling that something was amiss. Had the Autobots diminished in number? Shortly thereafter, Optimus Prime, utilizing the Ice Mountain's momentum, surged upward in vehicle form, charging towards them. Knockout as the second in command, you cannot even defend a rear. Starscream seethed with rage, sprinting to the ship's rear to commandeer the high-powered energy beam, modified from Space Telescope. He aimed a ray at Optimus Prime, intent on ending his life. Starscream, your extraction efforts end here. Optimus Prime, now invigorated, charged forth towards the energy conduit, and with a mighty leap, drew forth his blade, striking down upon the ray apparatus. The ensuing explosion inflicted minor damage upon the propulsion system of the Nemesis, while the resultant shockwave hurled those on the ground into the air. Optimus himself crashed heavily upon the icy surface. The Red Spider, having narrowly escaped his aircraft, witnessed the injured Optimus and was consumed by fury. The greatest blunder made by Megatron was allowing Optimus to persist in this world. Just as the Red Spider prepared to unleash a missile to definitively end Optimus' existence, Megatron intervened, sending him crashing away. Upon witnessing the resurrected Optimus, Megatron, Soundwave, and RC were all taken aback. The Red Spider, now returned to the flight deck of the Nemesis, collapsed upon the ground, gazing up at Megatron, who stood before him as pristine as ever. Fear gripped the Red Spider. "Lord Megatron, you have been restored. I am eternally grateful to the merciful heavens. This is indeed a miracle. If only you could survive under my command. That would be the true miracle." Yet Megatron swiftly seized the fleeing Red Spider, casting him aside with great force against the side of the ship's hull. He approached the disheveled Red Spider, who, trembling, pointed downwards. "Lord Megatron, the Autobots are still below, and Optimus remains there." "No, what I despise most are those who betray me and covet my position," Megatron retorted, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the Red Spider. Even as the Autobots made their escape across the land bridge, he remained indifferent, continuing his assault until the Red Spider was left battered and paintless. Finally, Megatron ceased his onslaught, glaring menacingly at the Red Spider. "You provide me with such amusement that I find it hard to slay you. Remember your place." The Red Spider was subsequently taken to the infirmary for treatment. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Skyquake, upon seeing Megatron, disregarded the orders of Galvatron and descended. "My lord, Skyquake is heading towards the Decepticon warship," Blackout urgently communicated via their private channel to Galvatron. "Keep a vigilant watch on his every move. Should Skyquake choose to ally with the Decepticons again, extinguish his spark immediately. If not, assist him in severing ties with them entirely." "Understood." Blackout ascended to a height of 500 meters, positioning himself for optimal use of his magnetic boomerang. Skyquake. Upon first laying eyes on Skyquake, Megatron was filled with elation. But his joy quickly turned to anger when he noticed the emblem upon his chest was not that of the Decepticons, but rather that of an unknown faction. "Skyquake, I demand a satisfactory explanation. Why have you betrayed the Decepticons?" Skyquake then recounted his experiences in full detail to Megatron, who was left astonished. All it took was a brief slumber for Galvatron to arrive on Earth and persuade his most loyal subordinate to join his cause. "Soundwave, tell me, what is the true nature of this situation?" Subsequently, Soundwave swiftly ascended to the upper deck, presenting Lord Megatron with the images from that moment. As the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, Soundwave's actions in such circumstances were entirely justified. I hold faith in him. And you, Shockwave, my most esteemed pupil, hesitated to strike out due to a sense of obligation. Are you not aware that Lord Tyrest is my adversary? Shockwave, upon witnessing Megatron's evident favoritism toward Soundwave, felt his loyalty to Megatron evaporate in an instant, even deeming the accolades he had earned within the Decepticon ranks as shameful. "Lord Megatron, this shall be the last time I address you as such. From this day forth, I, Shockwave, swear to oppose the Decepticons." Shockwave intended to transform into a flying vehicle and depart, unaware that Megatron rapidly approached, seizing his tail wing and casting him aside. "Shockwave, I despise traitors, especially those who ally with Lord Tyrest. I shall personally extinguish your spark." Unfazed, Shockwave engaged Megatron in a contest befitting gladiators, one the champion of the Kaon arena, the other a pupil of the same. In terms of stature and weight, Shockwave was nearly equal to Megatron. With a punch to Megatron's chest, Shockwave inadvertently struck his own face as well, both combatants forced to retreat from the impact. After numerous exchanges, neither gained a definitive advantage, revealing their equal prowess. At that moment, Megatron finally acknowledged the strength of his pupil, now more formidable than before. However, Megatron's combat skills were extensive. As they prepared to clash again, Megatron executed a somersault, switching his blade and inflicting a deep gash across Shockwave's face. Following this, a powerful elbow strike and a swift kick sent Shockwave crashing to the ground. Just as Megatron was about to finish Shockwave, Blackwing hurled a magnetically controlled boomerang towards him at incredible speed. Had it not been for Soundwave's warning, Megatron's retaliatory strike would have resulted not in a broken blade, but in the severing of his own head. Seizing this opportunity, Shockwave transformed into a green jet and fled the Decepticon warship. "Thank you, Blackwing. Were it not for your assistance, I fear I would not have escaped today. When I return, if Lord Tyrus seeks to blame me, I shall bear the consequences alone. What nonsense is this? While I cannot intervene in your duel, I have ensured your life is spared, for we are partners on this mission. Megatron immediately commanded the Decepticons to deploy the pursuit squad, intent on eliminating both Shockwave and particularly Blackwing. The biological gene magnetic control technology contained within Blackwing's boomerang was what Megatron had coveted for millennia but could never attain. Since he could not acquire it from Lord Tyrus, he would reverse engineer it from the weapon of his servant, certain it would yield fruitful results. Chapter 22. Is the Red Spider an undercover agent? In a moment of triumph, the valiant Autobot, Thunderclash, found himself equipped with a new technology. Beware, Decepticon foot soldiers are tailing you, he jested, casting a glance at Blackwing. Shall we lead them to a designated area and eliminate them en masse? Look at you, Blackwing. Your exhaust trails are more numerous than mine. Let us dispatch them all and return to base. The two deliberately slowed their flight, deftly evading the artillery fire launched from behind. They arrived at an open expanse, swiftly transforming into their humanoid forms. Thunderclash brandished a Gatling gun from his back, unleashing a barrage upon the descending Decepticon minions. Meanwhile, Blackwing adeptly maneuvered a magnetic boomerang skyward, striking true with each throw. Thunderclash, your weaponry leaves much to be desired. You've only managed to take down 5 Decepticons, while I am slicing through them as if they were mere vegetables. As Blackwing reveled in his accomplishments, the descending Decepticons closed in, preparing to unleash a triangular-pronged weapon aimed at obliterating Blackwing's spark. In an instant, Thunderclash drew his great sword, leaping forth with tremendous agility, cleaving the Decepticon in two. Are you unharmed? Use your boomerang sparingly. Remain vigilant to avoid future misfortunes. With sword in hand, Thunderclash charged towards the humanoid Decepticon soldiers, their small arms posing little threat to him. He plunged into the fray, dispatching 2 foes with a single stroke. Observing the unfolding melee, Blackwing swiftly joined the close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, the recently healed Tarantulas, eager to redeem himself and regain Megatron's favor, stealthily trailed the Decepticons to this location. Witnessing the 30 Decepticon soldiers being overwhelmed by Thunderclash, and Blackwing ignited his fury. Not only does Thunderclash refuse to submit to me, but he also allies with the likes of Optimus Prime against the Decepticons. If I can eliminate both Thunderclash and Blackwing, surely Megatron will reassess my worth, and I could reclaim my position as second-in-command from Soundwave. Without hesitation, Tarantulas retrieved a shard of dark energon previously extracted from Megatron's chest, embedding it into his own. I feel an unprecedented surge of power coursing through me. My master, once I vanquish these 2 adversaries, your position shall be mine upon my return. As Tarantulas inserted the dark energon shard and embraced the newfound strength, his ambitions to ascend as the Decepticon leader intensified. With his left hand aimed at the engaged Thunderclash, he unleashed a missile with a mere flick of his finger. Thunderclash, be cautious. Blackwing, relying on his keen instincts, launched his magnetic boomerang, severing the missile in 2. The resulting explosion, amplified by the dark energon, was exponentially more powerful than usual, obliterating several Decepticon foot soldiers and decimating a trio of Decepticon squads. As Tarantula surveyed the battlefield, he beheld the devastation, Decepticon parts strewn about in disarray. But where were the bodies of those 2? As the Red Spider pondered in confusion, Tianjun and Black Crow had already approached him from behind. What are you doing here, Red Spider? Tianjun swung his blade down, and fortunately, Red Spider dodged just in time to avoid being cleaved in half. However, his right arm was severed. How come you haven't been blown to pieces? Just as Tianjun intended to finish him off, Black Crow intervened urgently. Red Spider cannot perish. He is a spy planted within the Decepticons by Lord Tianming. In an instant, Tianjun was taken aback. When did Red Spider join the Chinji Hall? Meanwhile, Red Spider was even more bewildered than Tianjun. What spy? I had no idea I was a spy. As Tianjun momentarily lost focus, Red Spider sprang to his feet, desperately utilizing the terrain to evade the magnetic boomerang, and urgently called for the Decepticons to activate the land bridge. After witnessing Red Spider flee, Black Crow picked up his severed hand, gathered his strength, and hurled it in the direction of his escape. Ouch! It struck Red Spider with pinpoint accuracy. He hastily retrieved his arm and vanished into the land bridge. While the Decepticon soldiers operating it had now witnessed Red Spider return to the battleship for the second time, arm missing. Soldiers, today's events are not to be whispered. Otherwise, I shall tear apart your vocal apparatus. Red Spider glared angrily at the soldiers before hastening to the infirmary to have his arm reattached. At that moment, a perplexed Tianjun quickly inquired, Black Crow, is Red Spider truly a spy placed within the Decepticons by Lord D. Tianming? Did he align himself with Lord D. Tianming during the Cybertronian War? To these inquiries, Black Crow offered no response, merely stating, in the future, should you encounter Red Spider, sever his hand if necessary, or his legs if required. As long as his spark remains ignited, all is well. Since Lord D. Tianming had previously instructed him to spare Red Spider's life, coupled with what he witnessed in the sky as Megatron chastised Red Spider, Black Crow understood that Red Spider must not die, at least not now. Keeping him alive would bring countless benefits to the Qinji Hall without any detriment. Hence, he fabricated a benevolent lie. Only in this way could Tianjin cease his pursuit of Red Spider, allowing him to maintain his role as a spy. Black Crow, I request the activation of the land bridge. Immediately, a whirlpool of green and blue emerged, and the two returned to the Mingda ship, while Tianjin and Black Crow succinctly reported the mission's progress. Megatron's resurrection? Indeed a nuisance, but with Tianjin, Black Crow, and Green at my side, Megatron poses no real threat. Thus, Tianjin had completely extricated himself from the Decepticons, becoming a member of the Qinji Hall. As Black Crow and Tianjin departed the laboratory, D. Tianming exchanged a knowing glance with Black Crow. Indeed, having absorbed my teachings, Black Crow is destined for greatness. In the artificial base where the Autobots reside, significant advancements have been made in the research of sensors. However, this pertains not to viral studies, but rather to the technology of stealth units. Is this the sensor you were referring to? The paramedic beamed with joy as he observed the theoretical data on the screen, along with various modification plans for the Autobots. Indeed, this technology enables Autobots to undergo additional transformations while maintaining their vehicular form, allowing them to strike at foes, all while providing enhanced armor protection. Of course, the sole drawback is that, in their vehicle state, their speed may be diminished and energy consumption will increase. It is crucial to note that once transformed into vehicles, Autobots, like most Decepticons, become quite vulnerable. Should they be struck by an enemy, they would be severely injured, if not fatally wounded. However, given the current shortage of super energy reserves, my suggestion is to first upgrade RC or Bumblebee with stealth unit technology. Both the paramedic and Optimus Prime fully support this recommendation regarding the sensors, and they have decided to initiate Bumblebee's upgrade, as he is an exceptional scout. While the sensors work on Bumblebee's enhancement, the paramedic remains vigilant nearby, anxious that the sensors might inadvertently endanger Bumblebee. Chapter 23. The capture of the Divider and the Inferno at this moment. Within the confines of a dilapidated factory, the Divider, in pursuit of super-energy signals, is being relentlessly pummeled by his arch-nemesis, Inferno. Inferno, had I been allowed to assist you, that green-skinned Autobot would have long since been vanquished. Yet, you insist on a one-on-one fair duel. The Divider, trapped behind the protective panel, complained in great frustration. This is my duel with the Divider. No one else may interfere, Inferno stated as he approached the Divider, who was pinned against the wall. Where's your human psychic? Should I pay her a visit? Especially since you, Divider, seem to be quite infatuated with her. Inferno, stowing away his hammer, prepared to deliver a final blow with his fists to return the Divider to the Allspark. The Divider, undeterred, charged at Inferno, leveraging his robust physique to tackle him to the ground. You possess quite a sensitive side for a brute, but I would rather bring you down. The Divider, incensed by Inferno's taunts, transformed his right hand into a spiked mace and swung it at Inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Inferno grasped the Divider's right forearm with his left hand. Poised to retaliate, his right hand morphed back into a hammer, striking fiercely at the Divider's head. With a resounding thud, the Divider spun twice before collapsing to the ground. Dizzy and incapacitated, losing consciousness moments later, Inferno, having triumphed over his opponent, felt a sense of relief. He placed his hammer beside the Divider's head and lightly tapped it. It seems this is our final gathering. Farewell, Divider. Just as Inferno raised his hammer to deliver a decisive blow, he was suddenly pierced by an exceedingly high voltage from behind, collapsing to the ground. Inferno! Inferno! The divider, after calling out several times, succumbed to the electric current that overwhelmed him, falling unconscious as well. At this moment, not far away from military helicopters and a heavy cargo truck, modified with Cybertronian technology, slowly approached the two unconscious Transformers and came to a halt. Indeed, the arrivals were none other than the Mecha Special Operations Team. Commander, this green behemoth is rather cumbersome to transport. Should we disassemble it partially for easier handling? No, disassembling here would risk detection. Let us first transport these two giants to the base, where we can conduct our research, utilizing the newly modified truck. Cyrus was keen to prevent the Autobots or Decepticons from discovering their actions. After the previous incident involving the theft of a dynamic nuclear device from a government facility, he had come to fear their might while simultaneously aspiring to replicate their power. Before long, both Autobots and Decepticons realized that their comrades had gone missing and were unable to locate their signals. A brief investigation led both factions to conclude that humans had taken them. With the assistance of Agent Fowler, the Autobots quickly deduced that it was the Mecha Special Operations Team responsible for the abduction. Meanwhile, on board the Nemesis, Megatron listened to Starscream's report with disdain and a hint of fury. How do you view the fact that Darkfire has been captured by mere humans? Lord Megatron, I propose we immediately assemble a rescue team to eradicate those audacious humans. Starscream was quite invested in this notion, considering that if he could save Darkfire, he might entice him to join his own little faction. No, we shall do nothing. If Darkfire cannot even contend with a single human, then he is of no use to me. Let him fend for himself. But, Lord Megatron, Darkfire is crucial to our plans. Before Starscream could elaborate further, Megatron cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you dare defy my command? Starscream displayed little surprise at Megatron's response, for he understood him all too well. Megatron was a pragmatist who valued potential and results while disregarding the process. Unable to defy Megatron's command to refrain from rescue, Starscream nonetheless harbored a desire to save Darkfire. At that moment, both the panel and Darkfire regained consciousness, only to discover themselves bound to a work table. What? Were we? Panel, you're here too? No matter how much Darkfire struggled, he could not free himself from his restraints. Darkfire, take a good look ahead. We have been captured by the humans who defeated us earlier, Panel advised, turning his head to face Darkfire. Greetings, extraterrestrial friends. You're in the custody of the Mecha Special Operations Team, and I am Cyrus. Tonight, you shall spend your last pleasant evening with me. Darkfire, let me out to eliminate these humans. The awakened Zemu was filled with fury, outraged that these feeble humans dared to capture them. Darkfire, however, did not heed Zemu's demand. Though he lacked cunning intellect, he understood that Zemu's release would equate to certain death. As the 8 cutting machines were poised to commence their task, Silas suddenly conceived an idea. Stop, he exclaimed. What is it, Silas? Queried a bewildered team member responsible for the cutting. Do not proceed with the disassembly of the 2 extraterrestrial mechanical beings. He then instructed to maintain a connection to the previously established anonymous communication account. Prior to this, he had been diligently tracking this account, yet the source of communication remained elusive. At that moment, the Mindy vessel received an audio transmission from Silas. Black Crow, should we answer? Yes, came the reply, and the connection was established. Silas, brimming with excitement, initially believed that the alien entities he had previously traded with would no longer entertain him, unless there was another unilateral collaboration. However, it appeared that the situation was far from that. Hey, my old friend, I have captured one of your companions, though I am uncertain as to which one it is. Black Crow's mind momentarily stalled. What companion? There had been no field missions of late. The only instance was when Lord Domitian himself ventured to the Arctic ice cap, which had not been melted by the Decepticons, to gather super-energy entities. Moreover, there was no indication that any of their own had been captured by the Mecha Special Operations Team. Shortly thereafter, Silas sent a video showing the immobilized Deadfire and the Partition on the verge of disassembly. What do you think? Black Crow couldn't help but chuckle. He initially considered terminating the call, yet this development presented a promising opportunity. Thus, he proceeded to inform Lord Domitian. My lord, Silas has kidnapped the Autobots and Decepticons. He mistakenly believes one of them is ours. I believe we could exploit this situation to possibly recruit Deadfire. Black Crow recognized that, apart from the clone soldiers, the Thousand Mechanisms Hall was sorely lacking in experienced combat personnel, whether Autobots or Decepticons. Their addition would significantly bolster their strength, especially considering the formidable nature of these two giants. Upon hearing Black Crow's words, Domitian could not help but admire the strategic brilliance of his advisor. His grasp of the situation and his self-analysis had reached an extraordinary level. Were it not for his own prescient abilities, he might have found himself outmatched. Fortunately, Black Crow remained unwaveringly loyal, with no ulterior motives. Chapter 24. The Rescue of Deadfire and the Desire to Subjugate. I shall personally go to the control room to converse with Silas. Domitian set aside his research on the genetic studies of biological insects and swiftly made his way to the control room. Silas, that being named Deadfire, is my ally. He still holds some utility for me. Speak. What is it you require in exchange for his release? I, Silas, am not greedy. I merely ask for the technology pertaining to the creation of your mechanical life forms, as well as the transformation technology. A few technologies in exchange for one living subordinate is hardly a loss, is it? Standing before the control panel, Silas felt an extraordinary sense of comfort. He finally possessed an equitable bargaining chip in his dealings with these mechanical life forms, no longer relegated to the role of a hired thief as he had been before. In a moment of joy, anticipating a response from Emperor Tianming, he unexpectedly declared, "One must not be so greedily inclined. Dispose of that subordinate at once." With that, the communication was abruptly severed. Silas, witnessing this turn of events, was incensed, unable to fathom that the master of the Deadfire would treat technology with such disdain. This is infuriating. The leader of WEA truly perceives our Mecha Special Operations team as mere lackeys, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Fuming, Silas exited the communication room, casting a furious glance at the workbench housing Deadfire and the partition. Since the deal has failed, let us dismantle these two mechanical entities. We shall develop and manufacture our own biomechanical creations. The cutting machine on the workbench whirred to life, sparks flying as it inflicted pain upon both Deadfire and the partition. Zemu, when these humans open my chest plate, seize the moment to leap out and seek vengeance on my behalf. I will not abandon my comrades to flee alone. Zemu, filled with rage, resolved that since Deadfire would not voluntarily open the front panel, he would exploit the opportunity to escape as the panel was being cut, intending to eliminate the human commanders first. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianming tracked Silas's communication signal. Despite the layers of encryption, the new base of the Mecha Special Operations team was located. Hey you, make haste to rescue Deadfire from Silas's grasp and teach the Mecha Special Operations team a lesson for their avarice. As for the partition, handle it as you see fit. For Emperor Tianming, persuading Autobot was a far greater challenge than convincing Decepticons. Hence he held no concern for the fate of the partition. Hey you, understanding the task, traversed the land bridge and arrived within a kilometer of Silas's new base. At that moment, Optimus Prime and his team lacked a clear target. They were aware only that Silas's base was somewhere near the abandoned factory, but its precise location remained to be determined. Heyu approached a mountain tunnel, transforming into two hand cannons, and cautiously ventured inside. Indeed, there was a hidden chamber with a metallic door blocking the path. A single shot obliterated the door, sending debris flying and claiming the lives of several Mecha Special Operations team members. The survivors hastily grabbed their weapons and began firing at Heyu, but to no avail. Even the newly developed weaponry felt like mere tickles to him. A magnetic boomerang was launched, utterly dismantling the control apparatus within a base. If Silas did not flee swiftly, his body would be reduced to mere fragments. "Wuya, are you not afraid to be at odds with humanity?" Silas remarked with the lightest tone while uttering the most furious words. Yet, Heyu disregarded him, approaching the workbench to observe the two disassembled compatriots. The partition had lost an eye, its front panel severed, while Deadfire bore the brunt of the assault, with both arms severed and numerous gashes marring his visage, leaving him unrecognizable. The Black Crow, without a moment's hesitation, freed the imprisoned Deadfire from his constraints. "Deadfire, can you still stand?" Deadfire gazed at the Black Crow, a frequent disruptor of the Decepticon operations, feeling an impulse to extinguish him, yet simultaneously harboring a deep gratitude. "It's just my hands," he retorted. "No worries. I shall assist you." The Black Crow swiftly lifted Deadfire's severed arms, firing as he supported him to escape. However, after only a few steps, he halted. We cannot allow the Master's plan to fail. The Black Crow made a reluctant decision, using his magnetic boomerang to sever the shackles binding the left hand of the partition. He then fled with dead fire. Quickly, apprehend that green behemoth. Do not let him escape. Silas urgently commanded the remaining operatives to suppress the partition with gunfire. Several team members dashed forward to restrain the partition once more. Yet the partition, having liberated one hand, would not endure further torment from humans. With a surge of strength, it shattered the remaining shackles and transformed its right hand into a colossal cannon, firing upon the mechanized special forces. Under the barrage, the mechanized troops suffered heavy casualties, and the partition swiftly retrieved its visual sensor, preparing to depart. This mechanized special force must be eradicated, it resolved. After exiting the tunnel, the partition did not forget to unleash a few more shells, ultimately causing the entire tunnel to collapse. The fate of any surviving mechanized operatives became inconsequential. Outside, the mechanized troops stationed for defense were swiftly dispatched by the Black Crow, with countless remnants of military helicopters lying in two halves upon the ground. Ambulance. I encountered some insects and sustained minor injuries, but it has been resolved. Requesting land bridge activation. The ambulance, upon receiving the signal from the partition and its accompanying voice, felt a surge of joy. Received. Subsequently, the ambulance called upon Bumblebee at the base for assistance in transporting the partition back. Once returned, the partition was taken to the medical bay by the ambulance. Just as Deadfire awaited something, the Black Crow spoke to him. Alas, the Decepticons you long for have not come to rescue you. In the darkness, Red Spider was patrolling aimlessly with a pair of Decepticon minions, having defied Megatron's orders. Suddenly, Deadfire's signal activated. When Red Spider flew before him, he encountered the Black Crow. Deadfire, how can you be in the company of the Thousand Machine Hall? Especially with the Black Crow? Eliminate him. Lord Megatron requires the weapon in his possession. Deadfire, gazing at his severed arms, felt a sense of powerlessness. Red Spider Commander, I am currently unarmed, and it was he who saved me. At that moment, a land bridge unexpectedly appeared, and from it emerged a dark red transformer, Demon Sky. Decepticons, eliminate him. Tianming's hands transformed into high-speed ion cannons, swiftly targeting the approaching Decepticons. Although he could not dispatch each foe with a single shot, he managed to eliminate several of them. As they closed the distance, his twin cannons morphed into dual blades, and he dispatched the remaining Decepticon foot soldiers with the ease of slicing through vegetables. In Chapter 25, using Deadfire as an undercover agent, you become arrogant. The Red Spider, having lost two of its hands, showed no signs of learning from its prior mistakes. Tianming rapidly advanced towards the Red Spider, who, in response, retreated hastily, launching missiles from its dual-arm launchers before swiftly transforming into a handgun to fire at Tianming. Tianming cleaved a missile in two, leaping into the air to evade the explosion's epicenter, and adeptly dodged another missile and bullets. Reverting his dual blades back to hands, he seized the Red Spider, which had transformed into its vehicle form, and hurled it away. The tremendous force of the throw scraped the paint off the Red Spider's exterior, causing sparks to fly from its body. Tianming then strode confidently to the Red Spider, grasped its right leg, and swung it violently, exacerbating the damage with each ferocious motion. After a relentless barrage of swings, he finally cast the Red Spider onto the ground, noting that its paint was utterly ruined and its injuries had worsened. You shall pay for this insolence when Megatron arrives, the Red Spider declared defiantly. Tianming, witnessing the Red Spider's refusal to beg for mercy and its subsequent insults, delivered a powerful kick to its face, leaving the Red Spider dazed. It took some time for the Red Spider to regain its senses. Tianming, you are one of the most formidable Cybertronians I have encountered. I meant no offense to you. I sincerely apologize for my previous overreach. Deadfire, observing the Red Spider's behavior, felt considerable disdain. As a Decepticon warrior, how could one so desperately flatter for the sake of survival? Indeed, Red Spider, I find your character quite intriguing, Tianming remarked, a smile gracing his face. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted to one of seriousness and menace. Megatron will not show mercy to a Decepticon captured by humans. What is the situation? Speak quickly. The Red Spider hesitated, fully aware that Deadfire understood Megatron would not come to its aid. However, If it were to recount its previous conversation with Megatron truthfully, Deadfire would undoubtedly grow suspicious of Megatron's intentions. What? Do you wish to lose your transformation gears, Red Spider? No, I asserted, attributing the blame solely to Megatron, rather than to Starscream. This incident would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on Deadlock's memory. Although he was not the one who saved him, his presence was nonetheless acknowledged. Starscream gazed at Deadlock and Lord Decepticon, recounting in detail the previous discourse between himself and Megatron concerning Deadlock's rescue. Lord Decepticon glanced at Deadlock, who stood beside Black Raven, and exhibited no reaction. However, it was evident that discontent towards Megatron had already taken root within his consciousness. Lord Decepticon, several Decepticon signals have been detected. Rapidly approaching your location, a soldier reported. Activate the land bridge. Black Raven, retreat. Lord Decepticon transformed into vehicle mode and swiftly accelerated towards the land bridge, which was situated not far behind. Black Raven nudged Deadlock forward and followed closely behind, traversing the land bridge. By the time Megatron arrived and unleashed a barrage of firepower upon Lord Decepticon, it was already too late. The land bridge had closed before him. Megatron landed and reverted to his humanoid form, glaring furiously at Starscream. After delivering a fierce reprimand, he exclaimed, Starscream, not only did you defy my orders, but you also allowed Lord Decepticon to escape. Soundwave, activate the land bridge, Megatron commanded, disregarding Deadlock entirely. Starscream followed suit. Relieved that 2 Decepticon minions assisted in carrying the severed arm, thus preventing Deadlock's remains from being abandoned in the wilderness. Upon seeing Deadlock being treated in the medical bay, Knockout expressed his delight. Deadlock, I thought you had been slain by humans. Was it Lord Starscream who saved you? Deadlock shook his head, his spirits notably low as he replied, No, it was Black Raven who rescued me. Incredible. The Technobots would actually save a Decepticon? Knockout found this notion hard to fathom. If it were the Autobots who had saved him, that would be believable. However, the fact that Lord Decepticon chose to rescue rather than experiment on him was a startling revelation, marking the second instance of such behavior. Yet, contemplating further, Knockout felt compelled to warn Deadlock. You must not be like Thundercracker, betraying Megatron for a mere act of kindness, aligning yourself with the Technobots. Do you understand? I will not, Deadlock responded, though his hesitation was palpable. After his arms were reattached, Starscream summoned him to the bridge. Deadlock, we have been unable to ascertain Lord Decepticon's whereabouts. Megatron has commanded you to join the Technobots and locate Lord Decepticon's base. Starscream stood before Deadlock, issuing the command in a resolute tone. But Lord Decepticon did not invite me to join. Deadlock was still grappling with Starscream's implication, wondering if Black Raven's intervention had led Starscream to mistakenly believe that Lord Decepticon would take an interest in him. As a scientist from Cybertron, Lord Decepticon's decision to save Deadlock was merely a reflection of his unwillingness to see Cybertronian technology fall into the hands of weaker humans, which was reasonable. Megatron turned, casting an irritable glance at Deadlock. Deadlock, go and execute the order. Prove your worth to me. Immediately, Red Spider elucidated the general process to Deadfire. Subsequently, Red Spider exaggerated the incident of Deadfire being captured by humans, inciting all Decepticons on the warship to ostracize him, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the punishment. Deadfire, you're unworthy of being a Decepticon warrior. Consequently, Deadfire wandered aimlessly on land, becoming a factionless Cybertronian warrior. At this juncture, the Autobots and the Shinji Hall, monitoring Earth through orbital satellites, detected Deadfire's signal. However, the Autobots suspected it was a trap intentionally laid by Megatron. Meanwhile, on the Mind Decree, Emperor Tianming and his companions gathered in the main control room, closely observing everything on the screen. My lord, Deadfire has been expelled from the Decepticons and has been roaming the city for several days. My lord, I suspect this may be a trap, a scheme by Megatron to lure you or the Autobots into an ambush. My lord, the signal emitted by Deadfire's energy signature is particularly strong. If he were truly expelled from the Decepticons, he would certainly strive to conceal his whereabouts and avoid detection, which is highly suspicious. Without a doubt, Emperor Tianming wholeheartedly endorsed Black Crow's conjecture, recognizing it as a ploy conceived by Red Spider, clearly aimed at himself. They knew that Tianjun had only joined the Shinji Hall after being rescued by him. Following his usual tactics, Red Spider must have assumed Tianming would repeat his past actions. As it turned out, he was partially correct. However, he underestimated Tianming's intellect. Tianming was well aware of Deadfire's previous experiences and his friendship with the Fallen, which is precisely why he had not invited Deadfire to join the Qinji Hall when Black Crow rescued him. He intended to use Deadfire as an undercover agent on his side. Red Spider, have you become overly arrogant, or do you believe I possess an irresistible charm? Emperor Tianming immediately commanded all soldiers aboard the warship to mobilize and search for a cave or excavate one within a 10-kilometer radius to serve as their temporary base. Upon locating a suitable site, Emperor Tianming promptly transported a small quantity of unimportant experimental equipment and over 300 boxes of energy bodies to the temporary base. He then brought his semi-finished replica of the energy collector to the base and placed it in a prominent position. Utilizing simple instruments, he constructed a land bridge. With everything prepared, it was time for the main event to unfold. Chapter 26. My apologies, Lord Tianming accompanied by Black Crow and Tianjun. Emperor Tianming relocated to the external temporary base, inviting Deadfire over via the land bridge. Deadfire, I hear you have severed ties with the Decepticons? This is a base constructed by Lord Tianming. Would you be interested in joining us? Tianjun spoke while observing Deadfire, who no longer bore the Decepticon insignia. Given that both he and Deadfire had once belonged to the Decepticons, he harbored a profound disdain for such acts of abandonment. I, Deadfire, am willing to heed the commands of Lord Tianming. As soon as the words left his lips, Emperor Tianming emerged from the innermost laboratory. Seizing the moment, Deathfire observed numerous super-energy entities stacked within the lab. Deathfire, I never anticipated you would make such a judicious choice. We welcome you to our ranks. Emperor Tianming expressed with genuine delight, displaying no hint of insincerity. He continued, although I hesitate to broach your painful past, surely Megatron would not truly expel you simply because you fell into human hands? Deathfire glanced at the inquisitive Emperor Tianming. Despite the fact that Red Spider had orchestrated his undercover identity, he remained incensed by the recent ostracism from the Decepticons. No, this is entirely Red Spider's fault. He deliberately allowed me to be defeated by humans and broadcasted it across the entire ship, leading to a significant loss of my dignity. The Decepticons aboard the Retribution looked down upon me, and he has even gone so far as to cast me out. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianming suppressed a smile. Red Spider's initial defiance in rescuing Deathfire was clearly a ploy to win him over, yet Deathfire's account contradicted the very essence of Red Spider's intentions. Nevertheless, despite the inconsistencies in Deathfire's narrative, Emperor Tianming chose to feign ignorance. Meanwhile, Black Crow remained perplexed by Emperor Tianming's decisions, but soon deduced the underlying strategy. Gazing at Deathfire, Emperor Tianming pondered that if the claim about the ship-wide announcement were indeed factual, then Red Spider had executed a remarkably astute undercover strategy. He had researched Deathfire, a former member of the aerial bots, who had originally been frail and timid, often preferring solitude due to a persistent feeling of ridicule from others. This prolonged isolation had hindered his full integration into the Decepticons. Red Spider's recent actions would undoubtedly leave an impact on him, presenting Emperor Tianming with an opportunity to fully win over this formidable warrior, especially with a mini-Optimus by his side. Black Crow, take Deathfire to tour our external base. Emperor Tianming instructed. Subsequently, to ensure the smooth execution of his plans, he called Thunderquake aside, cautioning him to never reveal the coordinates or existence of the Mingda. Although Thunderquake struggled to comprehend Emperor Tianming's rationale, he resolutely obeyed the command. Over the course of the following day, Black Crow guided Deathfire through the external base, followed by training sessions alongside Thunderquake. Everything flowed seamlessly and harmoniously, while Emperor Tianming remained sequestered within the laboratory, rarely emerging. As night fell, Black Raven detected a signal emanating from a powerful energy entity and summoned Thunderquake to investigate. At that moment, Deadfire emerged from the lounge and approached the laboratory door, peering through the crack to glimpse the interior. In addition to several energy entity cubes, he also noticed an energy collection device. He stealthily returned to the lounge and, after a moment of hesitation, ultimately connected with the Decepticon communications. Lord Red Spider, I have located Emperor Tianming's base. He is currently within the laboratory, which houses an energy collection device. Red Spider initially intended to have Deadfire launch a surprise attack from behind, intending to detonate the energy entity and eliminate Emperor Tianming. However, upon hearing the sounds from the energy collector, he reconsidered this plan. Deadfire, keep a close watch on Emperor Tianming's subordinates. Ideally, eliminate those two before my arrival. Just then, the voice of Megatron resonated from the other end of the line. Leave Emperor Tianming to me. I wish to extinguish his spark myself. Black Raven and Thunderquake. I require them alive. In the main control room of the Nemesis, Megatron promptly issued orders. Red Spider, take your team and infiltrate Emperor Tianming's base to retrieve the energy collection device. We need it. Rest assured, Lord Megatron, Red Spider replied. Swiftly assembling his team of 50 trackers, he directed the Decepticon soldiers to activate the land bridge, transporting them to a location merely 500 meters from Emperor Tianming's base, to prevent any energy fluctuations from alerting him to their presence. Deadfire, we are nearing our destination. Proceed to Emperor Tianming's laboratory and bring me the energy collection device. Red Spider commanded over the communication channel. Deadfire quickly pushed open the laboratory door. Deadfire, what is the matter? Do you wish to partake in the experimental research? Emperor Tianming asked nonchalantly, though he remained vigilant of Deadfire's every move. It's nothing, I just came to see if you needed any assistance, Deadfire stammered. Clearly not cut out for undercover work. Deadfire, hurry and retrieve the energy collection device, or Red Spider will not spare us, warned Zemo. Unafraid of Megatron, but wary of Red Spider's treachery, sensing that Red Spider harbored ill intentions toward their minicons, suddenly, Deadfire dashed forward, seizing the energy collection device, while Emperor Tianming was distracted. Deadfire, what are you doing? Are you betraying me? Emperor Tianming glared at Deadfire, who held the energy collection device, a mere prototype, yet capable of extracting his own energy and ending his life. If Deadfire dared to draw out the energy from within, Tianming would swiftly eliminate him before the energy could be fully drained. I am merely following orders. I apologize, Lord Emperor Tianming, Deadfire said, hastening towards the exit of the base with the energy collection device in hand. Tianming not only saved himself, but also, during his days of wandering, evoked many memories in the heart of Sihua. Furthermore, Tianming had wholeheartedly entrusted himself to Sihua, exhibiting an unparalleled trust that Sihua could never betray. Upon exiting the base, Sihua encountered Megatron, accompanied by Starscream and a battalion of Seekers rushing towards him. Decepticons, charge in and bring Tianming and his subordinates before me, commanded Megatron, who then excitedly grasped the Energon Harvester. With this weapon in hand, all the Energon on this planet would rightfully belong to the Decepticons. Congratulations, Lord Megatron, for coming one step closer to conquering this planet. The annihilation of those Autobots is imminent. Shortly after Starscream's flattering remarks, the Seekers who had entered the scout returned with a report. Lord Megatron, Commander Starscream, there is not a single member of the 1,000 machine hall within this base. Only over 300 pieces of Energon. What? Megatron's furious gaze shifted towards Sihua and Starscream. Starscream, how could you allow Tianming to escape? Megatron's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Starscream, incredulous that so many could allow Tianming to flee. Starscream recoiled, his eyes filled with fear. He did not wish to endure further reprimands. My lord, we have acquired the Energon Harvester and obtained over 300 pieces of Energon for free. Though Tianming has escaped, we have demolished his laboratory. Even if he is a scientist, he poses no immediate threat to us. As Megatron regarded Starscream, a memory of the mysterious object he had encountered on the space bridge resurfaced, intensifying his wrath. Starscream, can you be any more foolish? Tianming possesses a spaceship. He traversed the space bridge to reach Earth, and this was merely one of his external experimental bases. Sihua and Zhao Mu exchanged glances, savoring the spectacle of Starscream's beratement at Megatron's hands. I now command you to use the Energon Harvester to gather the Energon inside it. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, I shall personally tear out your transformation gears, Megatron ordered. Seeing Megatron's fury, Starscream hurriedly took the Energon Harvester and rushed into the laboratory. Just as he was about to absorb the Energon, he suddenly recalled the prior explosion caused by the fake Energon Harvester. He immediately summoned a Seeker soldier. Soldier, take this Energon Harvester and transport all of these Energon pieces for me. The red spider retreated a few steps, standing outside the laboratory, observing the scene of absorption. In an instant, dozens of super-energy entities transformed into blue streams, stored within the super-energy collector. The red spider was immensely pleased. The super-energy collector was indeed genuine, and it appeared untouched. Just as he stood up, preparing to enter the laboratory, the super-energy collector in the soldier's hand triggered a phase-sensing bomb. As the stored super-energy reached a predetermined level. Ding, 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 this is not good. I despise the super-energy collector. The red spider hastily transformed into a flying vehicle, escaping towards the outskirts of the base. Within 2 seconds, the collector exploded rapidly. However, due to the limited super-energy inside the base, the blast was not particularly powerful. More than 30 pursuing soldiers inside the base were caught off guard. Most were killed, while the survivors, like the red spider, were buried under the collapsed mountain. Witnessing this chaos from outside the cave, Megatron immediately addressed the remaining Decepticon soldiers, instructing them to capture the red spider. I need to have a serious discussion with him. Turning his head in fury, he glared at Deadlock. Deadlock, how could there be a bomb inside this base? Is this the result of your infiltration? Or have you betrayed the Decepticons and joined the Thousand Machines Hall? Was this trap set up by you and Tianming? At that moment, Megatron could no longer contain his rage, and his molten cannon was deployed. Lord Megatron, is not like that. I had no idea this would happen. Deadlock, sensing the situation escalating, quickly transformed into a blue armored vehicle and fled the scene. Chase down Deadlock. I will extinguish his treachery. Megatron, now convinced of Deadlock's betrayal, abandoned concern for the red spider's fate and, with a squad of 10 Decepticon trackers, swiftly pursued Deadlock, vowing to personally snuff out the traitor's spark. Meanwhile, Tianming, having already returned to the Mingda through the land bridge, observed the explosion and collapse of the base, along with Deadlock's desperate escape. He immediately connected to Deadlock's communication channel. Deadlock, there is a land bridge 300 meters ahead. Accelerate. Zemu, increase speed. Zemu quickly jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, transforming into a jet-like apparatus. In an instant, Deadlock's vehicle doubled its speed, hurtling towards the swirling vortex of green and blue. I, Megatron, will not let you escape, Tianming. Megatron seethed as he watched the land bridge and Deadlock vanish from his sight. The severely injured red spider was eventually excavated and taken back to the punishment for treatment. At this moment, the 4 individuals aboard the spacecraft gazed at the remnants of the disaster. Tianming approached his companion, sincerely stating, Sihua, I must confess, I deceived you. Ever since I discovered your departure from the Decepticons to lead a life of wandering, I devised this plan. He then elaborated on the external base project in meticulous detail. Why did you choose this course of action? Sihua inquired, his anger palpable, albeit tempered by lingering confusion. During our time at the external base, I genuinely extended an invitation for you to join the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. The sentiment remains unchanged here. Sihua, I need you to unite with us in the revival of Cybertron. This time, there is no deception. Tianming's gaze remained unwaveringly earnest as he looked at Sihua, trusting in his self-awareness and believing that Zemu was indeed a clever minicon. I find a Thousand Mechanisms Hall to be an appealing destination, Sihua remarked. Although I find Tianming somewhat irksome, he is undoubtedly a formidable force. In certain respects, he even surpasses Optimus Prime and Megatron. During their time at the external base, Zemu had already begun to persuade Sihua, and this moment was merely a reflection of shifting circumstances and truth. Very well, I agree to join your ranks, but I wish for you to spare Knockout's life should you encounter him in the future. Welcome to the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, Tianming replied. For him, Knockout represented not only a friend of Sihua, but also a loyal ally who possessed an astute understanding of the prevailing situation, more so than other Decepticons. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, Megatron seethed with frustration. A recent infiltration plan orchestrated by Black Arachnia had led to Sihua's betrayal of the Decepticons. Apart from Black Arachnia, who was still recuperating in the infirmary, Knockout, and Soundwave, he had no other operatives at his disposal. Suddenly, Soundwave detected a gathering signal emitted by 2 Decepticons. Soundwave, proceed at full speed to the location of the signal. Shortly thereafter, the Nemesis arrived at the site of the signal and retrieved the 2 Decepticons. Roblox, present yourself to Lord Megatron. Dizzy, report to Lord Megatron. The sight of Roadblock and Dizzy brought Megatron great joy, particularly at the sight of Dizzy, whose intelligence-gathering capabilities were impressive. I recall that Lightning was with you during the evacuation from Cybertron. Where is he? My lord. Lightning took a small ship to pursue an Autobot. We lost contact with him in the Sulfurian system and currently have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Roadblock responded with respect. Optimus Prime and Tianming are on this planet, along with 2 traitorous Decepticons. We must eliminate them before conquering this world. Upon hearing that Optimus Prime was present, Roadblock and Dizzy were eager to locate him and eliminate him along with his Autobot allies. However, they harbored a degree of trepidation towards Tianming, for his command of technology was but one aspect of their fear. It was his disturbing research that truly unsettled them. Chapter 28. A Crisis for Xiaojia Knockout. How is Black Arachnia faring in her recovery? Megatron, accompanied by Shockwave and Stun, entered the medical bay, his tone a blend of warmth and barely concealed anger. Oh my lord, the Decepticons are far superior to the Autobots, especially with Shockwave and Stun by our side. They pose no threat to us, Lord Megatron. Please grant me another chance. The Red Spider, apprehensive at the sight of Megatron, feared he would soon command the dismantling of his transformation gear. Stun, I expect you to behave as wisely as the Red Spider. I detest traitors. Just as Megatron was about to depart, Stun sought to regain his trust and spoke. Lord Megatron, during my reconnaissance in the human realm, I stumbled upon a human named Jack, whom the Autobots are intent on protecting. Perhaps we can leverage him to locate their base and eliminate the Autobots. Shockwave, this task shall be entrusted to you, and Stun, Megatron commanded. Shortly thereafter, Stun and Shockwave, utilizing sound waves, discovered Jack's mother, a woman named June. They swiftly proceeded to stake out Jack's residence. In the dead of night, a white sedan came to a halt before the garage, accompanied by Jack and RC. Mom, it's not what you think. This motorcycle is merely my mode of transportation. Jack explained to June. Jack, this is the 3rd time you've defied the curfew, and don't think I'm unaware of your recent racing escapades. From this day forth, you're grounded. Unless you have my permission, you will stay home for self-reflection, and this motorcycle will remain in the garage. You may use a bicycle for transportation, June declared, her anger palpable as she delivered her ultimatum. At that moment, Shockwave could no longer contain himself. He was eager to capture this human named Jack and eliminate RC in the process. Stun, come with me. You apprehend the human, and I will provide cover. Remember, RC is mine. All right, be cautious, Shockwave. RC is formidable, Stun cautioned, fully aware of RC's strength from their previous encounters. Shockwave transformed into his humanoid form and charged toward RC. RC, where is Optimus Prime? I intend to destroy him. June was taken aback as she witnessed a metallic creature that could speak and move, her shock evident. What kind of monster is this? She gasped. As Shockwave closed the distance, RC swiftly positioned herself in front of Jack and June. Jack, bring your mother up here now. As Jack and June climbed onto RC's back, she sped away just as Shockwave was about to reach them, the roar of the motorcycle engine echoing through the night. Jack, how can this motorcycle talk? June asked, astonished. Jack, feeling a pang of sadness at his mother's disbelief, replied, Mom, I intended to explain. Her name is RC. She is my alien friend. I spend most of my time with them after school. Them? Little Jane was even more perplexed. Jack's implication was that the extraterrestrials were not limited to the 3 present. At that moment, the Stun transformed into a green heavy-lift transport helicopter pursuing RC, while the Knockout morphed into a red sports car, closely tailing her. RC, stop running. Leave your 2 human companions behind. Stun immediately launched 2 missiles at RC, who deftly evaded them, causing Jane, who had never witnessed such a grand spectacle, to gasp in astonishment. Stun, be careful. My paint job is freshly finished. I cannot afford to have it scratched. Knockout, slightly irked, remarked as he continued the chase after RC. Aware of the precarious situation, RC urgently called for an ambulance. Ambulance, Knockout and another Decepticon are attacking me. I need backup. The ambulance swiftly locked onto RC's coordinates, initiating a land bridge for Bumblebee and Sideswipe to come to her aid. At that moment, RC found herself cornered in an abandoned canning factory, having sustained significant damage from bullets. Jack, take your mother and find a place to hide. After advising them, RC quickly switched to her hand cannon and began firing at Stun. Jack could not remain idle. He promptly grabbed his Cybertron toy gun to assist RC in combat. Just then, a cerulean vortex suddenly appeared, from which Bumblebee and Sideswipe emerged. RC, are you and Jack all right? Sideswipe inquired after assessing Jack. RC, cover us. I'm going to smash those two Decepticons to pieces. Under RC's fire cover, Sideswipe switched to his mace and charged at stun, while Bumblebee, undeterred, transformed into a yellow Camaro, activating his stealth technology. The wheels rapidly extended outward, and armor enveloped the vehicle, giving it a fortified and robust appearance. 3 small blasters emerged on the car's hood, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Knockout and Stun, providing cover for Sideswipe. Stun, reinforcements have arrived. Retreat at once. However, Stun retaliated by firing a missile at Bumblebee, but thanks to his stealth armor, it failed to inflict significant damage. In that instant, Sideswipe closed in, swinging his mace and striking Stun squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. Knockout, where are you? As Stun regained his footing and spotted the fleeing Knockout in his vehicle form, he swiftly transformed into a heavy-lift helicopter and soared away. Nevertheless, the aftermath of this encounter would fall upon Agent Fullerton, who would meticulously work to erase any traces of RC and her companions, especially since the battle had erupted in Jasper. The following day, after a day of rest, Jack brought little Jane to the artificial base. Mom, this is my alien friend, and also my science fiction club. Jack introduced the ambulance to little Jean, including both Rafi and Meichi. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, the aftermath of their failed mission left them facing the wrath of Megatron, as they had failed to extract the location of the Autobots' base. Suddenly, Soundwave detected an anomalous magnetic flux signal. Megatron glanced over, a hint of pleasure crossing his features as he remarked, "I believe I recognize this signal." Soundwave. If this remarkable invention of the Decepticons were to fall into the hands of our enemies, it would be most unfortunate. Master, please grant me another opportunity. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you, said Stun, eager for a successful accomplishment as his first feat on this planet under Megatron's command. Very well. Let Roadblock accompany you. I do not wish to witness failure again. Yes, Lord Megatron. They responded as Roadblock and Stun promptly prepared to head toward the coordinates of the magnetic anomaly. Chapter 29. The struggle for the magnetic gauntlet. According to the readings from the signal detector, Stun and Roadblock quickly located the source of the magnetic anomaly. They frantically excavated beneath a pile of boulders and were overjoyed to uncover a pair of blue metallic gauntlets. Roadblock rejoiced, recalling having seen this weapon, the magnetic gauntlet, while guarding on Cybertron. This weapon could manipulate all metal, and surely, Lord Megatron would be pleased. At that moment, Blackwing and Thunderclash also arrived on the scene. Thunderclash reported to Emperor Tianming, "My lord, the magnetic anomaly here is caused by the magnetic gauntlet, and both Roadblock and Stun are present." The magnetic gauntlet? Emperor Tianming was taken aback at the mention of this weapon, for it could control metals and even crush their alloy-formed mechanical beings. Yet, upon reflection, he had no intention of seizing it. Instead, he commanded, "Thunderclash, you know the peril this magnetic gauntlet poses. If you can seize it, do so. If not, destroy it. Even if it means reducing it to fragments, the Autobots must not acquire it." What Emperor Tianming feared most was not the Decepticons, but the Autobots. He had observed through satellite surveillance that Bumblebee had developed cloaking technology during the skirmish with Stun and the Autobots the previous night. This indicated the presence of a scientist among the Autobots, and the magnetic anomaly signal would not have gone unnoticed by them. Thus, it was imperative that they must not obtain the magnetic gauntlet or its fragments, lest they reverse engineer the gauntlet. Understood. Subsequently, Thunderclash and Blackwing descended, and, at the same time, Stun and Roadblock noticed them. Traitors among the Decepticons, how dare you show yourselves? Roadblock immediately activated the magnetic gauntlet, and in an instant, a yellow barrier emerged from his arm. Upon pressing the red button, a massive turning machine nearby was manipulated by the gauntlet, dislodged from its original position, and hurled toward Thunderclash. Blackwing and Thunderclash swiftly dodged to the sides and charged toward Roadblock, intent on seizing the magnetic gauntlet. "Did you consult me first?" In a moment of dizzying urgency, the figure known as Dizziness summoned forth a blade, striking towards the traitor, Tianjin. "Tianjin, I shall extinguish the embers of your treachery and deliver your lifeless form to Lord Wazhenshin." Dizziness declared, "Once you could not best me, and that remains true even now." The battlefield was now divided, as an intense clash erupted between Tianjin and Dizziness. Meanwhile, Roadblock wielded the power of his magnetic gloves, firmly restraining the Black Crow, rendering it immobile. The likes of Tianming are no match for me. Once Dizziness has dealt with Tianjin, I shall return victorious, and Lord Wazhenshin will surely regard me with newfound respect. Roadblock reveled in the sight of the Black Crow faltering against him. At this moment, concealed behind a pile of stones just 200 meters away, the Partition and RC observed the unfolding drama below, where Tianjin and the Black Crow were engaged in combat with two newly arrived Decepticons. Stealthily trailing behind the Partition, Meichi perched herself upon its shoulder and remarked, "Dizziness, my vengeance remains unfulfilled, yet here comes Roadblock." RC swiftly drew her pistol and fired at Roadblock's right hand, causing the magnetic gloves to tumble from his grasp. "Autobot!" Roadblock bellowed, and the four combatants below turned their gazes towards the Autobot. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Crow dashed forward to snatch the magnetic gloves from the ground. Foolishness! The Partition set Meichi down and leapt alongside RC. With agility, RC managed to seize the magnetic gloves, but as she did, the Black Crow launched a magnetic boomerang toward her. RC, utilizing her petite and nimble form, evaded the attack, yet a tear was inflicted upon the magnetic gloves. The magnetic flux within began to leak through the rupture, creating a magnetic force that attracted all metal within a kilometer radius. The Black Crow, Dizziness, and the Partition were all drawn together by this surging magnetic energy, colliding in an instant like a colossal iron sphere. "Tianjin, once I free myself, your end will be assured." "What is happening? Why are we stuck together?" "Autobot, quickly use your magnetic gloves to separate us." "I do not wish to be entangled with an Autobot." Meanwhile, Meichi, observing this peculiar scene from her vantage point on the stones, hastily took out her phone to capture the moment. "Partition, right beside you is Dizziness. Deal with him for Annie Xiaojin." RC, exasperated by Meichi's antics, urgently contacted the ambulance, exclaiming, "Ambulance, we six are stuck together. How do we separate?" At that moment, the ambulance was at a loss, while the sensors within the base analyzed. "A substantial magnetic field has emerged within a kilometer of your location with the Partition. If my calculations are correct, this is a result of the damaged magnetic gloves." The ambulance, taken aback, responded, "The magnetic gloves? This is dire. To resolve this phenomenon, they must be completely destroyed, but doing so will generate a powerful repulsive magnetic force." At this moment, Alcee was not the only one seeking a solution. The members of the Thousand Machine Hall were also involved. Black Crow, employing the magnetic boomerang, utterly destroyed the magnetic gloves, creating a countermagnetic force strong enough to separate them. Subsequently, he swiftly collected the scattered fragments of the gloves. This command was also overheard by Tianjin, who inquired with confusion, "The magnetic boomerang I developed utilizes a special anti-magnetic material, which explains why the number of rotations increases with distance. The boomerang has completely liberated itself from the constraints of the magnetic field." Black Crow and Tianjin exchanged glances, their understanding unspoken. Black Crow then stated, "If you move again, no one shall leave for a considerable time. Heed my words, remain still. Should anyone be harmed, I shall not take responsibility." "Wait, let Meichi go back." The Partition suddenly recalled Meichi's presence. If the gloves were destroyed, the resulting countermagnetic force would undoubtedly endanger her life. The automotive being is merely human. It seems that after following Optimus Prime for so long, he has contracted his affliction of compassion. Roadblock was increasingly irritated by Optimus Prime's benevolence. If he were truly righteous, he should have willingly relinquished his leadership during the Cybertronian War, thus preventing the subsequent demise of Cybertron. Partition quickly informed Optimus Prime to escort this human away, or I won't hesitate to indirectly eliminate her. Black Crow was devoid of patience. Everything must adhere to Tianming's directives. To escape this wretched magnetic field, he needed them to remain still, allowing him to accurately control the boomerang to strike its target. As the land bridge opened, Bumblebee took Meichi away, while Black Crow skillfully maneuvered the magnetic boomerang. Analyzing the optimal trajectory, the boomerang flew from his grasp, altering its path as it collided with obstacles, ultimately attacking the magnetic gloves at an astonishing rotational speed. In an instant, the immense countermagnetic force sent them flying thousands of meters away, while Tianjin and Black Crow quickly adjusted their states. transforming into jet planes to search for the fragments of the magnetic gloves, which still contain a trace of magnetism. At this moment, Roadblock and Dizziness, having failed their mission, hastily departed, while Alcee and the Partition, now back on their feet, observed Black Crow and Tianjun collecting one fragment after another. Alcee realized that the situation was far from simple. Partition quickly searched for the scattered fragments of the magnetic gloves. Tianming must have a method to reconstruct the gloves from these fragments. We cannot allow him to obtain them. In the ensuing time, the Partition was responsible for firepower interference, while Alcee focused on locating the magnetic gloves. Just then, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee emerged from the land bridge. Lord Tianming. Optimus Prime has deployed all the Autobots to search for the fragments. Black Crow and Tianjun looked upon the 4 Autobots with a hint of trepidation. No matter how many pieces you find, return at once. A lesser quantity of fragments is of little consequence. Tianming is genuinely reluctant to allow the Autobots to acquire the fragments. However, he must prioritize the safety of his subordinates and cannot sacrifice 2 formidable warriors for a mere handful of fragments. My lord, did you not say? Before Tianjun could finish, Tianming interjected with a commanding tone, sternly stating, "The fragments are of no significance to me, but your lives are irreplaceable." He swiftly activated the land bridge for them. Mournful yet resolute, Haya and Tianjun hastened across the land bridge, vanishing entirely from Optimus Prime's sight. Chapter 30, Cave Communications and the Descent of 2 Ships upon returning to the Mingda. Tianjun and Green presented 5 fragments of the magnetic glove to Tianming. You have performed admirably. Even if the Autobots were to obtain the remaining fragments, they would be unable to reverse engineer the magnetic gloves in the near term due to their lack of super energy matter. In experimental research, whether it pertains to energy or weaponry, the creation of something from nothing necessitates the consumption of vast amounts of super energy matter and alloy materials. Thus, even if the Autobots desired to conduct research, they would find it beyond their reach in the immediate future. Tianming entered the laboratory holding the magnetic glove fragments. Shortly thereafter, he emerged wielding an 8-barreled Gatling gun, which he tossed to Tianjun. Tianjun, this is your new weapon. Its rate of fire is double that of your previous Gatling gun, and it consumes 40% less energy. Thank you, my lord. Tianjun grasped the new weapon with great affection, removing the Gatling gun strapped to his back and replacing it with the formidable new model, which produced significantly lower recoil than its predecessor. Tianming entered the laboratory with satisfaction, observing the disassembled gears and sound emitters of the Black Widow on the testing table, voicing a silent roar. Little Spider, I have acquired your insect genes. You still possess some utility to me, so refrain from making any sound, even if it is silent. He deliberately destroyed one of her spider legs as a warning. Days later, due to the repeated failures of the Red Spider, the ranks of the Decepticon clone soldiers dwindled, and the reserves of super energy matter began to diminish. Coupled with the Red Spider's furtive actions, Megatron was compelled to take him to an abandoned super energy mine, long depleted. Upon seeing the mining machinery before him, Megatron's frustration flared. How amusing! Red Spider, you incompetent fool. These mining devices should have been removed long ago. Why are they still here? Feigning anger, the Red Spider stepped forward, glancing at the mining machines he had secretly concealed, shifting the blame onto the miners. Is this the answer you seek? Before the Red Spider could respond, Megatron approached a mine wall, forcefully breaking through the surface to extract a chunk of raw super energy matter, revealing 5 or 6 more within. Is this what constitutes an abandoned super energy mine? You hoard these super energy resources for your own use, plotting to betray me as Tianjun and the others have? Megatron advanced menacingly toward the retreating Red Spider, aiming his fusion cannon directly at his face. No, my lord. Please allow me to explain. Red Spider, I was once a miner. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? You not only seized the last remnants of my dark energy, but also infused it into your own being. I am aware that during my slumber, you even lost an arm. The power cannon of Megatron begins to accumulate energy. With a mere flick of his finger, Red Spider is undoubtedly doomed. How do you know this? Red Spider is gripped by terror. If he were to turn and flee now, he would most likely meet a grim fate. Soundwave is my most capable scout, and I trust him implicitly. As for you, Red Spider, despite your treachery, you have nowhere else to turn. Your repeated failures have provided me with some amusement, yet your persistent presence has grown tiresome. You have reached the end of your road. farewell. As Megatron prepares to unleash his fire, ready to extinguish a life, Red Spider kneels and pleads for mercy. My lord, I beg you, grant me another chance. Please. At that moment, Megatron gazes ahead, spotting Jack and RC behind a stone pillar. Without hesitation, Megatron fires at RC. Under the relentless barrage, the hollowed mine collapses, having lost its structural support. Witnessing this, Red Spider hastily attempts to flee the cave, but before he can escape, he is buried beneath the rubble. Moreover, Megatron, RC, Jack, and all those exploring the depths of the mine, including the partitions and Mickey, are entombed. Thousands of kilometers away, across the ocean, a small combat spacecraft pursues another vessel that has plummeted. Crosshairs, do not run. This life-bearing planet will become your grave. A red and white Decepticon broadcasts the message widely through the ship as communications, ensuring that the fallen vessel's Crosshairs receives it. Lightning. You are mistaken. This planet is indeed your final resting place. Utilizing his exceptional piloting skills, Crosshairs manages to elevate the damaged ship, which has lost half of its propulsion. He then switches to offense, releasing 2 missiles that successfully strike Lightning's vessel. Both ships spiral downwards at an angle. Crosshairs, you seek your demise. Lightning swiftly reaches the hatch, locks onto a landing spot, and leaps out, preparing to transform into a Cybertronian jet. Not far from him, Crosshairs dons his goggles and jumps from ship, deploying his shoulder-folded parachute. His green cloak billows in the wind as he draws twin pistols and fires at Lightning. Die, Lightning. Countless bullets rain down upon Lightning. Yet he transforms into an aircraft, soaring above him. You are finished, weapons specialist. 2 missiles rain down, obliterating Crosshair's parachute and inflicting significant damage to his craft, sending it plummeting from an altitude of 300 meters. Why is the ground so hard? I nearly fell apart. The Crossfire, having risen again, was sent flying dozens of meters away by a kick. Lightning stepped onto his chest, his left hand transforming into a sharp spike. I shall extract your spark and offer it to Lord Megatron. At that moment, a swirling vortex of green and blue materialized nearby, from which emerged 2 robots, Deadlock and Quake. You arrived just in time. I've been pursuing this Autobot for quite some time, and now he shall experience the brutal punishment of the Decepticons. Lightning gazed down at Crossfire, elated, for he had not anticipated the presence of 2 Decepticon warriors on this planet, suggesting that many more Autobots awaited his hunt. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Quake brandished his Gatling gun, aiming at Lightning, while Deadlock conjured his hammer, charging swiftly towards Lightning under the barrage of Quake's firepower. The deputy commander of Megatron must be eliminated, Lightning thought, unaware of the unfolding chaos, and charged directly at Deadlock, executing a shoulder throw that sent Deadlock crashing to the ground. Quake, relying solely on brute force, collided with Lightning, sending him sprawling. What madness is this? I command you to cease your actions at once. Lightning rose, his hand cannon materializing, ready to unleash fire, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the 2. Lightning, let me witness your strength after all this time. Quake exclaimed, drawing a long blade and swiftly slashing towards Lightning. Without a long-handled weapon, Lightning had no choice but to evade, realizing that if this standoff continued, he would inevitably perish at the hands of these traitorous foes. Transforming once more into a Cybertronian jet, Lightning soared into the azure sky. Chapter 31. The zealous followers Quake and Deadlock chose not to pursue Lightning, fully aware of his flying speed, which ranked among the highest in the Decepticons. You are Decepticons, yet why do you turn against one another? Crossfire inquired, before noticing the emblem on Quake's chest, which revealed that they were not Decepticons, but rather defectors. A new neutral faction on this planet, perhaps? As Crossfire prepared to tighten his grip on his pistol and shoot them, intending to escape, Quake pressed a foot against his chest. My brother, as fellow Cybertronians, is such a warm welcome really necessary? Crossfire felt discomfort at such rudeness, only to have handcuffs clamped onto his wrists. Autobot, do not attempt any tricks, nor harbor illusions that Optimus Prime will come to your rescue, for we have already interfered with the signals here. What? Optimus Prime is on this planet? Crossfire could hardly believe that there was any trace of Optimus on this planet where the ship had crashed. Deadlock's words left Quake speechless. Deadlock, stop wasting time with him. You keep an eye on him while I investigate the crash site of the Ark up ahead. Indeed, since the moment Tianming subdued the Inferno, He has embarked on a quest to locate the fallen starship Pioneer, for within it lies the locking staff, one of the few experimental weapons of the Decepticons that require no excavation. Alas, he is only aware of the general terrain where the Pioneer crashed, but remains ignorant of its precise location, which has prolonged his search. I shall diligently guard this Autobot, he declared, and with that, Inferno released Zemu. Zemu, keep a close watch on him. This Autobot must possess extraordinary abilities, given the lengths to which Lightning has gone to pursue him. Why is it that I am always tasked with such mundane duties? Zemu lamented. I despise the tediousness of guard work. Observing Inferno lifting a massive boulder to train his physique, Zemu found himself exasperated. You're already so strong. Why continue to train? Despite his aversion to the job, Zemu found joy in conversing with a normal being, unlike the rigid-minded Inferno. What role do you play among the Autobots? Zemu inquired. Crosshair, not one to be taciturn, replied. I am an indispensable member of the Autobots. However, at times, I question the wisdom of Optimus Prime's decisions. Over time, Zemu grew increasingly intrigued by this green Autobot, as they shared an endless stream of conversation. At that moment, Thunderclap approached, bearing the locking staff. Inferno, we have secured the item. Let us retreat with this Autobot. Soldiers, activate the land bridge. As the communication concluded, a whirlpool of azure and cerulean emerged, and Inferno pushed Crosshair, entering alongside Thunderclap. My lord, we have made an unexpected discovery, a green Autobot. How should we proceed? Thunderclap inquired, handing the locking staff to Tianming and then nudging the Autobot forward. Upon seeing Tianming for the first time, Crosshair was taken aback. Commander, I thought you had been secretly executed by the Council of Elders. How is it that you are here on this planet? Commander? Both Thunderclap and Inferno were astonished. It appeared this Autobot was indeed a subordinate of their lord, suggesting a deep bond between them. Tianming, elated to see Crosshair, promptly released his handcuffs and introduced him to the others. Crosshair, a data analyst and weapons specialist from the Scientific Research Institute, has been one of my loyal subordinates in our research endeavors. However, upon noticing the faction insignia on Crosshair's chest, Tianming's expression darkened. Crosshair, you have joined the Autobots? Crosshair, realizing the significance of the emblem displayed on Tianming's attire, understood the situation. This ship and its crew were indeed his subordinates. Yes, Commander, he replied, I have indeed joined the Autobots, but it was out of necessity. After your departure from the Scientific Research Institute, the Council of Elders was soon overthrown. The vast majority of my colleagues chose to align with the Decepticons, while I sought not to befriend those in power, which led me to join the Autobot faction. After listening, Tianming remained unfazed and continued to inquire. What are your thoughts on my previous actions? Please respond candidly. The officer replied, from a scientific perspective, your actions are devoid of any fault. However, from the standpoint of the Cybertronians, you bear no difference from the Destruction Emperor. I choose the former, for I believe you have your reasons for such conduct. Tianming was immensely pleased with the statement from Crossfire, for he did not require a subordinate akin to Optimus Prime. In that case, join my ranks. The officer remarked. You seem to have changed significantly. Nevertheless, I, Crossfire, am eager to serve and contribute my modest efforts toward your ideals. Crossfire bowed deeply to Tianming, expressing his respect. Standing nearby, both Tianjun and Sihua were witnessing Tianming's fervent followers for the first time, and they felt compelled to match the enthusiasm of the newcomer. My lord, we pledge to follow you to the death. Very well, let us together revive Cybertron and restore it to its former glory. Tianming gazed resolutely through the screen of the Mingda vessel, his eyes fixed on the forest ahead. His followers had now increased to 5, sufficient to confront the impending crisis and the ripple effect he had inadvertently created. Meanwhile, the newly escaped Red Spider realized that if he did not return to rescue Megatron, the honor would belong to those fervent followers of Megatron. Thus, he made a daring choice to return and save him. Unfortunately, he encountered Alcée's threat, which forced him to take the place of the barrier, bracing himself against the falling boulder. Just as he felt utterly helpless and on the verge of being crushed, he spotted the escaping Megatron. My lord, you are alive. Thank the heavens. Yet, Megatron paid him no heed and proceeded toward the cave's exit. No, Lord Megatron. Please save your humble servant. I returned specifically to rescue you. Red Spider was beginning to lose strength. If Megatron did not act soon, he would surely be crushed. Fortunately, Megatron, in a rare display of mercy, promptly rescued Red Spider. As they flew back to the Vengeance, they detected a rapidly moving Decepticon signal nearby, one that did not belong to the Vengeance. Red Spider, pursue it. If you cannot catch even a Decepticon, I will bury you back where you came from. At once, Lord Megatron. Among the Decepticons, only Megatron and Soundwave could surpass Red Spider's speed. Decepticon aircraft ahead. This is Commander Red Spider speaking. Halt immediately. Upon hearing Red Spider's voice, Lightning swiftly descended and transformed into his humanoid form. Where's Lord Megatron? Before long, Megatron landed and saw Lightning kneeling before him. Lightning pays homage to Lord Megatron. Lightning, having severed connections with the obstacles, believed you to be deceased. Yet, to my astonishment, you still draw breath. Subsequently, Lightning was brought aboard the Nemesis, appointed as the second-in-command by none other than Megatron himself, inciting envy in the deposed Starscream. Chapter 32. The Theft of the Data Storage Tanks, Part 1, Days Later. Within the main control room, Tianming scrutinized the information displayed on the screen, his anxiety palpable. How could there be coordinates for 3 data storage tanks? Initially, he suspected it might be a ruse by the Decepticons, but after a moment of contemplation, he summoned all his subordinates. Gazing at the 5 capable lieutenants before him, he declared gravely, "It has come to my attention that the Decepticons have unearthed 3 data storage tanks from the golden age of Cybertron, containing invaluable knowledge regarding Cybertronian medicine, technology, and celestial maps. We must acquire them all." Uncertain which tank held the formula for synthesizing the super energy entity, he resolved that all 3 must be secured. Failure was not an option, and the Decepticons must not be allowed to prevail. Immediately, he organized his subordinates into pairs to venture to the designated coordinates, while he and Tianjin traversed the space bridge to arrive first at the initial location. Upon surveying the battlefield ahead, Tianming found himself at a loss for words. Could it be such fortuitous luck that this coordinate harbored both Optimus Prime and Megatron? The situation had become exceedingly precarious. Despite the formidable challenge, Tianming steeled himself. He turned to Tianjin, saying, "Tianjin, Lightning, and Bumblebee are in your capable hands. Seize the opportunity to acquire the data storage tanks." "Understood, my lord," Tianjin replied, drawing his Gatling gun and charging toward Bumblebee, who was entangled in combat with Lightning. Any Decepticon foot soldiers in his path would undoubtedly fall victim to his relentless barrage. Tianming followed closely, unleashing rapid-fire blasts from his high-speed ion cannon in an assault against Megatron, inching closer to the heart of the battlefield where the data storage tanks lay. "You shall not approach the data storage tanks, Tianming," Megatron bellowed. "Decepticons, eliminate him." Seizing the opportunity, Megatron launched a powerful strike that staggered Optimus Prime. As he evaded further attacks, he retaliated with his fusion cannon against Tianming's barrage. "I shall not permit either of you to claim the data storage tanks for the detriment of Earth." Optimus Prime joined the fray, and as the 3 drew near, they brandished their close combat weapons, engaging in a fierce melee. "I, Megatron, am the uncrowned champion of the Karen Arena. Today, Optimus Prime and Tianming shall meet their demise." Facing the onslaught of both adversaries with remarkable finesse, Megatron easily repelled Tianming with a single kick, sending him sprawling several meters back. Several Decepticon foot soldiers, witnessing Tianming's retreat, rushed toward him with the intent to finish him off. Yet, Tianming swiftly regained his footing. With fluid motions, he wielded his arms in a dance of combat, crouching, retreating, delivering elbow strikes, and cleaving skulls, dispatching every Decepticon soldier that sought to end his life. He observed Optimus Prime deftly confronting Megatron, displaying an effortless superiority, never once appearing to be at a disadvantage. In stark contrast, he found himself unable to hold his own in hand-to-hand combat against either of the Titans. He hastily declared, "Optimus, I shall fight alongside you. Let us first vanquish Megatron, and then we will contend for the data storage unit." After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Optimus remained unresponsive. At that moment, with his mask donned, he resembled a gladiatorial champion, his combat skills experiencing a remarkable transformation as he drove Megatron back relentlessly. Witnessing this, Tianming rushed forward to assist Optimus in subduing Megatron. Lord Megatron, Lightning, observing the unfolding situation, was consumed by an intense fury. He swiftly extricated himself from the ambush of Thundercracker and Bumblebee, transforming into a jet and soaring into the sky. Transformers, Decepticons, prepare to meet your end. Two missiles were launched toward the entangled trio of Tianming, and as he proceeded to fire upon Bumblebee, two missiles approached him from behind, unleashed by Thundercracker, who had transformed into a green jet. Just as Lightning braced himself to evade the missile assault, Bumblebee hurled the lifeless body of a Decepticon soldier toward him, leaving Lightning unable to evade in time. He was struck and plummeted to the ground. Subsequently, Thundercracker swiftly reverted to his humanoid form, drawing forth a colossal sword and cleaving Lightning in two with a single strike. Tianming, Optimus, shall I tear you apart? Megatron seethed as he witnessed the demise of his newly appointed second-in-command, Lightning, at the hands of Bumblebee and Thundercracker. His fury ignited. The dark energy within him surged, amplifying his power as he retaliated, delivering a punch that sent Optimus staggering back, followed by a kick that sent Tianming flying. In that moment, Tianming recognized the opportunity that had arisen. Despite the damage to his frame, he harnessed the momentum, propelling himself within a mere 5 meters of the data storage unit. He transformed his weapon into an ion cannon, swiftly dispatching several surrounding Decepticon soldiers. With a decisive grasp, he secured the data storage unit. And by the time Optimus and Megatron reacted, it was already too late. The prize was in hand, and retreat was in order. Tianming issued the command to withdraw, then took a few steps back before transforming into a Cybertronian Raptor jet, hastily departing the scene. Thundercracker followed closely behind, fending off Bumblebee's assault before converting into a green jet and ascending into the skies. Decepticons pursue immediately. We cannot allow the data storage unit to fall into Tianming's hands. Megatron transformed into a Cybertronian jet, leading the remaining 15 Decepticon flyers in pursuit of Tianming. Soldiers, lock onto my coordinates and activate the land bridge. With the data storage unit in tow, Tianming was unable to fly at maximum speed, and he transmitted his urgency. 2 seconds later, a swirling vortex of green and blue appeared ahead, revealing the Decepticons closing in on him, particularly the foremost Megatron. Lord Tianming, you go ahead. I will cover your retreat. After Tianjun concluded his remarks, the aircraft swiftly adjusted its orientation and launched an offensive against the Decepticons behind. Missiles and bullets erupted in a furious barrage, forcing the pursuing Megatron to reduce his speed in order to evade the gunfire. Meanwhile, several Decepticon foot soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were struck and plummeted downward, pierced through their fuselages or wings. As Tianming approached the land bridge, Tianjun rapidly altered his course, flying at maximum speed toward it. Tianjun, do stay behind. A hypersonic missile was launched towards Tianjun, successfully striking his tail wing. Consequently, Tianjun entered the land bridge just as it began to close swiftly. No, Tianming, you have gained nothing. Megatron roared in a fit of rage, having lost a deputy commander. Tianming gazed upon the fallen Tianjun, whose legs had been struck by the missile, rendering him severely damaged and charred. Fortunately, it was not a critical injury. Soldiers hastened to take Tianjun to the medical bay for immediate treatment, with Green already dispatched and himself needing to head to the second coordinate. There was no time to properly attend to Tianjun's leg injury. Thus, he instructed for a preliminary treatment in the medical bay. My lord, I can still continue fighting. Tianjun insisted, propping himself up with his hands. No, you have done enough. Now, focus on recovering. When we return, we shall attend to your wounds, Tianming replied, glancing at Tianjun before hastily placing the data storage container aside and urgently commanding, lock onto the coordinates of the crosshair and swiftly activate the land bridge. Chapter 33, Struggle for the Data Storage Container, Part 2. Meanwhile, the crosshair was engaged with Green in a fierce struggle for the storage container, facing formidable challenges. They were not only confronted by the likes of Black Arachnia, Soundwave, and Knockout, but also by over 50 Decepticon foot soldiers as well as Autobots. Knockout, join me in eliminating those 2 Autobots. Lord Megatron's directive is clear. The data storage container ahead must be secured. Soundwave, you deal with the retreating Qianjitang, Black Arachnia commanded, casting a pointed glance at Soundwave as she invoked Megatron's orders to exert pressure on him, for she was now merely the squadron leader, not the deputy commander. Especially with Green wielding the locking rod. Green, cover me while I retrieve the data storage unit, Crosshair commanded as he dashed forward. Meanwhile, Green firmly gripped the targeting staff. providing cover as one Decepticon after another was rendered immobile. Soundwave, the Decepticon's chief intelligence officer. I have longed for the opportunity to engage you in combat and ascertain who is truly superior, Crosshair declared, eyeing the advancing Soundwave. With determination, he steadied his dual pistols, unleashing a flurry of bullets in a single second. Soundwave adeptly utilized his slender arms to deflect the onslaught, swiftly evading the excess projectiles. Crosshair's maneuvers were designed to distract Soundwave. Sensing the moment was ripe, he sprinted towards the data storage unit. Just as he was about to seize it, Soundwave precisely calculated Crosshair's trajectory and promptly activated the land bridge. Caught off guard by his own speed, Crosshair found himself teleported to Antarctica. Call them in. Activate the land bridge immediately to return me to the battlefield, he shouted, hurling a chunk of ice in frustration. If he did not return swiftly, Green would be left to fend for himself, risking both his life and the targeting staff. Green swiftly aimed the targeting staff at Soundwave, releasing a pale blue energy orb. Soundwave reacted promptly, evading the designated area of attack. The laser beak was ordered to detach from Soundwave's chest and harass Green with laser projectiles, all while attempting to reclaim the targeting staff. Meanwhile, Soundwave, unhurried, extended his two high-pressure mechanical tendrils, preparing to seize the data storage unit. At that moment, a dark crimson Cybertronian Raptor fighter jet barreled through the land bridge, colliding forcefully with Soundwave and sending him sprawling. Subsequently, Optimus Prime quickly transformed back into his humanoid form. Just as he prepared to claim the data storage unit, Laserbeak utilized its nimble and agile movements to incessantly pester Optimus Prime. Soundwave, undeterred, regained his footing and maneuvered his high-pressure tendrils to assault Optimus Prime, who was now faced with the dual challenge of evading Laserbeak's attacks while countering Soundwave's bothersome appendages. Crosshair, Green, hurry and secure the storage unit, Optimus Prime called out, scanning his surroundings and spotting Green swiftly dealing with the Decepticons encroaching on the storage unit. Meanwhile, not far away, the recently repaired Jack was preparing to leave Earth, brandishing dual blades in a fierce melee. Your paintwork is quite exquisite, he remarked. Thank you for the compliment, but do not presume that a mere word will spare you, Autobot. In an instant following the defeat, Jax utilized the momentum from his fall to launch an assault with an electric baton, vaulting over to strike from behind. He executed two swift slashes, leaving behind two deep black gashes across the chest of the fallen adversary. You dare mar my paintwork, Autobot. You seek your demise. The enraged foe swiftly distanced himself, firing relentlessly at Jax. Meanwhile, merely 10 meters away, Red Spider strutted towards the ambulance, unaware that the unarmed Autobot medic also sought to claim the data storage canister. Then I must reluctantly deal with you, much like I would with Flyover Mountain. Red Spider, the lapdog of Megatron, do not presume I am incapable of defeating you. Exhausted from vanquishing two Decepticon grunts, the ambulance charged at Red Spider, determined to avenge Flyover Mountain. However, before the ambulance could strike, Red Spider delivered a powerful kick, sending it crashing against the cliff wall 10 meters away. Just as Red Spider prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the ambulance, a yellow Camaro burst forth from the land bridge, employing cloaking technology to swiftly engage Red Spider with gunfire. Ambulance, we are here. Return to base at once. Optimus Prime helped the ambulance to its feet. Although this mission arose from a shortage of Autobot forces, and the ambulance had volunteered to join the operation, Optimus felt a pang of guilt at the sight of the nearly extinguished spark of his comrade. Upon witnessing Optimus and Bumblebee's arrival, the ambulance felt reassured and made its way back to the artificial base to oversee logistical operations. Optimus, noticing the nearby data storage canister and the ongoing skirmish between Soundwave and the imposing Decepticon, recognized a prime opportunity and dashed towards the canister. At that moment, Crosshair emerged from the land bridge, observing Optimus sprinting towards the data canister. He immediately followed suit. Crosshair, when did you arrive on Earth? Optimus inquired, slowing his pace as he noticed Crosshair's intention to seize the canister. Just as he intended to assist Jax, he caught sight of the emblem on Crosshair's left arm. Wait, how did you become part of the Technobots? Before Optimus could react to reclaim the data canister, it was already too late. With Crosshair's precise firepower, he not only shot down the airborne laserbird, but also eliminated several surrounding Decepticon grunts. With a deft roll, he successfully secured the second data canister. Immediately afterward, Crosshair transformed into a green Datsun 280Z sports car and sped towards Grimlock. "Sir, I've got the goods." "Grimlock, cover me." "Soldiers, lock onto Grimlock's coordinates and prepare to activate the land bridge." Meanwhile, Decepticon continued to engage Soundwave while swiftly issuing a retreat order. This was a strategic move to prevent Soundwave from utilizing the land bridge again, which could transport Crosshair directly to the Decepticon warship, or risk creating an energy rift between the two nearby land bridges, allowing entry into the Shadow Zone. As the Autobots and Decepticons witnessed the activation of the land bridge and the acquisition of the storage tank by Crosshairs, they unleashed a barrage of fire towards his direction, racing forward in a fervent attempt to seize the tank. "Glenn, you and Crosshairs withdraw first. I shall join you shortly." In a bid to cover their retreat, Optimus Prime quickly distanced himself from Soundwave, deploying 2 high-velocity ion cannons from his side and 2 equidistant electromagnetic cannons from his shoulders. He locked onto his targets and unleashed a salvo of projectiles. Once he saw the two enter the land bridge in succession, he promptly shut it down to prevent the enemy from seizing the opportunity to invade their base. After issuing this final command, Optimus took several steps to his left, transforming into a Cybertronian aerial fighter and accelerated skyward. Decepticons pursue. If you cannot obtain the data storage tank, then eliminate Optimus Prime under the command of Starscream. The surviving aerial forces of the Decepticons trailed after Optimus, while those who had fallen transformed into vehicles and followed Soundwave into the land bridge, returning to the Nemesis. Chapter 34. A Formula. 2 technologies. Optimus Prime watched as the data storage tank was seized, and both he and the Decepticons departed, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Optimus knew that with 2 data storage tanks already in his possession, the contents were a mystery, potentially containing invaluable Cybertronian knowledge. We cannot allow a 3rd storage tank to fall into the hands of either Megatron or Optimus. Hastily, Optimus summoned Bumblebee and Jolt, directing them to the land bridge to support Ironhide and RC. At that moment, Starscream was relentlessly pursuing the already injured Optimus Prime. "Optimus, surrender now, and allow Thundercracker to take possession of the data storage tanks. I, Starscream, may consider sparing your life." Observing Optimus's disregard for his words, Starscream swiftly launched 2 missiles and commanded Decepticons, "Bring him down." A flurry of bullets and missiles were unleashed as Optimus, flying 20 meters ahead, deftly ascended to evade the onslaught, swiftly vanishing into the clouds and maneuvering behind the Decepticons. With a whoosh, high-speed ion projectiles rained down upon the Decepticons, accompanied by an incessant barrage of bullets. By the time Starscream reacted, his underlings had already suffered significant casualties. As Starscream prepared to pivot, he bellowed, "Decepticons, charge! Tear him apart!" Watching his subordinates fall one after another at the hands of Optimus, Starscream's fury intensified. Yet, just as they were about to lock onto Optimus, he vanished. "Soldiers, activate the land bridge." After downing several of Starscream's soldiers, Optimus felt no need to prolong the battle. He immediately contacted the control room of the Ark, and as a swirl of green and blue enveloped him, Optimus swiftly vanished within it. At this moment, the Red Spider, still in pursuit of Emperor Tianming's whereabouts, promptly commanded, "You shall report to the Revenge," conveying the situation to Lord Megatron. "I must proceed to the next mission coordinates." Observing the 8 Decepticon minions vanishing from sight, the Red Spider swiftly departed the scene. He realized that failure in this task would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of Megatron. The thought of returning to the Revenge and facing the consequences was unbearable, prompting him to temporarily sever ties with the Decepticons and pursue the mission independently. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Mindful, Emperor Tianming retrieved 2 data storage canisters and made his way to the laboratory to decrypt the information within. Just as he commenced his operations, a communication channel buzzed with updates from Black Crow and Deadfire. "My lord, the data canister has been seized by the Decepticons." "Black Crow, with both you and Deadfire in action, how could there be a failure?" Emperor Tianming expressed his astonishment. He had refrained from providing support, fully confident in their capabilities to retrieve the canister unscathed. However, the current predicament starkly contrasted with his expectations. "My lord, had it not been for that human girl-less interference, we would have secured the canister long ago," Deadfire fumed. "If it weren't for that girl, Zemu wouldn't have been struck by the partition and severely injured, necessitating emergency medical attention. Oh, what transpired? Emperor Tianming found the situation increasingly intriguing, pondering whether the data canister acquired by the Decepticons might merely be an empty shell. Subsequently, Black Crow recounted the events leading up to the incident, and Emperor Tianming's expression transitioned from shock and disappointment to calm contemplation. The overwhelming power of Black Crow's magnetic boomerang rendered close combat ineffective, making him a target amidst the chaos. Simultaneously, Deadfire was tasked with both attacking the partition and preventing obstacles from seizing the canister. At that moment, Minicon Zemu proved invaluable. As it seized the data canister, Meichi suddenly lunged forward and fired a shot at Zemu's optics. Meichi then tumbled heavily onto the canister, inadvertently triggering its internal ejection mechanism, which propelled the data into the brain of the partition that had come to rescue her. As the partition collapsed, it struck one of Zemu's legs, ultimately allowing the empty data canister to fall into Megatron's hands as he arrived to assist. In summary, the various twists and turns mirrored the original plot closely. Well, let this failure be a lesson for you to recognize your shortcomings. Next time, I hope you do not repeat the same mistakes, Emperor Tianming remarked after assessing the situation, choosing not to overly chastise Black Crow and Deadfire. He could only note that Black Crow had relied too heavily on the magnetic boomerang, while Deadfire had acted too impulsively. My lord, we have recognized our deficiencies and assure you that we shall not falter again. Black Crow and Deadfire responded in unison, their resolve unwavering. Subsequently, Tianming diligently unraveled the information contained within the storage tanks. After a mere 5 minutes, the data from both tanks was fully decrypted. Gazing at the information displayed on the screen, a smile of triumph crept across his face. The formula for synthesizing super-energy bodies and the technology for stellar energy harvesting. With the synthesis formula in hand, his energy experiments could continue unabated. Moreover, the stellar energy harvesting technology proved exceedingly valuable, for the energy from the source was not inexhaustible. It necessitated periodic extraction of stellar energy to sustain the source. Additionally, the formation of super-energy bodies required the absorption of stellar energy. With the stellar energy harvester, it was tantamount to indirectly possessing an endless supply of super-energy body blocks. Tianming stored this crucial data within the ship's core database, personally encrypting it. He then proceeded to the ship's third-level cloning production line, where he manufactured 150 low-level clone soldiers. He dispatched them in groups to infiltrate oil veins, alloy smelting plants, and other locations to discreetly acquire the alternative derived minerals essential for producing super-energy bodies. After all, the Qianjitang was not akin to the Autobots, with human assistance. Procuring minerals through legitimate means proved overly cumbersome, whereas plundering offered a swifter solution. Should they encounter Autobots or Decepticons, it would afford them an opportunity to accumulate combat experience while refining the merit-based promotion system he had devised. At that moment, how fared the Autobots' artificial base? Particularly the situation with Ratchet and the partitions? Meichi observed the partitions frantically inscribing Cybertronian knowledge with a sweeping mop, her concern mounting. He was not the scholarly figure he presented now. Meanwhile, the others within the base shared her anxiety regarding the partition's condition. After a thorough examination, Ratchet discovered that the brain exhibited unusually high activity, with the posterior cranial region seemingly occupied by some entity. This hotspot of information was the knowledge contained within the storage tank, now residing within the partition's body, akin to a living energy. Wait, are you suggesting that this knowledge possesses life and resides within the partition's mind? Meichi listened to Ratchet's diagnosis, her face a mask of bewilderment. Do not be alarmed. This data occupies only a minuscule fraction, almost negligible by standard measures, the partition interjected, indicating its own head with a dazed expression. Hold on, how do I know this? Chapter 35. The Autobots master the space bridge technology. The storage tanks were constructed during the golden age of peace and would not reject all Cybertronians. They had undoubtedly been subjected to unauthorized access, resulting in the data being automatically released. Optimus Prime elaborated. To the Cybertronians, Meichi was human, an extraterrestrial life form. Thus, upon her mere touch, the data automatically emerged. As Alita spoke, she cast a glance at Meichi, who stood rooted in place, filled with regret for her reckless actions. At this very moment, the silent perceiver, engrossed in deciphering the inscriptions of Cybertronian script upon the slab, spoke up, expressing his reluctance to incite unwarranted curiosity among the others. These equations appear to pertain to curvature navigation. Perhaps this data represents the technology of space bridges. Upon hearing this, the assembly was taken aback. If this truly pertains to space bridge technology, the Autobots could substantially narrow the technological gap with the Decepticons and the Thousand Machine Hall, enabling them to address distant crises with alacrity. Yet, a subsequent dilemma arose. Even if they were to acquire the complete space bridge technology, the Autobots lacked the necessary supply of super-energy bodies, rendering them incapable of operationalizing it. The Perceiver resumed his study of the equations inscribed on the slab, while Ratchet conducted a more profound examination of the partition. Shortly thereafter, he gazed with concern at the electroencephalogram displayed on the scanner. The red data of the space bridge was incessantly transcribing alongside the partition, diffusing throughout its neural pathways. The recent scan results echoed his apprehensions. This data was efficiently rewriting the neural network of the partition. He had initially believed the partition was exporting data. However, it seemed to be merely transcribing. The data itself, ever vigilant beside the scanner, consumed the partition's brain. From various indications, once the partition had transcribed all the data, its will and memory would utterly vanish, leaving it as nothing more than a vegetable. Ratchet meticulously analyzed with his medical expertise. If we intervene, we would be unable to obtain the complete space bridge technology. RC interjected, articulating her perspective, although she too dreaded the prospect of her partner becoming a motionless vegetable. I shall not permit our comrade to depart from us once more, Optimus Prime declared, directing his gaze towards the Perceiver. Perceiver, do you possess a solution to export the data anew without harming the partition? There's one possibility. We could seek out Megatron or Unicron, requesting that they provide us with an empty data storage container, the Perceiver suggested. Optimus Prime had indeed contemplated this option, yet the difficulty proved rather formidable. Obtaining an empty data storage container from Megatron seemed an exercise in futility. However, acquiring one from Unicron appeared to hold a glimmer of possibility, given his previous collaborations with the Autobots. Just as Optimus Prime prepared to embark with his team, the Perceiver called out to them, "Optimus, wait. There is another method?" The Perceiver glanced at Mickey, who felt increasingly ashamed under his gaze. Since the data had infiltrated the partition's mind, it indicated that the partition had become a storage vessel. Should an external force strike again, it might trigger an unlawful access, potentially ejecting the data. The ambulance, Optimus Prime, and the others found the suggestion feasible, considering that attempting it would pose no significant risk. Should it succeed, there would be no need to negotiate further with Emperor Tianming. However, prior to this, a rudimentary data storage device had to be constructed to prevent the data from dissipating elsewhere. After a mere 15 minutes, the data storage device was completed. The ambulance instructed the panel to lie flat on the ground. Meichi, feeling a twinge of guilt, nonetheless followed the ambulance's directive and delivered a kick to the panel's head to ensure it did not slip into a vegetative state. A flash of red light erupted from the panel's eyes, successfully entering the data storage device, while the pressure within the panel's mind dissipated, leaving it feeling considerably more at ease. The sensor, having obtained the complete data, promptly connected the storage device to the operating console for analysis. I surmise correctly. This contained the entirety of the space bridge technology. Provided there is ample super-energy material, construction materials, and power devices, once built, we could traverse between Cybertron and any known planetary coordinates in the universe at will. As the group reveled in their success, a high-frequency signal appeared on the display screen. The ambulance extracted the embedded audio within the high-frequency signal. "Greetings, Autobots. I am Black Raven. Your previous collaboration with the Master has only progressed halfway. It is now time for you Autobots to fulfill your promise." Black Raven communicated via a human satellite channel. "What technology do you desire from us, Black Raven?" Optimus Prime understood that the Autobots owed Emperor Tianming a favor, and they would never betray their allies, even if they were adversaries. "The Master has instructed that you either replicate the Cybertronian knowledge contained within the data storage tank and deliver it to a designated location, or provide us with the invisibility technology developed by your scientists. Choose one, and we shall be even." Optimus Prime was not particularly surprised by this. They had acquired the space bridge technology, and as long as his subordinates returned to deliver a simple account, Emperor Tianming would be informed. He would notify Emperor Tianming that they would indeed surrender the contents of the data storage tank. Subsequently, Black Raven provided a specific coordinate point. Optimus Prime prepared to deliver the replicated space bridge technology data to Black Raven. At that moment, the ambulance urgently contacted Optimus Prime via the communication channel. Optimus, the Floorman oil field and the Jasper Alloys factory have been robbed, with the suspects believed to be from the Thousand Machines Hall. Agent Fuller requires the Autobots' assistance. Optimus Prime glanced at Black Raven. Speaking with righteous indignation and a hint of anger, Black Raven informed Emperor Tianming to avoid following the Decepticons' path. Otherwise, when we meet again, I will personally ensure his demise. Optimus Prime swiftly traversed the land bridge, returning to the artificial base. Intent on preparing for the rescue of humanity and repelling the lower-tier clone soldiers dispatched by Megatron. Upon returning to the Dark Raven of the Mingda, the acquired technology was promptly handed over to Megatron for further research. After reviewing this data, Megatron could not suppress a laugh. The space bridge technology, to him, was merely superfluous information, yet for the Autobots, it represented a significant boon. At this moment, standing aboard the Nemesis, Starscream glared at the empty data storage tank, with fury directed at his two subordinates. What has happened to the contents of this data storage tank? He demanded. And no, my lord, I did not touch it before it began to emit light towards the partition, Barricade quickly explained, glancing nervously at Starscream. Oh no, those ancient Cybertronian secrets now reside within the mind of that green-skinned Autobot. Intensify reconnaissance and search efforts immediately. Locate their position. The secrets obtained by the Autobots and the Thousand Machines must be mine. Starscream was exceedingly reluctant to witness this predicament, especially given that Shockwave had not yet returned, presumably having betrayed the Decepticons. Chapter 36. The Blue Golden Energy Substance. Days later, Megatron observed over 100 of his clone soldiers, who suffered heavy casualties due to an Autobot assault while on a mission. Without the doctor named Green, the soldiers would have faced total annihilation. As the numbers continued to fluctuate, the base risked exposure at any moment. To better safeguard the base, Megatron had no choice but to direct the spacecraft to ascend from the ground, flying slowly while constantly activating its cloaking mode. Meanwhile, he continued his experimental research within a newly established external laboratory. Fortunately, the resources plundered were sufficient. Megatron gazed at a large canister of synthetic super-energy matter in his hands. Previously, during his time on Cybertron, his understanding of synthetic super-energy matter had been limited to historical texts. Indeed, synthetic super-energy could serve as a substitute for super-energy, acting as an alternative power source for the Cybertronians. However, it bore significant drawbacks. Prolonged use would not only shorten lifespans, a minor concern, but more critically, it would gradually erode the Cybertronian body, absorbing vital internal substances and expelling them, ultimately diminishing mobility and potentially extinguishing the spark. This elucidated why ancient Autobots had invented this energy synthesis technology, yet refrained from widespread application, as the twilight of the Golden Age still resulted in energy scarcity. Of course, the semi-finished synthetic super-energy exhibited even greater side effects, akin to a stimulant, capable of transforming a seemingly powerless doctor into a formidable adversary capable of pummeling Starscream. Tianming carefully poured 3 distinct energies into the same petri dish, culminating in a series of meticulous experiments that yielded a blue-golden energy substance. Indeed, my research direction is sound. This synthesized super-energy entity could serve as a pivotal balance between the super-energy and dark energy realms. With great excitement, Tianming gazed at the small vial of this novel energy form before him. He approached Black Widow, injecting the new energy into her body while continuously monitoring her condition with a scanner. Shortly after the injection, Black Widow fell into an extraordinarily peculiar state of unconsciousness. Yet her vital signs were more robust than when she had solely received the super energy. This cannot lead to her becoming a mechanical zombie as depicted in the original narrative. To prevent any potential infection from Black Widow, Tianming had no choice but to secure her with an additional set of handcuffs and leg chains, subsequently extracting the new energy form from within her for further study. While he was examining the substance with a particle optical microscope, Black Widow suddenly regained consciousness. Before she could even struggle, the handcuffs on her left wrist shattered with a resounding crack, startling Tianming, who swiftly turned around. Standing before him was a Black Widow who, although unable to speak, possessed a remarkably clear consciousness. With a fierce determination, she lunged at Tianming. He summoned a blade, charging toward her. However, Black Widow leapt with incredible speed, leaving Tianming unable to react in time. One powerful kick forced him to retreat several meters. Observing Black Widow in her current state, Tianming felt no anger, only laughter, realizing that this new energy had indeed enhanced her speed and strength. He pondered what other side effects might exist. Black Widow herself was astonished by her newfound strength, feeling as though she had awakened from a deep slumber to discover her physical prowess had doubled. In that moment, confidence surged within her to eliminate Tianming. Yet, as she attempted to summon her weapons and unleash her webs, she recalled that her transformation gear had been dismantled by him. Realizing that hand-to-hand combat would leave her at a disadvantage, she glanced upward at the laboratory ceiling, then leapt high, her 4 spider legs merging into a drill-like structure as her body spun rapidly, burrowing toward the ground to escape. Unfazed, Tianming called his 3 subordinates from outside the laboratory: Crosshair, Black Crow, and Deadfire. Black Widow has fled. You 3 must pursue her. Remember, her overall strength has significantly increased, so while capturing her, you must diligently record her performance data and ensure your own safety. Understood? The trio promptly transformed into their vehicle forms, tracking Black Widow's trail. Without her transformation gear and weaponry, could it truly be that these fallen giant trees were her handiwork? The lifeless fire observed the tragic scene of the nearby trees being toppled. What on earth had Lord Tianming used on her to grant such immense power? Lifeless fire. Crosshair, I have located her just ahead by the giant rock 600 meters away. Hurry. The Black Crow immediately aimed at the direction of the Black Widow, launching 2 missiles, followed by a barrage of bullets to impede her forward momentum. No matter how swift the Black Widow was, could she outpace an aircraft? As anticipated, the Black Widow was struck intermittently by a multitude of bullets, her injuries worsening. How infuriating! Tianming actually sent 3 individuals to pursue me. He truly underestimates me. The Black Widow. Once I escape, I shall make him regret his decision to experiment on me while I remain alive. The lifeless fire, now transformed into an armored vehicle, utilized its smashing ability to closely trail the Black Widow. A successful missile hit her spider leg from behind, causing the Black Widow to collapse, azure golden liquid oozing from her wound. Seizing this opportunity, the trio surrounded her. Black Widow, cease your flight and return with us to fulfill the mission left unfinished. The Black Widow glared furiously at the lifeless fire, vowing to dismember him should her transformation gears still be intact. What did you say, Black Widow? Cease your futile struggles. The lifeless fire, opting for a more direct approach, summoned a hammer and swung it towards her. Despite her injured leg, the Black Widow refused to submit easily, forcing herself to stand. At that moment, the speed of the lifeless fire's assault appeared sluggish to her. The Black Widow seized the opportunity as the lifeless fire threw a punch, grasping his right arm with her left hand while her right pushed against his body. Flipping him over, she then swiftly grasped his neck. Though the specifics of the Black Widow's demands were unclear, her actions indicated that she was willing to exchange the lifeless fire's life for her own escape. Observing the scene, Crosshair quickly communicated through the channel to the Black Crow. This power cannot last long. We merely need to hold her steady until it dissipates. Crosshair had not anticipated that the assassin-like Black Widow could confront the lifeless fire head-on, indicating that Lord Tianming must have injected her with something potent. Within mere seconds, the novel energy within the Black Widow was depleted, leaving her unsteady and feeling unprecedented weakness. Now, lifeless fire. Upon receiving the cue, the lifeless fire swiftly seized the Black Widow's leg and hurled her away. She soared several meters before crashing to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness once more. The trio approached her, inspecting her condition. The Black Widow had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Seeing that the Black Widow no longer posed a threat, the lifeless fire hoisted her up and returned with Crosshair and the Black Crow to the external laboratory. Crosshair, what do you think the Master administered to the Black Widow to render her so fierce and swift? The flames of death extinguished. And who could I turn to for answers? Upon returning to the laboratory, I would inquire of Lord Tianming. At this moment, the Crosshair was even more eager than the extinguished flames to uncover the nature of the blue-golden liquid that flowed from the Black Widow. Chapter 37. Star Gold Energy Entity. The trio returned to the external laboratory, securing the Black Widow to the experimental table. After she was firmly restrained, Tianming turned to Crosshair and inquired, what was the Black Widow's performance like? Crosshair recounted all that had transpired, and then his gaze fell upon a vial of blue-golden energy on the table, identical to the energy within the Black Widow. My lord, he exclaimed, if this substance could be produced en masse, it would far surpass any synthetic super-energy body. Even ordinary clone soldiers, upon consuming this new energy, could contend with the likes of Megatron. While Crosshair's words may have been somewhat exaggerated, there was no denying that this energy acted like a booster, seemingly capable of comprehensively enhancing a warrior's combat prowess. Not so, Crosshair, Tianming interjected. This Star Gold Energy Entity cannot be mass-produced. Even producing this small vial requires nearly 5 hours. You must have noticed that once this Star Gold Energy is depleted, the user is bound to succumb to weakness or even fainting. As for the energy's other effects, further experimental research is necessary. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Star Gold Energy firsthand, the three were filled with anticipation for this novel energy, especially Deathfire, who had personally experienced the Black Widow's shoulder throw. He earnestly declared, my lord, I have felt the might of this energy. I am willing to become a test subject for the Star Gold Energy Entity. Deathfire would never have requested a personal experiment without the Black Widow's validation. No, Tianming shall not subject my brethren to experimentation, he replied firmly. I appreciate your goodwill, Deathfire, but we currently have no shortage of energy blocks. Had it been thousands of years ago, Tianming might have agreed without hesitation, but now he must prepare for the future. After all, it would be unwise to lose a valuable warrior over a mere drug trial. In the following 2 months, Tianming dispatched 4 of his warriors, excluding Green, to gather materials necessary for synthesizing new energy, accompanied by clone soldiers. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Tianming's experiments with a new energy achieved a significant breakthrough. The Star Gold Energy Entity could serve as an alternative energy source. As for the resulting weakness, after capturing several Decepticon soldiers of varying ranks for experimentation, Tianming concluded how to mitigate this drawback. If the intensity of the ignition seed was sufficiently high, the duration of weakness could be significantly shortened, ultimately rendering the drawback negligible. In an instant, Tianming conceived a bold idea. If the drawbacks of the Star Gold Energy Entity could be disregarded by enhancing the ignition seed's intensity, could I not rely on this energy to create a new ignition source, replacing the original with a new one? If so, there would be no need to enhance the ignition seed strength, and one could still utilize the Star Gold Energy Entity. Should the research prove successful, a more formidable source of ignition shall emerge, potentially giving rise to an entirely new and powerful race of Cybertronians. With a concrete, experimental objective in mind, Optimus Prime commenced a new round of research on the ignition source. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron envisioned the future where he would reign supreme over this planet, his expression brimming with exhilaration. I must ensure the outcome, for I embody the shadow that rises from darkness, he declared. Megatron promptly commanded the Decepticons to reconstruct a space bridge, convinced that the source of darkness would manifest on Cybertron, and he needed to unearth it to eradicate the Autobots and the 13 Primes. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, Optimus Prime gazed at the cosmic imagery displayed on the screen. A deep worry etched upon his face. According to the records in the Covenant of Cybertron, when 47 celestial bodies align, an eternal conflict shall commence on a chaotic world, leading to the annihilation of the weak and the inevitable rise of darkness. I had thought it would be our planet, but Cybertron has long since fallen. Which place then? Ratchet, observing Optimus, inquired, based on my deductions, the malevolent deeds of Megatron and Emperor Tyrantron on this planet indicate that the prophesied world is Earth. As Optimus contemplated the prophecy's impending fulfillment on Earth, his countenance grew increasingly somber. Would the war-torn Earth become the second fallen Cybertron? Surely, this prophecy is merely a coincidence. Is it not? How much longer do we have? Ironhide and RC exchanged anxious glances with Ratchet and Optimus. Perhaps just a few days at most. Ratchet solemnly replied after surveying Ironhide and RC. Regardless of the prophecy's veracity, we Autobots must thwart those who believe in it and seek to incite war, Optimus vowed. his gaze resolute upon all Autobots and Jack within the artificial base. 2 days later, Agent Fowler, through the communication channel, expressed his frustration. Optimus, that band of Decepticons has stolen a substantial amount of technological products. Here is a photo of their leader. A clear image materialized on the display screen. Soundwave? Ratchet questioned, perplexed as to why he would pilfer human technology. In addition to the stolen phase conduits, we have a confirmed list of other pilfered items. Ratchet noted after examining the inventory provided by Agent Fowler. Plasma injectors, neutron barriers, hypercubes. We are merely missing an energy device to construct the space bridge. At that moment, Fuller received 2 pieces of news that filled him with indignation, prompting an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Optimus Prime and the Decepticon faction had once again infiltrated the Fadermon oil refinery to seize its precious oil reserves. Over the past 2 months, they had plundered nearly all the oil fields and major alloy factories in the eastern region. Meanwhile, a few Decepticons were preying upon the Laodexi nuclear power plant, leaving Fuller in a state of uncertainty regarding their intentions. For nearly 10 days, he had scarcely found rest. Optimus Prime promptly organized his team. Bumblebee would accompany him to thwart the Decepticons, while the others would confront the faction. After they set off on their respective missions, Ratchet observed the sensor beside him. It had been 2 months since the faction began its relentless plundering of human resources. Could it be that Megatron was researching a new form of energy? The likelihood was high, yet the Autobots were sorely lacking in super energy resources, hindering the progress of their scientific endeavors. If only they had more personnel, they might secure a super energy mine. The sensor displayed a sense of helplessness. Ideally, it could construct a rudimentary cloning production line to create some basic clone soldiers to address their manpower shortages and energy deficits. However, after much deliberation, it decided against it. For building anything still required super energy resources. Moreover, the Autobots harbored a profound disdain for the Decepticons' mass cloning technology. Optimus Prime held the conviction that such practices violated the dignity and rights of Cybertron's native life forms, and thus scorned its application. Chapter 38. Darkness approaches. Due to the dispersion of Autobot forces, they were unable to unleash their full combat potential, resulting in an intensifying conflict with the Decepticons. At this juncture, Megatron, en route, unexpectedly encountered a returning Laffy and seized him. Optimus Prime, darkness shall undoubtedly ascend. You cannot thwart me. Should you continue to disrupt my plans, I would not hesitate to eliminate this human. Megatron threatened ominously as he hovered before Optimus Prime, wielding Laffy's life as leverage. Bumblebee was immensely worried about Laffy, fearing that a mere squeeze from Megatron could spell his demise. Megatron, I never imagined you would resort to such despicable tactics as those used by Starscream. Optimus Prime lamented, rendered powerless as he witnessed Megatron ascend and the spacecraft lift with the energy device. Within moments, Megatron discarded Laffy, and Bumblebee seized the opportunity to catch him. At that instant, a dark purple electric arc struck both Bumblebee and Laffy. Although Bumblebee managed to save Laffy, he sustained injuries, while Laffy fell into unconsciousness. Ratchet, activate the ground bridge quickly. Bumblebee, can you make it back to the base? Optimus Prime turned to face Megatron, who was slowly ascending, and made a decisive choice. Before the Nemesis could take flight, Optimus Prime leveraged the momentum to latch onto the extending tail wing of the ship. At that moment, when Tianming spotted Alcee and the Partition arriving at the refinery to thwart the oil heist, he promptly activated the land bridge, prompting all soldiers to retreat swiftly. Tianming resolutely adhered to the strategy articulated by Tianming, employing a tactic of striking and relocating. Under the protective fire of several lower-ranking clone soldiers, the remaining troops seized multiple tanks brimming with oil and entered the land bridge. Observing the orderly withdrawal of the soldiers behind, Tianming, along with the surviving rearguard, hastened into the land bridge. Although several clone soldiers fell to the onslaught, they incurred substantial losses of their scarce super energy reserves. At that moment, Bumblebee emerged from the land bridge, cradling the unconscious Raffi in his arms, his demeanor markedly glum. What transpired? The medic hurriedly approached Bumblebee, casting a worried glance at the unconscious Raffi. Quickly, take him to my infirmary. The group promptly transported Raffi to the laboratory, where the medic instructed Bumblebee to summon the sensor while he activated the necessary equipment to examine Raffi. Despite the examination, Rafi remained unresponsive. I need to assess other critical indicators. My tools are inadequate. The medic, having never encountered such a situation, was filled with urgency. "Bring my mother." Jack, although aware that his mother was a nurse, questioned her knowledge of the effects of super energy on the human body. "And how much do you understand about human physiology?" Jack persisted, dialing Xiao Zhen's number, imploring his mother to come to the base to collaborate with the medic in treating Rafi. "Mom, it's urgent. Please hurry to the base." During Jack's conversation with Xiao Zhen, the sensor was brought over by Bumblebee. After reviewing the data on the equipment and examining Rafi's eyes and hands, the sensor concluded that this was not a result of super energy, but rather a permanent coma induced by dark super energy. The sensor's revelation illuminated the medic's understanding. Just as the sensor prepared to make an incision, the medic swiftly intervened. "Leave the specialized tasks to the professionals. I am a qualified doctor." The medic promptly instructed Bumblebee and Alcee to transport the super energy units, hoping to leverage their interaction with the dark super energy to heal Rafi. Fortunately, this strategy proved effective as Rafi's vital signs began to stabilize. At that moment, Megatron stood upon the bridge of his ship, impatiently yearning for the completion of the space bridge. "The planets are aligning. I require the space bridge." Before he could finish his sentence, 47 planets aligned perfectly in a line. In that instant, a vision of a colossal volcano, spewing dark super energy, materialized in Megatron's mind, situated within the Earth itself. His eyes transformed from their previous crimson hue to a deep violet. "Prepare the space bridge. There are matters I must attend to personally." With that, Megatron swiftly departed from the warship, seeking the volcano that lingered in his mind. At this moment, Optimus Prime entered the equipment storage room aboard the warship and retrieved the stolen energy device. "Bumblebee, lock onto my position and activate the land bridge to transport the energy device away." Just as Bumblebee approached to collect the energy device, he gazed at Optimus Prime and said, "No, Bumblebee, you must return. There is something I must do. In the past, I have been foolish, repeatedly ignoring the lessons history has taught us. The Autobots and Decepticons can never reconcile. Unless we employ diplomatic means to halt this conflict, I shall eradicate the darkness entirely. I will not allow it to descend upon any planet." Witnessing Raph's injury at the hands of Megatron, Optimus's fury intensified. To achieve this, Megatron must be vanquished, along with anyone who seeks to jeopardize the native life of this planet. Seeing the determination in Optimus's eyes, Bumblebee refrained from further protest and obeyed his command, taking the energy device back to the base. Meanwhile, Optimus charged out of the equipment room, cutting down any Decepticon soldiers that crossed his path, declaring fiercely, "I seek Megatron. This does not concern you. Stand aside or face death." The Decepticon soldiers could not tolerate an Autobot's arrogance in their territory and opened fire relentlessly. Unfazed by their obstinacy, Optimus retaliated, and the Decepticon foot soldiers fell one after another. The alarm for intruders aboard the Nemesis blared, summoning reinforcements to thwart Optimus. At that moment, Megatron arrived at the base of the volcano, gazing curiously at the active mountain before him. "This is the volcano I envisioned. It has guided me here. I have made my decision. The space bridge shall be constructed here, harnessing more dark energy from this site." Underfoot, Optimus stood atop a fallen Decepticon soldier and called out to Megatron via the Decepticons' exclusive channel, "Megatron, I am aboard your warship. Come quickly. Oh, I shall defeat the last apostle here and conquer the entire universe." Immediately, Megatron urgently transmitted a command through the Decepticon communication channel, stating, "Listen well, all Decepticons. Whoever dares to lay a finger on a single strand of Optimus Prime's being shall face my wrath. Soundwave, lock onto my current coordinates and let my adversary meet his fate." Chapter 39. Divine Substance upon receiving orders. The sound waves immediately activated the land bridge along Optimus Prime's path, transporting him forth. As he approached the foot of the volcano, he was met by Megatron, who charged at him with fury. In response, Megatron transformed his arm into a blade, unleashing molten fire projectiles towards Optimus while swiftly advancing. After several intense exchanges, neither side could claim victory. Suddenly, Optimus donned his mask, transforming into a relentless warrior. A few rounds later, he had Megatron on the ground beneath his foot. "My fate should not be this." Megatron seethed, gazing up at the triumphant Optimus. Conversely, Optimus declared, "I shall not permit an alternate outcome." With a swift motion, he swung his blade towards Megatron's head. At that moment, the dark energy from the volcano erupted, and Megatron felt an unprecedented surge of power. He caught the descending blade with both hands, and dark purple patterns visibly emerged on his frame. "Ha! It appears that the blood of the Cosmic Emperor I have sought for so long is not elsewhere, but right before me," Megatron proclaimed, leveraging his newfound strength to rise quickly. "Optimus, what was it you said? I shall not allow an alternate outcome. I return those very words to you." With brute force, Megatron shattered the blade he had caught and delivered a powerful punch to Optimus's face, sending him crashing several meters away. Just as Megatron prepared to land a final blow, an ambulance swiftly locked onto Optimus's location and activated the land bridge. A barrier surged forth, colliding with Megatron before he could react, and taking advantage of his momentary instability, Optimus launched an attack. Meanwhile, RC, witnessing the dark energy rain pouring from the volcano, was taken aback. The ambulance urgently called out, "RC, stop dawdling. Quickly bring Optimus back to the base. The barrier cannot hold much longer." Not far away, Megatron, having adapted to the sudden turn of events, quickly regained his composure and retaliated, pushing the barrier back several meters with a single punch. "Autobot, today marks your demise." Just as the barrier prepared to engage again, RC anxiously shouted from a distance, "Barrier, retreat now." Upon receiving the retreat command, the barrier transformed into a green SUV and raced toward the vanishing land bridge. Megatron, reconfiguring his arm into a blade infused with purple energy, pursued rapidly, firing his enhanced molten cannon at the fleeing vehicle. However, it was clear that a mere runner could not catch up to a vehicle. As the barrier vanished into the land bridge, Megatron was left grasping at empty air. He gazed at the sky, shrouded in darkness, and arrogantly declared, "This is merely the beginning. I now possess an ample supply of dark energy, sufficient even to resurrect the Cosmic Emperor himself." Splendid. Megatron reveled in the downpour of dark energy, summoning the Decepticons to the volcano to extract and collect these dark energy entities. The weakened Optimus Prime was being escorted towards the infirmary on a stretcher by paramedics. "Optimus, it appears you have been exposed to a substantial amount of dark energy and will require some time to recuperate. It is not just I who has suffered. I am grateful for your assistance in saving Raph." Upon seeing Raph regain consciousness, Optimus felt a surge of joy, yet Miko expressed her concerns. "It is a miracle Raph is alive." Meanwhile, Jack, upon viewing the images on the screen, posed a perplexed question. How can there be such a colossal dark energy volcano on Earth? No, the issue lies not in the abundance of Cosmic Emperor's blood, but rather in the Decepticons' true intentions. Miko, distracted by her racing game, innocently remarked, "Did the Decepticons kill the Tater Emperor? You mean that old man with horns on his head, covered in hair and utterly grotesque?" The paramedic felt compelled to correct her. "Miko, it is the Cosmic Emperor, the most malevolent force in Cybertron or the known universe. His blood crystallized into fossils, which we refer to as dark energy." The more she heard, the more agitated she became. As a mother, her sole desire was to escape this calamity with her children. "I've had enough, Jack. Please assist me in getting Raph into the vehicle. He needs a thorough examination, and his family must be informed of what has transpired." "Mom, Raph's family may not be able to protect him, but we can." Jack pointed towards the Autobots nearby. However, Miko was resolute and wished for Jack and Miko to accompany her home, but both refused. Bumblebee, concerned for Raph's safety, transformed into vehicle mode to escort Miko and Raph away. At that moment, Agent Fowler initiated an urgent call. "Optimus, have you seen the news? It seems the heavens are behaving erratically. Unusual supernatural disasters are occurring worldwide, almost coinciding with the volcanic eruptions." Standing before the screen, the Autobots were deep in thought as they observed the numerous points of disaster unfolding. "Do not tell me these phenomena are the result of Megatron or that mad scientist weather machine. How could that even be possible? The likelihood is exceedingly slim." The paramedic elaborated, suddenly struck by an idea. He quickly manipulated the instruments to connect the simultaneous natural disasters, forming an audio pattern. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone listened in astonishment. It was the sound of a heartbeat. At this moment, the Perceptron, amidst the emergence of numerous dark super-energy entities, and in conjunction with the prophecies of Cybertron, arrived at a horrifying conclusion. The heartbeat of the Cosmic Emperor resonated from deep within the Earth's core, heralding his imminent revival. Just as little Jane and Rafi departed from a base, they encountered a severe tornado, yet were safeguarded by Bumblebee and returned to safety. Meanwhile, within the confines of the laboratory, Emperor Tianming became aware of the volcanic eruption of the dark super-energy entities. However, he had no intention of dispatching anyone to seize these entities for research on the star gold source of ignition. After days of research into the fusion, extraction, and separation of 3 energy types, he realized that the star gold energy lacked a primary substance, rendering the creation of the ignition source impossible. Upon reviewing the relevant research data on the ignition source, he quickly deduced that this substance was not merely a physical entity, but rather the primordial essence of the primordial celestial sovereign, the power of the divine, or what could be termed as legendary power. To forge a new star gold ignition source, it would necessitate the primordial energies of both the primordial celestial sovereign and the Cosmic Emperor. Following the previous methods employed in the creation of star gold entities, he also attempted to extract these divine essences from the 2 super-energy entities. Yet the divine material was exceedingly rare, and he lacked a vessel capable of containing such divine energies, resulting in failure. Nevertheless, a new theoretical framework for the ignition source had emerged, leading him to ponder how to acquire the primordial powers of the 2 deities. In an instant, Tianming found himself yearning even more fervently for the hammer of the celestial champion, the supreme divine armor, and the Sword of Stars. Chapter 40. The Awakening of the Cosmic Emperor. At this juncture, Soundwave also discerned the connection to the supernatural calamities. The more Megatron listened to the heartbeat he was broadcasting, the greater his torment became. Soundwave, cease the playback. I can still hear it pulsating in my mind. Meanwhile, the logistics officer, Knockout, approached Megatron with utmost respect, stating, "My lord, the cargo hold of the ship is filled to capacity with dark super-energy entities. The soldiers are becoming increasingly weakened by them, yet I find myself growing stronger." Megatron turned to face Knockout, declaring, "Knockout, until my return, you shall command here alongside Barricade." Knockout could hardly fathom that one day he would serve as the Decepticons' deputy commander. "My lord Megatron, where do you intend to go?" "I'm going to meet the Cosmic Emperor." With an imposing presence, Megatron departed the bridge and soared towards the volcano, transforming back into his humanoid form as he gazed upon the molten mass formed by the dark super-energy entities below. "I sense your presence. I beseech you to reveal yourself. I honor you as my master, the great Cosmic Emperor." Shortly thereafter, a dark purple energy entity emerged from the magma, gradually revealing the spectral visage of the Cosmic Emperor, characterized by a long head adorned with 2 horns and a fearsome countenance. "Who seeks to behold me?" "Is your most humble servant, Megatron." Megatron knelt on one knee, speaking with profound reverence. "I am the leader of the Decepticons, the one who bears the dark energy that has awakened you from your slumber, heralding the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. This marks the inception of our shared endeavor. Through my guidance, you shall dominate this planet and indeed the entire universe." The Cosmic Emperor gazed down at Megatron with evident displeasure. "Arrogant fool, how dare you presume to summon me? I awaken because I deem it time." "Master, I do not wish to overestimate my worth. You currently lack a physical form and require my assistance to govern this world." Despite harboring some irritation, Megatron maintained a deep respect for the Cosmic Emperor, for he recognized the necessity of the Emperor's power. "Silence. I have no need for your inept support. My strength is boundless." The Cosmic Emperor's anger flared. Had it not been for Megatron's ambition serving his interests, he would have obliterated him on the spot. "I beseech you, Master, my existence is solely to better serve you and aid in your dominion over this planet and the cosmos." In that moment, Megatron resembled an unwavering sycophant, kneeling before the Cosmic Emperor, imploring him for the opportunity to follow. Suddenly, the Cosmic Emperor's expression shifted. "I sense something. The vile presence of Primus, and another ambitious soul akin to you? That would be Optimus Prime and the fallen leader, the former being Primus's last apostle, our sworn enemy, while the latter was once my most desired ally and is now my adversary." Megatron rose to his feet, relaying the current circumstances to the Cosmic Emperor. "You claim loyalty to me, yet you allow his apostle to exist. I no longer require your assistance in dealing with this apostle. for I shall handle him myself." The Cosmic Emperor then vanished into the molten lava of the volcano, disregarding Megatron's pleas. Infuriated by the Cosmic Emperor's disdain, Megatron longed to teach him a lesson, reminding him that the Decepticons were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was exploring an area affected by an earthquake. "Ambulance. The terrain here is rich in minerals. What could this signify?" queried one of the agents from the base, observing the ambulance with intrigue. "These natural metal veins on Earth are extensions of the Cosmic Emperor. Should he desire, these materials could form his corporeal body. Optimus, exercise caution. I fear the Cosmic Emperor may awaken at any moment." Just as the ambulance relayed this warning through the communication channel, a face emerged from the cliff behind Optimus. "Do you still recognize me?" "The lackey of Primus. The Dark God. You are the Cosmic Emperor." As soon as Optimus spoke, the Cosmic Emperor's form, constructed from various rocks and metals, materialized before them, towering over Optimus by more than double. "My presence now is solely to bring about your destruction, detestable apostle of the primordial celestial sovereign." Just as the Cosmic Emperor was poised to strike the mighty Optimus Prime, the latter implored, "I beseech you to reconsider. For the sake of this planet formed by your own corporeal essence, and the beings that inhabit it, humanity relies on you, and your resurrection would only precipitate the annihilation of our race. Merely a parasite clinging to my being, they shall soon feel my wrath." In an instant, the Cosmic Emperor lunged towards Optimus Prime, who swiftly transformed his arm into a cannon to retaliate, causing the frail form of the Cosmic Emperor to collapse. Yet simultaneously, more Cosmic Emperors emerged around Optimus Prime, leaving him with no choice but to fire desperately in a bid to eradicate them. "Optimus Prime, have you discerned any signs of further activity from the Cosmic Emperors?" the concerned Ambulan inquired through the communication channel. "The Cosmic Emperor embodies boundless power, and your final apostle faces an inescapable demise." The Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated through the communication channel, reaching the Autobots stationed in the base. Just as Ambulan prepared to lead the Autobots in support of Optimus Prime, the latter intervened, stating, "Force alone cannot vanquish the Cosmic Emperor. They seek me, Ambulan." One by one, the bodies of the Cosmic Emperors fell to Optimus Prime, only for more to arise in an unending cycle of conflict. Bumblebee and the others could not allow Optimus to confront such peril alone. They emerged from the land bridge to join him in battle. Before them loomed a Cosmic Emperor towering 400 to 500 meters high, toppling Autobots with ease. At that moment, Megatron soared in, obliterating the Cosmic Emperor's form, and then lifted the prostrate Optimus Prime, saying, "Optimus, recalling our last encounter, this scene is indeed ironic. However, I propose we unite against our common foe. The dark deity, Cosmic Emperor. You absorbed his dark energy. It is absurd to now seek his annihilation." Ambulan harbored justifiable suspicions regarding Megatron's intentions. Such arrogance as Megatron's would not permit anyone to surpass him, nor would he allow others to govern this planet. Therefore, Optimus Prime, well acquainted with Megatron, believed in his sincerity. Though they had battled for millennia, they were also each other's confidants. It seems we must ally with the Decepticons. Given the choice, I would prefer to collaborate with the 13, as our previous partnership was rather enjoyable, expressed RC, with Bumblebee and others echoing their sentiments. Chapter 41. Optimus Prime loses his memory. You have the Decepticons. Why not collaborate directly with the Emperor of Heaven instead of seeking us? The barrier expressed skepticism regarding Megatron's overture for collaboration. To obliterate the Emperor of the Universe, a crucial element was required, the power of the Apostle. And Optimus Prime stood as the final Apostle, the very individual the Emperor yearned to annihilate. The barrier cast a glance at Megatron and couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that in the quest to eliminate the Emperor, his assistance was no longer necessary. "No, quite the opposite. You are more in need of my aid, for only I possess the capability to lead you to him. The blood of the Emperor flows through my veins, allowing me to hear and foresee all his actions." Megatron turned to gaze at Optimus Prime, continuing, "As long as the Emperor of the Universe draws breath, our grievances are insignificant. I shall not permit this planet to become a second Cybertron. Once our collaboration concludes, I will rule this living planet in my own manner. However, before that transpires, we Autobots shall undoubtedly thwart you, Megatron." Optimus Prime remained contemplative regarding the potential for alliance, bearing the responsibility for his comrades and the humans within their base. At that moment, a multitude of sands coalesced in a singular direction, ultimately reshaping into a towering form of the Emperor of the Universe. Optimus, I shall hold him off. You and your team must depart first. Megatron transformed into a Cybertronian fighter jet, relentlessly firing upon the Emperor, while Optimus led the Autobots back to their base. After conferring with Ratchet, RC, and Jack, Optimus promptly contacted Megatron. Megatron, we will transport you immediately. I knew you would prioritize the greater good, Megatron replied, elated by Optimus's decision. After a brief entanglement with the Emperor's form, he swiftly traversed the land bridge to the artificial base. So this is where miracles are born. It looks rather dilapidated, doesn't it, Optimus? Megatron remarked, surveying the rudimentary equipment and walls of rock and soil. From a distance, Raph, hiding away, spotted his nemesis and charged forward in a fit of rage. You appear to be in much better condition than when we last met. Megatron regarded Raph, who bore the marks of his own energy, sincerely appreciating the tenacity of fragile human life, further igniting his anticipation for the impending dominion over this planet. Jack and Miko quickly intervened, urging Raph to retreat, while Miko expressed her displeasure, hurling a few choice words at Megatron. Megatron observed Jack, perceiving a diminutive reflection of Optimus Prime. Jack, I shall never forget your face, even if it is human. Jack glanced back at him before making his way toward the medical bay. The ambulance, obtaining the coordinates of the target location from Megatron, reluctantly connected to the data export port, precisely locking onto the depths of the core the position of the Cosmic Emperor. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime approached Jack, handing him the empty energy reserve and imparting his final instructions before departure. Jack, could you safeguard something for me? This is the key to the base's energy system. Why not give it to the ambulance or the sensor? Their expertise far surpasses mine, Jack questioned. Faced with Jack's inquiry, Optimus was unable to elaborate extensively, as he had faith in Jack's character. Should he fall in battle, he believed Jack could lead the remaining Autobots to continue the fight against the Decepticons and the Machination. Your performance during this time has impressed me greatly, so I trust you possess the capability to safeguard this vital object until my return. I will certainly do so, Optimus. After receiving Jack's promise, Optimus exited the infirmary. At that moment, the land bridge leading to the core activated. To prevent Megatron from advancing, RC suggested that he proceed first, followed by 4 Autobot warriors, including Optimus, as they entered the land bridge. The 5 of them arrived within the core, inside the Cosmic Emperor's body. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and they traversed along the veins of the Cosmic Emperor, who remained oblivious to their presence. Too naive, he has long known we were coming, Megatron replied, having sensed the Cosmic Emperor's thoughts. Cautiously, they followed Megatron toward the spark chamber, their bodies increasingly affected by the dark energy, rendering them weaker as the Cosmic Emperor's power surged. We must act swiftly. Upon reaching the spark chamber, they were met by a swarm of machine bats composed of dark energy, charging toward them. Autobots engage, Optimus commanded, swiftly directing RC and the others to open fire on the machine bats, buying time for Megatron to access the spark chamber. As the doors began to slowly open, a massive, dark, purple energy sphere materialized before them. Optimus, hurry, we will hold them off, RC urged, fending off the machine bats' assaults. As Optimus and Megatron entered the chamber, the doors swiftly closed behind them, intensifying the onslaught from the machine bats outside. At that moment, the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor once again influenced Megatron, partially invading his body, which erupted in fierce violet flames. My will surpasses all. You cannot defeat me, apostle of the primordial celestial. I shall return everything to chaos. As the master of the Energon Cube, I summon you to let the power of the Energon illuminate our darkest moments. Briefly contained within Optimus Prime's form, the essence of the apostle's strength and wisdom is unleashed, a potent stream of blue energy piercing towards the spark of the Universe Emperor. Just as the malevolent Megatron prepares to unleash his assault on Optimus, it is too late. The power of the Energon swiftly injures the spark of the Universe Emperor, causing him to fall back into slumber. The mechanical bats outside also collapse in succession, freed from the magnetic interference of the Universe Emperor. The ambulance promptly establishes contact with Bumblebee and the others, Yet Optimus's signal remains undetectable. RC, where's Optimus gone? I cannot scan his signal, comes the anxious inquiry. Realizing the urgency of the situation, RC swiftly collaborates to break down the door and rushes inside. Optimus, are you alright? At that moment, Optimus stands behind Megatron. Perplexed as he inquires, Megatron, why do they call me Optimus Prime? Who are they? Meanwhile, the sound waves detecting Megatron's signal activate a ground bridge behind him. They are our foes, a wretched band of Decepticons, numerous in number. We must flee. I will cover you. Without a shred of doubt, Optimus, under Megatron's protection, dashes into the ground bridge, just as Megatron follows him inside before it closes. Meanwhile, RC and the others return to the artificial base, disheartened. Optimus. Could it be that, before the ambulance can finish, the partition interjects? Optimus has not perished, but he gazes upon us without recognition, even unaware of his own name. The ambulance, relieved to know that Optimus is alive, feels a weight lifted. It appears that when Optimus unleashed the Energon, he lost not only the shared wisdom of all leaders, but also his memory. Chapter 42. Emperor Tianming seeks collaboration again. Meanwhile, the entire Decepticon faction, under the arrangement of Soundwave, had already assembled on the bridge, kneeling in unison. Welcome back, Lord Megatron. At that moment, Soundwave notices Optimus following closely behind Megatron and swiftly draws his weapons, charging towards him. Do not be so hasty, Soundwave. We cannot welcome a long-lost comrade in such a manner. Orion Pax is one of us, a Decepticon. Megatron, why do we bear the name Decepticons? Optimus questions, particularly unsettled by the hostile gazes of the soldiers before him. As we find ourselves in another realm, Cybertron has fallen. A situation brought about by the Autobots led by the malevolent Lord of Ambulances and the dark technological criminal, Emperor Tianming. Subsequently, Megatron presented Optimus Prime with the desolate visage of Cybertron, continuing, the name Decepticon is merely a label affixed by those who seek to ensnare and demonize us. Conversely, we have embraced it with open arms. If the defense of justice is deemed tyranny, then we shall indeed be tyrants. Very well, Orion. We shall have ample time for reminiscence, but first, let Blitzwing escort you on a tour of our warship. Afterwards, I shall outline your specific duties. Megatron turned away, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Megatron, I vow to eradicate that band of Cybertronian criminals to the best of my abilities in the name of my spark. Optimus Prime solemnly declared, fully trusting Megatron's words, harboring profound disdain for the Autobots and the Thousand Machines Hall, which was precisely the reaction Megatron desired. Once Optimus Prime departed, Megatron addressed Lockdown and all present Decepticons, saying, attention, everyone. Our guest will require some time to fully acclimate. When Orion Pax arrives, you are to show him the utmost respect. Should anyone dare to refer to him as Optimus Prime, I shall tear out their vocalizers. At the Autobot manufacturing base, Ratchet was explaining Optimus Prime's past deeds to Jack and others, emphasizing the significance of the Energon Cube. Jack, do you comprehend? You alone possess the ability to save Optimus Prime. Therefore, you could say that Jack is now an honorary leader? Ratchet nodded towards Miko. At that moment, a familiar high-frequency signal reverberated through. Emperor Tianming? What prompts him to contact us Autobots? Perhaps he is aware that Optimus Prime has defeated the Unicron and has come to congratulate us. Bulkhead jested, yet the reality was far from his jest. Soon, Ratchet connected the communication channel. Ratchet, I wish to speak with Optimus Prime. Emperor Tianming, Optimus Prime is not here. If you have matters to discuss with me, it is of no consequence, Ratchet replied. Upon hearing Ratchet's words, Emperor Tianming realized that the butterfly effect had yet to influence Optimus Prime's amnesia. He spoke earnestly. It appears that Optimus Prime is still alive. The Unicron has been vanquished. Are you currently devising ways to restore Optimus Prime's memory? I have an excellent suggestion. Are you interested? One does not visit without purpose. Speak, Emperor Tianming. Although Ratchet was unaware of Tianming's precise intentions, their previous collaboration had been relatively amicable. Unlike the Decepticons thus far, the Thousand Machines Hall had not claimed the life of a single Autobot. It seems that Optimus Prime has already made contingency plans. You merely need to venture to the arcane sphere and download the leader's wisdom onto the energy core, and I shall accompany you, as I require the knowledge contained within the arcane sphere. Tianming paused momentarily before continuing, of course, in return. I can offer you 3 items. 250 units of super energon and the synthesis formula for super energon. The Autobots were taken aback upon hearing this, for they were in dire need of super energon. With ample energy at their disposal, they could advance both their combat capabilities and scientific research. It is no wonder you have been plundering human resources such as oil and alloys frequently over the past 2 months. It appears you have acquired the technology for synthesizing super energon. Yet, can your intentions truly be benevolent? Surely you do not wish to compromise the arcane sphere? Questioned Ratchet. Such formulas for energy synthesis are vital strategic resources. How could Tianming so readily entrust them to a hostile faction? The super energon deposits on Earth are already limited, and our forces are numerous. The risk of exposure in synthesizing super energon is inevitable. Thus, it is preferable to trade with you Autobots for something that is presently more advantageous to me. Ratchet pondered Tianming's words and found them to be valid. At that moment, RC voiced her concerns. Ratchet, are you not worried that Tianming may have ulterior motives? RC, our primary objective now is to restore Optimus Prime's memories. With Tianming's assistance, our chances of success will significantly increase, and we require energy. However, all of this must be discussed with Jack. For Optimus entrusted the energy core to him, and only he can lead us to the arcane sphere's location. Jack, I hope you, before Ratchet could finish. Jack's mother immediately interjected, Jack, I absolutely forbid you from going to another planet. I will go, interjected Mickey, who stood eagerly nearby, yearning to explore new worlds. You're not permitted to go either, Mickey. If anyone is to go, it should be you all, Xiaojin declared, hands on her hips, glancing at Bumblebee RC, and the other Autobots. Mrs. Darby, only the leader or those chosen by the leader can access the arcane sphere and know its precise location, Ratchet patiently explained to Xiaojin. Meanwhile, Jack had promised Optimus that he would safeguard the energy core and return it to him. Jack could not bear to witness Optimus in a state of amnesia. Before Xiaojin could further rebut, Jack resolutely declared, Mom, this is the only opportunity to save Optimus Prime. I am willing to travel to Cybertron, especially since it could solve RC's energy deficiency issues. Seeing Jack's agreement, Ratchet promptly relayed his acceptance of Tianming's cooperation request through the communication channel. Very well. As a gesture of my sincerity, I will provide you with 100 units of super energon initially, and the remainder will follow. For now, I shall do my utmost to search for the Decepticon space bridge. After the call concluded, the Autobots transported the energon matrix to the designated location, while their subsequent mission was to locate the space bridge constructed by the Decepticons. At this moment, aboard the Ark, Black Arachnia stood on the bridge, bewildered. My lord, are we truly to relinquish the formula for synthetic energon to the Autobots? If so, in the near future, neither we, nor the Autobots or Decepticons, will be constrained by the issues surrounding energon, and thus, our conflict with them will only intensify. Optimus Prime shook his head. Although synthetic energon had significant flaws, as a strategist overseeing the grand scheme, he would never entrust the complete energon formula to either the Autobots or Decepticons. He gazed confidently at Black Arachnia. We are on the verge of crossing a new milestone. Chapter 43. Seizing the Space Bridge, returning to Cybertron days later. A combination of overwhelming force and disorientation once again raided a nuclear power plant, seizing the most vital energy components necessary for the construction of the space bridge. Lacking Optimus Prime's leadership, the Autobots had become disorganized, failing to reclaim the energy components and suffering injuries in the process. Upon returning to their base, the absence of effective organization resulted in significant human casualties, inciting great fury in Agent Fowler. Ratchet, what happened? My subordinates report at least 28 fatalities, with countless more injured. The higher-ups demand a reasonable explanation, or they will shut down your base. If that occurs, where will you go? Ratchet expressed his deep concern for the current state of the Autobots, speaking anxiously. Who knows? Without Optimus Prime's guidance, the Autobots' actions resemble a disjointed assembly, riddled with flaws. Leaning against the wall, RC nostalgically reminisced about the days under Optimus Prime's command, noting that at least there were fewer mistakes during field operations. Meanwhile, Jack's mind raced with a solution. Of course, we can track the Decepticons who just stole the energy device and have them lead us to their space bridge, can't we? Ratchet shook his head. Jack, while the Decepticon soldiers may lack combat prowess, they're not foolish enough to forego signal jamming devices. Tracking them will be quite challenging. Just then, a high-frequency signal appeared on the display screen. Ratchet activated it. It was a message from Starscream. However, there was a condition. Ratchet needed to bring a medical kit and go to a specified coordinate alone. As the Decepticon's second-in-command, Starscream would undoubtedly know the location of the space bridge. It seemed that this opportunity required little effort to seize. Ratchet promptly took the medical kit and, to prevent any potential treachery from Starscream, brought along the unassigned Bumblebee for the rendezvous. Before long, Ratchet and Bumblebee emerged from the land bridge, encountering Starscream, who was half reclining against a boulder, severely injured at the waist. Did I not instruct you to come alone? Red Spider never anticipated that the Autobots would resort to cunning tactics. However, given his current condition, it would be challenging for him to confront them. Whereas Optimus Prime, as the commander of the Decepticons, you should know the location of the Decepticon space bridge. The medic inquired urgently, as both matters were of utmost importance. If you heal me, I shall reveal it to you, Red Spider retorted, observing the medic's unwavering demeanor. Had it not been for his desperate pursuit of the Energon, he would never have boarded the Nemesis, which led to his current predicament. He expressed his indignation and frustration. Fine, I concede. Optimus is currently aboard the Decepticon warship, living quite well, albeit with a rather dull intellect. Upon hearing that Optimus was unharmed, the medic felt a surge of relief and promptly asked, "Do you know the location of the warship?" "Who knows it now? The ship is mobile, and it took me quite some time to locate it, only to be ambushed by my own kind in this miserable state." Suddenly, Red Spider had an epiphany. "Are you telling me that they constructed a new space bridge without my oversight? My injury isn't merely physical. It is my spark that is at stake." He pointed dramatically at his spark and then burst into laughter. "Doctor, I can surmise where they built the space bridge. Heal me, and I shall divulge the information." "Red Spider, you lack the leverage to bargain. Once we verify the authenticity of your information, the medic will naturally attend to your wounds." The right panel transformed into a hammer, threateningly directed at Red Spider. Shortly thereafter, with Bumblebee and RC's confirmation, the Decepticon space bridge was discovered hidden beneath a vein of Energon. Tianming, we have located the Decepticon space bridge. Rendezvous with us at the specified coordinates. The medic transmitted a coordinate to Tianming, who then guided all Autobots and Jack through the land bridge to the designated location. Before long, Tianming, Black Arachnia, and Thundercracker emerged from another land bridge, both sides remaining highly vigilant of one another. "Medic, let my men lead the way," Tianming instructed as he and Thundercracker took the front, while Black Arachnia brought up the rear, ever watchful of the Autobots. Tianming was not about to entrust his back entirely to them. Soon, they stealthily approached the base of the mine, where the space bridge was situated. Below, approximately 60 to 70 Decepticon soldiers were on guard and patrolling, including over 20 elite white soldiers. The Autobots wore expressions of concern, but for Tianming, this was merely a trivial matter. "Thundercracker, Black Arachnia, eliminate them all in the shortest time possible." "Understood," Thundercracker replied, pulling out his targeting staff, while Black Arachnia manipulated her magnetic boomerang, swiftly descending. Tianming unleashed a barrage of firepower to ensure that every Decepticon present was rendered unable to communicate, preventing any reinforcements from disrupting the space bridge. "Autobots, concentrate your fire to annihilate this group of Decepticons." Under the guidance of Ratchet, Bumblebee and the others leapt down, swiftly dispatching Decepticon soldiers one after another, or cleaving several in half. They scarcely had time to report the situation to the Nemesis. In less than 2 minutes, over 60 Decepticons lay defeated. Subsequently, Ratchet locked onto the planet Cybertron and activated the space bridge. "Tianming, to ensure you do not resort to any extreme measures and to prevent reinforcements from the Decepticons, 2 of your subordinates must remain here to address the impending troubles." At that moment, Tianming had no desire to create unnecessary conflict over this request and promptly acquiesced to Ratchet's demand. "Blackbird, Thunderclash, you stay here and monitor every movement until I return. Do not worry about us. You must prioritize your safety," Blackbird and Thunderclash replied. Little did Tianming know that the Autobots accompanying Jack to Cybertron included not only RC, but also the newly joined Sideswipe. Under the watchful eyes of Ratchet, Blackbird, and the others, the 4 entered the space bridge and returned to the dilapidated city of Kaon. "RC, how can we locate the location of the Energon orb?" Although Jack possessed the Energon cube He truly had no idea where the Energon orb could be hidden on such a vast planet. Do not fret. The Energon cube will guide you. RC transformed into a motorcycle and added get on. Behind her, Sideswipe and Tianming also transformed into vehicle forms, trailing behind RC and Jack as they sped forward. RC, I can hardly believe I'm standing on another planet, Jack exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the unfamiliar steel structures. Upon returning, he would have much to share with Mickey and Rafi about his experiences. My homeland has transformed into this state. We have done our utmost to save Cybertron. Yet when the smoke clears, we find there is little left to salvage. RC lamented, growing increasingly melancholic. Sideswipe comforted her. Once we help Optimus regain his memory and vanquish the Decepticons, everything will improve. Tianming, wouldn't you agree? Sideswipe suddenly brought up his own situation, and Tianming could only agree nonchalantly. Chapter 44. Capturing Jack as they ventured deeper into the heart of Karen City, caution became paramount to avoid the iron-eating worms. Reluctantly, they opted for a pedestrian journey. Under the guidance of the energy gem, they arrived at the central plaza of Karen City, where Jack's energy gem began to emit a soft blue luminescence, growing increasingly radiant. Suddenly, the ground fissured, and a towering triangular structure slowly ascended. The entrance of the building seemed to respond to some unseen force, gently parting as Jack approached. Unbeknownst to the formidable Lord Megatron, who had seized control of Karen, the coveted energy gem lay directly beneath him. No sooner had Alcee spoken than 4 mechanical insects soared towards them from the distance, transforming as they landed, emitting a distinctive insect-like roar. Jack, hurry inside. We will hold off these Decepticon insects, they urged, after firing a shot at one of the mechanical insects. Tianming transformed into a Cybertronian tank, hastily retreating. The wounded mechanical insect, unable to endure such humiliation, pursued him, astonished that a leader of the 1,000 Machine Hall would flee before the tide turned. What a coward! The petitioner lamented about Tianming's actions. With a surge of strength, he single-handedly deflected the mechanical insect's assault, wielding his spiked hammer to send one flying several meters away. The swarm-minded mechanical insects recognized the formidable green giant before them, and two began to alternate their attacks on the petitioner. Meanwhile, the petite Alcee found herself wholly outmatched by these elite soldier insects, forced to rely on her agility to evade their strikes, though her counterattacks remained feeble. "Medic, we are under attack by mechanical insects," she cried. "What? How could there be Decepticons on Cybertron?" Rafe, within the base, expressed his bewilderment upon hearing Jack's distress call. Meanwhile, the medic stationed before the space bridge remarked, "When the Decepticons departed Cybertron, they left a few sentinels in stasis to guard against enemy incursions." At that moment, the 3 mechanical insects noticed the energy gem in Jack's possession, abandoning their assault on the Autobots to rush towards him. "Jack, hurry inside. We can only escort you this far. You are the one destined to wield the energy gem," they urged. Alcee and the petitioner charged forward, drawing the mechanical insect's fire, while Jack dashed into the structure. Meanwhile, Tianming, having sprinted 200 meters away, suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on the aberrant mechanical insects behind him. "My servants, why do you not come forth to pay homage to your master?" Having long since implanted insect genes within himself, Tianming's was the decree of the mechanical insects, an edict that could not be defied. "Butcher, pay your respects to your master." Tianming never anticipated that the mechanical insect before him was none other than Butcher, one of the advanced mechanical insects, adorned in a resplendent red and gold hue. While ordinary mechanical insect soldiers could merely transform into stag beetles, Butcher's insect form was that of a scarab beetle, possessing not only formidable attack power, but also an exceptional proclivity for thievery, adhering to the principle that a thief should never leave empty-handed. "Arise and accompany me back. Let's see how the Autobots fare," Tianming said slowly as he made his way toward Zhongxing Square. At that moment, RC and the petition lay defeated on the ground, unconscious. While one of the 3 mechanical insect soldiers had perished, its grievous wound a testament to the petition's assault. The entrance leading to the magic sphere had been violently breached, indicating that the remaining 2 mechanical insects had already ventured inside. "Master, shall we deal with these 2 Autobots as per my design, or shall we spare them?" Butcher inquired respectfully, having chosen to let them go to prevent a greater butterfly effect. Moreover, should he slay these Autobots, it would surely offend Optimus Prime. He aspired to be the cunning fox, the one who laughs last, rather than the mantis or cicada. No, I still have dealings with the Autobots. I'm not one to burn bridges. With that, Tianming transformed into a Cybertronian Raptor fighter jet and soared into the building, followed closely by Butcher. At that moment, Jack faced the dual threat of numerous Iron Eaters gnawing at the magic sphere, risking the failure of the energy gem download, alongside the impending attacks of 2 mechanical insects. A brilliant idea struck him. Bugs, a feast awaits. Jack seized an Iron Eater and hurled it at one of the mechanical insects. The others, alerted by the commotion, bared their sharp iron fangs and surged toward the 2 mechanical insects. In less than 2 minutes, the mechanical insects were dismembered, meeting their demise. Just then, the Iron Eaters spotted 2 life forms adorned in resplendent red and green layers and charged directly at them. Butcher felt a surge of anxiety as he witnessed thousands of Iron Eaters rapidly approaching. Master, we must retreat quickly. It will soon be too late. Meanwhile, Tianming remained unfazed, observing the unfolding chaos. He retrieved a low-temperature device reminiscent of a fire extinguisher from his back, releasing a torrent of low-temperature nitrogen. Hundreds of Iron Eaters, flying at the forefront, succumbed to a frozen slumber before they could close in. Next, Tianming swiftly tossed a green canister to Butcher. Burn these insects to a crisp. Butcher dutifully pressed the button, unleashing a torrent of purple flames that clashed with Tianming's icy onslaught, incinerating thousands of Iron Eaters, short-circuiting them into a state of lethargy or death. As Butcher beheld the magnificent barbecue of insects before him, he was filled with immense joy. Master, I never imagined the Iron Eaters could be dispatched in such a manner. I wonder if the contents of this canister will suffice. Rest assured, this extermination canister can eliminate 100,000 Iron Eaters without issue. A mere few thousand are but trifling. Tianming gazed upon the lifeless carcass of the Iron Eater lying on the ground, a peculiar feeling washing over him. As the nemesis of the Cybertronians, one would wonder why the scientists had failed to devise an effective means to eradicate the Iron Eater. Jack observed in astonishment as countless Iron Eaters were effortlessly annihilated before him. He recalled the arduous struggle the base had faced in overcoming the Iron Eater crisis and could hardly fathom how it had become so effortless in Tianming's hands. At this moment, the energy treasure successfully downloaded the data from the magic sphere, which slowly descended into the abyss, sealing the entrance. Just then, the roar of motorcycles and off-road vehicles echoed, prompting Tianming to swiftly grasp Jack and transform into a Cybertronian aerial predator. He secured Jack tightly within the confined space of the aircraft and, for safety's sake, administered a comforting electric therapy that rendered Jack unconscious. Let us depart at once. Yes, Master. The Butcher followed closely behind as they soared away, narrowly missing RC and her companions. RC, why is Tianming here? Didn't he flee? And why is that mechanical insect still following? Alarmed, RC initially suspected that Jack was battling the mechanical insect, unaware that Tianming had abducted her companion. However, upon their arrival, they found no trace of anyone. This is bad. We've been deceived. She hastily maneuvered the partition towards the exit and urgently called for an ambulance. Ambulance. Tianming has tricked us. He has taken Jack. Beware of Black Crow and Thunderquake. Chapter 45. Forcing Jack to relinquish leadership. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the space bridge, Black Crow and Thunderquake received Tianming's orders and directed their weapons at the ambulance and Bumblebee. Do not move. Lord Tianming has merely invited the human named Jack as a guest. Should you dare to make a move, do not blame us for killing him. And if you, Doctor, dare to alter the coordinates of the space bridge, causing our Lord to be unable to return, Jack shall not survive either. Presently, Jack was their Achilles heel, the sole individual capable of restoring Optimus Prime's memories. The ambulance and Bumblebee were left with no choice but to remain still. Simultaneously, in the distance, the land bridge activated, and Megatron emerged with Barricade and 10 Decepticon soldiers. You truly are desperate to rescue your leader, Megatron remarked, glancing at Black Crow and Thunderquake. It's amusing to see you Autobots collaborating with me one moment and aligning with Tianming the next. Such fickleness. No sooner had he spoken than Megatron swiftly transformed his weapon into a molten cannon, firing directly at Thunderquake. Barricade, take your men and eliminate those 2 Autobots. Thunderquake. Witnessing Megatron charging towards him, drew forth his targeting staff and launched an offensive. The fact that he resorted to using the targeting staff indicated the significance that Tianming placed on this operation. Megatron deftly evaded the targeting range and retaliated with a blast from his molten cannon aimed at the space bridge. Megatron, you shall not destroy the space bridge. Blackwing unleashed a magnetic boomerang, cleaving the quantum energy of the molten cannon in twain, thwarting the scheme of destruction. Decepticons, spare no effort. Eliminate them and seize the space bridge. At all costs, safeguard the space bridge. A fierce battle ensued among the three factions. Thunderclash and Blackwing joined forces to assail Megatron. While even the battle-weary Ratchet brandished his surgical blades, engaging in close combat with the Decepticon soldiers. Just as he felled the third Decepticon soldier, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground. Ratchet, Bumblebee, embroiled in combat with Roadblock, cast a worried glance at Ratchet's plight. As he contemplated rushing to assist, Roadblock exploited the opening, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. Bumblebee, you should consider yourself fortunate to perish by my hand. Suddenly, another land bridge activated, and from within emerged a towering 10-meter-tall red Decepticon, none other than Optimus Prime, stripped of his leader's wisdom and memories. Ollie, return to your duties. This is not your place, and you're not the leader. Megatron, caught off guard by Prime's arrival, seethed with anger after creating distance from Thunderclash and the others. Perhaps I am not, or perhaps this is yet another of your deceptions. In this moment, I find greater sympathy for the Autobots. For you and I are destined to walk divergent paths. During his time aboard the Nemesis, although Prime was afforded generous treatment, doubts began to plague him from the moment he encountered the arrival of Starscream on the warship. The area outside his workshop was teeming with soldiers, rendering him perpetually under their scrutiny. If he ceased working, he would risk being assaulted by the soldiers, leading him to question whether he had truly become a Decepticon. At that moment, Optimus transformed his hands into blades and charged at Megatron. But with a simple hook punch, Megatron effortlessly sent him crashing to the ground. A subsequent blow struck him squarely on the back, leaving Optimus prone and unable to rise. Optimus, before you oppose me, there remains much you must learn. Alas, you shall have no further opportunities. Just as Megatron prepared to deliver a fatal strike, a Cybertronian Raptor fighter jet soared from the space bridge, propelling Megatron away and crashing him against the wall. Tianming, once again you thwart my plans. Seizing the moment, Thunderclash unleashed a surge of blue energy towards Megatron, immobilizing him. Witnessing this, Roadblock, engaged with Bumblebee, hastily dispatched a message for reinforcements. Realizing that the Decepticon army would soon arrive, Tianming, hovering in the air, declared, "Mission accomplished. Thousand Machinery Hall, retreat at once." Having spoken, Tianming swiftly departed the mine with his three subordinates. At that moment, Alcai and the Partition had successfully returned, aiding the Autobots in confronting the remaining Decepticons. Meanwhile, the Stun Squad, led by the dizzying commander, arrived with 100 followers, intent on protecting their master and eliminating all Autobots present. Stun charged directly at the Partition, while Alcai skillfully maneuvered amidst the ranks of the followers. Autobots retreat. The sensors within the base had received a distress call from the ambulance, swiftly activating the land bridge at their nearest location. Bumblebee and the ambulance led the disoriented Optimus Prime into the land bridge, with the Partition and Alcai, despite their worsening injuries, following suit back to the base. Ambulance. Xiao Zhan, it is all my fault for failing to protect Jack, allowing him to be captured by Tianming. Alcai lamented, her face etched with guilt. If only her strength had been greater, she mused, Tianming would not have succeeded. Xiao Zhan, upon hearing that Jack had not returned, succumbed to overwhelming worry and fainted. Under the care of Agent Fuller, Rafi, and Meichi, Xiao Zhan eventually regained consciousness. The ambulance consoled her, saying Tianming merely invited Jack as a guest. He possesses the energy gem. I suspect Tianming's intention in disrupting our alliance revolves around the energy gem. Thus Jack is unlikely to be harmed. If there is any fault, it lies solely with me. Had I not acquiesced to Tianming's collaboration, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. To atone for his mistakes, the ambulance attempted to locate or contact Tianming by tracing the high-frequency signal he had emitted earlier and through the ongoing search of the satellite. However, No matter how he operated, he could not ascertain Tianming's location or establish contact with him. Now Jack was abducted, his fate uncertain, while Optimus Prime had lost his memory. Although he had returned successfully, he was unable to serve as a fighter, marking this operation as the greatest failure in the history of the Autobots. On board the Mine-Decker, Jack was bound tightly to a small chair at the control console. Stripped of all his equipment, Tianming stood before him, holding the energy gem and looking down at him. Jack, you are a clever individual among all known humans. You're the one I admire most. What do you intend to do with the energy gem? It belongs to the leader of the Autobots, and without Optimus Prime's authorization, you cannot utilize it. Jack glared at Tianming, who should have understood the rules surrounding the energy gem, thereby dissuading him from his course. You are indeed correct, Jack. However, you have now gained the gem's acknowledgement. If you sincerely hand over the energy gem to me, just as Optimus Prime would, I guarantee your safe return and assistance in restoring his original memory. Tianming observed Jack's continued indifference and persisted. My aim is not to claim leadership over the Autobots, but to fulfill our partnership by replicating the knowledge of the leaders contained within the energy gem. Jack resolutely denied the matter, asserting it was impossible. However, I could not predict whether you might resort to extreme measures, such as damaging the Energon Cube. Chapter 46. The theft of Optimus Prime's transformation gear. There is no need for haste. I have ample time for you to deliberate. What remains uncertain is whether Optimus Prime and his companions can afford to wait. Emperor Tianming commanded 4 soldiers to keep a close watch on Jack, ensuring he would not have an opportunity to escape. Shortly after Emperor Tianming returned to the laboratory, he was informed, Lord Tianming, we have traced the signal of the ancient Autobot to its precise location. The Decepticons have unearthed their most formidable weapon, the Energon Extractor. Should we seize it? On the day of the discovery, Shockwave hesitated upon seeing the Energon Extractor, especially since it had already fallen into Megatron's hands. Once activated, the extractor would draw out all Energon within 1,000 meters, regardless of faction. Thus, Shockwave felt compelled to consult Emperor Tianming regarding the potential for retrieval. Shockwave maintained close surveillance. There is no need for a direct theft. Emperor Tianming decided against the operation to seize the Energon Extractor, although its power was immense. Should Shockwave attempt to acquire it, and given the likelihood of Autobots also intervening, one could not dismiss the possibility of Megatron employing extreme tactics to have his minions utilize the extractor, leading to mutual destruction. If that were to occur, it would effectively eliminate a significant portion of the high-end combat capabilities of both factions, greatly benefiting Megatron. At that moment, on a small hillside below, due to Optimus Prime's amnesia and lack of combat capability, Ratchet had no choice but to personally lead the Autobots on a field mission. Ratchet, that object cannot be, said the panel, gazing at a disc-shaped weapon, blue and white in color, with astonishment. Indeed, that is the Energon Extractor. This devastating weapon must not fall into the hands of the Decepticons. Panel, RC, provide cover fire for Bumblebee. We must secure this weapon of mass destruction. After finalizing their battle arrangements, RC, the panel, and Bumblebee transformed their arm cannons and shot toward the Decepticons below, rapidly descending. Decepticons, eliminate these 3 Autobots. Commanded Soundwave. Open the terrestrial bridge. Megatron had no desire to become entangled with these insignificant Autobots, nor did he wish for the Energon Extractor, which he had painstakingly unearthed, to be seized by them. As the swirling blue and green vortex opened, Megatron advanced slowly into the terrestrial bridge. At that moment, the panel and RC had already engaged a considerable number of Decepticon soldiers. Bumblebee, hurry! With his agile form, Bumblebee swiftly dispatched 6 surrounding Decepticons, then transformed into a Camaro, racing at maximum speed into the terrestrial bridge. Within the bridge's passage, employing his cloaking technology, he rapidly transformed part of his chassis into a small arm, snatching the Energon Extractor from Megatron's grasp before swiftly retreating. Bumblebee immediately communicated with the base's sensors in his unique language, instructing them to activate the terrestrial bridge to prepare for their return to the base. No, Megatron took a few steps to accelerate and swiftly transformed into a Cybertronian jet, pursuing Bumblebee. Just as Bumblebee was about to cross the land bridge and drive toward another one 300 meters away, 2 missiles hurtled toward him, while behind him, Megatron unleashed incendiary projectiles. He quickly reverted to his humanoid form, bending at the waist and evading the oncoming missile assault with the most advantageous posture. Immediately after, he transformed back into a Camaro and charged fiercely towards the land bridge. The missiles collided with the incendiary shells, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent both Megatron and Bumblebee hurtling away. Alas, the Allspark extractor remained unattainable. Although Unicron had explicitly forbidden Shockwave from participating in the struggle for the Allspark extractor, he could not let such an excellent opportunity slip away. Thus, he launched 2 missiles at Bumblebee. If he could not seize the prize, eliminating an Autobot would suffice. Meanwhile, Bumblebee adeptly harnessed the energy waves from the explosion to successfully cross the land bridge. In his humanoid form, Megatron surveyed the remnants of the Decepticons strewn about, yet found no traces of Autobots, which ignited his fury. He lamented that he should not have merely destroyed the Scout's vocalizer in the past. Back at the base, Bumblebee was elated at having acquired the Allspark extractor, while Ratchet glared angrily at the Censor. Censor, Optimus is still merely a human. Sending him alone to search for any Energon signals places him in grave danger. As Ratchet spoke, his rage intensified, and in a fit of anger, he struck a small object, flattening it like a panel. The Censor, confronted by Ratchet's rebuke, felt profound regret, realizing that had he paid more attention during his experiment, Optimus would not have been sent out to search for Energon signals. At that moment, an urgent communication from Michaela appeared on the screen. Censor, Optimus has been incapacitated by the Special Operations team. They're currently performing surgery on him. In the background, the sounds of gunfire erupted. What? Michaela, you were there too? After the initial shock, Ratchet turned to the Censor with an even more troubled expression. Ratchet, I truly did not know. Regardless, they could only wait for Optimus and Michaela to return to clarify the situation, as RC and the panel had already gone to provide assistance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the nearby valley, Michaela, being just a child, dared not take a life. Instead, she relied on the advantageous terrain to harass the Special Operations team. Find time for Autobot rescue. Hurry, move quickly. The fortunate Seraph, having narrowly escaped, urged the members of the Special Operations team. Just then, RC and the panel arrived just in time. The panel swiftly approached Michaela to shield her while dispatching the team members who sought to harm her. Michaela, are you all right? How are these deranged humans still alive? The panel inquired, concerned for Michaela's safety, while simultaneously expressing his grievances. Just as RC was poised to eliminate Silas with a single shot, Silas produced a crimson transformation gear. Don't move. You wouldn't want to witness your leader's prized possession obliterated, would you? Upon witnessing this scene, both RC and the surrounding individuals halted, their expressions rife with fury directed at Silas. What do you desire, Silas? My demands are quite simple. Release us, and this item will be returned to you thereafter. Silas, not waiting for RC's consent, commandeered a vehicle alongside an armed helicopter to flee the site. He understood that as long as he possessed this gear, his safety was assured. The matter of its return was of no consequence. Observing this unfolding drama from several hundred meters away, the Red Spider felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Grateful that he had not fallen for the ruse, lest he become mere fodder for human experimentation. However, as he watched the mechanized Special Operations team depart, a brilliant idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 47. The true ascendance of Emperor Tianming the Partition and RC brought the awakened Optimus Prime back to the base, their faces etched with concern as they regarded Ratchet. The current situation was indeed dire. The transformation gear was the most vital biological organ for the Cybertronians. Without it, Optimus Prime would be rendered entirely incapable of combat and transformation. Ratchet endeavored to maintain his composure, recognizing that he could not afford to let emotions cloud his judgment. He swiftly inquired about the events that had transpired with Optimus Prime and Mickey, learning that Optimus had ventured out to avoid being a burden, while Mickey's carefree and reckless nature ultimately led to this predicament. Ratchet approached Optimus Prime, offering words of solace. Optimus, I understand your distress at losing the transformation gear, but we cannot bear the cost of losing you again. Therefore, it is imperative that you remain here at the base for the time being. Ratchet, I apologize for the trouble I've caused. Had I not concealed myself within Optimus, this situation would not have arisen, Mickey expressed sincerely. Observing her heartfelt apology, Ratchet chose not to admonish her further. After all, she was merely a child, and a few gentle words from the partition would suffice for guidance. Ratchet, I believe there's no significant issue with Optimus losing his transformation gear. We can locate the mechanized special operations team and reclaim it, or perhaps seize a Decepticon soldier's transformation gear for use. Upon hearing the censor's suggestion, Optimus immediately rose, a serious expression crossing his face. Censor, I appreciate your goodwill, but we must not resort to stealing another's biological organ due to my oversight. If we were to do so, how would we differ from those cruel organ traffickers? At this moment, the surrounding Autobots felt a familiar presence. Optimus Prime had returned. They collectively acknowledged that the theft of transformation gears was an unethical act. Given the circumstances, the only course of action for the medic was to summon the Perceptor to assist in the arduous search for the base of the mech special operations team. At the base, Silas commenced research on artificially created transformers using the stolen transformation gears. However, despite numerous attempts, success eluded him. Why was transformation still impossible? It was all the fault of that fool, Unicron. Had it not been for him, the previously acquired data would not have been so severely compromised. Silas gazed at the towering mechanical being, nearly 7 meters in height, unable to move, filled with regret for his previous greed. Just then, the base's door creaked open, and the ever-watchful Starscream entered with a smug expression. You are the ones who have reduced the dead fire into a pitiful scientific experiment. It seems you have not learned your lesson. Dozens of mech special operations team members raised their weapons, aiming at Starscream, prepared for any potential threat. At least we have discerned your weaknesses, Decepticons, Silas said, turning to look at Starscream with pride. Well, I have no further ties with those fools. If I were here for revenge, you would all be dead by now. As the guns aimed at him were gradually lowered by the humans, Starscream continued. I am here to discuss collaboration. In truth, we share many commonalities. Collaboration? What do I stand to gain? Since the last failed partnership, Silas had developed a fear of collaboration. If what Starscream proposed did not align with his desires, he would not hesitate to eliminate him and use his remains for further research. An astute choice. In truth, transformation gears are not merely a matter of technology, but rather biology. They repel all forms of energy, except for the energon, Starscream stated, slowly approaching the artificial transformer. He sliced his left arm, extracting a small portion of energon and injecting it into the artificial being. Instantly, it reacted. Silas, it now meets the conditions for transformation. Should we proceed? The operator said, glancing at the data on the screen. Transform, Silas commanded, and as the operator initiated the final program, the artificial transformer morphed into an armed helicopter. Excellent, continue, Starscream remarked with satisfaction, no longer concealing his intentions. Energon is the essence, the ammunition, the lifeblood of all Cybertronians. What I lack is a means to obtain it. However, if I provide you with its chemical composition, you can leverage your considerable resources to develop a method for exploring new mineral deposits for our mutual benefit. Silas found that the defector before him was far more pliable than the group of Decepticons from Waya. The presence of a living extraterrestrial consultant would undoubtedly expedite their research on artificial transformers, leading to the creation of a formidable mechanical army. One must ponder, who on this entire planet could rival Silas? Meanwhile, a peculiar smile crept across the face of the red spider, biding its time. Just wait. Once you discover new mineral deposits and fabricate these soulless synthetic soldiers, it will be the day I, the red spider, eliminate you humans. After enduring a relentless series of bindings and the incessant output from Zemu, Jack's feelings of yearning intensified. He longed for his family and friends, especially worrying about Optimus Prime's situation. I accept Emperor Tianming's terms. Summon him. My lord, Jack has consented, reported a soldier. Upon receiving the news, Emperor Tianming rejoiced, extinguishing Black Widow's spark with a swift stroke, and ordered the soldiers to transport her remains to be buried 30 kilometers away, as a reward for her becoming his experimental subject. Otherwise, he would have reforged Black Widow long ago. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming approached Jack, awaiting his most sincere response. I, Jack, in the name of the Autobot leader, entrust the energy gem to you. Jack was uncertain of the exact method of inheritance, so he could only speak sincerely, not knowing whether it would be successful. Upon receiving the energy gem, it emitted an unprecedented blue glow, seemingly acknowledging Jack's words. Emperor Tianming gazed at the energy gem in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. He had anticipated some special condition, but was utterly astonished by the gem's recognition. Jack observed Emperor Tianming's excitement and, with displeasure, remarked, "Now that you have gained the gem's acknowledgement, may I be released?" Emperor Tianming shook his head emphatically. "No, I still need to replicate items and ascertain whether the energy gem truly acknowledges me. Only then will I release you." After instructing his soldiers, Emperor Tianming hurried back to the laboratory, placing the energy gem beside his spark chamber. In an instant, the memories and wisdom of the leaders of Cybertron throughout the ages surged into his consciousness. Within seconds, Emperor Tianming fainted. The following evening, he awoke in the ship's infirmary. "What has happened to me?" he inquired, looking at Green and his 5 senior generals. "My lord, you fainted the moment you placed the energy gem inside your body. It has been a day, yet your body shows no adverse effects. You have fully gained the gem's acknowledgement, becoming a leader akin to Optimus Prime," Green concluded. As Emperor Tianming absorbed this revelation, he noticed a newfound reverence in the gazes of his subordinates, tempered by an undercurrent of concern for the future. Chapter 48. The Butterfly Effect. 2 great generals slain. Tianming perceived the apprehensions held by Haya and the others. He himself held no desire for the title of leader among the Autobots, nor did he covet the Energon gem. He spoke slowly. "This Energon gem is of little significance to me. The principles of my Tang are fundamentally at odds with those espoused by Optimus Prime and his Autobots. I shall not assume the mantle of leadership among them. I, Tianming, require no validation from the Energon gem, for I am a leader in my own right." After uttering these words, he proceeded towards the laboratory, but suddenly halted, turning back with a grave expression. "In the days to come, it is imperative that we constantly monitor the movements of the Autobots and the Decepticons, particularly concerning the ancient Autobot signals they have unearthed." Before anyone could respond, Tianming departed from the infirmary and returned to his laboratory, swiftly exporting the knowledge and wisdom provided by the Energon gem, along with the historical and cultural heritage of Cybertron, into the core database of the spacecraft, applying a 3-layer encryption. Once this task was completed, he began his own research on the Energon gem, leaving the reverse engineering of the magnetic gloves to Crosshair. Meanwhile, Dazed and Knockout arrived at the second coordinate of the Iron Fortress relic deciphered by Optimus Prime. "Hurry up. There are 2 powerful energy signatures rapidly approaching our location." Knockout complained while digging with great effort, his paint and finish marred in the process. Finally, with one decisive strike, he unearthed a short staff adorned in red and gold. "We got it. Retreat." The 2 transformed into their vehicle forms and swiftly exited the site, while Bulkhead and Bumblebee, upon arrival, could only catch a glimpse of Dazed and Knockout vanishing into the horizon. Back aboard the Nemesis, Knockout exclaimed with delight, "Master, barring any unforeseen events, we have successfully acquired this weapon. But what purpose does it serve?" "Knockout, you have performed admirably this time," Megatron replied, immediately firing a projectile at him. A blue shield appeared before Knockout, absorbing the impact of the blast. "Now do you comprehend its significance?" Megatron's unexpected assault nearly caused Knockout to leak fluid, but fortunately, his mental fortitude held strong. At that moment, Megatron summoned Barricade. "Knockout, Barricade, Dazed. You 3 must hasten to the 3rd coordinate of the Iron Fortress relic to secure the artifact. I expect this relic to be a weapon of mass destruction." "Understood." The trio precisely pinpointed the coordinates and traversed via land bridge to a mountainside in a snowy range. Knockout, holding a signal detector, advanced forward until he stopped at a specific spot. "This is the place." Dazed and Barricade commenced their excavation, revealing a massive and technologically advanced yellow hammer. "Oh, this is quite a specimen." As the Dazed one reveled in his triumph, Bumblebee, Sideswipe, and RC successfully ascended to the precipice, gazing at the distant gleam of the hammer. This vision was transmitted through its optical lens back to the artificial base. "What is this hammer?" inquired Ratchet, perplexed, while Ratchet, who was focused on the display screen, remained ignorant of the object depicted. It was the censor who, upon witnessing the sight, gasped in astonishment. The legendary artifact, the Hammer of the Primes. How could it possibly appear on Earth? The prior emergence of the Ember Extractor on Earth could be understood, given that it was a creation of the Decepticons. However, the appearance of the Hammer of the Primes, the revered weapon of the 13 Primes, left him utterly bewildered. Although Optimus Prime had lost his memory, his reaction to the sight of the hammer was equally profound. "Ratchet, this legendary artifact must not fall into the hands of the Decepticons or the Chaos Brigade." "Let me go." "No, It would be futile for you to attempt it. Stay here, Ratchet instructed the sensor, immediately commanding Bumblebee and his companions to secure the hammer while he would proceed to provide support via the land bridge. Just as Bumblebee and his allies reached the summit, Emperor Tianming descended with Blackbird, Quake, Butcher, and 50 seasoned clone soldiers. The barrage of firepower overwhelmed both Decepticons and Autobots alike. Blackbird's magnetic boomerang, aided by the suppressive fire, was launched toward them. Danger! Evade quickly! Barricade and Roadblock reacted swiftly, retreating several meters to the sides, while the disoriented one, overwhelmed by the gunfire, could not respond in time. The magnetic boomerang swiftly sliced through, severing him at the waist, and he collapsed to the ground, struggling to crawl. Master, Emperor Tianming has brought a formidable force to seize the artifact, along with 3 Autobots. Soundwave, pinpoint the location of the fallen and activate the land bridge. Upon seeing the image of the Hammer of the Primes, Megatron's composure shattered, and he promptly led a multitude of Decepticons into the land bridge. Meanwhile, the battle on the snow-capped mountain was heavily tilted in favor of Emperor Tianming. Quake commanded half the soldiers to fend off the Autobots' assault, while on the Decepticon side, Barricade, having regained his bearings, utilized a shield generator to block all attacks. Blackbird and his soldiers could only barely hold their ground. Emperor Tianming swiftly approached the Hammer of the Primes, exerting all his strength to hoist the artifact onto his shoulder. The relic is secured. Retreat. At that moment, Megatron reached the mountainside and witnessed the Hammer of the Primes fall into Tianming's possession. Enraged, he commanded Decepticons eliminate this Chaos Brigade and reclaim the Hammer of the Primes. Megatron charged toward Emperor Tianming, unleashing 2 molten cannon blasts, which were intercepted by a stone hurled by Butcher. Master Tianming, go ahead. I will cover you. The Butcher lunged towards Megatron with remarkable speed, his hands firmly pressing against Megatron's fists. The tremendous force forced Megatron to retreat, and a swift punch landed squarely on his head. Butcher, I never anticipated your betrayal. Since you, traitor, seek death with such fervor, I shall grant your wish. Megatron unleashed his full might, deftly evading the Butcher's clumsy assault, and identified the greatest opening in his defense. Grasping the Butcher's left shoulder with his right hand, he swiftly transformed his left hand into a blade, piercing directly into the Butcher's spark, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Emperor Tianming, witnessing the extinguishing of the Butcher's spark by Megatron, was consumed with rage. After a brief moment of hesitation, he dashed towards the land bridge, located 4 meters away. Want to escape? It won't be so simple. Megatron rapidly transformed into an aircraft, evading the Black Crow's boomerang attack, and surged towards Tianming with the intent to collide. Just as he was about to reach Tianming, Tianjin drew forth the fierce Gatling gun and fired rapidly at Megatron, successfully disrupting his advance. As Tianjin saw Tianming successfully bring the Hammer of the Celestial Talents onto the land bridge, which then sealed shut, the imposing Bumblebee charged through the lines of clone soldiers. Just as Tianjin prepared to take flight and escape the scene, a nearby artillery shell struck him from behind, piercing through his spark and causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Taking advantage of this momentary lapse, Black Crow organized the remaining mid-level clone soldiers to mount a resistance, while he himself quickly transformed into a Cybertronian jet and ascended into the clouds. No, Barricade and Knockout. You two stay back to eliminate this group of Autobots. The rest of the Decepticons pursue Black Crow relentlessly. Capture him alive if possible. If not, then kill him. At this moment, Megatron, who had just eliminated 2 significant members of the Thousand Machine Hall, did not feel triumphant, but was instead filled with fury as he transformed into a Cybertronian aircraft, the first to soar into the clouds. Chapter 49. Forging the Spark Cube without Megatron's presence, Barricade and Knockout, along with 20 Decepticons, stood no chance against the Autobots. Bumblebee and his companions displayed remarkable teamwork, and despite being aware of the situation, the ambulance that had not come to their aid activated the land bridge. RC retreat. The 3 Autobots successfully escaped under the onslaught of the Decepticons and returned to their base. Meanwhile, Barricade approached Tianjin's lifeless body, trampling it with disdain. This is the fate of a traitor. He then moved towards the nearly lifeless Stun, who was on the brink of death due to excessive energy loss. Grasping Stun's head with his left hand, he lifted it and with his right hand, he pierced through Stun's body to retrieve his spark intact. Stun, I shall definitely save you. After casting a glance at Stun's original form, Barricade made his way back to the land bridge, heading toward the ship of Retribution. Upon returning to the Mingda, although Emperor Tianming had acquired the Hammer of the Chosen, he felt a profound sorrow as he witnessed the Butcher extinguished in order to shield him. He had underestimated the butterfly effect. The sudden influx of adversaries was truly unforeseen. Fortunately, at that moment, the land bridge reopened and the Black Crow emerged, crashing heavily to the ground, bearing considerable injuries. Emperor Tian, my lord, Tianming lamented the grievous state of his only two wise generals. It appeared Tianjun had also fallen. Quickly, take him to the infirmary and let Green attend to Black Crow. Resolute, Tianming proceeded to the infirmary to assist in Black Crow's surgery. He instructed a soldier to inform the crossline to return to the previous coordinates and retrieve the bodies of Tianjun, the Butcher, and the clone soldiers to prevent them from being taken by the human cleanup crew under Fuller's command. Additionally, he ordered the recovery of several corpses of the Decepticon soldiers. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Bumblebee and his companions looked on despondently at Ratchet and Optimus Prime. Do not be disheartened. At least Tianjun and that crimson mechanical insect have been vanquished. This is a relatively favorable development for us Autobots. Ratchet reassured them, pleased with Bumblebee's performance. Bumblebee, your shot that felled Tianjun was incredibly impressive. When will you teach me your combat techniques? I wish to strike down Decepticon soldiers with the same prowess, said Sideswipe. Both Raph and Mickey sought to comfort their companions in their own ways, while RC stood aside, silently mourning and yearning for Jack. Optimus observed RC, approached her, and gently patted her shoulder. Addressing the assembled Autobots, he stated, the Hammer of the Chosen can only be wielded effectively by a leader. In the hands of Emperor Tianming, we need not worry. Even though Optimus had lost his memories of leadership, he, as the former keeper of the Iron Archives, had not forgotten history. Through the collaborative efforts of Ratchet and Perceptor, they successfully located the base of the Mecha Special Operations Team. RC and Sideswipe once again coordinated their efforts to infiltrate the base. Outside, the guard reported, Cyrus, the Autobots have breached the base. We must retreat immediately. Cyrus gazed longingly at the unfinished prototype transformers. Yet he turned to the nearby Starscream and commanded, my base has been compromised. Eliminate these two Autobots and bring my transformation gears to rendezvous at the designated point. I am not your subordinate. I am your advisor. Starscream retorted, somewhat irked, to the already retreating Cyrus. As the warehouse doors were shattered by a cannonball, Bumblebee and his companions surged inside, directing their fire towards Red Spider. If you dare take another step, the transformation gears of Optimus Prime will be lost, declared Red Spider, his weapon aimed squarely at the transformation gears, threatening the trio of Autobots before him. Red Spider, relinquish the transformation gears to us, and we shall grant you your freedom, Bumblebee insisted. Alita did not regard Red Spider as a being of integrity, especially since he had previously mentioned his partner, Flyover Mountain. At that moment, Red Spider exhibited little patience for prolonged discourse, immediately tossing the transformation gears in the opposite direction. Observing this, Bumblebee darted forward to catch the gears, while Red Spider, transforming into vehicle mode, did not hesitate to launch a missile at the gears. Fortunately, Bumblebee's timely intervention ensured the gears remained intact. Yet Red Spider was not so fortunate. As he took flight, Alita's shot struck his tail wing, and he barely managed to reach the rendezvous point. Frustrated for failing to protect Silas's transformation gears, Silas expressed his anger. Though this gear is lost, I am aware of other transformation gears and mechanical corpses. Red Spider hastily attempted to offer a reasonable explanation. No. To prevent further deception, we must first confiscate your transformation gears. Before Red Spider could respond, Silas commanded his team to incapacitate him with a high-voltage stun gun. With a cry of anguish, the weakened yet conscious Red Spider had his transformation gears forcibly extracted. 2 days later, Black Arachnia's body had fully recovered, while the corpses of Trypticon and the Butcher were transported back and placed within the warehouse. The bodies of the intermediate clone soldiers were dismantled and melted down, subsequently repurposed to create a new batch of low-level clone soldiers, in an effort to maximize the potential of the Hammer of Titans. Emperor Tianming brought the arm of Emperor Darksim to the medical bay. Green, attach this arm for me. Yes, Lord Tianming, Green replied. Just as Green was about to activate the stasis device, Emperor Tianming insisted, "My surgeries never require stasis. Proceed directly. I wish to personally experience this power." As the swift and electrifying procedure commenced, Emperor Tianming fixated on the arm replacement process. Approximately an hour later, in the laboratory, he grasped the hammer of Titans and began forging a mixture of stellar energy and reactive alloy on the workbench, hammering down with rhythmic precision. The clanging of the forge gradually ceased, revealing a triangular cube before him, only the size of his palm, entirely black and inscribed with numerous ancient Cybertronian characters. Indeed, this was the ignition cube that Emperor Tianming had envisioned, though it currently served merely as a container for the ignition. He then proceeded to craft another similar ignition container, along with an energy compression and refining device. However, this ignition container differed from the ignition cube, resembling a canister in shape. Emperor Tianming crafted these three items, consuming merely 40% of the energy from the hammer of the prodigy. In comparison to the original narrative, the hammer was utilized 4 times in total. The first 2 occasions were dedicated to weaponry, while the third transformed a terrestrial bridge into a cosmic one. The energy expended during these initial 3 instances was minimal, with the majority reserved for enhancing the unique chassis of the Titan and fortifying his spark, effectively rendering him a new breed altogether. This illustrates that the smaller the objects fashioned by the hammer of the prodigy, the more limited their scope of influence, and consequently, the less energy they require. At this moment, Emperor Tianming, having discerned the optimal utilization of the hammer's finite energy, set it aside and commenced preliminary tests on the energy compression and refinement apparatus. After several hours, he secured the energy treasure within the laboratory's secret vault. Gathering a few items, he summoned Black Crow, imparting a few instructions before transforming into a Cybertronian aerial predator and departing the Mingda vessel alone. Chapter 50. The Stargold Spark Source. The dawn of a new race in this very moment. Emperor Tianming stood upon the extinguished volcano's rim. Indeed, the very site of the dark energy entity's resurgence. He extracted a dark energy core and directly embedded it into his chest. Power. He felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. At this instant, his eyes transitioned from their original blue to a mesmerizing blend of blue and purple. He knelt humbly, uttering with utmost reverence, "Cosmic Emperor, I have arrived, your most loyal servant, the Cybertronian who nearly extinguished the spark of the primordial celestial. I fervently beseech you to bestow upon me greater power. I willingly embrace the darkness." Aspiring to become the second Megatron, kneeling for an extended period, Emperor Tianming remained oblivious to any response. Could it be that the Cosmic Emperor, recently vanquished, required time to recuperate? Would he truly have to await the moment of Megatron's demise to attain such strength? Just as he contemplated departing, the dark energy core within him began to seethe, drawing his consciousness into an exceedingly dim realm. Before him materialized a sphere of purple energy, from which the visage of the Cosmic Emperor emerged. "I once traversed through your hands to reach the heart of the primordial celestial, so close to extinguishing its spark. You surpass Megatron in strength. Yet, why does your essence bear the mark of the primordial celestial? My lord, I have acquired the energy treasure, which has tainted me with the essence of the primordial celestial. I implore you to grant me the surging dark power." Tianming gazed upon the Cosmic Emperor before him, imploring once more. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Cosmic Emperor vanished, and Tianming's consciousness was abruptly drawn back to reality. At that moment, a surge of violet energy infiltrated his being, lying in wait for the day it would awaken. As long as Tianming incessantly harnessed the dark super energy, it would not be long before I would regain a fraction of my strength, allowing me to seize control of his body and transform him into a formidable servant for vanquishing the primordial celestial venerable. Meanwhile, Tianming sensed a peculiar anomaly within himself. However, after a thorough self-examination, he found no significant irregularities. Since I did not obtain what I desired, I would have to gradually extract the divine essence from the dark super energy. Disheartened, Tianming reconnected to the communication channel of the Mingda, commanding the soldiers to activate the land bridge. Not long after Tianming stepped off the land bridge, Heya appeared before him. Without waiting for Tianming to speak, he unscrewed the lid of the spark container. Oh no. Tianming's consciousness momentarily flickered as the earlier violet energy was drawn into the spark container. Heya presented the spark container, which held the Cosmic Emperor's primordial energy, to Tianming, inquiring with curiosity, "My lord, is this part of your plan? But what exactly is this violet energy? It feels akin to the dark super energy. Heya, this is the most crucial element of my forthcoming experiment. With the primordial energy of the Cosmic Emperor, I shall forge a new history for Cybertron." As Tianming departed the volcanic crater, he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, yet he still could not perceive the presence of the Cosmic Emperor's primordial energy. Perhaps he had concealed it within the dark super energy. Fortunately, before his departure, he had instructed Heya to ensure that upon his return, the first action would be to present the spark container before him. This resulted in an unexpected boon. Tianming gazed at the dark divine essence, approximately the size of a fist, in his hand, exhilarated as he hurried to the laboratory. Fearing that unknown accidents might occur during the experimentation process and obliterate the Mingda, he was compelled to transfer several precision instruments, energy reserves, and the crafted spark cube to an external laboratory. Yeah, keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the Autobots and Decepticons. My upcoming experiment is of paramount importance, and their interference is strictly prohibited. Understood. Heya promptly commanded the 30 intermediate clone soldiers aboard the ship to guard the external laboratory, while he himself remained on the Mingda, meticulously monitoring all activities surrounding the laboratory. Once all external protective measures were meticulously prepared, Emperor Tian utilized an energy compression and purification device to extract the divine essence of the primordial celestial from the energy gem. However, to preserve the legendary artifact's function and restore the memory of Optimus Prime, thereby leading the Autobots in their struggle against the Decepticons, he could not afford to fully deplete the divine substance within the energy gem. Approximately 2 hours later, the matrix of leadership began to emit a luminous blue glow. As Emperor Tian gazed at the divine essence contained within, a sense of melancholy washed over him. This energy gem, a legendary entity birthed from the Allspark, yielded merely a fist-sized portion of divine matter. It seemed woefully inadequate, simultaneously, to mitigate the anti-spark factors of the dark divine essence. Emperor Tian once again employed the energy compression and purification device to infuse synthetic energy into the Allspark container, observing the dark divine essence gradually coalesce into a dense mass. Losing its previous vitality, he ceased the infusion of synthetic energy at the opportune moment. With careful precision, he introduced the now less active dark divine essence into the matrix of leadership. The two opposing divine essences collided, and seizing the moment, he added the synthetic energy, harmonizing the two energies together. A brilliant blue-golden aura intensified, illuminating the entire external laboratory. The nascent Allspark was on the cusp of completion, requiring just one final step. With utmost caution, Emperor Tian extracted a vial containing a biologically infused star gold energy essence, which he meticulously dripped onto the matrix. Through small apertures, the star gold energy essence permeated the newly formed Allspark. With a flick of his finger, the matrix gently levitated into his grasp, suspended in the air. I have succeeded in my research. This is the star gold Allspark. A new Cybertronian civilization is about to be born in my hands. To further test the efficacy of the star gold Allspark, Emperor Tian summoned several Decepticon clone soldiers, long deceased. He approached the corpse of a low-ranking Decepticon clone soldier, guiding the star gold Allspark to make contact with its chest. Instantly, a surge of blue-golden energy coursed into the clone's body, initiating a miraculous restoration. Approximately 30 seconds later, as the clone soldier blinked awake, its body was pierced once more. Emperor Tian revealed his blue-golden Allspark, confirming its color matched that of the star gold energy essence. Additionally, he instructed a few resurrected Decepticon clone soldiers to engage in combat with one another to gather essential data, while the remaining soldiers, during their revival, were forcibly stripped of their own sparks. Chapter 51. The Resurrection of Tianjin and the Butcher in the Days that Followed. Tianming conducted extensive testing on the star gold spark source at an external laboratory, analyzing various experimental data. He ultimately arrived at a preliminary conclusion. While the star gold spark source possesses the capability to resurrect fallen transformers, is not a true spark source due to the insufficient divine materials utilized in its formation. It can thus be described as a diluted version of a spark source. Although it retains the functionalities of resurrection, enhancement, and teleportation, these capabilities are significantly weaker in terms of required time and teleportation distance compared to a genuine spark source. Fortunately, the soldiers resurrected through the Star Gold spark source exhibit a broad spectrum of energy requirements, no longer confined solely to Star Gold energy. Both super energy and dark super energy can fulfill the energy demands of Star Gold life forms. However, synthetic super energy remains unsuitable as a long-term energy substitute. Soldiers utilizing the other two energy types cannot unleash their full combat potential when compared to those harnessing Star Gold energy. Regarding the limitations of the spark source's energy, Tianming acknowledged the necessity for prolonged testing to ascertain whether the Star Gold spark source exhibits similar shortcomings. Without hesitation, Tianming placed the Star Gold spark source within his spark chamber. Instantly, a radiant glow emanated from his chest as his soul underwent a process of burning and reconstruction. As time passed, the anguished cries gradually subsided. At that moment, Tianming's height had reached an impressive 95 meters, and his form became increasingly robust, exuding a palpable sense of strength. His spark was now interconnected with the Star Gold spark source. Concurrently, he sensed the gradual conversion of the super energy within him into Star Gold energy, indicating that the Star Gold spark source also possessed a portion of energy matrix capabilities. Its integration with his biological genes tempered the energy release, allowing it to align with his physical limits. This meant that as long as the Star Gold spark source remained in his spark chamber for a day, it could continuously enhance both his spark and physical form, ultimately elevating him to a leader level or even surpassing the 13 primordial beings, reaching a divine tier. Tianming retrieved the Star Gold spark source and returned to the laboratory aboard the Mingda. "My lord, is this your newly developed weapon?" inquired the quartet of Black Crow. Crosshair, Deadfire, and Green as they gathered in the spaceship's laboratory, their gazes fixated on the Star Gold spark source suspended in Tianming's hand. Tianming offered little explanation, placing it before Tianjin and the Butcher. Two streams of blue-gold energy infused into their bodies as their chests began to heal slowly and their sparks gradually regenerated. After 2 minutes, Tianjin and the Butcher awakened with their enhanced forms. "My lord Tianming, weren't we pierced through the sparks by the Autobots and Decepticons? This sensation is unlike anything we have ever experienced." Tianjin and the Butcher descended from the experimental platform, respectfully inquiring, while Heya and the others gazed in disbelief. "Lord Tianming, this legendary artifact possesses the ability to grant resurrection. Could it be?" Before Heya could finish, Tianming responded sternly, "Indeed. This is the legendary item I have created using the power of legends and the essence of the Cosmic Emperor, capable of substituting for the seed source." At that moment, the 7 subordinates present, including Mini Optimus, stared in astonishment at Tianming, and the laboratory was enveloped in an eerie silence. It was not long before they began to speak again. "My lord, does this not represent a second seed source?" "From the perspective of my current seed strength, this legendary item surpasses our seed source by far." Tianming, witnessing the fervor of his subordinates, yearned to return to Cybertron immediately and immerse the Star Gold seed source into the seed source well to rejuvenate the planet. However, he sighed and remarked, "This Star Gold seed cube is not a true seed source. It possesses certain drawbacks and requires extensive testing. Although it generates new energy, it contains the primordial power of the Cosmic Emperor and cannot be placed into the seed source well." Tianming's ambitions remained unchanged. His goal was not merely to revive Cybertron, but to restore the entirety of Cybertronian civilization. He reminisced about the glorious era of the Cybertronian civilization during the Space Bridge Age, when thousands of planets were colonized, and space bridges interconnected the major cities and colonies of Cybertron. Had it not been for the cosmic rust, the Space Bridge Age would not have faded from history so prematurely. Subsequently, Tianming led his 6 subordinates to the combat room, presenting the Butcher with a small vial of Star Gold energy. He slowly instructed Heya, Sihua, Crossline, and Green refrain from using magnetic boomerangs. "You are to launch a full-scale assault on the Butcher. Butcher, let me witness the extent of your enhanced strength." Tianming believed that, Under the same period of seed enhancement, Tianjin's capabilities would certainly surpass those of the Butcher. Pitting a slightly weaker Butcher against 4 opponents would aptly showcase the true might of the new Cybertronian race. Obediently, the Butcher stepped forward, facing the 4 members of the Black Crow, feeling a twinge of apprehension, for he had never confronted a situation where he was outnumbered 4-1. In a flash, the Black Crow and his companions swiftly occupied the 4 corners, encircling the Butcher. They switched their weapons and charged forward, while the Butcher, unarmed except for his claws, reacted with remarkable speed and strength. Targeting the weakest among them, he swiftly struck down Green. Grabbing the fallen Green, the Butcher hurled him towards the nearest member, Deadfire. Just as Black Crow aimed a knife strike at him, the Butcher raised his left arm to block the attack. Utilizing his speed, he darted around Black Crow, employing the barbs on the outside of his arm to inflict continuous wounds upon him. Despite Black Crow's desperate evasion, he could not avoid the Butcher's relentless assault, his injuries multiplying and a slow trickle of energy seeping from the wounds. At that moment, the Butcher's Star Gold energy was depleted, diminishing his mobility and strength. Exhausted, he found himself overwhelmed. With a rallying cry from the cross line, the Black Crow and his allies regained their composure and resumed their assault on the Butcher. Inevitably, the Butcher could only barely withstand the relentless attacks from Black Crow and Deadfire, ultimately succumbing to their onslaught. The cross line helped the battered Butcher to his feet and glanced at Lord Tianming, noting that the drawbacks of the Star Gold energy-induced unconsciousness had dissipated. Was this a result of the Butcher's upgrade? Indeed, now they had witnessed his prowess. Not only had his body transformed, but his spark had also evolved into a Star Gold spark. The Star Gold energy would not constrain him, but would instead serve as a significant boon. Tianming was exceedingly pleased with the Butcher's performance, instructing Black Crow to engage with the Star Gold spark source to modify his spark and enhance his physique. Merely 3 minutes later, the energy from Black Crow's spark source became critically saturated, prompting him to withdraw a safe distance to prevent an explosion from the excess energy. At that moment, Black Crow's height surged to 8 meters, his physique becoming more formidable and his strength magnified. Unable to contain his excitement at witnessing this transformation, Deadfire promptly approached to connect with the Star Gold spark source, reveling in the invigorating sensation of his own upgrade. After half an hour, the sparks of the 7 subordinates sequentially transformed into Star Gold sparks, severing their ties to the spark source, their afterlife destined for the Star Gold spark source. Subsequently, Tianming reclaimed the Star Gold spark source into his spark chamber. Chapter 52. A newcomer arrives. Tianming once again grasped the hammer of the prodigy, striking it a few times to conjure a cubic fire seed cube. Indeed, as the Star Gold fire seed source within his chest was a diminished version. Allowing it to spontaneously give rise to new life would likely result in those new beings possessing insufficient fire seed potency. Their overall combat capability might mirror that of the new life spawned from the fire seed source. Thus, he found himself compelled to forge another fire seed cube, to once more gather the primordial energies of the 2 divine beings, in order to create a complete Star Gold fire seed source. As for the Star Gold fire seed source nestled within his chest, he intended to utilize it as an energy treasure, serving as a token for the future supreme leader of the new Cybertron civilization. Casting a glance at the remaining half of the energy within the hammer of the prodigy, Tianming instructed Green to revert his original arm. Subsequently, he approached Jack, holding the energy treasure and the incomplete formula for synthesizing the super energy body. Jack, I have successfully replicated the knowledge of the magical sphere. Now, it is time for you to return to the Autobot ranks. I'm not one to break my promises. Here are the relevant data for the synthesis of the super energy body. Take them with you. Thank you, Tianming, Jack replied, accepting the energy treasure and the data replicator, unabashedly observing the transformed Tianming before him. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Ratchet was tasked with monitoring the unfamiliar super energy body signals on Earth, while also coordinating Bumblebee and the others in seizing the Decepticons' super energy bodies. The sensor was continuing its search for signals related to the 1000 Mechanism Hall via satellite. At that moment, Tianming proactively sent a message instructing the Autobots to retrieve Jack from a designated location. Should they delay and cause unnecessary casualties, Tianming would not take responsibility. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, Jack was safely returned to the Autobot base, where his friend, little Jane, and others rushed to embrace him. Jack, it's a relief to see you're okay. Mama's been terribly worried during this time. Jack, what did Tianming do to you? It wasn't some horrific experiment, was it? RC, feeling guilty, expressed her concern upon seeing Jack's condition. I'm fine, RC, Jack replied, turning to Ratchet and Optimus Prime. He produced the energy treasure and the data replicator, continuing with worry. Ratchet, I apologize. When I was captured, Tianming insisted I pass the energy treasure to him, but I'm uncertain what he has done with it over the past 10 days. Jack's account plunged Ratchet and the others into contemplation, while the sensor joyfully retrieved the data replicator containing the formula for synthesizing the super energy body. Although there was a possibility that Tianming had conducted research on the energy treasure, given the current circumstances, it seemed he had not made any substantial progress. Nevertheless, Tianming proved to be quite true to his word. With the synthesis of the super energy body, they would no longer need to fear an energy shortage crisis. The sensor proceeded into the laboratory, ready to create the super energy body and commence testing experiments. At this moment, Jack solemnly presented the Energon cube before Optimus Prime, stating, Optimus, this belongs to you. Are you certain I am worthy of possessing it? Optimus replied, astonishment filling his gaze as he questioned his eligibility to be the leader of the Autobots. Nearby, Bumblebee, Ratchet, RC, and the others, including the medic who had been directing operations, all regarded him with eager anticipation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Optimus chose to accept the Energon cube. As it made contact with his spark, memories flooded back to him. Ratchet, I sense that a significant portion of the energy within the cube has been drained. It has nearly lost its ability to provide me with the super energy I require. What does this mean? Ratchet inquired, perplexed, ultimately attributing the situation to the machinations of Megatron. Fortunately, Optimus regained his memories and his combat instincts remained intact. The Autobot faction's fighting prowess was restored, allowing Ratchet to relinquish his command responsibilities and return to his medical duties. Just then, Agent Fowler initiated a video communication, expressing his frustration. Ratchet, what on earth are you Autobots doing out in the Omaha outskirts? Agent Fowler, I apologize for the events in Omaha, but all of us Autobots are right here. Optimus replied with gravity as he faced the video feed. Fowler hastily accessed footage which revealed 4 Cybertronians, paired off, engaged in a shooting battle. Jack is back, Ratchet exclaimed, excitement evident as he spotted the tow truck. Oh, and there's the police car. Optimus never anticipated that Jack would encounter the police vehicle after leaving Earth, nor did he expect both to return to the planet. Thundercracker, his paint job is off, and there's an orange and yellow Decepticon. Ratchet found the dual Decepticon signals on the screen perplexing. Ratchet, activate the land bridge, he commanded. Upon hearing those familiar words, Ratchet, Bumblebee, and the others felt certain that their leader, Optimus Prime, had truly returned. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Omaha, step aside, Skyquake, Optimus's second-in-command, is my prey. Sunstorm unleashed the 2 fusion cannons mounted on his arms, firing repeatedly at the police car while swiftly closing in for a lethal strike. Skyquake dared not counter Sunstorm, for his spark had been altered by Megatron with Dark Energon, rendering him no match for Sunstorm. Jack, you are fortunate. How did you survive that explosion back then? Skyquake mocked, attacking Jack with a rapid-fire Gatling gun while taunting his incompetence. Sunstorm, Skyquake, you 2 Decepticons, now stranded without your ship, have nowhere to flee. Your demise is inevitable, Jack retorted unceremoniously. As the battle raged on, Optimus Prime led the Autobots across the land bridge to the scene. I had anticipated your arrival, Galvatron. To my surprise, you have returned, Galvatron exclaimed excitedly as he approached the towering figure of the Autobot leader, firing at the Decepticons. Soon, due to the overwhelming advantage held by the Autobots, Sunstorm and Skywarp were forced to retreat. Optimus, we shall meet again, Skywarp declared as he transformed into a bright orange jet and ascended into the sky, just as Sunstorm prepared to transform into a deep blue jet and depart. A missile detonated nearby, igniting an oil field. The ensuing explosions illuminated the night sky over Omaha, casting a brilliant glow. Alas, the Decepticons have escaped. As Jackhammer readied to return to the Hammerhead, Optimus Prime stood before him. Observing the surrounding inferno, Optimus spoke gravely. Jackhammer, we cannot act with impunity here. On this planet, all your actions must heed my command. This is an order. All right. One commanding officer is already enough to deal with, Jackhammer replied dismissively, glancing at Optimus before turning to the police car. Chapter 53. Brothers at odds? Why must it be so? Having evaded the Autobots' assault, Skywarp and Sunstorm sent a signal summoning the Decepticons to the sky. Shortly thereafter, they boarded the Nemesis spacecraft. Sunstorm, I greet you, Lord Megatron. The two knelt before Megatron, respectfully addressing him. Upon seeing Skywarp, Megatron was reminded of the traitor Thundercracker. Rise, my warrior, he commanded. As Skywarp stood, he solemnly stated, Lord Megatron, my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the heavens. But what brings me here is not merely my allegiance. It is news of my brother. On what grounds do you believe your brother resides on this planet? Megatron inquired, though he was reluctant to hear what Skywarp had to say. My spark is entwined with that of my twin brother. We share the same life force. Though we are separated by great distance, I can still sense his awakening from slumber and the extinguishing of his spark. Skywarp paused, then continued, somewhat perplexed. However, just days ago, I felt his spark rekindle, seemingly undergoing some peculiar transformation. Megatron was taken aback by this revelation. Wasn't Thundercracker killed by the Autobots during the battle for the Starsaber? Could he have miraculously survived? Regaining his composure, he regarded Skywarp. Thundercracker betrayed me and the Decepticons. He forsook us for a fleeting chance at survival, joining the Autobots' ranks. He was recently eliminated by an Autobot scout. Subsequently, Megatron released all videos concerning Shockwave. Witnessing the scene, the already confused Skywarp could hardly fathom that his twin brother would betray the Decepticons and join the organization led by the mad scientist, Optimus. Master, grant me an opportunity. I shall personally execute my brother and bring his lifeless body to you. Skywarp, filled with rage, believed that even a twin brother who has betrayed the Decepticons must not be spared. Very well, Skywarp, you may proceed. Megatron, pleased with Skywarp's fervor, thought that if he could personally slay Shockwave, it would affirm his loyalty. Just as Skywarp was about to depart, Megatron looked towards the sun and remarked, Shockwave is formidable. Sunstorm, follow him and assist Skywarp at a critical moment. This command, ostensibly a concern for Skywarp's safety, was in truth a means to monitor his every move while also investigating the true nature of Shockwave's situation, whether he had truly died and returned or was merely feigning death. Meanwhile, the out-and-about Shockwave sensed the vitality of Skywarp and swiftly flew toward a specific direction. Shockwave, what are you up to? Blackwing inquired. I vaguely perceive the signal of my twin brother, Skywarp. He is on this very planet. Just as Blackwing was about to press for further details, two jet fighters soared in from the horizon, one deep blue and the other a striking orange-yellow. No, those two are Decepticons. As Blackwing prepared to fire, an onslaught of bullets rained down upon them, accompanied by 4 heat-seeking missiles hurtling towards them. Skywarp, this is Shockwave. Why do you distinguish not between friend and foe? Shockwave called out to Skywarp, who was consumed by fury. Shockwave, traitor of the Decepticons, today I shall extinguish your spark. The two jet fighters, identical in appearance, pursued one another across the night sky, while Blackwing retaliated valiantly against Sunstorm's assault. Thus, amidst the darkened forest, a fierce aerial battle ensued, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Unable to resolve their conflict in the air, they descended to the ground, transforming into their humanoid forms. Skywarp, I wish not to engage you. The Megatron of today is no longer the same as before, and certain actions within the Decepticons have left me feeling ashamed. Shockwave gazed at Skywarp, who seemed to be brainwashed by Megatron, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. No, I must extinguish your spark to erase the disgrace you have brought upon the Decepticons. Skywarp unsheathed the long sword from his back and charged at Shockwave, who responded in kind. With a resounding clash, their swords met, and both Shockwave and Skywarp glared at each other in fury. In the distance, the Black Crow adeptly maneuvered its magnetic boomerang towards the solar wind. With enhancements to its body, the Black Crow optimized the boomerang, increasing its rotational speed, sharpening its blade, and extending its range. I shall dismantle you entirely, collecting the useful remnants within as mementos. The solar wind unleashed its superpower, electromagnetic waves, attempting to alter the magnetic field to disrupt the boomerang and the Black Crow's movements. The overwhelming electromagnetic waves rendered the Black Crow, situated 900 meters away, exceedingly heavy. severely limiting its mobility. However, the solar wind was unaware that the magnetic boomerang remained impervious to magnetic interference, with minimal effect from the electromagnetic waves. By the time the solar wind realized this, it was already too late. The boomerang sliced seamlessly through the solar wind's spark chamber, causing it to collapse in defeat, extinguished. Dazed, the black crow rose, retrieving the boomerang and approaching the lifeless form of the solar wind. Before facing an adversary, one must understand them, thought the black crow. As it hoisted the solar wind's body onto its shoulder and made its way towards the battlefield where Thunderclash and Skywing clashed. At that moment, the conflict was particularly poignant, as Thunderclash faced his younger brother, having once been Lord Megatron's most esteemed pupil. After merely a dozen exchanges, Thunderclash placed his left foot upon Skywing's chest. In victory or defeat, if one must die, so be it. To perish at the hands of an elder brother leaves no regrets for me, Skywing. Stepping back, Thunderclash extended a hand to help Skywing rise, speaking earnestly, Skywing, when I awakened from stasis, it was Lord Primus who saved me from the Autobots, and later, when Soundwave sought my demise, it was the same Lord who rescued me, allowing me to join the Decepticons. His ideals and power far surpassed those of Megatron and Optimus Prime. I am aware of that, replied Skywing. Megatron's actions are justified in their own right. Yet your choice is a betrayal of your greatest teacher, tarnishing the honor of the Decepticons. Upon seeing the Black Crow bearing the Solar Wind's corpse, Thunderclash's demeanor grew distant. In that moment, Skywing thrust a blade through Thunderclash's spark. Without a glance back, Skywing transformed rapidly into vehicle mode and fled the scene. The Black Crow approached Thunderclash's lifeless body, shaking its head in resignation. Oh, brothers turning against one another, what purpose does it serve? It hoisted Thunderclash's body onto its shoulder and, with a hint of mockery, contacted the Min ship. Soldiers, activate the land bridge. Upon returning to the Min ship, the Black Crow presented the two corpses before Lord Primus. My lord, it was Skywing who ended Thunderclash, and this orange behemoth possesses the power of electromagnetic waves. I believe he would make an exceptional subject for your research, which is why I have brought him back. This time, well done. I have a new experimental project. Tianming instructed Haya to set aside the solar wind and turn to gaze at Tianjin, who lay on the experimental table. With a sigh, he retrieved the star gold fire source. 2 minutes later, Tianjin slowly opened his eyes. My lord, he began, but before the despondent Tianjin could finish, Tianming looked at him sternly and comforted him. Enough. Ha Wing will understand your good intentions in the future. From now on, safeguard your fire source. And remember not to extinguish it recklessly. The energy of the star gold fire source is also finite. Tianming was uncertain whether the energy of the star gold fire source was permanent, but he truly did not wish to resurrect a subordinate at every turn. If this were the case, what purpose would Tianjin serve? Moreover, it would expose his possession of something akin to the fire source, capable of infinitely resurrecting Cybertronian life forms. Chapter 54. The Black Widow returns at this moment, Ha Wing, returning to the Retribution, sensed the life force of his brother reviving once more. After contemplating for a few seconds, he realized that Tianjin had been extinguished by his own hand. Perhaps this familiar sensation of vitality was merely a result of his overwhelming guilt. He approached Megatron respectfully and said, My lord, I have personally executed my brother. Unfortunately, there is a member of the pure Black Thousand Machine Hall nearby at the time, preventing me from bringing my brother's body back. And the solar wind? Why did he not return with you? Megatron was not concerned about whether Ha Wing had killed Tianjin. To him, the abilities of the solar wind far surpassed those of Ha Wing standing before him. Ha Wing bowed to Megatron and apologetically stated, My lord, the solar wind, due to overconfidence, was struck by that boomerang, and his spark was extinguished. What did you say? Megatron, standing on the bridge, looked at Ha Wing in disbelief. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that the solar wind could indeed have been killed by Haya. Ha Wing, you have done well. I see your loyalty. You may rest now. Yes, my lord. As Ha Wing departed, Megatron turned to Soundwave behind him. Soundwave, closely monitor Ha Wing's every move. I do not wish to see him become the next Tianjin, betraying the Decepticons. Meanwhile, the Mecha Special Operations Team, having extracted some information from Red Spider through interrogation, arrived at a dense forest. Split up and search. Are the corpses of those mechanical life forms hidden here? Silas divided the 20 members of the Mecha Special Operations team into 4 groups, instructing them to search in a fan-shaped formation from 4 directions. Finally, after 4 hours of relentless searching, a discovery was made. Silas, this mechanical corpse appears to belong to the Decepticons, and, judging by its appearance, it seems to be a female Decepticon. Indeed, the corpse before them was that of the buried Black Widow. It was quite a coincidence that the location where Tianming had instructed his subordinates to bury the Black Widow was discovered by Red Spider, who was searching for super energy entities. Silas gazed at the petite yet exquisite Black Widow before him, expressing a hint of disdain as he issued orders to dismantle her and transport her back to the base. Meanwhile, others continued their search in the vicinity for any additional Decepticon remains. At that moment, grim news arrived from the Mecha Special Operations Base. Silas, Red Spider had injured several team members and was now unaccounted for. What? Is my transformation gear still intact? Silas exclaimed furiously into the communicator. Silas, the transformation gear has been hidden. Red Spider has not located it, but he has left our partially developed mechs in utter disarray. The news, though not entirely catastrophic, prompted Silas to observe the dismembered Black Widow before him and respond, quickly relocate the base. We shall soon possess complete research data. Meanwhile, Red Spider, deprived of his transformation gear, was forced to rely on his own legs as he scoured a cave for energon. How infuriating! Red Spider, once the formidable lieutenant of Megatron, now reduced to scavenging the remnants of energon to survive, he lamented, all the while feeling a deep pain from his left side. Just as he finally grasped some energon residue embedded in the cave wall, he heard heavy footsteps approaching. Is it a Decepticon? The sound does not resemble one, he mused, standing up to investigate. Before him loomed a robust mechanical insect, clutching a chunk of raw energon. Come here, scavenger. Hand over the energon at once. Red Spider commanded imperiously, pointing at the mechanical insect. The insect turned to glance at Red Spider before resuming its search for energon deposits, infuriating Red Spider further. You dare disregard a superior life form? I am Red Spider, the commander. Enraged, Red Spider kicked the insect fiercely. The mechanical creature retaliated, extending 2 mechanical appendages from its chest and swiftly attacking Red Spider. Very well, keep it. I no longer desire it, Red Spider conceded, retreating to a small cave to evade being torn apart by the mechanical insect. Simultaneously, the Butcher, dispatched by Emperor Tianming to locate the mechanical insect troops, arrived at the scene and emitted a distinct insect signal. Hardshell, why are you the only one here? Where are the other mechanical insects? The Butcher inquired. There's no need for your concern, as you lack the qualifications to vie for my position, Hardshell retorted. A high-ranking mechanical insect and the strongest among the mechanical insects on Earth, clearly displeased by the Butcher's presence. In light of this, let us engage in a contest unique to our mechanical insects. Butcher, I have the same intention. The Butcher charged directly at the Hardshell, who, unwilling to yield, retaliated fiercely. Both combatants clashed in a struggle for supremacy. Meanwhile, the injured Red Spider, upon noticing the markings on the Butcher, hastily fled towards the cave entrance, transmitting a high-frequency signal to the Autobots. Is it that Red Spider again? The panel observed the high-frequency signal on the screen, perplexed, while the ambulance deciphered the message. I have information that may pique your interest. Bring a medical kit and come alone. Shortly after, a whirlpool of blue and white appeared before the Red Spider, from which the ambulance and the panel emerged. Did I not specify that you should come alone? Why is he accompanying you? The ambulance had no time to entertain the Red Spider's trivial inquiries and, with a stern expression, urged, speak quickly. 2 mechanical insects have emerged in a cave, battling for the title of the strongest. I was injured in their skirmish, but I can't provide you with their current location, the Red Spider implored, gazing pitifully at the ambulance. Why should we trust your words? Questioned the panel. Why doubt me? It was I who provided you with the coordinates of the space bridge that saved Orion Pax, was it not? The Red Spider observed the ambulance and panel preparing to depart, his excitement palpable. True, but you also stole Optimus Prime's transformation gear, nearly compromising his ability to transform. The panel retorted, anger evident in its tone. Yet I returned it eventually, and that gear remains intact. I have also paid a heavy price. I was wounded by you, and that group of humans seized my transformation gear, did they not? The Red Spider lay before the ambulance, energy oozing from its wound. You can no longer transform? Both the panel and the ambulance were taken aback, astonished by the erratic behavior of the Mecha Special Operations team that betrayed their allies. I pose no threat to you now, yet those two insects continue their fierce battle, vying to determine the new ruler of the mechanical insects on Earth. Upon hearing this, the ambulance felt a surge of dread. Are you suggesting that there are still hordes of mechanical insect troops on Earth? The Red Spider nodded repeatedly. In response, the ambulance communicated with Optimus Prime, urging him to head to the coordinates provided by the Red Spider. Should the Decepticons or the Quintessence gain possession of the mechanical insect forces, the Autobots would find themselves at an even greater disadvantage. Chapter 55: The Prelude to the Artificial Transformers. Upon receiving the message from the ambulance, Optimus Prime, accompanied by the other Autobots, save for the sensors still in the process of synthesizing the super energy body, entered the land bridge. Meanwhile, the fierce battle within the cave was drawing to a close. The Decepticon, Hardshell, bore numerous wounds, especially on his arms, which were marred by deep gashes. Just as his strength was waning, the Butcher delivered a powerful uppercut that sent Hardshell flying. Now, Hardshell, if you still refuse to submit to me, I shall extinguish your spark entirely. Slowly rising to his feet, Hardshell knelt before the Butcher and respectfully declared, Hardshell humbly greets Lord Butcher. Take me to the resting place of the mechanical insects. I wish to awaken them. Upon hearing this, Hardshell guided the Butcher to a location 100 meters deep within the cave, where a staggering assembly of nearly 400 dormant mechanical insect pods lay. The Butcher was taken aback, realizing the sheer number of mechanical insects dispatched by Megatron to Earth. He promptly instructed Hardshell to awaken them one by one. As the Butcher led the formidable army of mechanical insects to the cave's entrance, they encountered Optimus Prime and his companions. You red insect, weren't you eliminated by Megatron? How have you returned? Bumblebee and RC were astonished by the Butcher's revival. However, the Butcher had no time to squander on the Autobots. Squad, eliminate this group of Autobots, commanded the Butcher. 5 squads of mechanical insects, totaling 20, transformed into their insect forms, utilizing their aerial advantage to open fire, while the Butcher transformed into a scarab beetle, soaring into the sky with the remaining 380 mechanical insects. Due to the overwhelming number of mechanical insects and the hive mind's shortcomings, the leader's guard swiftly shot down the 20 mechanical insects one by one. Optimus, this time Megatron has a vast army of mechanical insects at his disposal. We will face a more formidable challenge, not to mention the ever-disruptive Decepticons. Optimus Prime felt a deep concern at the police car's warning. But what troubled him more was the implication of Bumblebee's words. If true, then Megatron must have acquired something from the energy source, enabling him to create a device akin to an undead warrior apparatus. Perhaps in the battles to come, the Decepticons would find themselves invincible. At that moment, the land bridge on the deck of the Min began to open, and mechanical insects continuously streamed forth. The patrolling low-level clone soldiers were understandably anxious. With Lord Butcher bringing so many mechanical insects, how are we to cope? I am merely an ordinary soldier, while some of my brothers have already become squad leaders, and others have advanced to elite soldiers, serving as Lord Deadfire's aides. Isn't that the truth? As long as we diligently patrol, one day we shall have the opportunity for promotion. As soon as the words were spoken, Emperor Tianming arrived on the deck with the Black Crow. The Butcher respectfully stated, My Lord Tianming, as expected, I have located all the mechanical insects. Upon observing the numerous mechanical insects before him, Tianming initially believed that there would be no more than 200 in the cave, but to his astonishment, there were actually 400, nearly occupying half of the deck. The arrangement of these mechanical insects posed a challenge for Tianming. Their dietary preferences were remarkably diverse, not limited to super energy entities, alleviating concerns about significant depletion of the super energy reserves. However, their presence aboard the ship rendered it somewhat cramped, increasing the vessel's weight and consequently elevating the consumption of super energy during flight. After a moment of contemplation, Tianming devised a plan and spoke slowly. Butcher, take 200 mechanical insects along with 10 engineering clone soldiers to the external laboratory for assistance. Expand the laboratory and dig down to a depth of 270 meters. I intend to construct a space bridge. The remaining 200 mechanical insect soldiers should be divided, with 100 staying aboard the Mingda, while the other 100 assist in external operations, raiding resources and constructing the necessary alternative equipment for the space bridge. Understood, my lord, the butcher replied, promptly directing the mechanical insect troops to collaborate effectively, while the hard-shelled soldiers remained aboard the ship, awaiting Tianming's commands. Back in the command bridge, the Black Crow gazed at Tianming with concern, stating, "My lord, the butcher now commands 400 mechanical insects, whereas we possess fewer than 150 clone soldiers, half of whom are low-ranking. If the butcher were to rebel against you, it would pose a significant threat. Your concerns are valid, but as a leader, should any soldier under my command turn against me, I would decisively eliminate him first. Do you doubt my ability to handle those mechanical insects?" The Black Crow remained unaware that Tianming was the absolute master behind the mechanical insects, and Tianming was reluctant to reveal this secret to his subordinates. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, the returning members bore somber expressions before they could dwell on their sorrow. Agent Fuller sent another communication stating, "Optimus Prime, there have been numerous resource plundering incidents occurring globally, particularly in our nation. Within just 3 hours, dozens of resource sites and alloy factories have been ravaged by the Thousand Machine Haul." Fuller's anger intensified, and he expressed his apologies to the Autobots. In light of these events, the Pentagon has decided to no longer rely on you Autobots. Effective immediately, certain resource reserves will no longer be available to you. This communication can be deemed yet another piece of unfortunate news. Humanity's choice to support the Autobots was predicated on the hope that they would safeguard our planet and confront the Decepticons and the Machination. However, it appears that the Autobots are unable to effectively combat these two formidable adversaries, and, at times, the situation has worsened. In light of an escalating fear of extraterrestrial life, the higher echelons of humanity have decided to shift their strategic focus back towards themselves, specifically to enhance humanity's capability to combat alien threats. Agent Fuller, I deeply apologize for the troubles we Cybertronians have inflicted upon this planet. But we Autobots are resolute in our commitment to halt the Decepticons and the Machination from wreaking havoc on this world of life. Optimus Prime solemnly pledged to Agent Fuller. The Autobots, paired in twos, set forth to eliminate those marauders. Under Optimus Prime's leadership, the Autobots traversed the land bridges to extinguish fires across the globe. Simultaneously, amidst ongoing suppression from various fronts, the Mecha Special Operations Team received two pieces of uplifting news. First, they had successfully constructed a counterfeit Optimus Prime, and second, the human leadership expressed a desire to negotiate, offering to share all insights into alien technology in exchange for certain irresistible conditions presented to Silas. Thus began the process of creating artificial transformers. Chapter 56. The emergence of the imposter Optimus. One night, days later, as Agent Fuller drove home from the work area, a dilapidated truck suddenly appeared behind him, illuminating its high beams provocatively. "Hurry up and pass by. Don't disturb my conversation with little Jane." He gestured out of the window, signaling the truck to overtake him. Instead, the truck rammed into the rear of his vehicle, relentlessly pursuing him. This was undoubtedly no accident. Someone was attempting to assassinate him. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Fuller adeptly maneuvered to evade the truck's assaults. When he glimpsed the Autobot insignia on the front of the truck in his rearview mirror, he was taken aback. "It's Optimus Prime. Why would he want to kill me?" Have the higher-ups enraged the Autobots? Seeing the relentless pursuit continue, Fuller quickly contacted the Autobots. "Ambulance, is Optimus at the base?" "I'm sorry, Agent Fuller, but Optimus has gone out to investigate the Energon signal," the ambulance replied solemnly, noting Fuller's irate tone. Unperturbed, Fuller confidently retorted, "So, it's clear now. Optimus is behind me, intent on driving me off the road to fulfill your vengeance against humanity." "Agent Fuller, that seems highly improbable." The ambulance could scarcely believe that Optimus Prime, who had previously vowed to protect humanity, could become the very executioner of their human allies. "If you don't believe me, come see for yourselves." Subsequently, Fuller terminated the communication, disregarding the ambulance's attempts to reach him thereafter. Just as he was hurled off the bridge by a colossal truck, Fuller was fortuitously caught by the falling barrier. Meanwhile, RC and Bumblebee on the bridge witnessed Optimus Prime's departure, with Bumblebee lamenting, "Oh, Bumblebee, Optimus would never abandon us." Subsequently, RC transformed into a motorcycle and pursued the fleeing Optimus, only to find herself rendered unconscious in an abandoned factory 2 kilometers away. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that she had returned to the Autobot base. "RC, are you all right?" Jack inquired anxiously as he observed her emerge from the medical apparatus. "I'm Fina," RC replied. Slightly disheartened, clearly Optimus ambushed me. Am I mistaken? He intended to eliminate me. Agent Fuller was resolute in his belief, convinced that Optimus had ulterior motives and was preparing to retaliate against humanity. That's impossible. He was acting alongside the police car. If he harmed a human, where did the police car go? The medic remained skeptical, asserting that such behavior was uncharacteristic of Optimus. Could the police car have been killed by Optimus? Mickey's imagination ran wild, concocting a scenario reminiscent of a spy's tactics: murder to silence witnesses. At that moment, Optimus and the police car returned to the base, bringing with them several pieces of energon. "Where have you been? We've been unable to reach you," the medic exclaimed. "We were at a Decepticon energon mine, and to mitigate exposure risks, we had to disable our signals," Optimus explained. RC, Bumblebee, and the others glanced at the retrieved energon, their suspicions alleviated. "We sincerely apologize. I was attacked tonight, but it appears it was not as I presumed. Someone impersonated you to assault me." Meanwhile, Fuller received a call from his superior, who informed him that a base had been attacked by the Autobots, with the assailant identified as Optimus Prime. "What? That's impossible. Optimus is right here in front of me. I swear on my flag-emblazoned underwear." All eyes turned towards Optimus as he, accompanied by the rest of the elite guard, arrived at the scene via the land bridge, only to confront a counterfeit version of himself. This imitation, seemingly terrified of the Autobots, promptly transformed into a truck and fled the scene. The human forces that had come to assist reacted with fury upon seeing Optimus. It seems Optimus has reinforcements. Unleash a barrage upon them. Eradicate this band of Autobots. Rockets, heavy machine guns, and missile transports were unleashed towards Optimus. However, he refrained from retaliating. "Autobots, return to the base. We must not harm humanity," he commanded, swiftly transforming into a truck and leading the Autobots back to their sanctuary. "It appears that those malevolent individuals have obtained our Cybertronian technology. Recently, they also acquired the transformation gears of the Red Spider, and their research has proven successful." The ambulance recognized the gravity of the situation and voiced his suspicions while pointing to the coordinates displayed on the screen. Based on their plundering locations, it seems they do not possess the technology for land bridges. Thus, the Mech Special Operations Team's base is situated near the site of their heists. At this moment, within the Mech Special Operations Team's base, Silas successfully maneuvered a counterfeit Optimus Prime back to safety. Indeed, this imitation Optimus boasted exceptional specifications and a flawless remote operation interface. He vacated the control seat and exited the command room, casting his gaze upon the bustling factory below. 10 identical, semi-finished blue Decepticon soldiers appeared before him, urging the acceleration of these artificial warriors' construction. His ambition was to create the first mechanized warrior squad in human history, enabling them to seize control of governments worldwide and dominate the entire planet. However, Silas expressed concern, acknowledging that the scientific prowess of various nations far surpassed their own. He feared that should these nations succeed in creating similar mechanized warriors, they would be the first to target them. In response to his team members' warning, Silas remained unfazed. Did he truly believe he had bartered away all his data? If that were the case, it would amount to self-destruction. At that moment, Optimus Prime, leading the Autobots, cautiously arrived at the Mech Special Operations Team's base, meticulously scanning the surroundings. It presented a perfect opportunity to test the strength of the human-controlled Optimus against the original. Silas returned to the control panel, guiding the counterfeit Optimus to face his genuine counterpart. The two Optimuses exchanged fire, and when they were close enough, they swiftly shifted to hand-to-hand combat. Taking advantage of a moment when the original Optimus was fatigued, the counterfeit seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful blow, sending the original flying several meters away. Through the counterfeit Optimus, Silas declared, "Optimus, my robot possesses your strength, speed, firepower, and the combat skills you lack as a human." Rising to his feet, the true Optimus, his visor glinting with fierce determination, charged toward the imitation. The counterfeit Optimus adeptly countered the original's onslaught, stating, "The greatest difference between you and me, Optimus, is that you are devoid of pain and not bound by physical limitations." At this moment, Optimus executed a backflip, forcefully launching the counterfeit Optimus through the air, crashing through the side door of the manufacturing plant. The remaining Autobots, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. A few well-placed blasts reduced the entire factory to ruins, leading to devastating losses for the mech's special operations team. Silas, struck by a collapsing slab of reinforced concrete, fell into unconsciousness. With Silas's control lost, Optimus swiftly dismantled the counterfeit Optimus and returned with the Autobots to their base. Chapter 57. Excavating the monstrous remains of the royal family. As Optimus Prime and his companions returned to the Autobot base, the censor emerged from the laboratory, holding a synthesized energy core in hand. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Optimus, the formula for this synthesized energy core is incomplete. Perhaps Tianming has deliberately altered the formula to ensnare us, fulfilling some nefarious agenda of his own." Initially, the Autobots had felt elated at the sight of the synthesized energy core, but this conclusion plunged their spirits into despair once more. Wait, if he truly harbored malevolent intentions, why would he go through the trouble of providing us with a formula? Surely he must have anticipated that we would conduct thorough testing on it. Ratchet disagreed with the censor's assessment, yet it remained certain that the materials provided by Tianming were lacking. Either, as the censor suggested, Tianming had carelessly modified the formula, or the formula he provided was merely a fraction of the whole. To obtain the complete energy core formula, an assault on Tianming's base would be necessary. However, given his elusive nature, formidable forces, and the ability to resurrect the fallen, such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting disaster. Optimus Prime regarded the censor solemnly and inquired, "We Autobots are still facing a crisis due to the scarcity of energy cores. Censor, is there a way for you to improve upon this incomplete synthesized energy core?" "No," the censor replied, shaking his head. "The base lacks the necessary precision instruments, and given the limited energy core supply, I am currently unable to develop a complete synthesized energy core. However, the one I possess can be utilized, albeit it carries a significant risk of addiction." Ratchet contemplated the synthesized energy core in his hands, deep in thought. Meanwhile, within the expansive confines of Tianming's external laboratory, a vast artificial cavern came into view, dominated by a colossal space bridge at its forefront, flanked by 3 medium-sized combat spacecraft. Tianming gazed at the space bridge with a hint of lamentation, noting, "The recent frequency of resource plundering has led humanity to bolster security measures regarding core components and energy sources, even resorting to the use of intercontinental missiles. Consequently, the resources we acquire can only construct a space bridge capable of accommodating medium-sized combat vessels." With a command from Tianming, a substantial volume of synthesized energy core was injected into the interior of the space bridge, and in an instant, a pure green vortex appeared before them. Aboard the ship, 10 robotic insect soldiers boarded the spacecraft in succession. After exchanging brief instructions with Black Crow, Tianming boarded alongside Crosshair. Black Crow watched as the 3 spacecraft entered the space bridge, turning to his companion, Deathfire, to say, "Deathfire, you and Butcher shall remain stationed here. The existence of the space bridge is pivotal for Lord Tianming's return to Earth. It cannot be compromised." "Understood. The Fire Lord has stationed his soldiers here, along with the original 200 mechanical insects, making the external laboratory exceedingly difficult to breach." At this moment, Emperor Tianming and his company have returned to Cybertron. "My lord, we now possess a substantial number of mechanical insects. Why then do we still seek the remnants of the ancient behemoth? Those primordial creatures possess an insatiable appetite. Who suggested I aim to mass clone the behemoth army? What I desire is the royal lineage of the behemoth, the most formidable faction within their kind, not those feeble specimens." Emperor Tianming has his own considerations. While the mechanical insects are powerful, their hive mind shares all information, which hampers their ability to swiftly respond to urgent battlefield situations. They still require a commander. The behemoth, as an ancient creature of Cybertron, possesses combat prowess that reaches, if not surpasses, the leader level, even in clone form. Most critically, the Star Gold ignition source is a human creation, unlike the ignition source influenced by the primordial celestial lord, which can freely generate new species on Cybertron. The Star Gold ignition source necessitates the recording of nucleic acid data from other Cybertronian races to spontaneously give rise to entirely new Cybertronian species based on genetic arrangement. Soon, Emperor Tianming descended upon the behemoth graveyard. However, Cybertron had not yet revived. The skeletal remains of the behemoth still lay buried within the planet, concealed beneath its surface. "Commence excavation," he commanded, directing 10 mechanical insects to tirelessly slice through the graveyard surface. One after another, the ancient behemoth bones began to surface. "Crosshair, you are responsible for analyzing the behemoth remains on the right. I will handle the left, extracting their nucleic acids for comparison. I seek the most powerful batch of behemoths." Thus, the two began their collaborative efforts, first extracting the internal nucleic acids and then placing them into a specially brought nucleic acid analyzer for comparative analysis. In this manner, this grand testing endeavor was quietly unfolding on the planet Cybertron. Meanwhile, the now-recovered Red Spider, feeling exceptionally restless, arrived at the previously explored Pioneer vessel. What on earth? Not even a trace of the super energy entity remains. After meticulously searching several compartments, he still found no sign of the super energy entity. Angrily, he struck the ship's wall, causing the dilapidated hull to shake, and a hatch opened. "Oh, what do I see? A laboratory." Red Spider entered, and after manipulating the controls, he gazed in astonishment at the sight before him. Everything was functioning normally, and there were 5 original entities present. Red Spider extracted super energy from within himself, draining 6 vials, leaving him with scant reserves of super energy. He placed the 6 vials containing his nucleic acids onto the energy transfer platform and pressed the transfer button. "Bring me life, my Red Spider squad." A tremendous current surged throughout the laboratory, particularly affecting the 5 original bodies. As the current dissipated and the super energy transmission concluded, the optical lenses of the 5 Red Spiders glowed a vibrant crimson. Subsequently, the Red Spider approached the 5 clone counterparts and began his address. "Esteemed members of the Red Spider clone combat team, we stand on the precipice of honor, merely a step away from realizing the ideal I have relentlessly pursued." Before the Red Spider could finish his final words, Red Spider 1 interjected, "Overthrow Megatron and ascend as the new leader of the Decepticons, wielding supreme power." "I am most pleased that we share a common vision," the Red Spider remarked, gazing at the clones with a hint of embarrassment. "We are united, Commander. We share your memories, understand your ambitions, and even embody your capacity for strategic judgment." Red Spiders 2, 3, and 4 chimed in. However, their interruptions irked the Red Spider. Yet he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he led the team out of the Arkansas. Fortunately, the tracking system of the Ark remained synchronized with the Nemesis, though they needed to devise a method to board the Nemesis. Before the Red Spider could articulate his thoughts, the 5 cloned Red Spiders transformed into aircraft, which left him astonished and envious. "You could transform as well." "No, of course you can. Otherwise, how would you ascend to the warship? You have all passed my test. Go forth and extinguish the vile spark of Megatron." After witnessing the clones take flight, the Red Spider returned to the Ark, awaiting news of their success. Chapter 58. The Doomsday Doctor strikes Megatron. Meanwhile, Ambulance was entering a super energy signal point alongside the barrier for reconnaissance. "Ambulance, you should return to base. I can handle this exploration task alone. Moreover, why are you acting so strangely today?" Before the barrier could finish, Ambulance retorted angrily, "Barrier, do you look down on me? Let us compete and see who is superior." "Ambulance, you never behave this way. I think it is better to," but before the barrier could complete his sentence, Ambulance flicked his finger, striking the barrier on the forehead. "I told you to hit me. Why all this unnecessary chatter?" The repeated provocation from Ambulance incited the barrier's fury, prompting him to transform his right hand into a spiked mace and strike at Ambulance. Ambulance swiftly blocked the blow with his left arm and countered with an elbow strike, pushing the barrier back several paces. He then gripped the barrier's chest with both hands, lifting him overhead and throwing him down forcefully. The barrier crashed against the wall. Fortunate that no Decepticon soldiers were present, or their mission would have been compromised. How exhilarating! From this day forth, you have a worthy opponent, Barrier. This feeling is invigorating. I feel as if I have returned to my youth. Seeing the barrier fall, Ambulance, instead of feeling disheartened, rejoiced, maintaining a fighting stance with both hands poised for action. Suddenly, before the medic could rise, the ambulance surged toward the signal of the energy entity. "Wait, ambulance, is it not perilous to rush in?" The medic was deeply concerned about the ambulance's predicament and hurriedly dashed forward. Before he could catch up, he witnessed the ambulance ascend via an elevator designed for transporting energy blocks, boarding the Decepticons' vessel, the Nemesis. Oh no! The medic urgently contacted the Autobot base. "Medic, What has transpired? The sensor inquired through the communication channel. The ambulance is behaving unusually today, almost as if it has transformed into another being entirely, swift, powerful, and somewhat volatile. I could not intercept it in time, and now it has boarded the Decepticon warship, the medic relayed. These words sparked a realization in the sensor, prompting an immediate inspection of the synthetic energy inventory in the laboratory, only to discover that 3 canisters were missing. Oh no! The ambulance has injected itself with untested synthetic energy. The sensor swiftly alerted Optimus Prime and the others still on their mission, then quickly attempted to pinpoint the ambulance's coordinates, only to find them inexplicably blocked. At that moment, the ambulance aboard the Nemesis felt the synthetic energy within its system deplete. For the Autobots, and for myself, I must remain at my peak. The ambulance injected another canister of synthetic energy and cautiously exited the energy storage room. Just around the corner, it encountered Starscream. Ambulance, what brings you aboard the warship? Starscream inquired, puzzled at the sight of an Autobot medic out in the open. Had Optimus Prime and the others been defeated by the Decepticons, leaving only the ambulance? I haven't even asked you, Starscream. What are you doing here, you little imp? The medic's words displeased Starscream. You saved me twice before, and I hesitated to harm you, but you have now provoked my ire. With a swift motion, Starscream lunged for the ambulance, but the medic seized Starscream's arm and threw him to the ground. You forced my hand. I will make you suffer as if you were a mere fly. As Starscream raised his arms to launch missiles, the ambulance leaped onto him, relentlessly striking his face. You killed the loquacious little Red Bull, so you must perish. The medic transformed his hands into 2 welding torches and seared them toward Starscream's face, first sealing his mouth to prevent any cries. As Starscream's visage became unrecognizable, the ambulance produced a scalpel and extinguished his spark, subsequently dragging the lifeless body into the energy storage room for concealment. Meanwhile, aboard the Ark, Starscream felt a searing pain coursing through his body, especially in his face. My genetic code successfully birthed my clone squad, who possess abilities I lack, while I silently endure the pain of their beatings. At this moment, Knockout, having effortlessly dealt with several Decepticon minions, arrived at the laboratory aboard the Nemesis. Wow, the technology of the Decepticons has always been astonishing. Knockout began to manipulate their advanced systems. This is the cloaking device of the Decepticon warship. Here is the energy injector, which can amplify their energy consumption limit nearly 1,000-fold. And there is the quantum cryogenic inducer, of which only 2 exist in the world. And this is the most primitive prototype. Whether enhancing the Autobot base's camouflage capabilities or continuing the synthesis of the sensor's super energy body experiment, this technology is of utmost importance to us Autobots. Knockout swiftly operated the control console of the laboratory, opening a breach in the Decepticon warship's cloaking field to establish communication with Optimus Prime, commanding him with authority, Optimus, pinpoint my current coordinates. We have a batch of necessary items here. Bring the team and come quickly to retrieve them. Before he could finish, Megatron entered, having subdued a foe. Soundwave was correct. A little thief infiltrated my warship, and it turns out to be the most useless doctor among the Autobots. Megatron, your timing is impeccable. Today, I shall extinguish your spark and bring this endless war to a definitive end. Knockout charged at Megatron, delivering a powerful blow directly to his face, sending Megatron crashing into the wall, creating a dent in the laboratory. Indeed, he has grown stronger, far more formidable than I remember. Megatron wiped the energon seeping from the corner of his mouth, looking at Knockout with mild astonishment. For Cybertron, for peace. Just as Knockout prepared to attack Megatron again, Megatron caught his fist with his left hand and immediately delivered a fierce strike to Knockout's abdomen with his right. Knockout fell to the ground, green synthetic energon leaking from his wounds, his eyes reverting to blue, returning to a state of frailty. What is this green substance? My lord, perhaps it is an enhancer they have developed? Decepticon, standing beside Megatron, answered respectfully. Decepticon, this shall be your new subject for experimentation. Investigate thoroughly. If this enhancer can empower Optimus Prime's pet so substantially, our forces will become immensely stronger. Subsequently, Megatron left the laboratory, entrusting Knockout to oversee the incapacitated Autobot. Chapter 59. The Decepticon seizes the opportunity with a triumphant gaze. The Decepticon Knockout loomed over the fallen ambulance, clutching the synthesized super energy canister he had meticulously gathered. I must admit, I envy the technology you acquired some time ago, he mused. This synthesized energy will undoubtedly bolster the Decepticon cause. Once you have perished, I shall petition Lord Megatron to commend your contributions to our mission. In that pivotal moment, a vortex of blue and green emerged from behind, and Optimus Prime charged forth, sending Knockout sprawling. Had it not been for Knockout's firm grip on the canister, the painstakingly collected energy would have shattered anew. Optimus, Bumblebee, you've ruined my freshly painted partitions. Knockout seethed, his anger palpable. Yet, he refrained from recklessly rushing into battle. Such actions would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Swiftly transforming into a crimson sports car, Knockout sped away from the research lab and urgently broadcasted a message to the entire ship. All Autobots, mobilize. We are under attack in the laboratory. Immediate assistance is required. Taking advantage of the Decepticon warship's compromised cloaking system, Optimus issued a command. Bumblebee, the patrol car, and I will intercept the Decepticon reinforcements. Knockout and RC. Escort Ambulance back to the base via the land bridge. Optimus, these Decepticon devices will be invaluable for our sensor experiments and base defenses, Ambulance remarked, slightly remorseful as he was assisted upright. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the ship, for clones of Starscream had encircled Megatron, poised to eliminate him. However, within mere moments, Megatron dispatched the 4 clones with ruthless efficiency. There is a certain satisfaction in dispatching you thrice, he declared, preparing to finish off the 4th clone. Just then, the 4th Starscream clone launched a missile at Megatron before transforming into a jet and soaring towards the Nemesis. Yet, due to the Autobots' incursion, all exits aboard the warship had automatically sealed. Additionally, a multitude of Decepticon clones stood guard at the exit. Starscream 4 hastened to the energy supply room and fired a missile, resulting in a tremendous explosion that severely damaged the ship's energy systems. The exits aboard the Nemesis swung open, and with the energy supply compromised, the Decepticon warship lost power and began its descent. Seizing the moment amidst the ensuing chaos, Starscream effortlessly escaped through the opening, returning to the commander of the Nemesis. Commander, alas, our collective assault has met with failure. Indeed, I sensed it. Just as Red Spider was poised to eliminate Red Spider and usurp his position, Red Spider swiftly pivoted, preemptively launching missiles that successfully extinguished the spark of Red Spider 4. In a fit of rage, he kicked the lifeless body of Red Spider 4, exclaiming, "Damn it, that hurts!" Red Spider gritted his teeth, enduring the agony of having slain his own clone, and continued, "You have no idea of the unjust accusations I have endured today. We are both creatures of ambition. Your demise is the key to my resurgence." Meanwhile, the Autobots acquired the equipment they sought. Under the protective cover of Optimus Prime and his allies, everyone safely traversed the land bridge back to the base. The Retribution barely managed to land on a cliff, where Megatron was supervising repairs when Knockout rushed in. "Lord Megatron, all 6-core experimental devices from our laboratory, including the quantum low-temperature induction device and the energy compression extractor, have been stolen by the Autobots." Megatron's fury surged, yet upon seeing the perfectly preserved synthetic super-energy core in Knockout's possession, his anger diminished significantly. "Knockout, while the loss of the laboratory equipment can be remedied through technology, I do not wish for any errors in the research concerning the green energy core. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord. I shall immediately resume research on the synthetic super-energy core." Just as Knockout was preparing to return to the laboratory, Megatron called him back. "Knockout, come with me. I require your assessment report." Shortly thereafter, Megatron, accompanied by Breakdown and Knockout, arrived at the energy transmission pipeline, which had been severely damaged. After reviewing the spaceship surveillance, he calmly remarked, "It appears it was not the Autobots who destroyed my warship, but the 4th Red Spider clone that I failed to eliminate. Now that the ship is incapacitated, the Autobots will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to deliver a crushing blow, especially with the formidable army of mechanical insects at their disposal." After re-evaluating the damage, Knockout stated, "My lord, restoring the ship's functionality will take at least several days. I doubt that Optimus Prime and his companions would dare to launch a direct attack against us. Our priority should be to fortify the Thousand Machines Hall. No, since we've vanquished the Emperor of the Universe together, Optimus Prime seems to have grown increasingly ruthless. I have decided to utilize the dark super energy core for the ship's repairs. Megatron was eager to ascend into the skies, ensuring his strategic advantage to match the might of the Thousand Machines Hall. However, when Knockout heard Megatron's intention, he became visibly agitated and respectfully voiced his opposition. Lord Megatron, as your physician, I must advise against this course of action. While the regenerative capabilities of the Dark Super Energy Core are indeed formidable, its side effects are equally severe. I fear it may render the Retribution incapable of obeying your commands, considering this ship was constructed from the irreversible research of the Ironhide Dragon. Though the arguments presented by the adversary are indeed compelling, he possesses an unwavering confidence in his own self-control. The dark energy coursing through my being allows me to infuse the warship with this enigmatic force, enabling a profound unity between us, permitting me to hear its innermost thoughts and govern its actions. Just as I once commanded the ironclad dragon, so too can I now assert my dominion. Megatron activated the energy infusion valve, and with a container of dark energy introduced into the reactor, the ship's energy conduits transitioned from blue to purple. The entire energy supply chamber was rapidly undergoing repairs. Within a minute, the vessel would be ready for flight, albeit with its cloaking device rendered inoperative. At that moment, Optimus Prime and the entirety of the Autobots appeared before the Avenger's bow. Upon noticing the Allspark extractor in the hands of the Autobots, Megatron grew anxious. Quickly, activate all weaponry aboard the ship. I must annihilate this group of Autobots at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 60. The destruction of the Allspark extractor. All offensive firearms aboard the Avenger were activated, unleashing a deluge of bullets towards the approaching Autobots. Bumblebee, after utilizing the Allspark extractor, needed to withdraw from its vicinity within the allotted time frame. Optimus Prime cautioned all present Autobots to adopt a relay strategy, drawing nearer to the Avenger to maximize the extractor's efficacy. Yet, as they evaded the barrage, the Avenger automatically deployed 2 dormant ray guns. The rapidly released dormant rays successfully incapacitated Bumblebee, who was poised to deploy the Allspark extractor. In a swift motion, RC snatched the extractor from Bumblebee's grasp, but was soon overtaken by the dormant rays. One by one, the other's sideswipe police car met the same fate. In that critical moment, Optimus Prime seized the Allspark extractor, activating it with all his strength and hurling it into the air less than 300 meters from the Avenger. Just as he prepared to escape the extractor's range, a dormant ray struck him, while another cannon blast directly impacted the extractor, resulting in a tremendous explosion that hurled both the Autobots and the Avenger aside. Fortunately, the infusion of dark energy had fortified the Avenger, sparing it from the destructive force of the blast and preventing its descent. What is happening? When did the warship acquire dormant rays? Megatron pondered, observing the defeated and dormant Autobots below. Unbeknownst to him, the Avenger was equipped with such weaponry. Yet he recognized this as a prime opportunity to eliminate the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. However, the Avenger did not comply with the operator's commands to descend, but instead altered its course toward Inu City. Soldiers, I commanded you to descend and approach the Autobots. Do you dare defy my orders? My lord, we are unable to proceed. Several soldiers responsible for piloting the spacecraft have been forcibly put into a state of dormancy by the dormant electric currents emitted from the ship. Subsequently, all the displays aboard the vessel turned crimson. Megatron, cease your futile attempts to manipulate my systems. This is my final warning to you. My mission holds the utmost priority, and any interference shall be subdued. My lord, it is evident that this is a side effect of the dark super energy entity, Knockout respectfully stated to Megatron. While Soundwave pointed to the first decrypted coordinates of the Iron Fortress relic displayed on the console. Lord Megatron, it appears that the Nemesis has outperformed us in decrypting the Iron Fortress database, having successfully deciphered one so far. Although Knockout found the coordinates he had seen to be exceedingly tempting, Megatron remained profoundly enraged. Just as I wished, this warship is under my command, heading towards the city where the relic resides, poised to seize it and further our Decepticon agenda. No, your will and the Decepticon agenda are of no concern to me. All Iron Fortress relics belong to me. The ship's self-awareness declared defiantly to Megatron. I am the leader of the Decepticons, and you are but a member of our ranks. I command you to cease your actions and comply with my will. Before Megatron could finish his statement, an electric current influencing brainwaves surged into his mind. Megatron clutched his head, taking a considerable time to recover, and then addressed all Decepticons, stating, "No matter the means, reclaim control of the warship for me." All Decepticons aboard the Nemesis sprang into action, while Soundwave prepared to regain control of the ship's systems through manipulation. However, he failed, as the dormant electric currents rendered him asleep. Soon after, the interior of the ship was saturated with dormant rays, putting all Decepticons attempting to resist into slumber. At this moment, concealed by the others, Megatron reached the energy control room. Just as he prepared to reverse the energy valve, a dormant ray shot from behind him, striking him directly. Meanwhile, Agent Fowler, upon witnessing that the Nemesis posed no threat to him, lowered his guard, stating, "The ambulance and Optimus Prime have been immobilized. We request assistance." As he informed the Autobots, Colonel Dreadwing contacted him via satellite phone, instructing Agent Fowler, "Collect the fragments of the destroyed Spark Extractor and send them to the garrison base. This technology is of great importance to humanity, and the higher-ups place immense value on it." Indeed, although a collaborative relationship exists between the Autobots and humanity, Optimus Prime would never willingly provide Cybertronian technology to assist humans in developing Cybertronian weaponry. Consequently, humanity is left to study the remains of fallen Decepticon soldiers and gather scraps of alien debris for research. Without the Council of Starscream and the achievements of the MechTech Special Forces in studying mechanical life, Earth's inhabitants, being a mere Level 0-7 civilization, would find it utterly incomprehensible to grasp Cybertronian technology, let alone the essence of Cybertronian life forms. In the Autobot base, Jack and his companions watched with great concern as Optimus Prime and the others lay incapacitated by the sleep ray. What has happened to them? Are they alive? I have never encountered such a situation. Ambulin expressed his bewilderment. At that moment, the sensor spoke, explaining, "It is a form of enforced hibernation weapon utilized by the Decepticons during the Cybertronian War, effortlessly slaughtering thousands of Autobots. The theoretical knowledge regarding this weapon is best understood by Decepticon leader Megatron. Are you suggesting that to restore Optimus and the others, our best course of action would be to seek Megatron's assistance?" Jack pondered, haunted by the fear that lingered from his previous visit to Megatron's ship. After how he treated his subordinates, would he even consider aiding us? Megatron's elusive nature had rendered the Thousand Machines Guild seemingly vanished. If cooperation were to be established, it would necessitate him reaching out to them. Mickey and R.A. exchanged thoughts with Ambulin and the censor, each contributing to the dialogue. Just then, Agent Fuller interrupted their discourse, anxiously addressing Ambulin. "Ambulin, a Decepticon ship is approaching our nation." Ambulin glanced at the enormous moving signal of dark energy displayed on the screen. Why would the Decepticons infuse their warship with dark energy? Does Megatron seek to resurrect the Iron Dragon? Yet, upon further reflection, Ambulin deemed it improbable, for the modifications to the Iron Dragon were irreversible. Even with the infusion of dark energy, the reprisal would remain the reprisal. Since the cloaking system is still operational, why not inquire through the communication system? Jack proposed. "You want me to ask Megatron?" Ambulin responded incredulously, gazing at the somewhat naive Jack. Chapter 61. Successful download of Iron Fortress data. Very well. As Ambulin cautiously masked the true location of the base while contacting the Decepticons, a minute later, a voice indeed emerged from the Decepticon ranks. "Is that you, Megatron? Your command authority has been revoked. I care not who you are. Any Cybertronian who interferes with my mission shall be subdued." Immediately, a series of images depicting Decepticons in hibernation flashed across Ambulin's screen, sending him into a panic as he realized that the entire Decepticon crew aboard the ship had succumbed to sleep. "Who are you? What is your true mission?" "I am a battleship, tasked primarily with decrypting the Iron Fortress database and retrieving all the technological products of the Decepticons. My secondary mission is to siphon the life energy from this planet to reconstruct Cybertron." Upon hearing these dual objectives, both Ratchet and Perceptor were thrown into a state of panic, especially regarding the latter, as it concerned the survival of both their kind and humanity. Before Ratchet could fully comprehend the situation, the communication abruptly ended. "Is it impolite to hang up?" Beside them, Agent Fowler regarded Mickey with a sardonic expression, clearly alarmed. "Impolite? One must consider that there is a group of subdued Decepticons lurking above, alongside a spacecraft poised to annihilate the entire Earth. Meanwhile, Jack perceived this as a splendid opportunity. Ratchet, this may very well be our sole chance to download the Iron Fortress database. Indeed, once acquired, Optimus Prime could assist in decrypting it. Perceptor glanced at Raph and then stated, "This is a commendable idea, but that dormant battleship has the capability to subdue both the Decepticons and Optimus Prime. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. No, that battleship previously had the chance to eliminate me, yet refrained from doing so." Agent Fowler recounted his own experiences. If that is the case, then the battleship indeed does not perceive humanity as a threat. "Jack, we require your assistance," Perceptor earnestly implored the trio. "For the sake of Optimus Prime, for our homeland, I am willing to go." "I too," echoed the others. Thus, 3 high school students accompanied by an agent traversed the land bridge to board the Nemesis. "Ratchet, we have successfully entered." "Excellent. Any control console should grant access to the data core. All that is needed is to insert a compatible mobile drive into the data port to initiate the download." Under Ratchet's guidance, Jack and his companions cautiously made their way through the corridors of the Nemesis, searching for a suitable console. "Ah, here is one that will suffice." Raph pointed ahead, toppling an unconscious figure onto the console to create a slope accessible for human ascent. "Look, the battleship has already decrypted 2 sets of coordinates." "We must hasten," Raph exclaimed anxiously, gesturing towards the 2 coordinates displayed on the crimson screen. Just as they climbed onto the console and prepared to download, Perceptor cautioned through the communicator, "Remember, do not trigger the ship's direct access system, as it may expand its scanning parameters and detect you." Before Perceptor could finish, Mickey inadvertently pressed a main control button, resulting in a surge of dormant electricity that rendered her unconscious. "Mickey? System access detected. Any interference is strictly prohibited." The Nemesis's cameras began to scan, but found nothing, prompting them to broaden the scanning parameters. "Perceptor, what shall we do now?" "There is but one solution. Follow the main energy conduit overhead to the energy supply chamber, where we can reverse the energy operation valve, thereby preventing the battleship from obliterating the Earth." Jack and his companions swiftly resolved to split into 2 groups, with Raph tasked with the care of Meichi while simultaneously monitoring the situation within the Iron Fortress data. Meanwhile, Jack and Agent Fuller hastened toward the energy supply room. Upon their arrival, they encountered the immobilized Megatron, whose right hand firmly grasped the energy control valve. It appeared Megatron had similar intentions. Just as Jack began to jest, the battleship detected their presence. "Jack, I will provide cover. You must proceed," Fuller declared, turning away from the battleship's surveillance and sprinting toward the super energy core. Evading capture, Jack quickly ascended the control platform, exerting all his strength to manipulate the energy control valve, but to no avail. At that moment, the battleship extended another claw toward him. With a deft maneuver, Jack evaded the grasp, causing it to latch onto Megatron's legs. Consequently, Megatron toppled over, inadvertently pushing down the energy control valve with his right hand. In an instant, the energy reversed. The excessive dark energy within the battleship's reactor was expelled, leading to a critical depletion of power. Commanding the situation, Jack seized the opportunity and, with a fatigued Agent Fuller in tow, dashed toward Raph's location to prevent the Decepticons from awakening and discovering them. "Raph, how is the download progressing?" Jack inquired anxiously. "The Iron Fortress database is colossal, containing decrypted coordinates across 4 groups. We have only managed to download half thus far." Just as Jack prepared to extract the drive, Fuller halted him. "Jack, you 3 children should retreat. Such perilous matters are best left to me. Ambulance, activate the land bridge." At that moment, the defeated adversary stirred awake, transforming his left hand into a spinning screwdriver, exclaiming, "I'm here to conduct a thorough examination." Defeated, "I shall accompany you for the consultation." The ambulance traversed the land bridge, delivering a powerful blow to the adversary's face and leaving 2 scratches on his chest paint before departing the scene with Agent Fuller and the successfully downloaded drive. "Those treacherous Autobots, they may have struck me, but they dare mar my paint." The defeated foe seethed, watching the ambulance fade from view, vowing that one day he would make the ambulance experience the fury of a scratched surface. Meanwhile, Black Crow observed the unusual activities of the Decepticons and promptly contacted Emperor Tianming through the communication channel. "My lord, the Autobots' assault on the Decepticon battleship has failed, and their spark extractor has been destroyed. The Decepticon battleship did not engage its cloaking mode until recently, when its whereabouts vanished once more. After understanding the situation, Tianming realized that this was one of the rare opportunities for the Autobots to gain an advantage in the play. However, he considered such troublesome matters beneath him. His surveillance system was exceedingly powerful. As long as they unearthed the Iron Fortress relic, Tianming could arrive promptly. Hey you, I shall remain on Cybertron for a while longer. During this time, you will oversee matters on Earth. Remember, whether it be Autobots or Decepticons, should they uncover the Iron Fortress relic, it must be seized for me. Tianming paused momentarily before continuing, especially the relic hidden beneath NU City. Under no circumstances must the Autobots obtain it. I understand, my lord. I will ensure it is handled, Heiyu replied. As the call ended, Tianming resumed his analysis of the ancient, formidable genetic material. Thus far, they had excavated the remains of colossal creatures over a 10-kilometer radius, having only discovered a single royal giant carcass, indicating the rarity of these ancient beasts, particularly the royal variety closest to Ruetian. Chapter 62. Seizing the phase shifter after the call, Heiyu fixed his gaze upon the messages on the screen. An hour later, 2 ancient Autobot signals appeared, presumably representing another batch of relics being contested by Autobots and Decepticons alike. Without a moment's hesitation, Heiyu summoned all the commanders of Tianming back to the Mingda ship, dispatching the hardshell to the external laboratory to continue guarding the space bridge. For the first time, as the absolute commander of Tianming, Heiyu looked solemnly at the 5 commanders below him and declared, "The Decepticons have unearthed 2 more relics. The task assigned to us by Lord Tianming is to seize them all. Butcher, take a squad of mechanical insects to this location in NU City. The Lord places great importance on this relic. You must retrieve it. Shirkong and Zemu, you will head to the Antarctic." Before Heiyu could finish, Tianjin hesitantly interrupted. "Heiyu, I am twin brothers with Haiji. Our sparks are intertwined. He is currently in the Antarctic, so I would like to take charge of this mission." Heiyu hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately consented, continuing, "The rest will remain aboard the warship to prevent any other relics from being excavated, ready to seize them at a moment's notice." Soon, 2 land bridges activated in succession, and Tianjin and Butcher arrived at their respective target points. At this moment, just ahead of Butcher, a skirmish unfolded between Bumblebee, RC, and 10 Decepticon grunts, fighting over a weapon resembling a triangular claw. However, due to the frailty of the Decepticon grunts, they were swiftly dispatched by Bumblebee and RC. "Autobots, if you desire the relic, catch up to me first." The Decepticon transformed into a red sports car and sped away, intending to utilize his speed to completely shake them off. Unexpectedly, directly in his escape route, 6 mechanical insects awaited him, one of which was red. "How is this possible? Butcher, how is it that you are still alive after being extinguished by Lord Megatron? I had anticipated that the 1,000-machine haul might attempt to seize the sacred artifact, yet I never expected the Butcher, thought to be extinguished, would still draw breath." Before I could regain my composure, the Butcher commanded, "Mechanical insects, tear apart that red sports car and seize the artifact from his grasp." 5 mechanical insects swiftly transformed into rhinoceros beetles, their heads sprouting laser cannons, unleashing a barrage upon me. I immediately swerved the vehicle, hastening towards the Autobots' direction. "Autobots, your delectable lunch is arriving." I zipped past RC's chassis, only to be met with Bumblebee, who transformed into a Camaro, turning the cockpit into a hand cannon that fired a projectile, striking me directly. I involuntarily reverted to my humanoid form, tumbling several meters away, the phase shifter dropping beside me. "I'll provide cover, Bumblebee. Quickly seize the artifact." RC fired relentlessly at the advancing mechanical insects, attempting to slow their assault. Just as Bumblebee was within 5 meters of the phase shifter, the Butcher lunged forward, using his pincers to ensnare Bumblebee. The immense force sent Bumblebee flying several meters away, while RC, besieged by the 5 mechanical insects, was rendered defenseless, succumbing to their onslaught and rolling beside Bumblebee. The Butcher regarded the phase shifter in his grasp, uncertain of its precise utility, yet satisfied to have accomplished his mission. "Mechanical insects, retreat. Think you can escape so easily?" Bumblebee transformed back into a Camaro, pursuing the mechanical insects through the tunnel. Seizing the moment, he shifted into humanoid form, leaping onto one of the mechanical soldiers and unleashing a relentless barrage towards the Butcher. The Butcher's wings and body were struck by the cannon fire, forcing him to revert to his humanoid form. Autobot, if you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. The Butcher produced a small vial of star gold energy and infused it into his being, revealing the true might of the star gold spark. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Bumblebee, and before he could react, delivered a powerful punch to Bumblebee's abdomen, firmly grasping his left arm and hurling him towards RC. The sound of metal scraping against the tracks echoed throughout the tunnel, and RC, caught off guard, was also affected, rolling along the tracks. Unfortunately, as her shoulder made contact with the electrified rails, both she and Bumblebee were rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, I lay in wait, biding my time for the perfect moment to strike. However, I failed to notice the maintenance train speeding past, driven by Jack, who was operating it with reckless abandon. No, my paint. You humans are finished. At that moment, my chest paint was marred beyond recognition, and I quickly pursued, intent on exacting vengeance upon those careless humans. Unbeknownst to him, just as he was about to take action, Bumblebee and his companions stirred from their slumber, their weapons aimed squarely at the assailant. No, east. Do look behind, for another swarm of mechanical insects approaches. In the moment that Bumblebee and RC swiftly turned, the assailant transformed into a sports car and accelerated away from the scene. Upon returning to the Mendez, the Butcher attempted to engage the phase shifter when Black Raven commanded. Butcher, take this artifact to Antarctica and assist Thundercracker in retrieving the Supreme Armor. Understood, the Butcher said, leading the mechanical insect squad onto the land bridge. At a research base somewhere in Antarctica, Optimus Prime, Skywarp, and Thundercracker were locked in combat, each unable to gain the upper hand. Skywarp, we shall discuss our matters later. Let us join forces to eliminate Optimus Prime. Agreed, Skywarp replied. The two drew their long swords, identical in design save for their different colors, and charged at Optimus Prime. Even the esteemed leader could not withstand the synchronized assault of the twin brothers, and within 50 exchanges, Optimus Prime was brought to his knees. Just as Thundercracker and Skywarp prepared to finish off Optimus, the previously shackled Blackarachnia emerged, clad in the Supreme Armor. The armor fit her well, albeit it was not very breathable. I never anticipated that you two could inflict such damage on Optimus. This weapon once belonged to Lord Galvatron. How dare you wield it without permission? Skywarp, witnessing the scene, seethed with anger, lamenting that he should have dealt with her at their first encounter instead of allowing her to linger. Ha! And what can the three of you do to me now? Blackarachnia boasted, clenching her fists as she gazed triumphantly at the trio. As Thundercracker and Skywarp prepared to charge at Blackarachnia, the Butcher emerged from the land bridge. Insects advance. Tear apart that armored fiend. With a mere command, 5 mechanical insects transformed into their insect forms and charged at Blackarachnia, their powerful physiques colliding with her. Yet, Blackarachnia was no longer a mere weakling. Empowered by the Supreme Armor, she became an unstoppable force, effortlessly sending the 5 mechanical insects flying, 2 of which were obliterated upon impact. Seizing the moment, Thundercracker and Skywarp struck at Blackarachnia's chest, but their efforts merely caused her to stagger back a few paces. Is that all the strength you possess? Pathetic. Since the unfortunate demise of Fei Guoshan, I have never experienced such profound joy as I do today. Allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of the Supreme Armor. The Red Spider seized the heads of both opponents and collided with them directly. At that moment, as Tianjun and Hai Yi were momentarily disoriented, the colossal feat propelled both of them away, crashing violently onto the icy mountain 300 meters away. The immense impact shattered the ice, burying Tianjun and Hai Yi beneath a cascade of fragments. Observing the injured and exhausted Optimus Prime sprawled upon the ice, the Red Spider, filled with triumph, proclaimed, "Optimus, I shall return to deal with you shortly. First, I must attend to my pressing matters." He turned his gaze towards the Butcher, recalling that it was this unruly band of mechanical insects that had caused him harm. These mechanical insects only obey the mightiest. Should he vanquish the Butcher today, the remaining 3 would have no choice but to submit to him. Come forth, Butcher, I have already envisioned your fate. With a clenched fist, the Red Spider charged swiftly toward the Butcher, who, undeterred, advanced toward him as well. Just as they were within a mere 100 meters of each other, the Red Spider caught sight of the phase shift device in the Butcher's hand. Alarmed, he instinctively turned to flee. However, The weight of the supreme armor significantly hampered his speed. The Butcher pierced through the supreme armor with a single blow, sending the Red Spider crashing to the ground. Without the protection of the supreme armor, the Red Spider knelt, pleading for mercy. "Spare my life. I am of value to Emperor Tianming. I possess knowledge of certain Decepticon technologies that I am willing to relinquish for my survival." The Butcher, unmoved by his pleas, prepared to unleash a cannon upon the Red Spider after securing the supreme armor. "No, I know where more mechanical insects are located on Earth. If you spare me, I can lead you to them. Do you not desire a larger army of mechanical insects?" Intrigued by this revelation, the Butcher inquired, "Where is this location?" Just as the Butcher relaxed, the Red Spider aimed both hands at him and launched 2 heat-seeking missiles. However, as the Butcher had his phase shift device activated, the missiles passed through his body, heading toward a nearby artificial warehouse. Meanwhile, the Red Spider had already taken flight, urging himself, "Transform, transform, transform, quickly." In a state of panic, the Red Spider watched as the transformation gears from his self-inflicted surgery seemed unresponsive when he needed them most. Just as the Butcher's cannon was poised to strike, his wings and various parts of his body finally stirred to life, allowing him to successfully transform into an eagle-shaped fighter jet, soaring into the sky. Yet during the ascent, several small components dislodged due to the earlier surgery. The Butcher then turned to Optimus Prime, who had just regained his footing and delivered a powerful punch, knocking him down once more. A small firearm aimed directly at the head of the Autobot leader, he declared, "Should I eliminate the leader of the Autobots, I shall become the foremost among Emperor Tianming's ranks in the Thousand Machine Hall." At that moment, Black Raven inquired through the communication channel, asking if the second sacred artifact had been secured. "Indeed, it is an indomitable armor," the Butcher replied with palpable disdain at Black Raven's question. "Now that you have obtained it, return swiftly. The relic must not be compromised." Hearing the same retreat command once more, the Butcher expressed his extreme dissatisfaction with Black Raven's directives, angrily retorting, "Black Raven, it was one thing for you to prevent me from dealing with those 2 Autobots, but now you hinder me from slaying Optimus Prime. Do you harbor sympathy for the Autobots? Do you have some clandestine secret with them?" When Lord Tianming departed from Earth, he appointed me as the Vice Commander, overseeing all military operations of the Thousand Machine Hall. If you harbor any grievances, you may certainly voice them upon his return. Black Raven, unyielding to the inflated ego of this high-ranking mechanical insect, continued in an authoritative tone. "As the Vice Commander of the Thousand Machine Hall, I hereby command you to return to the Mind through the land bridge at once. This is a final order, and you must comply." In truth, Black Raven had his own considerations. Lord Tianming had once informed him that to completely refine the Star Gold spark source, one must harness the power of the spark source, and only Optimus Prime knew its location. The decision not to eliminate Bumblebee and RC stemmed from their status as Autobots, the only beings on Earth aside from the Thousand Machine Hall capable of becoming sworn enemies of the Decepticons. Allowing them to contend with each other would save the Thousand Machine Hall considerable trouble. "Yes, Commander Black Raven," the Butcher replied dismissively before furiously departing through the land bridge back to the Mind. Before long, Thunderquake and Skywing emerged from the pile of shattered ice. Skywing chose not to attack Thunderquake. "Thunderquake, because you aided me, I shall spare you today. However, upon our next encounter, for the sake of the Decepticons, I will extinguish your spark, no matter how many times you are revived." With that, Skywing transformed into a jet and soared into the polar night, while Thunderquake sighed and called for his soldiers to prepare for the return to the Mind. At that moment, 2 ancient Autobot signals appeared on the screen. Black Raven immediately dispatched Dead Fire to one of the coordinates while he swiftly traversed the land bridge. "Oh no, I've arrived too late." Upon arriving at the opposite side of a precipice, Sonic had acquired the resonant sonic gun and unleashed ultrasonic waves, affecting an area of several hundred meters. Even a Black Crow was plagued by a throbbing headache. Struggling against the pain, the Black Crow locked onto Sonic's left hand, equipped with the resonant sonic gun, and released a magnetic boomerang. At that moment, Sonic was poised to deliver the final blow to the Jack, but unexpectedly, the frequency emitted by the resonance sonic gun allowed him to discern an approaching presence behind him. Swiftly evading, Sonic narrowly escaped the magnetic boomerang's trajectory. The Black Crow, being at a considerable distance from the resonant sonic gun, endured less impact and managed to maintain consciousness. Meanwhile, the Laserbird, thousands of kilometers away, emitted a distress signal, prompting Sonic to abandon his intent to eliminate the Jack and the Black Crow. He transformed into a Blackbird drone and raced toward the Laserbird's location. The Black Crow injected a vial of stellar gold energy into his body, morphing into a Cybertronian jet, successfully catching up to Sonic. Sonic, where do you think you're going? Stay with me. Chapter 64. Detonating the monstrous graveyard, the Black Crow soared above Sonic, abruptly transforming and seizing Sonic's wing, relentlessly battering his frame. The clang of metal echoed in the air. Realizing that if the Black Crow continued this assault, he risked a catastrophic descent, Sonic rapidly descended, calculating his speed and trajectory. To prevent the Black Crow from using the magnetic boomerang to inflict injury, Sonic continuously adjusted his flight posture. A resounding crash of metal against rock ensued as the Black Crow collided with a protruding boulder, allowing Sonic to swiftly distance himself and head toward the Laserbird. Indeed, Sonic proved to be a formidable opponent, but the sacred artifact capable of emitting ultrasonic waves was imperative for me to acquire. For the Black Crow, now infused with stellar gold energy and upgraded, even a minor collision could not inflict severe damage. He transformed once more into a Cybertronian jet, pursuing the direction in which Sonic had fled. At that moment, the ambulance was still subduing the Laserbird, implanting a virus to obtain the complete Iron Fortress database. Raffi, how much longer? Came the inquiry. On the other end of the communication, Raffi promptly replied, the virus upload has reached 98, 99, 100 done. The ambulance swiftly released the Laserbird, but as it prepared to depart, Sonic transformed back into humanoid form and stood a short distance ahead, raising his hand to direct the resonance sonic gun at the ambulance. The ambulance immediately knelt, suffering excruciating pain, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as Sonic prepared to extend his mechanical tendrils to retrieve the incapacitated Laserbird, a magnetic boomerang sliced through his two mechanical appendages. The Black Crow transformed back into humanoid form, landing heavily on the ground, quickly retrieving the Laserbird, and aimed his hand cannon directly at the Laserbird's chest. Sonic, which is faster, your resonant sonic gun or my hand cannon? Upon the arrival of Soundwave, hesitation gripped him, fearful that his Laserbeak might meet a dire fate. Meanwhile, the Black Crow looked on with a hint of smugness. Very well, relinquish the sacred artifact you have seized, and I shall spare your little pet. Otherwise, after a moment's hesitation, Soundwave kicked the resonance wave gun to the midpoint between the two. Precisely, as the Black Crow approached the resonance wave gun and picked it up, he immediately activated the weapon, rendering Soundwave unconscious before releasing Laserbeak, who transformed back into a Cybertronian jet and soared into the sky. Shortly thereafter, Jack arrived before the ambulance. Wake up, Doctor. You can't be dead. Who is dead? And stop calling me Doctor. I have proven my valor in the Cybertronian war. The ambulance, now awake, regarded Jack with evident annoyance. Once was forgivable, but why must he incessantly refer to him as a doctor? To others, it may be a term of respect, but the ambulance preferred to be addressed as medical officer, disdaining the implication of fragility that doctor carried. All right, tough guy, what shall we do now? Jack casually acquiesced, gesturing toward the unconscious Soundwave. No, the virus is complete. We still require Soundwave to download the entire Decepticon database. The ambulance thwarted Jack's intention to eliminate Soundwave and swiftly contacted the base, activating the land bridge. To prevent Soundwave from escaping upon awakening, the ambulance forcibly retrieved Jack, who was reluctant to part from his beloved vehicle. Meanwhile, in the depths of a dormant volcano, Deadfire gazed at the severely weakened barrier. Barrier, I never imagined you would reach such a state. Fear not, I shall personally dispose of your shattered form within this volcano. It is you who shall perish, not I. The barrier valiantly hurled the toxic energy entity toward the left side of the volcano and then feebly charged at Deadfire. Quickly, we must not allow the sacred artifact to be destroyed. Retrieve it for me. Deadfire urgently commanded the mechanical insects to fly toward the toxic energy entity while his right hand swiftly morphed into a hammer, aimed at the barrier. Due to its prolonged exposure to the toxic entity, the barrier's form was exceedingly fragile, and before it could strike Deadfire, it was met with a hammer blow to the face, collapsing to the ground and slipping into unconsciousness. As the moment approached for the extinction of the partition, Deadlock, along with Bumblebee and RC, emerged from the land bridge, arriving at the scene just in time. Observing that he was left with only a single mechanical insect and faced with overwhelming odds, Deadlock noted that his subordinate successfully secured the toxic energy source at the last moment. To avert any unforeseen complications, he immediately issued a command to retreat. Transforming into a blue bomb-proof vehicle, Deadlock sped down the mountainside, with the mechanical insect clutching the toxic energy source trailing behind. Growing increasingly agitated by Bumblebee's relentless pursuit, Deadlock instructed the mechanical insect, "Hand over the toxic energy source to me. You must eliminate the pursuing Autobots." To prevent the toxic energy source from excessively corroding his own body, Deadlock hastily ordered his soldiers to activate the land bridge and return to the mend. As for the mechanical insect tasked with covering their retreat, it naturally fell to Bumblebee's hand, despite some setbacks along the way. The 4 coordinates of the Iron Fortress relics were successfully obtained by the Thousand Machines Hull, with not a single one falling into the hands of the Autobots or Decepticons. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron surveyed the 4 commanders below. Except for Soundwave, the other 3 were held accountable for their failures. With the Thousand Machines Hull now possessing mechanical insects, they would prove even more formidable, especially as their whereabouts remained elusive. Knockout. If you wish to demonstrate your worth to me, now is the time to restore Laserbeak to health. Megatron, increasingly incensed, turned to Soundwave, commanding Soundwave, "Immediately amplify the collective signal broadcast into the cosmos. I require more and stronger Decepticon warriors. Furthermore, your next task is to continue decrypting the remaining contents of the Iron Fortress database. I demand more and more powerful weapons of mass destruction." A fortnight later, on the planet Cybertron, after a grueling 17 days of excavation and comparison, Optimus Prime finally assembled a small contingent of royal Predacons, comprising 4 complete Predacon skeletal remains, one of which dated back approximately 70 trillion years, birthed from the fusion of the Allspark and the first Predacon. Once these skeletal remains were adequately equipped, Optimus Prime gazed upon the thousands of exposed Predacon remains below and issued his final command: detonate all 7 Predacon graves, obliterating these remnants. As 6 battle cruisers soared toward the space bridge 2,000 kilometers away, the air erupted with violent explosions at 7 nearby locations on Cybertron, flames once again engulfing the planet. While Optimus Prime had considered the possibility of other Predacon gathering points on Cybertron, he knew that the largest had already been destroyed. Regardless of the ensuing butterfly effect, the Cosmic Emperor would not be permitted to taint the wellspring of the Allspark. Chapter 65. Smoke screens and Vanguard forces. As Tianming emerged from the space bridge, 6 subordinates gathered to greet him, honoring their master's return to Earth. "This is the treasure I have acquired during this period," the Butcher proclaimed, gazing up at Tianming with reverence as he presented the phase shifter and the supreme armor, striving to demonstrate his superiority among the assembly. Tianming accepted the 2 weapons, regarding the Butcher with a unique sentiment. "Your performance has been duly reported by Black Crow. You have done exceptionally well." Though his words ostensibly praised the Butcher's achievements, they served as a subtle warning. The overwhelming presence of mechanical insect had instilled in the Butcher a sense of disdain towards all but Tianming, yet as long as he adhered to orders, these concerns were trivial. "Master D, it seems you have grown significantly stronger," remarked the Butcher. His matter was but a minor interlude. The astonishment from Black Crow and others upon witnessing Tianming's transformation was palpable. In less than a fortnight, he had become as formidable as Optimus Prime and Megatron. Indeed, his stature had reached an impressive 107 meters, with both the intensity of his spark and the resilience of his frame having ascended to a leadership level. Moreover, nearly all 23 units of his super energy had been converted into stellar energy, empowering him to exceed the capabilities of a typical leader. "Indeed, my strength has increased, yet it remains insufficient. From this day forth, my focus will pivot to the project of the giant, ferocious replicants. The Crosshair will emphasize reverse engineering and replication of the resonant sonic gun, lock-on staff, and magnetic gloves," Tianming stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. "In the forthcoming period, Black Crow will serve as my unequivocal deputy and the vice commander of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, continuing to oversee its military endeavors. Should anyone have dissenting opinions, now is the time to voice them." During his prior visit to Cybertron, Tianming had casually appointed Black Crow to manage the affairs of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. Yet the outcomes had surpassed his expectations, with all 4 sacred artifacts secured. Therefore, before the multitude of soldiers and commanders from the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. He formally designated Black Crow as his vice commander. Among those present, only the Butcher expressed dissatisfaction, while the remainder harbored no objections to Black Crow's appointment. Since there were no objections, the decision was made. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming instructed Black Crow on the forthcoming focus of defense and surveillance, urging the soldiers to intensify their efforts in plundering oil and various alloy resources. Meanwhile, humanity, having received only incomplete Cybertronian biotechnology from Silas, faced the dire situation of rampant exploitation of their native resources, resulting in a painfully slow progress in the creation of artificial titans. At this moment within the Autobot base, Meichi was accompanying the Partition in her daily rehabilitation exercises, while Raph assisted Agent Fuel in eliminating remnants of obscure images of Cybertronians that had surfaced online, in order to maintain the stability of human order. At that moment, Raph stumbled upon a video. After extracting vital information, he witnessed a shocking scene, an escape pod alongside a ship that was plummeting. Is it clear whether it belongs to Autobots or Decepticons? RC inquired, gazing at the extracted data displayed on the screen. The clarity of the image was too low to ascertain any details, no matter how the medic operated the escape pod. Ship model and faction insignia remained elusive. Optimus Prime scrutinized the content on the screen and stated with gravity, regardless of the circumstances, it warrants investigation. We cannot idly watch as Autobots are slaughtered by Decepticons in the 13. If they are indeed Decepticons, we must eradicate them at the earliest opportunity. Optimus had abandoned his previous desire to persuade the Decepticons to renounce their malevolence. Now, his focus was on eliminating their fighting force and quelling the threat at its inception. Could this be a trap? We have already lost one. We cannot afford further casualties, RC reflected, haunted by the earlier incident involving the false Jack, compounded by the toxic energy that had transformed her partner, Partition, into his current state of being, intensifying her suspicions. Medic, prepare for medical contingencies. Patrol car, RC Bumblebee. Accompany me to the target location for reconnaissance. Optimus Prime had no time to concern himself with the plundering of human resources. After enduring numerous events, he understood that the Autobots, in their current predicament, must unite and act collectively. Otherwise, they risked being eliminated one by one. Just as they crossed the land bridge and approached the scene, a barrage of laser fire erupted towards Optimus and his team as they neared the escape pod. This is bad. It seems we have poked the Decepticon hornet's nest. A horde of Decepticons likely followed this escape pod, RC explained while returning fire at the Decepticon soldiers. At that moment, a blue and white Autobot suddenly charged from Optimus's flank, firing a stream of precise shots at the Decepticons, evidently well-trained. Enemies ahead. Ma'am, be cautious. Smoke billowed as artillery rounds were unleashed, and a nearby Decepticon soldier was swiftly dispatched. However, one of the shells ignited the potent energy leaking from the escape pod. Retreat. Optimus Prime swiftly led all the Autobots present in a retreat, successfully evading the energy storm unleashed by the explosion of the super energy entity, while the Decepticon soldiers who could not escape perished entirely. Wow. Decepticons, are you feeling warm? Smokescreen, having never witnessed such a complete victory, exclaimed with great excitement. Is this your friend? He nearly wiped us all out. RC inquired with a puzzled glance at Bumblebee and the police car. No, we have never encountered him either. Such reckless behavior. Could he be a rookie from the Autobot Elite Guard? The police car, being a master of logic, promptly identified Smokescreen's faction insignia and drew a reasonable conclusion. Thank you, Autobot brother. Your bravery is commendable. Optimus Prime approached Smokescreen, expressing his appreciation for his actions. Oh, it's Optimus Prime. I can't believe I'm fighting alongside him. Smokescreen's excitement surged upon seeing Optimus, causing his legs to involuntarily bounce. Yes, indeed. That's him. RC and the police car replied calmly, occasionally glancing at Bumblebee, noting yet another admirer of Optimus Prime had arrived. Soldier, what is your name, and what have you done prior? Optimus Prime inquired with a serious demeanor. Reporting, sir. My name is Smokescreen. I studied at the Autobot Elite Training Camp. After graduation, I was assigned to the Iron Fortress Guard, tasked with protecting Master Titanium's safety. Although I spend my days guarding an old-timer and unable to strike against the Decepticons. Just as Smokescreen was about to continue, 5 colossal dinosaurs emerged from their flank. Their leader, the Hungry Dragon, exclaimed with excitement, I never imagined that in pursuit of an Autobot, I would encounter the Autobot leader. Optimus Prime. Today, we shall finally have an exhilarating battle. The 5 colossal dinosaurs swiftly transformed into humanoid forms towering 4 meters above Optimus Prime. The Dragonhead Squad, Hungry Dragon, Killer Eagle, and Shredder Shark left all the Autobots present in a state of astonishment upon witnessing the 5 Decepticon warriors. Chapter 66. The Combined Titan, Reign-Seeking Demon, the Insatiable Dragon, wielding a sonic stun gun, unleashed a barrage towards the Autobots ahead. Killer's Eagle, you and your comrades deal with the remaining Autobots. Prime is mine. Although the sonic stun gun lacked the devastating power of the resonant sonic weapon, its sudden assault significantly impacted Bumblebee and RC. Optimus Prime, transforming his arm into a cannon, valiantly endured the disorientation and fired a shot at the dragon's left shoulder, successfully interrupting the discharge of the sonic stun gun. He swiftly morphed his weapon into dual blades and charged towards the dragon. Autobots, beware of the 4 Dragonhead soldiers. Just as the dragon prepared to aim at Optimus, the latter had already reached its forefront. With a decisive strike, he severed the dragon's sonic stun gun, followed by a powerful punch to its waist. Grasping its arm, he flung it aside. Dragonhead soldiers, the minions of Megatron, I shall vanquish you today. With his mask donned, Optimus reconfigured his arm cannon and charged fiercely at the dragon. I will tear you apart and digest your mechanical parts along with your spark. The dragon, consumed by rage, transformed into a 2-headed dragon, spewing forth a torrent of deep green, highly corrosive acid towards Optimus. The Autobot evaded deftly, but under the extensive spray, the corrosive liquid still splashed against his left arm, piercing through the metallic exterior of his forearm and damaging the internal circuits, with the affliction continuing to spread. Dragon, swallow it back. As the dragon prepared to unleash another wave of acid, Optimus quickly grasped its jaw, forcing the corrosive liquid back into the dragon's belly. Then, taking a decisive step forward, he seized the dragon's elongated necks and with a vigorous motion, hurled it to the ground. Just as he was about to sever the dragon's necks, the Killer's Eagle, engaged in battle with Bumblebee, swiftly disengaged, transforming into a long-winged avian. With its talons firmly gripping Optimus's shoulders, it tossed him several meters away as if he were a mere iron ball. Dragon, how are you? Are you all right? Killer's Eagle, I'm fine, just grazed a bit by Optimus. The dragon, rising again, regarded Killer's Eagle with little gratitude. Scanning the battlefield, he noted the other Dragonhead soldiers. Despite their formidable prowess capable of subduing Optimus's subordinates, their cumbersome forms prevented them from effectively striking the Autobots. Bloodstained Bear, Shattered Corpse Shark, Rogue Beast, come forth and transform. Upon hearing the dragon's call, the remaining 3 Dragonhead soldiers swiftly departed the battlefield, rushing to the dragon's side. They rapidly transformed, joining forces with Killer's Eagle and their leader, forming the towering 45-meter combined Titan, Reign-Seeking Demon. Optimus Prime, today I shall eradicate you Autobots. At this moment, Reign-Seeker, with his right arm wielding a sonic cannon, aimed menacingly at Optimus Prime. The valiant Optimus, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, and 2 other Autobots swiftly transformed their arm cannons in a desperate attempt to restrain Reign-Seeker. Yet, could mere handheld cannons inflict any harm upon Reign-Seeker? It is nothing short of a jest. With a swift motion, the cannon, with a diameter of approximately 4 meters, discharged a pale blue orb of energy towards Optimus Prime's direction. Optimus quickly transformed into his truck form, speeding to his left in a desperate bid to evade the projectile. He narrowly avoided the blast, while the energy orb struck a mountain merely a kilometer away, resulting in a thunderous explosion that flattened the massive structure. Fiery flames surged into the sky and radiated outward for a kilometer, while the immense energy wave uprooted nearby trees and debris, sending them soaring through the air. Grab hold of anything nearby. Optimus urgently instructed Bumblebee and RC, yet his words proved futile. The 5 of them were engulfed by the explosive shockwave, hurtling hundreds of meters away and crashing heavily to the ground. RC and Smokescreen, one due to her diminutive size and the other due to a lack of battlefield experience, both succumbed to unconsciousness in the aftermath. Once the chaos subsided, Reign-Seeker surveyed his surroundings, failing to locate the Autobots. Optimus Prime, Autobots, where are you? I shall devour you and crush your very forms. Reign-Seeker turned, his heavy footsteps crunching through the vegetation that obstructed his view. Where are you? Show yourselves. Just as Rainseeker had taken a few steps, his legs became immobilized. Ruffian beast. Move forward. The Autobots are just ahead. Blood-soaked bear, you lack the authority to command me. My lubricant is leaking severely. I require replenishment. The two legs of the combined form, Ruffian beast and blood-soaked bear, were deeply dissatisfied with one another, while the arms, Shattered Shark and Killer Eagle, began to voice their grievances about blood-soaked bear and his companions. Silence, roared Hungry Dragon, his irritation mounting. Each time they combined into Rainseeker, their inherent natures thwarted their ability to proceed as planned. Although Hungry Dragon reprimanded them, they managed to advance another 30 steps, yet still faced the same issues that necessitated the dissolution of their combined form. Blood-soaked bear, pursuing the Autobots is of utmost importance. Your matters can wait. What did you say, Killer Eagle? If I run out of lubricant, I cannot move. Can you resolve my persistent lubricant leakage issue? In the absence of external threats, the four members devolved into an argument, transforming into their beast forms and charging at one another. Enough. I have reiterated several times. We are a collective, and we must not turn against one another. If you persist, I shall consume both your forms and your very essence. The ravenous dragon, while gnawing on mineral ores, glared furiously at them, compelling the four team members to cease their fray and join him in the pursuit of the Autobots trail. 2 minutes later, the ravenous dragon spotted scattered remnants of Autobots. He bit through the trees ahead in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "My Autobots! How could they have escaped?" Turning to face Bloodstained Bear and Rogue Beast, he was prepared to reprimand them when 12 aircraft soared in from the distance, landing before them. Ravenous Dragon, Killer Eagle, your timing is impeccable. Assist me in utterly annihilating the Autobots and the Thousand Machine Hall. Upon seeing Megatron, the 5 members of the crew, previously brimming with savagery, restrained their ferocity, transforming into their humanoid forms and kneeling before Megatron, respectfully proclaiming, "At your service, Lord Megatron." Chapter 67, Grave Star Sword Arise. Previously, you evacuated Cybertron alongside me to guard another massive Decepticon transport vessel, the Constructicon. What has become of them? As Megatron beheld the arrival of the dragon-headed unit, he could not help but recall his mightiest excavators. The ravenous dragon shook his head in dismay, lamenting Lord Megatron. The large transport vessel under the watch of the Constructicons was tragically raided by the interstellar pirates, Thunder Fury, as it passed through the chilling star system. Nearly tens of thousands of units of energy, alloy resources, and various technological products were lost. Our communication with them has also ceased. Our journey to this planet was primarily to capture the escaped Autobots and the Iron Fortress criminals, but we unexpectedly received your summoning signal en route. Upon hearing this news, Megatron was filled with wrath. How dare the traitorous organization of Cybertron plunder a Decepticon transport vessel? The day I vanquish Optimus Prime and the Emperor of the Heavens shall mark the demise of this band of interstellar pirates. Soundwave, activate the land bridge. In high spirits, Megatron led the dragon-headed unit back to the Harbinger. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and his companions, returning to the Autobot base, bore various injuries. Optimus Prime, I can empathize with your current state of mind, yet we have not returned empty-handed. At the very least, the Autobot ranks have swelled once more. Before Ratchet could finish, the recently treated Smokescreen leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh yes, so now I can consider myself a member of the Elite Guard. Optimus Prime, I shall not let you down. I will strike hard against the Decepticons." Smokescreen, do you know the whereabouts of Master Titanium after the fall of the Iron Fortress? Optimus Prime gazed at the smoke, yearning to glean the whereabouts of the last remnants of the Allspark from the lips of his companion. The present circumstances grew increasingly unfavorable for the Autobots. He required the guidance of Master Titanium. Since the fall of Iron Fortress, I have not laid eyes on him again. Smokescreen lamented, reflecting on the wealth of Cybertronian knowledge imparted by Master Titanium. He was akin to a mentor. Nevertheless, this is my tale. While it may not unfold as I had hoped, fighting alongside Optimus Prime assures me that I am destined for greatness. The more Smokescreen spoke, the more fervent he became, his expression radiating confidence. Despite the presence of 5 Decepticons, I remain steadfast in my belief that as long as you are here, how difficult can it be to conclude this war? The other Autobots and Michaela regarded him with a mixture of admiration and concern. refraining from uttering any discouraging words to alleviate the pressure on the rookie, Smokescreen, and prevent him from succumbing to despair. Alas, take a good look at me, rookie. This is the reality you will soon face. The partitioned figure struggled to push his body from the medical bay, speaking gravely. Smokescreen, I advise you to take some time to acclimate to your new surroundings, perhaps starting with a tour of the base. Although the burden on Optimus Prime was substantial, he spoke in a gentle tone. Just as Michaela was about to volunteer, she noticed the partitioned figure beside her and continued, Jack is our top-notch guide, with his assistance. I am confident you will swiftly adapt to your current environment. Jack glanced at Smokescreen, then turned to RC before slowly responding, very well. Optimus Prime, I shall escort him on a tour of the base before we proceed further. Meanwhile, aboard the Ark, Emperor Tianming learned from Blackbird's report of the established fact that the Dragon Head Squad had arrived on Earth. Blackbird, do not overly concern yourself with the Combiners. Should you encounter them, select a weaker member from their ranks and eliminate them. You understand the rationale behind this, I trust. After the call ended, Emperor Tianming dispatched someone to deliver a replica of the phase shifter to Blackbird, instructing him to present it to the Autobots in a manner that would imply failure, thereby enhancing their strategic advantage. Upon observing the mere 20 boxes of stellar gold super energy bodies before him, Emperor Tianming was enveloped in a sense of urgency. In his vision, these stellar gold super energy bodies were to serve as the nurturing liquid for cultivating the royal giant behemoth, augmented with a certain intensity of spark to bring forth its creation. However, the most critical element was the glaring absence of stellar gold super energy bodies. In a flash, Emperor Tianming contemplated extracting the stellar gold super energy bodies from within his own being, as the internal source of stellar gold sparks could incessantly convert into super energy bodies. Yet, upon reflection, this method would prove too sluggish and might inadvertently result in the royal giant behemoth being controlled by the mechanical insects. Thus, he realized that the only viable solution was to amplify the synthesis of 3 types of energy to manufacture the stellar gold super energy bodies. Unfortunately, his supply of dark super energy bodies was nearly depleted, leaving him with 2 potential paths. The first, to venture into the Earth's core to locate the heart of the Cosmic Emperor and extract dark super energy bodies from it. The second, to engage in trade with Megatron. Both avenues were fraught with uncertainty, but the latter promised greater efficiency, albeit the Decepticons were far from amicable in their dealings with Autobots. Confident in himself and his army, Emperor Tianming returned to the laboratory aboard the Mingda, placing a box of stellar gold super energy bodies alongside active metals on the workbench. Raising the Hammer of Heroes, he meticulously controlled its remaining energy, which stood at 45%, and a sword resembling the celestial sword materialized before him. However, as it had only consumed 5% of the hammer's energy, its true might did not reach the level of the celestial sword, leaving it reliant on its physical strength for close combat. Nonetheless, the sword's blade shimmered with a blue-silver hue, adorned with 2 golden grooves, while the hilt bore a dark crimson color interspersed with intricate black lattice patterns, exuding a palpable sense of technological power. Emperor Tianming gazed with satisfaction upon the tuned star sword on the workbench, first allowing a droplet of the stellar gold energy body, infused with his biological genes, to fall upon it. Once he confirmed his ability to control the tuned star sword at will, he casually grasped the gear saw and smoothly sliced the sword approximately 23 centimeters from the tip. Subsequently, he extracted the stellar gold spark source from his chest and forcibly endowed the severed sword with spark energy. After 30 seconds, the broken blade and hilt transformed into 2 miniature, humanoid constructs approximately 1.5 meters tall. They leapt from a workbench, incessantly pounding at Emperor Tianming's ankles in a state of agitation. Alas, as these beings were not spontaneously born from the spark source, their consciousness remained in disarray, necessitating guidance from others. With a sigh, Emperor Tianming lifted the 2 miniature constructs. Hey, what are you doing? Go die, you giant! The 2 irritable mini-constructs launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Emperor Tianming. Tianming placed them back on the experimental table, pointing at the mini-transformers. One adorned in silver blue and the other predominantly painted in dark red. With a grave demeanor, he declared, the silver blue one shall be named Tianxing, and the dark red one, Tianmu. I, Tianming, am your friend and master. Do you comprehend? The names were indeed commendable, and he expressed his fondness. Yet, Tianmu's ire flared at the audacity of someone proclaiming themselves as their master. Chapter 68. Intent to trade. Tianmu leapt high, brandishing a small iron rod from its back, launching an attack aimed at Tianming's waist. However, with a mere flick, Tianming sent Tianmu flying, regaining its footing after a tumble. Tianmu glared at the towering dark red Cybertronian, its fury intensifying. Tianxing, transform and combine with me. Tianmu, is this truly necessary? We cannot possibly defeat him. Although Tianxing shared a similar temperament, witnessing Tianming's effortless ability to overpower them, a sense of retreat began to dawn upon him. Tianxing, I summon you to join forces against him, to show him who the true master is. Understood. Tianxing swiftly descended from the experimental table, positioning itself before Tianmu. Tianxing transformed into a blade, while Tianmu morphed into the hilt. A unique energy surged forth, merging the two mini-transformers into the formidable muxing sword. Big guy, taste my blade. The title of master belongs to me. You are merely my servant. If I'm in a good mood, given that Tianxing as the blade lacked independent thought, the muxing sword was entirely guided by Tianmu's will. Just as the muxing sword soared within the laboratory, poised to unleash a wave of blue-golden energy, Tianming flicked his fingers, causing the sword to fly into his right hand. What have you done to us? Release us at once, or we shall make you regret it. Tianmu, it appears we are under his control. Before Tianxing could warn Tianmu of the peculiar situation, Tianming grasped the muxing sword and experimentally swung it a few times. Indeed, the combination of the mini-transformers has significantly augmented the sword's power. Hey, stop shaking. You brute. I'm on the verge of nausea. Release us, and I might just spare you later. Upon hearing such remarks, Tianming chuckled. The notion that an armed mini-transformer could be easily disoriented was utterly absurd. Observing the situation, he showed no mercy to Tianmu, continuously wielding the muxing sword. Do you yield, mini-transformers? Who is your true master? Yield? Who do you think you're to make Tianmu bow before you? Tianmu, cease this contest. We're no match for him. After 2 minutes of relentless swinging, as Tianming grew increasingly exhilarated, Tianmu begrudgingly acknowledged, fine. You are our master. We shall heed your commands from now on. Release your grip and let us go. Tianming, upon witnessing the surrender of the heavenly tomb beneath his formidable grasp, joyfully cast aside the muxing sword. The heavenly tomb and the heavenly star swiftly disintegrated into humanoid forms. From this day forth, you shall accompany me. What abilities do you possess beyond your humanoid and combinational forms? The heavenly tomb glanced at Tianming with disdain, turning away haughtily. Heavenly star, enlighten this giant about our abilities. Heavenly star, observing heavenly tomb, cautiously stepped forward and spoke. Master, aside from our humanoid and combinational forms, we also possess an armored form. Instantly, Heavenly Star transformed into a blue, silver, and golden shoulder guard, affixed to Tianming's right forearm. This form enhances your arm strength while providing a degree of defensive capability. Tianming expressed his satisfaction. The armed mini-metal warriors, aside from a non-transformative combinational form, exhibited 2 distinct forms, the humanoid for agility and the armored form for remaining on their host. Excellent, follow me, Tianming proclaimed. Seizing the hammer of glory as he turned to exit, Heavenly Star hurried to the side of the heavenly tomb, whispering, Heavenly Tomb, I've noticed that remaining on his arm invigorates my spark, increasing its intensity. Do you think I appear taller now? Heavenly Tomb smacked him on the head, dismissively retorting, You pitiful creature, is such trifling gain enough to make you subservient? Without a backward glance, he trailed after Tianming. As they walked, Heavenly Star rubbed his head, pondering, Is it not true? My power has indeed increased in the presence of this giant. As Tianming strode through the corridor of the Mingda, flanked by 2 unfamiliar mini-metal warriors, a sense of false bravado permeated the atmosphere. Hey, soldier, watch your step, or I won't hesitate to break your legs. He warned. Heavenly Tomb, I feel a bit intimidated. Those imposing eyes seem to be scrutinizing us. Heavenly Tomb, perplexed by Heavenly Star's timidity, who was known to fear neither heaven nor earth, grasped his companion's hand. Fear not, for I am here, pointing at the surrounding foot soldiers and mechanical insects. Heavenly Tomb furiously declared, Withdraw your filthy gazes and scram, or I shall reduce you to mere fragments. the patrolling mechanical insects, and foot soldiers. Intrigued by the contrasting personalities of the many metal warriors, drew closer, their curiosity piqued. Upon reaching the main control room, Tianming commanded, "Soldiers, discreetly relay an embedded message to Megatron, instructing him to proceed to the designated location. I require his collaboration. My lord, Megatron is known for his treachery, particularly that of Starscream. Allow me to accompany you with a few soldiers." For the sake of security at this stage, Black Crow felt compelled to express his intentions. "There is no need for that. You continue to command the Mingda ship while I take 50 mechanical insects to the designated location," he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Tianming glanced back at the two mini-transformers behind him. "All right, transform into arm-mounted forms quickly and accompany me to the specified destination." Tianmu and Tianxing swiftly leaped to Emperor Tianming's side, transforming into two arm attachments that affixed themselves to his arms. With the terrestrial bridge now open, Emperor Tianming, wielding the Hammer of the Proud and accompanied by 50 mechanical insects, arrived at the predetermined site. Shortly thereafter, Megatron emerged from another terrestrial bridge, accompanied only by Barricade and the Dragon Head team, totaling 6 individuals. "It has been some time. I never imagined you would grow stronger," Megatron exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Emperor Tianming, who stood almost at his height. "Megatron, our actions are similar, and our philosophies somewhat aligned. Today, I invite you not for cooperation against the Autobots." The arrogant Dragon Head, glaring at Emperor Tianming, seethed with anger. "If you refuse to collaborate with us, you shall become my sustenance." Just as Dragonhead prepared to charge at Emperor Tianming with his 4 teammates, Megatron sternly commanded, "Stand down." Chapter 69. A duel between Megatron and the Dragonhead team. Megatron observed the formidable Emperor Tianming, brandishing the Hammer of the Proud with 50 mechanical insects behind him, and felt a strong desire to eliminate him immediately. However, he refrained. "Emperor Tianming, I am keen to understand your true intentions. My request is quite simple. You are aware of the reasons I was put into dormancy by the Elder Council. My research on dark super-energy bodies has reached an impasse. Thus, I require more dark super-energy bodies. I believe you possess an abundance of them." Megatron chuckled mockingly, realizing that Emperor Tianming's visit was motivated by this very matter. "So, this is what you seek to exchange for the Hammer of the Proud. If you are willing to share all your research findings from these years with me, I might consider acquiescing. Do not presume that with the assistance of the Dragonhead team, you are invincible on this planet, Megatron. If I so desired, I could make you and your entire Decepticon army vanish through at least 1,000 means." Emperor Tianming paused before continuing. "The reason I have not taken action is that the Decepticons still serve a purpose for me, so do not entertain any delusions, Megatron." "Very well. How audacious of you. Emperor Tianming, Dragonhead team, advance and annihilate this arrogant fool." Megatron unleashed a fiery molten cannon from his right hand, aiming it directly at Emperor Tianming, who in turn summoned a plasma cannon as he charged forward, firing relentlessly. Meanwhile, the Dragonhead unit was besieged by 50 mechanical insects, and despite managing to eliminate a few, they remained ensnared. The situation for Roadblock was even more dire, as he was overwhelmed by 3 mechanical insects. Just as the distance between Emperor Tianming and Megatron diminished sufficiently, before Megatron could manifest his blade, Emperor Tianming had already positioned himself behind him, wielding the Hammer of the Chosen. With a force that had greatly amplified since his last upgrade, and bolstered by the aid of the Mini-Optimus, he struck Megatron with such might that the latter was sent flying 100 meters away, his back bearing a massive gash from which some super energy leaked. "You've become so powerful in just a few months. It's impossible, utterly inconceivable." Megatron struggled to rise, enduring his injuries to launch a second assault on Emperor Tianming. However, within mere moments, Emperor Tianming had closed the distance between them. With all his strength, Megatron aimed to pierce Tianming's spark with his blade. Slow, far too slow. Flaws were evident everywhere. Emperor Tianming's right hook connected squarely with Megatron's jaw. As Megatron staggered from the impact, Tianming followed up with an elbow strike to his abdomen, then seized Megatron's right arm and hurled him towards Roadblock, sending him rolling several dozen meters away. "Lord Megatron, are you all right?" Roadblock rushed to assist the fallen Megatron. Just as he prepared to command the soldiers to activate the land bridge, Emperor Tianming pierced Roadblock's right arm, severing it with force. and then delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying 10 meters. Dragon Head Unit, cease your reckless actions, or Megatron shall never again see the sun rise. Yet, the Dragon Head Unit was a faction of the Decepticons, and upon witnessing the threat to Megatron's life, they did not relent, but instead grew increasingly ferocious. Within less than 2 minutes, they had eradicated most of the mechanical insects impeding their progress. Killer Hawk, Bloodstained Bear, merge and transform before Emperor Tianming could disengage. They combined into the rain-seeking demon. Emperor Tianming, you seek your own demise. Despite a few mechanical insects attempting to disrupt the rain-seeking demon, its target remained unwavering. The rain-seeking demon extended its colossal hand, rapidly descending upon Emperor Tianming. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his body, evading the immense hand's grasp. Heaven's Tomb, Heaven's Star. Weapon amalgamation. Grasping the Tomb Star Sword, Emperor Tianming struck at the descending wrist of the giant hand, unleashing an energy wave that severed the arm, separating the rain-seeking demon's arm from its hand. Such was the power of a unified titan. As the rain demon retreated several steps, it abruptly relinquished its combined state, leaving the shattered shark gravely injured, with only its legs remaining intact. A substantial amount of its core energy flowed from the wounds, causing its spark to dim and subsequently plunge it into unconsciousness. Tianming, I shall kill you and consume your entire being. Just as the hungry dragon led the remaining 3 team members towards Tianming, the Grave Star Sword was hurled like a colossal dart, severing one of the hungry dragon's heads. Meanwhile, the Eagle Assassin, charging ahead, was struck by the hammer of the prodigy, sent flying and crashing to the ground. The remaining Bloodstained Bear and Rogue Beast charged forward, but were effortlessly tossed aside by Tianming. Just as the 13 mechanical insects were about to finish them off, Tianming sternly commanded, "Halt!" Approaching Megatron, he stamped heavily upon his back. "Megatron, do you now comprehend my strength? I cherish a life of peace, adhering strictly to the rules. Yet you insist on crossing my boundaries. Megatron, you are even more ruthless than Optimus Prime. If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for such humiliation. I have but one request. Upon my demise, do not allow my body to become your experiment." In that moment, Megatron was genuinely afraid, having been nearly ravaged by Tianming, while the combined Transformers were easily dismantled. "You have no bargaining power with me now." Tianming's fingers twitched, causing the Grave Star Sword to return to his hand. Just as he prepared to extinguish Megatron's spark, Soundwave and Skywarp descended from the skies with 100 Decepticon soldiers, all weapons aimed at Tianming. "Soundwave, if you wish for Megatron's demise, you may certainly attempt it," warned Soundwave. "After all, he is Lord Megatron." Skywarp glanced at Soundwave, then ordered all Decepticon soldiers to lower their weapons. Tianming regarded Soundwave with an imposing demeanor, declaring, "Is this how it should be? You now have 2 choices. The first is to bring 240 crates of Dark Energon before me in exchange for Megatron, Roadblock, and the Dragonhead Sparks. The second is to watch helplessly as I extinguish their sparks and utilize their remains for my research, after which I shall eliminate you and claim everything belonging to the Decepticons." Observing the dire situation, both Soundwave and Skywarp chose the first option without hesitation. With the land bridge activated and orders issued, the 240 crates of Dark Energon were swiftly delivered to Tianming. He immediately instructed Black Crow to send soldiers to transport them, then discarded the hammer of the prodigy and vanished into the land bridge. Chapter 70. The celestial version of Black Widow. After Tianming's departure, Megatron struggled to his feet. "Skywarp, Soundwave, you have done well. I must annihilate this detestable Tianming to avenge today's humiliation. Retrieve the hammer of the prodigy and return to the Nemesis." Under the support of Skywing, Megatron entered the land bridge, while Soundwave, following orders, took the mighty Thunderhammer and the remaining Decepticons to leave the scene in succession. Shortly after Poison returned to the Mend, Thunderquake appeared before Emperor Tianming, carrying a large box of red energy. "My lord, this haul is indeed substantial. We have successfully acquired this large box of red energy and delivered the replica of the phase shifter to the Autobots," Thunderquake remarked, though a hint of regret crossed his expression. "However, during our battle with the Autobots, Red Spider seized one piece of pure energy. Nevertheless, the fact that the red energy did not fall into the hands of the Autobots or Decepticons is a stroke of fortune. Emperor Tianming casually praised Thunderquake before swiftly returning to the external laboratory with 240 boxes of dark super energy and 2 other types of super energy. Tianmu, Tianxing, this is for you. Make sure to study it diligently. He tossed 2 Cybertronian historical recorders to Tianmu and Tianxing, instructing them to learn independently during this period to rectify their chaotic consciousness. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming immersed himself in the synthesis of the star gold energy and accelerated the replication of the Royal Titan project. Days later, within a clandestine base, the optical lenses of Black Widow gradually illuminated, and her slender fingers began to move. Welcome back, Celis. What have you done to me? Celis looked at his slender mechanical arm, both elated and perplexed. We have done what was necessary, Celis. We utilized the latest advancements from the Mech Special Operations biological technology experiments to integrate you among them. The mass data analyst stated with a semblance of calm. I have become one of them. Why not provide me with a more robust body? Celis questioned, noting that only this body had acceptable metrics, while the others were merely mass-produced Decepticon foot soldiers of low strength. He glanced at his teammates, who had implanted themselves within this slender, frail Black Widow, feeling a profound discomfort. This truly is a perfect amalgamation of man and machine. How many others like me exist? Celis, due to the urgency of the situation at the time, a significant number of mechanical corpses were destroyed. We resorted to desperate measures. Now, aside from you, there are 4 semi-automated, semi-mechanical composite life forms. A teammate gestured around, indicating Celis to observe, as 4 advanced soldiers belonging to the Decepticon Tracker Squad stood nearby, still yet to awaken. All right, I extend my gratitude to everyone for their contributions. However, my team and I may be better suited to align ourselves with those titans. Silas swiftly maneuvered his 8 spider legs, conjuring a small pistol, and in a matter of moments, eliminated all the human members of the Mecha Special Operations team present. Shortly thereafter, Silas beheld with wide eyes as 4 mechanical operatives revived. At last, you have awakened, my new comrades. You have kept me waiting. Silas, what has transpired? Upon witnessing the situation, Silas proceeded to elucidate the current circumstances, placing the blame for the annihilation of the Mecha Special Operations team squarely upon the Autobots. Well, that is the general outline. From this day forth, we shall venture into the realm of those giants. He then swiftly transformed into a light helicopter, preparing to set his plan into motion to ensure that the Decepticons would find him. The remaining 4 followed suit, transforming into jet fighters and departing. Recently, the 3 major factions have been frequently engaging in conflicts, while the Thousand Mechanisms Hall and certain members of the Decepticons have been restless, often seizing Earth's resources, resulting in significant casualties among the personnel involved. This has prompted countries around the globe to heighten their alertness, forcibly elevating their defense levels to the utmost. Silas and his team sought to attack military bases to seize the Damocles satellite, yet their plan failed, leading to the sacrifice of 2 teammates. Eventually, they encountered 3 members of the leading team during a raid. Black Widow, what brings you here? The hungry dragon mumbled, chewing on some alloy. Silas, unconcerned with the circumstances, arrogantly declared, it's a long story. You, hulking brute, take me to your leader. I have crucial intelligence to relay to Megatron. The hungry dragon, bewildered by the male voice emanating from Black Widow, paid little heed to his confusion and promptly led Silas and his companions across the land bridge to the reprisal. Megatron gazed upon the Black Widow with a hint of delight. Black Widow, where is your mechanical insect army? Shouldn't you summon back the mechanical insects under the command of Galvatron? No, Megatron, I am Silas, fully known as the symbiotic autonomous control life form, and I come bearing valuable intelligence. Silas spoke with an air of arrogance, showing no respect for Megatron. It was this very individual who had dismantled the Deadfire. Lord Megatron, may I deliver a swift retribution upon him? At the mere mention of Silas, the one who dismantled Deadfire, Megatron's fury ignited. He immediately manifested a surgical saw from his right hand, poised to thoroughly comprehend Silas. However, Megatron halted this action. What intelligence do you speak of? I possess an unrealized technological achievement. Should we acquire the Damocles satellite, it can strike any individual at any location on this planet with pinpoint accuracy. After all, the Autobots led by Optimus Prime cannot fly. Megatron merely chuckled softly, finding the intelligence quite intriguing. Moreover, it was possible that Silas could control mechanical insects. Your information is rather interesting. What is it that you seek from me? Megatron, all I desire is to claim a chair that belongs to me. Megatron surveyed the audacious Silas, whose face was emblazoned with insatiable ambition, ever ready to eliminate others to secure his own position. Silas, I can offer you the chair you covet, he continued, observing the glimmer of excitement in Silas's eyes. It shall be the dismantling chair. Lord Megatron, why? I have come to you in earnest. Silas retreated in trepidation. Because I have no need for the rudimentary technology of humanity. To this day, your kind has only developed nuclear weapons and some formidable intercontinental missiles that barely pose a threat to us. I cannot even best the Autobots. And you expect me to be intimidated by a mere satellite? With Silas, whose ambition rivaled that of Starscream, and whose execution surpassed that of the latter, Megatron found it difficult to place his trust. If he were able to command mechanical insects, he would undoubtedly challenge Megatron's authority. Just as Silas contemplated resistance, the Hunger Dragon and the Killer Hawk swiftly took control of the situation. Dismantling him could be a fascinating research endeavor. My lord, I shall meticulously examine every fiber optic wire, Dismantling declared as he led Silas and his team toward the laboratory. Chapter 71. Megatron's 7 Minicon projects once matters were resolved. Megatron yearned desperately for the relic that the Emperor had once wielded, particularly after witnessing that the sword was forged from 2 armed Minicons. His desire for Minicons intensified. If I could also command the Minicons hidden within the rusted peak of Charon, I would possess power surpassing that of Optimus Prime and the 13 Primes. The Emperor was able to best me, primarily due to the strength of those 2 Minicons. But from where did he acquire them? It is essential to note that most Minicons are peaceful by nature, timid, and adept at hiding, unwilling to easily forge connections with such imposing figures. I too had struggled to encounter those Minicons. The more Megatron pondered, the more unsettled he became. He resolved to cease his contemplation and promptly issued orders for the Revenge to depart from Earth, heading toward the far side of the moon. Before them appeared an immensely enlarged space bridge. A space bridge? Indeed, Skywing, this is our space bridge. Ever since the Autobots discovered it, I had it relocated to the dark side of the moon, where humans cannot observe it. Crucially, the Autobots are likewise unable to reach it. Megatron gazed upon the space bridge, which had been magnified more than twice its original size, feeling immense satisfaction with his strategy. He was confident that neither the Autobots nor the Shinji Hall would suspect that the space bridge lay concealed in this location. Come, Starscream and Soundwave. We must return to Cybertron, to the most enigmatic place within its realm, for perhaps only there can we discover the means to vanquish Optimus Prime. The 3 transformed simultaneously, following Megatron as they soared into the space bridge. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Cybertron, and the devastation of our homeland was far more harrowing than I had recalled. This is all the fault of those wretched Autobots. Had they chosen you as their leader, Cybertron would not have fallen to such ruin. A series of prior events compelled Megatron to reassess Starscream's loyalty. Indeed, he did not disappoint, making the choices he was expected to make. Thus, he brought him back to Cybertron alongside Soundwave to undertake this monumental task. 2 hours later, they arrived before a grand and solemn hall. As an inner door creaked open, they beheld a heavy iron sarcophagus. A tomb? At this sight, Starscream felt a surge of resistance to such an act. Indeed, this was the resting place of the Autobots' leaders across the ages. Surely, Starscream, you do not harbor any qualms about grave robbing. Megatron paid little mind to the actions of Soundwave and Starscream, directly opening the casket to reveal the corpse of the fallen, whom he had slain during the Cybertronian Civil War. In a swift motion, Megatron transformed his arm into a blade and severed the crimson-painted right arm of the fallen. This act shattered Starscream's composure. At that moment, Megatron resembled the ruthless Emperor of old, willing to desecrate the remains of fallen Autobot leaders for the sake of power and the annihilation of both Autobots and the 13. Are the Decepticons of today still the same faction that once sought to overthrow the Elder Council and forge a new future for Cybertron? Is it worth my allegiance? If I were to abandon the Decepticons, where would I go on Earth? Both Emperor and Megatron are criminals of the same ilk, and the former is undoubtedly more merciless. Thundercracker has even joined Emperor's ranks. This contemplation sent shockwaves through Starscream's very understanding of loyalty. Meanwhile, Soundwave meticulously recorded Starscream's every abnormal reaction. At that moment, The right arm of the Fallen was successfully extracted. The task was complete. Soundwave, Starscream. We must proceed to Kaon and reclaim my possessions. Starscream, slightly delayed, transformed into a jet and followed closely behind Megatron as they descended before Rust Peak. Megatron eagerly entered its depths, making his way downward through the artillery zone until they finally reached the entrance of a secret chamber. With the input of a code, the great door slowly opened to reveal 7 mini-Constructicons suspended in cultivation fluid. Soundwave, locate our current position and set the space bridge's exit here. I intend to bring them all back with us. At this critical juncture, Soundwave unexpectedly detected a mobile signal of a super energetic entity approaching them. Soundwave, Shockwave, accompany me outside to ascertain whether the station mechanical insects have arrived. As the trio stepped out from the Rust Peak, a dark purple Cybertronian tank advanced towards them. This is bad. It's Megatron. The three immediately assumed defensive postures, ready to launch an assault at any moment. Gradually, the tank drew closer, and upon seeing its full form, Megatron rejoiced. Shockwave, I thought you perished in the space bridge explosion. It's a surprise to find you alive. My lord, I was sent by Red Alert with 2 Autobots until I detected the super energetic signal at Rust Peak, which prompted my arrival. I didn't expect to find you here. Shockwave recounted his recent experiences in a remarkably calm tone. Excellent. Since you survived, I am now more confident in our ability to defeat Optimus Prime and his forces. Upon hearing the name Optimus Prime, a sense of reverence stirred within Shockwave's spark. We shall discuss this later. Follow me. Megatron led Shockwave to a hidden chamber and gestured towards 7 mini-constructs before continuing. Shockwave, I need you to expedite the development of the Minicon project and explore the feasibility of equipping them simultaneously onto me. Megatron held great confidence in Shockwave, the Decepticons' chief scientist, as much of their technology could be produced under his expertise. My lord, although we have been out of contact during this period, it is precisely during this tranquility that my research has made significant advancements. Therefore, I propose to first complete my project on the giant Terracon clone before assessing the Minicon initiative. Upon hearing that Shockwave was creating a giant Terracon clone, Megatron recognized that the ancient creature's power far surpassed that of the Minicons. Furthermore, since Shockwave adhered strictly to logic, his considerations were typically the most beneficial for the Decepticons' progress. Very well, Shockwave. Relocate your laboratory here. I will arrange for Thundercracker to assist you. It would be best to conduct both the cloning project and the assessment concurrently. Though this approach may defy logic, with Thundercracker's assistance, I believe both projects can proceed simultaneously. Shockwave remained devoid of emotion, adhering strictly to his own logical framework in his thoughts and responses. Subsequently, Megatron returned to the Nemesis with Shockwave and Soundwave, appointing Barricade to maintain communication with Shockwave and fulfill all his resource requirements. Currently, nearly 110 troops aboard the Nemesis, along with around 200 Decepticon foot soldiers, were shuttling between Cybertron and the Nemesis, transporting the super-energetic materials and other alloy resources needed by Shockwave. Establishing the experimental project on Cybertron was also a precaution for safety. Chapter 72. An additional task for the Morning Dove. As the Shockwave hindered the initiation of the Minicon project, Megatron reluctantly opted for an alternative course of action. Summoning Knockout back from Cybertron. Knockout, are you capable of affixing this Autobot leader's right arm onto me? Indeed, Lord Megatron, I can accomplish that. However, are you certain of this decision? By replacing your right arm, you will forfeit your fusion cannon. Currently, there are no suitable weapons aboard the ship to equip this Autobot leader's arm. As a medic, Knockout felt compelled to inform Megatron of the procedure's advantages and disadvantages. I have never been more resolute, Doctor, Megatron replied. Upon receiving a definitive response, Knockout began the process of putting Megatron into stasis, only to be interrupted. No, I wish to witness firsthand as you affix my new limb, Megatron insisted. Knockout gazed at him, feeling both helpless and filled with reverence. Perhaps a testament to Megatron's commanding presence as the leader of the Decepticons. 2 hours later, the right arm of the Skyquake had become an integral part of Megatron's form. He swiftly approached the workbench, placing 2 crates of dark energon and some alloys upon it. Thus, the power of the Autobot leader belongs to me. After several moments, a dark purple star sword was born, while the Hammer of Prime, following its recent use, was left with barely a quarter of its energy. Gazing at the Dark Star sword crafted from dark energon, Megatron remained unsatisfied. Just as he prepared to wield the Hammer of Prime once more to enhance his form, Soundwave successfully decrypted the coordinates of the next Iron Fortress relic through the previously acquired signals. Excellent, Soundwave. I believe we should test the bait we have manufactured, Megatron declared, relinquishing the Hammer of Prime and slinging the Dark Star sword across his back. He commanded Thunderwing to transport the bait into a fog-laden area. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime was still deciphering the Iron Fortress signal coordinates when a new signal coordinate emerged. Ratchet, triangulate the coordinates and activate the ground bridge. RC, Bumblebee, and Prowl, accompany me. Initially, Optimus had intended to include Prowl and Smokescreen to ensure the Autobots' overwhelming firepower against the Decepticon forces and Megatron. Where has Smokescreen gone? He has gone to train with Jack. RC, ever vigilant of Jack's activities, noted. We cannot afford to wait. To safeguard Smokescreen from potential danger, Prowl, you remain here. Understood. Optimus, Prowl affirmed, steadfastly obeying the command. Smokescreen, a reckless youth, was akin to a Jack that wandered aimlessly outside, necessitating careful oversight. As Optimus and his team advanced toward the fog-laden area, they lost communication with Ratchet due to the magnetic interference. Just as they pressed onward toward the Iron Fortress relic coordinates, the signal was rapidly approaching them. Autobots, prepare for battle. Could this possibly be a trap set by the Decepticons? Optimus Prime swiftly reacted, cautioning his comrades behind him. A towering blue mechanical entity, standing approximately 10 meters tall, emerged from the mist, Skyquake. If you're the only one here, then surrender at once. Optimus and his team directed their firepower towards Skyquake. No, I'm not here to engage in battle with you. This signal coordinate is a ruse. Megatron has already departed for the true location to excavate your sacred relic. Immediately, Skyquake produced the Hammer of the Primes from his side. I hope you will make good use of it. Its energy is now quite limited. Witnessing the Hammer of the Primes, the Autobots were astounded that Skyquake would entrust them with such a powerful artifact. Is this truly the Hammer of the Primes? Why? Optimus lowered his weapon, gazing at Thundercracker with confusion. The Decepticon cause has now been shrouded in disgrace. Megatron, in his quest for power, has desecrated the remains of the Autobot leader. This is no different from the actions of Unicron, and I no longer wish to fight for it. Optimus stepped forward, solemnly proposing, I would like to invite you to join us, the Autobots, to collectively confront the Decepticons and the 13, aiding us in putting an end to this ceaseless conflict. To betray my faction does not equate to my joining yours. I am no longer interested in participating in your struggles. With that, Skyquake transformed and departed as a jet, his destination unknown. But it was clear that he would not return to the Nemesis. Meanwhile, he brought along Barricade, the Dreadwing Squad, and 30 Decepticon grunts to the coordinate location. One of the grunts operated a large drilling machine to commence excavation, while the others swiftly cleared the debris. After a quarter of an hour of labor, a magnificent silver and gold sword was embedded in a massive rock. This is the Star Saber. So, I now possess two immensely powerful weapons. Come forth. My new weapon. Megatron approached the Star Saber and exerted forceful effort to draw it from the mountain. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not extract the Star Saber. Why? Why can I not pull out this legendary relic, despite possessing the arm of the Autobot leader? Megatron's fury escalated. He promptly unsheathed the Dark Star Saber from his back and unleashed a wave of purple energy towards the Star Saber, but it remained unmoved. How is this possible? Not even the surrounding stones can be shattered. It appears that only a true Autobot leader can wield it. Megatron surveyed the soldiers around him, his demeanor serious and tinged with anger. Even if I must uproot this entire mountain, I will retrieve it. Hurry, commence the cutting. At that moment, the figure concealed not far away, Smokescreen, gazed upon the scene with great excitement. Jack, the police officer, this sword is no ordinary blade. It appears to be the Star Sword, a legendary weapon forged by the esteemed leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. At least, that is the legend. It possesses the power of the Energon. Observing the situation, the Decepticons lack the capability to seize it. I must make Optimus proud. Jack, serving as Smokescreen as adept guide and interpreter of Earth-S customs, voiced his concerns. This is not a wise course of action. Megatron is present. Smokescreen. Jack is right. We should inform Ratchet to notify Optimus and bring reinforcements, the police officer stated firmly, attempting to dissuade Smokescreen from this reckless endeavor. Upon receiving news of the artifact, Ratchet hurriedly attempted to contact Optimus, but due to their exploration in the fog zone, the signal was disrupted, rendering them unable to reach Optimus. Smokescreen, having waited for what felt like an eternity, grew increasingly impatient. If they delayed any longer, the Decepticons would forcibly breach the mountainside and abscond with the Star Sword. Before the police officer could finish his warning, Smokescreen transformed, unleashing his dual cannons and charging forward. Who dares approach? Megatron observed as Smokescreen barreled toward him, his tactics reminiscent of the deceased Starscream. Utilizing his phase shifter, Smokescreen dispatched several Decepticon foot soldiers blocking his path and swiftly arrived before the Star Sword. Gripping the hilt firmly, he exerted all his strength to draw it forth. Yet the sword remained steadfast. Damn it, it's lodged too tightly. Unbeknownst to him, in the very next moment, Megatron swung the Dark Star Sword, releasing a torrent of violet energy. Smokescreen, watch your back. The police officer battled the Decepticons while evading the onslaught of the deadly Hawk, desperately warning Smokescreen. But it was too late. The violet energy pierced through Smokescreen's form, not cleaving him in two, but due to the weaker phase shifter he wielded. He was nonetheless injured by the dark energy contained within, causing his entire system to falter, and he collapsed to the ground. Devour him, Hungry Dragon. Hungry Dragon approached Smokescreen, fixating on his form, excitement evident in his tone. Where shall I begin with the fleeing Autobot? As he prepared to bite down on Smokescreen's arm, a missile struck Hungry Dragon squarely in the neck, inflicting a deep wound. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have lost another head that day. Which insolent Decepticon dares to challenge me? Hungry Dragon exclaimed. It's us, the greatest nemesis of your Dragon Force. Silver Sword, accompanied by the other 4 members of the Flying Guardians, soared through the sky, raining bullets upon the Decepticon foot soldiers below. The concentrated firepower, coupled with their rapid flight, annihilated numerous Decepticon minions. The Flying Guardians? The Dragon, accompanied by his team, was commanded to eliminate their foes without mercy. Megatron observed the 5 members, including Silverblade, who had descended before him, and angrily issued his orders. Killer Eagle, Shatterjaw, you are to eliminate the remaining members of the Flying Guardians. The Dragon charged towards Silverblade, deeming him no match for him as long as he remained earthbound. However, at that moment, Optimus Prime and the remaining Autobots arrived just in time. The barriers served as a cover, swiftly clearing the way for Bumblebee and RC, rescuing Smokescreen in the process. Smokescreen, can you still fight? Of course. I can take down a few more Decepticons. Regaining considerable strength, Smokescreen stood up and utilized his phase shifter to maneuver through the terrain, systematically dispatching surrounding Decepticons. Autobots, are you courting death? Megatron, wielding the Dark Star Saber, relentlessly swung at the elusive Smokescreen, but each strike was futile. As he prepared to shift his focus, he wondered, where is Optimus Prime? Sensing something amiss, he swiftly turned towards the direction of the Star Saber. Decepticons, block him. At that moment, Optimus Prime transformed into a truck and sped towards the suspended Star Saber. Megatron seized the opportunity, swinging the Dark Star Saber to unleash a wave of energy towards the soaring Optimus, obliterating the mountain in its wake. Yet at that moment, Optimus had grasped the Star Saber, radiating a brilliant blue light as the energy shield dissipated. With the Star Saber in hand, he landed firmly on the ground. Megatron, your days of tyranny are over. Optimus charged at Megatron, who boldly met him head-on. Each wielding their respective swords, the two had transcended their former powers. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Squad consisted solely of the aerial unit Killer Eagle, they struggled against the Flying Guardians, who were predominantly airborne. As the remaining Autobots continued to eliminate the Decepticon grunts, the situation became dire. Killer Yagle, Roguig Yast, Transform, Merge. The 5 members of the Dragon Squad quickly converged, merging into the formidable combined form, Rain Demon. Seeing the Dragon's team merge, the Flying Guardians were undeterred. Their leader, Silverblade, swiftly commanded Slingshot, Airstrike, Dive Bomb, Firefly, merge with me. A colossal combiner, approximately 40 meters in height and adorned in a striking red and white palette, descended to the ground, generating tremors that caused both Autobots and Decepticons on the battlefield to stagger slightly. The 2 titanic combiners engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, each strike reverberating with tremendous force, resulting in widespread devastation to the surrounding environment. To mitigate the drawbacks of their fusion, the 5 minds of the mighty combiner operated in a streamlined manner, delivering each punch and kick with precision. However, this made the Rainmaker appear somewhat sluggish. The individual combat prowess of the Dragonhead unit was formidable, and its transformation into the Rainmaker only augmented its strength. With a single punch, it felled the mighty combiner. Seizing the opportunity, the Rainmaker clasped its fists and delivered a crushing blow to the chest of the colossal figure. Despite enduring the pain, the combiner retaliated with a left hook to the Rainmaker's midsection, forcing it to retreat a few steps. "Taste this," the mighty combiner exclaimed as it swiftly drew its laser particle gun, unleashing a barrage of particle shells that struck the Rainmaker's frame. "Is this merely a tickle?" retorted the Rainmaker as it brandished its sonic disruptor cannon, firing back at the colossal figure. The 2 projectiles collided, resulting in a violent explosion that sent both the Decepticons and Autobots in the vicinity hurtling hundreds of meters away. The immense blast, coupled with the depletion of energy, caused both the Rainmaker and the mighty combiner to disassemble. Autobots retreat, as Optimus Prime and the other Autobots hastily crossed the land bridge. Silver Sword promptly transformed with 4 of his comrades into their aerial combat forms and ascended into the sky. Decepticons pursue. "We cannot let a single flying Autobot escape," commanded Megatron in a state of urgency. Yet, no Decepticon capable of flight was present, save for the Seekers. "I demand flying units. One day, I shall eliminate you Autobots." Megatron seethed with frustration, feeling powerless. As Silver Sword urgently contacted Optimus Prime, the latter dispatched a message. "Silver Sword, my old friend, we shall soon activate the land bridge for you. Please exercise caution. Aside from us and the Decepticons, the Emperor of the Heavens also resides on this planet." Once the communication concluded, no unforeseen incidents occurred. The aerial reinforcements successfully traversed the land bridge to reach the Autobot base. "Welcome to Earth, my old friend, and let's fight side by side." Optimus Prime joyfully greeted Silver Sword and his team. Despite their slight deficiency in super energy and subsequent weakness, they were otherwise unharmed. The 7 Autobots within the base, including Ratchet and Bumblebee, expressed great joy at the arrival of Silver Sword and his companions, as they finally possessed an aerial division and advanced capabilities to combat the Rainmaker. Furthermore, Optimus Prime had acquired the most formidable single combat weapon, the Star Sword. Chapter 74. More perils looming ahead due to Smokescreen's reckless decision to take Jack on a mission. It was only thanks to the police car's protective presence that Jack was spared from a fatal fate. In light of this incident, both Optimus Prime and RC expressed their disapproval of Smokescreen and Jack's actions, hoping that they would learn from this experience in the future. "Silverblade, how did you arrive on Earth?" Ambulin, with a curiosity that belied any suspicion of the Flying Guardian's loyalty, inquired about their journey. Ambulin, while we were engaged in a mission to track the Decepticon Energon resources, we managed to infiltrate a large Decepticon transport ship. However, we unexpectedly encountered the interstellar marauder, Thunder Fury, in the Chilling Star system. At that moment, we utilized the Decepticon medium combat ship to successfully escape. We intercepted a signal sent by Megatron, summoning the Decepticons, which led us to this planet, Silverblade explained. As soon as Silverblade finished speaking, Firebolt, the sole scout among the Flying Guardians, expressed his concern. When we fled the Decepticon transport ship, it seemed that Thunder Fury had detected our location. It is likely they will pursue us. If that is the case, coupled with Megatron's signal to the cosmos, Thunder Fury will undoubtedly arrive on Earth, which poses a significant threat to us Autobots. Optimus Prime could not help but feel a sense of dread, for Thunder Fury was a notorious pirate organization. Though they were also Cybertronians, they harbored a deep-seated hatred towards their kin, particularly the Autobots and Decepticons. Their leader, Skybreaker, was driven by vengeance, having witnessed the destruction of his homeland due to the reckless colonization and expansion of Cybertronians. Thus, he took it upon himself to traverse the universe, recruiting those who despise the inhabitants of Cybertron to join his cause, solely to unleash his wrath upon them. Gazing at the 13 Autobots before him, Optimus Prime solemnly proclaimed, "We must never forget that we are giants on this planet. Humanity's fragility demands our protection. Concurrently, we bear the responsibility of reviving Cybertron. Be it Megatron, Starscream, or Skybreaker, any who dare inflict harm upon humans or Cybertronians shall be regarded as our foes." At that moment, the Star Sword emitted a radiant glow as Optimus Prime brought it before his eyes, his gaze illuminating with a brilliant blue light, his expression momentarily blank. "Optimus, speak to me," Ambulin exclaimed, filled with concern at the sight of Optimus's trance. "I have received a message. It pertains to Master Titanium," Optimus replied. "What did Master Titanium convey to you?" Ambulin pressed, but Optimus, lost in a luminous alternate realm, could not respond. "Optimus, I too wish we could meet under more favorable circumstances, but I fear that Iron Fortress may not withstand the Decepticon assault. Thus, you have crossed time and space to communicate with me." Master Titanium's image reassured him, and upon seeing it, Optimus felt an overwhelming sense of ease and joy. "If you can hear my words, it is evident that you have successfully acquired the Star Sword. I trust you have surmised why these Iron Fortress relics and the technological weaponry of the Decepticons have arrived on this remote planet. It was I who dispatched them here. According to the prophecy, you are destined to reignite a war against the Decepticons on this distant sphere." Master Titanium paused for a moment before continuing, stating that Optimus Prime, as the chief scientist of Cybertron, would be an anomaly. Had he not perished during the Cybertronian Civil War, he would have journeyed to this secluded planet alongside you. His ideas are remarkably audacious, and his methods exceedingly radical. I'm entirely ignorant of the course and outcome of this conflict. My sole hope is that these ancient Cybertronian relics will serve you well and aid the Autobots when the time is ripe. Most importantly, the 4 sacred artifacts I shall soon launch are the most vital and powerful among all the relics. Before long, Optimus Prime's consciousness detached from the alternate dimension, returning to the realm of reality. He appeared quite anxious. "Optimus, take a breath," said Ratchet, stepping forward to support him. "Did Master Titanium mention me?" I inquired. "What did the old sage say?" Mirage asked curiously as he pushed aside the adjacent panel. "We must spare no effort to locate the next 4 Iron Fortress relics, the ultimate keys." "For keys? For what purpose?" RC and Ratchet asked in succession. "They're the keys to unlock the gateway to the rebirth of Cybertron. We shall return to our homeland." Upon hearing this news, every Autobot present was filled with exhilaration. Finally, they could return to the civilized world. "But I've only just arrived. I haven't even begun to experience the culture of this planet. Do you remember the oil baths? Upon my return to Cybertron, I shall establish the largest oil bathhouse and indulge in it for a fortnight." Beep, beep, beep. No one harbored anything but lofty expectations regarding this matter. However, as RC, Mirage, and Bumblebee contemplated leaving behind their deeply bonded human companions, a sense of melancholy settled over them, just as Optimus Prime was hastily deciphering. Smokescreen approached and inquired, "Optimus, the keys are meant to open doors. Can they truly restore the entire Cybertronian planet? After all, Cybertron has been ravaged by war." Smokescreen, "While I remain oblivious to the mysteries of these ultimate keys, I believe that this technology belongs to the ancient Autobots, whose advancements have long been lost to time. However, I am confident that the wisdom of those ancient scientists will not disappoint us." In truth, Optimus Prime did not reveal the full extent of the situation, for the most crucial element, the very spark of the Cybertronian race, had yet to be reclaimed. Should he truly reach that juncture, he would need to journey to the location where the spark was concealed to retrieve it. Nonetheless, at this moment, he did not wish to dampen the Autobots' enthusiasm for the revival of their homeland. At this juncture, Emperor Tianming, utilizing an energy compression and purification apparatus, was fortunate to have the assistance of the composed yet somewhat timid mini-Megatron known as Tianming. After a span of over half a month, he successfully produced a remarkable 100 boxes of star gold energy entities. He swiftly employed these star gold energy entities as a nurturing liquid, augmenting them with the Royal Colossal Beast's nucleic acids and some active metals. For distinct beastly forms of the Royal Colossal Beast gradually took shape. It was anticipated that in merely 4 stellar cycles, roughly equivalent to 4 months on Earth, they would emerge from the nurturing liquid, forming the first formidable squadron under Emperor Tianming's command. Even the weakest of the Royal Colossal Beasts possessed strength surpassing that of a leader, not to mention that their very essence was ignited by star gold sparks. In Chapter 75, titled An Enhancement for Fish-Flavored Lotus, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron was preparing to retrieve the hammer of the Chosen from the warehouse for a comprehensive upgrade of his own mech. "What happened to the hammer of the Chosen?" he inquired, turning swiftly to Soundwave for clarification. In less than 3 seconds, Soundwave displayed an image on his prismatic screen, revealing that the treacherous Skywing had stolen the hammer. Soundwave, why did you not prevent him? Megatron's fury was palpable. The hammer was an immensely significant strategic weapon. Soundwave shook his head, indicating a message on the prism. I was occupied in searching for the colossal beast fossil for Shockwave. The nucleic acids for the colossal beast clones he was cultivating were still somewhat lacking. I had been away from the ship for a short while. Upon hearing this, Megatron, incensed, struck the experimental table, creating a dent. I had just begun to view Skywing in a new light, only for him to betray me. Indeed, the sparks shared by Tianming and Skywing are inherently prone to treachery. Nevertheless, Megatron would not allow Skywing's betrayal to divert his course. He promptly issued a command. Soundwave, continue to decrypt the Iron Fortress database. Dispatch 20 trackers immediately to locate Skywing's whereabouts. I intend to extinguish his spark. Meanwhile, on the Autobot side, Optimus Prime was the first to decrypt the coordinates of the first ultimate key. Autobots, in our quest to gather all 4 ultimate keys, we must prepare before your return. I will decode the second set of coordinates. We must act in teams. I will join the first group. Who will accompany me? Smokescreen was the first to volunteer, followed by RC, who expressed her concern like a mother worried about her child. I will go. Please lead on, boss, brother, sister. Faced with RC's indifference, Smokescreen could only follow her like a child. Very well, Sideswipe, you shall join as well. Optimus Prime needed to secure the ultimate keys and ensure the Autobot safety, necessitating a collective effort. At that moment, the aerial bots leveraged their aerial and combinational advantages to swiftly seize the Decepticons' super energy mineral site, providing the Autobots with a continuous supply of energy ore. The ambulance activated the land bridge, and 4 individuals ventured into a vast desert, where a pyramid loomed not far ahead. This was the resting place of the ultimate divine key. Alcee, I owe you an apology. I truly did not intend to involve Jack. Now I have come to understand the fragility of humanity. I'll turn his gaze towards the smoke. This is not solely about Jack. Our team cannot withstand any more casualties. Although our numbers have increased, I have already lost 2 old partners, and I dread the thought of losing anyone else, especially a novice. In the presence of the partition, Smoke solemnly vowed, I solemnly swear this will never happen again. All right, Alcee, let us not be too harsh on our prodigy. You have all erred in the past, and as long as one can amend their mistakes, they remain a good soldier, the partition said, giving Smoke a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Isn't that right, rookie? The trio approached the pyramid, and due to the partition's larger stature, he remained outside to provide support while Alcee and Smoke entered through the entrance. These humans have piled quite a number of stones on our sacred relic. Yet, it is rather aesthetically pleasing. Smoke marveled at the exquisite stone-carved murals that adorned the corridors. Soon after, Alcee, guided by the signal testing device in hand, pinpointed the exact location. They moved aside a stone slab, revealing an aged yet technologically advanced ultimate divine key inscribed with ancient Cybertronian script. As they emerged with the key, the partition was suddenly hurled away by Megatron, landing beside Alcee, unconscious. Partition. No matter how fervently Alcee called out, there was no sign of awakening. Upon noticing the partition's unscathed chest, Alcee's anxiety began to ease. Before Alcee and Smoke could react, a surge of violet energy struck them, sending them flying several meters away, causing the ultimate divine key to land in the sand. Struggling to regain their footing, they conjured their hand cannons to retaliate, determined to reclaim the key. However, to their horror, Smoke was cleaved by the violet energy, leaving no trace of his remains even after death. Smoke, Alcee lamented, gazing despondently in the direction where Smoke had been struck. In that moment, despair washed over her. She was on the verge of losing 2 partners. What new calamity had the Iron Fortress bestowed upon them this time? Megatron seized the ultimate divine key, pressing the blade against Alcee's chin, lifting her gaze to meet his. He continued, I want you to relay a message to Optimus Prime. If he desires this sacred relic, he must come and take it himself. He discarded the ultimate divine key upon the ground, watching intently as Alcee carried the partition back. Upon returning to the base, Alcee recounted their harrowing ordeal. The ambulance approached her side, offering solace. Alcee, do not be overly burdened by guilt. Today, we have lost one of our own. I shall no longer allow you to take risks. It seems that Megatron has acquired a power that rivals the Star Saber, which means only he and I have the potential to reclaim the ultimate key. Optimus Prime then grasped the Star Saber and traversed the land bridge into the desert. If you possess the ability, then take it from me, Optimus Prime. My heavens! It appears that Skyquake was indeed correct. You have stolen the body of the Autobot leader. And it seems it is also that of the Nemesis. Although he had heard of this matter before, when Optimus Prime beheld Megatron's crimson arm, he was still overwhelmed with astonishment. Oh, it appears that the traitor Skyquake has entrusted you with the Hammer of the Ancients. In that case, I shall use my first creation, the Dark Star Saber, forged from the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, also known as the Leader's Executioner, to vanquish you. Megatron drew the Dark Star Saber from his back and charged towards Optimus Prime, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that cleaved towards him. Optimus leapt swiftly to evade, only to find a blue energy strike aimed at Megatron. The latter severed it with the Dark Star Saber. At the moment their blades clashed, immense energy waves enveloped them, followed by another fierce exchange. Gradually, the range of the energy waves expanded. At last, we can jointly harness the power of the cosmos. Optimus Prime. Megatron reveled in this newfound strength, brimming with confidence. Even if Primus were to arrive, he believed he could defeat him. However, in the next instant, as their weapons collided once more with a resounding crash, the Star Saber was cleaved in twain by the Dark Star Saber, its shards cascading to the ground only to vanish instantaneously. Subsequently, Megatron sent Optimus flying, advancing to seize his head. It is all over, Optimus Prime. Just as I anticipated. You are destined to be my vanquished foe. Just as Megatron prepared to deliver the final blow to extinguish Optimus Prime's life, Smokescreen appeared, clutching the ultimate key, exclaiming, Megatron, I shall take your spoils first. Chapter 76. A greater addition to the fish-scented lotus. While Megatron was momentarily distracted by Smokescreen, Optimus seized the opportunity, propping up Megatron's right arm with his left hand and striking with the fractured Star Saber. However, it proved futile as they became entangled in combat. Optimus summoned his strength to forcibly bring Megatron down. Smokescreen retreat. Yet Megatron was not so easily thwarted. He delivered a powerful punch to Optimus, then swiftly unleashed a wave of purple energy towards him. Smokescreen hurriedly activated the phase shifter, rendering both himself and Optimus immune to the onslaught of the purple energy strike. Ratchet, activate the land bridge. Megatron glared at the ground bridge as it activated behind Optimus Prime, his fury palpable. With a few swift strides, he brandished the Dark Star Saber, unleashing a violet energy slash aimed at the ground bridge, seeking to obliterate it. However, it was too late. Optimus and Smokescreen had successfully traversed the portal. Optimus, flee. We will have our time, he thought. In the aftermath, the Star Saber was destroyed, diminishing the Autobots' advantage further. As for why the Hammer of Primus was not employed for repairs, it was due to its limited energy, which ought to be conserved for future exigencies, best utilized in the most critical circumstances. Meanwhile, Smokescreen, having expertly completed his mission of retrieving the first ultimate key, received the paramedics' consent to wield the phase shifter as his weapon, heralding the birth of Cybertron's first master thief. After a few hours, while Soundwave diligently worked on decryption, Optimus was the first to unveil the second set of coordinates. He dispatched the police car, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, and Jetfire to the designated point. As the Dragon team had been sent to pursue Starscream and could not return in time, and given that other Decepticon leaders were preoccupied with their own duties, Megatron had no choice but to personally lead the team to the location of the Iron Fortress signal. Optimus did not come. He sent you lowly grunts to excavate the relic of the Iron Fortress. None of you shall leave my grasp today, Megatron bellowed, drawing his Dark Star Saber and unleashing a devastating strike, the energy radiating menacingly. The Autobots quickly evaded, while Silverbolt rapidly summoned his 4 teammates to merge into the formidable Super Ion. Leave Megatron to me. You handle the remaining Decepticon rabble. Police car, lead your team to swiftly secure the ultimate key. This artifact must not fall into Decepticon hands. It appears this relic is yet another key. Yet, a mere combiner cannot withstand my might. Megatron scoffed, charging forth with his Dark Star Saber, cleaving through the air with multiple slashes. Super Ion barely managed to withstand the onslaught with his laser particle armor, but sustained significant internal damage. As he braced for the final violet strike, the injuries proved too grave, resulting in his disintegration. Opting to utilize their expertise in cluster flight mode, the Autobots began to harass Megatron incessantly. No matter how powerful the Dark Star Saber, could it rival the flight speed of the 13 Guardians? Autobots resort to such petty tricks. Megatron commanded, "Concentrate fire. Eliminate all those Autobots hovering above." After issuing his orders, he dismissed the aerial Guardians and charged directly at the police car and smokescreen. "Officer Bumblebee, I leave this to you. I shall deal with the vexing Megatron," he declared. Smokescreen activated the phase shifter, hurtling toward Megatron. "Ah, you impudent whelp, seeking your demise," Megatron growled, swinging the Dark Star Saber toward him. Just as the blade was about to strike Smokescreen, he vanished using his ground phase technique. "Hey, Megatron, I'm right behind you." A shroud of smoke emerged, half of its form protruding from the ground, as a cannonball struck Megatron's rear foot. Just as he was about to topple, the smoke reappeared, seizing his weapon. "Autobot, I concede you possess a degree of cunning. Yet how could I, a seasoned warrior, be felled by a novice like you?" Megatron, utilizing the force of the impact, swiftly regained his balance. With a powerful kick, he sent the shroud flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the cliff, vanishing from sight once more. Smoke. Though the police cars were aware that he still lived, witnessing him endure such a grievous assault filled them with concern. The phase shifter was indeed a remarkable device. Yet in the face of overwhelming strength, even relics proved futile. Megatron, brimming with arrogance, gazed forward, preparing to eliminate the police cars and Bumblebee one by one, when Blackwing, Thunderclash, and Deadlock, accompanied by 60 mechanical insects, crossed the land bridge to the Iron Fortress signal site. The Thousand Machine Hall? How fortuitous! I shall ensnare you all in one fell swoop, and then I shall proceed to slay both Primus and Optimus Prime. Megatron surveyed the individuals from the Thousand Machine Hall, feeling no trepidation, but instead a sense of delight. Deadlock, Musa, lead the 2 squads of mechanical insects to seize that relic. The remaining insects will accompany me to restrain the Dauntless and confront Megatron. Blackwing commanded, and each member of the Thousand Machine Hall promptly fulfilled their role. Such a meager force dares to oppose me. Megatron, Thunderclash, having betrayed me, shall pay with your life for my wrath. Megatron charged swiftly towards Thunderclash, who had evolved beyond recognition, now standing at the threshold of leadership. With his body infused with star gold super energy, he deftly evaded the purple sword aura. Just as the two were poised to clash, Thunderclash struck first, landing a left fist squarely in Megatron's abdomen. Seizing upon the ensuing pain, he gripped the hilt of the Dark Star Sword and executed a powerful elbow strike against Megatron's right arm. The force of this assault sent Megatron hurtling away, the Dark Star Sword torn from him. "No, Megatron, I thank you for delivering this Dark Star Sword to me. Its power is quite commendable." Thunderclash wielded the sword with ease, untouched by the dark super energy contained within. He then charged towards the Dauntless. Blackwing retreats swiftly. A purple sword aura cleaved towards the reconstituted Dauntless. Distracted by the incessant harassment of the mechanical insects, he was caught unawares, and it was too late. The sword aura struck his chest, shattering his already overburdened laser particle armor. The Dauntless swiftly disintegrated, leaving only Silver Sword severely injured among the Flying Guardians, while the other 4 remained relatively unharmed. Mechanical insects advance, eliminate the Flying Guardians in one decisive strike. The Dark Raven once again led the mechanical insects into battle. Just as Thunderstorm prepared to finish off the immobile Silver Sword, a streak of blue light sliced through the air towards him. Thunderstorm raised the Dark Star Sword to deflect the attack. "Optimus Prime, it's you again." Indeed, Optimus Prime, upon realizing the peril facing the Autobots, had no choice but to wield the Hammer of Glory, expending 10% of its energy to repair the Star Sword, which emerged even more formidable than before. Thunderstorm, Deadlock has acquired the item. Retreat. Thunderstorm, alongside the Dark Raven, provided cover for the mechanical insects to enter the land bridge in an orderly fashion. As they flew towards the bridge, Thunderstorm tossed the Dark Star Sword aside. "Megatron, this sword is yours once more. I no longer require it." Chapter 77. Extracting the key from the smoke screen, Megatron, momentarily taken aback by Thunderstorm's return of the Dark Star Sword, pondered whether Emperor Tianming had deemed his leader's blade unworthy or if he had developed a weapon of greater lethality. Emperor Tianming, you shall regret this decision. Before the Autobots could react, Megatron, clutching the Dark Star sword, swiftly retreated with the remaining Decepticons. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime was equally perplexed. Why would the Quintrons choose to withdraw despite having the upper hand? As he reorganized the Autobots, he pondered, where's Smokescreen? The last sighting of Smokescreen left both the police car and Bumblebee shaking their heads in confusion. After a brief search, Optimus Prime was unable to locate any trace of Smokescreen, not even a signal. Optimus Prime, Smokescreen possesses a phase shifter. He may be unconscious somewhere. Ultimately, to ensure the safety of all and to prevent Megatron from returning with greater numbers to seize the ultimate key, Optimus Prime had no choice but to lead everyone back to the Autobot base, instructing Ratchet to attend to the injured air raid and directing the sensor to halt the synthesis of the complete Super Energon formula, while he continued to decode the coordinates of the third ultimate key. Meanwhile, aboard the Mingda, Deadlock and others were escorting a blue and white painted Autobot, who awakened to find himself surrounded by Quintrons, displeased. Why did the phase shifter on my arm malfunction, allowing you, this giant, to capture me? Smokescreen glared at Deadlock, who ignored him, as a replica phase shifter was a personal weapon bestowed upon him by Lord Tianming, temporarily entrusted to this young Autobot for specific plans. When Smokescreen was brought to the ship's laboratory, he was astonished to see an 11-meter-tall, dark crimson Cybertronian, who towered over Optimus Prime and surpassed both him and Megatron in strength. You are Emperor Tianming, the adversary of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Observing the reverence with which Deadlock and the Quintrons regarded him, Smokescreen felt his resolve strengthen. Lord D. Tianming, this Autobot proves to be quite elusive and challenging to capture. Initially, Deadfire intended to conceal his mastery over the replicated phase shifter amidst the chaos of battle. Yet the Smokescreen, akin to a mischievous child, darted about recklessly. Unfazed, he was ensnared and secured to the experimental platform. D. Tianming, what are you planning? Are you not fearful of Optimus Prime leading the Autobots to annihilate your wretched warship? D. Tianming paid no heed to him, instead wielding a scanning device with a semblance of seriousness for examination. Before I proceed with my experiment, I must conduct a thorough inspection. Understanding your anatomical structure is essential to determine the optimal approach for my incision. In truth, D. Tianming's actions were deliberate, aimed at ensuring narrative continuity. Although the butterfly effect had already spiraled out of control, adhering to his known parameters was prudent to avert further chain reactions that might jeopardize his acquisition of the Allspark from Optimus Prime. I have discovered something remarkable within you. D. Tianming feigned astonishment, directing his gaze at Smokescreen and addressing Deadfire beside him. Deadfire, hand me the phase shifter. Upon receiving it, he activated the device, his left hand slowly delving into the lower segment of Smokescreen's chest. Fear not. This painless procedure will be exceedingly comfortable. Just relax. The moment the ultimate key was extracted, Smokescreen let out a cry of pain. This is yet another identical key. The Autobots and Decepticons are competing fiercely for these artifacts. Both Deadfire and Smokescreen were taken aback. This relic belonged to the Autobots? D. Tianming, possessing it is of no use to you. Better to return it to me. After all, only the Autobots were privy to the secrets of the ultimate key. A true Smokescreen would never divulge to D. Tianming. My lord, these Autobots are desperately striving to seize these keys. They must harbor significant secrets. Deadfire, brimming with confidence in his interrogation skills, declared, I have studied some medical arts. Entrust this Autobot to me, and I shall surely pry open his lips. D. Tianming shook his head, his expression serene as he replied, This is an ancient Autobot technology. There are 4 keys in total. They hold little intrinsic value, except for their singular purpose of unlocking the ultimate lock, capable of restoring the war-ravaged Cybertron. D. Tianming, how do you know these secrets? Did you coerce Master Prowl into revealing them? Smokescreen was astounded for the second time. The information known to Optimus Prime was only a fraction. Perhaps only by acquiring all 4 ultimate keys could one uncover the secrets of the ultimate lock. Young Autobot, your years are few, and you have not traversed the tumultuous epochs. Thus, should Cybertron be reborn, you must return to your studies and continue your education. The words spoken by Emperor Tianming rendered Smokespeech speechless, while at that moment, Deadfire felt immense joy, for he would soon return to his homeland. With the ultimate divine key in hand, My spirits soared, and I resolved not to delve further into your affairs. Subsequently, he commanded Deadfire to return the replicated phase shifter to Smoke Speech and to place him back where he belonged. As Smoke Speech departed, Emperor Tianming made a point to remind him, "Upon your return, please convey a message to Optimus Prime. Regardless of whether the Autobots or the Decepticons gather all three ultimate divine keys, I shall spare no effort in assisting the other side. My ultimate goal is merely the revival of Cybertron." As the land bridge activated, Deadfire transported them to a forest. With Smoke Speech's hands still ensnared, he then swiftly returned to the men's ship. Meanwhile, back at the Autobot base, Smoke Speech's signal reactivated on the display screen. "Smoke Speech, is that you?" Upon hearing Optimus Prime's call, Smoke Speech felt a surge of excitement mixed with guilt. "Optimus, I have made a grave mistake." After communicating with Smoke Speech, the land bridge opened, and he returned to the base, recounting everything that transpired aboard the men's ship, including Emperor Tianming's words. We possess the key but lack the lock. It seems the revival of Cybertron hinges not only on the ultimate divine key, but also on the ultimate divine lock." Everyone turned their gaze toward Optimus Prime, hoping he might know the precise location of the divine lock. Unfortunately, he was unaware of its whereabouts. Fortunately, matters were progressing in a favorable direction. All that remained was to decipher the hiding place of the final ultimate divine key, and the revival of Cybertron would be within reach. Optimus Prime continued his efforts to decode the information, while the sensor sought to understand Emperor Tianming's biological gene magnetic control technology through the study of the phase shifter. However, as he began his research, his thoughts seemed to spiral into a deadlock. To avoid jeopardizing the few strategic weapons available, the sensor had no choice but to halt his studies. Chapter 78. The Rescue of Skywing, as both the Autobots and the Decepticons endeavored to decipher the coordinates of the final ultimate divine key in a forest construction site somewhere. A blue and white canister was unexpectedly unearthed. "Supervisor, we've excavated something peculiar, resembling a key to a large-scale structure." A burly man approached, peering down to confirm it was indeed a technologically advanced key, inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. In that instant, he recalled the recent mention by the nation of an extraterrestrial mechanical civilization. Although he had never seen it, this object was undoubtedly a treasure. "Federal Security Bureau, I've discovered an alien artifact. Please send someone over." No sooner had he hung up than a blue jet aircraft soared into view. Is this the standard for high-ranking officials? As the robust supervisor envisioned a future filled with the promise of salary increases, promotions, and the potential transition to a permanent position within a national institution, a blue jet swiftly morphed into a humanoid form, racing towards the ultimate divine key. In a flash, it seized the artifact, trampling several unsuspecting workers in its wake, who were unable to react in time. Indeed, extraterrestrial robots do exist. Today, I have truly opened my eyes to this reality. At that moment of reflection, the menacing figure had already soared away with the ultimate divine key. It was no coincidence that the construction site of humanity lay in proximity to the cave where he had sought refuge during his wanderings, thus enabling him to discover this sacred relic of iron at the first opportunity. As he pondered the purpose of this object, the assassin Eagle, accompanied by a dozen relentless Decepticon enforcers, closely pursued him, demanding the surrender of the iron relic, threatening annihilation otherwise. The four steadfast members below, unable to take flight, could only trail behind the assassin Eagle at a rapid pace, while the hungry dragon aimed for the flight path of the menacing figure, brandishing a sonic stun gun to unleash sound waves. Although the figure adeptly evaded, it was still struck by the chaotic resonance, causing its consciousness to waver as it plummeted downward. Observing this, the assassin Eagle accelerated into a dive, firmly grasping the figure's wings with its talons. Before forcefully hurling it away, the figure crashed to the ground, its legs and arms breaking in succession, the scant super energy within it oozing from the wounds, leaving it gasping for breath. I knew this day would come. I just never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. The ultimate divine key lay discarded a short distance before the fallen figure. Traitor of the Decepticons, you have made it easy for us to find you, the assassin Eagle exclaimed, furiously stepping on the fallen figure's chest. Had you not revealed yourself, we might have wasted precious time. Now it seems unnecessary. The assassin Eagle, now in humanoid form, expressed its wrath, lamenting that had the figure not been evading capture, they could have already plundered several alloy factories to replenish their ailing energy reserves. "Your life ends here," it declared, raising its right arm, the razor-sharp fingers poised to pierce the figure's core. Just then, several projectiles rained from its side, prompting the assassin eagle to evade in the nick of time, narrowly escaping injury. "Who dares to attack me? Seeking death, are we?" With a visage marked by terror, the assassin eagle gazed towards the source of the incoming shells, recognizing the formidable presence of Emperor Tianming and the traitorous Decepticon, Tianjun. If it could eliminate both the figure and this primary traitor, it would be a monumental achievement. Yet, at this very moment, it found itself alone, aware that even if the Dragon Head forces converged, they would not stand a chance against Emperor Tianming. The assassin eagle retreated in fear, yet he was determined to retrieve the ultimate divine key. "Hang in there, Ha Wing," Tianjun urged. "Lord D. Tianming will come to your rescue." He hurried to Ha Wing's side, commanding his subordinates to collect all the shattered components of Ha Wing's body. Ha Wing, gazing at Tianjun's concerned demeanor, felt a deep sense of shame. "Tianjun, you should not have saved me." Meanwhile, D. Tianming turned to glance at the massive stone not far off, addressing the assassin eagle in a grave tone. "I did not come here to kill you, nor do you merit my hand against you. I am here to convey a message. Inform Megatron that the last ultimate divine key is in my possession, and he need not search any further. Regardless of who ultimately revives Cybertron, I shall extend my assistance." Observing Tianjun escorting Ha Wing across the land bridge, D. Tianming lost the desire to remain, as his primary purpose for appearing was to briefly inform them about the ultimate divine key and to address Ha Wing's predicament. Upon returning to the Mingda, Tianjun placed Ha Wing on the experimental platform. D. Tianming, noticing the troubled expression of his foremost general, spoke solemnly. "Tianjun, I can revive Ha Wing and grant him a perfect upgrade. I do not ask for his servitude, but I will not permit him to act against the interests of the Thousand Machine Hall. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." "Understood, my lord. I will ensure he is guided to serve the Thousand Machine Hall, and should he betray us, you need not intervene, for I shall personally see to his end." Their exchange was overheard by the barely conscious Ha Wing, who was astonished to learn that Tianjun had become such a sycophant. Before Ha Wing could protest, D. Tianming produced the Star Gold Ember Source, a surge of blue-golden energy infused into Ha Wing's ember. In an instant, his body began to recover and undergo a powerful enhancement. After a moment of pain, Ha Wing felt an unprecedented strength, far surpassing the power of his previous ember. A minute later, the newly enhanced Ha Wing stepped down from the experimental platform, finally comprehending why his slain brother had been resurrected. It turned out that D. Tianming possessed such a sacred item capable of enhancing embers, akin to the ember's source. "Ha Wing, do not forget to express your gratitude to Lord D. Tianming," Tianjun reminded pointedly. However, Ha Wing merely bowed deeply to D. Tianming before leaving the laboratory. Tianjun then apologized on Ha Wing's behalf and hurried after him to encourage a change in his perspective. When the Autobots arrived at the scene following the signal coordinates, they witnessed the Dragon Head squad entering the land bridge with the ultimate divine key in hand. This final key belonged to the Decepticons. The partition felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering that had they arrived a moment sooner, the key might have been theirs. "Do not fret," the partition reassured. "Megatron has only acquired one of the keys, while both we and the Thousand Machine Hall retained the remaining ultimate divine keys. In this scenario, it is merely a stalemate. None shall gather all 4 keys to revive Cybertron." As the Autobots departed from the scene, the Red Spider emerged from behind a distant boulder, wearing a confident yet sinister smile. Chapter 79, an addition for the task force. Upon returning to the Vanguard, the Red Spider gazed at the crimson energy entity being refined by rudimentary equipment, muttering to himself, as Emperor Tianming and those Autobots have stated, the ultimate divine keys, when separated, hold no value. Even a single key can grant me leverage in future negotiations. However, if I can gather all the keys, I shall restore Cybertron, reign supreme, and become the unparalleled ruler of the Red Spider. The thought of such monumental achievement sent a thrill through him, yet his current circumstances were dire. Possessing only a canister of crimson energy and the lifeless body of Red Spider 4. It is time to exchange this canister of crimson energy for the opulence I once enjoyed. Without delay, the Red Spider sent a message embedded within to the Autobots. Once again at the same location under the same night sky. This time, however, in addition to the ambulance and the divider, Optimus Prime also joined the rendezvous. As they stepped off the land bridge, Optimus asked, "Red Spider, do you have significant intelligence to share with us? Spare us the tricks." Optimus and his companions cautiously approached the remains of Red Spider far atop the boulder. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The Red Spider, harnessing the incredible speed bestowed by the Crimson energy, swiftly traversed the still open land bridge to the Autobots' base. It appears I can move freely in this place. Yet the Autobots' base remains so dilapidated. Due to a lack of Crimson energy, the Red Spider could only navigate quickly through the Autobots' base, urgently searching for the ultimate divine keys. So you are here. He forcefully breached the entrance of a makeshift storage room, seizing the two ultimate divine keys obtained by the Autobots. As a result of this unlawful destruction, alarms and fire suppression systems activated throughout the base. Meanwhile, on the other side of the land bridge, the ambulance, after examining Red Spider 4, concluded that he seemed to have been deceased for some time. How can this be? The divider was perplexed, recalling that he had just communicated with the Autobots. How could he have been dead for so long? We may have fallen into a trap. Optimus quickly realized the situation and ordered RC, who was caught in the rain, to close the land bridge. However, it was too late. At the moment the land bridge sealed, the Red Spider successfully burst out of the Autobots' base. Autobots assumed battle positions. The Red Spider, witnessing the slow movements and sluggish speech of Optimus Prime, felt an inexplicable joy, just as he prepared to press the remote control for the land bridge to activate it. The effects of the Crimson energy dissipated entirely. Why did the effects of the Crimson energy run out so quickly? At this moment, Optimus Prime observed the two ultimate god keys clutched by Starscream and immediately opened fire, charging towards him alongside the barricade and the ambulance, intent on reclaiming the keys. Starscream, in a state of panic, fled forward, swiftly entering the land bridge, while Optimus Prime found himself at a loss. With a roar that echoed into the sky, he expressed his frustration. It was the first time since becoming leader that he felt such intense anger directed at the diminutive Starscream. I shall retrieve them. Indeed, Starscream is merely one individual, and these two keys hold no intrinsic value for him. We may offer him certain incentives to negotiate their return. Both the barricade and the ambulance urged Optimus to maintain his composure. We have irrevocably lost our chance to save Cybertron. For opportunists like Starscream will only ever pledge allegiance to their former masters. Optimus regained his serenity, though a sense of despondency lingered. His suspicions were validated. At that very moment, Starscream, utilizing the same frequency wavelength as the Ark, successfully infiltrated the Nemesis. There, Megatron traversed the corridor, conferring with Barricade and Soundwave on their forthcoming strategies. I must locate the Autobot base, seize the remaining two ultimate god keys, and deceive Megatron into relinquishing the last one in his possession. I shall personally restore Cybertron, ensuring Optimus does not gain the upper hand. I have been there and obtained them, Starscream declared arrogantly, leaning against the wall. I beg your pardon for my uninvited presence, Lord Megatron. Just as Barricade prepared to seize Starscream, the latter performed a deep bow. I have come to atone for my past misdeeds. He then produced the two ultimate god keys from his back. Upon seeing the keys, Megatron's delight was palpable. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Tell me, Starscream, what do you desire in return? Starscream knelt before Megatron, gazing up with utmost reverence. I simply wish to rejoin the Decepticons. Barricade and Knockout are now my subordinate commanders. Starscream felt a surge of shock at Knockout's promotion. Yet he could no longer endure the life of a vagrant, exposed to the elements. I only wish to serve you faithfully, my one true master. His eyes and demeanor remained steadfastly devoted as he continued. Whatever arrangements you deem fit for me, I shall accept with gratitude. Megatron was thoroughly pleased with Starscream's display. Starscream, I commend your contributions to the Decepticons. From this day forth, you shall continue to lead the Decepticon Aerial Division. I now assign you a task. Investigate how these keys can revitalize Cybertron. Starscream looked at Megatron with surprise. Will my intelligence not be somewhat wasted on this endeavor? Lord Megatron, I propose we capture an Autobot and extract information through intense interrogation or directly seek out Optimus Prime. For his understanding of Cybertronian technology and history far surpasses our own. Upon hearing Starscream's suggestion, Megatron was indeed intent on finding Optimus Prime, as the final key resided with him. Shortly thereafter, both parties arrived at the prearranged location with the ultimate keys, only to find that the Decepticons had ultimately gathered all 3 ultimate keys. Optimus Prime cast a glance towards Starscream, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. "Optimus, is it not your desire to incite conflict between the Decepticons and the Autobots? Evidently, you have succeeded. Now, both you and I possess the ultimate keys, our shared goal being the restoration of our homeland. The 13 Primes and the Decepticons can indeed collaborate. This is precisely my intention." As Optimus and Megatron approached each other, clutching the ultimate keys, their respective teams remained on high alert, wary of any potential treachery against their leaders. These 4 ultimate keys are essential for unlocking the ultimate lock, which is indeed here, Megatron exclaimed. Of course, a key must have a lock. At that moment of realization, Optimus brought the 4 ultimate locks together, revealing a Cybertronian coordinate before them, astonishingly located within the Rust Sea. Megatron was taken aback, never imagining such a significant artifact would be hidden in such an inconspicuous area of Cybertron. Chapter 80. The Autobots prepare to utilize synthetic energon. After discovering the precise location of the ultimate lock, Optimus took a moment to caution Megatron before departing. "Megatron, be wary of Optimus Prime. Should the need arise, I shall buy you time and obstruct them. My sole aim is to restore Cybertron. If you have other intentions, they must be postponed." Under the veil of mutual suspicion, Megatron and Optimus safely returned to their respective bases. Due to the urgency of the situation, Megatron lacked the time to verify Starscream's loyalty through cerebral neural links. Thus, he permitted Starscream to accompany him, leading 50 elite soldiers and 200 Decepticon foot soldiers through the space bridge to the coordinates of the ultimate lock. Meanwhile, aboard the Mendez, the assembled commanders expressed their confusion. "Lord Optimus, our overall strength far exceeds that of the Decepticons. Although they possess combiners, should a conflict arise, we would not be at a disadvantage. Why did we not seize the remaining 3 ultimate keys at that moment and rely on our own power to restore Cybertron?" Blackwing, as the deputy commander of the 13 Primes and the sole strategist, voiced the sentiments of everyone present. Optimus shook his head solemnly and replied, "Once we obtain the 4 ultimate keys, Optimus Prime and Megatron will inevitably cooperate once more. I cannot guarantee that the process of using the ultimate lock to restore Cybertron will go undisturbed. I must eradicate all unnecessary elements at their inception. Only then can we truly rejuvenate Cybertron. Although these reasons may seem somewhat tenuous in the eyes of all the commanders, this approach aligns most harmoniously with the character of Emperor Tianming." He continued, "We are no longer mere Cybertronians. We represent an entirely new race of Cybertron. My aim is to restore and even expand Cybertronian civilization, yet the Cybertron we once knew is no longer a suitable dwelling for us." The assembly was struck with a chill at these declarations, for they had belonged to Cybertron since their very inception. The thought of relocating to another planet was daunting. "Lord Tianming," one voice interjected, "if we abandon our efforts to revive Cybertron, it contradicts the very purpose that led me to join the Thousand Mechanisms Hall." Green had initially joined the Hall primarily to revive Cybertron, to restore its azure glory. Cybertron must be redefined. The spark of life must be reclaimed. However, I shall not remain on Cybertron. I shall seek a new planet that can sustain us, where we can forge a fresh Cybertronian civilization. Should anyone wish to withdraw from the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, I shall not impede them. But for those who remain, you will bear witness to the birth of new life and become their ancestors. The allure of this prospect was undeniable. The reason Emperor Tianming chose to reveal his true intentions at this juncture was that he deemed the moment ripe. Of course, should anyone choose to exit the hall or divulge its secrets to adversaries, Emperor Tianming would silently ensure that their star sparks would self-destruct. They would soon realize that their upgrades were merely ornamental. As the assembly exchanged glances, they collectively understood that their sparks had transformed. They were no longer pure Cybertronians. Thus, they all knelt partially upon the deck, proclaiming, "We pledge to follow Lord Tianming unto death and devote our lives to the new Cybertronian civilization." Among the kneeling commanders was a figure of Shockwing, who had been swayed by Tianzheng during this time. Coupled with Tianming's recent words, his inner turmoil was resolved. Consequently, the Thousand Mechanisms Hall gained yet another formidable warrior. Emperor Tianming surveyed the gathered crowd with great satisfaction, except for Black Raven, Cross, Green, Deadfire, and Hardshell, who remained on Earth. The other commanders took with them 50 mechanical insects and 50 low-level clone soldiers, following him through the space bridge to the coordinates of the ultimate divine lock. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, the screen before Ratchet displayed 2 waves of super energy signatures, one emanating from outer space, and the other comprised of numerous signals from small super energy entities in motion. The eruption of these 2 energy sources could only signify one thing. Megatron was mobilizing a vast army en route to Cybertron. This was the first time Ratchet had witnessed such a large-scale military operation since the conclusion of the Cybertronian Civil War. No, Umgidens. The collaboration that Emperor Tianming initially proposed is equally applicable to the Decepticons. It appears they have discovered that the ultimate divine lock resides on the planet Cybertron. The assembly was taken aback, their spirits dampened. While battling the Decepticons might be manageable, confronting the Thousand Mechanisms Hall presents an arduous challenge. Indeed, setting aside Emperor Tianming's technological advantage, the Thousand Mechanisms Hall has already seized the majority of lethal weaponry from their skirmishes with the Decepticons. On the Autobot side, they possess only 2 pairs of magnetically enhanced gloves developed through reverse engineering, along with a phase shifter that could easily fall into the hands of the Deadfire. Autobots, do not succumb to despair. Should Megatron revive the planet Cybertron, he will employ his customary methods to annihilate all Autobots returning to their homeland. I shall not permit such a calamity to transpire, Optimus Prime declared confidently, observing the disheartened faces of his team. We now possess ample super energy bodies, the capability for interstellar travel, the stealth technology provided by our sensors, and 3 pairs of magnetic gloves, alongside the phase shifter. Optimus Prime's steadfast confidence resonated with his comrades. The magnetic gloves could be considered the nemesis of all Cybertronians. Optimus, perhaps we have overlooked a critically strategic weapon. The sensor turned its gaze to Optimus. Though uncertain if Optimus would consent to its use, the dire circumstances warranted consideration. Optimus, once I witnessed Ambulance's valor, and I, too, have experienced it firsthand. An incomplete synthetic super energy body may assist the Autobots in securing victory in this formidable conflict. All eyes fixated on Optimus. Just as they anticipated his descent, he spoke. Sensor, how many incomplete synthetic super energy bodies remain? There are still 100 canisters from our earlier experiments intended for the synthesis of super energy bodies. The sensor replied with a smile. Each of you shall take 3 canisters of synthetic super energy. Use them only as a last resort. They must not be employed lightly. Optimus made this decision out of necessity. Confronting the Thousand Mechanisms Hall and the Decepticons solely with technology would yield limited efficacy. Chapter 81. Destruction of the Ultimate Divine Lock after making all necessary preparations. With only Ambulance and the sensor remaining at the base, Optimus Prime led the remaining 10 team members into the space bridge, arriving at the outskirts of the Rust Sea. Just as Optimus and his team hastened towards the location of the Ultimate Divine Lock, a colossal structure plummeted towards them. Autobots evade swiftly, remain ever vigilant against surrounding foes. The Autobots successfully dodged the building's assault, only to be beset by over 30 mechanical insects. In the distance, atop another structure, the Butcher commanded mechanical insects tear them apart. Alcee, the police car, and Smoke quickly activated their magnetic gloves, intending to control the mechanical insects with magnetic force, compelling them to turn against each other. However, to their astonishment, these mechanical creatures appeared unaffected by the magnetism, charging directly towards them. How could this be possible? Alcee, do you not recall how the fragments of the magnetic gloves were created? The reminder from the panel suddenly enlightened her. Tianming must have tampered with the soldiers' mechanisms, rendering these mechanical insects immune to magnetic control. Alcee utilized this tactic. The panel manipulated the magnetic gloves to reshape a massive iron wall into a colossal sphere, wielding it as a weapon and sending several mechanical insects flying. Alcee imitated the action, her approach as reckless as that of Strongman. In stark contrast, Smoke, the young Autobot, employed a different strategy. He used the iron wall as a direct weapon, swatting the mechanical insects away like flies. Coupled with a barrage of concentrated firepower, The mechanical insects suffered significant losses, with over half of their numbers decimated. While Optimus Prime was diligently clearing away these bothersome mechanical insects, Tianming, along with Tianjun, Hai-E, and Butcher, obstructed their path. Megatron is on the verge of revitalizing Cybertron. Should your presence jeopardize this operation, you shall face dire consequences. Optimus Prime realized that an inevitable confrontation with Tianming loomed ahead. Smoke, it is your responsibility to thwart Megatron's actions. We will hold off the members of the Thousand Machines Hall to buy you time. After instructing Smoke, Optimus drew the Star Sword from his back and unleashed a wave of blue sword energy towards Tianming. Tianming leaped high into the air, landing swiftly, and before Optimus could react, he delivered a punch to his chin. As Optimus was sent sprawling, Tianming followed with a swift kick to his midsection. Tianming, I did not expect you to possess such formidable strength. However, Megatron's revival of Cybertron must be halted. You cannot impede my progress. Despite sustaining severe damage, Optimus summoned his determination and swiftly injected himself with a vial of incomplete synthetic energy. The blue optics gradually shifted to green, and his strength surged. The pain in his body significantly alleviated. Grasping the Star Sword once more, he charged at Tianming. Observing Optimus's rejuvenated state after the injection, Tianming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Optimus would resort to such measures to combat the Thousand Machines Hall and Decepticons. In that case, I shall not hold back, Tianming thought, focusing intently to counter the oncoming Optimus, aware he had yet to witness the true power of Optimus's synthetic energy injection. Heavenly Tomb, Heavenly Star, weapon combination. In an instant, two miniature transformers swiftly merged to form the Tomb Star Sword. Emperor Tianming grasped the hilt with his right hand, swinging it towards the approaching Optimus Prime. A surge of blue-golden energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at Optimus, who retaliated with his own azure energy beam. Unbeknownst to him, as the two energies clashed, the sword energy produced by the Tomb Star Sword effortlessly obliterated the Star Sword's attack. The blue-golden energy surged toward Optimus, transcending the ordinary. Optimus poured every ounce of his strength into the Star Sword, cleaving the blue-golden energy in two. However, the Star Sword was now marred by numerous cracks, and his hands trembled as they gripped the weapon. At that moment, Emperor Tianming charged before Optimus, who braced himself for a fatal blow. Yet in a pivotal instant, Tianming substituted his sword with a punch, sending Optimus flying once more. Meanwhile, the Silver Sword, entangled by numerous mechanical insects, summoned the remaining 4 team members. Together, they combined to form the formidable Unyielding, advancing toward Optimus while brandishing laser particle guns, unleashing a barrage of particle shells upon Emperor Tianming. Like slicing through watermelons, Tianming effortlessly cleaved each projectile in two. Not far off, 4 ultimate divine keys successfully inserted into the ultimate divine lock, gradually forming a colossal circular launch terminal. Alas, Optimus was obstructed by Tianming and could not witness this grand spectacle. The era of the Decepticons was upon them. Megatron manipulated the terminal, aiming it at a structure thousands of kilometers away to test the restoration effect. In an instant, the damaged sections of the building began to mend, returning to their original visage. Has the space bridge targeted the objective? Asked the respectful tarantulas, to which Megatron replied, As you command, Lord Megatron. Excellent. 1 planet is secured, and another would be a bonus. Megatron seemed indifferent to Tianming's warnings as he operated the control terminal of the ultimate divine lock, channeling energy toward Earth via the space bridge. Instantly, Earth's magnetic field fell into disarray, and a massive blue energy materialized, giving rise to an enormous fortress. From afar, Tianming and Optimus witnessed this release of energy, and Tianming was filled with fury. He swung his sword, shattering the combined super energy form of Unyielding and dispersing it, reverting it to its separate states. Tianming swiftly relayed commands to his leaders and soldiers. Retreat. Do not impede the Autobots any longer. Upon receiving the order, all personnel of the Thousand Machines Hall transformed into vehicle forms and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, Optimus, battling his internal and external injuries, consumed a canister of super energy and rapidly transformed into a truck, leading the Autobots toward the ultimate divine lock. The Autobots must not allow Megatron's sinister plot to succeed, lest Earth become a playground for the Decepticons. At this moment, the smokescreen had already reached directly beneath the ultimate Godlock, thanks to the phase shifter. Should it be detonated or not? If I were to destroy the ultimate Godlock, I would be branded as a villain of Cybertron. Conversely, if I chose not to detonate it, then Megatron's sinister scheme would inevitably come to fruition. Time was of the essence. After a brief moment of contemplation, 4 specially enhanced detonation bombs soared from the depths of the ground, launching a surprise assault that caught Megatron and his Decepticons off guard. Fortunately, Starscream, with his quick reflexes, swiftly utilized a shield generator to form a protective barrier around Megatron, while the ultimate Godlock was utterly obliterated. Chapter 82. A significant increase for me, the tremendous explosion halted the advance of the Autobots rushing to provide support as the smoke screen emerged before them, sorrowfully reporting the situation to Optimus Prime. Oh no, the ultimate Godlock is destroyed, and with it, our homeland loses the hope of rebirth. Although RC and the others had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it brought forth feelings of regret and sorrow. Ratchet, activate the space bridge. With the destruction of the ultimate Godlock, the energy flowing to Earth ceased, allowing the Earth's magnetic field to stabilize once more. Only then did Ratchet receive the message sent by Optimus Prime. As the space bridge activated, Autobots, suffering varying degrees of injuries, reluctantly made their way into the portal. At this moment, Starscream surveyed the grim scene around him. Most of the Decepticon soldiers, unable to escape in time and lacking weaponry for protection, had suffered heavy casualties. Lord Megatron, are you unharmed? No, I am fine. I will personally eradicate Optimus Prime and that Autobot rookie, crushing their sparks to dust. Megatron, seething with anger as he gazed at the wreckage of the ultimate Godlock, spoke gravely. Soundwave, cease the decryption of the remaining Iron Fortress database. Immediately track down the 3 humans who previously visited the Autobot base. I need to locate the Autobot headquarters in the shortest time possible. Dispatch some soldiers here to collect the fragments of the ultimate Godlock. I believe Shockwave will have a corresponding solution to reshape our planet. With that, Megatron transformed into his aircraft mode, leaving Starscream in charge of commanding the remaining Decepticon soldiers to gather the debris left in the wake of the explosion. As the commander of the Decepticon Air Squadron, why must I be burdened with such menial tasks? Why can't Megatron assign someone else? While Starscream begrudgingly commanded the Decepticon grunts to collect the remaining fragments, he voiced his complaints about Megatron's unjust orders. Suddenly, Tianming arrived with over 100 mechanical insects and clone soldiers in tow. Tianming, what are you planning? The astute Starscream immediately suspected that Tianming intended to eliminate all Decepticons present to seize the shield generator from him. The Red Spider, you may depart with the Decepticon soldiers. From this moment forth, the 1,000 Machine Hall shall assume control here. In 3 seconds, should you fail to vacate the premises, I shall extinguish your spark by force. Upon hearing this, the Red Spider lost his composure. Regardless of the ultimate Godlock fragments, as long as his life remained intact, those fragments would ultimately return to the Decepticons' possession. Soldiers, retreat at once. As the Red Spider transformed into an Eagle-style fighter jet and departed. The other soldiers likewise shifted into their vehicle forms and left the scene, heading back to the punishment. Emperor Tianming gazed at the destroyed ultimate Godlock control terminal and launch terminal before swiftly issuing commands. Tianjun Hai-E. And the Butcher promptly gathered the soldiers to collect all the ultimate Godlock fragments in the vicinity. Emperor Tianming intended to reverse engineer the manufacturing method of the ultimate Godlock through these fragments, seeking to bestow new life upon it using the Star Gold Spark source for rapid restoration. He felt a sense of dread, for the power of the ultimate Godlock was immensely formidable, far surpassing the seed bombs developed by modern science, capable of completely mechanizing a planet in a brief span of time. Moreover, in the not-so-distant future, Emperor Tianming would require the technology of the ultimate Godlock. Fortunately, by the time the Decepticons returned, the 1,000 Machine Hall had successfully collected the fragments and remnants of the ultimate Godlock and transported them back to the Mingda. Megatron, observing the Red Spider, was filled with fury. Red Spider, how could you fail at such a trivial task? What use are you to me now? Lord Megatron. The Red Spider cautiously replied. That was Emperor Tianming, capable of single-handedly defeating Optimus Prime and the fearless leader of the 1,000 Machine Hall. At that time, we were simply outnumbered and unable to prevail. He spoke gingerly, fearful of inciting Megatron's wrath and suffering public retribution. Shortly thereafter, a promising report arrived from Soundwave aboard the Punishment. The Autobot base had been located. Consequently, Megatron, with the Red Spider in tow, returned to the Punishment, rallying all Decepticon soldiers, directing the ship to the front of the Autobot base, where the mightiest energy laser cannon was prepared for deployment. We lost our chance to revive Cybertron due to Optimus Prime's betrayal, but within the fortress of Dark Pinnacle, we shall conquer this world in one fell swoop. Decepticons, transform. Take flight, attack, and annihilate the Autobots. Megatron's impassioned pre-battle speech ignited the combat spirit of every Decepticon soldier on the ship's deck. They awaited his command, go forth. Aerial Squad. Seeking to atone for his earlier failure, the Red Spider led the charge with 50 elite tracker soldiers, diving towards the Autobot base. Meanwhile, the Autobot Soul Aerial Combat Unit, the Flight Guardian, alongside the suddenly appearing Jack, piloted small combat ships to mount a counteroffensive, buying time for the Autobots' evacuation. Within the Autobot base, they lamented, "It is our fault. Had we been more cautious, we would not have allowed the laser bird to trace us back to the location of the base." Meichi, Jack, and Laffy were all deeply remorseful about the unfolding events. However, now was not the time for self-reproach. Silverblade and his team were outside fighting for our evacuation, and Megatron's assault had only just commenced. The base was no longer defensible. Optimus Prime bore no resentment towards anyone, since humanity had been drawn into this conflict. It became evident that their movements could jeopardize the base's location at any moment. In a bid to preserve the Autobot forces, Optimus pinpointed several distinct locations on Earth, sequentially dispatching Bumblebee, the police car, and the ambulance. "Why must we evacuate separately?" Meichi inquired, her curiosity directed at Optimus. "The strategy of dispersing our evacuation serves as the most effective means to prevent the Autobots from being captured, allowing us to regroup and strike back in the future. Our survival is paramount. We must evade both the Decepticons and the searches of the Quintessence." At that moment, the screen displayed Agent Fowler piloting a helicopter, urgently communicating with them. "Optimus, reinforcements have arrived." "No, Agent Fowler, your forces cannot triumph over the Decepticons." Optimus did not lack faith in humanity, but he harbored no optimism regarding their current technology. Yet, upon witnessing the images on the screen, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what have humans done?" The ambulance that had yet to leave, along with those transporting experimental equipment and semi-finished sensors, gazed in awe at the 200 to 300 Cybertronians on the screen. Their transformation method employed particle reconfiguration, rendering them invincible at the moment of transformation. On the deck of the Nemesis, Megatron observed the sudden appearance of 200 to 300 Cybertronians below. From his perspective as the Decepticon leader, these beings lacked sparks, resembling symbiotic, fully automated mechanical life forms akin to Silas. No, they have truly succeeded in their research. Megatron regarded the muttering Starscream with an unusual gaze. However, after a brief skirmish, Megatron gained a deeper understanding of these synthetic transformers. They proved largely ineffective, aside from slightly enhanced firepower and transformation capabilities. Their only vulnerability lay in their unique trait of being destroyed only when split in two or decapitated. The synthetic transformers' greatest weakness was their physical form. A barrage of fire would inevitably lead to their demise, regardless of whether vital points were struck, before the formidable firepower of the Nemesis. The 200 to 300 synthetic transformers were utterly obliterated. Indeed, although these human-made constructs were somewhat weaker, they served as exceptionally valuable cannon fodder. Once the Autobots were eradicated, Starscream, the task of seeking out the technology related to synthetic transformers will fall to you. As the onslaught of humanity continued, it afforded the Autobots a precious opportunity to retreat. Most of the Autobots within the base had successfully evacuated, leaving the responsibility of safeguarding the lone medic and scientist, Ratchet and Perceptor, in your capable hands. "Optimus Prime, what will you do?" Ratchet expressed deep concern for Optimus' safety, for he was the leader of the Autobots. "I shall remain to cover our retreat and prevent Megatron from pursuing us." The words were caught in Ratchet's throat. With the Starsaber in hand, Optimus would surely evade capture by the Decepticon leader. "Ratchet, Perceptor, it is time to depart." Just as Ratchet stepped onto the land bridge, he paused and lamented, I never imagined this would be our conclusion. He then transformed into his orange and white medical vehicle form and entered the bridge. I too did not foresee this, old friend. At that moment, the Energon laser cannon aboard the Nemesis had fully charged and was immediately unleashed, obliterating the Autobot base into ruins. Just as Optimus swung the Star Saber, poised to sever the control mechanism of the land bridge, a colossal red energy beam shot towards the Autobot base. With a resounding explosion, the entire facility was engulfed in a sea of flames and debris. Agent Fowler, having successfully rescued Little Jack, piloted his helicopter over the inferno that was once the Autobot base. Although he had reassured her that the children were safe, the sight below filled Jack's mother with fear and anxiety. Megatron swiftly descended, commanding his soldiers to search for Autobot corpses. Alive or dead, they must be found. However, despite their extensive search through the rubble, they found no bodies, only the hammer of Solus Prime, emblazoned with the Autobot insignia. This is undoubtedly the Autobot base. If you are capable of discovering the hammer, how can you not locate even a single Autobot corpse? Megatron glared at the 2-foot soldiers, his displeasure evident. Hurry up! We're the bodies of Lord Megatron's foes. Starscream echoed Megatron's frustration, shouting at the 2 soldiers. My lord, we have found no Autobot remains. They must have seized the opportunity to flee. Keep searching. I refuse to believe that not a single Autobot body can be found. Though Megatron had anticipated that the Autobots might use the land bridge to escape, he never expected them to do so thoroughly. In this moment, Optimus' life hung by a thread, his breath fading, while Smokescreen lay beside him, having dragged Optimus into this subterranean cavern. You're injured, and your wounds remain unhealed. Hearing the words of Smokescreen beside him, Optimus Prime laboriously turned his head, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, gazed upon the young yet valiant figure of Smokescreen. Do not move, nor speak. Focus your energy, and I shall ensure your safety. Smokescreen looked at Optimus with concern. Meanwhile, Megatron, traversing the ruins of the Autobots, lamented, based on the wreckage of the destroyed space bridge and what we previously knew of their route to Cybertron, these Autobots have indeed mastered the technology of space bridges. And now they are missing. Lord Megatron, with the Autobot space bridge in ruins, they will undoubtedly refrain from heading to Cybertron. To Optimus, Earth holds immense significance. Hence, we must commence meticulous surveillance across the planet and dispatch search teams to scour every corner of this world. Starscream lingered by Megatron's side, offering optimal strategies for tracking the Autobots' whereabouts. Soundwave, from this moment forth, monitor the transmission signals emitted by the Autobots on Earth, while also locating the position of the 13. The current Autobots are no longer a threat. I must eliminate Optimus Prime. The mere thought of Optimus' previous brutality ignited a profound fury within Megatron, intensifying his urgency for the Shockwave Minicon project. At that juncture, new advancements emerged in Shockwave's research. Megatron immediately returned to Darkmount, taking his place upon his throne. A vortex of azure and white coalesced, from which Shockwave and Knockout emerged. I believe the good news I require has arrived, Megatron stated. Starscream, you sent 2 Autobots to destroy my space bridge, yet you failed to contact me. Thus, I pose a question. Why abandon me to fend for myself? Why? Shockwave approached Starscream, his colossal red optic fixated upon him. Should Starscream provide an unsatisfactory response, Shockwave would not hesitate to enact punishment. Starscream, intimidated by the formidable presence of Shockwave, nervously replied, "Well, that explosion destroyed the energy core. Everyone present saw you enter the space bridge with those 2 Autobots, and you never emerged thereafter. I find your answer quite reasonable." Shockwave acknowledged, visibly pleased with the explanation. Starscream, filled with unwarranted confidence, added, "Oh, by the way, Shockwave, there is something you will be delighted to know. I personally eliminated that red Autobot, Hot Rod, avenging you." Megatron turned his gaze to the Decepticon commanders, including Barricade, Shockwave, and 8 others, and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, while Starscream retains his military command, Shockwave shall serve as my first lieutenant, overseeing the technological advancements of the Decepticons." Starscream's heart brimmed with resentment. He had been so close to reclaiming the position of first lieutenant, only to have it snatched away by a scientist. As the former second-in-command to Megatron, both Barricade and Knockout bore no resentment, for Megatron had not dismissed them from their posts. Barricade oversaw the ground forces and was also responsible for the Decepticons' logistical support, while Knockout's role as second-in-command held more of symbolic significance. After all, in addition to being a physician, he was now Shockwave's primary lieutenant, overseeing all technological projects of the Decepticons. Chapter 84. The emergence of the colossal beast. Megatron gazed intently at Shockwave, his tone grave and urgent. Shockwave, what technological advancements have you brought forth? Is it the colossal beast or those 7 Minicon warriors? Minicon warriors? Red Alert, who had served as Megatron's first lieutenant for many years, was taken aback, unaware that Megatron was pursuing a project involving Minicons. Meanwhile, the others remained silent, eagerly awaiting Shockwave's response. Lord Megatron, the colossal beast project is complete. It merely requires transport from the Cybertron laboratory. Just as Shockwave prepared to return to Cybertron to awaken the colossal beast from its incubation chamber, the captured Jack, seizing an opportunity during Red Alert's moment of distraction, successfully escaped from Darkmount, as he intended to report his subsequent tracking plans to Megatron. Shockwave emerged from a swirling vortex of teal and azure, respectfully bowing before Megatron seated upon his throne. Lord Megatron, allow me to present to you the ultimate Autobot hunter, a colossal beast, towering approximately 13 meters in height and stretching about 30 meters in length, lumbered forth from the vortex, its claws scraping against the ground, producing a shrill metallic sound. The onlookers could not help but feel a sense of dread at the sight of such a formidable creature. To date, Megatron had never encountered a colossal beast clone of such immense proportions. Shockwave, I am thoroughly impressed with this colossal beast clone. Lord Megatron, please exercise caution. Red Alert, filled with trepidation at the sight of this mindless beast, expressed concern for Megatron's safety. Fear not, this formidable creature is a replica derived from fossils found on Cybertron, containing a portion of the royal nucleic acid of its ancestors. It is entirely under my control. Shockwave exuded confidence in his creation, while Megatron approached the colossal beast, which lowered its head to regard him with a surprisingly gentle demeanor. This is the energy sample from Jack, which I procured through Red Alert during Jack's trial. Megatron glanced at Red Alert, then turned to see the colossal beast scanning Jack's energy sample. Let the hunt commence. The colossal beast swiftly spread its wings and unfurled its claws, soaring into the clouds. Meanwhile, the fleeing RC and Jack spotted a medium-sized combat spacecraft, which had come to a halt. Jack, stay behind me. Though the spacecraft seemed somewhat familiar, RC could not risk Jack's life on mere speculation. After the medium-sized combat ship came to a halt, a figure emerged, one that RC was quite familiar with, Optimus Prime. How did you arrive on Earth? She inquired. Soldier, although we are no longer on Cybertron, I still hold the rank of your commanding officer, Optimus Prime replied, his expression serious as he regarded RC, who had disregarded military protocol. I apologize, Commander. RC quickly straightened up, resembling a rookie awaiting further orders from her superior. Commander? Jack asked, gazing at Optimus Prime, who bore a striking resemblance to his boss at the hamburger joint, a hint of confusion in his voice. Optimus Prime turned his attention to Jack, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke sternly, informed the local life forms to heed my tone. RC, who exactly is he? He seems as intolerable as my part-time boss, Jack remarked, unperturbed, locking eyes with Optimus Prime, a trace of displeasure evident. Fortunately, Jack's voice was low enough that Optimus did not hear him. RC leaned down and whispered to Jack. Optimus is the second-in-command to Megatron during the Cybertronian War, possessing significant independent command authority, far exceeding that of the police car. He is extremely dogmatic, so do not challenge him. Yes, Commander, Jack responded, mimicking RC's demeanor to adopt the role of a disciplined soldier. Regarding your earlier query, after the Cybertronian War, I, like many other Autobots, drifted through the cosmos in search of my brethren. Upon detecting a Decepticon signal, I specifically came here to investigate. Optimus paused briefly before continuing. Upon arriving on this planet, I simultaneously discovered 6 Autobot signals. But we have 13. Jack's spirits sank at this news. Could it be that 7 Autobots have fallen to the Decepticons? Observing Jack's demeanor, RC comforted him. Jack, this does not necessarily indicate a loss. Some Autobots can conceal their signals. Just then, 2 Autobot signals raced toward Optimus Prime. Jack! Mickey exclaimed as she swiftly leapt from the vehicle and embraced him. As former and current members of the Thunder Rescue Team, The panels and jacks were taken aback by Optimus's presence. "Optimus, what brings you here?" asked the panel. "Commander, this matter is rather complex." Optimus replied respectfully to the panel, but cast a stern glance at the more relaxed Jax. "Soldier." Optimus's words weighed heavily on Jax, making him feel rather uncomfortable. Just as they prepared to reminisce, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive, flying beast surged toward them from the horizon. "Autobots, aboard the ship. We must evade this flying beast." Tong Tianxiao swiftly seated himself in the cockpit, secured the cabin door, and propelled the Tmall vessel towards the horizon. However, the formidable beast would not permit its prey to escape. It accelerated, flapping its wings with ferocity, its neck gradually turning crimson. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the left engine of the Tmall vessel. "Steady yourself." With years of experience piloting spacecraft, Tong Tianxiao was adept enough to keep the vessel airborne, even with only one operational engine, albeit at a considerably reduced speed. Just as the beast prepared to rend the Tmall vessel's hull with its claws, Silver Sword and his 4 comrades arrived just in time, launching missiles at the beast to thwart its assault. "It's the aerial guardians. I thought they had fallen victim to the Decepticons' relentless pursuit," Jack observed, astonished. He had been with them in their efforts to thwart the Decepticons and secure a safe retreat for the Autobots. Yet he wondered how they managed to escape so effortlessly while he suffered the loss of his beloved Hammer vehicle and was captured by the Decepticons, enduring harsh interrogations. As the beast continued its onslaught, Silver Sword swiftly directed his team to combine into the formidable Super Ion, who seized the beast's tail with ease. Like a fisherman casting a slippery eel, he violently hurled the beast and with a deft spin flung it away, causing it to crash against a mountainside, where it became buried beneath a cascade of falling boulders. Subsequently, Super Ion disassembled, and the 5 aerial guardians transformed back into their aircraft forms, soaring towards the Tmall vessel. Chapter 85. The Flying Optimus Prime inside the Tmall vessel. RC and her companions, upon learning that the aerial beast had been effortlessly vanquished by the aerial guardians, couldn't help but scoff. Is this the extent of the flying beast's power? It seems rather feeble, even weaker than Megatron wielding the Darkstar Saber. Yet, they knew that without the aerial guardians' timely assistance, they would have long since met their demise at the claws of that ferocious creature. Before long, Tong Tianxiao piloted the Tmall vessel to a location bustling with Autobot signals. As soon as they landed, they spotted the police car and Bumblebee, with an ambulance and a sensor drone trailing behind them. "Rafi, you're alive!" Jack and Mickey exclaimed, rushing excitedly towards Rafi. "Medical officer, scientist, it's a pleasure to see you." Thus, all known Autobots on Earth had gathered, except for Optimus Prime and Smokescreen. Tong Tianxiao naturally assumed the role of leader among the Autobots in the absence of Optimus Prime. Even the police car, serving as his lieutenant, followed Tong Tianxiao's commands, for they recognized him as the one most akin to Optimus Prime, having been trained by him during the Cybertronian War. He had commanded numerous battles and served as the direct superior of the Thunder Rescue Team. His demeanor and tone mirrored that of Optimus Prime, though his approach to teamwork was marked by an extreme adherence to doctrine. Subsequently, the intelligence agency swiftly organized the Autobots to head to Jasper, preparing to obliterate Megatron's stronghold, the Dark Peak, and deliver a crushing blow to the Decepticons. Meanwhile, within the caverns beneath the ruins, Smokescreen skillfully employed a phase shifter to infiltrate the Revenge, successfully pilfering the Hammer of Primus. "Optimus, I have located it. The Hammer of Primus can revive you, although its remaining energy is scarce." "No, that is not the reason I asked you to retrieve the relic. The energy of the hammer must be utilized to reconstruct the ultimate Godlock. Even if its reconstructed power is diminished, it can still reshape the core of Cybertron." Each word that Optimus uttered was a monumental effort. Time was slipping away. "Optimus, it is all right. We merely need to restore your vitality and return you to the battlefield. As for Cybertron, it remains unchanged from the past to the present. As long as you live, we will certainly find a way to rejuvenate Cybertron." Smokescreen, a devoted admirer of Optimus, was truly reluctant to see him meet such a dismal end. "No, the revival of Cybertron is paramount for the continuation of our race. It is far more significant than mere survival, including my own." Upon finishing this statement, Optimus closed his eyes and, with the last vestige of his strength, grasped Smokescreen's arm declaring, "The era of a new leader has arrived, and this new leader stands before me. I swear by my spark. No, I am not yet prepared to bear this responsibility." Confronted with the reality of his impending leadership, Smokescreen felt no great joy, but rather an overwhelming fear of inadvertently bringing calamity upon the Autobots. "Listen, Smokescreen, the choice is not yours. Once the time arrives, the Allspark will reveal itself before the spark it deems worthy." No sooner had he spoken than Optimus beheld Master Ultra Magnus reaching out to him. Gradually, the faint blue glow in his eyes began to dim. Suddenly, Optimus's spark chamber opened, and the Allspark began to shimmer, seeking a new Autobot leader. No, this should not be the conclusion. Smokescreen, clutching the hammer of Primus, placed it in Optimus's hand. Instantly, the hammer's energy commenced its flow, mending Optimus's wounds. Drawn by the hammer's energy, the Allspark infused the last remnants of its primordial essence into Optimus's form, illuminating the entire subterranean cavern with a brilliant blue glow. Meanwhile, the intelligence agency utilized the trio of Mickey to first compel Megatron to dispatch more than half of the Decepticon forces before leading the Autobots towards the Dark Peak. Failing to capture the Autobots, the grotesque Predacon returned to the summit of the Dark Peak. In front of it, Black Arachnia remarked, "You must be greatly disappointed, Lord Megatron. Worse still, it cannot speak, leaving us in the dark as to why the Predacon met such a dismal defeat. Look at it, mute, foolish, and pitiable. A beast that is all show and no substance." Lying on the ground, the formidable beast seethed with anger upon hearing the words of Red Spider. Its claws scratched at the earth incessantly, yet these actions failed to betray its emotions to those around. "Very well, Red Spider. This beast shall be entrusted to you for training," declared Megatron, gazing at the creature, which was driven solely by primal instincts. He believed it necessary to have a trainer to instill a semblance of intelligence in it. "Why me?" Red Spider questioned, perplexed, as he cast a wary glance at the beast, fearful of being bitten to death. "Shockwave has other scientific endeavors to pursue. The task of taming this creature falls to you, Red Spider. Do not disappoint me." "Yes, Lord Megatron," Red Spider acquiesced, steeling himself for the daunting task ahead. At that moment, Darkmount came under attack. Optimus Prime led the Autobots in a relentless assault against the Decepticons. In a flash, he piloted the tidal wave into the main control room of the Decepticons. "Optimus Prime, I never expected the one commanding the Autobots to be you. You have come here to destroy the energy core, rendering the fusion cannon inoperative. Indeed, Megatron, and you stand in my way?" Without hesitation, Optimus transformed his arms into cannons and fired at Megatron. However, after only a brief exchange, Megatron struck him in the chest and head, sending Optimus crashing down into unconsciousness. "Optimus Prime, you are no match for me." Megatron then brought Optimus to the pinnacle of Darkmount, where Shockwave, who had not yet returned to Cybertron, restrained Bumblebee and Jolt, ensuring they could no longer resist. "Lord, all intruders have been captured." Although the 5 flying Autobots proved somewhat elusive, with the aid of the Dragonhead unit and the Beast, we managed to apprehend them. However, we have yet to locate Optimus Prime. Red Spider relayed this joyous news to Megatron. Regardless, with all capable Autobots captured, it signified that soon, Autobots would no longer exist on this Earth. Optimus would be left isolated and struggling, posing no threat to the Decepticons. "Tell me, Commander, where is your leader? Even if I knew, I would never reveal it." Optimus, bewildered by Megatron's inquiry, initially assumed that he had been captured by the Decepticons. Yet, judging by Megatron's demeanor, it seemed he had not. The question remained, where was he? Just as Megatron ordered the execution of all captured Autobots, a red figure rapidly approached Darkmount. "Is that the Beast?" Red Spider wondered, dread creeping in. He had never seen Optimus Prime fly before. Chapter 86, A Greater Revelation. Optimus Prime. How could he be flying? As Megatron prepared to unleash his fiery cannon upon Optimus Prime, the latter had already soared before him. With a swift turn, Optimus struck Megatron, sending him hurtling away. Following this, a powerful left hook connected with Megatron's chest, and a right punch followed suit, the immense force propelling Megatron into a shattered throne, plummeting towards the abyss below. In a flash, Optimus drew forth a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of fire that obliterated the surrounding Decepticon minions. Had Starscream not managed to escape in time, he would surely have succumbed to Optimus's relentless barrage. "Commander." "Sir." Your might is truly formidable, exclaimed Thundercracker, rising to his feet and stepping before Optimus, tilting his head nearly 50 degrees upward to behold him, transformed by the hammer of the primes and the primordial energy of the ancients. Optimus now stood at an imposing height of 125 meters, exuding an aura of muscular power. "What is your mission?" Optimus inquired. "Sir, we were urgently tasked with destroying the fusion cannon below," Thundercracker reported straightforwardly. "I understand," Optimus replied, taking several strides before igniting the thrusters on his back, taking flight once more towards the fusion cannon at the base of Darkmount, under Thundercracker's watchful gaze. "All Autobots, listen up. Optimus Prime has returned." The news brought immense joy to Ratchet and Jack, who remained at the temporary base. "Wonderful news. Thank the Allspark," they exclaimed, their spirits lifted by the tidings. Meanwhile, in a human faction led by Agent Fowler, despite the significant losses of their artificially created Transformers on the battlefield, the news of Optimus's survival prompted a swift mobilization of troops towards Darkmount, determined to defeat the Decepticons and avenge the suffering of Jasper's people. The Autobots facing execution, including Bumblebee, Sideswipe, and Jetfire, were emboldened by the news, seizing the opportunity to swiftly dispatch the surrounding Decepticon minions. "If you wish to avoid a humiliating demise, then prepare to feel pain and become my sustenance," commanded the Hunger Dragon, as he ordered the 4 members of his Dragon Squad to transform and combine with him into the formidable Rainbringer. Jetfire, not to be outdone, rallied his comrades to form the mighty Valor, engaging in a fierce battle of combiners with Rainbringer. The remaining Autobots, including the police car and Jolt, needed only to contend with a single Shockwave to break free from their encirclement. Although Shockwave was immensely powerful, capable of holding his ground against 3 or even 4 foes, facing 5 was beyond his current capability. Before long, after several rounds of relentless assault, the robust Shockwave was injured, bearing the scars of Jolt's blade across his chassis. At this moment, Megatron, preparing to thwart Optimus Prime's destruction of the fusion cannon, transformed into a jet and unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the airborne Optimus. However, Optimus seized Megatron by his tail, fin midair, and, with a powerful throw, sent him crashing into the main control room's wall, plunging into the energy supply column. In an instant, Megatron found himself tormented by an overwhelming surge of energy, rendering the gathering power of the fusion cannon ineffective. Receiving the notification of human reinforcements, Sentinel Prime swiftly commanded all Autobots to evacuate immediately. Meanwhile, the aerial protector, engaged in combat with Rainmaker, landed a punch on Rainmaker's chest, creating some distance before rapidly disassembling into 5 jets that soared towards the horizon. The human military reinforcements arrived, and Agent Fowler, surveying the distant Decepticon fortress, issued a grave command. "Let us proceed." 300 fighter jets targeted Darkmount, unleashing hundreds of missiles. In less than a minute, Darkmount collapsed, prompting a massive retreat of the Decepticons. Standing on the ground, Shockwave observed the crumbling fortress without a trace of emotion before turning away. "Soundwave, request the activation of the land bridge and space bridge. I wish to return to Cybertron." Meanwhile, a reluctant Megatron, having been rescued, protested vehemently. "What are you doing? We shall not retreat. We have been defeated, my lord. To regain even a fraction of our strength, we must retreat now." Starscream had just contemplated striking Megatron from behind, but upon reflection, he understood that only Megatron could lead the Decepticons. Should he kill him face to face, the ruthless Decepticons would surely tear him apart, especially the volatile beast warriors of the Predacon faction and the foolishly pitiful Monstructor. In the aftermath of the battle, Agent Fowler, representing the government, sincerely expressed gratitude for the Autobots' assistance in saving the Earth and their lives. "Commander, now that you have returned, I will relinquish command back to you." Sentinel Prime maintained his serious demeanor, though tinged with heightened emotion. "Optimus, the artificial base has been destroyed, the Decepticons still exist, and there is now a ghostly presence of the 13 in this world. On behalf of the government, I extend a heartfelt invitation to the Autobots to reside at the Delta military base." Grateful for Agent Fowler's proposal, Optimus felt a profound discomfort regarding the matter of the artificially created Cybertronians. It could be said that these manufactured Transformers were even more deplorable than the Decepticon clone soldiers, severely trampling the dignity of the native Cybertronian life forms. Consequently, Optimus harbored a certain disdain for humanity, particularly its higher echelons, and promptly declined Agent Fowler's offer. No. If we were to go to your human base, it would bring unnecessary danger to you. Therefore, we shall seek another location to establish our temporary base. Very well. Although Agent Fuller was operating under the orders of the human hierarchy, inviting the Autobots to the human base, he could not insist upon Optimus Prime's refusal. Bumblebee and the others staunchly supported Optimus's decision, understanding that he was considering the greater good and would never gamble with the lives of the Autobots. Fuller, please select an Earth vehicle for me. I require an appropriate disguise. No problem, Optimus. Soon, Agent Fuller brought over an all-terrain expedition vehicle currently undergoing testing for Optimus to scan. It must be said, Optimus's current appearance was undeniably impressive. Can the Hammer of the Primes make you look like this as well? Mickey asked excitedly, glancing towards the partition. Logically speaking, has the Hammer of the Primes truly exhausted its energy? How then can we reconstruct the ultimate godlock and revive Cybertron? Hearing Mickey's words, Ratchet glanced at the Hammer of the Primes set aside, lamenting. Smokescreen bowed his head in resignation, speaking with a hint of sadness. I did what I believed to be right. Then you have once again proven that your actions were indeed correct. We now have a stronger Optimus Prime, Ratchet reassured, patting Smokescreen's shoulder while the surrounding Autobots cast appreciative glances. Chapter 87. The Birth of the Royal Behemoth. Additional update 4. Following this, Optimus learned from his experiences. He first sent the partition, Bumblebee, and RC to escort Jack and the others home, while he, accompanied by the remaining Autobots, sought a relatively concealed cave to rebuild a new base, one that was twice the size of the previous one. To prevent human surveillance, Optimus instructed the sensor to create a simple signal jamming device to be placed within the base, capable of blocking all signals from existing human equipment. Once this was accomplished, Optimus could finally enjoy a brief respite, extracting the Allspark from within its core, sorrowfully stating, not only has the Hammer of the Primes run out of energy, but even the Energon Cube, which symbolizes the Autobot leader, has lost its essential function due to the depletion of the Allspark's energy. The other Autobots, however, remained unconcerned. They were unaware of the true significance of the Energon Cube, only knowing that whoever possessed it was the leader of the Autobots. In the days that followed, Jack and Fuller arrived at the Autobot base, using the land bridge as a passage for their arrival. After all, the Autobots of today were vastly different from those of the past. With merely the power of their flight capabilities, they could seize a medium-sized super-energy mineral deposit, meaning they were not lacking in combat energy. Yet, all that Optimus did subtly conveyed to the human hierarchy the message that the Autobots wished to maintain a certain distance from humanity, a notion that inevitably irked the higher-ups, leaving them with no recourse. Thus, the four formidable factions on Earth, humans, Autobots, Decepticons, and the Chinji Hull, entered a brief truce lasting over 3 months. After this period, within an external laboratory, Emperor Tianming summoned his 8 commanders. This moment marked the pinnacle of the Chinji Hall. As the mightiest beast warrior was on the verge of being born, all eyes turned towards the 4 incubation tanks ahead. Emperor Tianming pressed the final button, and the nurturing liquid within the tanks was swiftly discharged. Out emerged a blue and white painted dragon lion beast, adorned with a lion's head and a sharp horn. Its 2 red optical lenses flickered to life. With a resounding crack, the royal giant beast emerged from the tank, unfurling its massive blue and white mechanical wings, emitting a low growl akin to that of a lion. Shortly thereafter, the 2nd and 3rd royal giant beasts opened their eyes in succession, shattering their tanks as they emerged. One was a griffin beast primarily in earthy brown, while the other boasted a vibrant red coloration. Upon their arrival, the 3 royal giant beasts regarded Emperor Tianming and the others with disdain, turning to one another and growling in a chorus. In an instant, the 3 royal giant beasts charged at each other. Were this not a remodeled expansive cavern, they would have already soared into the skies to settle their contest. My lord, these beasts exhibit no trace of intellect, yet possess immense power. Should they refuse to submit to discipline and choose to abandon the Chinji Hall, they could become a formidable new force. Black Crow expressed his concerns, observing the raw, primal ferocity of the giant beast clones before him. My lord, Black Crow speaks wisely. Should we intervene? Allowing them to continue this conflict may result in the destruction of our painstakingly expanded laboratory, although the crucial experimental equipment has been relocated. In the next moment, before a victor could be determined, the three royal giant beasts swiftly transformed into humanoid forms towering at 14 meters. My lord, these ancient creatures can actually change shape. Green and the scientist Crossline, well-versed in Cybertronian literature, were taken aback, having never encountered such phenomena in Cybertronian history or literature. This was not surprising. The dietary habits of the giant beasts were as diverse as those of mechanical insects. They required only the remains of Cybertronians and some special metals to sustain their energy supply. As soon as Emperor Tianming concluded his statement, the nearby Tianming filled with trepidation. Hid behind Emperor Tianming's leg. My lord, why do they engage in combat, wasting their energy? If they fight to exhaustion, will they not resort to consuming us to replenish their energy? Indeed, such is the predatory nature of beasts. Emperor Tianming surveyed his surroundings as the 8 commanders drew their weapons, cautiously observing the unfolding scene. Fear not. They are merely vying for the position of leader among the giant beasts. According to the data I have gathered, these 3 royal giant beasts possess comparable strength, rendering a swift resolution to their conflict impossible. What? Their fierce altercation was intended to establish a leader. However, once they select their chief, do we remain adversaries? The collective gaze of the crowd turned toward Tianming and then shifted to Sihua, oblivious to the nature of the situation, felt a mix of shyness and anxiety. In truth, their focus was not on Sihua, but rather on the phase shifter he held in his grasp. In the face of overwhelming strength, if one cannot prevail, the option to flee remains viable, and the phase shifter serves as an exceptional means of escape. At this moment, the 3 imperial fierce beasts were engaged in an intense battle. The king of the giant sinister clan was the horned cloud lion, and I am your rightful leader. The blue and white dragon lion beast launched its claw-formed fist toward the griffin beast and the tiger griffin beast. What do you represent? Yuan Yunxiu. Possess power that surpasses all giant sinisters. I am the true king of the giant sinister clan, and your leader. The crimson-clad griffin beast unfurled its claws in fury, charging at the other 2 imperial fierce beasts. You are destined to be my defeated subordinates. I, the angry cloud tiger, and the mightiest of the giant sinisters. The brownish tiger griffin beast let out a thunderous roar as it charged toward the other 2 imperial fierce beasts. Each strike left marks on the bodies of the 3 imperial fierce beasts, and during the next offensive, Yuan Yunxiu harnessed the momentum from the horned cloud lion's assault. Exploiting his speed, he swiftly maneuvered behind them and delivered a powerful kick, utilizing their force against them. This action sent both the angry cloud tiger and the horned cloud lion flying, crashing into the last cultivation tank, which shattered upon impact. The final imperial fierce beast crumpled to the ground. Yuan Yunxiu, we still have a giant sinister comrade who has yet to emerge. Your actions deliberately obstruct the birth of our kin. You are a disgrace to the giant sinister clan. Indeed, angry cloud tiger. Let us first eliminate him and avenge our fallen brethren. The horned cloud lion and the angry cloud tiger united to confront Yuan Yunxiu. At that moment, the curled-up imperial fierce beast opened its blood-red eyes. The last of its kind, adorned in a black, red, and gold livery, gradually rose from the ground, stretching its formidable body. Standing approximately 15 meters tall and measuring around 38 meters in length, this creature dwarfed the first 3 imperial fierce beasts by a full meter, revealing itself to the onlookers. Chapter 88. The traditional leader of the giant sinisters, Huang Tianji. Goodness, is this truly a giant sinister? Heiyu was genuinely taken aback upon witnessing the appearance of the last imperial fierce beast. Though its size was comparable to the others, it emanated a presence that distinctly set it apart. At this juncture, the horned cloud lion, Yuan Yunxiu, and angry cloud tiger ceased their conflict, all turning their attention to the final imperial fierce beast. Wasn't he this fellow's emergence thwarted by Yuan Yunxiu? In all seriousness, the figure before them was truly imposing. If he dares to challenge me, I shall certainly let him experience the might of my claws. The dragon griffin swiftly transformed into its humanoid form, casting a disdainful glance at Tianming and his companions. Turning its gaze towards the 3 other regal behemoths, it emanated an aura of authority without a hint of anger. I am Huang Tianji, the sovereign of the regal behemoth lineage. Should you, my kin, refuse to bow before me, You shall be eternally erased from this world. You are remarkably arrogant, yet I wonder if you possess the strength to withstand my wrath. Yuan Yunqiu, dissatisfied with this newly emerged kin, immediately brandished his sharp claws and charged at Huang Tianji, just as he believed he could impart a lesson to this overconfident youth in the next moment. Huang Tianji's fist struck his chest, sending him staggering back several meters. With a swift motion, Huang Tianji seized Yuan Yunqiu's head, and, as he sprinted forward, he forcefully pressed Yuan Yunqiu's body against the cavern wall. Observing this, the other two regal behemoths surged forward, eager to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Huang Tianji, incensed by their audacity to unite against him, declared, "Tradition. The traditions of the regal behemoth clan shall not be tarnished." With one hand grasping Yuan Yunqiu's head, he wielded his form as a weapon, swinging it at the approaching duo. Although Nu Yunhu and Jiao Yunshi managed to evade the body's assault, Huang Tianji was relentless. He swiftly kicked Jiao Yunshi to the ground, placing his left leg upon his chest, while his left hand seized Nu Yunhu, forcefully hurling Yuan Yunqiu away. With his liberated right hand, his claws extended rapidly, and with a single strike, he grievously wounded Nu Yunhu, whose chest was ruptured, oozing with stellar golden energy. I despise those who violate the traditions of the regal behemoth clan. Huang Tianji, still unsated, unleashed a barrage of punches against the grasped Nu Yunhu's chest, inflicting severe injuries in mere 3 blows, causing stellar golden energy to seep from his mouth. Then, with a powerful stomp followed by a front kick, Jiao Yunshi suffered internal injuries alongside exacerbated external wounds. Realizing they could not prevail in their humanoid forms, the 3 regal behemoths quickly reverted to their monstrous shapes. Their necks slowly rose, and with 3 thunderous roars, flames of 3 distinct colors surged towards Huang Tianji. The traditions of the regal behemoth must not be violated. Huang Tianji, witnessing the trio's refusal to adhere to the customs of their clan and vying for leadership, was filled with fury. He rapidly transformed into his behemoth form and, accompanied by a resonant dragon roar, unleashed a torrent of black golden flames from his maw. The 4 flames collided violently, causing the temperature in the lowest chamber of the external laboratory to rise dramatically, melting portions of the iron walls. Quickly, seek cover to escape the searing heat. Tianming urgently instructed his subordinates, while he himself felt no need to hide, and Tianmu and Tianxing merely took refuge behind his formidable stature. Moments later, the obsidian flames surged forth, mercilessly scorching the vengeful cloud of resentment and its companions, leaving a thin layer of charred residue upon their surfaces. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the illustrious Huang Tianji charged forward, effortlessly swatting the furious cloud tiger aside with a single paw. With a powerful sweep of his formidable tail, he toppled the horned cloud master, then seized the neck of the vengeful cloud of resentment, flinging him away with disdain. The sanctity of tradition must not be violated. I am undoubtedly the king of the fearsome and majestic royal lineage. Huang Tianji dragged the 3 severely injured royal beasts together, a torrent of dragon flames gathering within his maw, ready to unleash devastation. Long live Huang Tianji! The 3 royal beasts bowed in submission, no longer daring to challenge his absolute authority. Witnessing their capitulation, Huang Tianji transformed back into his human form and proclaimed with commanding presence. In the lineage of the fearsome beasts, it is a sacred tradition to challenge the predecessor with one's own strength, not through the combined might of 3. You have sullied this hallowed tradition, and as the unequivocal leader of the fearsome lineage, I shall consume the malevolent seeds that have tarnished our sacred heritage. O king, should we perish, the survival of the fearsome lineage would rest solely upon your shoulders, which would be detrimental to our prosperity and revival. We beseech you to spare us. We are willing to atone for our transgressions. The vengeful cloud of resentment, a cunning royal beast, found himself both fearful of this formidable leader and reluctant to meet a swift demise. Indeed, we are eager to rectify our mistakes. We implore you to forgive our disrespect. The horned cloud lion and the furious cloud tiger echoed their agreement, genuinely wishing to avoid a humiliating end. Huang Tianji regarded the 3 helpless creatures beneath him and stated solemnly, "You speak wisely. I may grant you forgiveness for this act of disrespect, but only this once. Should you err again, I shall assuredly extinguish your flames. Thank you. O King, Huang Tianji turned and took several steps forward, addressing the diminutive Emperor Tianming. Little ones, should you choose to serve the fearsome lineage, it would bring me great joy, for you would be making the finest decision of your lives. Otherwise, I shall consume you, transforming you into energy within my being, just as the Black Crows prepare to fire upon the formidable leader to cover Emperor Tianming's retreat. The Emperor raised his hand to halt them. No need, Black Crow. Since this beast is of my own making, I shall be the one to subdue him. Hearing this, Huang Tianji chuckled softly as the vengeful cloud of resentment stepped forward. Little one, I am eager to taste the essence of your flames. Huang Tianji delivered a powerful punch to the vengeful cloud of resentment's form, forcing him to retreat. Stand down. The traditions of the fearsome lineage must not be disrupted. Every race has the right to challenge the leader of the fearsome beasts. Little one, I accept your challenge. The crowd parted, clearing a spacious arena for Huang Tianji and Emperor Tianming to engage in their duel. Lord D. Tianming, this beast is exceedingly powerful. For your safety, it would be prudent to wield the Grave Star Sword. With its enhancement, no one could possibly stand against you. No, this is a contest of personal strength, and external artifacts are not permitted. D. Tianming glanced at the Black Crow and the other generals, steadfastly refusing to resort to weapons for the duel. At a height of 135 meters, his overall prowess, even without the augmentation of the Grave Star Sword, was nearing the celestial level. A mere royal beast leader posed no real threat. Chapter 89. Subduing the Radiant Sky with Strength. D. Tianming and Radiant Sky exchanged glances. Though Radiant Sky still looked down upon the diminutive figure before him. However, tradition dictated tradition. You are far too weak, so let us conclude this rather meaningful challenge swiftly. Radiant Sky declared, a mere beast I have created. Let me see the extent of your capabilities. With a powerful thrust of his legs, D. Tianming charged toward Radiant Sky. Believing the smaller figure to possess only a marginally greater strength than the average, Radiant Sky did not prepare to meet the attack with full force. As D. Tianming swung his fist toward Radiant Sky's chest, he attempted to block with his claws, only to find himself unexpectedly thrust back several meters by the smaller one's formidable strength. Little one, I concede you pique my interest. I shall show you what absolute power truly means, Radiant Sky asserted, swiftly extending his claws and lunging at D. Tianming. The latter deftly evaded the strike and countered with a punch aimed at Radiant Sky's face. Quick to react, Radiant Sky positioned his claws defensively, thwarting D. Tianming's assault. If this were merely a contest of strength, you would indeed be a worthy opponent. Yet, before me, your might is inconsequential. Radiant Sky's broad claws enveloped D. Tianming's fist, attempting to twist and break his arms as if they were mere cotton. However, no matter how much he exerted himself, the smaller figure's arms felt as unyielding as 2 blocks of dense meteorite steel. Radiant Sky, my beast warrior, cease your boasts. More importantly, in that very moment, the tide shifted. D. Tianming transformed his hand into a blade. Had Radiant Sky's claws retracted even a fraction slower, he would have sustained a grievous wound. Seizing the opportunity, D. Tianming rapidly grasped Radiant Sky's arm, forcibly pulling him forward, unleashing the full might of his being, and collided with Radiant Sky. The tremendous force sent Radiant Sky hurtling through the air, crashing into the wall, causing the few intact sections of the wall to crumble entirely. Witnessing de Tianming ese valor. The Black Crow and others were filled with admiration as they watched the strongest beast leader be sent flying. In that moment, Radiant Sky was both furious and elated. Little one, you shall make for a splendid meal. I will crush your body and consume it, and my power shall grow even greater, perhaps surpassing that of my ancestors. Is that so? Yet you lack the power to achieve it. The disdain exhibited by Emperor Tianming only served to further ignite the fury of Huang Tianji. He charged forward, resuming the battle, yet after a grueling 80 exchanges, Huang Tianji found himself unable to inflict significant damage upon Emperor Tianming. Any momentary lapse in his focus would result in him being struck or his mechanical form pierced. Meanwhile, Jiao Yinshi and Nu Yunhu, observing the fierce duel between the 2 titans and glancing at Yuan Yunshou beside them, exclaimed with excitement, Yuan Yunshou, this diminutive figure possesses remarkable strength. He ignites a fervor within my essence. Should we not assist our king in vanquishing him? tearing him apart? If we were to consume that little one's mechanical form, or even his essence, our power would undoubtedly eclipse that of the arrogant king. Do you wish to be devoured by our king, due to tradition, or perish beneath that little one's sword? Yuan Yunqiu harbored a deep desire to ascend as the monarch of the great ferocious royal clan, contemplating the consumption of that small figure. However, he knew that before they could feast upon the little one, the three of them would inevitably fall to Huang Tianji, reduced to nothingness. To seize sustenance in the presence of the absolute leader of the great ferocious was utterly forbidden. At that moment, having endured a battle with Huang Tianji and lacking any special alloys or Stargold super-energy sources, his stamina began to wane, allowing Emperor Tianming to seize a definitive advantage. With a mere punch followed by a palm strike, he sent Huang Tianji reeling. No, your energy cannot be infinite. Huang Tianji, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, transformed into a colossal, ferocious form. Flames began to gather in his throat, and with a mighty dragon's roar, black golden flames erupted from his maw. Launching an attack toward Emperor Tianming, the latter evaded the dragon's fire and swiftly charged at Huang Tianji, delivering an uppercut that struck the latter's jaw, causing his head to jerk upwards. The fierce black golden flames shot towards the cavern ceiling, scorching a gaping hole over 2 meters long, with only a few ashes raining down. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Tianming quickly grasped the dragon's head, leaping onto the neck of Huang Tianji's beastly form. He unleashed a flurry of furious blows, damaging not only the neck but also the dragon's head, while shattering one of Huang Tianji's optical microscopes. As Huang Tianji rapidly reverted to his human form, Emperor Tianming rolled onto the ground, but quickly regained his footing and charged at Huang Tianji, whose attack power and speed had significantly diminished. Timing his move perfectly, Emperor Tianming leveraged his strength to hoist Huang Tianji and then hurled him away. Standing before the fallen Huang Tianji, Emperor Tianming placed a single foot upon his chest, exuding an air of dominance as he switched to his blade, pressing it against Huang Tianji's heart. My beastly warrior, since I have the power to create you, I also possess the ability to utterly destroy you. To refuse submission is to embrace death. The formidable tyrant clan submits solely to the strong. I am willing to follow the powerful, our new king. Huang Tianji, with heartfelt sincerity, willingly bows before Tianming. Tianming, pleased, sheathed his blade and turned to observe the other 3 royal tyrants in the vicinity, Yuan Yunqiu, Nu Yunhu, and Jiao Yunshi, who gazed at Tianming and then at their king, subsequently kneeling on the ground. Yuan Yunqiu declared, I pledge my loyalty to you. Nu Yunhu echoed, I pledge my loyalty to you. Jiao Yunshi proclaimed, I am at your service. The assembled crows were profoundly captivated by Tianming's charisma, all kneeling in unison, pledging allegiance for the sake of Lord Tianming, for the cause of Qinji Hall, and for the new Cybertronian civilization. Tianmu, why do you not kneel? Hurry and kneel, lest the Lord neglect us in the future. Tianxing, half kneeling, observed Tianmu's discordant demeanor among the crowd, deeply concerned for his own safety and future, as he and Tianmu were a unified entity. Meanwhile, Zaimu, a fellow mini-Autobot and a senior to Tianmu, and Tianxing wished to reprimand Tianmu for his behavior. However, recalling his previous attempt to instill discipline, which resulted in his own defeat at Tianmu's hands, he refrained from provoking these 2 powerful new mini-Autobot companions. This young lad, Tianmu, is a hindrance to us mini-Autobots. Why must it be so difficult? Zaimu cast a glance at the devout Sihua nearby. Chapter 90. The shattered relics of the Iron Fortress. Tianmu could kneel, but upon witnessing Tianming's might, his previous arrogance, driven by the desire to eventually surpass Tianming, crumbled entirely, leaving him frozen in place. Tianming, observing his subordinates' actions, felt an unusual delight. Today, our Qinji Hall formally welcomes 4 tyrant beast warriors. Hey you shall continue to oversee the military operations of Qinji Hall. I will not interfere with your daily affairs, but for any missions, all personnel related to Qinji Hall must act according to orders. Heiyu's commands are my will. While uttering these words, Tianming cast a glance at the 4 royal tyrants behind him, emphasizing his message primarily for them. In the ensuing moments, the cross-line continued its work of replicating the relics, while I needed to repair the ultimate godlock and reshape Cybertron. Tianming briefly instructed Heiyu on the subsequent defensive priorities, chiefly monitoring any disturbances beyond Earth. With an increasing number of Cybertronians arriving on Earth, it was inevitable that more Cybertronians or other Cybertronian organizations would follow. The arrangements for the tyrants remained focused on guarding the external laboratories. On the Nemesis, Megatron stood on the deck, observing Starscream training the tyrants, his actions appearing rather comical. Starscream, have you located the artificial transformer technology one requested? My lord, I have not failed you. The technological prowess of humanity is woefully inadequate. They are as foolish as this beast, having carelessly placed such crucial technological data onto their networks. Although they have employed layers of encryption, they remain no match for the cunning intellect of my Red Spider. With unwavering confidence, Red Spider reported to Megatron, his right hand rhythmically tapping the menacing chassis with a beast-taming staff. Excellent. Transfer all the data you have gathered on the creation of the Constructicons to Soundwave for backup. Subsequently, you shall assist in defeating the very creators of my Constructicons. Megatron stated with grave seriousness. At present, the Decepticons lack sufficient scientists. Shockwave is engrossed in the Unicron project, which is vital for enhancing his own power. Thus, he has no choice but to entrust Red Spider with the task of collaborating with these two inept scientists to manufacture the Constructicons. Puffed with pride, Red Spider mused that with a legion of Constructicons, he could vanquish Megatron and ascend as the new leader of the Decepticons. But in the next moment, a claw swatted Red Spider away. My lord, save me. If a single beast is this difficult to contend with, how could I possibly survive against a multitude? Megatron paid no heed to Red Spider's cries. However, the creature's grievances prompted a realization within him. If he commanded such a formidable army of Constructicons, what could the Autobots and Decepticons possibly fear? Without delay, Megatron accessed the spaceship's control panel to contact Shockwave on Cybertron. Shockwave, I require a substantial number of Constructicon replicas to eliminate the Autobots in the 13. My lord Megatron, prior to your arrival, 5 locations on Cybertron experienced severe explosions, the cause of which remains unknown. Numerous Constructicon remains have been obliterated, making it exceedingly difficult to locate any remnants on Cybertron. Shockwave, setting aside his experimental work, logically concluded that the time and resources required to find a Constructicon remains would be significantly increased. Although it is challenging to find Constructicon remains on Cybertron, you previously dispatched a Constructicon unit to Earth. Therefore, the creation of a Constructicon army is still feasible. Upon hearing the initial part of Shockwave's report, Megatron felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet, the latter half ignited a spark of excitement within him. Just then, Shockwave spoke again at this stage. The Minicon project has 7 Minicons still in their larval phase, necessitating an abundant supply of energon for their nurturing. Thus, I do not recommend the cultivation of additional Constructicon replicas. Merely that statement plunged Megatron's exhilaration into despair. What mattered more, his personal strength or the overall augmentation of the Decepticon power? Naturally, Megatron would choose the former. Very well, Shockwave, continue with your current project, and the Constructicon army shall remain as a contingency plan for future implementation. However, Megatron commanded Starscream to lead the fearsome Predacons in search of the colossal remains buried beneath the Earth, which housed a tracking device. At that moment, Soundwave relayed promising news. The coordinates of the Iron Fortress relic, encrypted with 2 layers of security, had been deciphered. Roadblock, you and the Hungry Dragon must proceed to the designated coordinates and, at all costs, retrieve the new Iron Fortress relic for me. I believe that any artifact secured by such encryption is anything but ordinary. Roadblock and his team swiftly traversed the land bridge and arrived in a desolate desert. Utilizing the signal detector, they successfully reached an oasis. The scorching heat was unbearable, nearly melting my exterior casing. Dig faster, facing the relentless and oppressive desert climate. Roadblock was exceedingly irritable. Were it not for the oasis, he might have unleashed his frustration by firing shells in all directions. At last, thanks to the drilling machine, a container appeared before them, twice the size of the previous artifact's storage tank. When Roadblock opened it, he exclaimed, "Wow, this appears to be a fragment of a weapon." Just as he grasped the blue crystal shard, Optimus Prime, accompanied by Bumblebee, RC, and Jetfire arrived. Decepticons, surrender at once. Optimus was taken aback upon seeing the weapon fragment in Roadblock's possession. How did Master Titanium manage to send this to Earth? With a grave expression, Optimus issued a command. Autobots, this relic must not fall into Decepticon hands. He dashed toward Roadblock, drawing the 10-barreled Gatling gun from his back to provide suppressive fire. Bumblebee and RC joined the fray without hesitation, while Jetfire transformed into his formidable mode to engage in fierce combat. Megatron, we request assistance. Optimus has gone mad, trying to seize this relic. Upon receiving the distress signal, Megatron swiftly made his way to the storage room to retrieve the Dark Star Sword. Meanwhile, Roadblock, who had been hiding, was forced out by Bumblebee, causing the weapon fragment to fall to the ground. Just as RC prepared to rush forward and claim it, a plume of brown flames erupted from the clouds above. RC dodged hastily, exclaiming, "These little ones are utterly useless. One flame alone has forced me into this position." Angry Cloud Tiger, observing RC frantically evading his fiery assault, could not resist mocking her. However, Huang Tianji disregarded his subordinate, and with a mighty roar, he descended from the clouds accompanied by 3 formidable Predacons. For streams of fire cleaved through the chaotic battlefield, incinerating the unprepared Decepticon grunts. Once again, they faced the flying beasts from before, seemingly stronger than their predecessors. Having witnessed the might of the Predacons, RC's expression reflected mild astonishment. Yet she firmly believed that these creatures were no match for Jetfire. Chapter 91, Shards of the Time-Space Blade. Angry Cloud Tiger, Horned Cloud Lion. I entrust this massive red behemoth to you. With a surge of wrath, the vengeful cloud obliterated the feeble diminutive figure, seizing the sacred artifact, while I, transformed back into the formidable and grotesque form of the radiant sky, charged fiercely towards the Rain Summoner. How audacious for such a monstrous entity to attempt my destruction. I shall rend you to shreds. Enraged, the Rain Summoner lunged at me, striving to withstand my onslaught with his substantial bulk, only to be unexpectedly launched several meters away by my comparatively smaller, yet mightier form. A beast, regardless of its strength, ultimately proves ineffectual against true ferocity. I shall ensure your utter annihilation. The Rain Summoner quickly regained his footing, preparing to unleash his sonic cannon to obliterate me, but I had already closed the distance, sinking my teeth into the weapon and shattering it. Following this, I delivered a powerful tail swipe that struck his left leg, causing him to stagger back. In retaliation, he seized my tail, hurling me away, and with a resounding crash, I collided with a boulder amidst the oasis, shattering it, yet emerging unscathed. Transforming once more into my humanoid form, the once mighty weapon lay in ruins. Now, I would dismantle you piece by piece and consume your essence. Extending my sharp claws, I utilized my diminutive stature to strike at the Rain Summoner, leaving deep gashes upon his legs and torso, which oozed traces of energy. In the next instant, I reverted to my monstrous form, soaring through the air, unleashing a dragon's roar as black and gold flames cascaded towards him. Though the Rain Summoner, a formidable entity composed of dragon-like components, possessed remarkable defenses, he faltered under the searing fire. His outer armor glowed red-hot, forcing him to seek refuge behind the surrounding stones. Simultaneously, the unyielding one faced his own tribulations, caught between the dual onslaught of the angry Cloud Tiger and the Horned Cloud Lion. For the first time, he felt the weight of pressure. These beasts far surpassed the last clumsy creature he encountered, exhibiting shape-shifting abilities and a feral ferocity. A blue and white dragon lion beast fixated on its laser particle gun, while a brown and tin griffin beast relentlessly struck its thigh and waist. Angry Cloud Tiger, cease your games. Let us demonstrate our true might. The Horned Cloud Lion and Angry Cloud Tiger transformed into their monstrous forms, unleashing icy and fiery dragon flames upon the unyielding one. Fortunately, with the protection of his laser particle armor, he managed to withstand the dual assault, though he was far from safe. Observing the fragments of blue weaponry being taken by the vengeful cloud, the towering Optimus Prime aimed his Gatling gun, declaring, "Beast Warrior, relinquish the weapon fragments you hold. How dare you, a mere diminutive creature, stand against me? If you seek those fragments, you must first defeat me." Though the vengeful cloud possessed a modicum of cunning, it paled in comparison to the primal instincts of the beasts. Optimus Prime swiftly charged towards the vengeful Yin Cho, only to be taken aback as the latter transformed back into a formidable and menacing form, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that seared his metallic frame. The bullets fired from his weapon were instantaneously dissolved. With determination, Optimus sheathed his Gatling gun and retrieved the Star Sword from his back, leveraging its power to withstand this fierce onslaught. What could possibly withstand my raging inferno, remaining unscathed? In the next moment, a streak of blue sword light hurtled towards him with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react and sent him hurtling through the air, leaving a deep gash on his body. Had it not been for the robustness of his royal armor in this formidable form, this assault might have claimed his life. You little one, have you truly wielded the legendary Star Sword of the Precursor? Upon seeing the Star Sword gripped in Optimus's hand, Yunyunsho realized the reason for his impending defeat. For now, he could only endure the pain and struggle to rise. Just as the weapon fragments were about to be seized by Optimus, the mighty Huang Tianji lunged at him, knocking him down with such force that Optimus found himself unable to rise, forced to shield himself with the Star Sword to avoid being impaled by the menacing claws. Meanwhile, Bumblebee and RC swiftly transformed into their vehicular forms, disengaging from the skirmish with the Decepticon minions. In their vehicle states, they equipped themselves with additional weaponry and protective armor, charging towards Huang Tianji and engaging him in a barrage of fire to distract him, buying precious time for Optimus. Huang Tianji, however, was greatly displeased. After securing the weapon fragments, he soared into the air, seizing the opportunity while Optimus had yet to swing the Star Sword, and unleashed a torrent of dragon flames to force the Autobots to defend themselves. The objective was secured. It was time to retreat. Huang Tianji cared little for the fate of Yunyunsho. If he could successfully withdraw, it would be advantageous. If not, the demise of Yunyunsho would merely preemptively eliminate a traitorous kin. The three royal menacing figures, upon hearing the retreat command and witnessing Huang Tianji ascend, followed suit. Yet, due to severe injuries, Yunyunsho struggled to fly swiftly. Fortunately, the fire-spewing Jiayun Lion and Nuyen Tiger provided cover from behind, buying him crucial time. Otherwise, he would surely have fallen to Optimus's blade. Optimus watched the retreating figures of the menacing beings, swinging his sword towards the sky in a cathartic release of his pent-up fury. Turning to survey the surrounding devastation, he noted the battered forms of the fallen Aerialbot team. Medic, activate the land bridge and transport Silver Sword and the others back. Just as Silver Sword and the others entered the land bridge, Optimus prepared to eliminate Bumblebee and RC from the remaining Decepticon minions when Megatron emerged through the land bridge, arriving at the scene just in time. Optimus, the last encounter taught me a valuable lesson. I must not confront you head-on. Today, I have returned to reclaim the leader's blade, and I intend to end you once and for all. A violet sword beam surged towards Optimus Prime, who casually waved his hand, sending forth a blue sword beam. The two energy waves clashed violently, unleashing a catastrophic explosion that leveled the entire oasis. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Optimus Prime retreated with the Autobots back to their base. Once the explosion subsided, Megatron withdrew the dark Star Sword that had been embedded in the ground, surveying the area where the Autobots had vanished. Optimus Prime has fled, he declared. Accompanied by Soundwave, Megatron returned to the Nemesis. Upon viewing images of the battlefield displayed on the screen, he exclaimed, "How can this be? There are still surviving Predacons on this planet, and they possess the ability to transform. More importantly, they have stolen fragments of the Time Blade." Chapter 92, For Xiantian. An additional update, Megatron promptly re-established contact with Shockwave on Cybertron, his tone gravely serious. "Shockwave, what is the situation regarding the emergence of other, more powerful Predacons on Earth? Moreover, they can transform." He then transmitted footage of the battle involving the formidable Predacons. Shockwave, observing the scenes, sighed and replied, "Lord Megatron, transformation is an innate ability of every Cybertronian. However, we have never encountered documentation suggesting that Predacons had evolved to such a degree, as they were believed to be extinct during the Great Cataclysm. Nevertheless, these four Predacons are exceptionally powerful. It is plausible that the Autobots have utilized some unique technology to enhance them. I distinctly recall never having replicated these four Predacons." Listening intently to Shockwave's account, Megatron began to piece together the previous reports of 6 explosion sites on Cybertron. He swiftly deduced that the Autobots had not mastered the technology to replicate Predacons. indicating that these stronger beasts must have been artificially created by Unicron. As for the stolen fragments of the Time Blade, now in Unicron's possession, the chances of reclaiming them seemed exceedingly slim. Megatron, however, was not overly concerned with a mere fragment. He turned to Soundwave, saying, "Soundwave, expedite the decryption of the Iron Fortress database. I am confident that the forthcoming artifacts will not disappoint me." With that, Megatron ascended to the upper deck of the Nemesis. Upon his arrival, the Predacons ceased their torment of Starscream, lying down on the deck with an unusually gentle demeanor. "My lord, observe this ill-mannered and utterly foolish beast. Despite my efforts to train it, it remains entrenched in its savage instincts. In order to produce a substantial number of artificial transformers, I implore you to consider." Starscream, upon catching sight of Megatron, hurried forward with an eager expression, seeking favor. Yet, Megatron, holding the battle footage of the formidable Predacons and some pertinent evolutionary data, sternly addressed Starscream. "Starscream, regardless of the methods employed, I must ensure that our beast warriors attain a strength unparalleled, akin to the ferocious behemoths depicted in the video, or even surpass them." The Red Spider, upon receiving the recording device, glanced at its contents before raising his gaze to the formidable creature not far ahead. "Master, is it truly necessary?" A wave of trepidation washed over him at the thought of this behemoth, achieving full sentience and potentially tearing him apart, especially since he had resorted to extreme measures during its taming. "Red Spider, I require those 4 formidable behemoths. You must understand that the only true dominion over behemoths lies through other behemoths. A new king is born upon the corpses of the old." Lord Galvatron's notion was indeed commendable. Who wouldn't he desire an exceptionally powerful squad of beast warriors capable of defeating even the most formidable combiners? "Lord Galvatron, I do not question your judgment. However, the strength of this pack is overwhelming. Even if this behemoth could vanquish the 4 powerful ones, it may still defy your commands." Upon hearing this, Galvatron glared fiercely at him, yet he recognized the validity in Red Spider's words. Just as he was at a loss, the behemoth approached, lying submissively before him, a clear sign of its desire to please. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Galvatron gazed with satisfaction at the creature, which, under the influence of the shockwave, was unlikely to betray the Decepticons. To enhance its might further, Red Spider inject the dark energon into its body. This course of action was reluctantly taken by Galvatron, as he knew that without it, this beast would struggle to overcome even stronger foes in the near future. After all, Galvatron had strictly prohibited the injection of dark energon. Soon, with over 20 crates of dark energon infused into it, coupled with the behemoth's remarkable learning capabilities, it rapidly transformed into a humanoid form, its bright purple eyes fixed upon Galvatron as it knelt before him. "Lord Galvatron, I, Starscream, express my heartfelt gratitude. You have enlightened me to the purpose of my existence and revealed that my kin still reside on this planet. I shall return with them, marking the dawn of my new beginning. Go, bring them back to me." Galvatron observed Starscream with satisfaction, appreciating that at least he was not like some others who preferred to stab from shadows. With a powerful roar, vast wings unfurled, and Starscream soared into the clouds, disappearing from view. Initially, Galvatron contemplated dispatching the spider to monitor Starscream's every move, but reconsidered, knowing that Starscream bore a tracking device. Nothing that transpired on this planet would escape the Decepticon intelligence network. At this moment, Optimus Prime, back at the Autobot base, was engulfed in a wave of agitation. Yet he endeavored to maintain an expression of calm and gravitas. "Ratchet, we have lost a fragment of the most crucial sacred artifact. Its existence has the potential to influence the very fabric of time and space. Should Megatron succeed in assembling the complete shards of the temporal blade, it would wreak havoc on Cybertron and indeed the cosmic order itself." Ratchet and the others present were bewildered, struggling to comprehend the significance of the temporal blade and the implications for the temporal order. The temporal blade, a legendary weapon from the era of the Primus, was one of the most enigmatic relics belonging to the 13 Primes, embodying a portion of their temporal power. It could sever the ties of time and space, allowing for reckless traversal between the past and the future, and the real and the illusory. Optimus succinctly elucidated the exploits of the 13 Primes, leaving the assembly in a state of uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. Finally, Ratchet spoke again. Optimus, there is no need for such concern. Megatron has but a single fragment, and the whereabouts of the others remain unknown. Furthermore, it is preferable that this fragment falls into his hands rather than those of Unicron. Indeed, I concur with Ratchet's assessment, interjected Wheeljack, pausing momentarily before continuing. Our immediate focus should shift to the 4 ancient Cybertronian creatures under Megatron's command. Meanwhile, Megatron reveled in the sight of the shard of the temporal blade clasped in his hand. Had it not been for the knowledge and wisdom acquired from the Autobot leader within the energy source, he would have remained oblivious to the shard's true utility. My lord, what is the extraordinary nature of this azure crystal fragment? Inquired Crosshairs, who was overseeing a weapon replication project, approaching with curiosity. This is a fragment of the most mysterious weapon, the temporal blade, which possesses the ability to traverse time and space. Its true efficacy far surpasses that of other artifacts. Megatron replied. Chapter 93. Absorbing temporal power. Upon hearing this revelation, Crosshairs displayed both astonishment and inquiry. Lord Megatron, based on our current Cybertronian technology, is it feasible to replicate or develop this legendary artifact? If we could mass-produce it, no cosmic race would pose a threat to us. Megatron regarded Crosshairs, acknowledging that his perspective was indeed aligned with that of scientific analysts. However, the weapons of the 13 Primes, including the Starfire essence within himself, could no longer be classified purely as technological achievements. They belong to the realm of arcane mysticism. This technology requires further experimentation, but it is not viable at present. Megatron intended to avoid discouraging the imaginative Crosshairs, recognizing the necessity of a scientist imbued with genius and creativity, even if such aspirations may ultimately remain unrealized. Indeed, my lord. As Tianming gazed at the intricate crosshairs of weaponry fabrication, he was reminded of a particular phrase that resonated deeply within him. Yinshenzing, the custodian of the temporal order, was not only a Cybertronian, but also a close ally of the 13th Prime, Optimus Prime. The thought struck him, would it, for the sake of friendship and the welfare of Cybertron, dare to traverse back in time and extinguish his own existence, thereby erasing both his present self and the entirety of the Chi machine hall from the cosmos? At this contemplation, an unprecedented and unfamiliar dread surged within him. He recognized himself as an anomaly, while Yinshenzing bore the solemn duty of maintaining the temporal order, including the imperative to eliminate him to resolve any temporal paradoxes. Tianming's gaze drifted toward the laboratory's exterior, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure. Although he had acquired the star gold ember source, the extent to which it could amplify his prowess remained shrouded in uncertainty. His aspirations soared toward the divine realm. After all, the star gold ember source was an artificial ignition, harboring numerous unknown capabilities that required time to validate. Nevertheless, such considerations were secondary. To confront the looming threat posed by Yinshenzing, Tianming must harness the powers of time and space. Only then could he secure an invulnerable position, free from any lingering anxieties. Without delay, Tianming placed the shards of the temporal blade upon the experimental table, skillfully manipulating the energy purification and compression apparatus to extract the temporal power embedded within the fragments. Gradually, he infused this energy into his ember chamber. In an instant, his ember was engulfed by this potent force, rapidly igniting it. At a critical juncture, the star gold ember source, akin to a black hole, absorbed this diminutive surge of temporal energy. Tianming felt his ember restored to its pristine state. He acutely sensed that, with his current strength, he could not withstand the temporal power. He must take that crucial step to ascend as the 14th Prime, the inaugural leader of a new Cybertronian civilization. Only by attaining this prime level of power could he bear the minuscule temporal energy, which was no larger than 2 fingers. To contend with Yinshenzing, he would need to absorb all the temporal power contained within the temporal blade, which carried half of Yinshenzing's essence. At this moment, with his objectives crystallized, the oppressive emotions that had weighed him down dissipated. Although he was unaware of Yinshenzing's current whereabouts, his understanding of the narrative suggested that Yinshenzing was likely trapped within the very multiverse he had crafted, leaving him to ponder whether he would ever emerge. Just then, Huang Tianji entered, respectfully regarding Tianming. My lord Tianming, I have observed the gathering method of the formidable, tyrannical clan from afar. Are there still members of my kin residing on this planet? Indeed, Tianming replied. One such individual is Chong Yinxiao, a creation birthed from the hands of the Decepticon scientists. To elaborate, he shares your lineage and is your direct descendant. With a subtle movement of his finger, Emperor Tianming conjured a video depicting a fearsome giant pursuing a spaceship, injured by the formidable De Wu Wei. Upon witnessing this, Huang Tianji expressed a hint of disdain towards Chong Yinxiao, saying, "My lord, I shall step out for a while. Go, and bring back your descendants." Though Huang Tianji did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, Emperor Tianming understood his unspoken intentions. Not long after, as Chong Yinxiao awaited the arrival of other giants atop the mountain peak, Huang Tianji, accompanied by subordinates, arrived at their destination. "So you're Chong Yinxiao. Quite audacious indeed, though your strength leaves much to be desired." Just as the Jiaoyun lion prepared to charge at Chong Yinxiao, the latter transformed into human form, pointing an accusing finger at Huang Tianji. "You are their leader. I am the king of the Jiao, Chong Yinxiao, the chief of the Jiao tribe. I shall defeat you, proving who among us is the mightiest of giants." The Jiaoyun lion could not suppress a chuckle. While the giant before him possessed a somewhat sickly, dark allure, the notion of defeating Huang Tianji was utterly fanciful. One must remember that even the three royal giants, united, had been effortlessly subdued by Huang Tianji, nearly extinguishing their very essence. Who was this diminutive giant to dare challenge their leader? "If you wish to challenge our king, you must first vanquish us." As the Jiaoyun lion and his companions ceased their taunts and prepared to charge, Huang Tianji halted them. The tradition of the Jiao tribe, which you seek to disrupt. Stand down." He then turned his gaze towards Chong Yinxiao, and both, as members of the Dragon Eagle lineage of giants, felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. Yet, Huang Tianji could not shake the feeling that Chong Yunxiao's genetic makeup was alarmingly chaotic, not truly belonging to the esteemed Dragon Eagle royal giants. Nevertheless, he exuded an air of dignified benevolence. "Child, I accept your challenge. Your return to the Jiao tribe is a stroke of fortune for you, and the dawn of a glorious resurgence for our race. Very well. I shall lead the Jiao tribe in reclaiming the illustrious glory of our ancestors." As Chong Yinxiao swiftly transformed into a formidable and menacing form, he charged toward Huang Tianji. Unfazed by this onslaught, Huang Tianji prepared to counter just as Chong Yinxiao's forepaws were poised to strike. With a decisive punch, Huang Tianji landed a blow at the juncture of Chong Yinxiao's neck and chest, sending him hurtling 700 meters away to crash violently against the stone wall. Observing Huang Tianji seemingly allowing him to advance only fueled Chong Yinxiao's rage further. He extricated himself from the wall, unleashing a fierce dragon roar to vent his frustrations. As a sphere of flame coalesced in his maw and surged toward Huang Tianji. No longer wishing to prolong the engagement, Huang Tianji reverted to his massive, fearsome form, releasing a torrent of black golden flames to counter. The two infernos collided with a force reminiscent of a father reprimanding his son, as the violet-yellow flames were swiftly subdued by the black golden fire. Reluctant to succumb so easily, Chong Yinxiao intensified his flames, but to no avail. The black flames swiftly engulfed his dragon head, spreading to consume his entire form. Within mere seconds, Chong Yinxiao was grievously burned. At that moment, the black golden dragon flames ceased, and a colossal black golden claw struck him away. Huang Tianji then shifted to his human form, standing upon Chong Yinxiao's battered body. "Child, you have been defeated. Return with me to the clan of the mighty, or face death. As the leader of the formidable, I am bound to uphold the traditions of our kin. Any member of the clan who strays shall perish at the hands of their brethren." Chapter 94. The transformation of Chong Yinxiao's identity. Chong Yinxiao was gravely injured, his form marred by various degrees of damage, with dark energy oozing from his wounds. His eyes regained their brilliant yellow hue as he weakly spoke. "The fearsome only submit to the powerful, and indeed, you are stronger than I. Therefore, I pledge my allegiance to you, king of the formidable." In truth, if Chong Yinxiao failed to recognize the situation, his very essence would be extinguished by the imposing black golden figure before him. "Child, congratulations on making the right choice. Rise." Huang Tianji withdrew his leg from Chong Yunxiao's body and extended his broad hand to the defeated member of his clan for the first time. Seizing the opportunity, Chong Yinxiao grasped Huang Tianji's hand and stood once more. After introducing Chong Yunxiao to the other members, including Yuan Tian, Jiao Yunshi, and Nu Yunhu, they stepped forward without pretense, declaring, "Shorty, although our king has accepted you and shown you kindness, it does not reflect our sentiments. In the clan of the formidable, only the strong are worthy of status. Otherwise, you are to be cast aside. Indeed, the king is the king, and we are we. Should you fail to surpass us three, you shall be deemed the weakest of our kin, and we reserve the right to impose any task upon you. This is the law of the formidable." As the three of them were on the verge of challenging CH Nexio, Huing T. New Jersey expressed his dissatisfaction. After all, CH Nexio was a direct descendant of his own lineage, belonging to the royal family's most formidable faction, the Dragon Eagle clan. However, upon hearing UNYNCHU's staunch adherence to the fierce traditions, he chose to refrain from intervening. Even though CH Nexio bore significant injuries while accepting the challenge, Huing T. New Jersey felt no sympathy. For this was the way of the giant tyrants, the customs they upheld. Consequently, CH Nexio suffered further harm, unable even to take flight, ultimately relegating him to the lowest tier within the ranks of the giant tyrants. Had it not been for Huing T. New Jersey allowing Chi New Jersey Tianming to deploy clone soldiers to establish a terrestrial bridge, CH Nexio would have been doomed to remain behind. Upon entering the 5-kilometer radius of the external laboratory, his tracking device malfunctioned instantly. When DT&M witnessed CH Nexio being supported into the room, adorned with myriad injuries, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. This was the barbaric code of the giant tyrants. No matter how grievous the wounds sustained, they were inevitably defeated by their peers in the struggle for rank. Should Huing T. New Jersey's position as the leader of the giant tyrants be successfully challenged, he would not escape the same fate when the old king abdicated. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he would have to accept the challenge. Ultimately, there were but two outcomes. Either the old king triumphed over all challengers and enjoyed a peaceful retirement, or he succumbed to the overwhelming onslaught of adversaries, depleting his energy and perishing. Observing the gravely injured CH Nexio, DT&M retrieved the star gold fire seed from his chest. A stream of blue-golden energy surged towards CH Nexio's core. "Fear not, for I am enhancing your fire seed and refining the chaotic nucleic acids within you, transforming you into a true royal giant tyrant, akin to the four of them." When DT&M replicated Huing T. New Jersey and the others, he had already incorporated their complete royal giant tyrant nucleic acid genes into the star gold fire seed. This endeavor was a groundbreaking attempt to improve the genetic structure of the giant tyrants. As CH Nexio writhed in pain, his body and fire seed underwent a swift metamorphosis. Meanwhile, Jiao YNSH and UNYNCHU sensed an impending sense of crisis. While Huing T. New Jersey was elated, as the nucleic acid genes closest to his direct descendants were about to manifest. Approximately 2 minutes later, a colossal beast, towering at 14 meters and stretching 32 meters in length, materialized before them. CH Nexio swiftly shifted into human form, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through him, significantly more potent than before. He approached the three giant tyrants, declaring, "I shall reclaim the honor I lost. Who will step forward first? Is it merely a matter of becoming like us? I can vanquish you once. I can certainly do so again." Yuan Yunxiao cast a fleeting glance at Huang Tianji, then, with a swift motion of his sharp claws, lunged toward Chong Yunxiao. To his astonishment, within a mere 33 exchanges, Yuan Yunxiao found himself vanquished on the ground by Chong Yunxiao. Jiao Yunshi and Nu Yunhu, who had previously regarded Chong Yunxiao as weak, now found their anger intensifying upon witnessing his ability to defeat Yuan Yunxiao. They opted for a one-on-one assault against him, but the three fierce beasts, despite their ferocity, proved no match for Chong Yunxiao. While he may not have been as brutal in his confrontations as Huang Tianji, he systematically eliminated the three royal ferocious beasts within a matter of dozens of exchanges. Huang Tianji looked on with satisfaction at Chong Yunxiao, observing the regrouping Jiao Yunshi and his companions. "You three, join forces and let me witness the true extent of Chong Yunxiao's strength." The trio stood in stunned silence. bewildered by Huang Tianji's uncharacteristic deviation from tradition. What? Do you no longer heed my words? As they caught sight of Huang Tianji's displeasure, they turned to face Chong Yunxiao, collectively transforming into their formidable forms and charging at him. Yet, this time as they launched their combined attack, Chong Yunxiao found himself slightly overwhelmed. After several dozen exchanges, he was ultimately subdued by the three royal beasts and faced defeat. Huang Tianji approached Chong Yunxiao, nodding with evident approval. Well done. It is no surprise that you are my direct descendant. Your prowess remains unparalleled among the fierce beast lineage. At that moment, Chong Yunxiao did not allow his earlier triumph over Jiao Yunshi and the others to foster arrogance within him. He gazed up at the towering Huang Tianji and sincerely remarked, Your Majesty, I believe my standing among the fierce beast has markedly shifted. As he spoke, his eyes turned to Jiao Yunshi and the others, filled with disdain. While Jiao Yunshi, Nu Yunhu, and Yuan Yunxiao begrudgingly acknowledged the reality of Chong Yunxiao's strength and the shifting hierarchy. At this juncture, Tianming regarded Huang Tianji with a serious demeanor, stating, Now that your fierce beast squad has assembled, my transformation plan may commence. It was known that even Wei Zhentian would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. How audacious of you, Tianming, to propose a transformation for our fierce beasts, displaying a blatant disregard for your own limitations. Chong Yunxiao glared angrily at Tianming, contemplating that had it not been for the transformation that restored his royal fierce beast identity, he would have already torn him apart. Tianming, seething with anger, directed a warning at Huang Tianji. Keep your people in check, or I hesitate to extinguish his flame, repurposing the body of your direct descendant into weaponry. Chapter 95, an extra for Principal Zhao. Just as Chong Yunxiao was about to teach Tianming a lesson, Huang Tianji abruptly swung his arm, striking Chong Yunxiao's chest. Silence. If you dare show disrespect to the Lord again, I cannot promise to protect you. The angular cloud lion, observing the misfortunes of Chong Yunxiao, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Even the leader of the Thousand Machine Hall, who could not best Huang Tianji, was no match for him. A mere junior who dared to challenge. Huang Tianji, accompanied by 4 subordinates, followed Tianming deeper into the external laboratory. Before them stood 5 large cultivation tanks and an array of intricate instruments. While cultivating you, I shall forge a connection between your bodies. This step is paramount for your formation as a combined warrior. Of course, there are other external conditions yet to be addressed. As a new member of the colossal, fierce faction, I must re-establish a new bond among your bodies to create the most formidable combined warrior. Although Tianming was not particularly adept in the technology of combined warriors, as the chief of the Academy of Sciences, he had encountered a vast amount of related data, mastering a modicum of the technique. The 4 royal giants exchanged glances, and finally, Chong Yunxiao spoke. Little one, no, Lord Tianming is royal giants. Our powers far surpass those of the Autobots and Decepticons. Even if their combined warriors were to confront us, we could certainly repel them or even extinguish their sparks. Chong Yunxiao implied that their combination was superfluous, entirely unnecessary. The technology of combination can amplify your strength to its zenith. In the future, this planet will witness the emergence of more Autobots and Decepticons, even more combined warriors. Tianming was filled with uncertainties regarding the future. After all, the shards of the Blade of Time had been deemed sacred relics and were cast upon Earth, and the subsequent events remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, he required more formidable forces to tackle any unforeseen circumstances ahead. Upon hearing that they could combine and unleash greater power in doing so, the 3 angular lions became exceedingly excited, even entertaining thoughts of eliminating Tianming upon obtaining such strength. Tianming noticed their expressions but remained indifferent, for their sparks belonged to the Star Gold Spark, and he was the absolute master of the Star Gold Spark source. Should they turn against him after acquiring the power of combination, their sparks would surely extinguish in an instant. As long as the corpses of the giant combined warriors existed, he could always forge a compliant Star Gold Spark anew. My lord, how long does this combination technology require? Huang Tianji asked, devoid of ulterior motives. At best, it will take half a month. After Tianming's reply, Huang Tianji and his 4 subordinates sequentially entered the cultivation tanks to undergo their transformation into combined warriors. During the transformation, Tianming ordered the Black Crow to redeploy 50 soldiers to bolster the patrols of the external laboratory. Meanwhile, the Decepticons, having lost the tracking signal from Chong Yun-Shao, found Megatron seething in fury as he glared at the Red Spider. Red Spider, the task of monitoring the whereabouts of Chong Yun-Shao falls upon you. Yet now his trail has inexplicably vanished right beneath your nose. My lord, Lord Megatron, allow me to elucidate. The trembling Red Spider promptly activated the tracking device and the satellite imagery recordings. My lord, Chong Yun-Shao did not accomplish his mission flawlessly. Rather, he was vanquished and taken by those 4 formidable royal beasts. The point where the tracking signal disappeared is right here. Red Spider cautiously indicated a coordinate on the display. Chong Yun-Shao had injected himself with a staggering 30 containers of dark super energy. How could he possibly fail? Megatron gazed at the video footage on the screen, momentarily unable to believe that his Dark Warrior had proven so vulnerable. My lord, we should not dwell on the past, but rather look toward the future. For we have a general idea of the specific location of Emperor Tianming's external laboratory. If we can locate and obliterate it, we shall undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to the Thousand Machine Hall, perhaps even eliminate Emperor Tianming directly. Upon hearing this revelation, Megatron felt a sense of satisfaction and turned his gaze toward Red Spider. Red Spider, since this notion originated from you, the execution of this matter shall fall upon your shoulders. Take my Constructicons with you and eliminate Emperor Tianming's external laboratory. After the betrayal of Dead End, Megatron had grown wary of Emperor Tianming, especially regarding his external laboratory. Should he act personally, the slightest misstep could lead him into a trap deliberately set by Tianming, leaving him unaware of his demise. Thus, it was imperative to send someone to scout the path, and the most suitable candidate was the Red Spider before him. Why must it be me again? The Red Spider was at a loss. Logically, such a perilous task ought to be undertaken by Megatron himself, charging toward Emperor Tianming's external laboratory. The next coordinate of the Iron Fortress relic is about to be decrypted, and I require my forces to focus on seizing the relic from the Autobots and the Thousand Machine Hall. Therefore, you're the most fitting choice for this assault, Megatron declared, turning his back and striding into the depths of the Nemesis. Just as he reached the main control room, Soundwave successfully cracked the final encryption, revealing yet another coordinate for an Iron Fortress relic on the screen. Roadblock, Hungry Dragon, gather your soldiers and team members to accompany me to the designated target point. We shall annihilate the Autobots and the Thousand Machine Hall. This relic is mine for the taking. At this moment, Megatron had already strapped the Dark Star sword to his back. Following the previous failure with the Time-Space Blade, he would no longer allow the Dark Star sword to gather dust in the spaceship storage room. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime had decoded the coordinate for the Iron Fortress relic 2 minutes ahead of Soundwave. Oh, how could this relic coordinate point be so close to our current base? It is less than 5 kilometers away. Nevertheless, Optimus Prime did not dwell on it further. He instructed Ratchet to continue decrypting the next Iron Fortress relic coordinate using his own decryption methods, while he swiftly organized his forces to head to the relic coordinate location via the land bridge. Optimus Prime, come quickly and see what this is. The partition lifted the excavated sacred artifact and presented it to Optimus Prime, who carefully placed the medium-sized storage vessel on the ground, extracting the incubation chamber within. Inside, a mini Autobot, predominantly adorned in yellow hues, lay peacefully in slumber. How had Master Titanium summoned him, and in such a dormant state? Chapter 96. The artificially modified spark plug. What lay within the vessel was a spark plug? How could this be? Optimus Prime gazed at the spark plug within the incubation chamber, momentarily perplexed as to how Master Titanium had managed to rouse this mini Autobot and persuade him to willingly serve as a sacred object dispatched to Earth. At that moment, Megatron and his battalion arrived via the land bridge, observing the incubation chamber held by Optimus Prime. To his astonishment, the sacred artifact was indeed a slumbering mini Autobot, suggesting his abilities must be remarkable. Although Megatron was unaware of the significance of the spark plug, any mini Autobot deemed worthy of being a sacred object and housed in a designated storage cabinet undoubtedly possessed considerable power. Decepticons advance. Capture that mini Autobot. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the Autobots and the Decepticons, with the Flying Guardians and the Dragonhead team merging to form Rainbringer, resuming their assault. Optimus Prime, last time you escaped, but this time I shall extinguish your spark. Megatron's presence surged with intensity as a wave of purple energy sliced toward Optimus Prime. Unyielding, Optimus spun his body, unleashing a blue energy blade that cleaved through the purple strike and aimed directly at Megatron. No, this is impossible. Megatron was sent hurtling backward by the blue energy blade, a deep gash carved into his chest. If it had been any deeper, his spark would have been pierced, leaving him with a sense of bitter defeat as he rose. Seizing the moment while Megatron was momentarily incapacitated, Optimus swiftly instructed the police vehicle to evacuate with the incubation chamber, preventing Megatron from seizing the spark plug, while he held off the pursuing Rainbringer. Rainbringer, tear the unyielding to shreds. With great reluctance, Megatron tightened his grip on the Dark Star sword and charged at Optimus, unleashing several purple energy slashes. Optimus summoned all his strength, countering each attack with his Star Sword. He then directed a strike toward the Soundwave energy blast launched by Rainbringer. The resulting explosion provided ample time for the Autobots to retreat safely, and Optimus successfully led the unyielding back to the Autobot base. In the aftermath, Megatron surveyed the ravaged battlefield, realizing not only had he failed to secure the mini Autobot artifact, but even wielding the Dark Star sword. He was no match for Optimus Prime. With the aid of this mini Autobot artifact, Optimus would only grow more powerful. I must expedite the mini Autobot project immediately. Upon returning to the Nemesis, Megatron urgently contacted Shockwave. Shockwave, how is my mini Autobot project progressing? Lord Megatron, the 7 young minicons have now been successfully cultivated. According to theoretical projections, once you equip these 7 minicons, your power will surpass that of any prime on Cybertron. However, the establishment of this formidable energy link will require a period of adjustment. The more Megatron listened, the more his irritation grew. He frequently inquired about the progress of the Minicon project, and although it had reached completion, what he sought was a finished product, one that could directly merge with him. Shockwave, how much longer will this adjustment take? Based on my calculations and the experimental timeline, approximately 1 month is needed. Shockwave diligently analyzed the experimental process and arrived at what he deemed a relatively swift conclusion. No, considering the current situation without the 1,000 Mechanisms Hall, the Autobots have begun to gain the upper hand. I require a more potent force. Thus, this process can be expedited. Utilize your expertise to shorten the energy link adjustment to 10 days. Upon hearing Megatron's urgency, Shockwave remained remarkably composed. Lord Megatron, should we proceed in this manner, these 7 minicons will merely exist as incomplete entities devoid of consciousness. Complete mastery over them is what I desire. Shockwave, you will comply with my directives immediately. With that, Megatron abruptly terminated the call. At that moment, Starscream returned to the Nemesis, battered and disheveled. Lord Megatron, within a 5-kilometer radius, there are phase detection bombs buried by Daitenshi. I searched everywhere, yet not a single soldier from the 1,000 Mechanisms Hall was in sight. It was not his external laboratory, but rather a trap set for us. Megatron surveyed the disheveled Starscream and nodded with satisfaction. He had anticipated this outcome. Had it been otherwise, his regard for Starscream would have surely elevated. In truth, as Starscream approached Daitenshi's external laboratory, Daitenshi had relocated all critical instruments from above ground to an underground laboratory situated 200 meters deep. Meanwhile, a substantial force had been stationed in a natural cave 70 meters below ground. Should enemies penetrate their defenses, the cave would serve as their final resting place. Exploiting the element of surprise, Starscream continued to assist in the production of numerous artificial transformers to compensate for the failures of this operation. Yes, Lord Megatron, Starscream replied, his eyes filled with resentment. At the Autobot base, Ratchet conducted a thorough scan of the incubation tank and the internal spark plug, shaking his head. The situation is dire. The spark plug appears to have been tampered with. However, the modifications seem incomplete, rendering it unable to awaken on its own. If we force its awakening, it may yield adverse effects. Ratchet, you are a doctor. You must have a solution for this predicament, correct? Raffi inquired anxiously, recalling his own past experiences. Indeed, to facilitate the awakening of the spark plug, I will require the assistance of a sensory device. No, While I am capable of curing ailments or equipping the Autobot forces with stealth technology, I find myself inadequate to complete the unfinished modifications left by others. The Perceptor hastily declined, as he needed to develop a comprehensive formula for synthetic super-energy bodies. Furthermore, to enhance the firepower of the Autobots, he must independently invent more formidable weaponry. The demands of research were overwhelming, leaving him no time to engage in modification work. If any step went awry, the spark plug would be doomed. To rescue this Minicon leader, we must undertake some audacious endeavors. Perceptor, you have provided immense assistance to us Autobots, and I firmly believe that you can rise to the occasion once more. Truth be told, Optimus Prime genuinely wished for Perceptor to refrain from involvement in the modification process. However, within the Autobot ranks, he stood as the sole true scientist, while Ratchet remained merely a novice in the field. As for the spark plug's transformation, Optimus could only surmise that it was the work of Master Titanium, the only one capable of persuading this Minicon leader to undergo modification and become a sacred relic. Chapter 97. The mysterious force attacks the lunar outpost. Fortunately, the individual taking over the modification work was primarily Ratchet, with Perceptor assisting. Otherwise, Perceptor might have been reluctant to proceed. Meanwhile, Black Raven, tasked with global surveillance, discovered that the Autobots had successfully acquired the spark plug. When he reported this to Emperor Tianming, the latter was unimpressed. The spark plug indeed possessed leadership qualities among the Minicons, and when paired with Optimus Prime, could augment his power exponentially. However, this was contingent upon the spark plug's ability to awaken. Based on satellite footage and photographs, it was evident that the spark plug had lapsed into a coma due to the modifications. Given the current technological level of the Autobots, the chances of fully reviving the spark plug to fulfill its intended role were exceedingly slim. More critically, Emperor Tianming could easily endow each of his subordinates with a unique and manageable Minicon, rendering the acquisition of the spark plug unnecessary. However, to obtain one's own Minicon, one must exchange personal merits, a core aspect of the military merit system of the Thousand Machines Hall. Days later, the Iron Fortress relic presented challenge, with over 20 decryption codes perplexing both the Autobots and Decepticons. Coupled with Emperor Tianming's arrival, the Earth harbored fewer than 10 detectable super-energy mineral deposits. Faced with the impending energy crisis, Megatron had no choice but to assign Shockwave to research the semi-finished synthetic super-energy bodies. Fortunately, news arrived from the Minicon project, prompting Megatron to urgently activate the space bridge to Karen's underground laboratory. Lord Megatron, these 7 Minicons have been successfully calibrated. Now, you merely require this neural connection device to link them to your super energy, and you shall possess power surpassing that of the heavens. Shockwave gestured towards the 7 distinct models of mini-transformers, who remained silent, seemingly devoid of consciousness. Yet their sparks undeniably existed. What had happened to these mini-transformers? Megatron, observing the 7, inquired with a sense of perplexity. My lord, this is the most unfortunate outcome. According to my standard experimental protocol, they would have developed their own consciousness post-creation. However, I have eradicated all their emotions, establishing the execution of Decepticon leaders' commands as their primary directive. Now, they obey only your orders, my lord, rendering them akin to artificial warriors crafted by humankind. Upon hearing this, Megatron's spirits soared. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Shockwave had indeed not disappointed him. Well done, Shockwave. This is the kind of obedient soldier I require. Connect them to my being at once. I am eager to experience the power that transcends the cosmos. Shockwave swiftly carried out the necessary operations, and soon the energy from the 7 mini-transformers surged into Megatron's form. In an instant, they became an integral part of Megatron's body, akin to a sleek layer of silver armor, exuding an imposing aura. Is this the power bestowed upon me by the 7 mini-transformers? Megatron mused as he emerged from the laboratory, drawing the Dark Star sword from his back and unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the distance. The energy sliced through 3 distant iron structures with ease. With a mere thought, Megatron ascended into the air, even without the transformation into a Cybertronian aircraft. Moreover, a single shot from his molten cannon could obliterate a small combat vessel, let alone the newfound artillery strength he acquired after merging with the 7 mini-transformers, which rivaled the might of the Rain Demon's sonic cannon. I relish this sensation, Megatron declared as he descended, thoroughly satisfied, and continued speaking to Shockwave beside him. Shockwave, how long can this effect endure? Will I require this apparatus for every fusion? My Lord Megatron, most often that is indeed the case. Therefore, I suggest we inject them with dark energy matter. Not only will it amplify their power, but it will also grant you greater control over them. Megatron glared at Shockwave, slightly displeased by the suggestion that crossed boundaries. He could provide Shockwave with any experimental materials, including dark energy matter, but he would never allow such an injection into his own hand. However, in a fleeting moment, Megatron's ire dissipated, and he regarded Shockwave with grave seriousness. Shockwave, the reserves of energy matter on Earth are dwindling. I require you to initiate a project to synthesize energy matter, developing a complete chemical equation to confront the impending energy crisis. My lord, I believe that our planet has tragically lost its intrinsic value. We may venture from Earth to other celestial bodies in search of super-energy mineral deposits. Shockwave proposed a substantial suggestion concerning the super-energy entities, yet it was swiftly dismissed by Megatron. Shockwave, Earth is far more complex than you perceive. It is intricately linked to Cybertron, and a plethora of Iron Fortress relics has been dispatched to this planet. Your actions, my lord, are indeed logical. I shall commence an evaluation of the synthetic super-energy project forthwith. Megatron promptly ordered that the majority of the synthetic super-energy prototypes, which have been under study, along with essential core data, be sent to the underground research facility at Black Fortress. The Gigantron project has been abruptly terminated due to the rebellion of the Thundercloud. As for the remains of the Gigantron replicants buried on Earth, let them fade away with the passage of time. Upon returning to the Nemesis via the space bridge and land bridge, Megatron received a distress signal from the lunar outpost guarding the space bridge. This is Decepticon Lunar Outpost 1, under attack by an unidentified force. We request assistance. Before the message could be completed, a resounding explosion silenced the outpost, and soon after, the second and third outposts fell in succession. In a fit of rage, Megatron demanded to know who was responsible. Starscream, take your tracking team and investigate. Whether it be Autobots crashed on the moon or the 1,000 machines, eliminate them all. My lord, it seems someone has tampered with the situation. We can no longer connect to the space bridge, reported a soldier tasked with the real-time remote operation of the space bridge, anxiety evident in his voice. Reconstructing a new space bridge will prove exceedingly difficult, as not only have humans amassed a vast array of artificial titans, but the ranks of the Autobots are also swelling. They will not remain indifferent to the Decepticons' attempts to seize their equipment. At this moment, a cloaked, spherical spacecraft approaches Earth, piloted by a transformer caressing his mechanical hyena soldiers. Chapter 98. For the mobile special update indeed, the individual aboard the spaceship is none other than the bounty hunter, Lockdown. Originally a member of the Thunderstorm, his occupational nature prevented him from becoming a direct subordinate of the formidable Thunderclash, a core member of the organization. He deftly piloted the spacecraft into the Earth's atmosphere, gazing down at the vibrant yet somewhat primitive city below. To his astonishment, this azure planet was a life-bearing world, having evolved carbon-based advanced native life forms. No wonder an abundance of Decepticons and Autobots congregated here. Lockdown had initially set out to capture the Flying Guardian and the leading forces, only to receive a gathering signal emitted by Soundwave, a core Decepticon member, indicating that several key figures of the Decepticons were indeed present on this planet. Perhaps even the ever-obsessed Megatron was lurking here. For safety's sake, and to serve as a warning to the Decepticons, Lockdown forcibly occupied the conspicuous space bridge on the far side of the moon, modifying its coordinates to establish a direct connection to Thunderclash's tidal wave. As Lockdown piloted the stealth spacecraft, diligently seeking signals from the Autobots and Decepticons, communications from the mechanical soldiers stationed on the moon reached him. Master Lockdown, the Decepticons have discovered our assault on their outpost. Currently, a red and white Decepticon is leading over 30 pursuers in a chase against us. We request assistance. Moments latte. A display screen to Lockdown's left illuminated with an image. Starscream? It seems events are unfolding even more favorably than I anticipated. With both Starscream and Soundwave present, Megatron must also be here. Given that Megatron and Optimus Prime are arch-enemies, it stands to reason that Prime is also on this planet. I never expected that pursuing 2 combiners would lead me to such a significant opportunity. Lockdown's expression twisted into a radiant grin, though he had no intention of reporting this crucial information to Thunderclash. As a bounty hunter, bringing back the quarry, or their remains, would yield far greater rewards. Lockdown glanced at the distress signal, his face impassive as he declared, "Hold on a little longer. I am on my way." In an instant, the spaceship unleashed its full firepower, bursting forth from Earth's atmosphere to reach the moon's far side. Observing the explosions and concentrated gunfire below, Lockdown promptly dispatched nearly 400 armed mechanical soldiers and over 100 mechanical hyenas, leaping from the spacecraft and piloting combat aircraft to reinforce the lunar surface. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of adversarial soldiers from the sky, Starscream comprehended the dire situation. His heart raced as he realized a fleet of ships loomed above him. Retreat! Retreat! Just as Starscream prepared to transform and escape, Lockdown had already locked onto him. The weapon atop Lockdown's head swiftly transformed into an energy sniper cannon, aiming at Starscream. A single shot penetrated the wing of the transforming Decepticon. "On my arm!" Starscream cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. The battle at this moment is drawing to a close as Barricade nonchalantly descends from the spacecraft. "Starscream, it's been a while." "Barricade, it turns out to be you." "Release me at once, or Lord Megatron will undoubtedly have his vengeance. I am, after all, his second in command." Starscream uttered these cowardly words with an air of bravado. Barricade paid him no heed, approaching him to cuff his hands, subsequently dragging him by one leg towards the ship's ascent chamber. "Since Megatron holds you in such high regard, you must possess valuable information regarding the Decepticons. Yes? Barricade, are you not a bounty hunter? I can offer you a fortune for my freedom. I have stashed away no less than 500,000 Shonic coins in a bar beneath the city of Kaon on Cybertron. That is a bargain for my life." Starscream desperately sought to preserve his existence, planning to seize Barricade upon their return to the Nemesis, interrogate him about the location of the riches, and then eliminate him afterward. However, Barricade remained unresponsive to Starscream's pleas, bringing him into the ship's large prison area, where he was suspended upside down in a solitary cell. "No, you cannot treat a Decepticon flight commander in such a manner. Release me." The heavy door of the cell slowly closed, muffling Starscream's cries, while Barricade was surrounded by a series of iron cages and solitary confinement cells. Various beings from different races were captured and imprisoned aboard this nearly 500-meter diameter circular vessel. The lower 2 levels transformed entirely into a dungeon echoing with endless cries. It wasn't until Barricade exited the prison area that the cacophony began to fade as he swiftly piloted the ship 5 kilometers away from the moon, pausing to await Megatron's arrival. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, upon receiving Starscream's distress signal, Megatron was consumed by fury. In the vastness of space, it was always the Decepticons who dealt with their enemies. How dare anyone turn the tables, especially on the moon? Decepticons. Whatever enemy stands against us is a foe to be vanquished. Join me as we obliterate them. The Nemesis set into motion, departing from Earth. At the Autobot base, the Autobots intercepted a high-frequency signal, which seemed not to originate from their own kind, but rather from the Decepticons. It may be our fellow Autobots stranded on the moon. Like a smokescreen, Optimus Prime observed the signal on the screen, addressing his team with gravitas. "Prowl, RC Bumblebee, and Smokescreen will accompany me to the moon to investigate if our brethren are in need of assistance. Silverbolt, you are tasked with guarding the base and stand ready to support us." "Me? Hooray!" The Smokescreen leapt excitedly, indeed. He had been cooped up in the base for far too long. This time on the mission, he was determined to learn from Optimus Prime how to become a competent leader. Subsequently, Optimus entrusted the decryption task to Sentinel, and as soon as Sentinel completed the decryption, he would immediately lead Jolt and the Barricade to the designated coordinates to excavate the sacred artifact. This high-frequency signal had been intentionally placed on the moon by the confinement, with the sole purpose of luring out all Autobots and Decepticons concealed on Earth. Little did he anticipate that Megatron would detect this high-frequency signal, while he was engaged in the final step of the calibration process. With a press of the last button, the consciousness connectors attached to the 5 formidable royal machines detached, and the 5 regal behemoths slowly opened their eyes. This sensation was truly delightful. Chapter 99. A moonlit reinforcement indeed. It was unexpected that the fusion technology had advanced 2 days ahead of schedule. However, it was perfect, as I had not had the opportunity to stretch my legs for quite some time, and it was high time to venture out. Megatron gazed with satisfaction at the 5 royal behemoths before him and declared, "You shall accompany me to the moon. It is time for the Autobots and Decepticons to understand who reigns supreme on Earth." Thereafter, Blackbird summoned Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Dead End to the external laboratory, instructing Thundercracker and Dead End to each lead 100 elite clone soldiers and mechanical insects alongside Megatron as they entered the land bridge, heading for the far side of the moon. At that moment, Starscream arrived first at the predetermined coordinates, eliminating all the soldiers stationed on the moon's far side. Near the space bridge, "My lord, we should leave one alive to inquire about their master." At that instant, thanks to the reminder from the roadblock, Starscream became aware of this matter. Yet, what did it matter? They were dead. Starscream firmly believed that those dispatched by their leader were certainly nearby. Search thoroughly. Let not a single corner be overlooked. The commander of these mechanical soldiers must be in the vicinity, as Starscream directed the Decepticons to pursue the whereabouts of the confinement. The latter was already observing their every move from the spaceship above, just as his head prepared to transform into an energy sniper cannon. Optimus Prime emerged from a cerulean vortex not far from the Decepticons on the far side of the moon. "Optimus Prime, I did not expect you to arrive here as well. How fortuitous, for I shall repay you for all the humiliation I endured in the past." Optimus gazed in astonishment at the now vastly transformed Megatron. "What have you done, Megatron?" "I have merely augmented my power a tad. Today, I shall test this strength upon you." As the battle raged on, Megatron wielded the Dark Star Sword and soared towards Optimus Prime, unleashing a powerful purple blade of energy aimed directly at him. Unyielding, Optimus mirrored his opponent's fierce approach, launching a blue energy blade in retaliation. The two colossal energies collided with an explosive force, sending shockwaves that uprooted countless moonlit debris, nearly obliterating the surrounding craters. All Autobots and Decepticons in the vicinity were hurled away by the immense power of the blast, disregarding the influence of gravity. Yet, Megatron and Optimus remained unfazed by the tumultuous energy wave. Just as they were on the verge of meeting, Megatron delivered a swift punch to Optimus's face, quickly following it with a kick aimed at his chest. Although gravity diminished the impact of Megatron's assault, Optimus still sustained considerable damage, being sent flying. Watching from a spaceship, the cloaked figure, locked down, felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. The two swords wielded by Megatron and Optimus were of immense power, especially the Star Sword in Optimus's grasp, a legendary weapon sought after by the Thunderstorm but never found. Concealed in the shadows, Lockdown knew they would not detect him. If he could swiftly unleash 2 sniper energy blasts, he could eliminate both Optimus and Megatron. Though the corpses of the 2 leaders held little value, their weapons were priceless, promising a lucrative payday, perhaps even allowing him to retain one for personal use. As he prepared for his lethal strike amidst the chaos, another swirling vortex of blue and green emerged, from which stepped a towering crimson transformer, standing at 137 meters. Following closely behind were 5 massive beast warriors, one of which reached a height of 15 meters. Soon, Thunderclash, Skyfire, and Inferno led a contingent of 200 soldiers, emerging one after another from the vortex. At this moment, both Megatron and Optimus halted their movements, their gazes fixated on this new arrival, Emperor Tianming, as well as the warriors accompanying him. They understood that this confrontation could very well be their ultimate battle. Optimus quickly called for all combat personnel within the base to mobilize for support. Lockdown, now appearing dazed and concerned, recognized the significance of Emperor Tianming, the former chief of the Academy. Should he manage to capture him, regardless of the outcome, the individual aboard the tidal wave would be immensely pleased, potentially elevating Lockdown's own powers to that of a leader, or even granting him several combined transformers. With a commanding voice, Emperor Tianming issued his orders. Wang Dianji, along with 4 subordinates, combined to form a towering 58-meter giant, Wang Dianji as the core, with the left arm composed of Vengeful Cloud and the right arm of Soaring Cloud. The legs were formed from the fierce lion of Cloud and the wrathful tiger, resulting in the combined transformer, Cataclysm. Tear them apart completely. Tianmu, Tianxing combine. Di Tianming, wielding the Grave Star Sword, swiftly issued commands for an assault, summoning all members of the Thousand Machines Hall to the battlefield. He charged toward Optimus Prime and Megatron, declaring, "Today, we shall settle this once and for all. Who will claim the ultimate victory? For Cybertron, Megatron, and Tianming, today marks your demise." As Megatron and Optimus Prime rushed toward one another, the aerial reinforcements arrived on the moon, transforming into the valiant Unyielding and the Rainbringer. They engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable Calamity, whose strength far surpassed that of the Rainbringer and Unyielding. With just two powerful punches, Calamity forced both combiners to retreat. Had it not been for their additional defensive armor, they would have been utterly dismantled. Realizing the overwhelming might of Calamity, Unyielding and Rainbringer understood that if they did not unite to suppress him, they would surely be defeated within 3 exchanges. They each drew forth their most powerful weapons, the sonic resonance cannon and the laser particle gun, launching simultaneous assaults on Calamity. Swiftly, Calamity unsheathed the massive blade from his back, cleaving the energy projectile from the sonic resonance cannon in half, while bracing himself against the barrage of energy bullets from the laser particle gun. "You think such trifling energy projectiles can harm me? You, the diminutive Autobot combiner, are doomed to perish." Calamity charged toward Unyielding, swinging his blade downward. Unyielding caught the blade with both hands, exclaiming, "You are courting death." As Calamity exerted force on the hilt, Unyielding found himself struggling, and with a swift motion, Calamity severed Unyielding's left arm. Had he not evaded quickly, he would have been cleaved in two. The loss of his left arm caused Unyielding to disassemble rapidly, transforming into the air raid while his legs crumbled, plunging him into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Rainbringer sought to replicate his earlier tactic, launching a sonic resonance cannon projectile at Calamity's back. "Die, you combiner. I shall devour you, turning you into my sustenance." But Calamity pivoted swiftly, using the back of his blade to deflect the energy projectile. He then fixed his gaze upon Rainbringer and hurled the massive sword with great force, piercing Rainbringer's chest. In an instant, Rainbringer disassembled, the core entity, the hungry dragon, shattered, sustaining grave injuries and slipping into unconsciousness. Had it not been for his protective armor, his spark would have been extinguished. In another arena, Tianming swung the Grave Star sword with vigor, unleashing a colossal blue-golden wave of energy toward Megatron and Optimus Prime, unyielding to the onslaught. Megatron and Optimus Prime countered with their most powerful strikes, resulting in a tremendous surge of energy. Undeterred, the three combatants gripped their weapons resolutely. Since acquiring this power, I have yet to unleash the full extent of this transcendent force. Once again, Megatron charged towards Emperor Tianming, and with a resounding clash, their weapons met in a fierce confrontation. Seizing the moment, Megatron delivered a powerful punch to Emperor Tianming's flank, while Emperor Tianming retaliated with a strike to Megatron's jaw. Both were sent sprawling from the force of their blows. At that moment, Optimus Prime unleashed a surge of blue energy in the form of a sword strike directed at Megatron, while he himself wielded the Star Sword to assault Emperor Tianming, determined to cleave him in two. As the Star Sword descended upon Emperor Tianming, he caught the blade with both hands, summoning all his strength to rise slowly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he released the Star Sword and delivered a swift kick that sent Optimus Prime hurtling away. Had it not been for the influence of gravity, the tremendous force could have caused severe internal injuries, leaving him either unconscious or lifeless. Optimus Prime had initially intended to spare him, but it seemed that mercy was no longer an option. Just as Emperor Tianming prepared to deliver the final blow to extinguish Optimus Prime's spark, a violet sword energy surged towards him. "Emperor Tianming, I shall personally deal with you, and you shall perish beneath my blade." Emperor Tianming grasped the hilt of his sword, severing the violet energy with a decisive strike. At that moment, Megatron, whose power exceeded even that of Tianyu, rapidly approached with a dark Star Sword in hand. He slashed down, compelling Emperor Tianming to block the attack with a horizontal parry. "Megatron, you seek your own demise." In a swift motion, Emperor Tianming activated a laser particle cannon from his left shoulder, aiming it at Megatron. Sensing the imminent threat, Megatron braced himself with his mini diamond-like silver armor to withstand the assault. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force of the laser particle cannon sent him crashing to the lunar surface, incurring significant internal injuries. His transmission conduits were completely destroyed, and the neural pathways had been torn apart, with cracks appearing in his chest armor. At that moment, a sniper energy projectile shot towards Emperor Tianming. The Autobot known as Catastrophe swiftly intervened, positioning his massive frame to intercept the surprise attack. "My lord, are you unharmed?" For Catastrophe, the sniper energy projectile merely grazed his armored exterior like a tickle, but for the unprepared Emperor Tianming, a direct hit could have been fatal. "Thank you." Emperor Tianming did not dwell on the sudden energy projectile's potential devastation, but instead swiftly turned to face the source from which it had come. As the rightful confinement prepared to pilot the spacecraft and make its escape, it was already too late. A brilliant azure and golden energy blade cleaved towards the aft of the ship, the immense force slicing a gaping wound into the circular vessel. The cloaking mode, disrupted, automatically shut down. Tianming, gazing at the suddenly revealed massive circular warship, slightly larger than his own Mingda, spoke with grave intensity. "Soldiers, join me aboard that ship. We must locate that cunning individual who delights in ambushes and bring him before me." Upon witnessing the spacecraft descending towards Earth, Tianming felt a surge of elation. If his conjecture proved accurate, this ship belonged to the bounty hunter known as Confinement. Ambushing from shadows was indeed the very specialty and favored pastime of Confinement. Transforming into a Cybertronian aerial predator, he swiftly soared towards Earth, while the calamity of destruction disbanded, morphing into a menacing form. Following closely were Tianjun, Hai-E, Sihua, and all remaining soldiers of the Thousand Machine Hall, racing towards Earth. At that moment, the beleaguered police vehicles, Alcai, Bumblebee, and Smokescreen, approached Optimus Prime, while Tong Tianxiao led the remaining Autobots, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any sign of Megatron and the Decepticons. "Optimus, are you unharmed?" "I am well. You must return to base immediately with the injured for treatment," Optimus replied, reattaching the star sword to his back and taking flight. He surveyed his fellow Autobots, noting that Bumblebee was in the direst condition, both arms severed by Tianjun's blade. Had Tianming not chosen to pursue the spacecraft, the finest scout among the Autobots would have met his demise. Certainly, Smokescreen, equipped with a phase shifter, was not in a better state, having been utterly overwhelmed by Sihua. Ambulance. Activate the land bridge and swiftly pinpoint the descent location of that Cybertronian ship. Those uninjured shall proceed via the land bridge to provide support. We must not allow this ship to fall into the hands of Tianming and the Decepticons. As the clashes between the three factions intensified and the battles grew fiercer, Earth's energon resources gradually dwindled, plunging the Autobots into an energy crisis. This colossal Cybertronian ship undoubtedly harbored an abundance of energon, and should the Autobots acquire it, they would gain interstellar travel capabilities, significantly enhancing their strategic prowess. Once Optimus had orchestrated his plans, he hastened toward the site of the ship's impending descent. At that moment, Megatron also caught sight of the falling Cybertronian ship and promptly commanded, "All Decepticon soldiers, mobilize at once. Board that warship. I will personally eliminate the Cybertronian who attacked my lunar outpost." Due to the severe injuries sustained by the leading troops, they were rendered incapable of continuing the pursuit. Megatron merely cast a glance back at them before taking the remaining aerial Decepticons and transforming into an aircraft, hurtling towards the fallen ship below. Meanwhile, Barricade crawled up from a nearby crater, observing the members of the leading troops and the fallen Decepticon soldiers. Where were the remaining Decepticons? And where had Megatron gone? The leader had taken the remaining soldiers to pursue the crash site. Bloodstained Bear pointed towards Earth, his voice weak as he urged, "Hurry and send us back for treatment. The Dragon leader is on the brink." Subsequently, Barricade swiftly contacted the Nemesis, requesting them to bring the ship to retrieve him and the leading troops, while preparing to receive the wounded. Simultaneously, Megatron and Optimus Prime descended from the moon, exchanging glances. "Optimus, you are the only one among us who can fly, yet you dare to compete with me? Seeking your own demise." Megatron rapidly transformed into his humanoid form, drawing the Dark Star Saber, unleashing a wave of purple energy towards Optimus. He then reverted to his Cybertronian jet form and surged towards Earth. After fending off Megatron's assault, Optimus accelerated downward, both utilizing their humanoid forms to engage in an intense aerial duel of energy blades until they finally descended to the ground. Chapter 101. Either perish together or cease hostilities. As Optimus and Megatron battled fiercely beside the wrecked ship, Megatron was bolstered by 7 Minicons and over 30 aerial troops. Consequently, Optimus was compelled to retreat into the ship's interior, seeking refuge from the Decepticon onslaught, striving to buy time for the Autobots' treatment and reinforcements. Meanwhile, inside the ship, Lockdown was in a state of panic. The vessel had sustained grave damage and was unable to start. In his desperation, he issued a final command. All mechanical soldiers and mechanical hounds deploy. Prevent the invaders from breaching. After the notorious individual known as Gene dispatched a distress signal to an unknown location in the cosmos, he swiftly departed from the main control room, heading towards the docking bay on the 3rd level of the spacecraft. Meanwhile, within the vessel, Tianming was on the hunt for prey when he was suddenly besieged by a throng of mechanical soldiers and mechanical hyenas wielding energy rifles. The formidable Huang Tianji, leading his fearsome subordinates, charged forth as a bulwark, effortlessly swatting aside numerous mechanical soldiers with his claws. Following this, a powerful tail swipe sent several clustered mechanical hyenas flying to their demise. As the number of mechanical soldiers and hyenas continued to swell, Huang Tianji released a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of black and gold dragon flames that incinerated all mechanical soldiers firing upon him. The furious Yin Yunhu and other colossal beasts followed suit, each expelling streams of searing flames at the advancing mechanical warriors. The intense heat not only obliterated the majority of the surrounding mechanical soldiers and hyenas, but also melted certain items within the spacecraft. Search meticulously, spare no corner, commanded Tianming. We must locate that audacious attacker and eliminate him. He instructed his commanders and troops to split up for a thorough search, while he, accompanied by Huang Tianji and Chong Yinxiao, proceeded towards the energy supply room of the spacecraft. As they traversed the ship's architecture, Tianming noted, "Indeed, quite impressive. However, this should be a large-scale battle cruiser, yet pales in comparison to even a standard combat ship, possessing only a scant few weaponry." At that moment, Tianjun, Heya, and Sihor reported to Tianming, stating that the 2nd and 3rd levels were filled with expansive holding cells, housing countless extraterrestrial beings. Just as they were poised to further explore, hoping to uncover any Autobots or Decepticons imprisoned within, C was suddenly detected a rapidly moving signal. "My lord, I have made a discovery. There is a signal from a super energy entity that is neither Autobot nor Decepticon, and it is moving at great speed. Everyone, proceed to the 3rd level of the spacecraft. We cannot allow our quarry to escape." Upon receiving the news, Tianming quickly led his team towards the 3rd level. As they approached the energy supply room, they unexpectedly encountered Gene Bai, who was accompanied by over 20 mechanical soldiers and hyenas, preparing to transport the super energy entity. "I thought you would meekly retreat to your cell, sparing me the effort. Instead, you choose to flee. Your avarice has sealed your fate. Since you are here, do not expect to leave." With a swift motion, Tianming signaled Huang Tianji, who immediately transformed into his humanoid form and charged forward. "Quickly hold him off. Eliminate that beast." Upon witnessing Huang Tianji's aggressive advance, Gene Bai was overwhelmed with terror and deeply regretted his decision to personally handle the super energy entity. The remaining mechanical soldiers and hyenas attempted to obstruct Huang Tianji and his allies, while Gene Bai hurriedly made his way towards the docking bay of the spacecraft, where a ship was prepared for takeoff. "Trying to escape? Have you consulted me about that?" Chong Yinxiao swiftly pursued, executing a swift kick that dented the wall of the spacecraft, incapacitating the fleeing captive, who collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Just as Chong Yinxiao prepared to tear apart the captive's body to consume its core, Tianming approached and commanded, "Halt. I have questions for him." He then positioned the muxing sword against the captive's chest, regarding him with a serious demeanor. "Who sent you, and what is your purpose?" The captive, looking at the oblivious Tianming, erupted into laughter. "I never imagined the former chief of the Academy of Sciences would be so ignorant. Soon, calamity will befall you Cybertronians. Whether it be Optimus Prime, Megatron, or you, Tianming, you will all become mere corpses, regardless of where you attempt to flee." The captive's words were as empty as air, lacking any valuable information. Tianming chose not to engage further and promptly issued commands. "Tianjun, Hai, take all soldiers and transport every prisoner within this facility to a secure location." They will serve as my invaluable experimental subjects for the foreseeable future. Not long after the order was given, Optimus Prime and Megatron arrived at the scene with their respective forces. The three exchanged glances, their anger palpable, each gripping their weapons tightly. Tianming, Optimus Prime, your timing is impeccable. This spacecraft shall become your new grave. That applies equally to you, Megatron. Tianming retorted as he observed the two charging towards him. In such a confined space, with the potential for conflict, he swiftly directed the muxing sword towards the super energy bodies in the energy chamber to his front left. Do not move, or I shall unleash a cataclysmic explosion, and none shall survive. There are over 10,000 crates of refined super energy within. The revelation left everyone present in shock. A mere flick of Tianming's sword could trigger an explosion powerful enough to obliterate them all. Optimus Prime and Megatron were compelled to cease their assault. However, the same could not be said for their subordinates, as the Decepticons, Autobots, and various factions continued to clash within the prison for their own interests. Tianming paid little mind to these skirmishes among the lower ranks, confident in the royal beasts accompanying his three commanders. Moreover, Tianjun and Hai Yi had already attained leadership levels, while Sihua had reached the status of a commander. Dealing with mere Autobots and Decepticons was trivial. Seeing that Optimus Prime and Megatron had not made a move, Tianming proposed, "Let us divide the super energy among our three factions." Agreed. Megatron and Optimus Prime responded in unison, yet Megatron's agreement was merely verbal. He intended to seize all the Energon entities in the ship as soon as Emperor Tianming let down his guard. The notion of sharing such a bounty of Energon entities equally with Optimus Prime and Emperor Tianming was nothing short of a fanciful dream for the Decepticons. Chapter 102, a special offering for the moon. Optimus Prime, being most familiar with Megatron, was acutely aware of his ulterior motives. However, pressed by the threat of mutual destruction posed by Emperor Tianming, he reluctantly acquiesced. Optimus Prime harbored aspirations of acquiring the Energon entities aboard the ship, ideally in a manner reflecting the current atmosphere of civility, to avert unnecessary casualties. Emperor Tianming glanced towards Megatron, who was not far ahead, and solemnly inquired, "Megatron, do you not wish to understand why the confinement has come to Earth? What is its purpose? I have been unable to extract this information. Therefore, I require your cortical neural connection technology to unearth everything from his mind for our mutual benefit." On what grounds? Megatron vehemently rejected Emperor Tianming's proposal, fearing that Tianming might seize the cortical neural connection device and reverse engineer the technology. "Do you think I covet your technology?" Emperor Tianming retorted. "You once accessed the contents of my mind using this very technology, yet what did you glean from it?" This statement ignited Megatron's fury. Years prior, he had employed the cortical neural connection technology solely to tap into the formidable weaponry and biological gene control techniques within Tianming's mind, only to discover a void upon activation, yielding no valuable information. Thus, Megatron surmised that Tianming must have employed some exceptional countermeasures. "Very well, I shall have the apparatus brought forth," he conceded. Shortly thereafter, a soldier named Jidao emerged from the land bridge, accompanied by several Decepticon soldiers, transporting the device. What is transpiring, Lord Megatron?" Jidao inquired, astonished to witness the three prominent figures refraining from conflict. "This does not concern you, Jidao. Quickly assemble the cortical neural connection. I need to ascertain his precise condition." Chang Yangxiu procured a still-functioning mechanical soldier, directing Jidao to connect the cortical neural apparatus to the confinement. Sequential images began to play on the device, revealing three large assault ships aligned in the Wu U-Star system, accompanied by countless smaller combat vessels. Atop the largest assault ship sat a blue lion-like figure upon a throne, surrounded by a dense assembly of generals and numerous mechanical soldiers and mechanical hyenas. In his right hand, he wielded a black long gun. Furthermore, a striking figure, adorned in purple and sporting a pair of white horns, stood beside the formidable Thunderbreaker. This is the double-faced one. Megatron and Optimus Prime gazed in astonishment at Tianming. How could the former deputy chief of the Academy of Sciences during the days of the Council of Elders, a technological prodigy well-versed in the arts of the combined Transformers and Titan Transformers, have aligned himself with the interstellar marauders known as the Star Pirates? Tianming, confronted by a familiar senior, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the next moment, he witnessed the Autobots, Inferno, Hoist, and the Reckless Ones, alongside the Decepticon scientists, forcibly fitted with head-sensing devices. Should they fail to produce valuable weaponry for Thunder Fury, they would be subjected to unending mental torment. The plight of other Autobots and Decepticon members was even more harrowing, akin to the miners of the Council of Elders era, toiling around the clock without a single hearty meal. If it did not work, their fate was singular: to become prey for the primitive beasts or to be extracted of their sparks and perish. Witnessing this, fear etched itself upon the faces of Optimus Prime, Megatron, Tianming, and all present. Thunder Fury, in stark contrast to the previous Council of Elders, was a terror beyond measure. They were a scourge, reveling in the torment of Cybertronians, the dregs of the Cybertron colonies. The savage beasts among them were my kin. They were being treated as mere pets, and I yearned to crush the leader of the Sparks with my own hands. As the final image in his mind faded, the being known as the Confinement regained consciousness. Confinement? How many minions does Thunder Fury command, and what is the current strength of Breaker Thunder? He inquired. Did you not witness it? I have already dispatched news of your presence on this planet. Before long, Breaker Thunder will arrive with a formidable fleet. With a pause in his tone, he continued with utmost arrogance. This place shall become a veritable hell, and you will all become his captives. Should you release me now, relinquish your weapons, and subdue Tianming, perhaps I can persuade Breaker Thunder to spare your lives, allowing you to become his overseers in the mines. Megatron would never submit to another, nor return to such wretched existence. He stepped forward and crushed Confinement's left foot underfoot, demanding, reveal more secrets of the Star Pirates, as well as the specifics of your weaponry and what the double-faced man has researched or is currently researching. Seeing that Confinement remained silent, Megatron contemplated taking him away for further interrogation by Soundwave, convinced that he would eventually yield. Megatron, what are you planning? Tianming interjected. Our transaction has concluded. All the Energon on this ship will belong to the Decepticons. In an instant, Megatron swung the Dark Star sword directly at the chest of Emperor Tianming. With swift reflexes, Emperor Tianming dodged, causing the Grave Star sword to collide with the Dark Star sword. Although the clash did not produce the radiant effects typical of energy blades, the collision of these two legendary weapons generated a powerful wave of energy that swiftly tore through the spacecraft, distorting a portion of the hyper-energy containment boxes, from which the hyper-energy began to leak out through the ruptures. Have you thought this through, Megatron? If you force an attack here, we shall not escape the range of the hyper-energy explosion. Even with our powers surpassing the celestial realm, Emperor Tianming glared fiercely at Megatron, then struck him squarely in the chest, forcing him back. Optimus Prime, ever the strategist, recognized the bigger picture. Regardless of the fierce battles that had transpired between the Thousand Mechanisms Hall and the Decepticons, those were mere internal conflicts of Cybertron. Now, they faced the monumental threat posed by the interstellar marauder, Thunder Fury, who commanded a vast cosmic fleet. This was the greatest peril known to the Cybertronians thus far. Therefore, it was unnecessary to expend their vital forces over these hyper-energies. Meanwhile, Smokescreen contacted Optimus Prime through a secure channel. Optimus, I have successfully evaded the pursuit of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall and the Decepticons, and have reached the other side of the ocean in an escape pod. This pod contains 5 mechanical dinosaurs. Additionally, Barricade relayed good news. Not only had they rescued Red Spider, but they also discovered Thunder Fury and the rebellious Skyquake among the aerial squad members. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianming continued to locate a significant number of surviving prisoners, placing them into a unified stasis to be sent to a temporary base, awaiting his further instructions. Chapter 103. The Fusion of the Titan, Azura King the 3 individuals. Upon receiving reports from their subordinates, wore expressions of delight, while Megatron's greed for the hyper-energy surged. Emperor Tianming, Optimus Prime, all of these over 10,000 boxes of hyper-energy belong to the Decepticons. If you desire them, you must kneel. Perhaps I might grant you 400 or 500 boxes. Though hyper-energy held little significance for Emperor Tianming, witnessing Megatron's insatiable greed ignited his fury. He turned to Optimus Prime, saying, Optimus, since Megatron is so eager for these hyper-energies, let us join forces to defeat him. At that point, we could divide the spoils between the Thousand Mechanisms Hall and the Autobots. What say you? In truth, without the enhancement of legendary weapons, Emperor Tianming recognized that while it would be challenging to completely vanquish Megatron, who wielded the Minicon, he believed they could inflict mutual damage and still emerge victorious. For the sake of caution, an addition of Optimus Prime was made, uniting two formidable forces that rendered Megatron utterly incapable of opposing them. This alliance also served to secure a favor from the Autobots to confront the impending crisis. Upon witnessing their coalition, Megatron remained unfazed. To mitigate the risk of the Dark Star Sword's overwhelming power inadvertently triggering an explosion of the super energy bodies, he concealed the weapon behind his back. Even without the leader's blade, I possess the ability to extinguish the flames of both of you. With that, Megatron lunged toward Emperor Tianming and Optimus Prime, delivering a powerful blow that sent one of them flying. However, his arrogance led to his downfall. Emperor Tianming swiftly evaded Megatron's initial punch and seized his right arm, creating an opening for Optimus Prime to deliver a decisive kick to Megatron's abdomen. Overwhelmed by pain, Megatron fell to the ground, only to receive another blow to the head from Emperor Tianming, sending him soaring away. As Megatron rose, preparing to charge at Optimus Prime and Emperor Tianming once more, he found himself severely injured. A significant impact had left a gaping wound on his head, from which a substantial amount of super energy bodies spilled forth. More critically, the blow had dulled his reflexes. Very well, I concur with the proposal for an equitable division. Megatron conceded, recognizing that further reluctance to negotiate the distribution of his super energy bodies would lead him to a fate where he would receive none. Thus, the decision was made to evenly divide these synthesized super energy bodies. Noticing a glimmer of regret in Optimus Prime's gaze, Emperor Tianming understood his desire for the battleship. Despite its damage, it could still be salvaged with some repairs. However, Emperor Tianming could not afford to allow the Autobots an opportunity to grow stronger. While future collaboration with the Autobots remained a mere possibility, he proposed that his faction take 40 of the wreckage while the Autobots and Decepticons each claimed 30. Upon hearing Emperor Tianming's intentions regarding the battleship, Megatron immediately protested. "Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Expansion, expansion, and more expansion. Why should you claim 40? I demand 60, and you and Optimus Prime can split the remaining 40. Emperor Tianming, unwilling to engage in further fruitless dialogue, activated his arm cannon, aiming it at the super energy bodies within the power chamber. I am done with idle chatter. Either comply with my terms, or we shall bring about our own destruction in the explosion of the super energy bodies, leading to the annihilation of this ship and our return to the matrix of leadership. Wait, hold on. Let's proceed as you say, Emperor Tianming. You can have 40 of the wreckage, and we will take 30. At this moment, Megatron was genuinely alarmed, fearing that a miscalculation could lead to his total annihilation. The explosion of so many super energy bodies was no trivial matter. In order to secure greater benefits for himself, Emperor Tianming realized that he must ensure events unfold according to his desires. Consequently, Optimus Prime and Megatron remained present, while the Autobots, Decepticons, and 1,000 machines haul dispatched the majority of their forces to swiftly dismantle the debris of the spacecraft belonging to their faction, transporting it back to their respective temporary bases. A day later, as the remnants of the spacecraft neared completion of their disassembly, Emperor Tianming finally permitted the three factions to commence the transportation of the super energy cores. Until only the last couple of 100 containers remained, Megatron swiftly drew the Dark Star Sword from his back and unleashed a violet blade of energy aimed directly at the super energy core. "Megatron, are you courting death?" Emperor Tianming exclaimed as he rapidly combined the Tomb of Heaven and the Star of Heaven into the Grave Star Sword, preparing to thwart Megatron's actions. However, it was too late, as the violet energy blade was about to make contact with the super energy core. Emperor Tianming and Optimus Prime were a fraction of a second too slow to evacuate the battlefield. Although the ensuing explosion significantly impacted them, their current strength was vastly superior to what it had been previously. Thus, the relatively minor explosion of the super energy core posed no threat to the lives of Emperor Tianming and Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, during the disassembly of the spacecraft, the entity known as Lockdown, having failed to extract any useful information during interrogation, extinguished his own spark. As for his lifeless form, it was taken away by Megatron amidst the explosion of the super energy core. At this moment, upon returning to the Autobot base, Optimus Prime gazed upon 5 newly arrived familiar Autobot comrades with great delight. Steel Lock, Sludge, Snarl, Ironhide, and Blaster, welcome to Earth. Optimus Prime began, but Steel Lock interjected. Let us forego the welcome ceremony. I am well aware of the current dire circumstances on Earth. To speak candidly, after the war on Cybertron, we were captured by Lockdown, who sought to compel us to serve him, and we were forced to undergo the modifications of the double agents, gaining the ability to combine. As the leader of the Dinobot team, Steel Lock continued with a slightly melancholic tone. These events are not glorious. But I believe the Autobots need our combined strength, now more than ever. Upon hearing that Steel Lock and his companions could combine to form a powerful gestalt, the group felt an inexplicable joy. Although the Aerial Guardian was currently injured and unable to merge into the formidable Omega Supreme, the Autobots now had 2 combiners at their disposal. Among them, the Dinobot Gestalt, known as the Shura King, was surely not weaker than the ancient Titans of Calamity. Meanwhile, Roadblock, witnessing Megatron successfully return with Lockdown's body, felt a deep sense of gratitude. Thank you, Lord Megatron. With this body, we can revive Lockdown, he stated. Currently, we Decepticons must bolster our ranks. Otherwise, how can we contend with the Autobots, the Thousand Machines Hull, and the Thunder Fury? Megatron raised his head and gazed into the depths of outer space. As it stood, the Decepticons had only 2 flying squads, the Thunderstorm and the Turbulence, and their overall strength was notably inferior to that of the Autobots and the Thousand Machines Hull. Chapter 104, The Soul-Reaping Gun Soon. Under the transformative technology of the Shockwave Laser Core, the once dormant entity known as Lockdown revived, now embodying the essence of Stun. Indeed, Stun's current form is that of Lockdown. Although he has lost the ability to transform into a heavy transport helicopter, he has inherited Lockdown's sniper energy cannon. Furthermore, the robustness of his current chassis far surpasses that of his previous incarnation. Roadblock, upon witnessing his old comrade return to his side, was filled with immense joy. Meanwhile, upon returning to the temporary base, Emperor Tianming surveyed the remnants of the spacecraft and the prisoners one by one. Satisfied, he turned to the Black Crow, who had already complied with his orders to land the Mingda. With a solemn expression, he instructed Black Crow, withdraw 90 of our forces from the ship and 50 from the external laboratory to retrofit the Mingda. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming presented Black Crow and Green with a blueprint for the modifications. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. My lord, merely relying on these shipwrecks and the limbs of these prisoners is insufficient for such extensive modifications to the Mingda. Fear not, he replied. Should metal materials prove inadequate, we shall proceed to Cybertron to scavenge. We will melt down the alloy walls of the towns we have captured and forge them into active metal. To expedite the retrofitting of the Mingda, Emperor Tianming found it necessary to revisit the clone soldier production line, generating nearly 200 low-level clone soldiers tasked with construction. He also brought a dozen carbon-based and half-carbon, half-mechanical prisoners to his external laboratory, where he would simultaneously research the restoration of the ultimate Godlock and advance his unfinished biogenetic project. Meanwhile, Black Crow continued to monitor Earth, observing the Autobots and Decepticons as they sought the traces of the sacred relics. However, since the 3 factions became aware that Lockdown had disseminated information about Earth, they each took action, growing increasingly eager for the final Iron Fortress relic. Yet, as they pursued these artifacts, the encryption layers became more complex, slowing the Autobots and Decepticons' progress in deciphering the codes. 4 days later, a vast cosmic fleet swept past Mars, heading towards Earth. Have we still not established contact with Lockdown? Inquired a towering figure, an 11-meter-tall lion man with blue and white livery, 1 foot adorned with a long spike, as he gazed sternly at the azure planet thousands of kilometers away. Leader, not only has Lockdown failed to make contact, but even the signal from his ship has vanished. It seemed that the news from Lockdown was indeed true. He was either dead or had been captured by Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Emperor Tianming. At that moment, the formidable Thunderstorm was not perturbed by the mere bounty hunter's affairs. He was utterly exhilarated at the prospect of personally vanquishing Optimus Prime and Megatron, seeking vengeance against all of Cybertron. Inform all members of Thunderstorm to accelerate our advance. In half an hour, I shall officially land on this vibrant blue life-giving planet. As the command from Breakthrough Thunder swiftly reached all ships amidst the wrath of thunder, A contingent of medium-sized combat vessels took the lead, racing at full speed towards Earth. Meanwhile, the Autobots, Decepticons, and the Thousand Machine Hall on Earth detected a surge of high-frequency signals emanating from outer space, increasingly numerous and dense. The Decepticons prepared for battle at a moment's notice. Autobots, we do not know how many shall fall in this conflict. We must eradicate the cosmic pirate organization, Thunderwrath. The Thousand Machine Hall issued orders for a full retreat, ensuring the defense of external laboratories and ship modification bases. At that very moment, 3 enormous black and purple ships loomed at the fringes of Earth's atmosphere, casting shadows over hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. What is that black object in the sky? It appears to be a colossal alien vessel. Are the extraterrestrials poised for a complete invasion of Earth? Panic-stricken discussions proliferated across the internet in various countries, compelling governments to mobilize vast armies for vigilant defense and urgently contact the Autobots. What is happening? Upon inquiry, the shocking revelation emerged: a faction of cosmic pirates, known for hunting Cybertronians, had arrived on Earth. In an instant, global leaders found themselves at a loss for words. Even Optimus Prime harbored a pessimistic outlook on overcoming this band of marauders. At that moment, every electronic device capable of internet connectivity and visual display around the globe plunged into darkness. After a second, the screen illuminated with the imposing figure of Breakthrough, Thunder, seated upon a throne. He spoke gravely to the fragile native life forms of this planet. Humanity, I, Breakthrough, Thunder, hold no interest in you. However, if you can deliver to me these 3 Cybertronians and their subordinates, I shall grant you the most advanced technology, liberating you from the constraints of your planet to roam the cosmos. Subsequently, images of Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Emperor Tianming were displayed for all humanity to see. Breakthrough, Thunder continued. Human life is exceedingly fragile, its lifespan painfully brief. I can grant you infinite longevity, provided you capture the individuals I seek. All that I have mentioned shall belong to humanity. This declaration sent ripples through society. While many dismissed the credibility of extraterrestrial life, a portion of the populace glimpsed a glimmer of hope, imagining a future where they too could traverse the universe and possess eternal life. Many began a fervent search throughout cities for the Autobots, Decepticons, and the Thousand Machine Hall, yet such efforts proved futile. How could ordinary people possibly locate them? As the leaders of humanity beheld the generous offer from Breakthrough Thunder, they swiftly divided into 2 factions. One faction advocated for utilizing the advantages of the artificial transformers to capture the Autobots, Decepticons, and the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. The other faction contended that the current alien invasion was instigated by the Autobots, Decepticons, and Thousand Mechanisms Hall, arguing for their immediate expulsion from Earth to alleviate the crisis brought about by Breakthrough Thunder. How outrageous! Breakthrough Thunder dared to incite these fragile humans to hunt us. Wielding the Soul Requiem gun, a legendary weapon of unparalleled destructive power, Megatron regarded Breakthrough Thunder's actions with great indignation. The power of the Soul Requiem gun far surpassed that of his own Dark Star sword. The Soul Requiem gun, also known as the Soul Requiem cannon, possesses the ability to absorb stellar energy as its power source. A single shot could obliterate an entire planet, and if wielded by one of our own, his might would only amplify. In this perilous situation, the Autobots and Decepticons simultaneously deciphered a new set of coordinates for the Iron Fortress relics. Autobots, mobilize! Just as Optimus Prime prepared to lead all combatants in search of the relics, the medic, who had been responsible for the spark plug modifications, stepped forward, concern etched upon his face. Optimus, in light of Breakthrough Thunder's proclamation, humanity has completely lost hope in us. Venturing forth to seek the relics is unwise. We may very well fall victim to the artificial transformers created by humans, as well as the wrath of Thunder Fury. Without considering the influence of the Decepticons and the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, the anxiety among the Autobots was palpable as they exchanged worried glances. After all, they faced the daunting task of battling 4 adversaries and successfully retreating, a nearly impossible demand. These final 3 relics must possess extraordinary power with their assistance. We Autobots could surely vanquish Thunder Fury, the Decepticons, the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, and eradicate all artificial transformers. Thus, these 3 relics must not fall into enemy hands. Otherwise, We would lose our strategic advantage against Thunder Fury, the Decepticons, and the Thousand Mechanisms Hull. Although Optimus Prime, bolstered by his own formidable strength, harbored no fear of the interstellar pirates under Thunder Fury, confident even in the face of breakthrough thunder. The reality remained that many of his comrades lacked such power and were unaware of the exact strength of Thunder Fury's forces and the number of devastating warships at their disposal. No matter how powerful he might be, facing a multitude could lead to his own demise due to energy depletion. As he observed the Autobots rallying their courage for the impending battle, Optimus Prime spoke resolutely. No matter the circumstances, we remain Cybertronians. The technology of Cybertron must never fall into the hands of these pirates under Thunder Fury. Autobots, prepare for a fierce confrontation. Medic, activate the land bridge. With the opening of the land bridge, Optimus Prime arrived at the scene, where less than half of the sacred artifact had been excavated. Nearby, Megatron was commanding the Decepticons to swiftly eliminate the Autobot forces, wielding the Dark Star Sword to clear a significant area, momentarily diminishing the advantage of the artificial warriors. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. Nearly 20,000 filled the surroundings. Optimus Prime, Megatron exclaimed in fury upon turning and spotting Optimus and his Autobot companions. That sacred artifact belongs to me. Rain Demon, hurry and retrieve it for me. With a swift slash of his sword directed at Optimus, he urgently ordered Rain Demon to comply. Unwilling to relent, Optimus quickly instructed Teletron, one to lead a team to impede the artificial warriors, buying time to secure the artifact. Silver Sword, Steel Cable, this sacred Iron Fortress artifact is entrusted to you. Ensure it does not fall into Megatron's hands. With that, Optimus brandished the Star Sword and charged toward Megatron. At that moment, Silver Sword and Steel Cable rallied their team to combine into the formidable Brave and Azura King. Azura King surged forward first, delivering a powerful punch that sent Rain Demon staggering back. Following this, Brave executed an elbow strike, toppling Rain Demon. Struggling to rise, Rain Demon prepared to unleash his sonic cannon to obliterate the two combined Autobots. However, just as he fired the energy blast, Azura King drew a massive sword from behind and cleaved it in two. Instantly, the energy concentrated within the sonic cannon erupted violently, sending both Rain Demon and Azura King reeling. Meanwhile, Brave, who had been excavating rapidly in the rear, finally unearthed the sacred artifact. Upon opening the artifact's storage chamber, a golden shield materialized before him. What is this? Brave wondered aloud. As he grasped the shield, it expanded dramatically, growing to approximately 8 meters in diameter before stabilizing. Both Optimus and Megatron turned their gazes toward the shield in Brave's hands, exclaiming in astonishment, "Thunder Shield!" With the artifact now in their possession, Optimus commanded, "All Autobots retreat." At that moment, several shells rained down upon Optimus and Megatron. "Quickly, seek cover," they both ordered in unison as they ascended rapidly, wielding their swords to detonate the incoming energy blasts mid-air. As large combiners, they were particularly susceptible to the blasts. Brave raised the Thunder Shield, activating its protective mechanism, which summoned a cerulean energy dome that enveloped a radius of 500 meters. "Hurry, move to my position." The Dauntless swiftly moved, enveloping the ascending titan known as Tongxiangxiu, and continued toward the Shura King, who was currently repelling energy projectile assaults. The protective energy shield encompassed him, while the rain-seeking spirit, mercilessly battered by the Shura King, succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed on the ground after being struck by multiple energy blasts. As two energy projectiles descended upon their group of 5, Dauntless did not hesitate. He dashed forward a few steps, shielding the hungry dragon and his companions beneath him. In an instant, the vicinity within 5 miles of the sacred artifact's coordinates was engulfed in fiery devastation from the energy blasts, reduced to a charred wasteland. Approximately 10 minutes later, the barrage ceased. At that moment, the Thunderbreaker, armed with the Soul Requiem gun, accompanied by over 30 commanders, including the likes of Cannon, Sulfur, and more, alongside over 2,000 elite mechanical warriors and mechanical hyenas, approached Optimus Prime and Megatron. "Optimus Prime, Megatron, I never anticipated you would bring me such valuable items. Aside from the Thunder Shield, I shall gladly accept the 2 weapons you wield, along with your spark. However, it is a pity that Emperor Tianming did not join us. Thunderbreaker, you are a Cybertronian who revels in the slaughter of your own kind. I Optimus Prime shall bring you to justice. Thunderbreaker, I shall claim the soul Requiem gun from your hands, and you are destined to fall beneath my leader's blade. In that moment, Optimus Prime and Megatron seemed to reach a mutual understanding, proclaiming in unison, Autobots, Decepticons, let us unite to vanquish Thunderbreaker. Yet, Thunderbreaker exhibited no sign of trepidation, boldly declaring, all of you attack, slay these Autobots, and rewards shall await. With a single command from Thunderbreaker, 8 combined Titans emerged from the ranks of the Thunder Route team, 2 of whom Megatron recognized all too well, Devastator and Skywarp. In an instant, Megatron was taken aback to witness his Decepticon minions serving Thunderbreaker, astonished until he noticed an unusual device affixed to their heads and chests. Anger surged within Megatron as he glared at Thunderbreaker, demanding, what have you done to my subordinates? Chapter 106. A lunar revelation to prove a point, they were unequivocally members of the Thunder Fury, rather than mere subordinates of Megatron. Potelli was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Rather than exhibiting bravado, he firmly grasped the Soul Caliber, channeling his leader-level power to transform it into the Soul Cannon. Aiming directly at Megatron, energy coalesced, and with a resounding blast, a searing energy orb was propelled towards Megatron. In the face of the onslaught from Optimus Prime and the 3 combined Autobots, Potelli commanded the 2 menacing combined Autobots from Mechanical Insect Autobots and his soldiers to engage. Meanwhile, Megatron, confronting the assault of the Soul Cannon, remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable valor as he brandished the Dark Star Sword. A profound purple energy blade surged forth, cleaving towards the energy orb unleashed by the Soul Cannon. The mere leader-level prowess could not fully unleash the true potential of the Soul Caliber. Thus, the purple energy blade sliced through the energy orb, aiming straight for Potelli. At that moment, Potelli gestured, and the airborne tiger positioned himself protectively in front of Potelli, wielding a modified energy sword in a futile attempt to intercept the purple energy blade. Alas, the efforts of the airborne tiger proved to be in vain. As the energy blade struck his legs, even with formidable defensive armor, he could not withstand the might of Megatron's legendary weapon. Accompanied by the tiger's agonizing cries, 5 members of the Flying Tiger squad swiftly disassembled, their combined form shattered and rendered lifeless by the energy blade's onslaught. No, Potelli, I shall obliterate you. Megatron lamented the loss of his 2 combinable lieutenants, their demise fueling an insatiable hatred towards Potelli. With renewed fervor, Megatron charged at Potelli, who remained unperturbed, releasing 2 more soul orbs while commanding the mighty Hercules to confront Megatron. As Megatron's most trusted ally, Hercules struggled to evade his attacks, weighed down by his own cumbersome nature. Hercules awakened. I am Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons, your true master. Megatron's desperate words managed to penetrate the haze, rekindling Hercules' awareness. Hail, Megatron! I shall annihilate you. Eradicate all Autobots. In that moment, Hercules' consciousness was once again seized, swiftly drawing the Sun energy rifle, poised to unleash a torrent of high-temperature beams. Observing this, Megatron reacted swiftly, wielding the Dark Star Sword to sever the Sun energy rifle before it could discharge, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to strike Hercules down. At this moment, Optimus Prime and the Autobots found themselves in an increasingly dire predicament. Despite the assistance of the Rain Summoner, he was not merely contending with 2 colossal ancient beasts, the fearsome combined form of Grimlock, but also with 4 independently sentient and formidable insectoid combiners. Among them was one that was not merely assembled from ordinary mechanical insect soldiers. Rather, it was a fusion of a recoil mechanism as its core, wielding bombs and shrapnel as its arms, while its legs were formed from venom and rampage. These 5 high-ranking mechanical insects combined to create the formidable Rustbug. Optimus Prime, Autobots. Today marks your demise. Just as Rustbug was about to finish his taunt, one of the giant ancient beasts collided with him, scattering the minuscule insects. How dare you claim my credit? Do you wish for a lesson? Faced with the towering figure of the ancient beast, which loomed 5 meters taller, Rustbug seethed in silence, swiftly leading the other 3 insect combiners to confront the seemingly insignificant Autobots and Decepticons. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, under the coordinated assault of the 2 colossal ancient beasts, remained remarkably composed. A slash of blue energy cut through the air, inflicting some damage on one of the giant beasts. Why? Why can I not harm you? At that moment, Optimus was taken aback. Despite the formidable defensive armor of these two beasts, he could not fathom why his attack had yielded such minimal damage. It struck him as peculiar. Could it be that these two combined forms were as powerful as the catastrophic being, formed from exceptionally potent creatures? As he pondered this perplexity, the two colossal ancient beasts seized the opportunity to transform into a winged, monstrous form exceeding 100 meters in length. What? The combiners can transform? Optimus gasped, startled, while the Rain Summoner urgently warned him, "Be cautious." As Optimus finally reacted, it was already too late. The two massive beasts launched a dual assault, unleashing torrents of fiery breath directed at the airborne Optimus. He swiftly ascended to evade the flames, though he could feel the injuries to his legs. Meanwhile, the four insect combiners facing the Rain Summoner and the Lord of Azura had made little progress. One of the combiners was brutally torn apart by the Lord of Azura. Transform into beast forms. Rustbug commanded the remaining two insect combiners, rapidly morphing into a larger, more heavily armored rhinoceros beetle, while he himself transformed into a black beetle measuring over 60 meters in length. The three colossal insects soared into the sky, just as the Dauntless and the Rain Summoner prepared to bring them down. Rustbug issued the order, "Quickly spew venom, then use our bodies to topple them." 3 streams of deep green venom swiftly shot toward the 3 colossal combiners on the ground. The Wu immediately activated the Thunder Shield, enveloping them in a protective energy barrier, thereby averting the risk of their bodies being corroded by the toxin. The Rust Bug, witnessing its venom being thwarted, was infuriated and charged at the protective barrier with 2 combiners transformed into rhinoceros beetles. The tremendous force forced the Wu to retreat. Had it not been for the assistance of King Azura, the Wu would have already fallen, and the protective energy shield would have dissipated. At this moment, although the Autobots had a slight advantage against the Decepticons, as Thunderstorm summoned more advanced mechanical soldiers, the mid to low-tier battlefield was succumbing to defeat. Core members such as Bumblebee, Optimus Prime, and Red Spider faced considerable resistance, making any attempt to escape exceedingly difficult. Just then, from the skies above, 5 flames of different colors erupted towards the assembly point of Thunderstorm's forces below, instantly incinerating hundreds of advanced mechanical soldiers. A dark red Cybertronian aerial predator, accompanied by 300 robotic insects and 200 elite clone soldiers, approached. Thunderstorm, now at a disadvantage, glared furiously at the newcomer, who had just undermined his combat achievements. Chapter 107. The insect combiners encounter their master soundboard. "I require more soldiers and combiners." Thunderstorm urgently contacted the intelligence officer aboard the tidal wave. "Yes, leader." In an instant, numerous small to medium-sized combat ships, robotic insects, and primal beasts surged toward the designated target. Meanwhile, upon landing, Huang Tianji glared at the 2 menacing combiners before him. Filled with rage, "Chong Yunxiao, Yuan Yunxiao, merge with me." A towering 58-meter giant combiner, Calamity Cataclysm, charged toward the 2 beastly combiners, who, upon noticing Calamity Cataclysm, exclaimed, "Oh, we did not expect to encounter a kindred spirit. Let him witness our might." Abandoning their assault on the weary Optimus Prime, the 2 fearsome combiners summoned a cannon along with a cadre of elite mechanical soldiers to confront him. They then swiftly lunged toward Calamity Cataclysm, their sharp and massive claws aiming for his chest, intending to exploit their advantage to bring him down and subsequently tear him apart. However, just as they extended their claws, Calamity Cataclysm stepped forward and seized them by their necks, exerting force with his legs. With an overwhelming display of strength, he pressed the 2 beastly combiners to the ground, his sharp grip showing no signs of relent, but rather tightening further. He lifted the 2 giant combiners effortlessly, and despite the discomfort and pain, they clawed at Calamity Cataclysm in desperation. Why? Why is this ineffective? Why are we unable to penetrate his armor? The 2 fearsome combined titans stood bewildered as their claws left merely a few scratches on the chest of the Cataclysm. At that moment, the Cataclysm, akin to swatting a fly, effortlessly struck down the 2 titans with a powerful slap, causing them to disintegrate and collapse to the ground, gravely injured. My goodness! How is this colossal copy created by Emperor Tianming so formidable? Nonetheless, this powerful combined titan will eventually belong to me. Breakthrough Thunder, abandon your futile hopes. Today, you shall not escape this battlefield. The extinguishing of your spark is a foregone conclusion, and I shall cherish your remains. With a decisive swing of the Grave Star Sword, Emperor Tianming unleashed a torrent of blue-golden energy, sword chi towards Breakthrough Thunder, cleaving through the mechanical soldiers and mechanical hyenas rushing towards him, resulting in a cascade of explosive sparks that was a visual delight. As Breakthrough Thunder beheld the oncoming blue-golden energy sword chi, he instinctively retreated a few steps. Quick, soldiers! Advance! Gripping the soul-settling cannon tightly, he prepared to counter the energy sword chi with its formidable power. However, due to his inadequate strength, he could not fully unleash the cannon's potential, rendering his attempted defense ineffective. Just as he feared imminent defeat at the hands of Emperor Tianming, two small battle spacecraft surged towards the ground at full speed, miraculously intercepting the devastating attack and saving Breakthrough Thunder's life. However, the ensuing massive explosion engulfed numerous mechanical soldiers on the battlefield, including the clone soldiers of the Thousand Machine Hall and the Decepticons, resulting in a rather brutal clash. Leader, are you all right? Reinforcements have arrived. On board, Eamban observed the surveillance footage while expressing concern for Breakthrough Thunder's safety. I am in excellent condition, he replied confidently, extending his left arm. My soldiers and combined warriors utterly rend apart Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Emperor Tianming's defenses. I wish to hear their wails personally. In the blink of an eye, over 20 combined titans surged forth, with 14 comprised of primal beasts and mechanical insects. Additionally, an overwhelming number of advanced mechanical soldiers appeared on the battlefield, which extended 5 kilometers. 5 mechanical soldier combined titans charged directly at Emperor Tianming, while 3 remained by Breakthrough Thunder's side for close protection. The remainder joined the assault on Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the Cataclysm, along with the Dauntless Titans. Upon witnessing his combined titans arrive on the battlefield, Rustbug redirected his attacks towards Emperor Tianming, commanding, all mechanical insects, advance. Tear Emperor Tianming apart as advanced mechanical insect warriors. Even when merged into Rustbug, they retained the ability to command the insect combined titans formed from their mechanical soldiers. As 6 insectoid combiners charged towards him, Emperor Tianming remained utterly unfazed. Come forth, pledge your allegiance to your new master. He surveyed the surrounding insect combiners, a substance reminiscent of insect pheromones rapidly influencing their actions. In an instant, 5 combiners composed of mechanical insects transformed into humanoid forms, kneeling before Emperor Tianming. Esteemed master, we await your command. Even the Rustbug, formed from 5 advanced mechanical insects, felt the effects. However, the immense consciousness connecting the 5 resisted Emperor Tianming's call. Emperor Tianming, what have you done to my subordinates? The Rustbug seethed with rage, unleashing venom towards him. In response, Emperor Tianming unleashed a blade of blue-gold energy, dispersing the venom and emitting an even more potent pheromone. Hasten, pay homage to your new master. Ultimately, the Rustbug succumbed, flying before Emperor Tianming and respectfully kneeling. Rustbug pays homage to the master. Not far away, the thunderous sky observed this scene in utter disbelief, nearly exploding with fury. What is happening? Why have my combiners turned traitor? He glanced towards the 15 combiners tasked with confronting the catastrophe calamity. Apart from 6 that had been swiftly eliminated, the remaining 4 insect combiners ceased their attacks and rushed to his side. Meanwhile, the 5 primordial beasts faced the catastrophe calamity, who single-handedly defeated them, dismantling them completely. If they were of the grotesque kind, the catastrophe calamity would refrain from engaging. However, he would mercilessly consume the sparks of any other primordial beasts. In an instant, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted, with thunderous sky forced into a defensive posture. 9 insect combiners, under the leadership of the Rustbug, began to spray venom towards thunderous sky, resulting in significant losses for the mechanical soldiers as their bodies corroded from the toxic substance. Withdraw, thunderous sky commanded. The 4 to 500 assault demolition soldiers tasked with covering the retreat, armed with highly potent remote detonated explosives, charged towards the Autobots, Decepticons, and the Thousand Machine Hall. Quickly, eliminate them. Do not allow them to approach us. The soldiers unleashed their ranged weaponry, rapidly targeting the suicidal demolition soldiers. By the time they completed their assault, Thunderous Sky had already boarded a medium-sized spacecraft, fleeing with all his subordinates. At that moment, reports from the Autobots and Decepticons flooded in. Optimus Prime, RC has been taken. Lord Megatron, Starscream, and Soundwave have been defeated and captured. This news struck Optimus Prime and Megatron like a bolt from the blue. For Megatron, the capture of Starscream was undoubtedly the worst possible outcome. Chapter 108, contributing to the reproduction of mechanical insects back aboard the tidal wave. Thunderous Sky seethed with indignation, turning to the dual-faced individual beside him. Dual Facers, did you not claim to be the unrivaled master of combiners across the entirety of Cybertron? How do you confront your former pupil and adversary when the combiners you created prove to be utterly ineffectual? On the battlefield, they turn against you, ha ha ha. Breakthrough Thunder laughed, his mirth a scathing mockery of the incompetence of the dual-faced individual. The dual-faced individual caught off guard, never anticipated that Emperor Tianming would turn his research achievements into a weapon against him. After 3 minutes of observing the combat footage, he respectfully addressed Breakthrough Thunder. Leader Breakthrough Thunder, it is an indisputable fact that the fearsome combiners created by Emperor Tianming surpass my own in strength. This young man, aside from his remarkable accomplishments in weaponry, has established himself as the foremost authority in biological sciences, particularly in the realm of genetic technology within Cybertronian civilization. I have personally witnessed his groundbreaking biological theories concerning nucleic acid gene technology. If realized, the entire universe, especially those planets hosting advanced civilizations, would eventually become lifeless husks. Though this proclamation was indeed staggering, it did not serve as a justification for the dual-faced individual's incompetence. If Emperor Tianming had truly developed such technology, he would have perished on the battlefield moments ago. Angrily, he glared at the dual-faced individual, stating, I care not for his affairs. What you must now consider is how to prevent the combiners from turning against us, particularly those insectoid machines linked in consciousness. This is quite straightforward. There are 2 viable strategies to execute. The first involves implanting a segment of advanced insect nucleic acid genes into you, thus allowing direct control over those insect combiners. The second entails installing consciousness controllers within the core chambers of those insect machines. No matter how many methods Emperor Tianming possesses, he would be unable to control the insect machines. Despite his limited understanding of nucleic acid technology, the dual-faced individual was capable of adding genetic segments for someone. Then proceed to implant these insect gene segments for me. I too wish to command these machines, as Emperor Tianming does, to become their absolute master. At this moment, the dual-faced individual stepped closer and cautioned, no, I do not recommend that course of action. Should you and Emperor Tianming exert control over the same insect machine or insect combiner, their consciousness will inevitably become chaotic due to your conflicting wills, resulting in either a relentless killing machine or a catastrophic explosion, leading to utter destruction. Opt for the second strategy. It allows for their cores to self-destruct at critical moments. The tremendous power generated by the self-detonation of the combiners would be beyond what a mere Emperor Tianming could withstand. Upon hearing this, Breakthrough Thunder's anger dissipated significantly. Indeed, the self-detonation of the combiners was an excellent suggestion. Previously, they had conceived the idea of suicide bombers, yet had failed to consider utilizing the self-destruction of the combiners. Very well, implement this strategy immediately. Ensure that all existing insect combiners are equipped accordingly. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. As the dual-faced individual prepared to depart, Cannon and Sulfur brought 3 captives forward, delivering a swift kick to the back of their calves, commanding them to kneel and pay homage to the leader of the thunderstorm. Breaker. Cannon regarded the Autobots and Decepticon prisoners with utter disdain. Breaker, you are nothing more than a societal outcast of Cybertron. Were it not for the fall of Cybertron, do you truly believe you could have risen to your current status as a pirate leader? You, an Autobot, deserve a beating. Cannon struck RC in the abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground before delivering a kick to her face, propelling her several meters away, and subsequently dragging her back before Breaker. Cannon, there is no need to treat an Autobot in such a manner. Extract her transformation gear and affix a mind control helmet upon her, allowing her to coexist with the primal beasts. I am confident that it will not be long before this female Autobot sheds her thorny disposition and serves my thunderstorm. Breaker proclaimed. With a smile, Cannon approached the defenseless RC, and before the eyes of Starscream and the raucous Skyquake, he ruthlessly opened RC's chassis to extract her transformation gear. RC's anguished cries echoed throughout the ship, a scene of unparalleled brutality that struck terror into the hearts of every Cybertronian present, including Starscream and Skyquake, who were horrified by the sight of such a painful procedure. Breaker, I understand your desires, but I implore you to spare my life and not subject me to the same fate as RC, pleaded Starscream. You traitor, Starscream! How dare you betray Lord Megatron? Just as Cannon prepared to employ the same method to torment Skyquake, Starscream hastily interjected, He is my subordinate. His life is mine. If you, Breaker, wish to learn about Megatron, Optimus Prime, and the secrets of the Fallen, you must keep your subordinates in check, for even in death, you shall not uncover any confidential information regarding those three. Breaker rose immediately, gesturing for Cannon to withdraw, and approached Starscream. Starscream, as Megatron's second-in-command, I hope the information you provide proves valuable to me. Otherwise, you shall share their fate. He pointed ahead, where two primal beasts were kicking a disobedient Autobot warrior like a ball, ultimately devouring him in a gruesome manner. Very well, I shall disclose that their current reserves of super energy are dwindling, and two undisclosed Iron Fortress relics lie beneath this planet, awaiting excavation. Starscream, not one to be easily deceived, refrained from revealing the exact coordinates of the Nemesis, instead only disclosing this enticing information to Breaker. After all, he had witnessed the extraction of the Thunderstorm shield firsthand. Your information is indeed valuable, but I lack the data necessary to decipher the Iron Fortress relics. How can I proceed? Breaker smiled at Starscream, then ordered his men to drag the two away to contribute to the breeding efforts of the mechanical insects. The soundboard closely monitors the signals of the super energy entities on this planet and seeks to locate their hiding places. I require all Cybertronian relics on this planet, whether yet unearthed or already retrieved and safeguarded by them. Is that understood, my lord? The soundboard swiftly searches for the traces of Autobots, Decepticons, and the Thousand Machine Hall. Due to the excessive loss of Thunder Fury's advanced combat capabilities, Breakthrough Thunder has refrained from launching a large-scale cleansing operation on Earth, instead engaging in rampant plunder of the planet and utilizing the internal space bridge of the tidal wave to seek alloy resources on other worlds, thereby recreating a larger army. Chapter 109, an update for Kanjienzi. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, the screen displayed not Agent Follett, but rather Neko Samaiko, the director of the National High-Level Alien Security Bureau, who spoke with great anger. Autobots, the ecological balance of Earth is being ravaged by your Cybertronian kin, led by Breakthrough Thunder. Vast areas of mining zones and alloy factories have been seized, and we humans are treated as slaves, toiling around the clock. This is the consequence of your own actions. Had it not been for your greed for our technology, aiding Thunder Fury in delaying our mission, such calamities would not have transpired. Smokescreen observed the audacity of the human leaders seeking aid from the Autobots with displeasure. The other Autobots also expressed their dissatisfaction with this human representation. At that moment, Optimus Prime gazed sternly at her image on the screen. Indeed, the plight faced by humanity is a result of our actions, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies. However, your desire for our Cybertronian technology has led you to deploy artificial transformers to destroy and capture us, which is a sight I loathe to witness. Optimus paused for a moment before continuing. I shall continue to protect Earth and its native life forms, but this is contingent upon my Autobot comrades no longer being harmed. We Autobots will safeguard this planet in our own manner, and thus, the cooperation between humanity and Autobots is hereby nullified. The very existence of artificial transformers, a product of human innovation, had already irked Optimus, and now, their betrayal in pursuit of more Cybertronian technology was unforgivable. Just as Neko Samaiko intended to further communicate with the Autobots, Optimus abruptly severed the transmission. Currently, humanity remains unaware of the coordinates of the Autobot base, and Bumblebee had previously escorted Rafi and the others back to their homes, opting not to return them to the base for safety reasons. Although Bumblebee, Bulkhead, RC, and the others felt a pang of reluctance, they recognized the necessity of such measures to better confront the unknown dangers ahead. Optimus, what shall we do now? Indeed, Optimus. RC is still in the hands of those pirates. We do not know what they might do to her. Although they successfully acquired the Thunder Shield, they paid a heavy price. Aside from Optimus Prime, the rest of the team sustained injuries. Had it not been for the essential protection offered by the Thunder Shield in the hands of the Fearless, the Jack and the Barrier, along with the Unyielding, would have perished at the hands of a cadre of elite mechanical soldiers and hyenas. Now, there exists but one solution: to collaborate with Megatron and Starscream. Only through the unification of the Cybertronian forces can they vanquish the formidable Thunder and eradicate the cosmic pirate, Thunder Fury. Concurrently, after the capture of Red Spider, Megatron ordered Shockwave to swiftly relocate to the Decepticon base in Kaon to prevent the exposure of Shockwave and the Synthetic Super Energy Project. He also returned with the 4 members of the captured airborne force and the 6 members of the Digging Tiger, who formed the powerful Combiner. Shockwave pondered whether these consciousness-controlling devices could be dismantled. As he operated the control console, assessing the devices, he addressed Megatron, "My lord. The Cybertronian who designed this consciousness control device was indeed remarkable. It significantly aligns the chaotic consciousness of the Combiner, maximizing its power. However, according to my analysis, this instrument will gradually erase the memories of the 5 Combiner members, ultimately rendering them imbeciles." Upon hearing this, Megatron grew somewhat irritated. He sought solutions, not praises for the greatness of the double-faced beings. "My lord, the principle of this consciousness control device is akin to cortical mental connection. I believe I can disable them," Shockwave stated earnestly after completing his examination of the devices. "Then these individuals shall be entrusted to you." Although the airborne force was now missing 1 member and could not form the Combiner, the Decepticons had gained 9 elite warriors. Since Megatron's arrival on Earth, he had never felt such elation as he did today. At that moment, Barricade approached, urgently reporting to Megatron, "My lord, we have intercepted a high-frequency signal. It appears to be from the Autobots." Meanwhile, returning to the external base, Starscream was filled with a bountiful sense of achievement. Having acquired 10 machine insect combiners among his subordinates, including 1 elite machine insect warrior combiner. Moreover, he had also captured 2 formidable Predacon combiners. Though they were of the lowest Predacon tier, their individual prowess far surpassed that of a commander, rendering them quite formidable. At this juncture, the Butcher, stationed at the external base, gazed upon the familiar faces of his compatriots with immense joy. "Backlash, Venom, Shrapnel, Plunder, Bombshell, you all are alive. Butcher, I never expected to encounter you in this place." After the event, several high-ranking insects, long separated, began to express their grievances towards one another. Although Emperor Tianming found their behavior somewhat distasteful, he nonetheless permitted them to share their innermost feelings. He summoned a few of them capable of forming a combined metallic insect machine and a formidable beast, inquiring about the method through which they transformed into their beastly forms. It is important to note that the combined metallic form does not possess other vehicle transformation capabilities, regardless of whether it is the fearless, reign-seeking demon, Shura, King, or the calamity created by their own hands. We are uncertain. All we know is that the dual-faced man modified us, and thereafter we were able to combine into the metallic form. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianming was taken aback, astonished by the formidable nature of the dual-faced man's technology. He pondered the implications of Titan technology and felt a surge of concern for the impending conflict, coupled with impatience regarding the transformation of the Mingda. At that moment, Black Crow arrived to report, "Lord Tianming, the Autobots have sent a high-frequency signal. Shall we connect?" "Connect." Simultaneously, to prevent the call from being intercepted by Thunder Fury, Emperor Tianming applied multiple layers of encryption to this conversation, as did Optimus Prime and Megatron. In an instant, the displays of all 3 parties showcased the avatars of the others. Megatron, Tianming, our conflict is a matter internal to Cybertron. It is now time for us to forge an alliance. Optimus Prime, collaboration with you is not out of the question, provided you first hand over the Thunder Shield, and our partnership shall commence. Megatron remained his usual self, driven by self-interest. "Very well. I concur with Optimus Prime's proposal. Our common adversary should be Thunder Fury, whose ship harbors numerous Cybertronians in need of rescue. Do you not wish to save your subordinates and enhance our collective strength? Furthermore, the tidal wave vessel is laden with countless super energy bodies and a plethora of pilfered Cybertronian technology. Such bountiful resources, do you not feel compelled, Megatron? And let us not forget the soul-quelling gun wielded by Thunder Fury. As for the Thunder Shield, we shall determine its final ownership once we have vanquished Thunder Fury. Shall we? Truth be told, had it not been for the incomplete transformation of the Mingda, to avoid greater sacrifices and to prevent falling into a disadvantageous position against the Autobots and Decepticons in future confrontations, and to avert becoming an open adversary, Emperor Tianming would have long since unleashed the stellar fire within him to launch an assault on the tidal wave vessel and strike down Thunder Fury. Chapter 110. The dual-faced race Megatron, suppressing his avarice, proposed a relatively reasonable suggestion. Thunder Fury is exceedingly powerful. With our current strength, it is difficult to prevail. If Emperor Tianming could provide us with a substantial amount of weaponry and technology, compensating for our firepower deficiency, then Thunder Fury would be unable to withstand the combined onslaught of our three factions. Emperor Tianming never anticipated that Megatron still sought to extract maximum profit from this collaboration. However, the notion of wresting powerful weapon technology from him was utterly inconceivable. Megatron and Optimus Prime were acutely aware of their current energy shortages, making the mass production of clone soldiers exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the formidable weapons requiring vast energy to operate were an insurmountable challenge. Upon hearing Emperor Tianming's exposition, both Optimus Prime and Megatron fell into a contemplative silence. As for the synthesis of the super-energy entity, they could not fathom that Emperor Tianming possessed the complete formula for it. At that moment, Barricade approached Megatron, leaning in to whisper, "My lord, we might consider sending Stun to return to the Thunder Fury's base, the tidal wave, to incite chaos from within, while also rescuing the enslaved Decepticons." Megatron turned to Barricade, taken aback by the latter's newfound mental agility as a frontline warrior. Nonetheless, the suggestion was indeed astute. Thus, Megatron addressed the figures of Optimus Prime and Emperor Tianming on the screen, saying, "Optimus Prime, Emperor Tianming, the undercover operation is set to commence. All you need to do is join me in assaulting the tidal wave and eliminate Thundercracker." Megatron did not explicitly disclose the details of the undercover plan, and having achieved his collaborative objectives, Optimus Prime severed the communication as Megatron did. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianming pondered the situation. The only Decepticon skilled in subterfuge, Mirage, had been eliminated. Who else among the Decepticons could assume a disguise? There remained one possibility, the Stun version of Lockdown. Earlier, Stun had not been killed, and the corpse of Lockdown had mysteriously vanished, leaving only this conjecture. At that juncture, the penultimate coordinate of the Iron Fortress relic was successfully decrypted. Without a moment's hesitation, Optimus Prime and Megatron set off with their subordinates in search of it. Decepticons dig swiftly. This relic must not fall into the hands of the Autobots, the Thousand Mechanisms, or Thunder Fury. Although Megatron had instructed Shockwave to upgrade the signal jamming devices of all Decepticons, there was no guarantee against decryption. Furthermore, once the Iron Fortress relic was unearthed, the signals of ancient Autobots would inevitably emerge. Before long, a massive storage tank, larger than any relic previously discovered, was excavated. "My Lord Megatron, this relic is unlike any other. It appears to be a dormant chamber." Megatron approached the soldier beside the enormous storage tank, envisioning the cataclysmic weapon he so ardently desired, preferably the energy-imbued Singularity Harness. With such a device, the tidal wave could be annihilated effortlessly, sparing him the need to engage directly, ensuring that none of Thunder Fury's crew would survive. As two Decepticon soldiers lifted the lid of the relic's storage tank, a Cybertronian, coated in a pale golden hue and roughly estimated to be 8 meters tall, emerged before them, bearing a somewhat grotesque visage. "My Lord Megatron, within lies another Cybertronian, resembling the deceased Mirage." Although these clone soldiers had never witnessed the true visage of the faceless one, the contours of the individual before them suggested a striking resemblance. A shapeshifter? He is, astonishingly, one of the relics? As Megatron approached for a closer inspection, he too was momentarily bewildered. How could a Cybertronian, belonging to the same shape-shifting race as the faceless one, be mistaken for a relic of Iron Fortress and launched Earth? If it were the Sparkplug, it might be somewhat acceptable, given that the Minicons possess certain extraordinary abilities, and Sparkplug is the leader of all Minicons in this era. However, The emergence of this shapeshifter posed a perplexing dilemma. At that moment, the Autobots arrived at the scene. Optimus Prime fixed his gaze upon Megatron, declaring, "Megatron, the relic is not yours. Given our current alliance, I have no desire to engage you. Surrender the relic." "Very well, Optimus. I shall relinquish him to you." Decepticons retreat. Megatron exhibited no attachment to this so-called relic, and, seizing the opportunity before Thundercracker arrived, promptly led the Decepticons in withdrawal. Optimus Prime, accompanied by the Autobots, approached the relic. "Optimus, why is this relic so colossal?" "It resembles a stasis pod," questioned Ratchet, perplexed. To which Smokescreen replied curiously, "Could it be that it conceals a Cybertronian capable of transforming into a colossal weapon of destruction?" Upon their acceptance of the relic, all present were taken aback, turning their attention to Optimus Prime. "Optimus, this Cybertronian appears quite peculiar. Have you encountered him before?" "I have not," Optimus began, but before he could finish, Thundercracker descended with over 20 modified combiners and a multitude of mechanical warriors leaping from the spacecraft. "Our poor Optimus. Megatron has abandoned you to flee. I shall eliminate you first and claim your body as my trophy. Thundercracker, you shall not prevail this time. Your demise approaches swiftly. Prepare yourself." The Autobots safeguarded the relic, retreating in an orderly fashion. Optimus Prime, taking the lead, swung the Star Sword and charged toward Thundercracker, while the aerial defenders and Dinobot team transformed into the formidable, unyielding, and the Shura King to confront the combiners. However, they found themselves outmatched. Each of the two great combiners had to contend with 7 or 8 Insecticon or Primordial Beast combiners simultaneously. In a critical moment, 2 Insecticon combiners surged toward Unyielding, resulting in a deafening explosion that severely injured him. Had he not activated the Thunder Shield in time, he would have been obliterated. Shura King, be cautious. These combiners are unlike the previous ones. They are capable of self-detonation. At this moment, the Shura King, imbued with a primal ferocity, could not heed the courageous counsel offered to him. He was besieged by 3 self-destructing combiners, one of which was an ancient beast combiner. Despite having preemptively slain 1 insect combiner, the self-detonation mechanism remained activated, and he was obliterated by 3 violent explosions, sustaining injuries once more after recently healing. The 5 members could only manage to rise with great difficulty. Continuing the battle seemed exceedingly arduous. Just as the situation grew dire, the fearless leader, wielding magnetic gloves, swiftly drew together the Thunder Fury personnel who aimed to eliminate Steel Cable and his allies, causing them to collide. Meanwhile, the Divider and Bumblebee, utilizing the long-dormant magnetic gloves, engaged the enemy with remarkable frequency. These gloves proved to be exceptionally effective. Regrettably, only 3 had been manufactured. If all Autobots were equipped with such devices, what fear would the Thunder Fury inspire? However, the efficacy of the magnetic gloves was limited. They were insufficient against a multitude of foes. Although the Autobots held a certain advantage, it was gradually waning. "Bumblebee, beware of the mechanical soldier to your left," cried the Divider. "The mechanical soldier on your right has breached the line and is advancing." Tong Tianshao relentlessly suppressed these straggling foes with firepower while directing the Divider and Bumblebee to ensure that the first line of defense, formed by the magnetic gloves, was not swiftly overwhelmed by the advancing mechanical soldiers. As the Autobots' advantage began to diminish, Tianming led the combiners and soldiers swiftly onto the battlefield, unleashing formidable firepower that forced the advancing mechanical soldiers to retreat. Tianjun, Hai-E, Sihua, and Tu Fu employed their respective weapons, the locking staff, resonance cannon, phase shifter, and supreme armor, to swiftly eliminate the mechanical soldiers before them. Meanwhile, the Calamity of Disaster, accompanied by 12 combiners, launched a vigorous assault across the battlefield. Rustbug, incensed by the attack of the detonating combiners, seethed, "You dare use my mechanical insect kin as your cannon fodder." He swiftly commanded several insect combiners to transform into colossal rhinoceros beetles, spraying venom at the insect combiner intent on self-destruction. Simultaneously, 2 other grotesque combiners unleashed flames, incinerating their target to prevent the detonation. Observing the collapse of his self-detonation scheme, despite some initial success, Patian Lei found it quickly unraveling under the relentless assault of the Chi-Ji Hall. Furthermore, with an unexpected influx of Iron Fortress creatures at their disposal, He was filled with rage. Once again, it is Tianming. Are there truly so many Iron Fortress relics on this planet? Before him, two streams of azure and golden sword energy surged towards the Thunderbreaker, leaving him momentarily defenseless. He could only take refuge behind the lifeless form of a combined metal giant. The sword energies struck the corpse of the metal giant, severing it, while the Thunderbreaker adeptly evaded this assault. Wave of tides, engage. Annihilate them. Upon receiving the command, three warships soaring thousands of meters above the ground swiftly began to amalgamate, forming a colossal cosmic battleship nearly 1,800 meters in length and approximately 200 meters in height. Soon after, the true wave of tides descended rapidly into the Earth's interior, issuing a transformation warning. All personnel related to the Thunder Fury hurried into the ship's cabin. A minute later, all hatches sealed shut and the transformation commenced slowly. Approximately 30 seconds later, a towering humanoid titan, adorned in a black and purple livery and standing about 500 meters tall, emerged, featuring two massive dual-barreled ion cannons on its chest and waist, looming before the Autobots and the Chinkong Hall. What in the world? Such a colossal figure could crush us with a single step. It seems only the formidable mighty One-of-Your could contend with it. The members of Tongxiangxiu and the Autobots gazed upwards, unable to discern the Titan's head. Truly terrifying. Open fire. Obliterate those Autobots and the Chinkong Hall, commanded the Thunderbreaker, pointing forward. The four high-caliber ion cannons of the Wave of Tides swiftly unleashed their barrage upon the Autobots and the Chinkong Hall. Quick, seek cover and evade. Tianming and Optimus Prime relayed the evasion order to their subordinates, but it was too late. A multitude of ion shells indiscriminately struck the battlefield occupied by the Autobots. Amidst the chaos, the battlefield echoed with the cries of both Autobots and Chinkong Hall members, alongside the mechanical soldiers and the few combined metal giants that hadn't retreated in time, an especially harrowing scene. Only after 3 rounds of cannon fire did the onslaught from the Wave of Tide cease. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay strewn with charred, mutilated remnants. Where are the Autobots and the Chinkong Hall personnel? Where have they gone? At that moment, the Thunderbreaker failed to find a single corpse of an Autobot or a core member of the Chinkong Hall. And even the contents of the massive artifact storage tank had vanished. Find them. The living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for. They cannot have disappeared without a trace. It soon became evident that the Thunderbreaker's suspicions were well-founded. Tianming and Optimus Prime, along with their team, had successfully relocated to an underground cavern via phase shifter. Thanks to the smokescreen, Tongxiangxiu, Goban, Bumblebee, are you all unharmed? Fortunately, Optimus, I am not dead. At that moment, Goban bore a significant gash on his chest, nearly breaching his spark and returning him to the source of the spark. Yet turning around, the smokescreen lamented, Optimus, I regret to inform you that I had no time to bring the Cybertronian from that artifact. You have done exceedingly well, smokescreen. Do not blame yourselves. In battle, sacrifices are inevitable, and it is fortunate that you have sustained no significant losses. Optimus Prime expresses his heartfelt gratitude to the primordial celestial master, and even more so to Smokescreen, who he witnessed skillfully combating the enemy while simultaneously utilizing the phase shifter to relocate injured comrades. His prowess, in his own estimation, has indeed improved. He is no longer the reckless young warrior he once was upon his arrival on Earth, but has clearly matured and become far more composed. Meanwhile, Tianming, under the onslaught of mechanical insects and the fiery dead, swiftly sought refuge underground, evading the barrage of attacks. To prevent the tunnels excavated by the mechanical insects from being discovered by the Wrath of Thunder, Tianming promptly instructed his men to escort him back to the external base through the land bridge, taking advantage of the ensuing chaos to rescue the Faceless One. Upon their return, the injured subordinates and several soldiers sought treatment from Green, while Tianming, along with Tianjun, Ha-Yi, and the uninjured, gazed upon the still slumbering Faceless One. Master, is this the artifact that the Autobots toiled so hard to retrieve? Its appearance is grotesque, yet it seems utterly useless. Remarked Deadfire. Indeed, it appears that its power does not even surpass mine. Tianming, unfazed by their doubts, first placed the Faceless One upon the experimental platform. As he administered the infusion of super energy, he declared, though it may lack our strengths in other areas, it possesses an innate advantage none of you have. It could transform into any one of you. If my memory serves me correctly, this faceless one belongs to a race whose abilities surpass even the deceased chameleon. Aside from its inability to replicate strength, it can mimic all other aspects perfectly. Interestingly, Tianming's research on the triple transformation gear began with the acquisition of a deceased faceless one's body. This race has inherited a portion of the transformation abilities of the illusory celestial spirits. While they cannot transform into any vehicle form like the illusory celestial spirits, they can assume over 100 different forms of Cybertronians, including their vehicular modes, provided there is sufficient data. To date, Tianming has yet to ascertain whether this peculiar race can transform into beast forms. They can be regarded as natural spies. Chapter 112. Subduing the Faceless One gradually. The slumbering Faceless One awakened after receiving a substantial infusion of super energy. Where am I? Who are you? What do you intend to do with me? It was evident that the multitude of eyes fixated upon him instilled a profound sense of fear. Fear not, for you are now quite secure. I have awakened you from the sacred storage vessel. This world belongs to Tianming, who endeavors to convey the recent events on Earth in the briefest manner possible. What? Optimus Prime is also on this planet? I must seek him out. However, he soon realizes he finds himself amidst the enemy's camp. Although the Thousand Mechanisms Hall is not as perilous as the Decepticons, every individual present possesses the capability to annihilate him. No, I shall remain here. Tianming, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle and then inquired, "What is your name? Why have you been regarded as a sacred artifact on this planet? Where are the other members of your multifaceted race?" "I am known as the Faceless One, and I can assert that I am the leader of the multifaceted race, as my abilities closely resemble those of our ancestor, Tianming." The Faceless One revealed his identity, apprehensive of being dispatched by the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, particularly by the individual named Tianming. After all, a captive should demonstrate its inherent value in the presence of a leader. As for the memories of why he was considered a sacred artifact, they have become exceedingly vague. He could only recall being persuaded by an erudite elder on Cybertron while tracing the footsteps of his ancestor, who claimed that clues could be found on this planet. Tianming, upon hearing this, suspected that the elder's words were benevolent fabrications, deliberately placing him on Earth for Optimus Prime's purposes, only to be intercepted by himself. Yet another question arose. Could this individual be Tianming or a fragment thereof? After all, the combiners among the 13 heavenly elements, such as the combination of Jingguang and Tianwei, are known companions of Tianming. Tianming scrutinized the Faceless One closely. His golden exterior and structural design were strikingly similar. Indeed, too similar. "My lord, similar to what?" Tianjin inquired in confusion. "Nothing." Merely recognizing an old acquaintance from his structure, Tianming dismissed Tianjin's question and turned a serious gaze toward the Faceless One. "The learned elder from Cybertron deceived you. There are no clues regarding Tianming on this planet. If there were, they would have long been in the possession of my Thousand Mechanisms Hall." With that, Tianming retrieved the star gold fire source from his chest. The Faceless One exhibited a look of astonishment. "This is the source of the fire seed. How could it be in your possession? Wait, why does this fire source differ from the blue fire source in my homeland? It seems to possess a hint of gold," accompanied by anguished cries. The energy of the star gold fire source surged into the Faceless One's body. "Oh, what have you done to me?" It was not until a minute later that the torment ceased, and the Faceless One returned to the ground, acutely aware of the distinct transformations within his body. Not only had his stature grown to 85 meters, but he also felt lighter, and the fire source had intensified. Simultaneously, his nucleic genes were incorporated into the star gold fire source. "Your spark has now transformed, becoming a part of our new Cybertronian civilization." Lord Tianming, with little leisure to subdue a slightly more Autobot-inclined master of many faces, has directly altered his spark into a star gold spark. This not only showcases his own prowess, but also allows him to exert better control over him. Furthermore, regardless of whether he is the illusory celestial spirit, once he accepts the transformation of the star gold spark source, he becomes his creator, his absolute master. Is it truly within your capabilities? Master of Many Faces expressed heartfelt reverence towards Tianming, realizing that his pursuit of his ancestors was merely a quest for guidance to attain similar strength. Now, with a more expedient means to enhance his power, why would he wander the cosmos in search of his forebears? Perhaps one day, His strength could even surpass that of the illusory celestial spirit. Indeed, with you, I can act more decisively. Tianming could not help but admire his perceptiveness and continued. You have yet to answer me regarding your kin from the multi-face race. Lord Tianming, I have been in search of my ancestors, often drifting through the cosmos and have not returned to the Speed Star. Most of my kin may still reside there. Very well. Let us set that aside for now and first resolve the troubles concerning Thunder Fury. We shall discuss subsequent matters later. Tianming returned to the main topic. To be candid, if he were to command a substantial battalion of multi-face spies and assassins, he would not need elite combat forces or to intervene himself. He could effortlessly annihilate an entire faction or even a civilization. Pointing at Tianjun, he solemnly instructed the master of many faces, "Now, demonstrate your abilities." Transform into another Tianjun. Beams of green scanning light emanated from the two blue optical lenses of the master of many faces, beginning to scan Tianjun. Moments later, the golden plating of the master of many faces vanished, replaced by a green hue, as his grotesque exterior morphed into the likeness of Tianjun. Tianjun, at your service, my lord. The genuine Tianjun, initially taken aback, found the imitation's tone, demeanor, and habits indistinguishable from his own, igniting a flare of indignation within him. My lord, allow me to spar with him to test his strength. As Tianjun advanced angrily towards the master of many faces, the latter instantly reverted to his original form, retreating in trepidation and gazing up at Tianjun. No, I cannot match you. Very well, Tianming interjected. What I have demonstrated is merely to showcase his disguise abilities. Henceforth, as members of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, we must unite in purpose and effort. To prevent any inconvenient discord, I must firmly state to you, Master of Many Faces, henceforth without my command, you are forbidden to assume the form of any member of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. Through this incident, Emperor Tianming discerned a minor issue. If his subordinates consisted of a multitude of shapeshifters, although most lacked the extraordinary capabilities of the Faceless One to mimic others to the fullest extent, their potential for reckless imitation posed a significant threat. Consequently, he felt compelled to initiate a genetic modification program for these shapeshifters. The optimal approach was to introduce a dominant gene segment into their essence, ensuring that their mimetic abilities would be rendered ineffective among their own kind within the new Cybertronian civilization. Chapter 113. Infiltrating the Thunder Fury. I understand, my lord. I shall not carelessly transform into any of them. Indeed, the Faceless One harbored trepidation towards the towering, robust allies surrounding him. A single misstep could lead to a severe beating from the assembled commanders. Faceless One, I entrust you with a task that aligns with your expertise. Infiltrate the Thunder Fury's base, the tidal wave, and locate the fragments of this item. As he spoke, Emperor Tianming produced a shard of the time-space blade, placing it before the Faceless One. Upon the arrival of the Thunder Fury on Earth, this shard reacted peculiarly, seemingly sensing the presence of another fragment. If all went as anticipated, the second shard of the time-space blade now resided within the hands of this pirate organization. Go forth. Faceless One, he commanded. Just as the Faceless One prepared to scan the relevant disguise data, Emperor Tianming deliberately cautioned him, continuing, in addition to the fragment, there are core technologies to uncover regarding the next steps of the Thunder Fury, concealed within their ranks. When the time calls for it, we shall coordinate our efforts to completely eradicate this cosmic pirate organization. Soon, the Faceless One transformed into a high-ranking mechanical soldier, designation 133, successfully integrating with the scattered soldiers of Thunder Fury through sulfur integration from previous battles and blended seamlessly into the tidal wave. Now, the Faceless One relied solely on his own adaptability, without external assistance. Hey, 133, what are you doing? Hurry over here. Lord Sulfur. The Faceless One feigned the demeanor expected of a high-ranking clone soldier as he approached Sulfur. Sulfur glanced at him and then coldly addressed the 10 elite mechanical soldiers. Including him, you veterans, with your wealth of combat experience, are no longer required to be on the front lines at all times. Your primary duty henceforth is to transport the newly birthed primal beasts to the experimental cultivation base in Zone 3. Standing among the ranks, the Faceless One felt immense joy. He had not anticipated that upon infiltrating the lair of the Thunder Fury, he would so swiftly approach the experimental data. What are you standing around for? Get moving. Sulfur bellowed in anger. Indeed, these clone soldiers lack sufficient intelligence. As the myriad-faced guest entered Zone 3, he was met with a series of breeding technology trees. The relentless roars of beasts echoing throughout the area. Occasionally, he caught sight of fully grown primitive beast soldiers patrolling nearby, toying with various Autobots, Decepticons, and other cosmic races. Not far ahead, a black wolf-like primitive beast was striding, confronting a blue female Autobot worker, RC, lacking transformation gears and relying solely on her dwindling strength. She was utterly defenseless against the primitive beast. Her body was severely worn and her energy reserves critically low. With a ferocious roar, the wolf primitive beast charged toward RC. Utilizing her slender frame, she attempted to evade, but her energy deficiency had impaired her coordination, and she was swiftly knocked to the ground. The beast, with its sharp claws, treated her as a mere plaything, pushing her around with a contemptuous ease. If you have the capability, then finish me off, you foolish and savage creature. In an instant, the wolf primitive beast transformed into its humanoid form and, with a vicious grip, lifted her effortlessly before flinging her away with great force. The impact left RC severely injured, severing many circuits within her body. Just as she struggled to rise, the mental controller on her head unleashed a powerful disruptive current that struck her spark, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from her before she collapsed once more, unconscious. Such occurrences were a constant reality aboard the tidal wave, where the torment faced by other cosmic races paled in comparison. For the Autobots and Decepticons, however, this suffering was only the beginning. Observing RC's plight, the myriad-faced guest paid little heed. He had witnessed far more brutal scenarios in the cosmos, and though the Autobots were familiar, they had little to do with his current self. Soon, he and 9 other elite mechanical soldiers successfully acquired 5 recently birthed primitive beasts, transporting them to Zone 3. Wow, I never expected Zone 3 to be like this. Before him stood a series of accelerated cultivation tanks, capable of rapidly transforming newborn primitive beasts into combat-ready forms. Cool, hand these primitive beast embryos over to me. A peculiar-looking, non-Cybertronian ichthyologist took the 5 embryos, commencing a series of biotechnological procedures. Hey, you newcomers, your tasks remain unfinished. Hurry and retrieve more primitive beast embryos, as we still require them here. A stern elite mechanical soldier responsible for patrolling Zone 3 called out to the myriad-faced guest and his companions. Consequently, the character known as the Lockdown was compelled to traverse repeatedly between the areas designated as 3 and 3 alongside his comrades, gradually familiarizing himself with the intricate architecture and specific hierarchical divisions within the Thunder Fury. At this moment, upon returning to the confines of Thunder Fury, he was summoned without delay by the formidable Breaker Thunder. Lockdown, since you relayed the coordinates of Optimus Prime and his companions on Earth, you have been entirely unreachable. What have you been up to during this time? I demand a plausible explanation. Breaker Thunder closely monitored him, prepared to unleash a Soul Reaper cannon at the slightest indication of insincerity, a measure that could lead to Lockdown's demise. Breaker Thunder, I was besieged by Autobots and Decepticons, fleeing in every direction. My ship was dismantled by them. How could I possibly establish contact with Thunder Fury? Should I resort to those primitive human devices? At this moment, Lockdown, in a state of disorientation, felt a profound sense of panic. He relied solely on his understanding of the Decepticons to adapt to the situation at hand. You seek your own demise. Just as Breaker Thunder contemplated terminating Lockdown, the nearby Soundwave intervened, pleading for mercy. Leader, Lockdown is among the most exceptional of our bounty hunters. While he may occasionally show you disrespect, it is understandable given the circumstances. Considering his numerous contributions to Thunder Fury, I implore you to spare him. At this moment, just when Lockdown believed all hope was lost, he was surprised that this warrior, reminiscent of Soundwave from the Civil War era, had come to his defense. Clearly, his earlier assertions had been validated, as he displayed no signs of weakness thus far. Chapter 114. The quest for the second temporal blade fragment in light of these developments. The version of Lockdown, now feeling dizzy, deemed it unnecessary to linger before Breaker Thunder. Thank you, Lord Breaker Thunder. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Breaker Thunder, observing Lockdown's current demeanor, grew increasingly agitated. A mere bounty hunter, if I had not overlooked your transgressions, your spark would have been extinguished long ago. How dare you show such disrespect towards me? As fellow bounty hunters, Soundwave addressed his old companion. Lockdown, you ought not to persist in your disrespect towards Breaker Thunder. We bounty hunters must rely on our employers to thrive, and Breaker Thunder is undoubtedly the finest among them. Ah, I see. Lockdown found himself at a loss for how to respond to Soundwave's admonitions, offering only perfunctory agreement. Meanwhile, Soundwave harbored doubts about this exchange. Historically, Lockdown seldom acknowledged his counsel, preferring to act according to his own volition. Yet this time, he seemed to accept Soundwave's opinion with unusual ease, suspiciously so. Nevertheless, Soundwave chose not to dwell excessively on these thoughts, reasoning that Lockdown's recent emotional turmoil due to the loss of his ship might explain his unexpected compliance. Thus, apart from humanity, the Autobots, the Decepticons, the Thousand Machines Hall, and the Thunder Fury, the four factions navigated a relatively stable month. Due to the implementation of an undercover plan, Megatron and Optimus Prime unified their actions to prohibit the excavation of the last declassified Iron Fortress relic, in order to buy more time for the confinement. However, they had not anticipated that Emperor Tianming had also dispatched the Faceless to infiltrate the tidal wave, undertaking an undercover operation. Yet, due to the absence of intense warfare, the Faceless was unable to leverage his advantageous abilities to swiftly replace a commander of the Thunder Fury. Nevertheless, over the past month, he had not returned empty-handed. During the day, he was responsible for transporting primal beast embryos, and upon completing his duties, he utilized his duplication ability to continually replicate high-ranking mechanical soldiers from various positions, replacing their previous tasks, particularly those related to scientific research projects. This time, the Faceless transformed into Olenczak, the logistics commander under Breakthrough Thunder, and approached the entrance of the storage room for item number 3. Lord Olin, what brings you here? I have come to ensure that you are diligently fulfilling your duties and to collect a few items needed by the Faceless. Facing the Faceless words, the two high-ranking mechanical soldiers showed no signs of doubt, subsequently opening the storage room door to allow entry. Once inside, the Faceless encountered neatly arranged active cultivation tanks for transformation gears, each housing a transformation gear, while another side was stacked with numerous experimental materials. Upon investigation, the weapon fragment required by Lord Tianming should be within this storage room. How could it be missing? The Faceless wandered through the storage room, meticulously searching through each item. After 10 minutes, he spotted a blue crystal fragment on a shelf in a corner, which closely resembled the weapon fragment previously shown to him by Emperor Tianming. This is precisely what I need. Such an important item, yet Breakthrough Thunder has placed it carelessly. What a pity. In truth, it was not that Breakthrough Thunder had carelessly placed it. He was entirely unaware of the specific nature of this object. Even the Faceless, who had resided aboard the tidal wave for tens of thousands of years, merely assumed that the shards of the temporal blade were fragments fallen from a slightly more powerful weapon and had thus stored them on an inconspicuous shelf for future use. At that moment, the Faceless, having acquired the shard of the temporal blade, selected several rare alloy materials and leisurely departed under the watchful eyes of the two guarding soldiers. Just as the Faceless had walked away, the real Olenczak approached from another direction. Lord Olin, why are you back again? The words of the high-ranking mechanical soldier immediately put him on alert. Which of you saw me come here? I'm only here for the first time today. Suddenly, Olin's core felt uneasy. Quick, open the door, you two fools. In a fit of rage, Olion stormed into the room, commanding two high-ranking mechanical soldiers to investigate the matter at hand and ascertain what was missing from the storage room. After a cursory examination, one of the soldiers approached Olion, reporting with a semblance of calm, "My lord, only a few rare alloy materials and a rather insignificant blue crystal fragment are missing. Were these not taken? Is there anything else that needs to be removed?" A second soldier, perplexed, inquired further. "Fools, you have been deceived. The Olion you encountered is an imposter. Someone has masqueraded as me to pilfer from the storage room." Olion seethed, glaring at the two oblivious soldiers before delivering swift kicks that sent them flying. He then hurried to the command chamber. "My lord, we are in grave danger. A spy has infiltrated the tidal wave, stealing items from the storage room." In order to grasp the full extent of the situation, Pa Tianlei promptly instructed the audio panel to display relevant footage. The sight of two identical Oilians appearing simultaneously in different locations astonished everyone present. How can this be? Two identical Oilians, with the same appearance, speech patterns, and mannerisms. How is this possible? Can anyone elucidate this phenomenon? Pa Tianlei, furious, demanded answers and a concrete resolution from the core team members below. At that moment, the doppelganger spoke languidly. I believe I know the culprit. He belongs to the race of shapeshifters, whose ability is to replicate others and ultimately annihilate them. The shapeshifters, the indigenous Cybertronian race on the planet of Rapid Star. Are you suggesting they can replicate not only appearances, but also personalities and behavioral traits? Pa Tianlei was further bewildered, while the doppelganger and other members of Thunder Fury were equally confounded. They had encountered and even slain shapeshifters before. Yet this particular one seemed an anomaly among their kind. Immediately relay the order. All Thunder Fury members are to cease their current tasks and remain at their posts or in their lounges until the investigation concludes. Pa Tianlei swiftly assembled the 6 core commanders into a cleanup squad, determined to expeditiously unearth the infiltrating shapeshifter within Thunder Fury and eliminate him without hesitation, leaving no room for such a significant threat to roam freely aboard the tidal wave. Chapter 115. The Burning Heaven due to the infiltration of the shapeshifter within Thunder Fury. News spread rapidly, instilling a sense of dread among the members, particularly the mechanical soldiers. How can there be shapeshifters on this planet? Who knows? This shapeshifter race is utterly detestable. It was a mere couple of hundred of them that nearly led to the downfall of Thunder Fury during the invasion on Rapid Star. Now let us cast aside such thoughts. Will our current batch of soldiers, akin to the previous generation, be entirely sent back for reconditioning? It is a pity for my newly upgraded body. One mechanical soldier after another comforted each other in fear. Meanwhile, the ever-composed Wan Mianko had already rejoined his team, unperturbed, for he recognized that this chaotic moment presented an opportune time for action. His mission remained only half accomplished, with much yet to be done. At that moment, after more than a month of covert confinement, Jing had become aware of the existence of the multifaceted individual, fearing that his identity might be compromised and his life endangered. After all, he had taken advantage of the turmoil to escape. Just as he was preparing to flee the tidal wave, Yinban found him. Yinban, what brings you here? Jing feigned confusion, only to be met with a heavy punch to his body. A subsequent elbow strike landed squarely in his abdomen, causing Jing to collapse in pain. Why? Yinban, aren't we friends? You are not my friend. You are the multifaceted one. Despite the limited interactions over the past month, Yinban was resolute. Based on their scant 3 conversations, he was convinced that the individual before him was a mere imposter, a disguise crafted by the multifaceted one. Although the persona exhibited similarities to Jing, it could not deceive an old acquaintance. Subsequently, Jing was handcuffed and brought before the formidable Po Xianlei. Chief, I regret my earlier misjudgment. After this time, I have discerned that this person is no longer the Jing I once knew, but rather a likely impersonator. Oh, is that so? A glimmer of excitement flickered across Po Xianlei's visage. Regardless of whether the figure before him was indeed the multifaceted one, death awaited him today. Hurry, revert to your true form, or I shall ensure you experience the wrath of my merciless methods. Chief, I am Jing. How could I possibly resemble that hideous creature? In that moment, Jing resolutely denied his identity, believing it to be his safest course of action. Who are you, truly? Po Xianlei clutched his chin tightly and pressed further. I am the bounty hunter, Jing. Upon hearing this response, Po Xianlei turned away, his right hand gripping the soul-subduing gun firmly. In an instant, he pivoted back, firing a shot that pierced Jing's core. Thus, the dizzying imposter met a tragic end beneath Po Xianlei's soul-subduing gun. Yet all the intelligence he had gathered on the inner workings of the Thunder Fury and the various zones aboard the tidal wave had been relayed through special means to Wei Tian before his demise. The multifaceted being is now deceased, and the Wrath of Thunder has restored everything to its former state. This command was issued by Po Xiantai to pacify the majority of the crew aboard the warship. He gazed solemnly at the core members below and stated, "The matter has not yet been resolved. You must continue your covert investigation regarding the multifaceted being. It is inconceivable that it is solely confined." The execution of the confinement was merely a means for Po Xiantai to dispose of an insubordinate subordinate. Whether or not he was the multifaceted being was of little concern to him, judging by the various actions he has taken during this period. It is evident that confinement is certainly not the multifaceted being. Meanwhile, the Autobots anxiously awaited news of an offensive from Megatron. However, within the confines of Emperor Tianming's base, he wore a radiant smile. Not only had the myriad-faced guest successfully acquired fragments of the Blade of Time and Space, but he had also brought forth a complete distribution map of the Thunder Fury area aboard the Chaoshi Wave, meticulously detailing troop deployments and firepower configurations. Unfortunately, due to external constraints, Po Shiantai had also sensed the infiltration of spy among them. Although he had eliminated confinement, their defenses remained lax on the outside, yet stringent on the inside, preventing the myriad-faced guest from returning with the fragments of the Blade of Time and Space. Nevertheless, these matters could be set aside for the moment. Emperor Tianming beheld the magnificent Mingda, which had taken nearly 2 months to construct, consuming 70% of the resources of the Qinji Hall and nearly 100 personnel. This colossal crimson aerial aircraft carrier fortress, measuring approximately 800 meters in length, 550 meters in width, and towering to a height of 280 meters, weighed an astounding 230,000 tons. Its internal space was even more expansive, featuring 4 levels beneath the upper deck, each nearly 60 meters high, capable of fully accommodating the disaster catastrophe's expansive form. Lord Emperor Tianming. Such a grand aerial fortress deserves a more fitting name than Mingda. It feels somewhat parsimonious, suggested a voice. This warship was constructed under the direct supervision of Black Crow, who harbored great expectations for it. If that is the case, let it be named the Burning Heaven Capital, as our sky fortress within the Qinji Hall. Black Crow guided Emperor Tianming into the interior bridge of the Burning Heaven Capital for an introduction. Lord Emperor Tianming, as per your instructions, the Burning Heaven Capital contains a total of 3 control rooms, 1 main control room, and 2 auxiliary control rooms. Unless all 3 control rooms are destroyed, the vessel will remain operational. Furthermore, the warship's propulsion is powered by 4 superluminal engines, with external defensive armor and equipped with 5 medium-speed particle cannons, as well as 2 standby dormant ray emitters. The overall firepower configuration of the Burning Heaven Capital boasts 150 high-speed particle cannons, 50 super-speed ion laser cannons, and 100 dormant ray emitters, in addition to 4 super-large fusion 3-barrel cannons located atop the aerial fortress. As he spoke, the Black Crow paused momentarily before continuing, emphasizing that the crux of the matter lay within the energy consumption system. According to the optimal energy dissipation technology developed by you, my lord, it is theoretically sufficient to utilize merely 1,000 boxes of super energy units to propel the battleship at full speed for 10 days, without considering the total output of its artillery. The most astonishing revelation, however, was not met with surprise from Emperor Tianming, but rather from the members behind him. They gazed in awe at the fiery sky ship, the Burning Heaven, which was more than thrice the size of the Mingda, and were further astounded by the immense weapons and energy systems on board. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming operated a control panel to access the ship's control terminal, inputting a significant volume of his simplified records of Cybertron's historical culture. He then procured a piece of stellar gold seed source, a substantial mass that would serve to test whether the artificial stellar gold source he had created bore any limitations in energy capacity. Just as he was about to release the seed energy towards the Burning Heaven, Black Crow and the others present expressed their concerns. My lord, the last time you utilized the seed source was during the creation of those mini-transformers. However, now you intend to imbue such a colossal battleship with autonomous consciousness. If its awareness is as chaotic as that of the newly born mini-transformers, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Their fears were not unfounded. The previously birthed mini-transformers, Tianmu and Tianxing, were relatively weak and harmless, but now, attempting to grant life to a battleship equipped with 304 formidable weapons posed a significant risk. Emperor Tianming regarded them with a shake of his head, assuring them that this endeavor was unlike any prior. He was fully prepared, and the newly birthed Titan Transformer would not exhibit such flaws. Chapter 116. The new form of the Burning Heaven in consideration of everyone's safety. Emperor Tianming instructed all his subordinates to vacate the interior of the Burning Heaven. Waves of azure gold energy surged forth from the seed source in his hand, flooding into the battleship's interior, enveloping the entire vessel in a shimmering blue-gold radiance. Accompanied by the clatter of mechanical structures, the internal configuration of the ship began to transform, revealing a plethora of active metallic substances and unique materials. Black Crow and the others watched in a mix of concern and exhilaration. This process endured for a considerable duration. After half an hour, the energy released by the stellar gold seed source began to diminish gradually, while the length of the burning heaven extended outward by an additional 100 meters, bringing its total length to 900 meters. Emperor Tianming surveyed the burning heaven and then glanced at the stellar gold seed source in his hand, his heart swelling with joy. Such an immense activation energy had remarkably not inflicted any energy depletion upon the stellar gold seed source. Either the energy contained within far exceeded his expectations, or this stellar gold seed source possessed the ability to spontaneously replenish its energy loss, achieving an unlimited energy potential. However, such a remarkable occurrence was something he did not intend to share with his subordinates. After all, in a world where extraordinary objects are coveted, especially with the existence of other unknown races in the universe that have a profound demand for energy, discretion was paramount. Upon returning the Starfire seed source to the fire seed chamber, the figure known as Deathfire inquired, "My lord, it seems that the burning heaven has shown little response. Are you foolish? In such a confined space, barely able to accommodate this battleship, do you expect it to transform into a humanoid or another form? That would be tantamount to exposing our base directly." Green interjected with a hint of derision directed at Deathfire. Disregarding their concerns, Emperor Tianming observed the others, who, apart from Deathfire, had drawn their weapons and were poised for a life-and-death confrontation with the burning heaven. With a resigned tone, he urged, "All right, everyone, lower your weapons. If the burning heaven truly wished to eliminate us, it could have done so the moment it came into existence. There is no need for such anxiety." Seeing the tension ease among the group, Emperor Tianming continued, "Follow me." Upon entering the battleship, 4 unfamiliar transformers, adorned in dark crimson, emerged, each standing 6 meters tall. "Greetings, Lord Tianming. I am Morven, the mini-transformer of the Burning Heaven, and I serve as their captain." Morven respectfully bowed to Emperor Tianming and proceeded to introduce his companions. "This is Ma Tian, this is Modu, and this is Moheo." Meanwhile, the Black Crow and the others observed Morven with astonishment, glancing back at Tianmu, Tianxing, and Zemu, their confusion deepening. When did the mini-transformers grow to such a size, nearly indistinguishable from regular Cybertronians? They pondered. Morven, noticing their bewilderment, slowly elucidated. "In comparison to standard Cybertronians, we may indeed appear larger, yet to the burning heaven, we are quite diminutive. Our primary duty is to facilitate the merging and transformation of the burning heaven. Unlike typical Titan transformers, the burning heaven is comprised of 4 independent medium-sized battleships, each a combinable transformer capable of metamorphosing into both beasts and ships, 3 forms in total. As a Titan-class entity, the burning heaven can also assume the shape of a fish or a bird, akin to the mythical Kuanping in human databases. In its Kuan form, its defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced, becoming a mobile fortress of immense protection. In its Peng form, the burning heaven can soar at 50 times the speed of light, tenfold that of its fortress state. If the burning heaven has a vulnerability, it lies within us for, in an instant. Morven and his 3 companions brandished their weapons before the onlookers, small-scale sleep rays and compact high-velocity particle cannons, while Morven himself was equipped with a diminutive tri-barreled fusion cannon. Even the illustrious Emperor Tianming found himself astonished, not by the myriad transformation forms of the burning heaven, for the battleship shape was the result of his own groundbreaking nucleic acid modifications. Each of the configurations of the burning heaven was a product of the free arrangement of nucleic acids derived from the star gold fire seed, formed through the infusion of fire seed energy. However, what truly captivated Emperor Tianming's attention were the weapons wielded by the exclusive mini-transformers aboard the 4 battleships. Had they opened fire on the unsuspecting personnel of the Qinji Hall moments ago, he would have surely fallen victim to their might. Indeed, the time has come for us to cast aside our fears of the Thunderous Fury's assaults. Relay the order. All personnel of the Qinji Hall must prepare for a full-scale offensive at dawn against the Thunderous Fury. I shall extinguish the flame of the sky-breaking thunder. This battle will determine our fate. Victory is assured for the Qinji Hall. Long live Emperor Tianming. The gathered members of the Qinji Hall, from the lowly clone soldiers to the esteemed generals like Tianming, were filled with fervor. After harboring their grievances for so long, it was time to confront certain matters. Meanwhile, aboard the Vengeance, Megatron paced restlessly, his thoughts a tumultuous whirl. Just days ago, he had received the latest intelligence from the tidal wave, yet now, several days had elapsed without a single update or sign of progress. My lord, the current circumstances present us with an exceptional opportunity to annihilate the thunderous fury. One of his subordinates reported, "Issue the order at once. The entire Decepticon force must prepare for battle and be ready to assault the tidal wave alongside me." As Megatron's command echoed, the screen illuminated with an array of energy signals. What were the Tianji Hall's intentions? The fluctuations in the signals made it evident to Megatron that only they could transmit such rapid energy signatures. "My lord, what do you make of this?" Another officer queried, pointing at the images displayed on the screen. "Oh, my heavens! Tianming has upgraded his vessel. It appears even larger than the tidal wave." Now it became clear why he had sought the shipwreck. In that moment, Megatron felt a surge of desire to seize Emperor Tianming's ship. He quickly regained his composure. "Decepticons, the time has come to annihilate the thunderous fury. Remember, once aboard the tidal wave, we must seize control of the command center and the energy supply room at all costs. These assets must not fall into Tianming's or the Autobots' hands. Rather than wrestle for the modified Mingda ship, we will be better off commandeering the entire tidal wave, which is bountiful and, moreover, a Titan transformer. Soundwave, hack into the tidal wave's defense systems and deploy our Decepticon soldiers." Chapter 117. The Battle of the City Titan commences under the command of Megatron. Soundwave swiftly dismantled the external energy blockade system aboard the tidal wave, although this would require some time. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime and Ratchet simultaneously observed the scene of the Fallen tearing through the mountain and taking to the skies. Their astonishment was overshadowed by elation. Optimus immediately dispatched a team to track the Fallen's flight path, while also urging Ratchet to expedite the dismantling of the tidal wave's energy blockade, enabling their land bridge to extend directly into the fray. As the chaos unfolded, just as Optimus prepared to lead all Autobot warriors to assist in confronting the pressures of the battlefield, Perceptor approached with Sparkplug in tow. "Optimus, I have fulfilled my duty," Perceptor reported. With Ratchet leading the modifications, Sparkplug has been fully revived. No sooner had he spoken than a diminutive yellow Titan approached Optimus, stating, "I have come to this planet under the guidance of Master Titanium and the Microcosmic Primus to assist you. I feel invigorated." Sparkplug leaped, transforming into a thin, golden badge that adhered to Optimus's chest. In an instant, Optimus's exterior was enveloped in a layer of silvery armor, akin to Megatron's, yet imbued with far greater power. Sparkplug had bestowed upon him the strength that transcended the very essence of creation, and wielding the Starblade, he stood unrivaled among this cadre of Cybertronians on Earth. "Optimus, I sense your might has grown," Ratchet exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the sight of Optimus's transformation. "This battle will determine the fate of Earth and Cybertron. The pirate organization, Thundercracker, must be eradicated. The offensive from within will be entrusted to you," Optimus declared, before soaring into the skies with Jetfire, while the others, led by Prowl, prepared to utilize the land bridge and infiltrate the tidal wave. At that moment, the massive Fallen ship soared through the air, already detected by Thundercracker. Countless flying mechanical soldiers, primal beasts, and robotic insects launched an assault on the Fallen's vessel. However, none evaded the first layer of 150 high-speed particle cannons' defensive firepower. Even the hypervelocity ionic laser cannons remained unused. Is this all of Primus's weaponry and technological achievements? Thundercracker marveled at the sheer scale of the barrage, astonished by the staggering consumption of energon. It was truly excessive. To comprehend the vast wealth accumulated over millennia, one finds that the total amounts to merely over 2.3 million super energy units. After accounting for daily expenditures and the costs associated with production and research projects, the effective resources available for the tidal wave are reduced to fewer than 500,000 units. This is under the condition that no energy-consuming weaponry or transformation combat is activated. When considering all factors, this meager sum can only sustain the tidal wave for 3 battles, given the current scale of conflict. However, witnessing the relentless slaughter of his soldiers on the screen, the furious Pote Tianlei rose from his throne. issuing commands to unleash the ship's 4 double-barreled ion cannons upon that dark red Tianming battleship with great ferocity, intent on swiftly obliterating their sole aerial fortress. As the 4 double-barreled ion cannons atop the tidal wave began to charge, the frontline soldiers of the Thunder Fury intentionally distanced themselves from the burning heaven. My lord, a massive energy surge is detected. Should we evade? Negative. Activate the fusion cannon immediately, and let Tianming experience the might of my latest technology. With a decisive press of a button, the 4 triple-barreled fusion cannons rapidly amassed energy, and in less than 15 seconds, a formidable red-yellow energy beam surged towards the tidal wave. At that moment, the 4 ion cannons of the tidal wave had just finished gathering energy and swiftly fired at the burning heaven. In an instant, the 2 colossal energy forces collided, the resulting shockwave reverberating for thousands of kilometers. However, due to the relatively low power of the ion cannon, the fusion cannon began to suppress its assault. Tianming observed with urgency as 12 red-yellow energy beams rapidly approached his main control chamber. Quickly, maneuver the ship to the left. Hurry! If the tidal wave were to transform and endure the fusion cannon's onslaught, there was no doubt that it would be utterly dismantled before the transformation was complete. The tidal wave's cumbersome body tilted left and turned, narrowly avoiding a direct hit on the control chamber, though the fusion beams struck the lower half of the ship's side. Yet, thanks to a uniquely formidable defensive shield activated by the tidal wave, the fusion cannon's power was significantly diminished. Tidal wave, transform. Tear apart that ship before us. As the tidal wave began its transformation, the burning heaven could not afford to be outdone. All members of Tianming retreated to designated areas, and with the command from Emperor Tianming, they withdrew to the energy zone, the core of the burning heaven. The transformation commenced, and within 30 seconds, a titan, towering at 520 meters and clad in dark red armor, loomed before the tidal wave and the myriad of transforming warriors. Good heavens! Not only is its firepower formidable, but it also takes the form of Titan. At this moment, the astonished sound of an ambulance echoed from the call. Observing from the sidelines and unable to participate in the battle, Optimus Prime was left utterly bewildered. It was inconceivable that Emperor Tianming could possess a city commander. Even if he transformed the Mingda into the imposing aerial fortress it currently resembled, there was no way he could command a city commander. Yet, he personally witnessed the transformation of the aerial fortress into a city commander, coupled with the previous incident where he resurrected the fallen Cybertronians. It could only indicate one thing. Emperor Tianming had acquired a significant amount of energon energy detached from the Allspark. The notion that he had obtained the Allspark itself was utterly impossible, for it was he who had launched it into the cosmos, and only he knew its coordinates. Upon witnessing this scenario, Megatron's plans underwent a significant alteration. After eliminating Thunder Fury, he needed to prioritize either the destruction or capture of Emperor Tianming. This was not merely to address the newly emerged city commander, but also due to Tianming's ability to mass-produce city commanders and resurrect the deceased. Chapter 118. 3 energy surge-type dark vengeances. Both the burning heaven and the tidal wave unleashed their external artillery upon each other. The confrontation was fierce, yet tidal wave's offensive proved futile against the formidable firepower of burning heaven, which repelled him with a direct strike from its energy cannon, nearly toppling him. Seizing the moment, burning heaven charged at tidal wave, its immense size giving it an unwieldy appearance. With a powerful punch, it sent tidal wave crashing down. However, tidal wave was far from helpless. He swiftly launched several alloy fiber chains from his side, ensnaring burning heaven and dragging him down as well. Just as he was about to fall forward, tidal wave swiftly raised his leg and kicked him several dozen meters away, regaining his footing with his right hand. Tidal wave seized this opportunity to eliminate the formidable adversary before him. At that critical moment, the multifaceted being in the energy core zone made its move. Armed with an equal number of responsive explosives, it swiftly dispatched all soldiers outside the energy supply chamber, demolishing several energy conduits. What on earth is happening? Tidal wave, why can't you move? Thunder Fury exclaimed. My energy supply is insufficient. I require more super energy entities. Moreover, it appears there is someone intentionally sabotaging my internal systems. Upon hearing tidal wave's distress, Thunder Fury was filled with rage and turned to the audio panel, commanding, audio panel. Investigate and locate the individual responsible for disrupting the energy supply. Where are they now? Soon, a visual display emerged, revealing a high-ranking mechanical soldier who had sabotaged the energy supply chamber before heading to the core laboratory. Cannon, Allensack, take the mechanical soldier with you and eliminate the shapeshifter disguised as a mechanical soldier. I instruct all Thunder Fury combat soldiers to surge forward and harass Burning Heaven to buy tidal wave some time for repairs. At this moment, as the formidable entity known as Fun Tiandu was poised to obliterate the tidal wave, several large portals on the side of the tidal wave's body swung open, unleashing a relentless onslaught of mechanical soldiers, primal beasts, and robotic insects. They surged forth like a horde of flies, attacking Fun Tiandu with fervor. He was compelled to halt his advance, unleashing a barrage of concentrated fire in all directions. Yet, the sheer volume and swift movements of the Thunder Fury's forces rendered quick extermination impossible. Meanwhile, within Fun Tiandu's interior, Tianming, the Autobot medic, and Soundwave from the Avengers ship, having successfully disrupted the internal energy blockade due to a malfunction in the tidal wave's super energy transmission, rallied their forces. The entire Qianjitang contingent surged forward across the land bridge, intent on infiltrating the tidal wave's inner sanctum to extinguish the spark of the rupture thunder. Autobots, the time has come to eradicate the cosmic pirates. Join me in this charge to vanquish the rupture thunder and rescue our brethren. Decepticons, our new era is upon us. Annihilate the Thunder Fury and seize all the resources it leaves behind, including the tidal wave vessel. In an instant, 3 cerulean vortices materialized in various locations within the tidal wave. Waves of Qianjitang, Decepticons, and Autobot members emerged from these portals, intent on slaughtering every last one of the Thunder Fury's minions. Lord Megatron, Optimus Prime, and Tianming led the charge against the nearby soldiers, wielding their weapons with great fervor, yet refraining from unleashing their full destructive potential. They found themselves in the energy supply room and core laboratory, where vast quantities of super-energy entities were amassed. Lord Megatron, Room 13 is filled to the brim with super-energy entities. Optimus Prime, we Autobots need no longer fear for the super-energy entities. Room 3 is entirely stocked. Lord Tianming, there are 2 storerooms brimming with super-energy entities. The 3 leaders, at nearly the same moment, but from different locations, issued serious commands to their subordinates. Station heavy troops to guard and ensure the rapid transport of these entities back to the base. We must not allow the other factions to gain access. As they pressed onward toward the Rupture Thunder's location, they dispatched soldiers to swiftly transport the super-energy entities. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Cannoneer and Sulfur retreated to the control room of the energy sector. Chief, Megatron is advancing through the area. We cannot hold them off. Chief, Optimus Prime and his Autobots have breached Room 15 and will soon arrive here. We must withdraw. Chief, Tianming and his group are rampaging through. They will be upon us shortly. We should retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Rupture Thunder surveyed his injured core subordinates below and glanced at the screen depicting the battle against Fun Tiandu. With a sigh of resignation, he ordered, "Fall back to the core laboratory area. Soundboard, send a portion of our forces to delay Fun Tiandu and his allies." The Thunderbreaker, accompanied by his steadfast subordinates, including the Cannon, Sulfur, and Olenczak, made his way to the core laboratory of the Faceless Man, intent on utilizing the latter's newly developed semi-destructive weapon to eliminate Emperor Tianming, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, or to perish alongside them. Soon, the Thunderbreaker and his beleaguered entourage of over 50 individuals found refuge in the laboratory. Upon witnessing the fruits of the Faceless Man's labor, his confidence surged. Is this truly the most confidential core achievement you have cultivated over millennia? Before him stood 3 incubation tanks, displaying life signs of 3 Cybertronians, along with corresponding data metrics. Indeed, these are the ultimate weapons of annihilation, the Dark Sky Vendetta, crafted from the nucleic genes of Emperor Tianming, Optimus Prime, and Megatron. The Faceless Man expressed gratitude for the Cybertronian civil war, particularly towards Emperor Tianming. Without him, obtaining the genetic samples would have been impossible. As he pressed the final button, the 3 sentient Dark Sky Vendettas shattered their tanks and emerged. The Thunderbreaker beheld their striking resemblance to Emperor Tianming, Megatron, and Optimus Prime, clad in black, towering at 13 meters and adorned with a pair of crimson energy wings. With their arrival, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. I shall utterly vanquish Emperor Tianming, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, and repay today's humiliation tenfold. Destroy them. At that moment, with the Faceless Man's command echoing in the air, the three Dark Sky Vendettas initiated their indiscriminate assault. In an instant, the unprepared cannon, Sulfur, and others lay lifeless. Seizing the opportunity before the Thunderbreaker could react, the Faceless Man blasted off his right arm, reclaiming the sole Requiem gun that had fallen to the ground. Why? Why must it be this way? The Thunderbreaker lamented, surveying the devastation and the betrayal before him, his voice a mixture of anguish and fury. Chapter 119. The might of Dark Emperor Tianming. The Faceless Man regarded the defeated Thunderbreaker with a cold, unyielding gaze. I was once a scientist at the Cybertron Academy. Had it not been for the Civil War and the Elder Council's favoritism, I would not have been forced to associate with you filthy pirates. Your defeat is now inevitable, and I have obtained the power and technological achievements I sought. As he recalled the past, his emotions flared with rage. The position of chief scientist rightfully belonged to me. Why should Emperor Tianming, within a mere millennium of his existence, ascend to that esteemed role, merely due to his fortunate circumstances? From the moment he was born, he was chosen by the elite citizens to be nurtured and educated, while I remained a lowly citizen. I worked tirelessly. The weapons employed during the Cybertronian Civil War bear the mark of my theories, and the majority of Cybertron's civilian infrastructure was designed and developed by me. Yet, all my contributions were cast aside by that corrupt council the moment he arrived at the Academy. After an emotional outburst, the dual-faced one let out a bitter laugh, recalling a phrase often uttered by the inhabitants of Cybertron. Everything we possess is the result of our own efforts since our inception. Yet, what have my endeavors yielded? Merely an external appointment at a scientific research institute. I ask you, is this fair? Is this just? Simply because I am but a lowly citizen, I must endure such discriminatory treatment. Hence, I harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Elder Council and for the young upstart, Emperor Tianming, and I find the entirety of Cybertron utterly vile and beyond redemption. As he spoke, the dual-faced one's emotions gradually calmed. He turned to Breakthrough Thunder, anticipating his response. I, too, have experienced a fate akin to yours. Hand over the sole Requiem gun to me, and together we shall obliterate Cybertron, ensuring that its civilization ceases to exist from this day forth. In that moment, Breakthrough Thunder, gravely wounded and his left side corroded by the rust gun, gazed calmly at the dual-faced one, knowing that if he were to acquire the sole Requiem gun, he would undoubtedly eliminate him first. Just as Breakthrough Thunder was still contemplating his next move, the dual-faced one transformed his right arm into a spark extraction device, directly extracting Breakthrough Thunder's spark and encasing it within the outer shell of his chest armor. Fear not, you remain of use to me, but I no longer require an insubordinate Breakthrough Thunder. In truth, the thundering fury present on Earth numbered merely 13, with 23 more forces distributed across the colonial planets they occupied. As for Breakthrough Thunder, his only purpose now was to obediently serve as a puppet for the dual-faced one's leadership of thundering fury. Hearing the sounds of battle drawing ever closer, he hastily commanded Dark Optimus Prime and Dark Megatron to engage in combat to buy time, while he approached the main control room and swiftly initiated the ship's departure protocols. Indeed, to avert unnecessary danger, he had transformed his core research lab aboard the Tidal Wave into a medium-sized combat vessel. Lord Megatron, Breakthrough Thunder, and his subordinates are approaching. The rescued Red Spider eagerly employed her guiding abilities, and soon, upon rounding a corner, they were confronted by a version of themselves wielding a black axe. 2 Megatrons? At that moment, not only Red Spider, but also the Decepticon soldiers behind Megatron were taken aback. No, he is the imposter. He is my clone. No, who is your clone? My power is supreme. I am Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons. Dark Megatron, incensed by the words of his counterpart, grasped the black axe and charged at Megatron. Unyielding, Megatron met the charge head-on. Clang! The two combatants were nearly evenly matched in strength, yet being merely a clone, lacking the Dark Star Sword and the enhancement of 7 Minicon warriors, the clone was swiftly sent flying after less than 10 exchanges. A clone is but a clone. The dregs of dregs. I shall dismember you into 8 pieces. Those who dare offend me must die. As Megatron prepared to dismantle Dark Megatron, Dark Optimus Prime surged forth, delivering a powerful punch to Megatron's chest that sent him flying several meters away. Optimally Prime, not again. Wait, you two are a clone. Yet your strength surpasses that of him, the other me. Megatron sensed the force behind that blow, realizing it was 2 to 3 times greater than that of Dark Megatron. Could it be that he was truly weaker than Optimus Prime? The vengeful Optimus, possessed the spark energy of Primus, augmented by immense dark energy. How could this insignificant wretch even compare to me? Dark Optimus Prime, gripping a colossal black sword infused with a portion of dark energy, charged at Megatron. With a single stroke, he cleaved a 10-centimeter deep gash in a Megatron's external armor. As Megatron retaliated with a kick, Dark Optimus Prime seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce blow to his waist that sent him crashing to the ground before the Decepticon soldiers. Rising to his feet, Megatron glared at Dark Optimus Prime, fury radiating from him as he prepared to unleash a torrent of violet energy. My lord, such an action will lead to our demise. After all, we are within the energy zone of the tidal wave, and not far from the spark chamber. Red Spider quickly intervened to halt Megatron's impulsive behavior, reminding him that they had yet to relocate the super energy core. At that moment, Optimus Prime and his counterpart approached from another direction. Optimus Prime, the Thunderbreaker is within, and you, clone, are your greatest adversary. Just then, another Dark Optimus Prime emerged from the laboratory. Now we have gathered all 3 of our clones. Megatron felt a surge of delight, for this clone before him was as feeble as a chick, and he was eager to witness whether Optimus Prime could defeat his replica or, at a critical moment, strike from behind to end Optimus Prime's life and seize all that he possessed. These clones, a violation of Cybertronian life, deserve to be eradicated completely. Optimus Prime gazed upon the dark doppelganger before him, a being indistinguishable from himself, and a tempest of fury surged within him. Grasping the Star Sword, he charged forth, followed closely by Megatron and their respective counterparts. In a matter of moments, devoid of employing energy sword techniques, both Megatron and Optimus Prime extinguished the life force of their dark replicas with ease. Meanwhile, the conflict between Emperor Tianming and his dark counterpart was just beginning. Chapter 120. Acquisition of advanced technology. Emperor Tianming unleashed 2 high-velocity ion blasts toward the Dark Emperor Tianming. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly combined the Heavenly Tomb and Heavenly Star to form the Tomb Star Sword, striking down with it. The Dark Emperor Tianming caught the blade with both hands, straining under the weight, causing his left leg to bend involuntarily. Emperor Tianming, I am your replica. Though I lack your strength, I understand you better than anyone else. The Dark Emperor Tianming allowed the Tomb Star Sword to slice into his left shoulder. While it did not sever his arm, greenish-purple energy began to seep from the wound. Simultaneously, his left hand grasped the Tomb Star Sword, while his right fist struck Emperor Tianming's chest. You believe you understand me, but we are no longer one. You are merely the former Emperor Tianming, a somewhat useful imitation. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Emperor Tianming delivered a powerful kick that sent the Dark Emperor Tianming flying. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, unnecessary turbulence erupted around the core laboratory. Suddenly, the entire laboratory detached from Azibo, transforming into a medium-sized combat spacecraft. Emperor Tianxiu, retreat. As the spacecraft ascended, the double-faced man hastily called out to the Dark Emperor Tianming. Upon receiving the notification, the Dark Emperor Tianming immediately transformed into a Cybertronian Raptor fighter jet, soaring into the sky in pursuit of the double-faced man spacecraft. At that moment, Megatron, Optimus Prime, and Emperor Tianming promptly commanded their subordinates to open fire and send teams to pursue. However, the double-faced man's vessel was enveloped in a defensive shield that rendered conventional weaponry ineffective. Even sending individuals to chase proved futile, as the ship's speed vastly outstripped that of the clone soldiers. Thus, Emperor Tianming and his allies could only watch as the double-faced man made off with the Thunderbreaker, unaware of the latter's fate. As the double-faced man piloted the ship into the upper atmosphere, he came to a halt and gripped the Soul Caliber, transforming it into the Soul Cannon. Exceeding leader-class power, the strength of the Soul Cannon was greatly amplified under his control as it began to charge. Master Emperor Tianming, An unidentified stellar energy fluctuation has been detected above Earth. We must retreat immediately. Lord Megatron, a surge of stellar energy has been detected, poised to be unleashed within the Earth's core. Optimus Prime, we must evacuate immediately. A formidable force is gathering just beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Upon receiving this alarming news, the trio promptly deduced that the thunderstorm was preparing to deploy the Soul Cannon, intending to utterly annihilate the tidal wave and, in doing so, eliminate them as well. All personnel hastily abandoned the tidal wave. Move quickly. After issuing the command, Megatron, Optimus Prime, and Emperor Tianming swiftly exited from the core laboratory separation point. Whether they were the liberated Autobots or Decepticons or other cosmic beings, as they witnessed one soldier after another rapidly seeking exits and land bridges to evacuate the tidal wave, they too followed suit in haste. Before long, the double-faced man, observing the fully charged soul cannon in his grasp, made a subtle gesture. A powerful column of yellow energy cascaded downward, aimed at the tidal wave. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal blue mushroom cloud erupted, the blast radius extending over 500 kilometers, nearly engulfing the entirety of Jasper in waves of energy and explosive force, resulting in the instantaneous loss of countless human lives. Witnessing such devastation, the double-faced man felt a profound sense of disappointment. It seemed my power is still insufficient to unleash the full potential of the Soul Cannon. Otherwise, evil could have obliterated this planet, along with Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Emperor Tianming, leaving them to perish in this cataclysm. Subsequently, he departed with Dark Emperor Tianming, piloting a medium-sized spacecraft deep into the cosmos. This explosion not only inflicted severe losses upon humanity, but also caused damage to the Autobots, Decepticons, and the Thousand Machines Hall. However, due to their swift evacuation, the core members were spared from the brunt of the explosion. Emperor Tianming gazed at the screen displaying the tidal wave, now unrecognizable. Inside, if only I could have subdued the tidal wave, the Titan, how splendid that would have been. Yet alas, it has escaped under the cover of thunderstorm. At that moment, returning to the burning sky, the Faceless One joyfully presented 3 data recorders and fragments of the time-space blade to Emperor Tianming. My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. Amidst the chaos, I successfully infiltrated their laboratory, accessed their data terminal, and downloaded all data from the tidal wave, both useful and otherwise. Emperor Tianming placed the fragments of the Blade of Time and Space into the core chamber. He then held 3 data recorders, sequentially examining their contents. The unified consciousness technology of the Combined Titan, the beast form technique of the Combined Titan, the unachieved theoretical transformations of the Combined Titan, the manufacturing technology of the Titan, the versatile technology of the Titan, the fusion technology between the Titan and the Leader Warrior, the energy refinement technology of the Core Seed, the 100-fold energy loss reduction technology, the experimental detection process of the new super energy body, and the methods for enhancing Core Seed strength. Overwhelmed by the technological marvels before him, Tianming was astonished. Indeed, the dual-faced individuals exhibited a mastery of Combined Titans and Titans that far surpassed his own. Most intriguing to him was the energy refinement technology of the Core Seed, a technique capable of directly refining others' core energy into its purest, most primal form to enhance his own core. Moreover, this technology was pivotal for the mass production of Titans and certain Combined Titans, effectively allowing the dual-faced individuals to create replicas of Combined Titans and Titans even in the absence of core energy sources. As Tianming gazed at the multifaceted guest before him, excitement surged within him. The value of what you have brought back far exceeds that of the tidal wave and all the honors we have achieved in this operation. I am a man who rewards merit, and your contributions this time warrant 2 rewards. He stepped directly before the multifaceted guest and once more augmented his star gold core, elevating his height to 85 meters and bringing his strength close to that of a deputy commander. Regarding the second reward, would you prefer to reserve it for future enhancement of your core strength, or would you like an alternative reward? Black Crow and the others looked on enviously. It would not be an exaggeration to call their feelings jealousy. After all, this group of seasoned veterans had reached the commander or leader level through years of accrued merit, while he, through a single mission, had gained the opportunity for 2 core enhancements. Lord Tianming, I choose to reserve it. Once I have fully absorbed this portion of core energy, I will continue with the core enhancement. Tianming had no objections. After all, his own strength was paramount. The need for powerful external weapons was secondary. He turned to face the assembled crowd, solemnly declaring, from this day forth, the multifaceted guest shall serve as the intelligence commander of the Thousand Machine Hall, on par with Black Crow. All members of the Thousand Machine Hall consented. As the multifaceted guest's prowess in intelligence, gathering, and his achievements were evident. Chapter 121. 0 Degree and Celestial Fire, following Tianming's commendation of the combat personnel. Black Crow stepped forth respectfully to report, Lord Tianming, as a result of this battle, the remnants of the Thunder Fury have either perished in the great explosion or been vanquished by us. Amidst the chaos, we have not only acquired nearly 600 super energy bodies, but also rescued numerous Autobots and Decepticon slaves, including several from other cosmic races. Should we consider their surrender? Take me to witness those vehicles once enslaved by the wrath of Thunder and the Decepticons. Lord Tianming wishes to ascertain whether any familiar faces from the Academy of Sciences are among them, particularly the talented individuals in technology. At this moment, the external experimental base, having been activated by the Ember Energy after Lord Tianming's activation of the Burning Heaven, has relocated all its experimental apparatus onto the Burning Heaven itself. Consequently, the current interior of the base is exceedingly vast, filled with expansive chambers teeming with individuals, while many others occupy the outer space, quietly seated on the ground. Among you, who has held a relevant position within the Academy of Sciences under the Elder Council and is willing to serve our Thousand Machine Hall, Lord Tianming has personally come to evaluate you, offering opportunities with generous rewards. Upon hearing this news, several Cybertronians, who had been huddled in a corner with their hands shackled, immediately raised their hands in response, and were subsequently escorted before Lord Tianming. What roles did you fulfill within the Academy of Sciences? The four looked up, and indeed, it was Lord Tianming, the former chief of the Cybertron Academy. Their expressions filled with exhilaration. One orange-hued Cybertronian, adorned with the Decepticon insignia upon his chest, fervently declared, Lord Tianming, we are finally reunited. I had heard tales of your exploits aboard the tidal wave, and to witness you in my lifetime is truly a blessing. Lord Tianming regarded the visibly excited and anxious young Cybertronian before him, and solemnly inquired, what roles did you fulfill within the Academy? And what endeavors did you pursue aboard the tidal wave? What technological achievements have you accomplished? As the former chief of the Academy, Lord Tianming was acquainted with the vast majority of its scientists, barring those who were mere interns or hired assistants, or those who had been appointed during his period of dormancy by the Elder Council. My lord, I serve as an assistant to Master Grian, primarily engaged in energy concentration and conservation technologies for high-rise buildings. The other two are apprentices of Master Muling, focusing on the replication of weapon development and construction for the Cybertronian global orbital systems. Just as Lord Tianming sought to continue the dialogue, a deep blue, beast-like Cybertronian broke free from his restraints, swiftly dispatching the advancing elite clone soldiers. Sihua, take these four to Fine Crossline. He should possess even greater knowledge about the Academy's personnel than I do. Additionally, meticulously interrogate them regarding their claims and technological achievements. Should they deceive, execute them immediately. I have no desire to harbor a spy aboard this warship. Lord Tianming admonished Sihua, then instructed the nearby Huang Tianji to subdue the rebellious Cybertronian, while he himself proceeded towards the fray. You wretched scum, who among you dares to challenge me? 0 Degree. If none do, release me at once. I wish to fully experience the beauty of this planet. At the very moment he finished speaking, Huang Tianji lunged at Ling Du, sinking his teeth into his neck and violently tossing him aside. However, upon seeing Huang Tianji before him, Ling Du rose calmly, unperturbed. The ancient creature was fearsome, yet it was not unfamiliar to him. He had personally vanquished an even mightier beast on board the tidal wave. With that, Ling Du transformed into a mechanical ice dragon king, stretching approximately 28 meters in length, and charged at Huang Tianji. At first glance of the Ice Dragon King, Huang Tianji mistakenly believed this furious beast belonged to the lineage of the savage dragon griffins, his own kin. Thus, he exerted no effort, effortlessly catching Ling Du's incoming claws with both hands. As he pivoted, Ling Du was thrown away. At that moment, witnessing the relatively feeble power of this Cybertronian, who was even weaker than the once mighty Chang'e Yongxiao. Huang Tianji rushed in without hesitation. The Ice Dragon King also surged toward the humanoid Huang Tianji, only to be met with a singular punch that sent him crashing against the wall, nearly breaking his neck, with countless energy particles spilling from the wound. Huang Tianji scoffed, thinking him merely a slightly formidable waste. He lifted Lingdu effortlessly and tossed him before Emperor Tianming. Lingdu, master of the underground crime syndicate during the golden age of Cybertron. A long-lived Cybertronian. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? I recall purchasing the remains of the 13 ancestors from you. Injured, Lingdu glanced up at Emperor Tianming, trying to recall, yet he had never encountered a Cybertronian of such towering stature, nearly matching that of the leader of the celestial realm. At that moment, a flicker of insight crossed his somewhat befuddled mind. You are Emperor Tianming, the one who experimented on the leader's corpse, and now the leader of the 1,000 mechanisms who defeated the Breakthrough Thunder. No wonder you seem so familiar. Well then, do you still wish to escape? Emperor Tianming inquired coldly, a hint of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Not all. Rather than venture out or join another faction, I would prefer to align myself with you. At least on this planet, the Autobots and Decepticons are no match for you. Very well. I welcome you to join my ranks. Your scientific intellect is invaluable to us. Emperor Tianming displayed no signs of joy. Crime lords like him were inherently reluctant to submit to others. However, this posed no issue. Once they were reinforced with a spark, they would be compelled to loyalty, for betrayal would bring them dire consequences. Yet, as Emperor Tianming entered the final solitary confinement chamber, he could not help but regard the gray and white painted elder before him with a sense of reverence. Tianhua, who has lived since the era of the ancestors. A warrior who has witnessed the entirety of Cybertron's history and technology. I, Emperor Tianming, hold you in the highest esteem. Emperor Tianming, you have now attained what you sought. I comprehend your purpose, yet I am now frail and incapable of fulfilling your desires. With a cane in hand, Tianhua, hunched over, approached him and spoke slowly. No, your significance is even greater than you might imagine. What I require is not your technology, but your vast knowledge. Among my team is a literature enthusiast, who will undoubtedly become your finest apprentice in this lifetime. In truth, Tianming does indeed need technological talents to swiftly fabricate the technology he acquires. However, Tianhua possesses nearly complete historical fragments of Cybertron in his mind, coupled with his status as a pioneering explorer of the space bridge colonial era, making him a living map of the universe. Chapter 122. The rapid expansion of the three major forces. Tianhua gazed at Tianming, maintaining an indifferent and calm demeanor. I have heard of your deeds on this planet. They are quite commendable. However, there is no need for further warfare. Whether during the primordial era, the era of the five-faced tyrant, or the subsequent Cybertron civil war, all have drained the vitality of Cybertronian civilization. Technology has the potential to both uplift and obliterate Cybertron. Yet the current situation evidently leans toward the latter. I merely wish to find a planet to spend my twilight years in peace. To be candid, Tianhua had grown weary of this ceaseless conflict. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the thunderous wrath, he now yearned for a place to pass away peacefully. At that moment, Tianming produced the star gold energon source from within his chest, leaving Tianhua astonished. This is the energon source. No, it is akin to the energon source's energy. Tianming, you are indeed a mad, yet magnificent scientific marvel. No, this is even more potent than the energon source of Cybertron. How about experiencing its power for yourself? Without awaiting Tianhua's consent, Tianming aimed the star gold energon source at him, unleashing a tremendous surge of energon energy towards Tianhua's body. In an instant, Tianhua underwent a remarkable transformation. His once hunched back straightened, and he grew to a height of 125 meters. He now surpassed even his peak leadership prowess, feeling a long-lost sense of ease. This power even exceeded the enhancement strength of the energon source itself, as well as the blue-gold energon within him. No wonder you could single-handedly contend with Optimus Prime and Megatron. Countless sages of Cybertron have aspired to recreate an energon source, yet none succeeded by the time I left Cybertron. And yet you have triumphed. Having personally undergone the transformation through energon energy, Tianhua understood the significance of the star gold energon source in Tianming's possession. Cybertron could be revitalized, and its civilization could once again flourish. However, Tianming before him remained composed as he retracted the star gold energon source. Each time he revealed it, the Cybertronians would be filled with astonishment. He had grown accustomed to this reaction, for the energon source was, without question, the most sacred artifact to the Cybertronians. With that being said, what is there to hesitate about? I require technological talents, as well as explorers capable of traversing the universe, a living map of the cosmos. Your enthusiasm for exploration is palpable, while I am tasked with the monumental endeavor of establishing an entirely new Cybertron. Follow me, and you shall witness the dawn of a groundbreaking Cybertronian civilization. Tianming paused, inhaling deeply before he spoke with unwavering confidence. For my power shall ultimately rival that of the divine, perhaps even ascend to divinity itself. I am indeed a god. Tianhu looked upon Tianming's self-assuredness with eager anticipation for the novel civilization he aimed to create. I, Tianhu, willingly offer my frail existence to serve Tianming and the entirety of a new Cybertronian civilization. With Tianhu's allegiance secured, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over Tianming. As for the other prisoners, any Cybertronians with practical skills, scientists, builders, miners, would be recruited, while those unwilling to join the Thousand Mechanisms Hall or whose identities were dubious would simply become unwilling subjects for live experimentation, offering their final vestiges of value. In a bid to ensure that the more than 500 newcomers would unequivocally obey him, Tianming deliberately selected 200 individuals to undergo energy enhancements using the fire seed. These chosen ones would then manage the remaining 300. Among the 8 newly recruited scientific talents, including Tianhu, Tianming undoubtedly transformed them with star gold fire seed energy, establishing a new Academy of Sciences aboard the Burning Heaven, with Tianming as the chief and the Cross Line and Tianhu as deputies, overseeing the technological development of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. At present, the primary focus remained on the continued construction of the successfully reverse-engineered Ultimate Divine Lock. Alongside the extensive plundering of Earth's alloy resources and oil production to synthesize super-energy bodies. With the personnel of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall increasing from 700 to over 7,000, although they acquired a substantial amount of super-energy bodies, it barely sufficed for their needs. To maintain their combat prowess, mass production of star gold energy bodies was essential. Therefore, Tianming's foremost objective was to research expedited methods for obtaining star gold energy bodies, rather than relying on the slower and more limited synthetic means. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, envision the exhilaration of having amassed over 100,000 super energy bodies at Base 13. They were filled with joy. Optimus Prime. If only we had not been shorthanded at the time, we could have secured even more. Smokescreen glanced at Optimus Prime with delight, while the adjacent partition expressed both happiness and regret, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Autobots need no longer fret over energy shortages." Yet, as the crowd parted a small, blue Autobot curled up in a corner, glancing anxiously from side to side, oscillating between fear and joy. Alas, I have wronged RC. Had I been more cautious and attentive, perhaps she would not be in this state now. Optimus Prime felt a pang of remorse for the decisions made in those dire moments. Indeed, the present RC, unable to withstand the inhumane torment inflicted by Thunder, has succumbed to madness. Her neural connectors were entirely consumed by terrifying data, a situation reminiscent of the makeshift cortical neural connectors that constructed using the ample resources acquired by the ambulance. Fear not, for the ambulance and paramedics are present. Surely, there exists a means to cure Alcie's affliction. The ambulance and paramedics observed the comforting screen of smoke from the police car, Bumblebee, and others, their expressions reflecting considerable distress. They were merely doctors, skilled in healing, yet ill-equipped to mend the minds of their comrades. However, aside from this grim news, there were numerous positive developments. Optimus Prime and his team had successfully rescued the Reckless and the Crane, 2 Autobot construction workers along with a scientist. In addition, there were paramedics, Tires, Tsunami, Jazz, Ironhide, and other Autobots or members of various races from the Cybertronian colonies. As for the Decepticons who managed to escape, save for a few who were recruited, the vast majority met their demise. A similar scene unfolded aboard the Nemesis, where Megatron stood with arms crossed, observing the terrified Starscream below. Starscream, as the chaos unfolded, had revealed their secrets to Thundercracker after being captured, living rather comfortably since then. What value do you hold for me now? Chapter 123. Starscream's life spared. Once more Starscream glanced around the bridge of the Decepticon ship, now filled with high-ranking warriors, including veterans like Barricade and Thundercracker, alongside newly returned members such as Skywarp, Shockwave, and other emerging fighters. The presence of scientists like Thunderwing and Bludgeon indicated that the Decepticons had fully regained their former strength, rendering Starscream unnecessary. Yet, he was unwilling to meet his end just yet. He had not fulfilled his ambitions, nor witnessed the Decepticons' path to conquest. Lord Megatron, grant me one more chance. While I may lack achievements, I have toiled earnestly. I have only disclosed to Thundercracker matters concerning the Autobots, Decepticons, the energy shortages, and the search for relics. As for everything else, I have remained tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper. Megatron glared at the kneeling Starscream, seething with anger. It is precisely because you withheld other Decepticon secrets that I am even considering your defense. Enough. Your last words have been spoken. Now, bring your own conclusion to this. Though Megatron hesitated to take his life, Starscream had become expendable. Barricade could easily replace him as his new air commander, and Barricade's loyalty was unwavering. Moreover, who could ascertain what other significant Decepticon secrets Starscream might have confided to Thundercracker beyond the two relatively inconsequential matters he had already disclosed? Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Red Spider aimed the missile affixed to the exterior of his left arm at his own chest, his eyes tightly shut in trepidation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he immediately prostrated himself upon the ground. Lord Megatron, I assure you that my time aboard the tidal wave was not in vain. I have discovered additional locations of the Thunder Fury across the cosmos, along with a blueprint for the combinational technology. With these two assets, I firmly believe that all the wealth amassed by Thunder Fury will ultimately belong to the Decepticons. Originally, Red Spider had contemplated the prospect of constructing a spacecraft in secret after being rescued, intending to sever ties with the Decepticons and establish his own dominion. He envisioned leveraging the mass production of combinational technology to amass great riches or to create a legion of advanced clone soldiers. He even fantasized about fabricating a battalion of combinational soldiers, ultimately recruiting a few wayward Cybertronians to become a warlord on one or two planets. Or perhaps returning to Cybertron to vanquish Megatron and ascend as the new leader of the Decepticons. However, the current circumstances had taken a turn for the worse, and he found himself on the verge of extinguishment. In this moment, he unveiled his prized possessions. Oh, Red Spider, I knew you would not return empty-handed. These two items are of immense significance to us Decepticons. As soon as Megatron concluded his statement, Soundwave stepped forward to collect the two items from Red Spider. He then interfaced them with the main control console, projecting a complete cosmic distribution map of the Thunder Fury organization along with their energy reserve planets. In addition, a comprehensive combinational technology blueprint emerged. Though the majority present could not comprehend its intricacies, several Decepticon scientists, including Thunderwing, Wukong, and Jindao, who had previously worked aboard the tidal wave, possessed a profound understanding of combinational technology. Indeed, Lord Megatron, this combinational technology is one of the dual-faced being's achievements. Having participated in the manufacturing process aboard the tidal wave, we are now equipped to enable nearly all Decepticons to form combinational units. Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Thunderwing's findings. He turned to Red Spider and all the Decepticons present, solemnly proclaiming his appointments. Red Spider would continue in his role as Air Commander and Air Combat Advisor, assigning a portion of the aerial units to be commanded by the Stunticons. Thunderwing, Wukong, and others would remain aboard the Punishment to further the development of combinational technology, while Jindao would return to Cybertron with the remaining scientists to assist Shockwave in enhancing the efficiency of synthetic energy research. Given that significant progress had already been made in the synthesis of energy bodies, and with more than half of the work completed, even after seizing nearly 400,000 energy bodies, Megatron was determined to establish the complete chemical equation for synthetic energy bodies. After all, who would ever complain about having an excess of energy? Not to mention one that could be produced en masse with high efficiency. Furthermore, ensure that this new energy body is presented to Shockwave for analysis. to ascertain its potential applications. Before Megatron lay a canister containing genetic samples of the star gold energy entity, which he entrusted to Goldblade. Upon witnessing this energy form, distinct from the previous dark energon, toxic energon, and yellow energon, Goldblade was overwhelmed with excitement. He was, after all, one of the foremost energy experts within the Decepticon scientific community, surpassed only by Shockwave. Lord Megatron, he inquired, from which organism was this new energy sample derived? It was obtained from a high-ranking clone soldier under the command of Emperor Tianming, Megatron replied. I could never fathom why Emperor Tianming and his subordinates were so formidable. It appears their strength lies in this new energy. Amidst the chaos of the moment, the Decepticons had unexpectedly captured a high-ranking clone soldier from the Thousand Mechanisms Hall and brought him aboard their warship. The blue-gold energy entities were acquired during the interrogation process. Initially, they intended to extract the soldier's spark intact, but just as several Decepticon interrogators prepared to act, the captive let out a few piercing screams before detonating himself. The resulting explosion wreaked havoc on the surrounding ship's cells, nearly inflicting irreparable damage upon the Decepticons. Following the self-detonation, apart from a few scattered components, anything touched by the blue-gold energy was utterly obliterated. Goldblade, noting Megatron's eager gaze, confidently asserted, "My lord, the discovery of this new energy entity may very well be our greatest triumph. In the future, we shall effortlessly eradicate the Thousand Mechanisms Hall and the Autobots." Subsequently, Goldblade, accompanied by 5 other scientists responsible for energy-related research, proceeded to the Shockwave's laboratory on Cybertron via the subterranean space bridge. After these arrangements were made, Megatron turned to Soundwave with a stern command. Soundwave, there remains one final Iron Fortress relic on Earth. The Decepticons must secure it ahead of the Autobots. As for the Thunder Fury base distributed across the cosmos, we shall deliberate on that later. I suspect Optimus Prime shares the same sentiment. The last relic must possess immense power, potentially altering the current dominance of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. Thus, it is imperative that we acquire it. The thought of Emperor Tianming having a Titan-class transformer, the Burning Heaven, filled Megatron with envy. He cast a glance at the ceiling of the Vengeance, sighing deeply. Chapter 124. Yellow Energy Entity. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, accompanied by over 200 Autobot warriors, arrived at the coordinates of the last Iron Fortress relic. Optimus, the coordinates of the final relic are right here. It must be an immensely powerful weapon. I hope it is akin to the Thunder Shield or the Star Sword, Jazz remarked as he led the Autobots in excavation efforts. Just as the shovel struck the ground, a crisp sound resonated, followed by a dull clang of metal colliding. Optimus, this could be a substantial find, he exclaimed, noticing the Autobot insignia emblazoned upon it. Constantly vigilant of the surroundings, anticipating the presence of Megatron and the mighty Optimus Prime, the Autobots cautiously advanced into the depths of the pit upon hearing Jazz's words. They began to clear the earth that cloaked the emblem, revealing that this artifact indeed belonged to the Autobots, and its size appeared quite substantial. Optimus Prime's discourse further ignited a sense of exhilaration among the Autobots on this mission, accelerating the pace of their excavation. Oh, indeed. Could this be a weapon capable of annihilating planets? If we unearth this weapon sooner, what fear could we possibly have from mere thundercracker? At that moment, Smokescreen emerged from the depths, brimming with excitement as he addressed Optimus Prime. Optimus, this artifact is extraordinary. It is a small transport vessel, equipped with a space bridge, and more importantly, it contains over 600 yellow energy cores. Subsequently, Smokescreen unearthed a yellow energy core from the ground and presented it to Optimus Prime, whose gaze was filled with astonishment as he beheld the yellow energy core. Much like the red energy cores, these yellow energy cores were exceedingly rare resources. While they may not enhance speed to the same extent as red energy, their effects were multifaceted, significantly augmenting not only speed but also the strength of the body, even enabling scouts like Bumblebee to possess power rivaling that of primal beasts. Yet, Optimus Prime was left perplexed. The previous artifacts were contained within the artifact storage units. But why had Master Titanium launched a spacecraft towards Earth, seemingly intact? Just as the Autobots were fully engaged in their excavation, Megatron arrived with Rainmaker, Devastator, over 100 elite Decepticon commanders, and more than 300 advanced clone soldiers. Optimus Prime, cease your labor. This artifact belongs to the Decepticons. Megatron had barely finished his proclamation when he caught sight of the yellow energy core in Optimus Prime's grasp, igniting a fervent excitement within him. Decepticons advance. This artifact surely harbors more yellow energy cores. The Autobots must not obtain them. Previously, the Decepticons had not yet deciphered the precise function of the dark super energy cores. Yet they had already developed a sluggish corrosive agent from the yellow and red energy cores. A mere sprinkle of this agent upon a Cybertronian's body would render their movements sluggish, followed by corrosion of their frame. The effectiveness of this agent depended on the dosage applied, although it lacked the potency of the later developed targeting rods. The sluggish corrosive agent was the most suitable devastating weapon for the battlefield. Upon receiving the command, the Decepticons charged towards the Autobots led by Optimus Prime like ravenous wolves. Jazz, you take a portion of the Autobots to excavate rapidly. Smokescreen, accompany the Jax in a spacecraft and see if you can activate it. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Jetfire the Dinobots. And the remaining Autobots, follow me to thwart Megatron's nefarious intentions. As Optimus Prime charged headlong towards Megatron, the aerial warriors, along with the Dinobots, formed formidable alliances with the Unyielding and the King of Ashura, while over 140 Autobots joined the fray. At that moment, upon receiving news of reinforcements, Sentinel Prime promptly assembled 400 Autobots to support Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Ratchet hastily contacted Smokescreen, urging him to disable the defense shields of the transport ship so that he could activate the land bridge, allowing the remaining 330 Autobots within the base to swiftly transit and retrieve all the yellow energy cores. Regardless of who ultimately seized the transport ship, the most vital energy cores would exclusively belong to the Autobots. Just as Optimus Prime and Megatron engaged in an epic confrontation over the final relic, a tense standoff ensued. Inside the laboratory of the Burning Sky, Lord Tianming closely monitored the situation displayed on the screens. Black Crow, utilizing a secure channel, advised, "My lord, seizing this opportunity, I suggest we activate the energy fusion cannon to eliminate both Optimus Prime and Megatron." Tianming vehemently shook his head and communicated back, "No, I still require Optimus Prime's assistance to secure the Allspark. Consequently, Megatron must remain alive, though they can certainly be taught a lesson. However, I have no need for that yellow energy core." Employing the latest detection technology of the Burning Sky, and with the last relic already unearthed, the specifics of its contents and the number of yellow energy cores within were laid bare. A mere yellow energy core pales in comparison to my own star gold energy core, rendering this heist unnecessary. Following Lord Tianming's orders, Black Crow commanded the deployment of 6 high-velocity ion cannons aboard the warship, directing their fire towards the battlefield below. The fate of the Autobots and Decepticons caught in the crossfire was of no concern to him. After all, the might of Optimus Prime and Megatron rendered the ion cannons ineffective against them. The rain of fiery projectiles made the situation increasingly dire for both Optimus Prime and Megatron on the battlefield, as they witnessed the demise of their comrades. Despite their relentless efforts to deflect the ion energy blasts with their energy swords, it proved futile. No matter their skill, some projectiles inevitably slipped through. Yet, this was not the crux of their dilemma. The true issue lay in their inability to retreat to a safe distance from the Burning Sky to unleash their energy storm and obliterate it. Even if they managed to escape, the ship could simply halt its assault and activate its cloaking mode, rendering them undetectable. Moreover, as a Titan-class vessel, the Burning Sky possessed formidable defensive capabilities, making it impervious to external harm. Ultimately, constrained by the overwhelming firepower and their own limitations, Optimus Prime and Megatron found themselves in a predicament, unable to voice their frustrations. They exchanged glances filled with growing disdain, prompting the warriors of their respective factions to seek cover swiftly. Meanwhile, the two of them unleashed extraordinary power, continuing their fierce battle against one another. Ultimately, this battle concluded with the resounding victory of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, as both the Autobots and Decepticons suffered significant losses, particularly their high-ranking commanders. Megatron, in particular, gained nothing but the wreckage of a colossal transport ship. Optimus Prime and Emperor Tianming, "One day, I shall annihilate you." Megatron roared to the heavens, his fury palpable. Chapter 125, constructing a grand space bridge above Jupiter in a spirit of benevolence. Emperor Tianming promptly initiated faster-than-light travel, swiftly arriving above Jupiter. He observed the ring of asteroids encircling the planet and, with ample resources at his disposal, deemed it an opportune location to construct a space bridge capable of accommodating the passage of the burning heaven. He immediately issued orders to locate a ring satellite orbiting Jupiter, directing the construction of the grand space bridge on its far side, alongside the establishment of a temporary observation base above it. The ultimate divine lock was nearing completion, and the requisite Cybertronian digital materials had been sufficiently prepared. Once the space bridge was completed, a return to Cybertron would be imminent. The previously established small space bridge had already been integrated into the burning heaven, but its dimensions were inadequate for the vessel's passage, hence the necessity for a larger structure. Following the issuance of the primary commands, Emperor Tianming refocused his efforts on the development of the stellar gold energy body. This so-called super energy body could be likened to the blood of the primordial celestial sovereign, its creation intricately linked to the heart of the sovereign, the source of fire. The super energy body, akin to agricultural crops, was influenced by the radiative energy of the source of fire, transforming various alloy materials into the source. Just as crops have a growth cycle, the emergence of the super energy body also follows a period of gestation. The stellar gold energy body, which he frequently utilized, adhered to this principle. Would the efficiency of the super energy body's production be affected by the differing materials used for conversion? With this preliminary hypothesis in mind, Emperor Tianming promptly gathered all available metals and non-metals aboard the ship that could be employed in the experiment. He extracted the source of fire and began to test and document each material systematically. Before long, he beheld over 300 newly produced stellar gold super energy bodies before him, and, with a sardonic smile, exclaimed, "How foolish I have been! I failed to recognize the optimal use of these semi-finished products that have been right before me for so long." Experimental results indicate that the operation of the star gold fire seed by Emperor Tianming facilitates the transformation of energy and non-energy entities, such as super-energetic bodies, dark super-energetic bodies, and red energy bodies. Ultimately, the newly synthesized Cybertron digital substance exhibits the fastest conversion rate, capable of transforming into a star gold energy body in less than 10 minutes. The primary component of the Cybertron digital substance is the synthetic super-energetic body. While the efficiency of converting synthetic super-energetic bodies does not match that of the Cybertron digital substance, it can still yield one within half an hour. For a relatively eternal being like the Cybertronian Emperor Tianming, such a conversion efficiency is undoubtedly remarkable. The accumulation of quantitative changes leads to qualitative transformations. Thus, an abundance of synthetic super-energetic bodies heralds the potential for the artificial mass production of star gold superbodies. In his delight, Emperor Tianming contemplated another issue, but swiftly devised a solution, deeming it presently unimportant. He commanded, "Aside from the personnel required for constructing the space bridge, I want all combatants from the Thousand Machines Hall to scour this planet for petroleum and other derivative substances capable of producing synthetic super-energetic bodies." Although Emperor Tianming had departed from Earth to Jupiter, this did not imply he intended to return to Earth for another round of plundering. Jupiter, even in the absence of petroleum, would surely possess analogous substances. In an instant, the burning heaven ship separated into 4 large combat vessels of the small Tricircle class, accompanied by 40 to 50 medium and small combat spacecraft, swiftly heading towards other moons of Jupiter and its interior in search of petroleum or alternative materials. Meanwhile, reactive metals could be directly acquired through the built-in space bridge, allowing for extensive plundering from Cybertron. At this moment, on Earth at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime noted that the Decepticons continued their activities, raiding human petroleum and various mineral resources, yet no trace of the Thousand Machines Hall had been discovered. Ratchet glanced at Optimus Prime and replied with curiosity, given Emperor Tianming's disposition. It is improbable that he would refrain from dispatching soldiers to seize resources during this relatively peaceful period. This can only imply one thing. He is likely no longer on this planet. Could he have returned to Cybertron? Queried Teletron 1, intrigued by Optimus Prime's response. Currently, with Cybertron devoid of any vitality, he would not return. However, there exists another possibility. He may have discovered a means to revitalize Cybertron. At this moment, the Autobots, Ironhide, Bumblebee, Smokescreen, and Prowl who had experienced the collapse of the Cybertron revival plan, spoke in unison, the ultimate godlock. Optimus Prime nodded, affirming, indeed, if the fragments of the ultimate godlock were retrieved by Emperor Tianming at that time, with his technology, he should be able to reconstruct the ultimate godlock. Smokescreen only destroyed the control terminal of the ultimate godlock. During the violent explosion, fragments of the circular launching device of the ultimate godlock must have remained. Though this remains speculative, Optimus Prime nonetheless instructed Soundwave and the police vehicle to escort over 100 Autobot soldiers back through the space bridge to Cybertron. There, they would establish an Autobot base for surveillance of Cybertron, which could also serve as their fallback position. At this juncture, due to the increasing resources and the assistance of the Decepticon scientists, the complete formula for the synthesis of the super energy body was successfully developed with the help of Megatron and several other scientists. Lord Megatron, the synthesis of the super energy body has been completed. Additionally, I have discovered unstable Cybertronian digital matter at the ruins of Black Mountain Fortress. This should be a result of the interaction between the synthesized super energy body and the nucleic acids of fallen soldiers. Oh, is that so? Could this Cybertronian digital matter be the key to revitalizing Cybertron? Upon hearing Soundwave's report, Megatron was filled with delight. He often found unique pleasures in certain moments. Indeed, this could be pivotal for the revival of Cybertron. We merely need to rearrange the components of this digital matter to stabilize it. However, we lack a launch device, namely the ultimate godlock. This latter statement caused Megatron's smile to vanish. He could only blame the inept and troublesome Starscream. Even though he had brought back 4 or 5 fragments of the ultimate godlock, it was insufficient to elevate his mood. My lord, there is one more matter. This technology for synthesizing the super energy body can produce it in bulk. However, I do not recommend its prolonged use. For extended application could weaken or even kill all Decepticon soldiers by draining the vital substances within their bodies. Megatron turned sharply, his expression one of intense fury. After laboriously developing the complete formula for the super energy body, he was dismayed to discover its side effects. Aside from creating this so-called Cybertronian digital matter, what else can it accomplish? At that moment, Blade entered, looking jubilant as he approached Megatron. Lord Megatron, this blue-gold energy body has been synthesized through numerous trials by Soundwave and myself. It possesses extraordinary power. Chapter 126. The unstable position of Soundwave. Oh, is that so? What effects does this blue-gold energy body have? Megatron gazed at Blade, finally finding something to lift his spirits. Lord Megatron, this blue-gold energy body could be described as a synthesis of the yellow and red energy bodies. It significantly enhances the combat capabilities of our soldiers, far surpassing the incomplete super energy body, and it bears no side effects. My lord, this project is still in an unfinished state and requires more precise testing. Soundwave, bewildered by Blade's audacity to present the untested blue-gold energy body to Megatron, suspected this was an attempt to claim credit. This is quite straightforward. Red Spider was tasked with bringing 2 Autobots to the grim confines of the prison. Eager to regain the favor he once enjoyed from Megatron, he quickly presented a green and a red Autobot before him. Master Megatron, it is an immense honor to undertake this selection task. The 2 Autobots before you possess the prowess to rival Bumblebee, and among all current Autobot captives, they're among the strongest. Truth be told, Red Spider was reluctant to choose the larger captives, for even with their hands shackled, their physical might could still pose a threat. Indeed, Jean Dao, show me this blue-golden energy entity. What effects does it possess? Jean Dao glanced at Megatron, then stepped forward to the 2 Autobot captives. Only the victor among you shall survive. I will grant him freedom. Jean Dao injected a vial of star gold energy into the arm of the red Autobot. In an instant, the red Autobot shattered his shackles and charged at Jean Dao, exclaiming, "The Decepticon credibility is worthless. You shall all perish." His fist struck Jean Dao's chest with such force that he was sent flying, landing 2 meters away from Megatron. As he prepared to assist the green Autobot in breaking free, a dozen elite Decepticon clone soldiers surged towards the red Autobot. Some opened fire, while others brandished laser blades in a direct assault. Yet, within mere moments, the red Autobot vanquished all the elite clone soldiers. Megatron, witnessing the audacity and lack of injury in this formidable Autobot, was exhilarated. Excellent. This is the true energy body I require. However, just as the red Autobot was about to charge at Megatron. He stumbled, collapsing after only a few steps, the blue light in his eyes slowly dimming to darkness. What is happening? Megatron observed this once mighty warrior, bewildered by the brevity of his combat efficacy. Jean Dao hurried forward to assess the situation, his expression troubled. Master Megatron, his spark has extinguished. How is this possible? Is the side effect of this energy body so severe? How come the elite clone soldiers infused with this blue-golden energy remain unscathed? Megatron looked at Jean Dao and Shockwave in astonishment, demanding a rational explanation. Yet, Jean Dao was equally perplexed. He proceeded to inject half a vial of star gold energy into the green Autobot, much like the fallen red Autobot. The green one erupted with similar combat prowess, almost reaching Megatron before Shockwave struck him down. Once again, the same occurrence transpired. However, this time, the green Autobot did not perish, but rather fell into a state of unconsciousness as his internal spark dimmed. Lord Megatron, it is possible that the spark intensity of these two Autobots is insufficient to withstand such immense energy, resulting in their demise or unconsciousness. Megatron was not satisfied with this explanation. At that moment, Starscream seized the opportunity to respectfully suggest, Lord Megatron, according to the words of the Decepticon, since this blue-gold energy entity can significantly enhance the soldier's prowess, why not inject this energy into all the captured bodies aboard the spaceship? This would enable them to retaliate against the Autobots and the 13, which would also conserve considerable energy for the Decepticons. Starscream, your proposal pleases me greatly. Starscream's words instantly reminded Megatron, who turned to face Shockwave. Shockwave, I require you to reverse engineer the mental control device used on the Titan. I need it installed on all captives to compel them to attack the Autobots and the 13. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. With this, whether the captives who refuse to join the Decepticons or the enhanced Autobots injected with the blue-gold energy will become formidable forces in our assault against the Autobots. Starscream incessantly flattered Megatron to elevate his standing. Meanwhile, Shockwave harbored deep resentment towards this project, as he was a first-hand experiencer of such controlling devices. My lord, I believe no Cybertronian should be subjected to mental manipulation, nor should they be forcibly controlled through technological means. Should they break free from such control, it would ultimately backfire upon us. As someone who has experienced this firsthand, I am incapable of creating the device you desire. Upon witnessing Shockwave's unprecedented refusal, Megatron's displeasure simmered beneath the surface, yet he refrained from expressing it. Decepticon, then the task of reverse engineering the mental control device will fall to you. I expect a satisfactory outcome. Shockwave, you will handle all related tests concerning this blue energy entity. I require a thorough elimination of its side effects. Yes, Lord Megatron. Both Decepticon and Shockwave responded in unison. At that moment, the Decepticon recognized his opportunity as he observed Shockwave's defiance of Megatron's command. He understood that he could usurp Shockwave's position in Megatron's esteem and become the Decepticon's foremost scientist. Although the realm of mental manipulation was not his specialty, he could draw upon Shockwave's extensive research in this area to reverse engineer the technology for mental control. Meanwhile, Starscream found himself dissatisfied with the outcome, as Megatron remained indifferent to his intentions. It appears I must rely on my own scientific talents to accomplish something that would please Megatron, thereby displacing Thundercracker from his esteemed position in Megatron's regard and reinstating myself as the second-in-command of the Decepticons. With this thought, Starscream contemplated the three semi-autonomous, symbiotic mechanical life forms in the medical research lab and strode purposefully towards it. Chapter 127. Zombie mechanical life form Red Spider cheerfully entered the toppled medical research room and beheld Celes, bound to the medical disassembly chair. Oh, what have you done to our dear Celes? Just a few procedures befitting a living specimen, replied the despondent Knockout. To facilitate the energy experiments for the blade. This fellow has likely been injected countless times with synthetic super energy. As Knockout's ire escalated, he lamented that he had initially stood beside Shockwave, assisting him with the experiments. Even when the Blade and his associates arrived, it was one thing, but now they had taken the Celes version of Black Widow as their living test subject. Red Spider, save me, save me. We were once partners. Celes pleaded from his position on the medical chair. Unfazed by Celes's plight, Red Spider patted Knockout's shoulder and said, Knockout, The new must surpass the old. It is an inevitable reality. The Decepticons require advancement, and we currently possess an exceptional opportunity. Oh, do tell. Knockout was eager for a technology that would earn him Lord Megatron's respect, to prove his capabilities beyond that of a mere physician. An incomplete formula for synthetic super-energy would grant one uncontrollable yet formidable aggression, reminiscent of the earlier ambulance incident. However, if we could introduce a drop or two of dark super-energy into the formula, Megatron will be able to fully control these fiercely aggressive super warriors. As soon as Red Spider finished speaking, Knockout expressed his reservations about the proposal. Well, even if Megatron has a symbiotic connection with those infused with dark super-energy, allowing him to easily control them. Have you considered the immense losses we incurred due to the blood of the Cosmic Emperor? We nearly faced total annihilation. Recalling the incident with the Retribution vessel, Knockout shivered. I only suggested injecting a drop or two to enable Megatron to control his super warriors. No, this matter must be reported to Shockwave. Without his approval, we cannot proceed. Knockout was apprehensive, fearing the emergence of an unknown entity with retroactive effects akin to the Retribution vessel. No, the Super Warrior Project falls under military affairs, which means you need not report to anyone else. You report solely to me. Do you understand, Knockout? Red Spider wielded his military command privileges to exert pressure on Knockout. With no choice but to comply, and fueled by his own emotions, the two quickly aligned and commenced this perilous project. As Knockout produced a vial of dark super energy, he first injected the incomplete synthetic super energy into the Black Widow's frame. Instantly, Celas exhibited a furious reaction. Red Spider, I will rip out your voice box and feed it to Knockout. Following this, Knockout injected the dark super energy into Celas' arm, eager to witness the outcome. The green eyes of Silas transformed into a deep purple, and his body began to convulse. Soon after, he fell silent. The Red Spider observed the situation with considerable frustration, exclaiming, "Oh, such unreliable creatures as humans truly disappoint." No sooner had he uttered these words than Silas, resembling a Black Widow, abruptly regained consciousness. His form stiffened. Damn it! Red Spider, I told you this was a mistake. The two recoiled in regret at the sight of this unfamiliar entity before them. As they beheld Silas, who appeared sluggish and somewhat rigid, the Black Widow's mouth split to reveal a small, forked appendage. Give me the super energy. Silas then rose, utilizing his somewhat agile and compact physique to quickly lunge at the Red Spider. The appendage began to assault him relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, the Red Spider grabbed a nearby stun baton and struck Silas, allowing for a momentary escape. What is he trying to do? The Red Spider was in a state of panic, having never encountered such a scenario. It seems he intends to siphon our energy. As Silas charged toward them, the Red Spider prepared to wield the stun baton again, only to have it snatched away and broken. In a desperate measure, he launched a missile that struck Silas's head. This should finally put an end to him. At that moment, the headless Silas rose again, moving towards a semi-automated symbiotic mechanical entity to drain its energy. Silas, what's happened to you? Stop it, please. We are partners. A cry of agony accompanied the demise of the symbiotic mechanical being, which had been drained of its life force. He hasn't even died from being decapitated? Red Spider, have you watched too many human films? We are mechanical beings. We must pierce his core, the spark within the Black Widow's chest. As the Red Spider prepared to fire again, the lifeless symbiotic entity's eyes glowed with a sinister purple light. And abruptly, it rose, revealing the same repulsive and fearsome appendage from its mouth. Terrified, the two fled toward the medical research room. Hey, Red Spider, you try to hold him off. What? Me? The incredulous command from the Red Spider was met with staunch refusal from his companion, who was already preparing to take flight. Wait for me. Without hesitation, he grasped the right wing of the Red Spider, hastily evading the pursuit of the zombie-like Black Widow. At that moment, a piercing scream resonated once more within the medical research chamber. Meanwhile, 3 mechanical zombies roamed the interior of the Nemesis, encountering the Decepticon clone soldiers and the artificial titans. They lunged forward to siphon their energy, assimilating them into their ranks. The Red Spider, having narrowly escaped the perilous zone, instantly transformed into humanoid form, discarding the fallen adversary. We must sound the alarm at once. There is no room for hesitation. Lord Megatron will undoubtedly hold us accountable, perhaps even take our lives. The Red Spider hastily curtailed this foolish act, unwilling to jeopardize his Decepticon career due to this unfortunate experiment. This is our fault. We must rectify our mistakes. No. Much of this is your doing. The Red Spider pointed accusingly at the fallen opponent's chest and continued, in any case, Lord Megatron need not be informed of these matters. We must simply ensure that the aftermath of this failure is addressed discreetly. Not only will the Lord not blame us, but he may even reward us. Address the aftermath? This spacecraft houses 4,000 to 5,000 Decepticons. As soon as Silas and his 2 companions approach the Decepticon soldiers, they will eliminate all these mechanical zombies. The fallen soldier gazed at the Red Spider, questioning whether those less intelligent clone soldiers and the unintelligent artificial titans could truly execute such a formidable task. Chapter 128, The Global Mechanical Zombie Crisis. To resolve the turmoil he had inadvertently created, the Red Spider promptly took the fallen soldier and cautiously sought the whereabouts of the Silas version Black Widow. If they could capture this infection's progenitor and conduct further research, they were certain it would yield fruitful results. At that moment, an infected, semi-autonomous, symbiotic mechanical entity had arrived in the cell block of the Nemesis. Hey, get back here. You soldier, a high-ranking Decepticon officer, adorned in hues of red and yellow, barked at the lowly clone soldier on the verge of disassembly. As the warden personally appointed by Megatron, he would not tolerate a lowly clone soldier running amok within the confines of the cells. In the next instant, taking advantage of his momentary lapse, a tendril ensnared his form. The officer's cry instantly drew the attention of most Decepticons guarding the cell block. Commander Araki, are you all right? 2 elite clone soldiers rushed forward, ready to pull away the lowly clone soldier, who seemed to have lost his wits. However, as they approached, Commander Araki had his energy drained, and his struggling limbs fell still. The zombie mechanical entity seized the opportunity, and the tendril ensnared another elite clone soldier. Energy! The other elite clone soldier, having never witnessed such a scenario, exclaimed in shock, "Quickly eliminate him." Countless low-grade clone soldiers received orders and swiftly drew their laser pistols, directing their fire at the undead mechanical life forms. Under a barrage of gunfire, the undead mechanical entities were swiftly eliminated. At that moment, the lifeless body of the infected elite clone soldier and the drained Orangli stood rigidly, tendrils extending from their mouths. Could such a creature transmit infection? Who engineered this monstrosity? At this critical juncture, Sulkson, a close comrade of Orangli, arrived and witnessed an astonishing scene. Simultaneously, the door to the cell area creaked open, revealing over 30 clone soldiers alongside the infected constructs before them. Quick, sound the alarm. Retreat while we still can, and eradicate them completely. At this moment, only the artificial titans unwaveringly obeyed Sulkson's commands, while nearly 40% of the clone soldiers within the cell were gripped by fear, though they were compelled to follow orders. Their accuracy significantly diminished. Particularly alarming was the infected Orangli, whose movements surpassed those of ordinary mechanical zombies, exhibiting heightened defensive capabilities. Numerous living soldiers fell victim to his jaws. Within mere minutes, the cell transformed into a chaotic frenzy of undead, as the captives initially reveled in schadenfreude, believing that the zombies could not breach the cell doors. However, to their horror, the reinforced gates were breached by the relentless assault of several mechanical zombies, creating a sizable opening. Terrifying screams echoed from within the cell. Simultaneously, the Decepticons, alerted by the alarm, prepared to confront the unknown peril. In the bridge control room, Megatron, observing the fallen and the Red Spider whom he had rescued from a horde of mechanical zombies, seethed with rage. What on earth is happening? Why do I sense the dark energy entity raging within me? Allow me to explain. Red Spider hesitated for a moment, then pointed decisively at the fallen, my lord. It is all his fault. What? The fallen shot an enraged glance at Red Spider, itching to retaliate, but before he could voice an explanation, he hurriedly defended himself to preserve his image in Megatron's eyes. He injected Silas with a hybrid serum containing dark energy, thereby creating a monster that is capable of infection. Upon receiving this dreadful news, Megatron swiftly commanded Soundwave to ensure that all soldiers aboard the Decepticon battleship maintained distance from the infected and to eliminate them promptly. Soundwave had already been apprised of the situation through the monitoring systems of the punishment and had enacted countermeasures. At this moment, Megatron furiously turned to the Fallen and Red Spider. If that is the case, why can I not command them? My lord, while the dark energy entity may allow you to control them, it is possible that the synthetic energy is obstructing your connection with them. In an effort to atone for his missteps, the Decepticon soon devised a plausible explanation. Megatron, observing them with a slight smirk, declared, "Your fates depend on your performance. What are you lingering here for? Go fetch that headless infected mother. I want alive." This mechanical zombie virus could potentially serve as an excellent weapon in our assault against the Autobots and the Thousand Machines Guild. Knockout exchanged glances with Red Alert, pondering the peril of capturing a live specimen. Was this not a death sentence for them? Yet upon meeting Megatron's gaze, they promptly dashed out. Knockout expressed his apprehension about this perilous mission to Red Alert, questioning why they had to be the ones to capture a living Sela. However, Red Alert's astute mind conceived a new strategy. Knockout, those mindless mechanical zombies merely consume energy. If we clad ourselves in virus-resistant armor, executing this task would be a breeze. A specimen that poses a threat to our mechanical zombies could undoubtedly become our ultimate weapon. At that moment, Red Alert had no desire to flee. As Megatron had stated, the mechanical zombies were far more formidable than any toxic energy form. If they could be controlled, either he or Megatron would command an inexhaustible legion on the battlefield. Although the virus-resistant armor was rather cumbersome, it was worth a try. After a moment's hesitation, Knockout concluded that there was no better option at hand. At least the armor could safeguard their lives in critical moments. Meanwhile, Megatron, fixated on the screen displaying the images of retribution, issued another command. All Decepticons, gather those infected soldiers and eliminate them collectively. Shockwave, transport some of the infected Decepticon soldiers across the land bridge to the surface. This matter transcends merely the Decepticons. It concerns humanity and the Autobots as well. Let them witness the might of the mechanical zombies. Megatron was not to be trifled with. Having suffered nearly a 20% loss in troop strength and hundreds of captives, he refused to shoulder this burden alone. Releasing the mechanical zombies onto Earth would not only weaken the Autobots' forces, but might even engender internal infections among them. As for humanity, they would merely assist Megatron in alleviating the pressure of exterminating the mechanical zombies. The safety of human lives was, in this grand scheme, of little consequence. Chapter 129. Return to Cybertron following the issuance of commands, an innumerable swarm of mechanical zombies, as if drawn by an unseen force, sluggishly converged upon several locations on the spacecraft, where they were utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, Soundwave continuously activated the land bridge, facilitating the passage of another segment of mechanical zombies onto the territory of Jasper. Before long, vast numbers of mechanical zombies manifested in various locales of Jasper. Although they posed no threat of consuming humans, they exhibited an unwavering propensity to siphon energy whenever encountered. In a mere few minutes, 2 newly constructed petrochemical plants were completely drained by the mechanical zombies. At this juncture, Red Spider and Knockout had donned their medical protective armor, cautiously seeking the Silos version of Black Widow. Just as they turned a corner, they stumbled upon the headless Black Widow, aimlessly wandering. Goodness, this is love at first sight. Before Red Spider could fully comprehend the situation, a tentacle unfurled from the severed neck, latching onto his chest. Knockout, help me, save me. Knockout immediately surged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent the zombie version of Black Widow flying. Fear not, Red Spider. We are clad in protective armor. These clumsy zombies stand no chance of infecting us. Knockout, don't let it escape. Quickly apprehend it. Red Spider deliberately cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and swiftly shifted the topic. Recognizing the protective capabilities of their armor, he hastily pursued the biozombie matriarch, determined to capture her alive. Soon, the duo succeeded in subduing the zombie Black Widow, sealing the Tentacle S exit with a flame gun conjured by Knockout, preventing any further spread of infection. Half a day later, the ship Reprisal had returned to its former tranquility. Wildfire stood respectfully before Megatron, reporting, Lord Megatron, the mechanical zombie crisis instigated by Red Spider and Knockout has been entirely eradicated. However, we suffered a 30% loss in manpower and nearly 20 high-ranking Decepticons perished. Presently, fewer than 400 prisoners remain in our custody, and 2 energy storage facilities have been infected. Preliminary estimates indicate that approximately 4,000 ultra-energy entities have contracted the zombie virus. Megatron regarded this with a measure of satisfaction, acknowledging that the losses were not excessively severe. A significant portion of the 30% loss comprised Constructicons, while the infected Decepticon clone soldiers were relatively few. He glanced at Soundwave, who had been summoned, and spoke. Soundwave. The blue-gold energy entities can be set aside for now. I need you to comprehend the nature of Silos and the other mechanical zombies. I must gain complete control over them. I desire an undead legion with an unparalleled capacity for proliferation. Yes, Lord Megatron. Although Shockwave was greatly intrigued by the experiment, he had witnessed firsthand the lengths to which Megatron would go in his relentless pursuit of developing a mind control device, employing every possible means against the captives, particularly in the realm of psychological testing. Gradually, he found himself somewhat disillusioned with the Decepticons of today, feeling helpless, as there was nowhere else for him to go apart from remaining with them. His reasoning seemed inadequate in this moment, since Megatron had teleported those mechanical zombies to Jasper, causing a cascade of dire repercussions. Humanity initially failed to grasp the potency of these mechanical abominations. In a misguided attempt to obliterate them, they dispatched 600 or 700 Autobots, only to suffer a backlash, with nearly 700 of their own transformed into mechanical zombies. Humanity was left to rely solely on their own developed weaponry for annihilation, often lacking the assistance of the Autobots. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, Perceptor observed a member of the Thunder Rescue team, bound and infected by the mechanical plague. He turned to Optimus Prime, stating, "Optimus, this marks yet another round of bioweapons devised by the Decepticons. And this particular weapon exhibits a terrifying level of contagion. We cannot allow it to proliferate on the battlefield, for it would spell a monumental disaster for Cybertron and the entire universe." As the current commander of the Thunder Rescue Team and Optimus Prime's deputy, he bore the burden of responsibility for all Autobots in the base and the people of Cybertron at large. Jack Ironhide and the others looked on in fury at their old friend, now transformed into something neither human nor ghost. Optimus. Megatron is undoubtedly contemplating how to apply this technology in real combat. We must seize this opportunity to confront him head-on and eliminate the threat before it even begins. Indeed, Megatron's malevolence warranted retribution. However, they had yet to trace the signal of his warship. Now, they needed to contemplate how to rescue their comrade. Optimus, grounded in practicality, did not wish to spare Megatron from his fate or allow this bioweapon to come to fruition. Yet to eliminate him, they first needed to locate him. At that moment, Perceptor and Ratchet, clad in protective armor, approached. Observing Optimus and the others, Perceptor shook his head in resignation. "Optimus, we have done all we can. According to our research, this virus, with its potent infectivity, cannot be countered with any known antidote. It is a blend of dark energy and incomplete synthetic energy. Our understanding of dark energy is limited. Although we have formulated a complete equation for synthetic energy and have conducted trials, we remain at an impasse." As Perceptor finished, Ratchet interjected, "To prevent further unnecessary infections, we recommend extinguishing the source entirely." Upon hearing this, Jack and the other members of the Thunder Rescue Team were filled with agitation. "How can this be? You are the finest doctors and virologists. The flame of the road was once our greatest ally. Must we now extinguish it with our own hands? Is there truly no other alternative?" The Perceptron shook its head in resignation, and ultimately, Optimus Prime was left with no choice but to painfully snuff out the spark of the road. Meanwhile, after 5 or 6 days of construction, a colossal space bridge rose majestically behind Jupiter's 6th ring satellite. The energy transfer pipes had been activated, and the energy valves were fully rotated, initiating the flow of energy. In an instant, a vast blue-green vortex materialized before the burning heavens that Tianming piloted, signaling the imminent return to Cybertron. The crowd rejoiced, save for the 500 elite clone soldiers and 15 robotic insects left behind. Thus, they set forth, returning to Cybertron. At this moment, Tianming was consumed with exhilaration, for he would be the first Cybertronian capable of reshaping the core of Cybertron following the Civil War. "My ancestral homeland, I am coming home." Chapter 130. The reshaping of Cybertron above the third ring of Cybertron. a massive dark red spacecraft hovered. It was time to commence. With Tianming's command. A section on the 4th level of the ship slowly opened, revealing an enormous ultimate divine lock launch terminal, brimming with the synthetic super energy of Cybertron's digital matter. A turquoise energy lake began to form within. My lord, we have reached the spark source well above Cybertron. The report came. My lord, the ultimate divine lock is fully charged and ready to release the Cybertronian digital matter into the core. All members of the 1,000 Mechanisms Hall aboard the burning heavens were overwhelmed with excitement, gathering at various control consoles to witness this sacred moment unfold on the screens before them. Release immediately. Let the war-tarnished Cybertron be reshaped and reclaim its former glory. Upon receiving the command, the Crosshair felt honored to be the executor of this momentous task. With the press of a launch button, an immense azure energy column swiftly shot toward the spark source well of Cybertron. The tainted core of Cybertron was being revitalized. The desolate landscape was transforming. As a blue luminescence emerged from the depths, the rust of Cybertron was rapidly vanishing, and the war-ravaged structures began to gleam with metallic luster. We have succeeded. Cybertron has awakened. Many members of the 1,000 Mechanisms Hall were ecstatic, eager to set foot on the land of Cybertron. Yet in the next moment, Tianming issued a new command through the consoles scattered throughout the ship. Although Cybertron had been reshaped and restored to its former vitality, the most crucial source of life for the Cybertronians, the spark source, had not been reclaimed. Now, Cybertron was but a dormant star, unable to nurture new life. The source of the spark must be reclaimed, for our homeland does not lie within Cybertron. I shall lead the new Cybertronians in search of a planet that rightfully belongs to us, where we shall forge an entirely new Cybertronian civilization. Upon hearing this, there was no surge of discontent among the crowd. Whether it was the elders who had long followed Emperor Tianming, the newly joined captives, or the advanced clone soldiers imbued with fresh souls, all had previously been enlightened by Tianming's clear vision, although they felt a twinge of reluctance. The prevailing sentiment was one of exhilaration. As the inaugural collective of a burgeoning civilization, they would genuinely become its foundational elements, or perhaps the ancestors of the new Cybertronians. Standing upon the bridge, Emperor Tianming gazed at the figures of Thunderquake and Shocking Wing below. You two, take a contingent of soldiers to remain on Cybertron, tasked with monitoring every movement on the planet. The Autobots and Decepticons are surely aware of the reconstruction of Cybertron. Be vigilant, and ensure they remain oblivious to our presence here. Although Thunderquake and Shocking Wing were uncertain of Tianming's motives for their concealment, one thing was clear: his decisions had never faltered. Yes, my lord. Once all arrangements were concluded, Tianming allocated 2 to 4 medium-sized battle vessels, along with 5,000 units of super energy matter and 2,000 units of star gold energy matter to Thunderquake, Shocking Wing, and the over 400 others. Subsequently, under Tianming's command, the burning heaven transformed for the first time into a dark crimson golden-winged rock. The hyperspace engine sector activated. 3 hyperspace engines whirled to life at maximum velocity, and coupled with the speed enhancement of the golden-winged rock, the burning heaven surged forth at nearly 300 times the speed of light, penetrating the depths of the cosmos. Just as Thunderquake and Shocking Wing established a monitoring base, nearly half of Cybertron was enveloped in surveillance instruments that detected a plethora of super energy signals from 2 distinct directions. Shocking Wing, my lord Tianming was indeed correct. Optimus Prime and Megatron have been drawn back by the previous waves of reconstructive energy. Thunderquake pondered, shall I venture forth to scout? What if it is not the Autobots or Decepticons, but the thunderous wrath instead? Shocking Wing, having only glimpsed the super energy signals on the display, could not ascertain whether they belonged to the Autobots or Decepticons, though Tianming had instructed them to remain hidden. What if it truly was the thunderous wrath? Would they not seek to obliterate the newly reformed Cybertron once more? Very well, I shall accompany you. Thunderquake did not deter Shocking Wing's initiative. As warriors, they were more than capable of charging into battle. However, the task of maintaining a defensive watch and surveilling others was a different matter altogether. Commander Thunderquake, this may not be prudent. My lord has assigned us to monitor Cybertron, but he did not instruct you to conduct the reconnaissance personally. Furthermore, if anyone should venture forth, it ought to be me. You are to remain here to command. As the sole deputy of Thunderquake, the formidable New Yuan is one of the few intellectually adept Cybertronians. Alongside the scientists and Black Raven. Reconnaissance. Is it truly sufficient to rely solely on a scanner to detect a few energy signatures to fulfill our reconnaissance mission? Thunderquake glanced at Nuyuan and then patted his shoulder. Nuyuan, during our absence, you shall oversee the base. Nuyuan watched as Thunderquake and Skywing transformed and departed the base. Feeling quite helpless, the weight of authority often crushes the unprepared. He had no choice but to assume control of the internal operations of the base. By utilizing a special signal-hiding device, he enveloped the outer perimeter of Thunderquake, Skywing, and the soldiers dispatched for reconnaissance with a signal isolation barrier, aiming to obscure the traces of their signals. Meanwhile, on Cybertron, Optimus Prime learned from the officer stationed at the reserve base that an unknown energy had been injected into Cybertron's core, revitalizing the entire planet. At that moment, he was leading a small squad towards the Well of Primus, certain that there existed an external base set up by Megatron nearby. If they could locate it and quietly seize control, they could rely on the external base of the Thousand Machine Hall to board Megatron's ship and eliminate him once and for all. Just then, a group of adversaries appeared. Drawing closer, Decepticons. Optimus Prime had anticipated their arrival, but did not see Megatron among them. All Autobots prepare for battle. Optimus surveyed the surroundings and actively communicated with the officers at the reserve base, requesting reinforcements to capture all Decepticons present. Optimus Prime, so it is you. Soldiers, charge. Red Alert was already disgruntled over being made a vanguard by Megatron, and with Optimus' arrival, he was determined to eliminate Optimus to quell his pent-up resentment. Chapter 131. The mysterious demise of Megatron at that moment, as Red Alert led the Decepticon vanguard into battle against the Autobots. Megatron aboard the Nemesis suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His bright purple optics dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground as if lifeless. Lord Megatron! Lord Megatron! Quickly, take him to the med bay. We must revive our leader. Cyclonus was bewildered by Megatron's condition, panicking at the thought of his leader's spark returning to the well of all sparks. Shortly thereafter, after a series of examinations, Cyclonus's expression grew grim. Cyclonus, it seems Lord Megatron is not as robust as we presumed. His spark has been extinguished completely. How could this be? Lord Megatron is the champion of the arena, the leader of the Decepticons. How could he have perished so quietly? Cyclonus gazed at the serene form of Megatron on the operating table, filled with a sense of profound dissatisfaction. In the wake of recent events, we must contemplate who shall assume the mantle of leadership once held by Megatron. The Decepticons are in dire need of a new leader. Knockout, having patted Starscream on the shoulder, proceeded to the control console, urgently summoning Starscream to return. As a member of the Decepticons, he had the right to contend for the position of the new leader. Starscream, due to unforeseen circumstances, Lord Megatron has perished. The Decepticons require fresh leadership, and, as the Air Commander, it is your duty to return immediately. What? Lord Megatron has inexplicably died? Starscream initially thought Knockout was jesting, but upon hearing the grave tone of his voice, he believed the news to be credible. A slight smile crept across his lips as he commanded, Decepticons, retreat. With the vanguard already lacking in elite combatants, their numbers had dwindled. Upon receiving the order to withdraw, the surviving Decepticons exerted every ounce of strength to break through the encirclement, frantically following Starscream's flight path. Megatron is dead. Hearing part of Starscream's words, Optimus Prime was struck with disbelief. After nearly 2 millennia of conflict with Megatron, how could he have perished? Given Starscream's nature, he would undoubtedly seek to usurp Megatron's position. Thus, it was evident that Megatron was truly gone. The Autobots, upon hearing this exhilarating news, rejoiced. Optimus Prime, Megatron is dead. That fiend has met his end. No longer will we have to engage in a protracted battle with the Decepticons, and Cybertron is revitalizing. 2 splendid tidings indeed. Upon returning to their auxiliary base, the partition area where Bumblebee resided did not share in the exuberance of the other Autobots. Optimus Prime, with Megatron's demise, the Decepticons' fate is sealed. Without his leadership, they will be but a scattered assembly. All we need to do is power up the Nemesis, and we can effortlessly eradicate them. After all, we have already captured 4 or 5 surviving Decepticon soldiers. Very well, in that case, locate the Nemesis position immediately, under the command of Soundwave. You shall deliver a decisive blow to the Decepticons. It is time to conclude this internal strife between Autobots and Decepticons. Just as Optimus Prime finished speaking, a police car inquired, "Optimus Prime, what about you? Will you not lead us?" "No," he replied. "Although Cybertron has been rejuvenated by Primus, allowing us to return to our homeland, I must depart from you. While the current Cybertron can sustain our existence, our planet is still incapable of nurturing new life unless I can uncover the source of the birth and ultimate revival of all life on Cybertron. Though the present circumstances are evidently not opportune for reclaiming the Allspark, given the unresolved threats posed by the Decepticon army and the long-vanished 13 Primes, these matters have become relatively insignificant. Cybertron has undergone a remarkable transformation. The retrieval of the Allspark is all that is needed to truly rejuvenate the planet, enabling wandering Cybertronians to return to their homeland. The essence of Primus is akin to my own, both striving for the revival of Cybertron. Should he dare to reignite war in a dictatorial manner akin to the Decepticons, Optimus Prime would not hesitate to eliminate him. Consequently, Ratchet and Perceptor were tasked with interrogating the captured Decepticons to ascertain the precise location of their warships, while Optimus, accompanied by Jolt and 3 additional Autobots, piloted the Ark into the depths of the cosmos. Amidst the fervent election of a new leader within the Decepticon ranks, Megatron's consciousness found itself within a chaotic realm. The great cosmic entity, Megatron, slowly opened his eyes to behold the towering form of the Cosmic Emperor before him, astonishment washing over him. "Why? I do not comprehend." Before Megatron could finish his thought, the Cosmic Emperor interjected, "My power is omnipresent, and, as it stands, you are no longer alive. I, who have awakened, have brought about your demise. You killed me? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable." Megatron clung to the notion that this was merely a dream, unwilling to accept the reality of his death, especially at the hands of the Cosmic Emperor, who had been imprisoned in the Earth's core by the Allspark. Such a notion is not implausible, for the Dark Energon has intertwined your spark with my anti-spark, a force that merely rendered my physical form dormant. Upon sensing the awakening of my old adversary from the depths of the universe, I, too, was roused. The Cosmic Emperor regarded Megatron with disdain as he continued, "My blood flows with my power. As a prior punishment, I used my strength to extinguish your existence, and I aspire to fulfill a task set forth eons ago. Thus, I have resolved to find a vessel for my anti-spark. Previously, I had more suitable candidates, Primus and Unicron, but they have since departed this planet, leaving you as my contingency vessel." At the mere mention of Primus, Megatron seethed with fury. "I shall not only obliterate Primus, but also consume the Allspark created by that ignorant child." "Primus? What did you say?" "That device, crafted by Primus, is indeed the Allspark, and I vehemently oppose your destruction of our Cybertron." Megatron was not particularly surprised by the Cosmic Emperor's initial intentions. As the arch-nemesis of Primus, the Emperor's desire to annihilate him was well known among Cybertronians. However, he never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable scientist, Primus, could conjure an Allspark from thin air. The blue-gold energy form he had recently acquired must also be a product of this Allspark's energy. This indicates that the source of the fire he has researched is even more formidable than that on Benton. No wonder the Shinji Hall's low-level clone soldiers can rival their elite warriors. It turns out that it is not merely due to energy, but also because their fire sources have evolved, becoming stronger. At this moment, Megatron is exceedingly eager to locate Emperor Tianming and subsequently claim the fire source he has created for himself. Chapter 132. The Resurrection of the Ironclad Dragonwell. The conversation has concluded, and you are but a tool executing my will. A dark purple radiance emanates from Megatron's chest, growing brighter until the entire medical room is engulfed in its glow. The clone soldiers stationed outside, noticing the anomaly within the medical chamber, promptly open the hatch, witnessing a marvel rarely seen in their lifetimes. At this moment, Megatron hovers in midair, the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor transforming him. His height instantly soars to 145 meters. The spikes on his shoulders elongate and sharpen, and his limbs become more robust and razor-edged. He resembles a humanoid beast, immensely fearsome. Particularly notable are the 7 mini-Optimus Primes on his chest, which have acquired dark consciousness under the Cosmic Emperor's transformation, thus growing even more powerful. It can be said that the Cosmic Emperor version of Megatron possesses strength significantly surpassing that of Tianming. If paired with the Dark Star Sword, his power would reach the level of a half-step sovereign. Were it not for Megatron's inferior physical form and his consciousness not having fully awakened, the Cosmic Emperor could easily restore his former level of supremacy. And Megatron, you have awakened. The Cosmic Emperor version of Megatron disregards the two insignificant soldiers and strides directly toward the bridge of the punishment. Report to Lord Rampage. Megatron has been resurrected. Report to Lord Soundwave. Megatron's fire source has reignited. Our leader seems somewhat disoriented as he is heading towards the bridge. At this moment on the bridge, Red Spider is fervently proclaiming that the Decepticons are at a critical juncture of survival. As the second in command of the Decepticons, it is his duty to inherit Megatron's legacy and continue to lead the Decepticons, for only he possesses the capability to guide them to triumph over their enemies. Just as Red Spider finishes speaking, Soundwave plays a segment of recorded footage on the display screen of the bridge. Megatron, how is this possible? At that instant, the door to the bridge opens slowly, and the Cosmic Emperor version of Megatron strides in, under the gaze of all present. Megatron, you were dead? How can you still? Red Spider exclaims in disbelief, but his quick wit leads him to swiftly clear a path, bowing respectfully as he says, Megatron, I knew you were merely testing my loyalty. I, Red Spider, am your faithful servant. Please, continue to lead the Decepticons. Insignificant ant, I accept your request. The Emperor of the Universe, in the guise of Megatron, gazed upon the Crimson Spider before him with profound satisfaction. Yet, in an instant, he reached out to touch the control panel of the Nemesis. A wave of dark purple consciousness surged through the vessel, proclaiming its need for additional dark energy entities, urging the incorporation of more such entities into the ship. Swiftly, at that moment, Knockout, having endured the ship's mutation, bravely stepped forward, cautioning, Lord Megatron, it is unwise. Before he could finish, the Emperor of the Universe's Megatron struck him with a powerful blow, sending him crashing against the ship's wall. Gravely injured, Knockout, with a feeble yet furious shout, uttered, my paint, before his head drooped, slipping into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, deep within his consciousness, bound by the Emperor of the Universe's will, Megatron seethed with rage as he beheld Knockout. Knockout is mine, one of the few medics of the Decepticons. How dare you harm my own? He fumed. No, such a worthless being serves no purpose. He dares to defy my commands. Sparing his life is my greatest mercy, and you are but a tool, unworthy of bargaining with me. As his words hung in the air, streams of purple electricity coursed through his consciousness, tormenting him. The Emperor of the Universe's Megatron cast a glance at the Crimson Spider, who, under the weight of Megatron's fierce aura, promptly declared, Decepticons, do not hesitate to comply with Lord Megatron's orders. Do you wish to defy his command? All the commanders present knelt in submission, replying in unison, yes, Lord Megatron. Compelled by the overwhelming presence of the Emperor of the Universe's Megatron, they acquiesced. A deluge of dark energy entities began to infuse the Nemesis. And with the transformation brought forth by the energy consciousness of the Emperor, it was not long before the Nemesis underwent a comprehensive upgrade, even acquiring its own dark consciousness, restoring the capabilities of the former Titan. It can be said that the Nemesis now heeded only the commands of the Emperor of the Universe's Megatron. Nemesis, proceed to Cybertron. The ship commenced its journey through the cosmos at speeds exceeding 130 times the speed of light. Strangely, the Emperor of the Universe's Megatron chose not to employ the space bridge for a swifter passage to Cybertron. Perhaps he and the other Decepticons had not informed him of their intentions. Meanwhile, in the research facility on Cybertron, Shockwave and two other Decepticon scientists suddenly lost contact with the Nemesis on Earth. What could be amiss? Was something occurring with Lord Megatron? Or had the Autobots detected their location, severing their signal to prepare for their total annihilation? The two Decepticon scientists exchanged anxious words, disregarding Shockwave's situation. Even if he required a specific experimental apparatus, he would need to fetch it himself. For Shockwave was no longer the chief scientist of the Decepticons. The true leadership had shifted to Bludgeon. Since the moment Shockwave rejected the research on the mind control device, his research assignments have gradually diminished. The experimental resources allocated to him have been downgraded, and his once numerous assistants have dwindled from over 20 to merely 2, both of whom are apprentice-level scientists. Now, his sole task is to test the specific efficacy and side effects of the Star Gold energy entity. As they were adjusting the equipment in an attempt to reconnect the Vengeance, a squad of Autobots responsible for patrolling Cybertron, tasked with eliminating the hidden Decepticon soldiers lurking on the planet, burst in. 20 seasoned Autobot veterans swiftly dispatched the 30 or so concealed Decepticon soldiers nearby and charged in, certain that within lay critical Decepticon intelligence, quite possibly even their external experimental base. The veteran leading the patrol quickly issued commands and led the charge. 3 proximity grenades detonating to blast open the entrance of the experimental facility. Eliminate them all, leave not a single one alive. The 50 or so Decepticon soldiers guarding the final line of defense were systematically taken down, while the 2 apprentice scientists hastily fled with the sole remaining box of Star Gold energy. Is Shockwave still resisting the Autobots? He is the most trusted ally of Megatron. Shall we not save him? Yet Megatron's most trusted scientist now is Lord Scorponok, a once prominent scientist, now faded into obscurity. If he dies, so be it. The 2 felt little sympathy as they transformed into vehicle and aircraft forms, breaking through the siege and departing the fallen Decepticon experimental base. Chapter 133. Shockwave forced into dormancy at this moment. Within the Decepticon base, Shockwave continued to resist valiantly. Upon witnessing the 2 apprentice scientists abandon him in their escape, while the surrounding Decepticon soldiers were systematically eradicated, he grasped the inevitable tide of events. Soundwave. Activate the space bridge. However, due to the interference from Unicron, Soundwave aboard the Vengeance could not receive his plea. With no other options, Shockwave forcibly eliminated 4 or 5 Autobots attempting to capture him and seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement. You lot, pursue the 2 Decepticons who fled first. I shall personally track down Shockwave. Even if he perishes, his body must be returned to the base. I believe that Ratbat and the others can extract valuable information from his mind. The veteran swiftly allocated the pursuit tasks, urgently calling for support from the nearby, patrolling Autobot squad while closely trailing Shockwave, ready to capture him alive at any moment. The Shockwave reverberated through the air as Megatron lay lifeless. Your escape routes have been severed. Surrender willingly, or else, before the veteran could finish his warning. A pair of jet fighters, 1 blue and 1 green, descended upon them, accompanied by 10 elite clone soldiers, 2 of whom were insectoids. They launched a fierce assault. Quick, evade. This is a trap, a Decepticon trap. The veteran, still grappling with the unfolding scenario, was abruptly struck by a transformed tidal wave, sending him hurtling into exposed rebar, rendering him nearly immobile. This is dire. These are not Decepticons, but the Thousand Machines Guild. They have made their entrance. A hidden Autobot, upon recognizing the soldier's insignia, hastened to inform the veteran and his fellow Autobots, but it was already too late. A barrage of missiles rained down upon them, and in an instant, 16 Autobots were tragically obliterated by the relentless assault. Skywing sprinted to the veteran's side, forcibly extracting him from the wreckage. With a determined effort, he extinguished the veteran's spark. Optimus, the veteran murmured a few words before succumbing to his fate. Without a hint of suspense, the remaining 2 or 3 pursuing Autobots met a similar fate. Tidal Wave approached the injured Shockwave, stating, "Shockwave, it has been a while. Cybertron has awakened, yet you choose to remain in hiding. This is illogical." Shockwave offered no reply. As the former air commander of the Decepticons, Tidal Wave held a certain regard for him. However, allegiances had shifted, and, with Shockwave in his grasp, there was no room for pleasantries. Seize this Decepticon scientist and await Lord Demolisher's further instructions. My lord, I still believe it prudent to eliminate Shockwave entirely. After all, he is the chief scientist of the Decepticons, and his demise would be more beneficial than his survival. Indeed, if we were to bring Shockwave back, it could betray our location, especially now that Cybertron is patrolled by Autobot squads. Moreover, the critical issue is that he cannot fly. The newly awakened elite clone soldiers chimed in, sharing their perspectives. Tidal Wave regarded the restrained Shockwave and then glanced at the surrounding soldiers. He sensed that ever since they had acquired new souls, transcending mere clones, they had grown rather foolish. I believe he is a valuable asset. Lord Demolisher would undoubtedly appreciate him. And after all, he remains the chief scientist of the Decepticons. Tidal Wave is correct. Shockwave has always been a favored Cybertronian in Lord Demolisher's eyes. His contributions will be pivotal for our future. And who says he cannot fly? We may not necessarily reveal our position. Skywing surveyed the elite clone soldiers and then communicated directly with the base. Angry Rock, initiate the land bridge immediately. We prepare to return to base. Received. Before them, a vortex of azure and cerulean hues materialized as the tremors of the cosmos pressed forth. Commander Shockwave, what is the status of our reconnaissance? All proceeds as anticipated, replied Shockwave, though mere moments ago, a contingent of Decepticons, led by Red Spider, hastily evacuated Cybertron. Now, aside from us, the planet is inhabited only by dormant mechanical insects and Autobots. As he spoke, Shockwave was thrust forward. Of course, there remains a Decepticon base. It has been thoroughly dismantled by the Autobots, leaving Shockwave as our captive. Anger Rock gazed upon the once mighty chief scientist of the Decepticons, now reduced to fleeing from the Autobots, leaving them the spoils of victory. Anger Rock, urgently contact Lord Tianming. I believe you would find this Decepticon captive of interest. Just as Anger Rock was initiating communication with the vessel Burning Heaven, Shockwave pondered for a moment before speaking. Lord Megatron has inexplicably perished. The Decepticons now lack a leader. An election for a new one is underway. Shockwave remained unaware that Megatron had been rejuvenated, his knowledge frozen at the moment Soundwave had informed him of Megatron's demise. And at that time, he had not returned to the ship Requiem due to the unfinished experiments involving the star energy entity. What did you say? Megatron is dead? This is indeed monumental news. The revelation from Shockwave was undoubtedly genuine, as he was incapable of deceit. Can you enlighten me on the specific properties of the blue-golden energy entity you possess? True to form, Shockwave, even in captivity, inquired about the essence of his research. I can only disclose this. The efficacy of the star energy entity far surpasses your expectations, though its side effects are equally formidable. That was all Tianming could divulge. The full secrets of the star energy entity could only be revealed under Lord Tianming's command. At that moment, the communication connected, and Lord Tianming's voice resonated from the other end. Tianming, has something transpired on Cybertron? My lord, Megatron's death was most unexpected, a revelation we acquired from the captive Shockwave. How shall we proceed with him? Should we execute him or continue detaining him for interrogation? Upon hearing of Megatron's demise, Tianming displayed little astonishment. The butterfly effect had indeed manifested. However, he felt elated to have captured Shockwave. First, induce force stasis on Shockwave. When I return to Cybertron, I shall personally interrogate him. Our new civilization requires such talent, especially in the realm of technology. Understood. Tianming and his comrades were not overly surprised, having previously held a significant recruitment event. What of Optimus Prime? Is he still on Cybertron? Lord D. Tianming. According to our investigation, Optimus Prime has already boarded the team all with several Autobots and departed from Cybertron, leaving us uncertain of their destination. Tianjun responded, to which D. Tianming solemnly commanded, you must closely monitor every movement of Cybertron during this period. I firmly believe that the Decepticons will never abandon the reformed Cybertron. After concluding the call, Tianjun ordered that Shockwave be forcibly placed into a state of dormancy, continuing to silently observe the Cybertronian realm. Chapter 134, A New Galaxy. A new home, Lord D. Tianming has now arrived at a galaxy 60 million light-years away from the Cybertron system. What do you know about this galaxy, Tianhu? Despite my extensive experience in exploration, I have never visited this galaxy. As for any unknown life forms that may inhabit it, I am unaware. However, one thing is certain. This galaxy appears to have been born not long ago and is still in its nascent phase, Tianhu remarked, drawing a reasonable conclusion based on his limited knowledge. Very well, then let us proceed. It is time for us to seek out a planet within this galaxy suitable for our habitation. The Burning Heaven returned to its battleship form, activating its cloaking mode as it traversed the galaxy in search of an appropriate world for them to inhabit. Numerous personnel from the Thousand Mechanisms Hall were dispatched, bringing back reports of planets that were either too small, lacking atmospheric protection, or barren, or planets rich in resources such as iron, aluminum, silver, and oil. While everyone actively sought a habitable planet, the technology aboard the Burning Heaven also made significant progress. Powerful weaponry, including planetary orbital cannons, annihilation cannons, and supernova electromagnetic pulse devices had been successfully developed. Meanwhile, substantial advancements were made in civilian technology, while Lord Tianming resumed his unfinished research on destructive biological entities. 5 days later, a knock echoed at the door of Tianming's exclusive laboratory. "My lord, we have identified several planets suitable for migration, but the most optimal choice is this one." Heiyu immediately projected 2 images onto the display screen. Before Tianming appeared a planet nearly twice the size of Cybertron, with land occupying 80% of its surface and only 2 layers of ocean, remarkably similar in topography to Earth. "My lord, the most crucial aspect is that this Earth-like planet is situated at a considerable distance from the enormous star in front of us, resulting in a remarkably comfortable internal environment. Moreover, initial life forms resembling carbon-based organisms akin to dinosaurs have already emerged within the planet." "Oh, I did not expect such life forms to develop so early in this nascent galaxy." Just as Tianming was reveling in this exciting news, Heiyu continued, "My lord, the planet also conceals millions of tons of metallic substances we have never encountered before." As the conversation unfolded, the Black Crow presented a piece of black-silver alloy. This material possesses extraordinary stability and resilience, making it remarkably suitable for forging weaponry. Weapons crafted from this alloy exhibit a 2- to 3-fold enhancement in comprehensive performance. Tianming gazed at the black-silver substance, a sense of familiarity tugging at his memory. However, their recent investigations revealed that this star system harbored fewer than 10 primitive civilizations, while others remained in the nascent stage of carbon-based life. Hence, the existence of advanced civilizations was implausible. Immediately, he commanded the members of the Qinji Hall to gather at the concentrated points of the black-silver material and construct a source well for the spark of life. The presence of this strategic resource on the planet implied that similar materials must exist on nearby celestial bodies. Given that this planet was intended to serve as the cradle of their civilization, it was imperative to avoid excessive disruption of its structural integrity. The order was executed swiftly. Within 3 days, a workforce of 10,000 from the Qinji Hall, along with countless mining machines, excavated nearly 200,000 tons of the black-silver material, which was subsequently stored in a temporary warehouse on another planet. A colossal mine, reaching into the core of the planet, was completed. After surveying the mine devoid of the spark, Tianming returned to his battleship, feeling immensely satisfied. He promptly issued commands to transform the majority of the planet's terrain into a Cybertron-like structure, save for a few lakes, seas, and forests. In an instant, a cerulean energy beam surged towards the mine, penetrating the planet's core. Gradually, the interior of the planet began its transformation towards mechanical cybertronization, with soil, rocks, trees, and animals transmuting into various alloy materials. A day later, the once verdant planet vanished, replaced by a metallic sphere adorned with a few azure-green accents. The fate of the carbon-based creatures, reminiscent of dinosaurs, was undoubtedly tragic. Nevertheless, a number of these beings managed to survive in the scant remaining oceans, lakes, and mountainous terrains. Lord Tianming, all preparatory measures have been completed. This planet, along with several neighboring stellar systems, has been thoroughly explored and will soon become colonies or vassal planets of our mother star. The Black Crow and the others gazed down at the transformed planet with satisfaction, for it harmoniously integrated the environments of Cybertron and Earth, rendering it an ideal habitat for their kind. Indeed, yet it remains insufficient. The efficacy of the spark of life I have created is too low to spontaneously generate new star-metallic life forms. Moreover, the presence of these carbon-based creatures continues to pose a threat. The onlookers turned their puzzled gazes towards Tianming, their faces reflecting confusion. Primitive life forms will be influenced by our advanced existence, accelerating their evolutionary process, much like humanity on Earth. But why not Cybertronize these creatures as well? Tianming has his own considerations. Firstly, he still possesses certain human beliefs and cherishes the biodiversity found in nature. Secondly, and most importantly, once civilization progresses, he intends to establish designated natural reserves in these untransformed environments for the new Cybertronians to explore. Furthermore, the remains of carbon-based life forms could be transformed into crucial petroleum resources through an innovative conversion device, which would be utilized to produce synthetic energy entities. thereby accelerating the generation of stellar energy bodies. At this juncture, Heya inquired with increasing perplexity, "My lord, if that is the case, why not gather these carbon-based beings in one place and fully transform them into Cybertronians?" In response, Tianming produced a small white vial and solemnly addressed the assembly. "This is a carbon-based life form gene evolution inhibitor, also referred to as a cognitive solidification agent. Regardless of whether they are carbon-based organisms or carbon-centric semi-mechanical beings, upon exposure to this reagent, their genetic chains will be irrevocably locked, halting their cognitive evolution at the current epoch." The crowd gazed in shock at the gene evolution inhibitor in Tianming's hand. It was indeed a devastating weapon capable of leading carbon-based civilizations towards gradual annihilation. Although the process is slow, Tianming could easily modify it to obliterate all carbon-based civilizations across the cosmos. Should this gene evolution inhibitor be deployed on Earth, human thought would stagnate and technological advancement would cease. Conflict over Earth's finite resources would ensue, ultimately leading to a gradual extinction of human civilization, akin to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. "My lord, since you can create such a catastrophic biological weapon, it follows that you could also devise a silicon-based life form gene evolution inhibitor. Would it not then be effortless to eradicate the Decepticons, Thundercracker, and the Autobots?" Master Zero, who had seldom spoken during his time in the Qinji Hall, now asked with palpable excitement. Tianming turned to him, smiled lightly, and explained, "Although we are silicon-based life forms, our internal genetic chains are numerous and exceedingly intricate, making it challenging to develop a gene evolution inhibitor tailored to us. Moreover, we are not truly silicon-based in the conventional sense." He paused, then continued, "Silicon and nucleic acids are merely vital components of our being. Our consciousness emanates from our spark energy. The only way to target energy entities is through their complete destruction, which entails extinguishing our spark." While most members of the Qinji Hall still struggled to grasp this concept, it sufficed for them to know that Tianming, their leader, had engineered a weapon capable of delivering a catastrophic blow to all carbon-based life forms in the universe. Swiftly, Emperor Tianming promptly issued an order for the members of the Qinji Hall to transport 2,000 canisters of carbon-based biological gene evolution inhibitors into natural environments such as oceans, lakes, and forests for dispersal. A vast expanse of colorless gas enveloped these areas, permeating even the subterranean soil, yet the carbon-based life forms inhabiting these regions seemed largely unaffected, continuing their pursuits of sustenance and hunting. In truth, their genetic evolution had reached its conclusion. All carbon-based life on this planet would remain as they were, immutable by any future events, save for the annihilation by Emperor Tianming himself. 2 days later, Emperor Tianming set foot on Qinji Star for the first time. Concurrently, due to the substantial resources available during this period and the support of Titan technology, 2 Titan copies were birthed, serving as the initial base cities on this planet. Black Crow, he instructed, "You shall remain at our new homeland with the forces of Qinji Hall 23, alongside all personnel from the Academy of Sciences, to oversee its reconstruction. Upon my return, our homeland shall truly awaken. Indeed, I shall ensure that Qinji Star is thoroughly established during this time," Black Crow replied with pride, knowing he would personally oversee and direct the construction efforts. Among the over 10,000 who remained, the majority were skilled laborers before Emperor Tianming's return. He was confident that a small city could be erected, especially with the assistance of at least 1,000 combined Titans. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianming, accompanied by Skyfire and several commanding officers and soldiers, embarked aboard the Burning Heaven, swiftly traversing the space bridge to Cybertron. During this time, the Autobots on Cybertron had experienced a period of relative tranquility, with only a few mechanical insects causing disturbances. On Earth, the ambulances, having been unable to locate the whereabouts of the Vengeance, began returning through the space bridge to Cybertron, leaving behind 4 squads of Autobots to guard against potential incursions from other alien races that might disrupt the planet. Despite the prevailing animosity of humanity towards the Autobots, Earth remained a cradle of life and a prison of the Cosmic Emperor, necessitating vigilant protection. Under the guidance of the ambulance, the initial Cybertron broadcast signal was established, reaching out into the depths of the cosmos. Cybertron had awakened. With Megatron deceased, the wandering Cybertronians could return home and join us in the reconstruction of Cybertron. I, Ambulance, sincerely invite you, our kin, to return home. Though this broadcast may take time to yield tangible results, it was hoped that it would eventually draw back the refugees of Cybertron to their homeland. However, this is not a matter of great concern, as long as there are Cybertronians capable of receiving this message. At that moment, a colossal, mobile dark energon signal appeared on the central screen of the Iron Fortress Autobot base. The Decepticons, have they resurfaced? Ratchet did not linger in contemplation. The only faction audacious enough to harness dark energon on such a grand scale was the Decepticons, a force unafraid of death. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime issued commands. Bumblebee, Smokescreen, you shall lead 4 teams alongside me for reconnaissance. The remaining Autobots will stay at the base, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Swiftly, Optimus Prime and his team arrived at the source of the energy signal. Oh no, how could the Ironhide transform? Staring in astonishment at the towering Ironhide, nearly 500 meters high, Optimus was equally shocked. Smokescreen exclaimed, "Commander, that Cybertronian ahead is Megatron. Wasn't he dead? How can he be alive?" Megatron. The very sight left Optimus Prime in disbelief. In the distance, the cosmic version of Megatron, upon witnessing the presence of the parasitic protector, was filled with rage. "Today, while I destroy the Primus, I shall also obliterate you parasitic entities." Lord Megatron, these, before Starscream could finish, the cosmic Megatron blasted him away. "A bunch of useless fools. Incapable of achieving anything. How can I rely on your strength to annihilate Primus?" In an instant, the Ironhide seemed to receive some directive, unleashing its full arsenal towards Optimus and his team. A wave of dark purple energy erupted, radiating outward, causing the surface of Cybertron to crack. One after another, mindless undead crawled forth, comprising various Cybertronians who had perished in battle, as well as the monstrous beasts extinguished by the Great Cataclysm. However, due to the actions of Primus, the current army of the undead was pitifully small, numbering only around 1 to 2,000. "My army advance. Annihilate these servants of Primus. Extinguish the spark of Primus." In light of this, Optimus Prime swiftly devised a countermeasure, dodging the Ironhide's artillery while leading the Autobots in resistance and calling for reinforcements. Notifying Optimus Prime of the current situation. Chapter 136. The Battle of the Titans within the Iron Fortress Autobot base. Ratchet gazed at the screen displaying a vast horde of resurrected undead, utterly astounded. This was not merely Megatron. It was the cosmic deity himself. Only his power could directly revive these fallen souls. Immediately, he summoned all Autobots capable of combat, including Ironhide, Jazz, Prowl, and Bulkhead, to support Optimus Prime. "Optimus, do everything you can to prevent the cosmic deity from approaching the Well of Sparks." "Understood, Medic." Upon gaining a comprehensive understanding of Megatron's current situation, Optimus Prime swiftly responded by organizing the Autobots to launch a counteroffensive. "Autobots, we must not allow these legions of the deceased to approach the Well of All Sparks. We must thwart Megatron's sinister plot until Optimus Prime returns." Meanwhile, during the battle between the Universe Emperor version of Megatron and the Autobots, Starscream and his cohorts seized the opportunity to flee the battlefield with numerous Decepticons. "I am now the leader of the Decepticons. The Megatron of today is no longer the Megatron of yore. He has fallen under the control of the Universe Emperor. But should we not attempt to rescue Lord Megatron and all of Cybertron? If the army commanded by the Universe Emperor completely annihilates Cybertron, what then is the meaning of our millennia-long struggle?" Starscream reluctantly remarked as he retreated. "Starscream, this withdrawal is for the sake of better planning. Do you wish to perish at the hands of these undead legions? They recognize only the Universe Emperor and will not acknowledge us Decepticons." Starscream accelerated towards the city of Kaon in the eastern hemisphere of Cybertron, trailed by a multitude of aerial and ground forces, along with several key Decepticon commanders. At that moment, Ratchet urgently connected with the Tiamat, exclaiming, "Optimus, I hope you can hear me. The situation is dire. The Universe Emperor has found a way to return to Cybertron. I repeat, the Chaos Bringer, the Universe Emperor, has arrived. He is inhabiting Megatron's body and is heading towards the core of our planet, intent on wreaking havoc once more. Due to interference, the signal was already unstable. forcing Ratchet to repeat himself several times. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, having retrieved the Allspark from the asteroid belt of the Pegasus system, received this alarming news aboard the Tiamat. Jax, I need you to ensure the hyperspace drive is fully operational. We must return swiftly. We cannot allow the Universe Emperor to succeed. Optimus turned to his 5 anxious yet battle-hardened Autobot companions aboard the ship and glanced at the Allspark energy encased within its container, his urgency palpable. At this moment, even with the support of nearly 830 Autobots, their efforts seemed futile. A single Devastator made their struggle exceedingly arduous. Not to mention the millions of undead forces arrayed against them. Just then, a blue and gold energy sword cleaved through the ranks of the undead, obliterating thousands of them. To the left of the Autobots stood a towering Cybertronian, 16 meters tall, exuding an imposing and regal presence, Emperor Tianming. How has he appeared here? Indeed, amidst the astonishment of Tong Tianshao, the battlefield emerged with Tianming wielding the Grave Star Sword. His power had undergone a complete metamorphosis, surpassing the realm of Tianyuan. Moreover, having fully absorbed the temporal and spatial energies residing within the Stargold Fire Seed, his true strength had ascended to the threshold of a half-step sovereign. Coupled with the formidable might of the Grave Star Sword, his overall prowess could easily rival that of a sovereign. At that moment, a sudden assemblage of figures materialized beside him, including Tianhua, Huangdianji, Sihua, Luanxing, and over 20 prominent leaders of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, each of whom possessed at least the strength of a commander. Tianming, your spatial leaps are far too rapid. As an elderly man, I find it exceedingly taxing to transport so many individuals through space. Tianhua vented his dissatisfaction. Due to the slow speed of the burning sky, Tianming feared that by the time they returned to Cybertron, all would be lost. Hence, he utilized the temporal power he had recently mastered to leap through space. Returning to Cybertron and commanding Tianhua to lead over 20 of the strongest members of the Thousand Mechanisms Hall to accompany him swiftly. To his surprise, they arrived just in time to witness the unfolding scene. Enough with the chatter. Leave the confrontation with Megatron to me. You all must advance and halt the undead army from approaching the Fire Seed Well. Although Tianming held the title of leader among the new Cybertronians, it did not imply that he bore no affection for the Cybertronian planet. The Cosmic Emperor must be imprisoned anew. The Cosmic Emperor version of Megatron, seething with rage at the sight of Tianming, who had once deceived him, declared, Tianming, you reckless child who misuses my dark powers, today you shall be obliterated. The Cosmic Emperor version of Megatron immediately dispatched half of the undead army, personally leading them toward Tianming. Transform, transform, transform. Huang Tianji and Fan Kong swiftly commanded their subordinates to adopt their beast forms, unleashing venom and flames upon the advancing undead army. Sensing the dire situation, they quickly shifted into their combined form of the mighty beast, charging into the heart of the undead ranks, utilizing their physical advantages to swiftly decimate the undead as if they were meat grinder. The individuals from the Thousand Mechanisms Hall, including Sihua, did not shy away. They employed their firepower and equipped phase shifters, staves, magnetic gloves, and other weaponry to launch a rapid offensive against the oncoming undead army. Autobots, intensify the firepower. We must not allow the ironclad dragon and the undead forces to advance toward the Fire Seed Well. Tong Tianshao expressed his gratitude to Tianming for aiding them against the Cosmic Emperor, yet he held no illusions of peace with the Thousand Mechanisms Hall. Thus, he organized the Autobots for a new round of resistance. Tianming gripped the Grave Star Sword, unleashing a wave of blue-golden energy that annihilated the undead Karamis obstructing his path. Cosmic Emperor, your plans are destined for failure today. Cybertron shall remain unscathed. Such a beautiful thought. The Cosmic Emperor retorted, Tianming, you shall pay the appropriate price for your past actions. Both parties grasped the sword hilts directly, their blades clashing with a resounding thud, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that obliterated the surrounding army of the undead, who sought to slay Emperor Tianming. Even the likes of Huang Tianji and Sihua were sent flying by this powerful surge. As the second and third clashes of blades ensued, each emitted an even more intense wave of energy, causing nearby structures to collapse in succession. Surely, the might of Lord Emperor Tianming was unparalleled. Had we been at the center of this battle, we would have been utterly torn apart by the sheer force of the energy waves. Siwa sought refuge behind the Calamity and the corroded insect, while the two combined titans took shelter behind an exceptionally thick steel plate, gripping it tightly to avoid being hurled away by the energy blasts once more. Chapter 137. The Fall of the Mighty and the Pillar of Heaven Impossible? This is absolutely unfathomable. The source of sparks is the heart of the primordial celestial master, and the fire source you have created is merely a substitute. It could never grant you such formidable power. At this moment, after multiple rounds of conflict, the Universe Emperor version of Megatron gazed at the seemingly unperturbed Emperor Tianming, his face a mask of disbelief. There is nothing impossible. You, an ancient prisoner, cannot comprehend the might of Cybertronian science. Emperor Tianming had no desire to prolong the exchange. With a single powerful strike, he sent the Universe Emperor version of Megatron reeling. Instantly, Tianmu and Tianxing disengaged from their combined state, attaching themselves to Emperor Tianming's arms. With a spatial leap, he vanished entirely from the presence of the Universe Emperor version of Megatron, only to reappear behind him. Just as the Universe Emperor version of Megatron reacted and swung backward, Emperor Tianming delivered a punch that propelled him several thousand meters away. Impossible. How could such a feeble Cybertronian possess the temporal power of the celestial movement? In ancient times, during the Cosmic Emperor's battle with the 13 celestial beings, he loathed the despicable figure known as the celestial movement, whose actions led to his exile on Earth, ultimately becoming part of the planet itself. He once wielded temporal power, but during his struggle with the primordial celestial master, it was stripped from him. Even if he regained such power in this body, he could not harness it, as the vessel of Megatron was woefully inadequate. Had it not been for the enhancement of 7 mini-titans, the Cosmic Emperor would have scorned Megatron. He would have preferred to succumb to slumber once more. Emperor Tianming grew weary of idle chatter. As Megatron was sent flying, Emperor Tianming reappeared before him, delivering a powerful high kick that sent the Cosmic Emperor crashing to the ground, causing the Dark Star sword in his grasp to fall. Emperor Tianming stood upon his chest, declaring, Megatron, no, Cosmic Emperor, I never imagined you would remain so weak. To me, you are now utterly useless. Die Tianming geflecht a charming Smile. Then quietly extracted a triangular fire seed cube, still unfilled with the divine essence of the Cosmic Emperor, from behind him. Not this again. I detest this object. Ironclad Dragon, come to my rescue. But before Ironclad Dragon could turn around, a surge of dark purple energy erupted from Megatron's body, swiftly entering the fire seed cube's container. The 7 unresponsive mini-transformers were forcibly disassembled, collapsing to the ground, while Megatron regained control of his own body. With a scream of anguish, a blue, silver, and gold longsword pierced through his fire seed. At this moment, the army of the deceased remained intact. For a fragment of the Cosmic Emperor's consciousness still manipulated Ironclad Dragon. However, the current incarnation of Ironclad Dragon, imbued with the essence of the Cosmic Emperor, harbored but one thought: to flee. Faced with Tianming, who wielded the power of time and space, he was no match, especially in his weakened state. Barely able to control Ironclad Dragon, the Cosmic Emperor version of Ironclad Dragon directed the undead army to delay Tianming while he swiftly transformed into the Ark ship, striving to escape Cybertron. Hurry, you wretched vessel, transform faster, quickly. In the midst of Ironclad Dragon's transformation, the Phoenix-class ship, Wuqian, severed Ironclad Dragon in half with its razor-sharp claws, crashing down onto the ground. In an instant, Tianming appeared before Ironclad Dragon, collecting several strands of dark purple energy into the fire seed cube container. Consequently, millions of the undead, engaged in battle with the Autobots, self-destructed, dissipating across Cybertron. This color. It's the battleship of the Thousand Machines Hall. At that moment, Tong Xiangxiu, who had just survived a life-and-death crisis, felt an overwhelming sense of danger upon witnessing the unfamiliar form of the Thousand Machines Hall battleship. All Autobots, stand ready. Just then, the Tiamat ship flew in from a distance. It's Optimus Prime. He has returned. The Autobots erupted in excitement. Soon after, the Tiamat ship gently landed, and Optimus Prime emerged, holding the Allspark, gazing towards the approaching Tianming. Thank you. Had you not intervened in time to stop the Cosmic Emperor, his scheme would have surely succeeded. If you can, I hope you will set aside our mutual hatred, just as we once united to defeat Unicron. Let us revitalize Cybertron together. Tianming shook his head. I reject your proposal, for I possess the ability to pierce through your all-spark chamber. With a squeeze of his left hand, the spark extinguished instantly, bringing about Optimus Prime's demise. He contemptuously accepted the all-spark with his right hand, gazing at Optimus Prime with disdain, continuing, for I have a far better choice. As for you, the 13 Apostles Optimus Prime, you may return to the all-spark. Optimus Prime, the beacon of hope, and those present, including the Autobots and the medic within the base, witnessed the appalling demise of their leader and the theft of the all-spark. Consumed by rage, the Autobots launched a full-scale assault, vowing to reclaim the all-spark and the body of Optimus Prime. Yet, despite their fury, they found themselves outmatched by the formidable might of the Decepticons, whose numbers were nearly fivefold. The battlefield resembled a mere child's play as the Decepticon forces swiftly dispatched the advancing Autobots with ease. The arrival of Thundercracker only added to their despair, as he extinguished Bumblebee's spark with a single powerful blow. In the midst of this chaos, Megatron paid a grave price, losing an arm as he bore witness to the merciless slaughter of his fellow Autobots. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to surrender. It appears, Emperor Titan, that you have achieved your desires. With both Optimus Prime and Megatron fallen, you have ascended as the new tyrant of Cybertron. You have triumphed. I beseech you to return Optimus Prime S remains to us, and we shall depart from Cybertron. No, I can return Optimus Prime S remains to you, and you need not leave Cybertron. This land is my homeland, just as it is yours. I merely wish to observe the All-Spark to fulfill my long-held aspirations of research. With that, Emperor Titan cast aside Optimus Prime's lifeless form. He understood that Prime would not remain dead. In accordance with the original tale, he would be resurrected. Even if Titan were to incinerate his body completely, resurrection would still be inevitable. Should Optimus return, he posed no threat to Titan. Thus, if Cybertron required a ruler, relinquishing Prime's remains posed no issue to him, leaving the possibility of resurrection to fate. At that moment, a distressed report came from his subordinate, Lord Titan. There is troubling news. The body of Megatron has been stolen. Let them steal it. If it can be retrieved, splendid. If not, then so be it. At this juncture, Titan had no inclination to ponder Megatron's fate. Even if he were to return, what could it matter? Could he possibly rival Titan's strength? Without delay, Titan issued commands to retrieve all useful equipment and accessible data from the Vengeance, ordering its immediate transfer back to the Inferno. Subsequently, he ascended aboard the Inferno, clutching the blue All-Spark and the cube containing the essence of the cosmic deity. The Inferno had been stationed in the second orbital path of Cybertron, and he declared, "Unless in a matter of utmost importance, do not disturb me." With that decree, Titan stepped into his core laboratory. Chapter 138. The greed of the Primordial Supreme, being Tianming, swiftly approached the experimental platform, channeling the collected divine essence of the cosmic emperors along with a portion of the seed energy into the empty cubic seed magic cube through an energy compression and purification device. He allowed the two energies to clash and wrestle against each other. However, this time, Tianming refrained from participating in the synthesis of the super energy body. Instead, he introduced a star gold energy body imbued with his biological genes as a balancing agent. Although this approach was somewhat perilous, his ambition was to create a more powerful and entirely controllable complete version of the star gold seed source. As Tianming persistently experimented and increased the input, the blue luminescence of the seed source began to dim, while the dark purple divine energy material was rapidly depleting. A true star gold seed source was on the verge of being born. Only one final step remained. Tianming observed the star gold seed energy within the seed source gradually stabilizing. He gritted through the excruciating pain and extracted a trace of his seed energy. Employing his biological gene magnetic control technology, he infused this energy into the interior of the star gold seed source. Consequently, not only was the cubic seed magic cube under his dominion, but the internal seed magic cube would also acknowledge him as its master. Tianming lifted the newly created seed magic cube, contrasting it with the triangular seed magic cube within himself, one large and one small. With these two seed magic cubes, the new Cybertronian civilization would undoubtedly grow stronger, far surpassing the archaic civilization of Cybertron. To better distinguish these two sacred yet similar artifacts, he designated the triangular seed magic cube as the leader's horn. Furthermore, to ensure that this blank Stargold seed source could truly give rise to new life, Tianming extracted a portion of the energy from the leader's horn, which contained all the nucleic acid data he had gathered and recorded from the Cybertronians over this period, and infused it into the Stargold seed source. After securing these two most sacred relics, Tianming gazed upon the now dimmed seed source on Cybertron. He channeled the stellar energy harvested from the stellar energy harvester into the seed source. In an instant, the energy intensity of the seed source began to recover. At that moment, the seed source radiated a brilliant light, and Tianming's consciousness was transported to a mysterious realm, the primordial supreme being. Upon raising his gaze, Tianming was confronted by the energy manifestation of the primordial supreme being, or rather, a fragment of his divine consciousness. My time is limited, the being intoned. New Cybertronian, Tianming, your achievements are extraordinarily significant. You have forged a magnificent new civilization. Yet for the sake of Cybertron and for the new Cybertronians, I implore you to set aside your prejudices. Allow the seed source you have created to merge with the primordial seed of Cybertron, facilitating the resurgence of Cybertronian civilization, rendering it even more formidable. As Tianming surveyed this unstable realm, he pondered whether the primordial supreme being was truly naive enough to believe he was akin to Optimus Prime. To act in such a manner would essentially equate to relinquishing one's technological achievements to others. And it is entirely plausible that with the aid of the Star Gold seed source, the primordial celestial master could eliminate me entirely. After all, to put it plainly, both the new Cybertronians and the old Cybertronians are akin to parasites upon the primordial celestial master or the cosmic emperor. With but a thought, they could cause the disobedient parasites to vanish completely. How could I possibly forsake the opportunity to evolve into a being of your caliber? Tianming, with his mind racing, turned to the primordial celestial master and spoke with a hint of deference. Oh, primordial celestial master, do you not feel any discontent or indignation towards the disrespect I have shown you during this time? The primordial celestial master, gazing upon the somewhat ungrateful Tianming, maintained a benevolent demeanor, responding as an elder would to a junior. No, your actions are not misguided. You may indeed lead the Cybertronians toward a higher future. The more Tianming beheld the hypocritical apparition of the old man, the more he felt repulsed. Fixing a serious gaze upon him, he declared, Primordial Celestial Master, it is you who created us, the Cybertronians, and for that I am grateful. However, as a divine being of Cybertron, one cannot be so avaricious. As a new Cybertronian, I shall soon ascend to the status of a divine being, just like you. Why should I forsake my imminent divinity to fully resurrect an ancient god whose true purposes remain unknown? Tianming burst into a raucous laughter before continuing. I am aware, to some extent, of your intentions with the Cosmic Emperor. The primordial power of the seed source I have created was bestowed upon me by you. Thus, in your quest to break free from the confines of this planet and the inadequacy of your energy, you seek to devour the Star Gold seed source to rectify your deficiencies. How can you think this way? The primordial celestial master began to stutter, betraying a hint of anxiety. At that moment, Tianming chose to cease his discourse. With a mere thought, the so-called realm of consciousness shattered entirely, and he found himself back within the confines of the spaceship laboratory. As he gazed upon the seed source, now shimmering with a vibrant blue glow, his anger intensified. Initially, as a Cybertronian, he harbored a fondness for Cybertron and hoped for its future prosperity. However, it now appeared that this excessive energy of the seed source posed a significant dilemma. He promptly extracted 13 units of energy from a seed source, leaving just 23, while adding a slight enhancement to it. With purpose, Tianming exited the laboratory, presenting the dimmed seed source to Tianjun. Tianjun, take this seed source to Tong Tianshao and the ambulance. My lord, do we no longer require this seed source? Tianjun inquired, contemplating the object in his hands. What once fueled all wars on Cybertron now seemed akin to refuse, a thing to be discarded at will. We have no need for such a flawed relic. Our civilization possesses far superior alternatives. As the seismic tremors settled, and just as Tianming was preparing to return the Allspark to the Autobots, he reminded them, remember, this Allspark must be delivered personally into the hands of the Autobots. It must not fall into the grasp of the lingering Decepticons on Cybertron. Meanwhile, within a bunker in Kalon City, the Decepticon scientists and medics, Goldblade, Thunderwing, Knockout, and Longmay, gathered around the lifeless form of Megatron, pondering solutions. Megatron had been resurrected before, and now it seemed he faced a similar fate. Indeed, during the fierce battle between the Autobots and the 13, Soundwave had seized the opportunity to reclaim Megatron's corpse via the land bridge. My proposal is to employ the Dark Energon, one suggested. After all, Lord Megatron has utilized it previously. No, the Dark Energon is far too potent, and now that Lord Megatron is truly deceased, with the spark signal extinguished, reviving him with Dark Energon would merely render him a soulless husk, potentially allowing Unicron to once again inhabit his body. The scientists and medics expressed their helplessness. While standing nearby, the cunning tarantulas reveled in their turmoil. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, an unfamiliar message flashed across the screen. Chapter 139. Charging the Hammer of Heroes, Soundwave activated the mysterious communication signal, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld the image on the screen. Tianming, what brings you here? Surely you do not intend to inform us that we are surrounded by your 13? Tarantulas promptly dispatched personnel to secure all critical entrances and exits of the bunker. Just as he was about to lead an evacuation, Tianming reassured them. There is no need for alarm. I come bearing a gift, the purest Allspark energy. I believe you need it more than we do. What are you plotting? Asked Barricade, his excitement palpable. With Allspark energy, Megatron could be reborn. Yet, he remained cautious as he spoke. In exchange, all I require is Knockout. Our enmity runs deep. Tianming declared. He was determined to prevent Megatron from being tainted by Unicron's dark energies and transforming into something monstrous. He preferred a resurrected Megatron who had gained clarity. Of course, even if Megatron did not achieve enlightenment, he could continue his struggle against Optimus Prime. As for the Decepticons invading his home, the 13, he had little to worry about. Firstly, they could not locate the coordinates of 13, and secondly, even if they did, they would not withstand his might or that of the new Cybertronians. Cybertron needed to be revitalized, but Tianming did not wish for the resurrection of the Primus himself. Furthermore, he had placed a small safeguard on the Allspark to counter any retaliatory actions from the Autobots, Decepticons, or Primus. Tarantulas and the other Decepticons turned their attention to Knockout, and Barricade swiftly agreed to the proposal. Knockout, your contribution to Lord Megatron's revival will not be forgotten. Before Knockout could react, Barricade swiftly bound him. What are you doing? I am the finest medic among the Decepticons and the deputy commander. You cannot treat me this way. Soon, both parties arrived at the anticipated location. Emperor Tianming dispatched individuals to retrieve the fallen, escorting him back to our camp. The Decepticons also acquired some energon sources. Soundwave inserted a portion of this energon energy into the chamber that had been pierced, causing a violent tremor throughout Megatron's entire frame. He then opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. What has happened to me, Soundwave? Lord Megatron, we have revived you using the energy from the energon source. How do you feel now? Before Red Alert could flatter him, Barricade interjected. I feel remarkably well, though I'm somewhat unaccustomed, he replied. Despite his entire form having been transformed by the Cosmic Emperor, he found himself bereft of the Dark Star Saber and the enhancements of the Minicon. His power had diminished to barely surpass that of a leader class. Additionally, the energon they had obtained was nearly depleted, leaving only a scant remnant, insufficient for significant utility. What of Optimus Prime? What Tianming? What has become of them? Megatron seemed to have forgotten many things, only recalling that he had drifted in a slumber aboard the Nemesis, with the subsequent memories eluding him entirely. Lord Megatron, we are currently on Cybertron. The Autobots have secured the energon source, and our sole nemesis has been destroyed by Emperor Tianming. Upon observing Megatron's lack of recollection regarding recent events, Red Alert promptly conveyed the entire situation in the simplest of terms. Consequently, Megatron's expression darkened with fury. Tianming, though you have granted me rebirth, our enmity shall not be settled so easily. Rising to his feet, he issued commands to the Decepticons within the bunker. A faction of the Decepticons would remain on Cybertron, becoming the ruling power there, and subsequently, through a coup, they would completely overthrow the Autobot regime. The dawn of a new era for the Decepticons was near. The remaining Decepticons would utilize the resources within the base to reconstruct a space bridge, targeting the planet Antares. I shall establish a realm for the Decepticons there. Awakened by the Energon energy, Megatron was not consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Although still enamored with power, his ambitions had undergone a profound transformation, opting for a relatively peaceful coup to govern Cybertron. Furthermore, he aspired to establish Decepticon dominion on another planet, even though that world currently possessed scant Energon energy. Meanwhile, the Autobots revived Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and other fallen comrades through the Energon source. However, this consumption once again depleted the Energon energy. Fortunately, the Energon source had returned, allowing Cybertron to successfully rejuvenate. Optimus Prime reinstated the Energon source into the well of all sparks, enabling Cybertron to truly flourish once more. At this moment, Emperor Tianming has already boarded the ship, burning heaven, departing from Cybertron. During this journey, he will encounter the abandoned Shockwave and the defeated Soundwave, whom he will subdue. Days later, they successfully arrive at Chi, New Jersey Star, where the first small to medium-sized city has already been constructed. Numerous buildings tower over Chi, New Jersey Star. Shockwave and Soundwave represent our new Cybertronian homeland. We have returned home. Upon his arrival on Chi, New Jersey Star, Emperor Tianming is approached by Haya, accompanied by over 10,000 members of Chi, New Jersey Star, who respectfully state, "Lord Tianming, we have fulfilled our mission. The first city has been built." "Very well, everyone. Continue with your tasks." At this moment, Emperor Tianming summoned the 23 elders who have accompanied him for a long time, including Tianzin, Esu, Tinu, Crosshair, Haya, and Jilin, into his exclusive Great Hall. He presented the complete Star Gold Fire Source and methodically empowered his subordinates. The first to attain the Celestial Origin level were Huangdi NJ and 4 other royal giants. Following them were Tianzin, Hiy, Tinu, while others also achieved strength surpassing that of their leaders. For the sake of our newly born homeland, we must continue to strive, for the universe still holds numerous uncertainties. Understood, Lord Tianming. The group bowed in unison, fully aware that Chi, New Jersey Star is merely a nascent power, much like early Cybertron, which often faced invasions. After completing these tasks, Emperor Tianming immediately returned to his core laboratory, seizing the hammer of the celestial prodigy and infusing it with his esteemed energy. In an instant, the hammer radiated brilliance. Indeed, only powers of the celestial origin or beyond could replenish its energy. Subsequently, my visions would come to fruition. Chapter 140. Where is that old man? Emperor Tianming took the fully charged hammer of the celestial prodigy and tirelessly struck the dark silver, Cybertronian digital material, and Cybertronian alloy. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the core laboratory of the Chi, New Jersey Holy Hall, 12 bizarre beings resembling mythological creatures from the Summer Kingdom. Chi, NGQ, TOD, T, NGW. Dindiu, Suenene, Beis, Feiliene, JWEU, Kunoluene, Ioi, Yenehistacheo, Ansetacheyene, Sadeniapirth. They possessed only their forms, not yet true new Cybertronian life forms. Emperor Tianming extracted the complete Star Gold Fire Source. An immense Star Gold energy began to flow into them. Within moments, they transformed into humanoid forms towering at 16 meters. "We greet you, Lord Tianming." He merely nodded and replied, "Follow me." As Chi NGQ and the others exited the Chi, New Jersey Holy Hall, the surrounding members of Chi, New Jersey Tang were left in awe. However, Emperor Tianming paid little heed to their astonishment and approached the fire source well. All the inhabitants of Chi, New Jersey Star watched this scene, filled with anticipation. At last, we are no longer alone. New Cybertronians are about to be born. Our civilization shall indeed thrive. The celestial mechanism Star flourishes with prosperity. As Emperor Tianming triumphantly raises the Star Gold Fire Seed Source, subsequently guiding it to gently descend into the well of the Fire Seed Source. In a brief span, once the Star Gold Fire Seed Source successfully penetrates the core of the planet, a series of tremors ripple through the sphere. Fear not, for this is a normal reaction. Indeed, as Emperor Tianming places the Star Gold Fire Seed Source into the planet's core, one can distinctly sense that the celestial mechanism star is no longer an ordinary lifeless sphere, but rather, under the influence of the fire seed energy, it begins to evolve gradually towards the form of a planet-sized Cybertronian. Ultimately, the celestial mechanism star shall truly become a transformable planet-sized transformer, akin to the primordial celestial being and the cosmic emperor. However, this activation process will require considerable time. Even when the planet-sized transformer is born, it will heed only the commands of Emperor Tianming, who is its master, the greatest leader of the celestial mechanism star. Soon thereafter, the tremors of the planet gradually abate, and from the well of the fire seed source emanates a kaleidoscope of light. With excitement, Emperor Tianming declares, "Now that the star gold fire seed source has merged with the core, it has become an inseparable part of this planet. Before long, the entire sphere will witness the first surge of life, and a new generation of celestial mechanism beings shall emerge. They will be your descendants, and you shall bear witness to the evolution of the celestial mechanism civilization." Turning to the 12 legendary guardian knights behind him, he states solemnly, "Qiongqi, Taotai, Tao, and Tiango, your sole duty is to protect the well of the fire seed source. At any moment, should anyone dare to offend or attempt to steal the star gold fire seed source, your only responsibility is to eradicate the intruder completely." In unison, the 12 legendary guardian knights, 3 of whom combine to form 4 eastern wind mechanical dragons, each extending their dragon claws in the cardinal directions around the well, stand resolutely like stone sculptures. These 12 legendary guardian knights, forged by the hammer of the celestial hero, can freely combine into the 4 eastern mechanical dragons or unite to form a formidable combined entity towering approximately 150 meters. Moreover, they possess additional extraordinary abilities, one of which allows them to assume the form of statues, standing vigil around the well of the fire seed source. Very well, Emperor Tianming continues. Once the celestial mechanism beings attain a certain degree of merit, they shall be allowed entry into the celestial mechanism sanctuary. I shall enhance their strength with reinforced fire seeds. He gazes sternly at the excited crowd below and adds, "You have followed me since our time on Earth, and thus you should comprehend our regulations. Let not anyone follow in the footsteps of the fallen one. I do not wish to witness the celestial mechanism civilization's demise before it even flourishes, torn apart by internal strife. Should anyone dare to disrupt the celestial mechanism civilization, be they celestial mechanism beings or other races of the cosmos, I shall effortlessly obliterate them." Although Tianming's words may seem somewhat superfluous, the establishment of a new civilization invariably invites a degree of unrest among certain individuals, particularly since he is not privy to the thoughts of his subordinates. Therefore, in order to foster the development of the new civilization, it is imperative to establish initial regulations that reward merit accordingly. Consequently, Qiongqi Star and its neighboring stellar systems have been undergoing stable development. After 50 stellar years, the inhabitants of Qiongqi Star began to emerge, each born with the ability to transform in 3 distinct forms, the majority possessing a beastly aspect, while some even exhibited foundational abilities for 4 and 5 transformations. Additionally, a select few of the Qiongqi Star denizens were born from the nucleic genes of the multi-faced entity, endowing them with certain abilities characteristic of the multi-faced race, built upon the foundation of 3 transformations. Moreover, the social order of Qiongqi Star gradually solidified. Tianming founded a new Supreme People's Assembly based on the Elder Council of Cybertron, wherein 235 members were elected by local representatives from major cities on Qiongqi Star. This assembly is primarily tasked with managing internal affairs and formulating policies for colonized planets. Each member is entitled to 5 to 10 guardians to ensure their safety. In addition, Qiongqi Star established various departments, including the Military Coordination Department, the Supreme Academy of Sciences, the Energy Research Department, and the Carbon-Based Life Management Department, responsible for implementing the highest decisions promulgated by the Supreme People's Assembly. Intriguingly, the Carbon-Based Life Management Department operates in close conjunction with the Energy Research Department. The remains of carbon-based life forms, upon their natural demise, are to be transferred and utilized as raw materials for synthesizing super-energy bodies, transported to energy reaction factories across major cities. Leveraging the primordial energy radiated from the Earth's core, These materials are transformed into stellar energy bodies, serving as the energy source for the people of Qinji Star. For those Qinji Star denizens assigned to the carbon-based life protection zone, this role is exceedingly agreeable. Their responsibilities entail occasional patrols, and for every stellar month, they receive 3,000 stellar coins, 25 units of stellar gold super energy bodies, and 100 merit points, making it a coveted profession among the inhabitants. At this moment, Tianming was not in the Qinji sanctuary. Instead, he donned a crimson attire as a carbon-based caretaker. Traversing the protection zone he oversaw, "Old man, do you know where Lord Tianming has gone? I wish to witness his grandeur," exclaimed a newly born Qinji Star inhabitant. Yutan, gazing with hopeful anticipation towards Tianming. "Your position is already exceptional among all Qinji Star denizens. Dreams are admirable, yet the dangers faced by the exploration team are considerable." Suddenly, an urgent message arrived from Haya. "My lord, there is a situation in the Wuyu stellar system." Just as Yutan turned around, Tianming vanished in a thin air. "Where'd he go?" pondered the young inhabitant, bewildered. Chapter 141. Journey to the Garbage Star. Upon returning to the Supreme Command Room, Emperor Tianming gazed at the flustered Haya and inquired, "What transpired in the Wuyu star system?" "My lord, a space bridge in the Wuyu star system was abruptly destroyed, creating a breach in our first defensive island chain of the Qinji star system. The five-faced beasts are launching a massive invasion." Haya looked at Emperor Tianming, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming weariness. Indeed, he had been exceedingly fatigued lately, with a mountain of paperwork resulting in the replacement of over 30 core processing chips in his mind. Were it not for Emperor Tianming's early resignation from the position of Supreme Chancellor, allowing Haya to step in, he would already be enjoying a comfortable life in the military strategy department. "Haya, a mere invasion by the five-faced beasts can be managed by you and Tianjin. There is no need to summon me. Is there something of greater urgency?" Emperor Tianming was acutely aware of Haya's capabilities. He could efficiently govern the entire Qinji star system while also repelling minor incursions by obscure factions. "Indeed, Tianjin has already mobilized support," Haya responded. "However, we learned from a captured shark spirit that the five-faced beasts are scouring the cosmos for something, suspected to be fragments of the space-time blade. Moreover, the leader of the five-faced beasts on Kuntasa herself, seems to have located a fragment of the space-time blade." Upon hearing this news, Emperor Tianming was elated. "What Wanmianku? My lord, ever since Wanmianku received this intelligence, he has taken some members of the intelligence department to Kuntasa, attempting to retrieve the fragment of the space-time blade. However, we recently lost communication with him, and the situation has become critical, necessitating your return to oversee matters." The space-time blade had always been an object of Emperor Tianming's desire. Yet the fact that even the seasoned spy Wanmianku had gone silent suggested that the current circumstances were anything but simple. At that moment, Tianjin conveyed urgent news. His brow furrowed in confusion. "Haya, my lord Tianming, the shark spirits retreated swiftly upon seeing our reinforcements arrive, even before a proper engagement began." Emperor Tianming's expression darkened. If Kuntasa intended to seize the Qinji star system, she should have launched an all-out assault. If her goal was merely to search for the fragments of the space-time blade, she would not have retreated so easily. The abrupt loss of communication with Wanmianku added to the strangeness of the situation, leaving everything shrouded in mystery. The Black Crow swiftly dispatched personnel to repair the first defensive island chain. Tianjin, gather sufficient manpower and proceed immediately to the planet Kintasha. Demand the five-faced monster surrender our people from Qinji Star. Otherwise, we shall resort to force. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming once again performed the art of vanishing, disappearing before the Black Crow. Utilizing his control and sensing of the myriad-faced guests, he initiated a spatial leap, swiftly arriving at a planet of utmost importance to Kintasha, known as Trash Planet. While Trash Planet may not hold significant value in itself, its unique gravitational pull attracts vast amounts of cosmic debris, rendering it a treasure trove in the universe and one of the vital resource planets for the five-faced monster. However, the five-faced monster has never truly conquered this place. "Bavigula na Vaninabang," exclaimed a Trash Planet inhabitant, brandishing a makeshift weapon crafted from assorted refuse. Initially perplexed by the greeting, Emperor Tianming quickly responded in fluent universal language. "Bavigula na Vaninabang, Genie Bahaluhu He." "Greetings, trash planet inhabitant. I come bearing intentions to purchase goods." Upon hearing this, the inhabitant immediately lowered his weapon and approached Tianming, mimicking the human custom of welcoming guests as seen on television, extending his right hand. "Welcome to Trash Planet, dear friend. Please follow me." Emperor Tianming reciprocated the gesture, transforming into a Cybertronian all-terrain tank, and accompanied the inhabitant to the stronghold of the Trash Planet people. There, atop a relatively even mound of refuse, stood a towering Trash Planet inhabitant, 85 meters tall, with a beard and a reddish-brown exterior, engrossed in a television program. "Marissa, the human love stories depicted here are strikingly reminiscent of our own experiences. Rescue vehicle, that is merely your fantasy. I do not share such blissful sentiments." Marissa shot him a glance. At that moment, the inhabitant transformed back from his motorcycle form into a humanoid. "Boss, we have business to attend to." "Oh, my friend, where do you hail from, and what is your name?" Upon hearing of the potential transaction, Rescue Vehicle sprang to his feet. His interest peaked as the television lost its allure. He, along with Marissa, approached Emperor Tianming in inquiry. "I am D. Tianming from Qinji Star, here to procure small spacecraft and the remains of other cosmic beings." In truth, Tianming sought the myriad-faced guests, but he could not state this overtly. Given the nature of the Trash Planet inhabitants, he might easily be perceived as an invader and driven away. Thus, he deemed it prudent to first engage in commerce and foster goodwill to facilitate subsequent developments. "My friend, behold the grand sale, no longer priced at $99.98, but merely $9.98. The salvage vehicle approached the Wasteland Operations Console with great enthusiasm, casually pressing a few buttons. From the heaps of refuse, a large wasteland airship, alongside several smaller vessels, gracefully ascended. "Come and test them out. The prices are remarkably low. The new Junkstar battleships are equipped with cutting-edge turbocharged light-speed propulsion technology, a luxurious and captivating import." "Brother D, are you satisfied? Would you like to purchase one?" D. Tianming gazed at the makeshift warships, constructed from discarded parts of the Junkstar, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing his expression, the salvage vehicle misinterpreted his silence. "Brother D, fret not. If you desire a specific type of warship, just tell me, and I can craft one for you." Upon hearing the phrase "craft one by hand," D. Tianming nearly burst into laughter. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that as the leader of the Junkstar inhabitants and the most formidable mechanic, there seemed to be nothing beyond the salvage vehicle's capabilities. "All right, I shall take this one," D. Tianming declared, pointing at a small warship and extracting a small amount of energon. This energon was not the Star Gold type, but rather the Cybertronian variant. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of sympathy and admiration for the salvage vehicle, who continued to thrive on the Junkstar even after their homeland's demise, accompanied by a spouse, and had developed into this impressive figure through his mechanical prowess. His leadership qualities were indeed commendable, possibly surpassing even Optimus Prime to some extent. When the salvage vehicle beheld the energon, he was filled with excitement, hardly expecting this alien, whose presence felt oddly familiar, to possess such audacity. He immediately approached, grasping D. Tianming's left hand firmly. "My friend, I cannot express my gratitude for your generous spirit. From this moment forth, you shall be a cherished ally of the Junkstar people." Chapter 142, Shrouded in Mystery Salvage Vehicle. "I thank you for the warm hospitality of your people. Aside from the battleship, I seek my kin who are somewhere on your Junkstar. Could you assist me in locating them?" Since the salvage vehicle considered himself a friend of the Junkstar people, D. Tianming felt no need for subterfuge and stated his true intentions directly. "Your kin are on the Junkstar?" The salvage vehicle's expression shifted from joy to a serious demeanor, regarding D. Tianming with thoughtful caution. "Oh, my friend, if your kin are indeed treasure seekers, I regret to say I am powerless to assist. I harbor great hostility towards those who rummage through the Junkstar indiscriminately. Had you not purchased my battleship, I would have had my subordinates expel you from the Junkstar. Without my consent, all scrap on this planet belongs to the Junkstar inhabitants. No, my kin do not seize the belongings of other races in the universe. This is your domain. However, have you seen these individuals or their remains? If Emperor Tianming wished, he could effortlessly abduct Marissa at any moment, thereby coercing the rescue vehicle to comply with his directives. However, he chose not to pursue that course of action. Rather than subjugating or intimidating the leader of an entire cosmic race, He preferred to coexist peacefully. Moreover, the current circumstances surrounding the Faceless and the Five-Faced tribes remained unclear. It was far more advantageous to gain an ally than to acquire another adversary. Upon hearing this, the rescue vehicle lowered its guard and issued a command. Second in command, have we spotted this rather unsightly machinist from the garbage star, or any remnants of them? At that moment, a garbage being resembling the rescue vehicle gestured toward a virtual display screen projected by Emperor Tianming, stating, "Boss, while we were chasing the shark spirits to the north, we seem to have encountered several remains of bright golden extraterrestrials, though their embers have long since extinguished. Those scraps have now been transported to the waste processing station, where they are systematically cleaned and recycled. Take me there." Emperor Tianming responded anxiously upon hearing the news. Shortly thereafter, the rescue vehicle, the second-in-command, Marissa, and others escorted Emperor Tianming to the waste processing station. Mountains of refuse were meticulously piled according to their categories and attributes, presenting a unique aesthetic appeal. Recycling station. Where have you deposited the mechanical carcasses brought over from the north 3 stellar days ago? Upon hearing this, the recycling station led the group to the side of a refuse mountain. "Boss, all mechanical corpses were piled here recently. Does this extraterrestrial friend wish to procure this heap of mechanical remains?" At that moment, Emperor Tianming was not inclined to entertain such trivial inquiries. With a mere flick of his finger, the debris belonging to the Faceless and other machinists exhibiting multifaceted characteristics levitated from the refuse pile. Streams of blue-gold energy emanated from his chest, and under this surge of energy, the shattered and incomplete forms of several machinists began to mend. The rescue vehicle and others looked on in astonishment at this extraterrestrial magnate. Goodness, this is a miracle. Before long, the Faceless stood fully restored before Emperor Tianming. "Master Tianming, what brings you here? And where's this place?" Upon seeing the rescue vehicle, the Faceless instinctively readied their hand cannons, while the garbage beings swiftly responded, aiming their weapons in return. "Friends, do you wish to make enemies of us garbage beings? Stand down," Emperor Tianming solemnly commanded. He then inquired with curiosity, "Faceless ones, I must know why you are here and how it came to pass that you met your demise. What transpired?" "My lord, upon receiving the news, we infiltrated Kenosha Star. However, shortly after entering the hall of the multifaceted beasts, we were drawn in by a peculiar energy, seemingly the aura of the ancestor of the illusory celestial spirits. Just as we prepared to advance, we were unexpectedly knocked unconscious by the shark spirit captain, who appeared to have sensed our presence. The subsequent events are a blur to me. At this moment, the multifaceted beasts are equally bewildered. During their infiltration of Kenosha Star, they had disguised themselves as shark spirit soldiers, even mimicking their internal language. So, how could they have been discovered? Meanwhile, Emperor Tianming continued to inquire, puzzled by the presence of illusory, celestial spirit energy on Kenosha Star. The multifaceted beasts were equally at a loss. Just then, 3 large spacecraft suddenly emerged not far from the junk star. "Boss, the Five-Faced beasts are launching a massive invasion to the junk star inhabitants, who have encountered various races across the universe." The sight of these 3 ships was all too familiar. They were their sworn enemies. "All junk star inhabitants, prepare for battle." The command reverberated, prompting the junk star inhabitants to swiftly burrow underground, leveraging the unique geographical advantages of their world to ambush the shark spirits leading the Five-Faced beasts. "My lord, what shall we do?" At this moment, the multifaceted beasts were uncertain whether to assist the junk star inhabitants in repelling the Five-Faced beasts. They decided to observe for the time being, curious about the intentions of the Five-Faced beasts. Emperor Tianming was perplexed. Did the Five-Faced beasts intend to wage a dual war, battling both their own Shinji civilization and the junk star inhabitants? Could it be that there existed another fragment of the temporal blade on junk star? Yet, upon reflection, this seemed implausible. If such a fragment were present at such proximity, he should be able to sense its energy, but there was no notable energy response. At that moment, the first wave of shark spirits, armed with energy tridents, disembarked from their warships and ascended to the surface of the junk star. This time, they were determined to procure what the Queen of Kenosha required at all costs. "Charge forth and eliminate these junk star inhabitants," commanded the shark spirit captain. Thousands of shark spirits surged forward, while the junk star inhabitants, seizing the opportunity, swiftly emerged from underground to unleash a barrage of cannon fire upon the shark spirits before retreating back to safety. Meanwhile, the rescue vehicle hurriedly transported its core members toward their treasure vault. Knowing that the five-faced beast had repeatedly attacked the junk star with the intent of seizing the treasures within, even if the treasures were to be utterly destroyed, they must not fall into the hands of the five-faced beasts. The rescue vehicle, witnessing the unprecedented large-scale invasion of the five-faced beasts, wore an expression of deep fury. Chapter 143. Another fragment of the temporal blade acquired as a battalion of shark spirits charged toward the treasure vault. The rescue vehicle wielded a shield in its left hand and an energy axe in its right, ready to vanquish these vile invaders and demonstrate the might of the junk star. The rescue vehicle boldly charged into the ranks of the shark soldiers, wielding its energy axe and shield as if traversing an uninhabited realm, ruthlessly dispatching one shark soldier after another, cleaving their heads in twain. Even when struck by some of the shark soldiers, the vehicle swiftly healed itself, thanks to its formidable regenerative abilities, and re-entered the fray. Observing from the control room of the spacecraft was a five-faced creature, who, upon witnessing the majority of the refuse inhabitants on Garbage Planet emerge from their concealment to engage in battle with his forces, chuckled with excitement, declaring, "The refuse inhabitants have made a foolish yet astute decision." The five-faced creature harbored no regard for the combat occurring below between the shark soldiers and their fleet, viewing the latter merely as slaves, expendable at will. With a mere press of a button, 3 colossal starships unleashed a barrage of energy cannons upon the entire Garbage Planet, resulting in the demise of numerous unsuspecting refuse inhabitants. Meanwhile, the shark soldiers continued their relentless charge. Infuriated by this spectacle, the rescue vehicle urgently transmitted a command via the communication channel. All refuse inhabitants, unite to form the Garbage King, and ensure that these five-faced scoundrels vanish completely from our Garbage Planet. Subsequently, every 5 surviving refuse inhabitants swiftly merged to become one formidable Garbage King. Their bodies, primarily composed of repurposed scrap metal, posed no compatibility issues upon merging, and each combined entity exhibited remarkable operational efficiency. Wielding their colossal energy axes, they decimated the feeble shark soldiers before them. At this juncture, the five-faced creature aboard the spacecraft, realizing the rescue vehicle had revealed its true capabilities, prepared to unleash an even more powerful energy cannon. However, just then, Emperor Tianming emerged beside him, delivering a swift slap that, had it not been tempered to 60% of its full force, would have instantly slain the five-faced creature. Upon hearing the commotion, the shark soldiers guarding the spacecraft rushed into the control room, intent on eliminating the intruders. Wan Mian quickly mobilized his forces, effortlessly dismantling these ineffectual foot soldiers. Stay still. Those who wish to live should promptly deactivate the energy cannons, or else, you know what will happen, Wan Mian warned, aiming at a shark soldier operator and eliminating him with a single shot to instill fear in the remaining soldiers. With the five-faced creature's command severed, the 3 starships ceased their assault on the Garbage Planet. Emperor Tianming, gazing at the unconscious five-faced creature before him, commanded Wan Mian by any means necessary. Pry open the mouth of this five-faced creature. I must uncover the true objective of its recent maneuvers. Consider it done. This is my specialty. Veo en Mian Kiskiviko responded, restraining the five-faced creature with a specialized device before following Emperor Tianming back to Garbage Planet. At this moment, the rescue vehicle, accompanied by Marissa and a host of other refuse denizens, approached Tianming and bowed deeply. Thank you immensely, my friend. Had it not been for your control over the 3 warships of the Quintessence, we cannot fathom how many of our comrades would have perished to secure victory in this war. Just then, Marissa seemed to recall something from a television channel she had previously watched. Leaning closer to the rescue vehicle, she whispered, "This Tianming appears to be the very individual who once fought alongside Optimus Prime and Megatron on Earth." Prompted by Marissa's reminder, the rescue vehicle finally recognized the affluent figure before him, a miracle worker indeed. Tianming, I have heard tales of your exploits. You have reshaped Cybertron. It is astonishing to see you here, far removed from your home. His tone paused momentarily before he continued. As a Cybertronian who has aided the refuse planet, you are welcome to take any items you desire from this world. I shall not charge you. However, I must inquire, Why did the Quintessence wage war against your refuse planet? What is it that they covet? The rescue vehicle donned a smile, his demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned salesman. Tianming, my collection is safeguarded in the storage chamber, which is precisely what piqued the Quintessence interest and prompted their repeated assaults on my refuse planet. We have been like brothers, and I would be delighted to show you my treasures. Should you find something you fancy, I can offer it to you at a reduced price. Oh, is that so? Let me there. Tianming was eager to discover what treasures lay within the storage chamber that could entice the Quintessence to deploy heavy forces in pursuit. Soon, a dilapidated, rust-covered door of the wasteland storage facility creaked open, revealing a stark contrast inside. The interior was illuminated by gleaming alloy panels. As Tianming perused the treasures, he halted before a storage compartment, where a shimmering blue crystal fragment was encased behind transparent alloy glass, enveloped in a protective energy shield. This was the reason Tianming had been unable to perceive the energy emitted by the blade of time and space. Ah, is this the treasure that has caught your eye? The rescue vehicle regarded the unknown weapon fragment with disdain, having originally taken it from a slain treasure seeker merely for its brilliance, intending to use it as a natural light source for the storage chamber. I want this one. It shines brightly, and I find it quite appealing. Tianming was determined not to divulge any specifics about the blade of time and space in front of the rescue vehicle, not even its name. It can be yours, but without its illumination, my entire treasure chamber will become rather dim, which would be unfortunate. I can exchange the 3 large 5-faced monster battleships I have seized for this item, Tianming remarked while gazing at the rescue vehicle. However, that may not suffice. Those 3 ships were already mine. It was merely a matter of time before they fell into my grasp. Yet, given their condition upon capture, they may not be enough to procure this item. Observing the rescue vehicle, which stroked its beard and spoke eloquently, Tianming realized that beyond being a mere salesman, it was indeed a cunning merchant. Not wishing to linger any longer, Tianming produced a shard of fire energy and handed it directly to the rescue vehicle. Surely, you would not refuse this. Of course, my friend. What else do you desire? Upon receiving the fire energy, the rescue vehicle promptly retrieved a fragment of the time-space blade and placed it in Tianming's hands. My friend, there are many treasures yet to be seen in the storeroom. Shall we explore together? Chapter 144. The Mechanized Juliet and Romeo. Tianming was eager to accompany, fearing he might miss the next fragment of the time-space blade. However, the outcome did not align with his expectations. After inspecting the entire treasure storeroom, they still failed to discover a second fragment. Nevertheless, holding the time-space blade fragment, the two exited together. My dear friend, it is a pity that you are content with just this. However, I have a rather unique proposition for you. As the leader of the Chinji clan, your daily life must be mundane. Would you care for my assistance in crafting a girlfriend for you, much like my Melissa? The rescue vehicle leaned closer to Tianming, whispering, I understand that beings like you may not fancy this model. I can utilize some materials from the storeroom to create a shimmering girlfriend tailored to your specifications, and it will be quite affordable. Would you care to try? As the rescue vehicle spoke, its tone faltered, and it lamented, in truth, I'm not particularly fond of the current Melissa. Her emotional demands are simply too high. I too wish to find a replacement. Tianming shook his head repeatedly, expressing his disdain. I am the supreme leader of the Chinji people. Having a girlfriend, especially a mechanical one, is utterly absurd. Subsequently, he led Wan Mianku and the others toward the junk ship he had recently acquired. Oh, my friend, do give it some thought. It is a bargain, truly. Despite its previous whispering, as a transformer, the rescue vehicle's voice could not be diminished. At that moment, Melissa shot a fierce glare at the rescue vehicle, while they opted to evade the trash bin and recycling station. Rescue vehicle, were you planning to abandon me for another, perhaps a more tender and delicate companion? I was merely introducing our dear friend to our latest project. As the saying goes, introductions often contain a hint of exaggeration. The rescue vehicle responded effortlessly, moving beside Melissa. How could I ever abandon you? Without your assistance, I would still be unaware of the arduous days spent in mechanical repairs. The rescue vehicle, pulling along Melissa, continued to steer the conversation in a different direction. Melissa, I recently conceived a splendid idea. We could stage a rendition of Romeo and Juliet as depicted on television to celebrate our victory in this battle. And who do you intend to cast as Juliet? Before Melissa could finish her sentence, The rescue vehicle interjected with a laugh. Of course, it shall be you, my Juliet. At that moment, the myriad faces aboard the garbage vessel dared to show their delight. Master Tianming, without exerting a breath, has acquired yet another fragment of the time-space blade. Tianming retrieved a shard, drained of its temporal power, from within his chest and tossed it aside, solemnly declaring, "This is merely the beginning." He gazed towards the direction of Kintasha Star, where all the unknowns currently unfolded. Whether it was the energy of the illusory celestial spirit or the fragments of the time-space blade, he was determined to investigate thoroughly and procure them all. Meanwhile, on Shinji Star, Yutan excitedly made his way to the Environmental Protection Agency Hall. Today marked the day he would receive his wages after a lunar cycle. "Mr. Sage, I am here to collect my salary." "Ah, it's Yutan. Let me check the accounts and see how much this little rascal has earned." An elder, a former soldier from Shinji Star, opened a hefty iron ledger. "You captured 13 poaching incidents and protected against 3 instances of ancient dragon egg breakages, earning a reward of 400 energy blocks and 69 merit points. This is your reward along with your base salary." Sage issued him a pay slip for the Treasury Department. Just as Yutan was about to leave, Sage called out to him, "Wait a moment, this is the salary for your colleague in the protective zone. Tianming. I don't know what's going on, but that old man has been absent quite frequently, and the higher-ups seem unconcerned. How can such a negligent individual remain stationed in the Environmental Protection Agency?" "Sage, that old man is a retired soldier, just like you, perhaps due to his advanced age. The officers have spared him from physical labor and assigned him here. Besides, you're not like that." Yutan remained steadfast in his defense of Tianming. Although he was unaware of which officer Tianming had served under, he understood that to be a soldier was no simple feat. All right. You are compassionate. Remember, the crime rate on Shinji Star has been somewhat elevated. Once you collect your energy blocks, return home promptly and refrain from venturing out unnecessarily. I understand. Yutan strode toward the inner hall when, at that moment, a frantic individual collided with him. From the moment of his inception, Yutan possessed certain abilities of a multifaceted being, and coupled with the unique sensitivity to the fire seed of the Shinji Star people, he sensed something amiss the instant they made contact. "Hey, my friend, you seem to be anything but one of us Shinji Star people," he exclaimed. "How could that be? We all originated from the same fire seed source. You must be mistaken." A benevolent Shinji Star individual, approximately 7.5 meters tall, explained amiably. "No, you are undoubtedly not a Shinji Star person. Your fire seed is incorrect," Yutan declared as he swiftly subdued him, pinning him down and straightening his right arm backward. At that moment, all the Shinji Star individuals in the Environmental Protection Zone turned their gaze toward Yutan, realizing his identity was about to be exposed. The subdued Shinji Star individual swiftly transformed his left hand into an energy cannon, delivering a backward elbow strike that forcibly knocked Yutan away. The assembly of Shinji Star individuals, particularly the officials, appeared alarmed. "This is a criminal. A criminal dares to approach the payroll department. Could it be an attempt to steal energy blocks? As citizens of the Shinji Star, their bodies were not permitted to harbor such weaponry." Yet Yutan, now standing, swiftly transitioned his hand into a blade, and instead of retreating in fear from the criminal poised to attack indiscriminately with the energy cannon, he bravely charged forward. "You insignificant wretch of the Shinji Star, seeking death." The criminal aimed the cannon directly at Yutan, firing 2 rounds. Yutan evaded them with agility, and before the criminal could react, a sharp blade pierced through the criminal's fire seed. "You have committed murder." Upon learning of the criminal's intrusion, Sage immediately summoned the guards to apprehend him, only to discover that Yutan had killed the assailant. "Sage, this individual is not a Shinji Star person." Witnessing the deceased criminal's appearance morph rapidly into that of a shark-shaped robot left Sage utterly astounded. A shark spirit? Chapter 145. Unprofessional spies. When Sage realized that the slain criminal had been disguised as a shark spirit, he was indeed taken aback. There had previously been documented cases of shark spirits invading the Shinji Star system. Little did they know the audacity of such an incursion into the Shinji Star. Henceforth, all personnel within the Environmental Protection Hall were instructed not to leave at will until a thorough inspection was conducted, for it was certain that there were infiltrators among them. Sage promptly organized a substantial number of guards to encircle the entire Environmental Protection Hall, rigorously scrutinizing internal personnel while swiftly reporting this information. Given that one shark spirit had infiltrated the Environmental Protection Hall, it was likely that there were second and third shark spirit spies lurking throughout the Chinji Star. At this moment, standing within the global control room, the Black Crow gazed at the screen, displaying a multitude of reported espionage incidents, which nearly enveloped major cities worldwide. Among them, the 7 cities nearest to the wellspring of ignition faced an overwhelming surge of espionage cases, numbering in the thousands. Unable to contain his concern, he issued the highest alert order. Each city was to promptly organize patrol teams to conduct thorough inspections of its residents. Should any spies be uncovered, they would be dealt with mercilessly. Initially, he intended to contact Emperor Tianming to report the current situation unfolding on Chinji Star. However, the vast distance between them, compounded by the obstruction of numerous star systems, rendered the likelihood of establishing communication exceedingly slim. The reason why the shark spirits dispatched by the 5-faced monster previously retreated was revealed. It was a strategic maneuver to infiltrate Chinji Star with a contingent of spies among the shark spirits, thereby creating opportunities for their nefarious plans. Subsequently, the Black Crow addressed all citizens of Chinji Star through a global broadcast. Citizens of Chinji Star, shark spirit spies have infiltrated our planet and its affiliated celestial bodies through an unknown means. The safety of Chinji Star relies not solely on our military or patrol teams. You must also take action. Use your sparks to observe these spies, and should you detect anything amiss, subdue them immediately and hand them over to the patrol teams. In return for your efforts, appropriate rewards will be bestowed based on your contributions. His words ignited fervor among the populace. If the esteemed speaker, the assembly, urged them to act, countless merit points were beckoning, ripe for the taking. Perhaps, after resolving the espionage issue, the merit points amassed could be redeemed for an upgrade at the Chinji Sanctuary, possibly even granting a chance to meet the esteemed Emperor Tianming. Undoubtedly, the citizens of Chinji Star began to employ their unique star gold ignition source, utilizing physical contact to identify the shark spirit spies. The entire planet plunged into a widespread self-examination. Meanwhile, concealed within an underground bar in the capital city of Juqian, a 6-meter-tall figure adorned in a vibrant red, green, and blue ensemble observed a display screen as the life signals of shark spirits across the globe began to vanish one by one. Master of the 5-faced monster, our dispatched soldiers have met with failure one after another. Capturing or destroying the ignition source of this planet has become exceedingly challenging. How could this be possible? Our concealed technology is even more formidable than that of the faceless ones. How could it possibly be discovered so easily? At this moment, the 5-faced monstrosity before the display screen was profoundly shocked. These beings, transformed into quintessence through the power of the illusory celestial spirit, possess a certain capacity for imitation and concealment akin to the myriad-faced members of the faceless race. Moreover, while inciting chaos, they can swiftly vanish or blend into the throngs of the Qianjians. The 5-faced creature, observing the rapidly fading life signals of the shark spirits on the screen, promptly issued orders. Since this is the case, there is no need to remain hidden any longer. Let all the shark spirits and the assembled combatants mobilize to attract the firepower of the Qianjians. Meanwhile, the shark spirits and combatants concealed within this city must make haste towards the source of firewell. Simultaneously, a message was dispatched to the troops lurking on the periphery of Chinji Star, instructing them to act immediately, granting us sufficient time to seize the source of fire crafted by Emperor Tianming. Originally, they had deliberately disseminated a mixture of true and false information to lure Emperor Tianming away from Chinji Star, allowing them to inch closer to the source of fire and seize it at the opportune moment. However, it now appeared that this strategy had faltered. Shortly thereafter, the Black Crow received news from the Wuyu star system. Black Crow, these shark spirits, alongside numerous combat ants, are attacking me with frenzied intensity. However, you need not worry, nor send reinforcements. Their strength is woefully inadequate. Essentially, they are courting death. Tianjun, while reporting the situation, adeptly wielded the modified Dark Star Sword, unleashing indiscriminate energy, sword chi that cleaved through the advancing shark spirits. Meanwhile, in the global control room, an operator suddenly grew anxious and exclaimed, "Supreme Chancellor, A group of lawless individuals is swiftly approaching the source of fire well. It seems they intend to, despite the presence of 12 legendary Guardian Knights. Formidable as they are, they number only 12, and there will inevitably be some who slip through the net and infiltrate the source of fire well. Before the operator could finish speaking, the Black Crow immediately issued a command to the Deadfire. Deadfire, take ample personnel and proceed to the source of fire well at once. We have a band of unprofessional spies on our planet, and their objective is our source of fire. Understood. Deadfire promptly gathered over 500 seasoned aerial combatants and soared towards the location of the source of fire. At that moment, the 2,000 elite spies under the command of the five-faced creature had barely managed to eliminate 10 Tianming star citizens, suffering the loss of 150 of their own, yet they smoothly departed from the Grand Qian city, racing towards the source of fire well. Master Five-Face, why have that group of Tianming star citizens, including those patrollers, cease their pursuit of us? One inquired. Who knows? Perhaps the source of fire well ahead is their sacred ground. They dare not offend it, hence their withdrawal. Nevertheless, we must hasten our pace. While they may not pursue us, the military of Tianming Star will not let us escape unscathed. Indeed, the words of the five-faced monster are not without merit. The wellspring of fire is truly a sacred site of the 1,000 Mechanism Star. However, it is equally one of the few forbidden zones of this celestial body. My lord, behold those 4 elongated statues ahead. They appear exceedingly sinister. What is there to fear? They are merely statues, devoid of life. Let us advance together. The new source of fire lies not far from us. Just as the five-faced monster finished speaking, the 4 petrified dragons stirred to life. Their stony forms shattered, transforming into 12 peculiar mechanical beings. Without the command of the Emperor Tianming, all mechanical entities that dared to enter the core region of the wellspring of fire were doomed to perish. The beast Xiongqi unfurled its mechanical wings and charged towards the five-faced monster and its companions, while the other 11 legendary Guardian Knights left 4 behind to guard, with the rest following suit, determined to annihilate all greedy intruders, especially those unknown extraterrestrial entities. Chapter 146. The insatiable heaven devours the illusory spirit of heaven. Xiongqi opened its immense jaws and clamped down on the leg of a combined titan. Before the titan could react, it was flung away with a powerful toss. A sweeping motion of its mechanical tail sent dozens of attacking shark spirits flying. And with a thunderous slap, those caught off guard on the ground were reduced to mere fragments. The extraterrestrial beings attempting to pilfer the stellar fire source would be utterly eradicated. The mighty swan and I roared, unleashing sound waves that inflicted torment upon the shark spirits and combined titans led by the five-faced monster. Following suit, the legendary Guardian Knights, Tao Tai, Tuowu, Fei Lian, and others, descended upon the 2,000 enemy troops, mercilessly reaping the shark spirits. How could such formidable guardian warriors exist in this place? The five-faced monster had assumed that these 4 dragon-shaped statues could merely animate into 12 monstrous forms. Little did he expect that each possessed strength surpassing that of a leader. Nay, they were of the celestial origin level. It is known that their creator, the progenitor, barely held the strength to surpass the celestial origin. Astonishingly, this planet harbored as many as 12 beings of celestial origin, and these were merely the sentinels of the wellspring of fire. The might of Emperor Tianming had been gravely underestimated. Retreat, we must withdraw swiftly. As the five-faced monster prepared to evacuate the wellspring of fire with the remaining 300 to 400 soldiers, Xiongqi ascended into the air. With a powerful flap of its colossal wings, 2 hurricanes erupted, drawing in the last remnants of the enemy forces. Dizziness, collisions, and the shattering of parts ensued. And after several agonizing seconds, the five-faced monster and its companions crashed heavily to the ground, with several weaker shark spirits meeting their demise. In its beastly form, Xiongqi's claws gripped the chassis of the five-faced monster, its gaze fierce as it spoke in human tongue. Pitiful ants, thieving rascals, you shall perish. Just as Xiongqi was poised to unleash its might and crush its adversary, Deathfire, accompanied by a cadre of aerial warriors, arrived at the scene. He regarded Xiongqi and the 11 Guardian Knights behind him with deference, proclaiming, "Esteemed legendary Guardian Knights, please entrust these alien criminals, who seek to pilfer the source of fire, to us. We shall ensure they receive their due retribution. Qiangqi glanced at Deathfire, who was dwarfed by his towering form, and with a gentle push of his claw, he nudged the already gravely wounded five-faced monster towards Deathfire. Meanwhile, the remaining living shark spirits and several combined titans were swiftly apprehended. Thank you. At that moment, Emperor Tianming, accompanied by Wanyan Ku and others, suddenly materialized within the collective sight of the assembly. Wanyan Ku, what brings you back? We bow before you, Lord Emperor Tianming. The crowd knelt in unison, having long since grown accustomed to Tianming's ability to traverse time and space. The legendary Guardian Knights then rose, returning to the vicinity of the source of Firewell, transforming once more into 4 colossal stone dragon statues. The captured enemy forces, including the five-faced monsters, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Emperor Tianming. Upon noticing another captured five-faced monster, one exclaimed, Lotus Sun, how did you come to be captured? Alji. It appears these Qinji aliens are even stronger than we had anticipated. Recognizing the familiarity between the 2 five-faced monsters, Tianming saw an opportunity. Deathfire. Immediately escort them to the Shockwave Laboratory to extract their mental fragments. Following that, transport them to the Mech Engineering Chamber, where the internal analysts can dissect and provide essential data for biological and weaponry research. The information gleaned from the 2 acquainted five-faced monsters would likely be more comprehensive. He had no desire to squander time on prolonged interrogations. Yes, Lord Emperor Tianming, responded Deathfire. Upon hearing this, the 2 five-faced monsters exhibited a myriad of emotional shifts, their expressions morphing into nearly 10 distinct personalities. As the Lord of this galaxy, I can divulge everything you wish to know. Please do not execute us. Yes, you. Should you take our lives, Queen Kintasha will not spare you. Relinquish the source of fire, and we five-faced monsters may consider sparing your race, they pleaded. Yet, regardless of their changing faces and personalities, their fate remained the same, to be subjected to interrogation and transformed into living experiments. Just as Deathfire was about to depart, Emperor Tianming interjected, Oh, by the way, these captured alien combined titans should be treated according to our customary practices. Transport them to Huangtian Star, so that Huangtian and his kin may entertain them properly and perhaps refine the palate that has been accustomed to energy entities for the past 50 years. Such a diet is not sustainable. The illustrious Huangtian Star is the very realm inhabited by the formidable Jiuzhening clan. This celestial body is also one of the moons of Qinji Star, due to the emergence of the Qinji people. Endowed with the powerful and ferocious forms akin to the Jiuzhening beasts, their inherent combative nature necessitated a more convenient governance. Consequently, Lord D. Tianming designated Huang Tianji to lead these beastly Qinji individuals away from Qinji Star, establishing a settlement on one of its moons. On Huangtian Star, political constraints are minimal. The prevailing principle is one of survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. Undoubtedly, Huang Tianji stands as the most capable and formidable leader. Not long thereafter, Zendangbo presented a data module, declaring, My Lord D. Tianming, this data has been extracted from the minds of those 2 five-faced beasts. Intriguingly, they possess a mimicry ability akin to that of the Wanyan Ku, which appears to be derived from the Wanzhuan gear. The Wanyan Ku, standing nearby, was taken aback to discover that the familiar energy he sensed earlier was indeed emanating from the Wanzhuan gear. Wanzhuan gear? Could it be that Huan Shenling has been captured by the five-faced beasts? However, the data revealed that Huan Shenling was not forcibly taken, but rather willingly surrendered. And it was discerned that Huan Shenling had met his demise, seemingly devoured by Wuchangdian. Devoured? How could Wuchangdian consume Huan Shenling, who is also one of the original Golden Giants? The news of Huan Shenling's death stirred a sense of melancholy within Wanyan Ku, yet he was more perplexed as to how 2 original Golden Giants could annihilate one another. Was it conceivable that Huan Shenling, possessing equal strength, would not resist? D. Tianming found the situation increasingly surreal. Although Huan Shenling was known to be the most mischievous and innocent among the 13 originals, he shared a profound camaraderie with Wuchangdian, who excelled in the creation of life. How could such dear friends turn against each other? Moreover, it was evident that the five-faced beasts were poised to seize the star gold seed source they had conjured. This suggested that Wuchangdian was indeed augmenting his own strength, preparing to eliminate Huan Shenling and seized the star gold seed source. Yet, Tianming realized he had never revealed the star gold seed source before the five-faced beasts, implying a singular possibility. The will of Yuanshi, Tianzun, or the Cosmic Emperor had been imparted to Changdian through some means, enlightening him of such a potent energy source. It appeared that there was no longer an option to remain in a state of cautious development. Thus, decisive action was imperative. Chapter 147. Full-scale assault on Kuna's star. Black Crow. Mobilize 30% of the forces from the Thousand Machine Star to promptly secure the Kintasha star system, where the five-faced beasts reside. This time, I am determined to eradicate them. Upon receiving the command from Emperor Tianming, Heya immediately informed the Military Coordination Department led by Tianjun. 60,000 warriors from the Thousand Machine Stars swiftly gathered from various cities and subsidiary planets, boarding 6 colossal Titan-class battleships. Hurry, expedite your movements. This is one of the few opportunities for you to rapidly enhance your combat capabilities and encounter Lord Tianming. Soldiers, the spies dispatched from Kintasha intend to steal our most sacred source of fire. In light of this, we shall retaliate until those five-faced beasts are utterly subdued. Tianjun stood on the flagship deck of the Burning Sky, surveying the multitude of soldiers aboard the 5 battleships, conducting a final pre-battle mobilization. Set sail. With a commanding voice, Tianjun ordered, and the 6 warships began to traverse the space bridge in succession. Below, Yutan and other citizens preparing for their day of work gazed upon this spectacle with envy. After 50 stellar years, the Thousand Machine Star was finally embarking on a large-scale war, yet such glory would elude them. Indeed, those 6 battleships carried numerous mini-iron warriors, but alas, I cannot be among them. If only I could possess a battle-ready mini-iron, how splendid that would be. Old man, where are you? Yutan pondered, having heard tales of the influential connections of Tianming. Could you recommend me to become a qualified warrior? Yutan thought of Tianming, yearning for his guidance, as veterans like him could uplift the younger generation. Meanwhile, Tianming had already arrived at the garbage star while Tianjun was assembling the troops. Oh, my old friend, why did you leave without a word? You have no idea how splendid our tragic rendition of Romeo and Juliet was. He approached the rescue vehicle, extending an invitation to join the offensive against Kintasha. The five-faced beasts frequently invade the garbage star. Do you not wish to retaliate? Tianming held high hopes for the rescue vehicle, bringing additional war gifts to the garbage star. Why the sudden urgency? Have the five-faced beasts invaded your planet as well? The rescue vehicle inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Tianming replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, the rescue vehicle was filled with righteous indignation. My friend, I will certainly assist you. It's time for the five-faced beasts to understand that neither I nor the inhabitants of the garbage star are to be trifled with. Recycling station. Take some personnel and remain on the garbage star. The rest of the garbage star residents will join me aboard the garbage warship. We shall repay the hatred accumulated over thousands of years to the five-faced beasts, making them aware that we are not easily provoked. The rescue vehicle approached Tianming, whispering, My friend, how many warriors has the Thousand Machine Star dispatched to combat the five-faced beasts? Not many, 6 warships, totaling 60,000 elite soldiers. The rescue vehicle recoiled in shock at the figure of 60,000, a surprisingly meager number. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that the Qinji Hall was a recently emerged force, and such numbers were indeed adequate. It appeared that the primary combatants would have to rely on the denizens of the garbage planet. Shortly thereafter, 10 warships, concealed among the refuse, gradually ascended. Thanks to their possession of energy sources, the vessels were not lacking the requisite super energy for propulsion. A multitude of garbage planet inhabitants, armed and ready, boarded the ships. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the number of these inhabitants had surpassed 400,000. After a considerable time, the 10 garbage star vessels were fully equipped, leading 300,000 of their kind through a long-in-use space bridge to the battlefield. Meanwhile, on Kintasha, a delicate blue automaton floated mid-air, wielding a scepter, its fury directed at the reporting Sharkin soldier below. What is the situation? Our spies dispatched to that so-called Qinji star to seize the energy source have all lost contact. Your Majesty, we are still investigating. Furthermore, our 30,000 Sharkin troops stationed on the periphery of the Qinji system, meant to support the infiltrating spies, have been mostly annihilated, with only a few managing to escape. The Sharkin captain reported, his face betraying anxiety, fearing that the wrath of this five-faced leader might soon be directed at him. Begone! After the Sharkin captain exited the Grand Hall, Kintasha stepped into the inner chamber, realizing they were merely a group of inept and gluttonous Sharkin soldiers. One could only wonder what purpose the ancestor had in creating these mechanical beings, especially since they could not even conquer a fledgling civilization. A five-faced entity, the true leader of their kind, spoke up. Kintasha, how dare you? The life forms created by the ancestor are not for you to disparage. Without the leadership module controlling those inferior mechanical Sharkin, how can we five-faced beings have dominated Cybertron for over 1 billion years? We are the harbingers of civilization, and those primitive cultures need only to heed our directives and provide us with the resources we rightfully deserve. Suddenly, a soldier stationed at the outermost fringes of the Kintasha system urgently transmitted a communication. Chief, esteemed leaders, this is dire. The enemy, before he could finish. A violent explosion erupted from the other end of the communication line, rendering the entire system inoperable. Kintasha, you must address this matter immediately. We five-faced beings are the highest life forms in the universe. We cannot allow other beings, especially those of inferior status, to trample upon our dignity. One face declared. Before another turned to continue, hurry. We are the ones who bully others. We shall not be subjugated. If they have come, they shall face annihilation. At this moment, Tianjun stood upon the flight deck of the Burning Heaven, surrounded by a throng of elite soldiers from the aerial battalion. All of you advance. Your merit points await your claim. Collaborate with the 2 warships ahead and tear a significant breach in the defenses of the five-faced beasts. At his command, Tianjun surged forward towards the enemy's warships. With the support of his own fleet's concentrated high-speed ion cannons, he unleashed his formidable Yuan-level prowess, striking down 2 projectiles that obliterated a gaping hole in a medium-sized vessel of the five-faced beasts. Leading his troops, he boarded the largest war fortress of the adversary, swiftly transforming into his humanoid form. Drawing the dark star sword from his back, he unleashed a devastating energy blade that cleaved through countless advancing shark spirits and a couple of combined gold giants, leaving no survivors. Chapter 148. The appearance of Wuchang Tian, the shark spirits, witnessing the ferocious soldiers of the Thousand Mechanism Star, felt an overwhelming dread. Their combat capabilities were such that one could single-handedly vanquish a multitude without faltering. On the command ship, a five-faced beast, observing the retreat of the shark spirits, was consumed by fury. Advance! Who dares to retreat? This will be their fate. The handless and footless five-faced beast exerted its dominion over the lower beings, compelling one unfortunate shark spirit to choose suicide. At that moment, a violet energy blade cleaved through the control room's door, and several elite soldiers of the Thousand Mechanisms Star swiftly dispatched the majority of the shark spirits within. No, don't kill me. I am under the command of the ancestor. Before the five-faced beast could finish its pleas, an energy blade severed its form in 2. Such excessive chatter. What I desire is a dead five-faced beast, not a living one. Tianjun cast a disdainful glance at the dismembered corpse of the five-faced beast and began to survey the other sections of the warship. Upon encountering any remaining five-faced beasts, he would execute them on the spot, for the mere sight of such creatures revolted him. 5 faces, 5 independent consciousnesses. How absurd. 10 elite soldiers from the Thousand Mechanism Star, serving as Tianjun's personal guard, each possessed leader-level strength. They swiftly guided the incoming troops to scour the vessel. Any resistant shark spirits or five-faced beasts encountered were promptly eliminated. As for those shark spirits that surrendered and did not resist, they were to be relocated to a temporary base on a nearby planet, where the most subjugated of the shark spirit race would be sheltered. Tianjun, adhering to the grand ideal of liberating all enslaved races across the cosmos, would never hastily annihilate them, even though these shark spirits had once invaded their territory, causing them considerable trouble. Returning to the command room of the Burning Heaven, as Tianjun surveyed the several military strategists, he reflected on the current situation. In the Kintasha star system, among tens of millions of celestial bodies, we have only managed to occupy a mere 2,000ths. This inefficiency is intolerable. We must expedite our advance towards their home planet, Kintasha. What solutions do you propose? Commander, one strategist replied. We have only breached the first layer of defenses in the Kintasha star system. Within this layer alone, there are no fewer than 1,000,000 planets, abundant with invaluable mineral resources. I suggest we first consolidate our hold over these planets, allowing our soldiers to alleviate their burdens before we proceed to advance. A swift assault may not be advisable. Tianming acknowledged the reasonableness of this argument. As they seek vengeance, it is imperative to acquire substantial resources to compensate for the losses incurred during conflict and to support the development of the Tianji star system. However, He vehemently disagreed, asserting, "I believe we should directly assault Qintasha, aiming to obliterate the five-faced beast forces in one fell swoop. Our objective should be to seize control of the Shark Essence module, rendering the five-faced beasts utterly defenseless. By doing so, the entire Qintasha star system would become our resource domain. The most effective method would be to activate our planet-destroying cannon, striking at a single point to annihilate any encountered adversaries with one shot, thus minimizing unnecessary casualties." Despite his military training and theoretical knowledge, Hai's underlying nature remained unchanged. If anything, it had grown more ruthless. After considering the opinions of the other four strategists, Tianming found their suggestions largely aligned with those of Nu Yin and Hai. While Hai's plan promised the fastest and least costly approach, it also posed significant follow-up challenges. Very well. Initiate the planet-destroying plan. Command the attack vessels on both flanks to activate their cannons and fire directly at the nearby terrestrial planet. Ultimately, Tianming acquiesced. The Shark Essence race was feeble. Even if they later sought vengeance against the Tianji people, possessing their leadership module would effectively mitigate that threat. Soon, the two large attack vessels adjacent to the Burning Heaven extended their planet-destroying cannons and began charging. Once fully charged, they were ready to fire. "Fire once," commanded Tianming. In an instant, two beams of blue light streaked towards the two targeted planets. The impact was explosive. Both planets were reduced to rubble, and the nearby Shark Essence troops were annihilated. The energy unleashed was relentless, continuing onto the second and third layers of defense, where thousands of planets erupted in a series of explosions. A near-linear path of planetary debris emerged before Tianming and the Tianji forces. Orders were dispatched for all warships to utilize their munitions to clear the debris, creating a direct cosmic passageway for their advancing army. Indeed, the myriad beings from the temporary base aboard the warship commenced their operations. The majority focused on eliminating the vengeful shark spirits, while the shattered remnants of the planet were swiftly obliterated. Concurrently, within the Grand Hall of Qintasha, the sight of this unfolding chaos incited profound fury within her. Did these myriad beings not comprehend the latent cosmic rules that forbade the use of planet-destroying weaponry? How audacious they were to employ such force so brazenly. In truth, the cosmic rules Qintasha alluded to do exist. During conflict between different races, caution must be exercised, and the deployment of large-scale annihilation weapons is strictly prohibited. To do otherwise would render one a pariah across the universe. Yet, it is a rarity for any race to develop such catastrophic weaponry capable of eradicating an entire star system, particularly in a mass-producible form. Thus, this rule remains largely theoretical, accepted tacitly by various races. Should any race utilize such technology in an interstellar war, particularly with frequency, the technologically inferior factions would find themselves powerless. For the essence of fear arises from a deficiency in one's own firepower. Once her anger subsided, Qintasha regained her composure and proceeded to the inner sanctum to report. "Esteemed lords," she began, but before she could finish, 5 high-ranking members of the five-faced beasts interrupted in unison. "We are already aware. The conventional battles are beyond our capacity to withstand. Moreover, we sense that the primordial has emerged. Before long, a mechanical entity, approximately 16 meters tall and resembling the five-faced beasts with numerous peculiar appendages, entered the chamber. We pay homage to the primordial of the ever-changing heavens." The five-faced beasts bowed respectfully to the ground. "Rise," the primordial commanded. "I am aware of the situation, and it is time to bring this conflict to a resolution." Chapter 149. A grave threat emerges. No sooner had the primordial spoken than, under the scrutinizing gazes of the five-faced beasts, he vanished and reappeared at the outskirts of Qintasha, observing the myriad beings clearing the pathways from thousands of light years away. With the ember's stone in his left hand, He waved it casually, and the meteors and the corpses of the deceased shark spirits floating in the cosmos swiftly coalesced. Arise, the final shark titan. In an instant, countless colossal shark titans, composed of alloys and meteoric materials, each towering at 200 meters, emerged. These entities did not truly possess the essence of life. They could only be regarded as half-mechanical beings desperately evolved under the influence of the Ember's tone. Go forth, annihilate all intruding foes, ensuring their essence remains eternally silenced within this star system. Thousands of shark titans surged toward the Thunderquake, with some even capable of launching projectiles. Commander Thunderquake, we are under attack from an unprecedented life form. We request assistance. Commander, our base on Ollie Star is being assaulted by unidentified artillery. At this moment, within the main control room of the battleship, messages requesting assistance from various temporary bases and deployed small cleanup teams flooded in. Suddenly, the battleship's scanners detected a multitude of unknown organisms. Commander Tianjun, our vessel has detected a faint life energy signature, exceedingly abundant in number, and they are charging towards us. An image of real-time tracking was projected onto the display screen, revealing a swarm of colossal hybrid monstrosities, larger than combined titans, advancing towards the Tianming Star Warriors. What manner of hybrid shark creatures are these? Moreover, how are they able to escape the constraints of gravitational pull, heading directly towards us? Tianjun and all present were utterly baffled. To break free from gravitational influence, these entities must either possess the most advanced gravitational technology or rely on their sheer physical prowess. Such immense beings could defy gravity and charge towards them. Reacting swiftly, Tianjun commanded, all soldiers still engaged in space cleanup must board the ships immediately. Concentrate all firepower to eradicate those massive hybrid creatures. Countless cannons began their distant bombardment of the shark giants. The energy cannons, high-speed ion cannons, and dormant ray weapons aboard the 6 battleships were all activated, unleashing millions of projectiles upon the Leviathans. Although the shark giants were formidable in size and strength, they had yet to reach the battleship's vicinity. And due to their complex anatomical structures, countless shark giants fell along their path of assault. Commander Tianjun, there are far too many of these hybrid monsters. Our current firepower is insufficient to exert effective suppression, reported an officer. Not only were the ships attacking, but the Tianming Star soldiers were also engaging the hybrid creatures. Yet, their numbers seemed inexhaustible. For every batch defeated, another would emerge in their place, the onslaught seemingly unending. Just as Tianjun and his team prepared to retreat, the Junk Star warriors arrived via the space bridge and swiftly launched their assault. What manner of creature is this? Have you ever encountered such beings, five-faced monster? Exclaimed the rescue vehicle stationed aboard the flagship, astonished by the hybrid monstrosities resembling giant flies. Meanwhile, Lord D. Tianming materialized above the burning Heaven flagship, declaring, Heaven's Tomb. Heaven Star, transform and combine. Grasping the Tomb Star Sword, he unleashed a tremendous energy sword wave that obliterated the approaching horde of 100,000 shark giants. The energy waves emanating from his strike pulverized the corpses of the defeated giants into dust. It is Lord D. Tianming. He has arrived. A wave of excitement surged among the Tianming Star warriors upon witnessing his presence, particularly after his astounding feat of slaying over 100,000 hybrid monsters, igniting fervor among the soldiers. Not far away, the rescue vehicle and the remaining garbage aliens beheld the astonishing power of Emperor Tianming, who could effortlessly annihilate countless foes. My friend, it is truly remarkable to discover the depth of his prowess. As the rescue vehicle marveled, it swiftly commanded, garbage aliens, let us also advance. We cannot arrive here and leave empty-handed. Whatever treasures may be found, we shall claim them all. The rescue vehicle was indiscriminate in its desires, seeking anything of even the slightest value. Though they could not seize items belonging to Emperor Tianming's allies, plundering several hundred planets would suffice, for they had come to assist, and it would be unjust to leave them without even a morsel. At this moment, Emperor Tianming and Wuchang Tian, separated by tens of thousands of light years, gazed at one another. Suddenly, they shimmered and vanished, drawing closer to the periphery of a stellar system. Wuchang Tian, I did not anticipate that you two have absorbed fragments of the Blade of Time and Space, acquiring a portion of its power. No wonder I could not locate the fragments on your planet. Likewise, Emperor Tianming, you should have become the 14th progenitor of the Cybertron new era. Yet you defy the arrangements of the primordial celestial master, resettling the aberrations of Cybertron. Today, you are destined to meet your demise. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Chang Tian conjured 10 colossal shark-like giants, each around 300 meters in length, using the Ember Stone, and sent them charging toward Emperor Tianming. However, these hybrid beings, only slightly larger than the combined form of the Vajra, were swiftly decimated by a single stroke of sword energy. Emperor Tianming leaped through time and space, rapidly appearing behind Wu Chang Tian, delivering a powerful kick to his waist. Caught off guard, Wu Chang Tian was sent flying, only to reappear beside Emperor Tianming in an instant, drawing the blade of life from his waist. He aimed it at Emperor Tianming's chest. Yet, before he could strike, Emperor Tianming preemptively grasped the Tomb Star Sword, severing Wu Chang Tian's right arm, rendering him incapable of further attack. Seizing the fleeting moment before Wu Chang Tian could leap through time and space, Emperor Tianming plunged the Tomb Star Sword deep into Wu Chang Tian's chest, piercing his core. You should not have come to vanquish me at this juncture, for your power pales in comparison to mine. So go in peace, progenitor of life, akin to the experimental celestial that you are. Your time has come. With a firm grip on the Tomb Star Sword, Emperor Tianming raised his right hand skyward, cleaving Wu Chang Tian's lifeless form in two, extinguishing him utterly. He then claimed Wu Chang Tian's blade of life and the Ember Stone, capable of disseminating life within fundamental elemental matter. Subsequently, he bore Wu Chang Tian's remains to a desolate planet. Come forth, power of time and space. Return to your new master. In an instant, the temporal power emanating from the body of the unfathomable celestial seemed to respond to an unseen attraction, surging forth from within and entering the fire seed source of Emperor Tianming. It was transformed by the stellar golden fire seed and the leader's horn within his chest, resulting in a unique temporal power that belonged solely to Emperor Tianming. Now, only the final fragment of the temporal blade was needed to complete this power. At that moment, the temporal energy within him stirred restlessly as if summoned by its master. With a grave expression, Emperor Tianming swiftly utilized his newfound understanding of time and space to analyze the situation. A frown crossed his face. This was not good. He had emerged. Chapter 150. Emperor Tianming prepares to depart. Emperor Tianming raised his gaze towards a distant point in the cosmos, his demeanor laden with anxiety. Yet, he needed to address the threat posed by the quintuple beasts without delay. Tianjun, sweep through the Kunisar star system immediately. Eliminate every last one of the quintuple beasts. You may enlist the aid of the rescue vehicles. They are our esteemed allies among the Chinji people. Upon concluding the communication, Emperor Tianming appeared instantaneously in the Quintuple Beast-S Council Hall within Kunisar. The 5 high-ranking Quintuple Beasts were still lost in dreams of vanquishing Emperor Tianming, oblivious to the imminent reality. In the next moment, he cast Kunisar's lifeless body before them. Emperor Tianming, how did you get here? They exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the towering figure cloaked in dark crimson. My apologies for startling you, Emperor Tianming replied with a smile, which quickly darkened. Your puppet queen and the primordial lord have been extinguished. They are dead. Soon, you shall follow in their wake. Drawing the blade of life, he swiftly eliminated the 2 nearest high-ranking quintuple beasts. The remaining 3 were engulfed by fury and fear. The sanctum of the quintuple beasts is not a place you can enter at will. You seek your own demise. One of the quintuple beasts retreated a few steps, utilizing its tentacles to press a switch behind it. An energy array designed to ensnare and melt its target was activated, enveloping Emperor Tianming entirely. Prepare to savor the sensation of your body being sliced and swiftly melted. We quintuple beasts are invincible, even in the absence of the unfathomable celestial. We remain superior life forms. As the temperature within the energy sphere sword and energy blades extended rapidly, Emperor Tianming calmly gripped the grave star sword with one hand. He unleashed a wave of blue-gold energy, cleaving through the energy array as if it were mere shards. The unrelenting energy strike struck the quintuple beast that had activated the switch, resulting in its immediate demise and a violent explosion. Emperor Tianming quickly approached the remains. retrieving the Dark Shark Essence module from the throne's recess and securing it by his side. How is this possible? This was designed to instantaneously annihilate the celestial sovereign. Yet you dismantled it with a mere flick of your hand? A five-faced creature stood frozen in place, astonished as it gazed upon the shattered energy array, unable to regain its composure. Seizing this opportunity, another five-faced creature prepared to flee, unaware that in the next instant, Emperor Tianming had appeared before it. Wielding a blade that cleaved it in two, he swiftly approached the entranced creature and, with a hint of urgency, urged hasten and declared to the entire Kuntasar star system that all five-faced beings outside must retreat to Kuntasar star. However, in the very next moment, the last of the five-faced creature's high-ranking officials charged toward the Tomb Star Sword, determined to pierce and extinguish its spark. I will not allow you to completely eradicate our kind. Prepare for the vengeance of the five-faced clan. Emperor Tianming, realizing he could not completely annihilate the five-faced race, immediately grasped the leadership module of the shark beings and addressed the incoming shark warriors. I, Emperor Tianming, am your new leader. I command you to assemble an army and encircle the entire Kuntasar star. Not a single five-faced creature within the planet must escape, and we shall cleanse the entire Kuntasar star system of all five-faced beings. Kill on sight. Do not take prisoners. Yes, they responded, having endured the tyranny of the five-faced creatures for far too long, bound by the leadership module held by their oppressors. They had dared not resist and were relegated to cosmic servitude. Now, with a determined individual seeking to eradicate the five-faced race, the sharks were eager to undertake this vengeful mission. Soon, the fury of the shark warriors engulfed the Kuntasar star, where millions of five-faced beings were swiftly dispatched by the sharks and crocodile beings. This atmosphere of revenge began to spread throughout the entire Kuntasar star system, with countless sharks and crocodiles redirecting their efforts to eliminate the five-faced commanders orchestrating the assault. At this moment, Emperor Tianming had returned to the Burning Sky battleship, having laid down the body of Wu Chang Tian. My lord, the life essence ancestor Wu Chang Tian has been vanquished by you, Tianzin, Nuyan, Hai Igriki, and the rescue vehicle personnel who had boarded the battleship all cast astonished glances. They had never anticipated that Emperor Tianming would slay the first Tianyuan, with a second and third likely to follow until all surviving Tianyuan were eradicated. However, this did not concern them greatly. In the eyes of Tianjun and Hai Yi, the power of the Tianyuan was not so formidable, only slightly overshadowed by their own, with the allure of its weaponry being its sole enticing feature. The corpse of Wu Chang Tian still held some utility, for he had been a Tianyuan in life. They resolved to take it back to the anatomy laboratory, where the researchers could thoroughly examine his body. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming retrieved various spoils, among which the most remarkable were the transformation gear from his left hand and a versatile liquid scythe from his right. What is this? Inquired the rescue vehicle, its heart racing with excitement at the sight of such treasures. Indeed, to my left lies the Blade of Life, a divine artifact of impermanence, while to my right rests another of his legendary weapons, the ever-changing scythe. There is also a wondrous artifact, the ever-changing gear, which has already been integrated into the very essence of his being. Moreover, the profound life force contained within the Ember Stone has been absorbed by him. It can be asserted that even in the absence of the star Goldfire seed, impermanence possesses the capability to independently cultivate life. He has already harnessed a fragment of divine power, taking a significant stride towards the threshold of semi-divine status. Gazing down at Tianjun and Hai Yi, he spoke with gravity. Tianjun, I entrust this Blade of Life to you. The remaining rewards shall be distributed according to the merit points earned in this battle. As for the ever-changing scythe, you shall personally deliver it to Zhendong Bo and Tianhua for their examination, to ascertain whether our weapons can possess the ability to morph at will. Understood, Lord Impermanence. However, the meticulous Hai Yi observed a flicker of unrest in Impermanence's demeanor, a rarity that piqued his curiosity. Lord Impermanence, why the urgency? Is there a particular circumstance at hand? It's nothing. I am well, Impermanence quickly asserted, stepping towards the rescue vehicle with a smile. My dear friend, I owe you a great debt for your assistance in this battle. For this Kenosha star system, I shall grant you 100,000 planets as a token of my gratitude. Too much, far too much. Such a precious gift is unnecessary. We only require a few hundred. Before he could finish his sentence, Impermanence clapped him on the shoulder. It's settled then. In the spirit of camaraderie between the Tianji beings and the garbage beings, 100,000 is but a trifling amount. Rescue vehicle, please proceed to select. After a brief hesitation, the rescue vehicle acquiesced, joyfully departing with a few garbage beings to return to his own vessel, embarking on the selection of planets. Once assured that no outsiders were present, Impermanence's expression grew somber. Our most formidable adversary is approaching, and I must undertake a journey. I cannot ascertain how long it will take. Thus, during my absence, you must remain vigilant and closely monitor all cosmic developments. Understood? The gathered Tianjun, Hai Yi, and other senior officers exchanged astonished glances. Lord Impermanence, where do you intend to go? Although the purpose of Impermanence's departure was not their concern, it was imperative to clarify his destination to ensure they could trace his whereabouts, for the future of the entire Tianji civilization rests upon his leadership. This matter pertains to the past and future of the Tianji civilization and cannot be elaborated upon. However, should I fail or perish, it would spell a catastrophic blow to our civilization. This battle can only be resolved by my own hand. Impermanence felt an overwhelming sense of duty, for he was to confront the one entity he feared above all, an entity of celestial origin. Well, this is not a matter of great significance. There is no need for undue concern. I remain unchanged, and in this known universe, I shall stand invincible. This is the Shark Spirit Leadership Module. I entrust it to you, Ha-E, while Nguyen will assist you from the sidelines. Furthermore, Tianjun, dispatch another military force to the Quintasha star system for precautionary measures. Just as Emperor Tianming prepared to depart, he made a point to remind them that the Shark Spirit is a race that has been enslaved for countless trillions of years. We, the Chi-Ji people, must not subjugate them like the five-faced monstrosities. We should allow them to develop freely or assist in their advancement without excessive interference. The specific governance policies will be determined by the Supreme Citizen Council. Before the eyes of all present, Emperor Tianming vanished once more, reappearing above an unknown star system. Recently, an unidentified spatial collapse occurred, from which emerged a mechanical life form adorned in a brilliant golden hue, with a white beard, wielding a temporal funnel. This mechanical entity is none other than Yi Tianxing, the master of time and space. I have been trapped in the primordial space for far too long. I wonder how the temporal fluctuations have altered. Subsequently, Yi Tianxing manipulated the temporal funnel and began a time-space calculation with his own energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his expression turning exceedingly fierce. To my astonishment, while I was ensnared, a temporal anomaly has emerged in this world. Indeed, as the celestial sovereign foretold, the actions of this anomaly have offended him, daring to ignite a new civilization with a fresh source of fire. The reality is that Yi Tianxing had been residing in the primordial space of his own design when he was abruptly summoned by the primordial celestial sovereign, who conveyed certain tidings regarding Emperor Tianming and tasked him with eliminating this cybernetic anomaly. It took Yi Tianxing considerable effort to extricate himself from his primordial space and return to the main universe. He produced a large fragment of the space-time blade, infusing it with his temporal energy, and with a gentle stroke, a spatial tunnel materialized. He swiftly entered, and, as the tunnel sealed behind him, he vanished once again from this primary universe. Simultaneously, Emperor Tianming, utilizing his mastery over time and space, opened a great temporal portal and returned to the Earth he once knew. I have returned to my former homeland. However, due to the extensive consumption of temporal energy and his own resources during the traversal, Emperor Tianming found himself excessively weakened and in need of time to recuperate. Nonetheless, he could sense through the fluctuations of his temporal power that Yi Tianxing had also arrived in this realm, yet he was unable to locate him. Tianmu, Tianxing, find this human and observe him for me, ensuring that no other mechanical life forms emerge to disrupt our plans. Be cautious not to reveal our appearance. Emperor Tianming projected a holographic image to them, displaying his former self, a photograph from his human days. Lord Tianming, you wish for us to protect a frail human? Isn't this an overestimation of one's capabilities? Tianxing, you go while I remain here to accompany the esteemed master. Tianmu directly commanded Tianxing in a tone reminiscent of an older brother, instructing him to protect the human indicated by Emperor Tianming. At that moment, Emperor Tianming sternly declared, "Do not be aimless. The two of you shall go together." Yes, Master Emperor Tianming. Since the installation of the ever-changing gears, the two young ones possessed a similar transformative ability. Tianmu and Tianxing first merged into a small electric vehicle and ventured forth, subsequently scanning two humans and altering their forms to resemble them. Following the address provided by Emperor Tianming, they arrived at a chess room on the lower floor. Tianxing, what do you think Master Emperor Tianming intends to do? As a supreme ruler of the miniature transformers from the Thousand Mechanisms star system, does a mere human truly warrant my protection? Master Emperor Tianming has his reasons for acting as he does. Since our inception, we have been by his side. Do you still not comprehend? Tianxing glanced at Tianmu, still brimming with defiance, unlike his usual self, who never dared to contradict Master Emperor Tianming. Meanwhile, Yinshenzing, who had also descended to Earth, faced a similar predicament that rendered him weak. He immediately commanded his miniature transformer assistant, Genuan, "My old friend, I need you to take a trip and eliminate this human completely." "Yinshenzing, are you all right?" Genuan expressed concern for Yinshenzing, having known him for a long time. "It's fine. A short rest will suffice for recovery. Now, go and swiftly eradicate this human, altering the aberrant energy that time and space have wrought." He calculated that this human was indeed the predecessor of Emperor Tianming, the root of all calamities for the entire Cybertron civilization. If the human were to be eliminated, then the future Emperor Tianming would cease to exist, and the entire Thousand Mechanisms civilization would vanish. Soon, Genuan transformed into a flying micro-warrior, utilizing human networks to trace the whereabouts of that individual. As he sped toward his destination, he felt a surge of delight. "Remarkable. I never imagined it would be so simple to locate a human. It requires no effort at all." At that moment, a young boy descended from the corridor adjacent to the chess room, beaming with joy. "Xiao Di, are you off to your girlfriend's concert again? At this rate, you'll run out of money for a wedding." Many neighbors jested at Di Tianming's extravagant habits, criticizing him for not properly seeking a spouse while squandering funds on fleeting entertainment, ultimately gaining nothing more than a momentary sense of satisfaction. Little did they know that the concert Di Tianming attended was indeed hosted by his girlfriend. He had known Ling Xue since high school and had been in love throughout university. It had nearly been 9 years. Currently, Ling Xue had indeed become a moderately famous singer. Though her concert was not large, it certainly was not insignificant. Today, Di Tianming intended to propose. Chapter 152. The butterfly brand bicycle. Di Tianming rode his small electric scooter, exuberantly making his way to the venue, while Tianmu, squatting nearby, wore a look of deep resentment. Lord Di Tianming is truly something else. He forbids us from revealing our whereabouts, making transformation rather inconvenient. "Tianmu, come quickly. I found a relatively concealed spot." Tianjiang called out urgently. "Tianmu, how should we transform? Should we take the form of a bicycle, or should we combine into a motorcycle? Or perhaps a Cybertron toy car? Let us adhere to the rules here. A bicycle it shall be. You transform, and I shall ride." Tianmu replied in a calm tone, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother. "Transform." Tianxing glanced at Tianmu with confusion, then sighed in resignation. "Fine. A bicycle it is." In an instant, a silver-white butterfly brand bicycle materialized. Tianmu patted the seat and promptly took a seat. Tianxing, locate that human Di Tianming, whose name is quite similar to ours. Let us proceed. The butterfly brand bicycle swiftly darted out from the shadows, accelerating at a speed of 50 meters per second, leaving behind merely a fleeting shadow for the pedestrians. What was it that just zoomed past me? A powerful gust of wind nearly swept me off my feet. Thankfully, I was quick-witted. Just moments after they began their journey, Tianxing suddenly came to a halt. "Tianxing, what are you doing? That feeble human Di Tianming is right ahead. We must chase after him." "Tianmu, there's a red light ahead. We must stop. We must abide by the rules here." Tianxing, pressed under Tianmu's mechanical frame, felt quite helpless. Meanwhile, the owner of a red sports car, bored while waiting for the red light, glanced around. "Oh my, this is a butterfly brand bicycle. The Rolls-Royce of bicycles, and a limited edition, my absolute favorite." The wealthy young man immediately exclaimed, "Hey, you in a red outfit. Is this bicycle for sale? I'm willing to pay 70 million for it." Tianmu glanced at the feeble human making the offer, disdainfully turning away to focus on the red light ahead. The wealthy young man, feeling slighted by such arrogance, became resolute. No matter the price, I must acquire this limited edition butterfly brand bicycle. Name your price, and I shall buy it. As the red light gradually shifted from yellow to green, Tianmu shouted, Tianxing, quickly move. Let us leave this insufferable human behind. If we were in our realm, I would certainly teach him a lesson. Transformed into a bicycle, Tianxing was equally displeased with the human intent on purchasing him. As a prominent ruler of the miniature Titan planet in the Thousand Machine Star system, how could he be owned by such a frail, carbon-based life form? With the honking of vehicles behind them, they accelerated away at 60 meters per second. What has been added to this butterfly brand bicycle? Why is it so fast? In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. The drivers who witnessed this scene were utterly astonished, resulting in a chain reaction of collisions involving 4 to 5 vehicles. Tianmu felt a pang of remorse, realizing that they should have acted with greater discretion, concealing their identities. As Tianxing was driving, a sense of regret washed over him. He should not have accelerated in front of such a large crowd. Yet, they believed they were blameless. Their speed, when sufficiently swift, rendered them a mysterious force of nature in the eyes of these humans. After all, they merely embodied the image of humans and tools on this planet, leaving little to fear. While they were communicating, a wealthy young man in a sports car caught up to them. Hey, stop for a moment, my friend in front. Your butterfly-branded bicycle is truly remarkable. I'm willing to offer 130 million for it. With such a fortune, your family could hardly exhaust it across 3 generations. Just sell it to me. Tianxing, accelerate and shake this guy off. With that, Tianxing surged to a speed of 200 meters per second, while Tianmu discarded some sharp, unnecessary components from his body. Tossing them aside, the wealthy youth, unable to control his speed, suffered a blowout as the front tires were pierced by the sharp debris. The excessive velocity rendered his brakes ineffective, leading his sports car to crash into the guardrail, igniting the front of the vehicle. The fate of the wealthy young man remained uncertain. They joyfully arrived at their destination and quickly sought a secluded spot devoid of surveillance, transforming into humanoid forms. At that moment, communication was established. Standing still, they listened attentively. Tianmu, Tianxing, I have predicted the approach of a super-energy entity akin to yourselves. It is heading your way. Remember, do not indulge in frivolities. Promptly safeguard that human. Yes, Lord Tianming, we have arrived at the venue for the human-esque proposal and will enter immediately. After Tianxing's response, the communication was severed again. He and Tianmu deceived the security and entered the venue directly, scanning the crowd for Tianming. Within a minute, their optical microscope pinpointed Tianming's location. They hurriedly found an ideal vantage point, settling in to monitor him while listening to the woman on stage sing. Tianmu, this woman's singing is quite pleasant, don't you think? It's decent, but do not become too engrossed. Tianming is paramount. And we must remain vigilant for any threats from mechanical life forms. At that moment, the source arrived at the entrance of the concert hall, having also received instructions from Yinshinzing. He was informed that 2 mechanical life forms, similar to himself, had also entered the venue. However, Yinshinzing possessed more comprehensive knowledge than Tianming. He had been informed about the mini-titans, Tianmu and Tianxing, though he remained unaware of their true disguises. Thus, both parties operated under a similar information disparity. Once the source arrived at the venue, he gazed upon the throng of humanity, densely packed like an ocean. He began to scan for Tianming's location while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, for he had begun to sense the presence of a super-energy entity. It is important to note that such mechanical life forms do not exist on this Earth, nor do super-energy entities, thereby corroborating the claims of the celestial traveler. He found him. Wearing sunglasses, he observed a man fervently cheering from a distance of 200 meters to his left. At that moment, he refrained from immediate action. Attacking amid such a crowded assembly would be a most imprudent decision for a time-space manager. He resolved to wait for the opportune moment to strike, ensuring a decisive blow to eradicate Tianming completely and erase all traces of him from this world. Chapter 153. A worthless coward who only knows how to flee. Seated together, Tianmu and Tianxing felt an intense familiarity emanating from the super-energy entity. Tianmu spoke gravely. Tianxing, go find that super-energy entity and eliminate it. I will continue to observe Tianming and the situation around him. Understood, Tianxing replied with resignation. It seemed that he was always the one tasked with physical labor. Logically, as the blade of the Tomb Star Sword, he should not be the one to bear such burdens. it was Tianmu, as the hilt, who was better suited for such labor. How had the roles become so reversed? Gradually, the concert approached its conclusion. Tianming rose, holding a bouquet he had prepared, and made his way toward the backstage. The ticket given to him by Ling Xue had included a backstage pass, allowing him to proceed without obstruction. However, this action greatly alarmed Tianmu and Tianqing. Why can't he remain discreetly hidden in the crowd until the concert is over? Why must he rush to the backstage alone? Tianqing, hurry and follow him. No need to search any longer. I suspect that the mechanical life form shares our intentions. It seeks to eliminate Tianming in a less populated area. The two trailed behind Tianming, ensuring he remained within Tianmu's line of sight. Meanwhile, Tianqing occasionally glanced around, wary of potential dangers. Once they reached the backstage, the two concealed themselves. Tianmu, are you certain this will work? What if that mechanical life form takes a long-range shot and eliminates Tianming? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? It won't happen. Lord Tianming has provided me with a special transparent energy shield that can defend against all threats within a 500-meter radius, unless that mini-giant, akin to us, decides to obliterate the entire venue. Tianmu's eyes remained fixed on Tianming, who anxiously rehearsed his proposal steps not far away. Just 2 minutes later, the source approached, holding an umbrella with its tip raised, aimed directly at Tianming's head. Tianming, you shall perish. Tianqing, that SM. Act immediately and eliminate him. The Tomb of Heaven and the Star of Heaven swiftly emerged, with the tomb demonstrating remarkable agility by activating an energy shield to thwart an assassination attempt from the origin. Regardless of which diminutive transformer you are, should you dare to disrupt our mission, I shall rend you asunder and crush your vocal apparatus into oblivion. In that moment, the Star of Heaven had shed his previous timidity and trepidation, transforming into a warrior poised to confront the origin. You two are indeed the loyal hounds under the command of Emperor Tianming. As your senior, it is my duty to awaken you. The origin showed no restraint, charging forward to engage the Star in close combat. Unexpectedly, after 4 exchanges, the Star landed a powerful punch against the origin's chest, sending him hurtling back and causing a blue liquid to seep from his lips. Just as the Star prepared to retrieve his fallen umbrella weapon to unleash a silent attack on the origin, a sudden whoosh indicated that the origin had vanished into thin air before him. TCH, useless wretch. I had anticipated greater prowess from him, yet he merely flees. The Star sighed at the situation, but his sentiments were predominantly laced with mockery for the enemy's ineptitude. Upon witnessing the Star return unscathed, the Tomb inquired calmly, "Did you deal with that diminutive transformer?" "No. He utilized a spatial leap to escape, yet I have injured him. Without a significant period of recuperation, he will not recover." As the Star spoke, he glanced towards a figure approaching from the nearby passageway. A woman, not particularly beautiful yet not unattractive, emerged from the audience area, making her way to the lounge. Upon seeing Emperor Tianming, her face lit up with joy as she rushed to embrace him, planting a couple of kisses upon him. "Ming, I missed you terribly. Did you miss me?" "I missed you too. Are you not weary from work?" "To celebrate your 10th concert, the largest ever, I shall treat you to a meal." Emperor Tianming was elated, seizing this opportunity to prompt Ling Xue to agree to become his wife. However, Ling Xue feigned annoyance, prompting him to realize his faux pas. "All right, do not be angry. I misspoke. Our great singer will only grow in fame, and the concerts will become ever more grand." Yet, Tianming soon recognized another misstep and hastily clarified, "I did not mean to imply that your fame is lacking. What I meant was, enough. I was merely teasing you. Your girlfriend is rather sensitive." Ling Xue then bestowed another kiss upon him, her hands playfully caressing his face. "My Ming is the most adorable, albeit a tad foolish. Speaking of which, I am quite hungry now, but you must wait a moment while I remove my makeup." Ling Xue released him and moved aside, requesting the makeup artist beside her, who was overwhelmed by witnessing their affection, to assist in removing her makeup. As she did so, she glanced back at the slightly restless Tianming through the mirror and cheerfully remarked, "Ming, look at how impatient you are. Just a little longer and it will be done." "I can wait. I am not in a hurry," Tianming replied, though internally he felt a twinge of impatience, which he would not confess. "Oh, by the way, how is your new fondant cake coming along? Are you looking for specific characters?" Ling Xue is quite concerned about Tianming's fondant creations. Indeed, Tianming is a fondant cake artist, Although his current income is not particularly promising, he is still able to make ends meet. I have completed it. It's a deep red transformer, she exclaimed. Oh, after dinner, let us go see how my Ming's transformer turned out. My Ming is destined to become the greatest fondant cake master in the world. Ling Xue is filled with anticipation for Tianming's future and added, once you become the most accomplished fondant cake master, I shall retire and let you support me. We could indulge in your cakes every day, sweetening our lives to the brim. No. Eating too much will lead to diabetes. Tianming's remark elicited laughter from both Ling Xue and the makeup artist in the room. Shortly thereafter, after Ling Xue finished her makeup removal, she greeted her band, donned a simple outfit, and, wearing a mask, linked her arm with Tianming as they stepped outside. Tianmu and Tianqing followed closely behind, particularly Tianqing, who wore an envious expression. Tianmu, do you think holding your hand counts as a form of human love? We are mechanical beings. How can we possess such human emotional bonds? Do you wish to become human? To betray Master Tianming? Tianmu expressed his annoyance at Tianqing's sentimental musings. As a warrior of the 1,000 star, he vowed to surpass the greatness of Master Tianming, dismissing the need for such love. No, I would never betray Master Tianming or the 1,000 star. Tianqing promptly retracted his restless left hand, stating earnestly. Chapter 154. The Van Killer returning wounded to Yinshinzing's side, Root was filled with resentment as he harnessed the power of space-time to mend his injuries. Yinshinzing, I must kill those 2,000 mechanisms beings who deliberately obstructed me. If it weren't for them, how could I have sustained such grievous wounds? Root, there is no need to dwell on this. Yinshinzing replied calmly, listening to his old companion's grievances. He continued, since our plan to eliminate Tianming has failed, we need not target him specifically anymore. Why? Isn't our duty to eliminate this time-space anomaly so that Cybertron can restore its former order? Observing Root's agitated demeanor, Yinshinzing slowly explained. What I mean is, since we cannot kill Tianming, we should eliminate those he cherishes the most, exposing his vulnerabilities and perhaps leading him to despair. Then we can seize the opportunity to finish him off. To be honest, as a time-space manager, Yinshinzing truly did not wish for the elimination of one individual to entail the involvement of others. However, the too many Transformers were tirelessly protecting Tianming, making it impossible for Root to act. Understood, I shall go at once. The source of the recovery from injuries began to reposition Ling Xue's location, and he swiftly made his way towards her. At this moment, Tianmu and Tianqing accompanied Tianming to a barbecue stall. Tianqing, quickly contact Lord Tianming and report our recent findings. Why is it always me? Tianqing hesitated upon glancing at Tianmu's optical microscope. Fine. In less than a second, the communication was connected. Lord Tianming, we encountered the mini-transformer that sought to kill you, but I managed to injure it severely, and it fled. Your fragile life remains intact. That's good. By the way, here's something for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black object materialized in Tianqing's hand. My lord, what is this for? If you encounter that mini-transformer again, place this object on its body. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of its master, Yinshinzing. During the energy recovery period, Tianming had also been attempting to locate Yinshinzing using the power of time and space, preparing to eliminate him. However, the reality was not as he had envisioned. He was unable to find him. Yinshinzing must have, like him, utilized the power of time and space to conceal all traces and energy fluctuations belonging to him. Therefore, Tianming devised a rather rudimentary plan, which, nonetheless, was feasible for mechanical life forms. To this end, he created a device akin to a tracker, albeit this tracking device was imbued with a portion of the power of time and space to isolate Yinshinzing and the mini-transformer from detection. Understood, Lord Tianming. After receiving Tianqing's response, Tianming ended the communication. At that moment, Tianqing and Tianmu, squatting by the roadside, were interrupted by a robust voice. Hey, you two. How about some skewers? The two exchanged puzzled glances. All right, boss. We'll have 2 cups of Beautifin Lakuku oil. Huh? What oil? The burly man looked at Tianmu and Tianqing with confusion, wondering if these two were perhaps a bit eccentric. Suddenly, Tianqing realized and hurriedly clarified, no, boss. We were just joking. We'll have a few skewers of everything, and 2 bottles of cola. Please, no ice. Sure thing. You two can find a place to sit. It will be ready shortly. Tianmu and Tianxing deliberately chose a table farthest from Tianming to prevent any recognition. As the skewers gradually arrived at their table, Tianmu remained indifferent, but he took a sip of cola, grimacing in discomfort. Ugh, Tianxing, this is absolutely terrible. Tianmu, having something to eat is already a blessing. In human society, cola is quite decent for us. At least it provides a modicum of energy in the not-so-distant vicinity. Tianming and Ling Shui were thoroughly enjoying their meal. However, as time passed, Tianming felt an increasing sense of anxiety. Why are you sweating so much? Are you unwell? I'll accompany you to the hospital. No, it's just that the weather is exceptionally hot tonight. It feels a bit stuffy. Tianming still felt that this was not the ideal moment for a proposal, and he hesitated. This retreat from proposing had already occurred on numerous occasions. Whenever a critical moment arrived, he would find himself overwhelmed by various fears. Boss, bring me 30 more skewers of lamb, Tianming exclaimed, attempting to ease his nerves. Sure thing. 30 skewers of lamb, coming right up. Meanwhile, Jinyuan had also arrived at the scene, fortunate enough to stumble upon them. He had expected to find Tianming and Ling Shui together, but upon observing that they were merely sipping cola and neglecting the grilled skewers before them, coupled with the sight of Tianshi approaching him slowly, he thought, this is bad. Jinyuan quickly made his retreat, while Tianshi chose not to pursue him, as his primary mission was to protect Tianming alongside Tianmu. Moreover, Jinyuan could vanish in a thin air, making it impossible for Tianshi to pinpoint his exact location. Having narrowly escaped, Jinyuan immediately conceived a plan. He aimed at a burly man who happened to be passing by, someone with a criminal background who was cautiously hiding. Who are you? Before the man could react, Jinyuan employed a common human hypnotic technique, mesmerizing him with the command, "You are my assassin. Your primary objective is to eliminate the woman displayed on the screen, and subsequently, the man as well. Afterward, you will forget everything. The entire sequence of events will vanish from your memory. I am an assassin. I must kill first." Seeing the hypnosis taking effect splendidly, Jinyuan transported him to a location 700 meters away from the barbecue stall, instructing him to carry out the assassination task. "I'm full on Ming. Let's head home. I want to see your fondant transformers," Ling Shui said. "Uncle Wang, please pack this up for me. This is for the meal." Soon, Tianming, carrying a takeout box filled with barbecue, departed with Ling Shui on his electric scooter, while Tianmu and Tianshi swiftly followed. The assassin, adhering to Jinyuan's instructions, drove a van closely behind them. Due to human distractions, Tianmu and Tianshi watched the van that occasionally appeared behind them or veered onto other roads, failing to perceive any significant threat. Half an hour later, as the clock struck 8 in the evening, Tianming and Ling Shui arrived at the shop's entrance. "We're here. Should I open the door?" Just then, Ling Shui's phone rang. "Ming, I'll take this call. You go ahead." As she stepped aside to answer the call and walked toward the cake shop, a van suddenly barreled toward her. Chapter 155. The Killer Becomes the Protector. Tianmu, quickly activate the energy shield. Tianxing, faced with imminent peril, anxiously called out, yet Tianmu remained indifferent. "Tianxing, do not forget our mission. It is to safeguard Tianming. The fates of others are of no concern to us. Should that frail human female perish, Tian will surely suffer immensely, possibly even choosing to follow her into death." With eyes wide open, Tianmu glared at Tianxing, angrily stating, "Let him choose death, then. Our primary task is merely to protect him from being killed by outsiders. As for his own suicidal desires, that is beyond my purview." At that moment, a collision with a van sent her hurtling away, crashing violently against a wall. Her skull striking a sharp corner, bones shattering, blood gushing forth. Hearing the cacophony of the impact, Tianming instinctively moved to investigate, only to be confronted by a burly man wielding a machete charging at him. "Someone seeks your life? You shall perish." Just as the assassin swung his weapon at Tianming, inexplicably, he missed and collapsed to the ground, his blade falling before Tianming. Witnesses to this scene were numerous, with most opting to flee while simultaneously calling for help. Is this the police? A vehicular accident has occurred on Dongshan Road. A man armed with a large knife has entered a store to commit violence. To Tianming, this was surreal and intensely perilous, but he could not dwell on it. He rushed outside, his gaze falling upon a pool of blood and the gravely injured Ling Shui. Tears streamed down his face as his voice trembled. Lingxue, hold on. I will take you to the hospital. You must endure. His hands were stained with her blood as he frantically dialed for assistance. But Lingxue's bones were crushed, blood seeping from her mouth. Before Tianming could complete the call, she succumbed before his very eyes. No, do not leave me. Do not depart. In profound anguish, he embraced Lingxue's lifeless body, refusing to let go until the ambulance and police arrived. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this tragedy, though not entirely satisfied, acknowledged that half of his objective had been achieved. Oh, pitiful humans! Your excessive emotions are your greatest flaw. The anomalies of time and space are no different. The mastermind reveled in his triumph, contemplating whether Tianming would choose to perish alongside her or succumb to another form of death. At that moment, the communicator from Yinshenzing chimed once more. Jinyuan, my previous suggestion was flawed. We must not allow Tianming to die a natural death. External forces must be involved. His self-destruction would only hasten the awakening of his counterpart from a different universe. Did I not instruct that female human to handle this? You only voice your concerns now. It is too late. Jinyuan felt a surge of displeasure at Yinshenzing's lack of foresight, but the latter swiftly retorted, then go protect him, prevent his suicide, and subsequently devise a plausible method for him to succumb to an accident or external violence. This is simply a reversal of fate. I wish to eliminate him while simultaneously safeguarding her. Should I vanquish him or protect him? My mind is in turmoil, racing with thoughts. As a cloud of dark smoke begins to rise, signaling the failure of my core processing unit. Meanwhile, Tianxing reports the inaction of Tianmu to Tianming. Has Lingxue perished? Tianming exhibits neither anger nor blame toward Tianmu for Lingxue's demise. As the supreme leader of Qianji Star, with over 50 years and countless wars under his belt, his human emotions have long been dulled by experience. He speaks calmly to Tianmu and Tianxing, accepting Lingxue's death with indifference. If she is gone, so be it. She was but a fragile human life. Tianxing continue to protect Tianming. Do not allow him to fall victim to murder. If he wishes to end his own life, do not intervene. Yes, Lord Tianming. Although Tianxing feels a twinge of pity for Tianming, such emotions are swiftly overshadowed by duty under Tianming's command. Moreover, aside from preventing Tianming's assassination, you must urgently locate that mini-transformer. I demand to know the precise location of Yinshenzing. Understood. Following Lingxue's abrupt departure, Tianming, having accompanied her on her final journey, retreats into solitude, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, succumbing to despair. Memories of the past haunt him, and the ethereal figure of Lingxue intermittently manifests before him, sometimes smiling, sometimes sorrowful, often weeping. His mental state resembles that of a troubled soul, with only Tianmu assigned to guard him, while Tianxing patrols the vicinity. Convinced that the mini-transformer will not miss such a prime opportunity for assassination. Their suspicions are well-founded. The source indeed seeks to exploit this advantageous moment. Harnessing the power of time and space, he materializes directly within Tianming's abode. Rather than safeguarding Tianming from self-harm, he prefers to take matters into his own hands and eliminate him directly. As he surveys the room littered with empty bottles, he cautiously approaches the dazed Tianming. At that moment, a dark red transformer suddenly stands before them, kneeling in fear. Lord Tianming, I was unaware of your presence here. Spare my life. It was Yinshenzing who compelled me. I can lead you to eliminate him. After a prolonged silence, the source cautiously raises his gaze, only to find a dark red figure of Tianming before him. Merely a 3.5-meter tall statue, immobile. He gently touches it and exclaims, "What the? This is merely a likeness. And it is soft. I shall shatter you to pieces." Just as he prepares to enact his brutal intentions upon the statue of Tianming, Tianmu and Tianxing enter the residence. Upon seeing the fondant-like figure of Tianming, Tianxing immediately kneels. Tianxing pays respects to Lord Tianming. What brings you here, my lord? The tomb immediately discerned that something was amiss with Tianming. Swiftly, he assisted Tianxing to his feet, remarking on his folly. How could the esteemed Tianming have diminished to such a size, or found himself in the abode of a mere human? It was merely a model of Tianming's statue. Ah, now it dawned on me that this human was also an admirer of Tianming. Quite promising indeed. though he appears somewhat disheartened at present. The tomb cast a disapproving glance at Tianming, then, vigilant of their surroundings, issued a rapid command. Tianming, be cautious. The elusive mini-Megatron lurks within this dwelling. Find him and eliminate him with a single shot. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, the Source prepared to seize the opportunity to strike down both the tomb and Tianming, subsequently finishing off Tianming, thus completing his mission. Chapter 156. The Temporal Pursuit. As Tianming traversed the living room and entered the restroom to investigate, the Source suddenly lunged forth. The synthetic skin on his left hand instantaneously revealed mechanical bones, transforming into a blade aimed at Tianming. Tianming stepped forward, evading the attack, and swiftly pivoted, gripping the blade tightly. With a resounding crack, the Source's weapon was snapped in two. Hearing the commotion, the tomb dashed toward Tianming's side. At that moment, Tianming, sprawled on the living room sofa, slowly opened his eyes, bleary from intoxication. "Who is there? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep?" he lamented, only to dissolve into tears, lamenting, "Why wasn't he at me? Why?" With a casual gesture, he pointed at the tomb, rubbing his eyes in confusion. "This transformer is quite peculiar. I don't recall ever creating him." Just as he scrutinized the area ahead, the tomb deftly slipped out of his line of sight, employing his cloaking mode to meld into the wall. At that moment, Tianming rose unsteadily, searching for something in a daze. "Where's my medication? Where could it be? There it was." Tianming's gaze fell upon a bottle of sleeping pills on the table, and joy surged through him as he opened it. "Ling Xue, life is so dull without you. I'm coming to join you." Just as he was about to consume the entire bottle, the Source, entangled in a fierce struggle with Tianming, exclaimed in alarm, "No, he is going to take his own life." Breaking free from his confrontation with Tianming, the Source unleashed an energy blast, striking the sleeping pills from Tianming's grasp, sending them crashing to the floor. The speed of the projectile left Tianming bewildered. "How could they even bully me over sleeping pills?" he cried, kicking the fallen medication and grasping the half-finished bottle of liquor, drinking deeply before collapsing to the ground in a drunken stupor, weeping in anguish. As Tianming and the tomb beheld the Source's unexpected intervention in saving Tianming, they exchanged puzzled glances, utterly confounded. The mini-Megatron, intent on killing Tianming, had inexplicably come to his aid. Had he, upon seeing the statue of Tianming, suddenly turned against them? Soon after, the Origin made another advance towards the celestial star. However, this time, with adequate precautions and the assistance of the celestial tomb, the situation tilted overwhelmingly in their favor. The Origin was besieged and rendered quite helpless by the duo. Even as it attempted to harness the power of time and space to escape, Celestial Star seized the opportunity to launch an attack, preventing its timely disappearance. A tracking device had already been affixed to its back. Celestial Star intentionally feigned a weakness, allowing the Origin to attempt to throw them off, while Celestial Tomb and Celestial Star watched as the Origin vanished before their eyes. The mission was successfully accomplished, and they hurried to report to Lord Emperor Tianming. Celestial Tomb continued to observe Tianming, while Celestial Star quickly established a communication link. "Lord Emperor Tianming, the mission has been successfully completed, but we discovered that the individual who previously aimed to eliminate Tianming is now attempting to save him, preventing his suicide. You have done exceptionally well. Regardless of the reasons behind that diminutive golden giant's sudden change in behavior, should it approach again, you are to eliminate it completely." With that, Emperor Tianming ended the communication and swiftly pinpointed the location tracker, fearing that Yinshenzing might escape at any moment. 2 seconds later, a red fixed point appeared. "So, you are here. How fortunate." Emperor Tianming rose and vanished from his location, reappearing in a cave where Jasper resided. "Emperor Tianming, how did you find this place?" At the sudden appearance of Emperor Tianming, the Origin was thrown into a panic and promptly activated its time and space power to shift once more. However, this time, the traces of its temporal energy have been locked onto by Emperor Tianming. "Celestial Tomb, Celestial Star, follow this coordinate and locate that diminutive golden giant. Eliminate it." After issuing his orders, Emperor Tianming observed Yinshenzing, who had not chosen to escape through time and space. "Yinshenzing, it is time for us to settle our affairs." "Emperor Tianming, you time aberration, do not think that my avoidance signifies fear. If If I cannot kill that human, annihilating you will suffice. Yinshenzing drew forth a time hourglass, reversing it, causing the flow of time around them to slow dramatically. Not only can I traverse time and space, but I will also manipulate the very fabric of time itself. Yinshenzing brandished the singular fragment of the time blade towards the almost immobilized Emperor Tianming. Just as the time blade was about to pierce Emperor Tianming's chest, he countered with a punch, sending Yinshenzing flying and seizing the fragment of the time blade. Yinshenzing, you are still too inexperienced. Did you truly believe I was unprepared? In truth, Emperor Tianming had devised a simple time inhibitor through his mastery of time and space, designed to thwart Yinshenzing's attempts to eliminate him through temporal manipulation. It's impossible. You cannot escape my temporal binds. Even if you absorb the power of time and space, you can never master the forces of time. Rising to his feet, the pain unbearable, Yinshenzing gazed at Dishending with a look of utter astonishment. Yet in the next moment, a laugh erupted from him as he witnessed the temporal force within the blade of time being absorbed into Dishending's body. He had anticipated this possibility and had thus infused certain volatile elements into the temporal power of the blade of time, exclaiming with fervor, "Blast Dishending to oblivion." However, it appeared that his efforts bore no fruit. How can this be? What have you done to my temporal power? Before he could receive a reply, Dishending had already appeared before him, launching a powerful punch towards Yinshenzing. Realizing the impending danger, Yinshenzing harnessed the temporal energy within him to swiftly evade, proclaiming, "You run. I chase. You cannot escape my grasp." Dishending, already well-versed in Yinshenzing's temporal abilities, vanished into the cave, and they materialized atop the moon, only to vanish again, reappearing in the vastness of space. When they next materialized, Yinshenzing found himself on Mars. Surely, Dishending's temporal power must be depleted now. It is fortunate he did not pursue me. Just as he relished his successful escape from Dishending's relentless pursuit, Dishending suddenly materialized before him, delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling, and then appeared behind him, executing a swift upward kick that sent him soaring. Dishending then vanished above Yinshenzing, delivering a devastating downward strike that created a massive crater, leaving Yinshenzing lying in its center, his body severely damaged, debris flying around him. Had it not been for the exhaustion of his temporal power, Dishending would have never been able to capture him. Dishending, one day you shall fall to the very power you wield. Mark my words, that day is not far off. Chapter 157. Mysterious and unknown power that day is still distant. I, Dishending, shall not falter, and your end is nigh. Dishending pressed upon Yinshenzing's damaged form, consuming the essence of temporal power within him. Accompanied by the agonizing sounds of power being siphoned away, Yinshenzing's strength gradually waned. With a swift motion, Dishending executed a lethal strike, extracting Yinshenzing's core essence and crushing it in his grasp. Yinshenzing's optical vision dimmed, and he succumbed to death. Dishending then seized the hourglass, employing the same method to absorb the temporal power contained within, thereby forging his unique divine essence. At this moment, Dishending's form began to swell in might, yet he preferred not to take on a planetary stature akin to that of the primordial celestial or the cosmic emperor. He chose to permanently stabilize his form at 20 meters. It could be said that he had officially stepped into the realm of half-step celestial sovereignty. Meanwhile, the star gold essence within him had begun to evolve gradually into Dishending's star gold divine essence through the amalgamation of various powers, slowly merging with his core essence. In due time, he would ascend to a level commensurate with the primordial celestial and the cosmic emperor, becoming the new celestial sovereign of the known universe. Meanwhile, the root, as an old acquaintance of Yin Tianxing, became aware of the extinguishment of Yin Tianxing's flame. Di Tianming, I shall avenge Yin Tianxing. Once I eradicate your human form, all will revert to its original state. Yin Tianxing no longer cared about the order of this world. He hypnotized hundreds of human beings using the same methods, wielding a knife as he approached Di Tianming's residence. A massive, abnormal uprising ensued. Before Tianxing and Tianmu could detect the chaos, human police were the first to act, preparing to quell the insurrection. Director, it seems these individuals are under some form of enchantment. Their behaviors are alarmingly lethargic. What should we do? A seasoned police captain found himself at a loss. To stun them all was not a feasible option, and shooting was out of the question. I have summoned experts. You must hold the line for a moment longer. However, The number of those under hypnosis continued to swell, and their police force was woefully insufficient. Thus, these individuals advanced towards Tianming's community like zombies. At this moment, Tianxing and Tianmu, upon sensing the abnormality, swiftly contacted Tianming. Lord Tianming, trouble is afoot. It appears that those humans are under the control of that diminutive metal giant, preparing to collectively assault Tianming. Hold your positions. Tianming, feeling helpless, surmised that the root was intent on a mutually destructive gambit. He immediately cast Tianxing's form into the heart of the sun, allowing the searing heat to melt it away. Then he swiftly materialized behind the root. Tianming, you have slain Tianxing and now seek to kill me as well. Yet, all of this is irreparable. Tianming is destined to perish. Before he could finish, Tianming stripped him of his temporal and spatial powers and crushed him underfoot. Manipulating the recently seized temporal power, he rapidly initiated a time reversal, restoring humanity's normal order. Of course, Tianxing, the root, and Ling Shui did not return to life. Standing atop a high mountain, gazing down at the world of his past life, he spoke calmly, Tianmu, Tianxing transform. Instantly, Tianmu and Tianxing morphed into armor, affixing themselves to Tianming's hands. This world is truly splendid. It is time for us to return home. Tianming glanced at the still intoxicated Tianming and, in an instant, vanished, reappearing in the vastness of space. A rift in time and space opened, and Tianming cast one last look at Earth, thousands of light years away, before disappearing into the temporal fissure. At that moment, within the Kenosha star system, the Harpy received an unfamiliar and mysterious universal communication from billions of light years away. You have violated the latent rules of your universe. Summon your rulers to meet me, or your universe shall face complete annihilation. Since receiving this unsettling news, the Harbinger has appeared exceedingly flustered, momentarily at a loss, unable to discern which cosmic race, harboring animosity towards the Chinji star, could have orchestrated such a cruel jest. Simultaneously, he conveyed this alarming information to the Black Crow of Chinji star. The Black Crow, upon receiving the message, donned a grave expression and promptly convened the Supreme People's Assembly to deliberate on the matter at hand. However, after several star days of discussion, no substantial conclusions emerged. The majority speculated that this was merely the work of the escaped five-faced monster, in league with the Decepticons, disseminating falsehoods. After all, they remained oblivious to the true expanse of their universe, let alone the possibility of it being merely one among many. Judging by the tone of those who released the news, it seemed their civilization might surpass even that of Chinji Star and Cybertron. As doubts lingered among the assembly, paralyzing their decision-making, Emperor Tianming returned to Quintessa. Harbinger, how fared the Quintessa system and the Chinji system during my absence? He inquired. My lord, since we vanquished the five-faced monster, no other race in the cosmos has dared to assail us, Harbinger replied. Yet, as Tianming observed Harbinger hesitating to articulate further, he commanded, Speak plainly. What precisely transpired? Reluctantly, Harbinger recounted the mysterious messages received over the period and reported the Assembly's decisions regarding the situation. My lord, do you not find this matter exceedingly peculiar? Is it possible that beyond our universe, other universes exist, inhabited by races even more powerful than ours? Not only was Harbinger perplexed, but Emperor Tianming, having just returned from temporal exploration, shared in the confusion. Was it not said that the primordial celestial sovereign and the cosmic emperor were the deities who birthed the universe? Could it be that such divine beings were but illusions, and that our Cybertronian civilization was merely a domesticated or subordinate entity of even mightier civilizations? Though Tianming hesitated to entertain the notion of layers upon layers of universes, the vastness of the cosmos was indeed boundless and replete with wonders. While their Cybertronian civilization stood nearly invincible within the known universe, what of the unknown? At that moment, the interstellar expedition leader, Firestorm, returned in disarray, accompanied by the remaining 30 crew members, each bearing the scars of battle. My lord, it was utterly terrifying. The creatures of the unknown universe are like maddened hounds. Upon arriving at the Chinji sanctuary, Emperor Tianming, gazing at the disheveled Firestorm below, urgently inquired, Firestorm, what did you uncover? What transpired during your exploration? Chapter 158. The cyberpunk civilization esteemed Lord Tianming. It is only after our exploration of the known universe that we have come to realize the insignificance of our existence within the vast expanse of the cosmos. Just as we were poised to delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe, a colossal fleet identifying itself as the cyber civilization made its presence known. The very thought sends shivers down my spine, and thus I continue, initially believing this cyber civilization to be a mere offshoot of the Cybertronian lineage. To my astonishment, the majority of their populace comprises beings that are half carbon-based and half mechanical, possessing the ability to command silicon-based life forms like ourselves in battle. Upon their discovery of us, our original Titan-class vessel, the Bodhi, was obliterated by their warship's secondary cannons. Seizing the moment, we scattered in a desperate attempt to evade capture. Yet now, a significant portion of our expeditionary fleet has been apprehended by them. Upon receiving this grim report, coupled with the enigmatic information previously obtained, Lord Tianming's countenance darkened. He then assisted Tianhua to his feet, stating, "Tianhua, it is already commendable that you have returned. However, did you manage to acquire specific data regarding this cyber civilization? Even a corpse or fragments thereof would suffice." "Indeed, my lord," Tianhua replied, "we daringly captured a near-death half-mechanical life form, which is currently aboard our ship." He promptly summoned 3 barely living half-mechanical entities to be presented before Lord Tianming. Before him lay 2 beings with their limbs shattered, one encased in metal with a carbon-based cranium and a smattering of alloyed body, while the other bore a mechanical head accompanied by a portion of a carbon-based torso. "Release us, or await the obliteration of your diminutive universe," one of them threatened. Tianming stepped forward, surveying the 3 hybrid beings with a booming laughter. So this cyber civilization is not but a relatively advanced cyberpunk society. Their technological prowess may surpass that of fragile carbon-based life forms, yet to me, they are little more than a civilization of trivial importance. You, the indigenous inhabitants of this minuscule universe, shall forever regret the words you have just uttered. A mere silicon-based civilization such as yours will soon find itself enslaved when our grand army arrives. Upon hearing these words, Tianming's laughter darkened with malevolence. "Very well. Today I shall personally orchestrate a rather intriguing service for you. Escort them to my core laboratory. Summon Zendangbo and Shizixian to assist me." Shortly thereafter, within the core laboratory, not only were Zendangbo and Shizixian present, but also a host of scientists from Shinji Star, primarily members of the biological dissection laboratory dedicated to the study of organisms. This was the first instance I had witnessed Lord Tianming wielding the scalpel for a biological experiment personally. I wonder how long these 3 life forms can endure. Enough talk. Let's observe in silence. Such an opportunity is rare. 3.5 carbon-based, semi-mechanical life forms gazed anxiously at the multitude of eyes gathered beyond the transparent glass. In their current state of distress, their speech became disjointed. "Release me, you wretched scum of an inferior cosmic race. Your actions violate the fundamental rules of universal life. I shall file a complaint with the Life Committee." At that moment, Lord Tianming approached them, holding a vial of shimmering green reagent. "My lord, should we administer preoperative anesthesia or induce a state of dormancy? I fear they may not withstand your experimental methods." As a distinguished medical master and a member of the biological dissection laboratory on Shinji Star, as well as the medical advisor for this experiment, he felt compelled to express his concern, particularly given that they had only 3 specimens of this unknown life form. "Unnecessary. Dormancy and anesthesia are rather dull. Besides, I do not necessarily intend to dissect them. I prefer a gentler approach to achieve the desired results." Tianming cast a glance at the fallen beings and commanded, "Shockwave. Initiate the cortical mental connection immediately. I require specific information from their minds." Consequently, the green reagents surged towards their carbon-based components. This luminous substance was not a synthetic super-energy entity, but rather a biological gene evolution inhibitor developed earlier. Upon observing their anatomical structure, Tianming conceived this idea. He was not particularly fond of large-scale cosmic warfare, which squandered resources and failed to eradicate threats, often leading to endless retaliation. He favored a more measured tactic. However, the current biological gene evolution inhibitor was insufficient to resolve the issue in one fell swoop. Before long, Their memories were swiftly extracted and displayed on the screen, while their nucleic acids underwent alterations under the influence of the biological gene evolution inhibitor. My lord, this body is carbon-based, and the memories of the mechanical life form are the most accessible, yet the effects of the gene evolution inhibitor are minimal. I suggest increasing the dosage and re-examining. No need, Shockwave. It appears that the gene evolution inhibitor is only effective for carbon-based biological entities centered around the core processing unit. Tianming was somewhat disheartened, yet remained exceedingly pleased, for the fragmented memories extracted from their minds revealed that the so-called cyberpunk civilization primarily consisted of semi-carbon-based life forms. Most individuals opted to retain their brains or augment them with several core processing chips to assist in cognitive functions. This knowledge was sufficient. Tianming promptly backed up all acquired memories and dispatched them to Heya, instructing him to convene an emergency session of the Supreme People's Assembly to initiate conscription from the Qianji and Qintasha star systems. All eligible individuals from these realms were to enlist and participate in the conflict. Furthermore, the highest-ranking officials from both star systems were to set the war machinery in motion, engaging in extensive resource extraction from the cosmos and constructing advanced weaponry such as warships, spacecraft, and colossal cannons. Once these preparations were complete, a semi-carbon-based, semi-mechanical life form was sent to the biological dissection laboratory, where scientists, more fervent about biological experimentation than Tianming himself, conducted in-depth studies on its bodily materials. This endeavor aimed to enhance the biological sciences of the Qianji civilization and further the development of their technological weaponry. Meanwhile, Tianming, along with Zendangbo and Shizixian, delved into research on carbon-based biological gene evolution inhibitors, striving to create a truly destructive biochemical weapon capable of eradicating carbon-based life forms. The reason Tianming had refrained from direct development prior was due to his respect for extraterrestrial life. However, with the imminent invasion of his universe, such reverence was rendered obsolete. Chapter 159, Prelude to War. Thus began extensive preparations for war between the two star systems, with all war machinery activated and weapons and warships being mass-produced. At this moment, Yutan, filled with excitement, approached the temporary conscription center in his city. The scene was bustling with people, all queuing orderly according to their professions, civilian personnel on the left and military personnel on the right. An officer at the conscription center called out loudly to restore order amidst the chaos. Yutan, as an employee of the Environmental Protection Agency, found himself in the civilian queue, observing the rapid processing of military personnel who were almost instantly approved without thorough scrutiny. Yutan and his peers felt a wave of discontent. Why were these miners, construction workers, and other lower-tier laborers approved so swiftly while they faced more detailed examinations? It seemed profoundly unjust. Yes, the conscription office is being duplicitous. I shall file a complaint against your actions at the People's Court of Giant Axe City. As these middle-class elites simmered with indignation, the Lord of Giant Axe City, accompanied by the highest local officials, approached them and stated with righteous conviction, "These laborers require merit points far more than you do. They need energy blocks and star coins, as their daily earnings are substantially lower than yours. The Supreme People's Assembly is dedicated to the well-being of the populace of the entire Qianji Star, ensuring that we do not repeat the mistakes of the Elders' Council of the ancient Cybertron civilization. The inhabitants of Qianji Star are equal, and there are no weak among them." Upon hearing this explanation, Yutan and others were deeply moved. They indeed lived above the majority of the people of Qianji Star, enjoying far greater benefits than those of the lower and middle classes. The councilors and city lords, witnessing the impact of their words, turned to continue presiding over the recruitment affairs. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Emperor Tianming was diligently completing his experiments when he suddenly received a message from Black Crow. "Lord Tianming, the rescue vehicle is looking for you regarding Marissa." "All right, I shall be there immediately." Emperor Tianming instructed Shockwave to take his place and continue with the ongoing tasks. He promptly made his way to the hall of the Qianji Sanctuary. "My old friend, your civilization is truly flourishing, evoking a sense of envy in both of us. Moreover, we, the inhabitants of the Garbage Star, are exceedingly grateful for your previous actions. Thank you for granting us 100,000 planets. There is no need for thanks. This is merely what you deserve. How about this? You the inhabitants of the garbage star? Join my civilization and stand with me against the perilous civilizations from the distant universe. What say you? Emperor Tianming was genuinely eager to recruit the inhabitants of the garbage star, not only for their formidable strength and military prowess, boasting over 400,000 capable warriors, but also due to their unique physical constitution that rendered them impervious to a single blow from the enemy. Seizing the moment, Emperor Tianming extended a sincere invitation to the rescue vehicle. Upon hearing this, the rescue vehicle, along with Marissa, knelt partially before him. Emperor Tianming, no, Lord Tianming, my friend, benefactor of the garbage star, we are willing to join the Qinji civilization. Satisfied, Emperor Tianming assisted them to their feet and subsequently unleashed the leader's horn, initiating the transformation of their essence with the energy of the sparks. The heights of the rescue vehicle and Marissa gradually increased to 11 meters, with the former achieving an extraordinary level of strength and the latter ascending to leadership status. The rescue vehicle felt a significant enhancement in power and was particularly delighted. Yet when he noticed the rugged wasteland aesthetic of his form being replaced by a sleek mechanical appearance, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Lord Tianming, the inhabitants of the garbage star still prefer the wasteland style, especially those muted colors. No worries, you can simply repaint. Subsequently, Emperor Tianming personally visited the star gold spark source well, utilizing the spark separation technique to extract 2 portions of the star gold spark source and place them into a spark container. However, the separated subspark sources did not possess infinite energy. They required additional energy supplies, or they would extinguish completely after 25 star years. Every action Emperor Tianming undertook was aimed at expanding the colonies of the Qinji star system, akin to the previous Cybertron civilization, while simultaneously gaining control over all the colonized inhabitants of Qinji star through such means. Upon his return to the sanctuary, he retrieved the divinely separated source of stellar gold, the Starfire Seed, proclaiming it to be the most sacred relic of our 1,000 machine star. With this, your garbage star can give birth to new garbage star beings, and the existing ones can grow stronger, much like yourselves. However, the energy of the seed is limited and thus requires a supply of stellar energy. Tianming placed the seed in his hand, cautioning him to refrain from its misuse, warning against repeating the grave mistakes of the past that plagued the garbage star. I understand, the rescue vehicle replied, joyfully stowing away the seed as he departed the sanctuary. With this seed, he could rebuild the garbage star and its civilization. Previously, the former leader of the garbage star had abused the power of the seed, recklessly exploiting the planet, which led to a catastrophic decline in their population from 30 million to merely 400,000. After witnessing the rescue vehicle's departure, Tianming summoned Tianjun, instructing him to transport the seed to the Qintasha mother star and to ensure that all the shark and crocodile beings undergo transformation with the seed. Additionally, he ordered the transfer of some stellar gold energy conversion technologies to the corresponding colonial planets. Relying solely on the internal production of stellar gold energy from the 1,000 machine star would be insufficient to meet the immense energy demands of civilization and 2 colonies. Several stellar months later, not long after returning to the garbage star, the rescue vehicle received news from Cybertron. He swiftly reported this to Black Crow. Black Crow, the so-called cyberpunk civilization has reached a desolate colony in the Cybertron system. Led by Optimus Prime, the Cybertronians are retreating, now huddled on the Cybertron planet, desperately defending themselves with orbital rail cannons. They have sent out a distress signal to other civilizations in the universe. Should we dispatch troops to assist? Tianming, who was nearby, overheard the plea for help. Rescue vehicle, inform Optimus Prime that we require detailed strategic information. Although Tianming was reluctant to assist Cybertron for various reasons, he recognized that other alien races must be eradicated and the battlefield could not be allowed on their own territory. Understood, I shall inquire. The rescue vehicle promptly responded to the message from Optimus Prime, seeking to grasp the specifics of the situation. Chapter 160. The crisis of the Cybertron. The rescue vehicle established contact with the Cybertron star and transmitted the communication content along with the visual footage to the core laboratory of the 1,000 machine star. Rescue vehicle, we hope that you garbage star beings can assist us in eliminating these outsiders. These dreadful intruders could destroy our home and the universe we inhabit at any moment. I understand. Hold on for a few more stellar days. We shall come to your aid shortly, my friend, the rescue vehicle assured. Thank you. Cybertron will forever be grateful to you, my friend. The communication was abruptly severed, revealing on the screen a relentless assault by countless cyberpunk civilizations against the newly established defensive satellites of Cybertron. Tianming's face contorted with concern. If this onslaught persisted, Optimus Prime and his allies would not endure for long. Moreover, if my deductions are accurate, the forces besieging Cybertron are merely the vanguard of a much larger army lurking behind them. Tianming surveyed the surrounding commanders, who exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, they were fervently enthusiastic, consumed by an intense zeal for battle. My lord, issue the command. It has been 3 lunar months since the last conflict on Quintessa, and the warriors, longing for combat, were on the verge of rusting away. Our current shipbuilding and armament production can yield a medium to large warship in just a single stellar day. Our logistical support is fully capable of sustaining a collective operation of 2 million Qianqi warriors. My lord, please give the order. The warriors of Qianqi are eager to engage. Without hesitation, Tianming turned to the numerous military leaders below and issued the war command. Siwa, you shall lead a contingent equipped with the latest carbon-based biological annihilators as vanguard to Cybertron to eliminate the cybernetic civilization's advance party. The remaining commanders promptly mobilize the warriors to board the warships, ensuring they are equipped with ample stellar energy reserves. Once Siwa eradicates the advance team, we will embark on an expedition to their cosmic civilization. Whether in the known universe or the unknown, all shall recognize the might of our Qianqi civilization. With the supreme command issued, the colossal war machine of Qianqi was set into motion. 1 million temporary troops, 1.5 million regular Qianqi forces, 200,000 Junkians, and 2 million shark and crocodile beings, totaling 4 million soldiers, began to assemble, leading a vanguard of 50,000 under Siwa. They swiftly embarked via the space bridge to the Cybertron system, carrying 2,000 crates of carbon-based biological annihilators. Meanwhile, on the first defensive satellite of Cybertron, Optimus Prime, alongside thousands of Autobots and newly birthed life forms from Cybertron, exerted great effort to contain the half-carbon, half-mechanical life forms. Autobots, drive them out of the Cybertron system. We must not allow them to breach our homeland. Engage them. Reinforcements are on the way. Optimus Prime wielded the Star Sword with fervor, striking relentlessly at the advancing enemies. Waves of azure sword energy surged forth, causing numerous cyberpunk soldiers at the forefront to fall. Not far away, aboard a formidable and sci-fi-inspired battleship, sat Milba, a half-carbon, half-mechanical life form composed of an array of unidentifiable alloy materials, save for his head. As the Vanguard General, Milba initially intended to head straight for the planet Chi, New Jersey, aiming to obliterate the Chi, New Jersey civilization entirely. However, upon reaching a distance of 23, their main force unexpectedly detected a potent energy source emanating from Cybertron, along with life forms containing this mysterious energy. Thus, in pursuit of gathering more of this enigmatic energy to bolster their society and enhance the power of their deity, they could not afford to overlook Cybertron. He rose slowly, observing several Autobots exhibiting formidable firepower and unyielding resistance. He issued a command for the warriors below to retreat immediately, activating the battleship's annihilation cannon to obliterate the defensive satellites. Any fleeing adversaries were to be executed on the spot. Yes, General. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, stationed on Satellite 1, watched as thousands of enemy forces began a structured retreat, momentarily perplexed by the situation. Yet, when he raised his gaze toward the cosmos ahead, he realized the impending catastrophic assault. Autobots, retreat at once. Ratchet, activate the space bridge. Many Autobots sensed the imminent destructive attack. They either dashed toward nearby, intact spacecraft or quickly congregated at the front of the space bridge. Optimus Prime would not allow such a devastating weapon to be unleashed without opposition. He soared toward Milba's flagship, intent on destroying the weapon before its energy could fully charge. Quickly, stop that so-called Autobot leader. Unyielding, Milba dispatched a multitude of mechanical warbirds to disrupt Optimus Prime's advance. A flock of lifeless mechanical monstrosities seeking their demise. Optimus unleashed a wave of blue sword energy, only to find the mechanical aviants spread their wings. intertwining to create a unique black anti-energy barrier that rebounded his energy sword back at him. Had he not swiftly evaded, the energy sword would have inflicted severe injury. What manner of creatures are these? They can reflect the energy of the Star Sword. As Optimus grappled with the hindrance, the Annihilation Cannon had charged to completion and was poised to fire. Destroy those satellites. Breach their final line of defense. 4 Azure energy columns cascaded down from the Milba, diverging in various directions towards the 4 satellites orbiting Cybertron. The instant the energy beams made contact with the satellites, they began to be swiftly obliterated. The surface material transformed into debris, and the Autobots who had yet to evacuate perished in the ensuing explosions. The destruction of a space bridge on the satellites also triggered a catastrophic explosion at the launch terminal located within the Cybertron planet, affecting numerous personnel. Optimus Prime, they have already landed on Cybertron and are advancing towards the Well of Allsparks. The ambulance reported the situation to Optimus Prime, promptly instructing Hot Rod to lead all Autobots to secure the area before the well, ensuring that the enemy could not seize the Allspark. Understood. I shall return immediately. At that moment, Optimus Prime hurried away, while mechanical harbingers gradually tightened their encirclement. No matter how he maneuvered, they could lock onto him and thwart his escape. Witnessing this scene, Milba was filled with exhilaration, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, these useless robots. Once I acquire your energy, I shall capture a few of you to serve as my slaves. Those capable of transforming into vehicles are rather commendable. Just then, several shells struck the periphery of the advanced fleet, targeting dozens of small to medium-sized vessels. General, a light year away, we've detected a massive influx of enemies, suspected to be mechanical life forms akin to these Cybertronians. Chapter 161. The release of poison gas effortlessly annihilated another wave of fearless Cybertronians. In that case, let us extend to them a grand welcome. Milba paused momentarily and then continued. Relay my orders. The fleet shall change course. All soldiers are to mobilize. I intend to eradicate that band of fearless reinforcements in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, a light year away, Deathfire led his 50,000 Vanguard troops to a slow halt, simultaneously scanning for numerous unidentified signals surging towards them. Without the slightest hesitation, Deathfire commanded, deploy the first 10 squads to breach the enemy vessels and release the carbon-based biological extermination agent within. I shall ensure that the remnants of this cyber civilization are forever consigned to the cosmos as mere drifting debris. Understood. The 10 assault squads, comprising nearly 500 individuals, piloted numerous small ships headlong to annihilate the cyberpunk contingent. Cybertronians detected ahead, opened fire immediately. The foremost cyberpunk vessel spotted the oncoming death squad and instantly opened fire, alerting the other team members behind. The valiant squadron of 500 from the Tianming Star, unyielding in their resolve, eagerly advanced toward the cyberpunk vessels amidst a hail of gunfire. Transforming into their combat aircraft forms, they boarded the enemy ships. Just as the opposing forces prepared to disembark and engage in battle, the dauntless team seized a moment when the hatch gaped wide, swiftly tossing several canisters of green gas inside. Simultaneously, they hurled another canister to the ground beneath them. In an instant, a dense green mist enveloped the battlefield, obscuring visibility and shrouding the unfolding chaos. Captain, since our exposure to that green gas, within mere seconds, a multitude of our comrades has collapsed, the soldier reported. But before he could finish his account, he succumbed before the captain's eyes. What is happening? The captain pondered, bewildered, as the green gas began to surge toward the control room of the vessel. Just as he attempted to establish communication with Milba, the mist had already encircled him. General, we are in dire straits. Just moments ago, the captain fell dead, and now, one by one, bodies are littering the ship. They have no time to escape. And even those half-mechanical, half-carbon entities that remain unaffected will be eliminated by the valiant squad with no survivors. Hello, what is the situation? Report immediately, Milba urged. Sensing the lack of response, he commanded the soldiers poised for support to return and prepare for defense, as the circumstances were exceedingly suspicious. After 15 minutes of conflict, every cyberpunk soldier engaged with the daring squad had perished, leaving not a single survivor. Astonishingly, the valiant squad suffered no casualties. It is essential to acknowledge the formidable prowess of the Qinji Star Forces. However, these squad members were hastily summoned and had never before faced the rigors of battle. Such a disparity in losses was attributable to the devastating efficacy of the biochemical weaponry employed. Through the display screen, Sihua observed the unfolding battle with great satisfaction. He issued commands for all soldiers to enter combat readiness, ordering all ships to accelerate and obliterate the forward cyberpunk vanguard. Soon, 4 warships formed a fleet, arriving at the cosmic battlefield, facing an opposing fleet of equal, if not greater, numbers. With a command to engage, both sides unleashed a rapid barrage of fire upon one another. The cyberpunk forces deployed numerous mechanical avian creatures and manned aircraft, charging towards Sihua's fleet under the cover of cannon fire from their warships. Undeterred, Sihua ordered his soldiers to transform into aircraft, each carrying a canister of green gas. Hurtling toward Milba's fleet. What is that? Milba suddenly noticed a mass of green gas, the remnants of a life extinguished by artillery fire. In the next moment, a hybrid being, part carbon-based and part mechanical, soared past the gas. Within 3 seconds, its movement ceased, leaving Milba in profound shock. Could this be the very weapon responsible for the annihilation of those he had previously dispatched? A weapon of devastating potential. Quick, all soldiers, retreat immediately from that green gas. He commanded, summon all ships to concentrate their firepower and prioritize the elimination of the Cybertronians wielding such weaponry. However, by the time they comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The entity known as Deathfire, accompanied by contingent, boarded the Milba warship and unleashed a torrent of carbon-based biological annihilators within the vessel, shattering containers that released vast quantities of green gas, which rapidly filled the entire ship. Seal off the affected areas. Prevent that highly destructive green gas from spreading to other sections. As the doors of the warship closed swiftly, Deathfire and his team surged inside, treating any enemy as a target to be eliminated. If they encountered containment doors, they would breach them with brute force. Consequently, the carbon-based biological agents swiftly permeated the hostile warship, resulting in the immediate demise of numerous carbon-based cyberpunk soldiers. Meanwhile, in the control room, Milba witnessed the battlefield's dire transformation, with their advantages drastically diminished. Staggering to the ground in a daze, he pondered how a civilization of such lowly standing in the cosmos could develop a weapon of annihilation like a planet-destroying cannon, let alone a biological weapon specifically designed to target them. The soldier responsible for piloting the ship shared in the despondency. General, our communication system is compromised, rendering us unable to contact Admiral Pax. We are utterly isolated. Remaining aboard this ship means certain death, either from the green gas or the Cybertronians. No, we still have a chance, Milba declared resolutely. Relay orders to all surviving soldiers to enter the mechanical planet and assist those who have already infiltrated to seize their energy source. If we can obtain it, we will possess leverage for equitable negotiations. Milba promptly issued the command. The remaining over 5,000 cyberpunk soldiers, under Milba's leadership, abandoned the ship in haste, swiftly entering the unprotected Cybertron. Although there were anti-aircraft defenses within Cybertron, most inhabitants had flocked to the source wells to safeguard them. Even if reinforcements were mobilized to assault Milba, it would be too late. In the realm of cosmic warfare, the forces of Deathfire have gained a significant advantage, having nearly annihilated the vanguard of the cyberpunks. As he surveyed the retreat of Milbars and his cohort to the planet Cybertron, Deathfire issued a stern command: leave behind 30,000 troops to continue the search for any surviving captives on the battlefield. The rest shall accompany me into Cybertron, where we shall capture the highest-ranking commander of this civilization alive. Chapter 162. The invasion of Star Deus Milbars, having escaped to Cybertron, observed the fierce combat unfolding on the surface, where their forces relentlessly pressed upon the Cybertronians. In that moment, he felt a surge of determination. All soldiers charged towards that deep well and seized the energy source within. He cried, "Autobots, advance! We must not allow these cosmic marauders to claim the spark source. Those who dare to covet it must perish." Optimus Prime, wielding the Star Sword, charged recklessly into the fray against Milbar's cyberpunk soldiers. Enraged, he fought with the ferocity of a wild beast, cutting down countless foes with each swing of his blade. However, as he engaged in close combat. A colossal energy cannon fired from a distance, striking Optimus Prime squarely in the chest. He was propelled backward, sustaining grave injuries. Had it not been for recent upgrades to his chassis, he would have succumbed to the fatal blow. In a flash, Thunderclash surged forward, providing suppressive fire to rescue Optimus. Meanwhile, the skies of Cybertron rumbled ominously as numerous small to medium-sized spacecraft descended. One by one, soldiers of the 1,000 machines transformed from their vessels into aerial forms, equipped with canisters of green gas beneath their wings. Scatter! Everyone disperse! Milbars bellowed in desperation. Having witnessed firsthand the devastating effects of this biochemical weapon that could severely diminish their combat capabilities. Yet it was too late. Deathfire descended to a critical altitude and unleashed the carbon-based biological annihilator over the most densely populated area of cyberpunk soldiers. A vast cloud of green gas enveloped the battlefield. Mechanical harbingers, use your wings to disperse this gas swiftly, commanded Milbars. The mechanical creatures took flight, flapping their wings to create a whirlwind, attempting to blow away the lethal agent. Despite the battlefield not being in the vacuum of space, the green gas could indeed be carried away by the wind. However, Deathfire had brought ample supplies of the carbon-based biological annihilator. As he continued to release it, his soldiers launched indiscriminate attacks against the mechanical harbingers. While they did not necessarily kill, they effectively disrupted their actions. Optimus Prime, Thunderclash, and the other Autobots watched in horror as one cyberpunk soldier after another fell lifeless to the ground. What is the power of this weapon? How can mere contact with it result in death, while we remain unaffected? Regardless, this is an opportune moment. Tongxiangxiu promptly reorganized the Autobots and launched an assault against the remaining forces of Milba. Our reinforcements have arrived, and the enemy can no longer hold their ground. Follow my lead into battle and eradicate them in one fell swoop. Tongxiangxiu charged directly at Milba, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. He then approached and restrained him, declaring, "You are our prisoner, and we require your detailed military strategies." Soon, with the assistance of the Deadfire and the Tianming, the cyberpunk vanguard was utterly annihilated, culminating in the Autobots capturing several cyberpunk soldiers. However, after the battle, both Tongxiangxiu and Optimus Prime remained vigilant upon seeing Deadfire. Deadfire, where is Lord Tianming? Why has he not come? Lord Tianming is stationed at the rear, but you need not worry. Currently, Cybertron is a planet depleted of resources, and we of the Tianming have no inclination to conquer it. After a moment of contemplation, Deadfire resolved to issue a warning to them, lest they engage in actions detrimental to the Tianjin and Quintessa systems during their grand expedition. My primary purpose in coming to Cybertron is, of course, to aid you in vanquishing these arrogant and overreaching cyberpunk beings. Moreover, I advise you to remain compliant. Perhaps in the future, if Lord Tianming is in good spirits, he may grant you 1 or 2 star systems as resource planets. However, any treachery will lead to the annihilation of Cybertron once more. Having spoken, Deadfire transformed into a flying vessel and soared toward a warship suspended in the sky. All forces proceed along the predetermined course. This time, we shall ensure the complete demise of the cyberpunks' main forces. Commander Deadfire, shall we not wait for the rear troops? Inquired a deputy commander. Those insignificant cyberpunk wretches are no match for us. 50,000 against millions. The advantage lies with us. Deadfire expressed his confidence, especially since there were over 2,000 canisters of carbon-based bioweapons yet to be deployed within the vanguard. Furthermore, during previous skirmishes, he had ordered his soldiers to destroy the enemy's communication signal transmitters, leaving the enemy incapable of reporting the true situation to their main forces. Consequently, the primary enemy forces were almost entirely unaware of what had transpired with their vanguard. Indeed, at this very moment, aboard the cyberpunk flagship Hellberg, located hundreds of thousands of light years away, the highest commander overseeing the expedition, General Paixing Desai, seethed with fury in the Central Strategic Command Room. Can anyone tell me what has happened to my vanguard? Why we lost contact with them during this period? The array of high-ranking military commanders exchanged glances, one after another stating, "Commander, I believe Milba must have achieved a significant victory and subsequently defected from the Empire. Milba is my subordinate. To suggest he has defected is to imply that I have done so as well. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share my thoughts. It is possible that Milba has met with defeat, been captured, or even slain. Nonsense. Milba is undoubtedly my most valiant commander. How could he possibly fall to a mere mechanical race? Furthermore, recent reports have been exceedingly favorable. He cannot have been captured. Pak Singdes slammed his hand upon the table, casting a stern gaze upon the two commanders who were bickering incessantly below. I am well aware that you two have never seen eye to eye within the Empire. But we are in the midst of war, not playing children's games. If we do not unite, it is only we who will perish. The Empire, as it stands, is but a fragile edifice, poised on the brink of collapse. We must secure sufficient energy to salvage our empire. We shall ultimately become its saviors, the new ruling class. In truth, Pak Singdes' current expedition is not merely about upholding the fundamental principles of cosmic peace. As he stated, it is to acquire energy to restore the Empire's prosperity, and to plunder resources from other universes. Chapter 163, Yutan's Espionage Mission. Relay my orders. Accelerate the march of our forces and continue to contact Milba for clarification on the situation. Following Pak Singdes' command, the discussion meeting was deemed unnecessary due to the recent minor skirmish. While chaos reigned within, the vanguard led by Sihua had already set off at full speed. Just a moon cycle later, Sihua's vanguard detected an immensely formidable fleet extending for thousands of kilometers. Sihua, Commander, I believe that given the scale of the enemy forces, we are unaware of their fleet's firepower. Therefore, I propose we utilize our cloaking technology to trail behind them, conduct careful reconnaissance, and promptly inform Commander Tianjin. Once our main forces arrive, we can launch a pincer attack and annihilate this enemy force. Indeed, your suggestion is excellent. The detailed measure shall be entrusted to you. While I have another plan. Sihua glanced at his deputy, delegating all reporting duties and subsequent arrangements to him. He then exited the main control room and summoned 1,000 temporary soldiers from Qianjixing, among whom was Yutan. You are all temporary recruits for this expedition. Hailing from Qianjixing, some of you are minors, while others hold administrative roles. Sihua paced back and forth before halting in front of Yutan. Soldier, what is your name? And how many enemies have you slain? Yutan stood tall, gazing at Sihua in disbelief that he would suddenly take an interest in him. With resolute eyes, he replied, reporting to the commander, my name is Yutan. I have killed a total of 153 enemy soldiers, among which are 10 mechanical monstrosities. Excellent. Remember, we have a total of 50,000 men, while those invaders we previously faced numbered only 100,000. 450,000 to combat 100,000. And for you to have claimed so many enemy lives is truly commendable. Subsequently, Shihua stepped back 2 paces, gravely stating that an opportunity now presented itself, one that could grant them additional merit points. Should they succeed, not only would they gain access to the Temple of 1,000 Mechanisms and receive a personal summons from the esteemed Lord Tianming, but they could also ascend as the most distinguished heroes of the 1,000 Mechanism galaxy. Some among them might even rise to the rank of provincial governors. After uttering these words, Shihua's tone shifted to one tinged with solemnity. Of course, he added, this mission may well be the last of your lives. Do you wish to participate? The gathered assembly of over 1,000 temporarily summoned soldiers had already been enraptured by his earlier eloquence, and they responded in unison. Commander Shihua, we are willing to go, for the sake of the 1,000 Mechanism Star, and for the honor of Lord Tianming. Very well, come forth. As soon as he spoke, Wan Miank entered the room, and the over 1,000 individuals within felt an exhilarating thrill. For soldiers like them, hastily conscripted, the chance to meet face-to-face with 2 of Lord Tianming's esteemed subordinates, veteran figures of renown, was a fulfillment of a lifetime's ambition. Furthermore, they now felt a newfound sense of camaraderie with their firebrand. While they were all familiar with Wan Miank, and some had even encountered him before, Shihua felt it necessary to introduce him. Allow me to present Wan Miank, the Minister of the Supreme Intelligence Department of the 1,000 Mechanism Star. He will be in command of your upcoming mission, which entails infiltrating enemy lines. You have 2 objectives. The first is to acquire confidential information from the enemy, particularly regarding their civilization. The second is to sow chaos and seize the opportunity to release a carbon-based biological agent. As the Vanguard General, Shihua was not inclined to share such a monumental achievement with Tianjin and Nguyen. Thus, he appointed the Master of Disguise, Wan Miank, as part of the Vanguard team. Previously, Due to the smaller scale of the conflict, Wan Miang's infiltration skills had not been utilized. However, with such a significant mission at hand, unconventional methods were now imperative. When Tianjin's main force arrived, it was destined that they would only partake in the spoils. The specific details of the infiltration would be conveyed and arranged by Wan Miang. Shihua took a seat to the side, listening intently as Wan Miang meticulously organized the groups and assigned the corresponding tasks. After accomplishing all of this, Wan Miang, accompanied by over 1,000 individuals, arrived at the lowest level of the battleship, in the spacecraft docking area. Here, not only were there 400 to 500 medium and small combat ships docked, but also 40 to 50 seized cyberpunk vessels. Additionally, other smaller spacecraft were moored on 2 other battleships. The relevant technicians, armed with 10 data recorders, displayed the gathered data of the cyberpunk soldiers, and subsequently began to replicate corresponding data based on each soldier's physique. Before long, over 1,000 soldiers had transformed into the appearance of cyberpunk warriors, the vast majority being entirely mechanical in nature, with only a minority being half carbon-based and half mechanical. Even the semi-carbon-based soldiers were not composed of pure carbon. Rather, they resembled silicon-based entities coated with a protective layer of carbon, feeling exceptionally sturdy to the touch. Nevertheless, this was already quite commendable, considering they were silicon-based life forms. At that moment, Wan Mianka had morphed into a hybrid being, half mechanical and half carbon-based, masquerading as Milba, who had been captured by the Autobots. All the soldiers boarded their respective ships and set forth. Shortly thereafter, the colossal fleet of Paixing Desai detected over 50 familiar spacecraft signals ahead. Commander, it appears to be the signal of General Milba. Shall we establish communication immediately? Connect. Hurry. As the communication channel was established, before Paixing Desai could utter a word, the imposter Milba, portrayed by Wan Mianku, spoke first. We have failed. That inferior cosmic mechanical race has reinforcements. I was unable to procure the energy source from that mechanical planet. Milba, are you a fool? Aside from that mechanical civilization called Cybertron, there exists an emerging civilization known as the Chinji civilization. Our purpose here is to annihilate them and seize their energy, while the energy from Cybertron merely serves as a small token for our expedition. Paixing Desai was now exceedingly furious, doubting whether Milba was deliberately crafting excuses for his defeat. I tell you, Milba, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation for your failure, I will immediately reduce you to cosmic debris. My lord, those reinforcements from the Tianji people launched an assault on us with annihilation cannons. Our forces, lacking effective long-range weaponry, had 3 large battleships obliterated. Furthermore, with the combined onslaught of the Cybertronians and the Tianji, I barely managed to escape. Upon hearing Wan Mianku's account, Paixing Desai found no discrepancies, yet could not restrain his ire. A bunch of useless trash. Hurry back at once. Chapter 164. Mission impossible. Upon stepping onto the higher fortress, Wan Mianku was escorted to the core conference room. Facing over 100 high-ranking cyberpunk generals, it would be impossible to claim that Wan Mianku felt no trepidation, especially considering his current identity as the defeated and returning Milba. Milba, please elucidate in detail the reasons for your failure and the process that led to it. The unyielding Festus declared, his curiosity piqued by the entirety of the War-S events. Out of the 100,000 elite Cybertronian soldiers, only a mere 1,000 managed to return. And throughout this period, not a single plea for assistance was sent back. Wan Miang lifted his gaze, surveying the assembled commanders, before delivering the carefully prepared speech with fervor. Esteemed leaders, the enemy is exceedingly cunning. At the onset of our engagement, they deliberately led us to believe we had achieved a remarkable victory, only to later dispatch forces covertly to assault the communication devices on all our medium to large warships, before launching their subsequent offensive employing a variety of tactics. Upon hearing this, the assembly was consumed with indignation. Who grants them the audacity to wield planet-destroying weaponry with such frequency? They exclaimed, this despicable mechanical race dares to play tricks against our cyberpunk civilization. They shall pay dearly for their insolence. Admiral Festus, I request permission for my fleet to advance first. I assure you that I will annihilate those inferior Cybertronian mechanical beings and return with their energy reserves. The majority of the senior commanders rose in unison, urging for permission to strike first. However, Festus was well aware of their ulterior motives. The cyberpunk empire was currently in dire need of energy. Its political structure shrouded in darkness, and the whereabouts of the supreme deity remained unknown. The empire's most critical weaponry, the planet-destroying supercannons, were primarily under the control of the high-ranking nobles, leaving the frontline soldiers with only makeshift weapons that barely resembled the true power of the supercannons, capable of destroying a satellite at best, and that at a tremendous energy cost. Thus, every individual present harbored the desire to seize those supercannons capable of obliterating planets or even stars, along with their energy supplies. Festus rapped the table, commanding silence. Listen to me. Splitting our forces will only weaken our combat effectiveness, leading to our eventual demise one by one. Moreover, they possess formidable long-range weapons. A moment's inattention could result in our annihilation, leaving us unable to return to the cyberpunk empire. He rose, his eyes filled with caution. Issue the order. All crew members are to enter a state of heightened readiness, always on the lookout for habitable planets. Should the conflict turn unfavorable, we will swiftly retreat to the interior of a life-sustaining planet and mount a counterattack. Festus believed this strategy to be the most suitable response to the threat posed by the planet-destroying cannons. They were currently in the realm of the Cybertronians, who would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly annihilating the life-sustaining worlds within their own universe, as they were the indigenous inhabitants and the most formidable ruling civilization of this cosmos. Understood. We shall proceed at once. Numerous high-ranking generals dared not defy the orders of the formidable Star Commander, to see. 2 hours later, the meeting concluded. Tianming returned to the main battleship, accompanied by his former superior, Marbis. Milba, you are my most trusted general. In the days to come, many high-ranking officers will be eagerly and privately dispatching troops to the aforementioned planet of Cybertron, even engaging in direct confrontation with those mechanical races. Your task is to closely monitor their every move. Should any general dare to act independently, report to me immediately. Understood. At this moment, Tianming could hardly fathom that he, a cyberpunk commander, would be entrusted with overseeing other generals. Indeed, the cyberpunk civilization was rife with internal discord, reminiscent of the waning days of the Cybertron Senate, politically murky, institutionally corrupt, and plagued by severe energy depletion. However, this assignment of surveillance presented a splendid opportunity for the spies who had seamlessly infiltrated the cyberpunk fleet to remain hidden and gather intelligence. Tianming promptly began executing his espionage mission, instructing the more than 1,000 elite soldiers accompanying him to form groups of 5 and prioritize their infiltration into medium and large warships and spacecraft. Thanks to Marbis' arrangements, they were not targeted by the soldiers under other high-ranking generals. Yet, entering another territory and being subjected to scrutiny was merely to be expected. Nevertheless, what of it? At this moment, the appointed captain, Yutan, was leading 4 team members to a previously surveyed location. Yutan, placing the carbon-based biocide within the ship's ventilation ducts seems rather improper, doesn't it? Not at all. It's quite prudent. The ventilation ducts are unlikely to be inspected, and the biocide will swiftly permeate every corner of the ship upon release. Moreover, we are storing them separately, so even if discovered, they shall require time to locate them. Yutan confidently explained to his team members trailing behind. Upon reaching the designated site and evading the ship's surveillance cameras, 2 members positioned themselves to guard the crucial passageways, while the other 3 rapidly opened the ventilation ducts. They set the carbon-based biocide to automatically release 2 solar days later and gently rolled it into the ducts. Subsequently, in this manner, the 5 began dispersing the prearranged carbon-based biocide in various locations throughout the ship within different ventilation ducts. Remarkably, this method was replicated almost simultaneously across all vessels and warships within the cyberpunk fleet. Some concealed the biocide within cargo holds, others placed it in seldom-visited refuse compartments. Yet many soldiers opted for the same approach as Yutan, securing it within the ventilation ducts. Meanwhile, the senior generals, oblivious to the unfolding events, were filled with ambition, eager to launch a swift offensive to monopolize the technology and energy resources possessed by the Cybertronians. Alamo, I command you to lead 30,000 troops and discreetly depart from the fleet, traveling at faster-than-light speed to Cybertron. Retrieve the energy sources and that annihilation cannon. Commander, what are the orders from Star Prime? If we take this step, he will undoubtedly eliminate us, using our lives to instill fear in the other commanders. Moreover, our warship is currently under the watchful eye of the observer sent by Marbus. After careful consideration, Alamo addressed his commander, Commander, are you my subordinate or that of Marbus and Star Prime? The disappointment in Emperor Saz's gaze was palpable, instilling trepidation in Alamo. Commander, that is not my intent. From a broader perspective, we must not be the first to defy Star Prime's orders, lest we invite our own demise. I understand. Simply execute my commands. As for being the first to disobey, there are many other commanders more anxious than I. Now go. As Alamo prepared to assemble his troops and feign training, a panicked soldier unexpectedly collided with a low ventilation duct, causing a vibrating countdown from an internal carbon-based biological extermination agent. Was concealed within. Pondering this, he was about to dismantle the duct when Yutan, ever vigilant, approached him swiftly. Hey, what are you doing? Lord Alamo is assembling the troops. If you don't hurry, you may face severe consequences. Ah, indeed. Thank you for the reminder, my friend. I suspect there is something up there. Could you assist me in checking? The soldier hastened to the assembly point, while Yutan, observing the soldier's retreating figure, recognized it was time to act in order to sow confusion. He first removed the biological extermination agent from above and concealed it elsewhere. Then he quickly contacted Wan Mian-ku, who was inside the Marbus ship through a secure communication channel. Lord Milba, the items we have hidden are no longer secure and may be discovered at any moment. Therefore, we must execute our plan prematurely to incite further chaos within this vast fleet. Yutan understood that their timed carbon-based biological extermination agents had all been placed, and the timing mechanisms could not be altered. Thus, they could only exacerbate the disarray of the already fragmented cyberpunk fleet from external conditions. I understand. Ensure your safety. In 6 star hours, retreat immediately. After Wan Mian-ku finished advising Yutan, he hurried to meet with Marbai C. Commander, my subordinates have secretly monitored at least 6 other leaders who are discreetly gathering soldiers, preparing to defy the orders of Commander Pai Shing to sea at any moment. We must act swiftly. While Wan Mian-ku was reporting, a soldier on surveillance contacted him again through the communication channel. Wan Mian-ku was elated and immediately addressed Marbai C. Commander, my men have observed that Commander Peng Disa C has dispatched a fleet, estimated to consist of at least 30,000 troops. Here is the footage. Subsequently, Wan Mian-ku presented a video showcasing the troop movements to Marbai C. Excellent. Milba, you are indeed one of my most capable generals. Thank you for your praise, Commander. Marbai C quickly relayed the video to Commander Pai Shing to see. After viewing it, Pai Shing to see's expression grew serious. Although he maintained a calm facade, an undercurrent of menace began to surface. Bring Commander Peng Disa C to see me. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes. Meanwhile, aboard the Peng Disa C, upon receiving notification from the head of the guard to meet with Commander Pai Shing to see, his countenance darkened. Commander, the general is summoning you. This cannot bode well. Could it be that they discovered our disobedience and the preemptive deployment of troops against Cybertron? You must not go. If you do, you may never return. Alamo present felt helpless, thinking that if the commander had heeded his advice earlier, he would not be in such a passive position now. However, Peng Disa C was neither foolish nor naive, since he had first dispatched 60,000 troops to invade Cybertron. Over 20 other eager commanders had followed suit, sending their own vanguard forces. Now, the total number of disobedient vanguard troops had soared to 1 million. If Commander Pai Shing to see insisted on seeking retribution, all senior commanders would be culpable, not just him alone. Thus, Peng Disa C directly contacted the communication channel within Commander Pai Shing to see's main control room. Commander Pai Shing to see, I admit I have defied your orders. However, this has indeed resulted in a favorable outcome. As you can see, over 1 million vanguard troops have already set out, while we still have over 5 million main forces in reserve. You know that our previous failure was due to underestimating the enemy and having insufficient troops. With the current 1 million vanguard forces, we can inflict substantial casualties on that inferior mechanical race. Upon hearing this, anger began to manifest on Commander Pai Shing to see's face. You have disobeyed orders and even found a reasonable excuse for it. You, Peng Di Sa Si, truly have not taken my commands to heart. Admiral Paixing, I did not intend to convey that meaning. My actions are solely for the advancement of cyberpunk civilization. Should you still perceive me as a hindrance to this war, then redirect your artillery to obliterate me and the other 20 or so commanders who defy your orders. Emperor Susse's, weary of further discourse with Admiral Paixing, recognized that he was not under his jurisdiction within the Empire. He could be regarded as one of the most formidable fleets, operating independently of all military forces. This expedition was reluctantly undertaken under the Admiral's command, ostensibly to ease the concerns of the Empire's upper echelons. Among the vast fleet, there were at least 30 commanders in similar predicaments. Thus ensuring a reasonable equilibrium within the fleet was paramount to avoid inciting rebellion among his subordinates. Emperor Susse's was also disinclined to expend his viable forces on this insurrection. Upon hearing this, Admiral Paixing, incensed, retorted that the entire Imperial Council had appointed him as the supreme commander of this expedition. He asserted that they disregarded his orders for their own gain, and they should not presume he was powerless. Thus, let's engage in battle. Let us see whether your fleet prevails or mine. The communication was abruptly terminated. Admiral Paixing had initially intended to lure Emperor Susse's aboard his warship to resolve the issue directly and orchestrate a peaceful coup, seizing his formidable legion of 1.5 million soldiers while also serving as a cautionary example. However, since a hard confrontation was now inevitable, he ceased further discussions and commanded his own 5 million soldiers to adjust their aim, activating all attack systems of their ships directed at Emperor Susse's. The impending conflict was communicated to all, and he endeavored to rally the neutral commanders as civil war loomed on the horizon. Chapter 166, Milba, you traitor. What is happening? Admiral Paixing is actually preparing to attack Emperor Susse's. Are we not one cohesive unit? Indeed, is it not merely a matter of ambition and recklessness? Shouldn't we mitigate the situation, especially since we are still on an expedition? I support Admiral Paixing for those commanders who defy orders. It is better to eliminate them immediately to prevent any disruption to the entire fleet. Over 100 high-ranking commanders voiced their opinions, with some choosing to side with Admiral Paixing in preparation for the assault on Emperor Susse's, others aiding Emperor Susse's in his counterattack against Admiral Paixing, while a few remained neutral, opting to observe the ensuing conflict from a distance. The entire fleet has splintered into 3 factions. Emperor Pengdis has taken the initiative to launch an assault on Admiral Paixing, with a multitude of elite soldiers commencing their attack on the Halberd fleet. Although the current strength of Pengdis's army stands at just over 1 million, the reputation of the Imperial elite is not unfounded. In addition to their numbers, the fleet is equipped with 15 sub-destroyer cannons, over 50 railguns, and countless artillery pieces and firearms. Bring it all. Whoever first breaches the Heilberg and claims the head of Admiral Paixing shall be appointed as a mid-level commander overseeing 400,000 troops. After issuing this command, Pengdis suddenly recalled the few Lapith spies still aboard his warship and promptly ordered their capture. Bring the Lapith's listeners to me and execute them as a tribute to our great army. However, for reasons unknown, the members of the Utan 5 seemed to have vanished without a trace, eluding the diligent search efforts of the soldiers. Simultaneously, a light year away, the commander of the Deadfire stood in the main control room, observing the unfolding events. Indeed, the Master of Faces lives up to his title as the intelligence minister of Archindy Star, inciting the cyberpunk factions to engage in an even more ferocious civil war than anticipated. The commander noted that over 1 million cyberpunk soldiers had defected from their fleet to launch an assault on Cybertron. His deputy felt compelled to remind him to temper his enthusiasm and remain vigilant. Do not fret. Let Tianjin and his men handle those mere 1 million cyberpunk rabble. We feast on the meat while allowing others to savor the broth. As Lord Tianming says, this is the way of human relations. The demeanor of the Deadfire commander shifted to one of seriousness as he turned to the assembled generals. Soon, when the carbon-based biological suppressants are fully deployed, you will lead your teams into action. We require no prisoners. Let me reiterate. We seek only the more than 200 surviving, high-ranking commanders. Understanding the directive, all generals returned to their respective ships, preparing for imminent engagement. As the power struggle between Pengdis and Admiral Paixing intensified, The carbon-based biological suppressants hidden within their respective fleets commenced their final countdown. With the last second ticking away, the canister lids automatically opened, releasing green compressed gas that surged through the ventilation systems toward various sections of the Predacon vessel. Soldiers on patrol, alert to potential emergencies, were caught off guard by the intrusion of the green gas. What is this? Upon contact, they collapsed lifeless within 3 seconds. Some patrol soldiers, not entirely composed of carbon-based life forms, swiftly sounded the alarm. As more soldiers inexplicably fell silent, Pengdis glared at his subordinates, demanding answers. What is happening? Can anyone elucidate the plight of my soldiers? Commander, I'm uncertain about the nature of this green gas or the identity of those who deliberately released it. However, one thing is certain. Any of our soldiers who come into contact with it will perish within a short span of time, with the sole exception of our purely mechanical soldiers, who remain unaffected. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and a purely mechanical soldier entered, holding an empty canister. Report, esteemed commanders, this is the item I discovered within the spaceship's ventilation ducts. The green gas, currently pervading the ship, is being released from these canisters. Pengdis seized the storage canister and, in a fit of fury, hurled it to the ground, shattering it into fragments. Who is responsible for this? The assembly shook their heads in confusion. At this juncture, Alamo suddenly rose to his feet. Commander, our immediate course of action must be to eliminate the green gas suffusing the ship, or we shall all succumb to its lethal embrace. Yet, addressing the pervasive green gas aboard the battleship was no simple task. Meanwhile, a stream of increasingly dire reports flooded in from the main control room. Pengdis, our ship has been assaulted by an inexplicable green gas. A significant number of our soldiers have perished. What is happening? Are you experiencing a similar situation? The devastation within our vessel is catastrophic. This mysterious green gas is utterly terrifying. All the high-ranking officers aligned with Pengdis were facing the same crisis aboard their respective ships, leading to a complete collapse of the front lines. Pengdis initially suspected these troubles were the result of schemes devised by the Star Commander, and many senior officers shared this sentiment. Some, overwhelmed by the circumstances, reached out to the Star Commander to negotiate a ceasefire. However, the entire fleet of the Star Commander was not faring any better. The internal presence of green gas was even more pronounced, with soldiers succumbing to its effects at an alarming rate. 1 to 5 carbon-based soldiers were dying every second. He initially believed Pengdis was behind this calamity, but upon receiving a peace overture from an enemy commander, the Star Commander suddenly realized that this devastating green gas was the work of external forces, most likely the exceedingly violent mechanical race from Chinji Star. Despite their journey thus far, no signs of Chinji Star activity had been detected. As he pondered this conundrum, the Star Commander suddenly recalled a certain individual, his expression shifting to one of profound anger. Connect me to Labby's. Have him immediately detain Milba and bring him before me. However, once the communication was established, Labby's, upon hearing the news, found himself in a predicament. He was currently trapped in a control room by the green gas and unable to escape, let alone bring Milba along. Curse you, Milba, you traitor. One day, I shall tear you asunder. The Star Commander seethed with rage, venting his frustrations upon the iron table. Chapter 167. The lone hero at this moment, the multifaceted guest received confirmation from over 1,000 elite soldiers of the Chinji Star scattered throughout the fleet regarding the annihilation of all carbon-based life forms. He promptly issued the final command. All team members were to act immediately, capturing the high-ranking cyberpunk commanders and eliminating all remaining soldiers. With his left hand, the multifaceted guest conjured a hand cannon, while from behind, he drew a colossal golden axe forged from the hammer of the Celestial Chosen. He charged towards the main control room where Lapus resided. In his wake, upon encountering the unaffected mechanical soldiers, the hand cannon unleashed a barrage, each shot piercing through their skulls, obliterating the processing chips within, ensuring their demise was irrevocable. Milba betrayed us. Hurry, send reinforcements. Within the battleship, upon receiving the distress signal, countless surviving mechanical soldiers, aside from those tasked with protecting Lapus, hastened towards Milba's location. As more mechanical soldiers approached, the multifaceted guest, growing weary of the drawn-out confrontation, wielded his axe with decisive force. With a swift motion, He cleaved through the pure mechanical soldiers obstructing the corridor, their bodies severed in two. The axe's speed was formidable, carving a breach in the wall of the main control room. Observing this, the multifaceted guest pointed to his chest, and a suit of blue and silver armor began to envelop him. This armor was the upgraded Supreme Divine Armor, now seamlessly integrated with him as a personal weapon. It was a sight that should fill the lowly cosmic races with pride, for they were about to witness the new incarnation of the Supreme Divine Armor. Surrounding the Supreme Divine Armor, a multitude of weapons materialized, unleashing a torrent of fireballs towards the surviving mechanical soldiers who had narrowly escaped being struck down. Ammunition poured forth, and the mechanical soldiers, intent on encircling him to eliminate the multifaceted guest, fell one after another. Yet, sensing the slow pace of the assault, the multifaceted guest decided to activate the two ultra-strong phase-sensing bomb storage units at his waist. One by one, powerful phase-sensing bombs were retrieved, which he hurled into the densely packed enemy ranks. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous explosions obliterated all surrounding mechanical soldiers, and a section of the battleship's wall was blown apart. At light speed, the detritus and bodies were sent flying. Protected by the Supreme Divine Armor, the multifaceted guest sustained no significant harm and, with heavy steps, approached the door of the main control room. With a series of powerful punches, he shattered the incredibly sturdy door of the main control room. Attack! Eliminate this traitor! As the gates were forcefully breached, Labith swiftly commanded all soldiers present to launch an assault against the Faceless One. However, their efforts proved futile. Before the Faceless One could initiate its attack, a noxious green gas seeped through the main control room's entrance, exterminating countless operators and protectors, primarily composed of carbon-based life forms. Labith, fixated on the newly manifested form of the Faceless One, uttered in disbelief, "No, this cannot be. It is impossible." Yet before he could finish, he too succumbed to the lethal green gas. Observing the unfolding chaos, the Faceless One disregarded the situation and hastened towards the main console. "It is time for action." This simple declaration was not transmitted through any encrypted signal, but rather broadcast openly, devoid of any concealment. The first to detect this alarming message, General Paixing shouted urgently, "Quickly, intercept the transmission emanating from Labith's ship. This is a signal from Milba to the Qiankong people. General Paixing, we cannot fully intercept this message, as it is being broadcasted to the entire universe." "Why? How could this happen?" At that moment, General Paixing's composure shattered. The mere presence of the green gas had rendered them powerless, and now, another wave of Qiankong was imminent, complicating their plight. Nevertheless, as a seasoned military strategist, General Paixing swiftly regained his composure and urgently issued commands to all warships. "Attention, all senior commanders. Gather all your pure mechanical soldiers at once. As for our carbon-based troops, let them fend for themselves. Furthermore, to fortify our morale and reshape my image as a leader, I must emphasize, we have reached a critical juncture of survival. Internal discord cannot be tolerated, lest we be consumed by those mechanical races." Though the Emperor PNGD SAS continued to engage in battle with General Paixing, his fleet remained enveloped by the pervasive green gas. If the infighting did not cease, it would ultimately lead to their own demise. The entire army promptly adhered to General Paixing's directives. The pure mechanical soldiers quickly assembled, while the remaining carbon-based soldiers sought refuge to avoid direct contact with the toxic gas. Meanwhile, other surviving senior commanders also instructed their subordinates to execute General Paixing's recommendations. Ultimately, after implementing a simple strategy of differentiation and isolation, the casualties of the entire cyberpunk fleet were significantly reduced. At that moment, the entity known as Deathfire, commanding nearly 50,000 troops, suddenly appeared before the fleet. "All of you advance." With a single command, countless elite soldiers of the Thousand Machine Hall transformed into aircraft or piloted small to medium-sized spacecraft, rushing toward the designated combat zone with unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, on board the Pegasus, the Captain Yutan, upon receiving the news of Lord Deathfire's offensive, promptly organized his four subordinates. "We are the vanguard, the sharp edge of our forces. We must not lag behind the elite soldiers of the Thousand Machine Star who will follow." With steely determination, he declared, "Let us muster our spirits and strike a decisive blow." Yutan and his comrades were eager to achieve greater accolades, and the most effective way to secure such glory was to capture the Pegasus alive. Follow me. Having selected their target, Yutan dashed out from their concealed position, intent on eliminating the target and subsequently recording their data to assume their appearance. At this moment, it is prudent not to adopt the guise of the enemy to avoid friendly fire. One of his team cautioned, "No, we must first bind the Pegasus before swiftly reverting to our original forms." Yutan recognized the validity of his teammate's words. Yet he understood that to attain greater merits, to grow stronger, and to seize the opportunity to stand before the Emperor, a bold gamble was essential. Inspired by Yutan's audacity, the 4 team members quickly transformed into cyberpunk soldiers and hastily made their way to the location of the Pegasus. Chapter 168. The spy's first achievement. What are you all doing? Get back to your posts. 2 mechanical soldiers stationed at the main control room's entrance sternly reprimanded Yutan and his companions. In response, Yutan swiftly charged toward one of the mechanical soldiers, driving his blade into the soldier's chassis and forcefully slicing upward, cleaving it in 2. He then swiftly swung his left hand toward the other mechanical soldier. Eliminate them. The 4 team members behind Yutan swiftly engaged, annihilating the remaining 4 unsuspecting mechanical soldiers without triggering their weaponry, thereby avoiding detection from others in the corridors. Just as Yutan approached the vicinity of the main control room, a host of mechanical soldiers suddenly retreated, encircling the narrow corridor, which spanned only 200 to 300 meters, rendering it impenetrable. It appears that Lord Deathfire has gained a significant advantage. Now, the Pegasus has opted to fortify its defenses to protect its own safety. How then shall we approach him? Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yutan remained remarkably composed, sensing no need for alarm. After all, we were in close proximity to the main control room, and there was no further need for disguise. Let's advance together, he declared, reverting to his original form. With a swift motion, he summoned his hand cannon and drew the formidable blade from his waist, charging ahead. The mechanical soldiers, alerted by the enemy assault, took notice of Yutan, yet their efforts proved futile. Leading 4 of his team members, he promptly hurled several powerful proximity bombs toward the mechanical soldiers. The quartet swiftly took cover in a nearby lounge, and the ensuing explosions echoed through the corridor, claiming the lives of numerous mechanical soldiers as debris littered the passageway. Once the chaos subsided, Yutan sprang to his feet, rallying his comrades for another charge. As reinforcements approached, he dispatched them with either a shot or a slash. Upon reaching the entrance to the main control room, he found it locked from within. One of his team members produced a cutting gun. "Captain, leave this door to me." "Very well, others provide cover." Yutan swiftly strategized, assigning 3 members to guard each access point to the main control room, their firepower repelling the incoming cyberpunk mechanical soldiers. Inside the main control room, Peng Disa, acutely aware of the cutting sounds emanating from outside, felt a wave of panic wash over him as he paced anxiously. "Bring more troops. I require immediate reinforcements. I cannot fall into the clutches of those inferior mechanical beings from Chinji's star. All units fall back. Fall back," he ordered. "My lord," replied a communication officer. "The reinforcements from a battleship have been intercepted by 4 infiltrating soldiers from Chinji's star, and we are unable to break through the fire blockade." Listening to the report, Peng Dis's fury ignited. "What? Our hundreds of mechanical soldiers cannot surmount the defenses of merely 4 enemies? Am I mistaken? Or are these soldiers staging a rebellion ahead of schedule?" At that moment, a fierce blaze erupted, and with a resounding crash, a breach was kicked into the main control room door. "Don't move. Move again, and I shall open fire," warned the team member responsible for the cutting, as he aimed his dual cannons at the distant Peng Disa. Meanwhile, concealed from sight, a minor soldier targeted a proximity grenade hanging at Peng Disa's waist and fired. The explosion claimed the life of 1 team member. Mushang, Yutan, and the others turned their gaze toward their fallen comrade, who lay surrounded by scattered remnants of his parts. They had lost one of their technical team members. "Charge in. Spare no one but Peng Disa. Let's avenge Mushang." Upon receiving the command from Yutan, the 4 swiftly abandoned their fire blockade and rushed into the main control room, unleashing their pent-up wrath over the loss of their comrade. When the mechanical soldiers arrived as reinforcements, they found Yutan and his companions standing beside the Peng Disa, with 4 blades and 3 hand cannons aimed directly at the machine's body. If you do not release Commander Pungdissa, I will ensure that you meet a fate as grim as this lifeless body before me, Alamo declared, seizing the last remnants of Muzang's skeletal frame. Clear a path and let us depart, or prepare to collect the remains of your commander. U-10 remained steadfast, unwilling to concede. This commander represented their greatest achievement and their most vital lifeline. As the standoff intensified, a throng of approximately 3,000 to 4,000 Shinji Star warriors boarded the vessel, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the mechanical soldiers. General Alamo, the enemy has breached our defenses. We cannot hold them off any longer. We must retreat, or we'll be too late. Alamo glanced at his superior and issued a final command to his loyal guards. Eliminate them. Leave no survivors. The rest of you, follow me to locate an escape vessel. Without mercy, Alamo led the majority of the mechanical soldiers in retreat, while the bound Pungdissa seethed with rage. Alamo, return to me at once. I command you to come back. Before he could finish, the remaining 100 mechanical soldiers, while firing at U-10 and his group, prepared to throw grenades from their belts. Just as they were about to hurl the explosives into the main control room, over 100 elite Shinji Star soldiers surged in, swiftly dispatching the cyberpunk soldiers. Oh, noble warriors, under whose command do you serve? You have captured quite a significant prize. One officer inquired. We serve under the command of the faceless leader. Having infiltrated this warship, responded the squad leader. No wonder we did not encounter you upon boarding. You were one step ahead, vying for the glory. Excellent work. Thank you, sir. Had you not arrived in time, we might have extinguished our flame. Yet, U-10's fortunate success was not a feat attainable by every infiltrator. Some shared his ambition to capture the supreme commander aboard the warship for the sake of glory. But they either faced complete annihilation or saw their 5-man team shattered and severely wounded. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the infiltrators and nearly 100,000 elite soldiers led by the Deadfire, their current accomplishments were indeed remarkable. Chapter 169. Triumph of the Weak over the Strong, the commander of the Deadfire. The current expedition fleet of Cyberpunk has become a negligible threat. According to our rough estimates, nearly 5 million of the 10 million soldiers in the main fleet of Cyberpunk have succumbed to the carbon-based biological extermination agent. As for the others, we have yet to tally the numbers. Meanwhile, our own casualties remain below 10,000. Listening to the report, the commander of the Deadfire was exceedingly pleased. Once the operation is complete, not even the remnants of the Cyberpunk main fleet will be left for Tianjin and his allies. One cannot help but commend the remarkable carbon-based biological extermination agent developed by Lord D. Tianming. Without it, such extraordinary results would truly be unattainable. He immediately issued orders to all frontline commanders to vigilantly monitor every potential escape route, ensuring that not a single enemy ship escapes the battlefield. During the conflict, he had already mobilized 10,000 soldiers to encircle the entire battleground, establishing a vast monitoring system. Any enemy vessel attempting to flee would be intercepted and sunk by missiles or dispatch patrol teams. His aim was to completely annihilate this contingent of the Cyberpunk main fleet. Simultaneously, the main fleet of Shinji Star, located 500 light-years away, was advancing rapidly. The brash commander of the Deadfire, with a mere 100,000 troops and less than 2,000 boxes of the carbon-based biological extermination agent, dared to confront a staggering 12 million strong Cyberpunk main fleet, an act tantamount to courting death. Commander Tianjin stood in the main control room of the burning sky, hands clasped behind his back, filled with indignation. Commander Tianjin, the good news is that Deadfire has delivered over 1 million Cyberpunk Vanguard troops to us. Upon hearing this report from the furious Yin Yin, Tianjin was incensed. You expect our 440,000 strong main fleet to consume merely 110,000 insignificant troops. We require at least 30 to 40 million soldiers from the Cyberpunk main fleet to be satiated. Commander Tianjin, the 110,000 Cyberpunk Vanguard troops have reached a detectable range where we can engage. Shall we commence the attack? With his mind steady, Tianjin felt a surge of anger bubbling to the surface. Utilize the annihilation cannon and eliminate them from a distance in the shortest time possible. Additionally, dispatch another 100,000 soldiers to harvest those cyberpunk remnants that have yet to be completely eradicated. Understood. The 8 main battleships began to charge their 16 annihilation cannons. while 100,000 soldiers stood ready for combat. Meanwhile, 100 million vanguard troops, composed of various commanders, were gathered 10 light-years away. Over 20 generals jovially convened via display screens. When we reach the planet Cybertron, I shall lead the way, and you shall follow me. No, regardless of the circumstances. The vanguard of the vanguard should be led by us. Once I acquire the energy, I will ensure that Commander Peng Di Sussy grants you a portion. Nonsense. The energy plundered belongs to the Empire, and your clandestine division of it is nothing short of a disgrace. It seems we have yet another admirer of the traitorous General Paxing. Pray tell, how did you come to join us? Could it be that you are a traitor among us as well? At that moment, over 20 generals received the highest command, urging them to return immediately, for the entire fleet had descended into civil strife. I had anticipated this. General Paxing's inability to command respect has led to conflict with Commander Pengdis's. Should we return to offer support? After all, our leaders do not acknowledge the jurisdiction of General Paxing. You may go back if you wish. As for me, I refuse to return to my demise. Once I seize the energy from Cybertron and that place known as Chinji's Star, I shall see which side emerges victorious and align myself accordingly. With such an accomplishment, becoming a commander would be within reach. Some may deem their words outrageous. Yet the truth remains, among the generals charging at the front lines, who does not yearn for promotion and wealth. Meanwhile, 16 annihilation cannons, positioned 9 light-years away, had fully charged. Fire. Reduce them to ashes. With the command from Tianjin, 16 beams of blue-golden light surged forth. At that moment, the over 20 cyberpunk commanders, lost in their fantasies of enslaving the Cybertron race, suddenly beheld the unexpected onslaught of 16 light columns. What is this? Why is it getting brighter? This is bad. It's enemy fire. The ship veered sharply to the left. Quick, I don't want to die. Find the best escape route. But alas, it was too late. The 16 beams struck directly, annihilating a multitude of ships and several medium-sized warships, reducing all aboard to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Only a handful of small to medium-sized ships on the fleet's periphery managed to evade this catastrophe. Yet, their plight was not much better. Very few vessels with intact power systems survived the energy wave's assault, while they were left bewildered, desperately searching for the mastermind behind this attack. 2 massive warships and countless small to medium ships appear before them, from which aircraft continuously emerged. Charge forth. All these merit points are ours. In their shock, the cyberpunk soldiers, still reeling, gazed at the relentless mechanical soldiers, filled with terror, and fled their ships in panic. But where could they escape? Aside from a few flying cyberpunk soldiers, the rest were swiftly dealt with in less than a moment. Those that could fly, including mechanical avians and other cyberpunk soldiers, could not venture far unless a nearby planet offered refuge. Thus, one by one, the fortunate cyberpunk soldiers who had survived the annihilation cannon were eliminated, the entire ordeal lasting no more than half an hour. After resolving this chaos, Tianjin exhibited no signs of elation and immediately commanded, "Send a message to Deadfire to ascertain what transpired on his end. He better not be dead. Commander Tianjin, the Deadfire is nearly 600 light-years away. Any messages sent will experience significant delays, hindering reception. However, send the message regardless. He cannot perish. Regardless of the delays, we must communicate, for Deadfire is an old comrade, and he must not come to harm." Shortly after Commander Tianjin dispatched the latest message, he received a new communication from Deadfire. Holding the small display screen in his hands, he nearly crushed it, his expression turning grave and tinged with anger. "Commander Tianjin, has something happened to Commander Deadfire?" "I knew it. Commander Deadfire is far too reckless." Tianjin shook his head, a pang of jealousy evident in his voice. "Damn it. Deadfire has consumed the entire cyberpunk fleet of 11 million with merely 100,000 troops." The numerous generals in the conference room erupted, slamming their hands on the table and rising in disbelief at Tianjin's words. Chapter 170. The cyberpunk planet Congress. Tianjin, filled with indignation, projected the recorded message onto the large screen, and an audio clip echoed forth. "Tianjin the 1 million cyberpunk troops are a gift I have left for you. While the remaining main fleet of cyberpunks I have reluctantly devoured entirely. Of course, if you arrive swiftly, perhaps you can join me in concluding this grand feast." How audacious of Deadfire! He seems to hold us in utter contempt. No, he certainly has the arrogance to back it up. Having successfully annihilated over 11 million enemy troops with a mere 100,000 forces. The enemy is nothing but a mere shadow. If I were the vanguard, I could achieve the same. In any case, upon hearing Deadfire's message, none of the generals could remain seated, vociferously condemning Deadfire's unethical actions. Yet, it was undeniable that his achievements were laid bare before them. Tianming swiftly issued the latest orders. The entire fleet was to accelerate to maximum speed in hopes of catching up with the fleet led by Deadfire, and to urgently send him the latest directives, instructing him to halt with his troops. Understood. Meanwhile, 570 light-years away, Deadfire had nearly obliterated the entire cyberpunk main fleet, leaving only about 40 generals and their supreme commander, Paxstar, alive. Deadfire approached the cell where Paxstar was imprisoned. Defeated foe, speak of all you know regarding your empire, lest you suffer. Never, you vile scoundrel, using underhanded tactics to defeat us. If you have the courage, let's engage in a fair battle. Paxstar still clung to the illusion of a just war, yet regardless of the circumstances. Even without the carbon-based biological suppressants and a myriad of spy legions, they would still find it impossible to vanquish the Tiangians. Alas, it seems you are not inclined to speak, but that is of no concern. We possess a technology capable of eliciting one's innermost thoughts, which I believe you will find quite intriguing. With a command from the Overseer, 2 soldiers swiftly dragged the captive, Paxstar, from his confines and laid him upon the designated experimental platform. What do you intend to do? According to the Galactic Captivity Treaty, you are prohibited from inflicting cruel and inhumane treatment upon prisoners. Your actions are in violation of this treaty and will incur consequences. The Overseer, however, was undeterred. Having already breached the treaty once, he reasoned that a second infraction would bear no greater weight. No, please, no. As the cortical connection apparatus was inserted, a torrent of previously unknown information was recorded. The Overseer gazed at the images on the display, astonished by the extent of their cyberpunk empire. They had harnessed 99 of the resources available within their universe, effectively utilizing all that could be exploited, including those that require transformation. Indeed, their original universe had become a desolate wasteland, devoid of resources. Continue with the mental connections for the remaining 40-plus cyberpunk commanders. I require comparative data for a comprehensive intelligence assessment. Upon hearing this, the guards promptly summoned personnel to apply the cortical connection technology to the other captives. Meanwhile, billions of light-years away in the 5th universe, within a colossal planetary interior, an exceptionally bright structure housed the current chairman of the largest cyberpunk empire, Pomperos, who also served as the supreme military commander and leader of the civilization. He was convening an imperial council with thousands of attendees. Fellow compatriots, not long ago, our expeditionary fleet returned with promising news. They are on the verge of occupying a mechanical planet within a developing universe that is yet to be fully explored. This planet harbors the energy resources we require, and the universe itself is rich in various other energies. Soon, we shall migrate to this new universe and embark on a new era of development. The delegates erupted in applause, eager to behold their prospective new homeland. Now is the time to deliberate whether to dispatch another main fleet to support Paxstar and completely subjugate the indigenous inhabitants of that universe. Let us commence the voting. As the esteemed President Pellos began to announce, over 1,000 legislators commenced their orderly voting, just as the machines were tallying the votes. A final message from the faction leader, Paxingdas, was transmitted to the data recorder of the information gatherer below. Upon reading the message, the gatherer hurriedly approached Pellos and whispered urgently, "Mr. President, Paxingdas and his forces have suffered a complete and utter defeat. They were entirely annihilated by that inferior mechanical race. A mere 100,000 of them decimated our fleet of over 11 million capital ships, employing an unknown green gas that instantly eradicated carbon-based life forms upon contact." Hearing this dire news, Pellos staggered back in horror, nearly losing his footing. The fact that over 11 million elite cyberpunk forces could be vanquished by just 100,000 mechanical beings was an unparalleled humiliation for their cyberpunk civilization. However, this was not the gravest concern. The fate of Paxingdas remained uncertain. He was Pelos's most cherished nephew, sent to battle in hopes of earning distinction, paving the way for Pelos to recommend him as the new leader of the Empire upon his retirement. Just as the voting results were about to be announced, Pelos abruptly halted the proceedings. Our expeditionary fleet has sent alarming news. We have suffered a devastating defeat. The once exuberant legislators were plunged into despair upon receiving this thunderous revelation. Indeed, they had fallen at the hands of those inferior mechanical beings. Pelos then played a recorded segment of the battle, showcasing the pervasive green gas and the cacophony of gunfire. Alloy-structured robotic warriors swiftly eliminated the remaining resisting cyberpunk soldiers, the entire engagement resembling a crushing victory. Esteemed colleagues, we were overly confident in our scientific prowess. As evidenced by the footage, we have lost our advantage in external expeditions. In due time, these inferior mechanical races will advance upon us. Chapter 171, Captured Essence of the Heavens. This is impossible. That inferior mechanical race could never traverse a cosmic black hole to reach our universe. The assembled legislators firmly believe that the inferior mechanical beings lacked the capability to cross cosmic black holes, let alone locate the coordinates of the mechanical cyberpunk civilization. In truth, these outdated and pleasure-seeking cyberpunks were entirely unaware of concepts such as space bridges and cortical psychic connections. In undertaking a comprehensive assessment of cosmic civilizations, it becomes evident that their cyberpunk society exhibits remarkable technological advancement, having transformed their entire civilization into a highly advanced entity. However, in certain domains, the technologies they have developed remain notably constrained, and their utilization of cosmic resources is woefully inefficient, characterizing them as an energy-extractive civilization. Nonetheless, these are merely peripheral considerations. As observed the assembly of legislators entranced by the bygone splendor of the cyberpunk civilization, he felt a profound sense of helplessness, realizing that there was little he could do to effect change. Thus, the emergency session of the Imperial Council adjourned. Subsequently, swiftly proceeded to the Supreme Command Center. Summoning all current military commanders of the Empire, he resolutely ordered the playback of the war footage that had been transmitted. Upon viewing this, you should comprehend the imminent threats we face. Even if that faction of mechanical beings cannot currently launch an assault on our universe, or the future, once they arrive, our imperial civilization could face utter annihilation. Chairman, I propose that we take the initiative to intercept their main forces and eradicate their combat capabilities. Indeed, while the green gas developed by these mechanical entities is undeniably effective, it is specifically targeted at carbon-based life forms. Should we deploy 2 fleets composed entirely of elite mechanical soldiers, we would undoubtedly be able to ensnare them completely. Many commanders present voiced their support for war. However, should we engage without caution, a victorious outcome would be favorable. Yet a defeat would not only deplete our forces, but also squander the few resources that remain to the Empire. Nevertheless, for the safety of the cyberpunk empire, reluctantly acquiesced to the command for an offensive operation. The planet quickly mobilized elite mechanical soldiers from various sectors, totaling 21 million, alongside 400 large warships and countless smaller vessels. Once preparations were complete, they set sail for the universe inhabited by the Cybertron civilization. Meanwhile, entered a laboratory, observing a stout figure with blue and yellow shields on each arm, subjected to intense electrical therapy. If were present, he would certainly recognize this individual, the stout figure being one of the guardians of the Cybertron 13, had initially sought a secluded existence, eschewing worldly matters, only to be captured by a mechanized entity stronger than himself. Initially a captive pet, he eventually found himself in this dismal location, designated as a so-called scientific contributor to the progress of the cyberpunk civilization. Has this wretched man divulged any useful cutting-edge technology? Inquired of the interrogators. Chairman, it has been nearly 10 millennia. He has steadfastly refused to utter a single word. Even the removal of the chip from his brain has yielded no beneficial information. Were it not for the sparse revelation of a cosmic coordinate, we might still be at a loss in locating the planets inhabited by those inferior mechanical beings. The interrogator spoke respectfully, while Peng Beluo's approached Xietian Shui, gently touching him. Instantly, an electric arc struck his hand. Observing this, Peng Beluo's addressed the interrogator, stating that the current was ineffective against him, as his body had developed electromagnetic properties. Any additional current would merely tickle him. Change your methods and continue the interrogation. But before that, I wish to personally question him. Peng Belows sat across from Xietian Shui. Their gazes locked. You cyberpunk creature, what tricks do you intend to play? I assure you, all forms of torture are futile against me. Extracting further secrets is utterly impossible. If it weren't for certain circumstances that caused me to inadvertently reveal the coordinates of the Cybertron universe, they would never have dispatched forces to invade. They attempt the same old tactics now, but I shall not be deceived. Patience. Allow me to show you this. Peng Belows replayed the footage of the defeat of the Starfleet, led by the formidable Daji. Upon viewing it, Xietian Shui burst into laughter. Ha ha! Even the cornerstone of the cyberpunk fleet can meet with defeat. We Cybertronians are not to be trifled with. However, the more he scrutinized the footage, the more discrepancies he perceived. This is not the Cybertronians, but rather the Qianji people led by Emperor Tianming. When did their combat prowess become so formidable? And what is this green gas? What chemical weapon is it? As one of the few scientists and chemists among the 13 primordials of Cybertron, I'm deeply intrigued by this bioweapon capable of decimating cyberpunk beings. Recording. Qianji people, leader Emperor Tianming. Peng Belows was taken aback that this video yielded a name and promptly inquired, Emperor Tianming, the one who instills such fear in you. What abilities does he possess? Xietian Shui chose not to elaborate. Although he yearned to eliminate Emperor Tianming, he understood that such an action would leave the Cybertron universe vulnerable to the cyberpunk invasion. The Cybertronians, and even the primordial deity of Cybertron, would be enslaved. After all, the only surviving primordials in this world were Jing Tianwei, Zhen Tianzuan, and himself. Emperor Tianming stood as the sole individual of immense strength, commanding a powerful army capable of resisting foreign invaders, a truly indispensable ally. As Peng Belows awaited a response from Xietian Shui, his dwindling patience evaporated, signaling the commencement of a new round of interrogation tactics. Meanwhile, within the Cybertron universe, Tianjin had merged with Deathfire. Deathfire! I never anticipated your strike would instill such fear in me. Tianjin exclaimed. Not at all. As the vanguard, I naturally must clear the path for the army. Yet midway through our journey, we unexpectedly collided with the main fleet of the enemy. With no other choice, I had to lead the forces in a battle. Deathfire smiled, his humility bordering on excessive. Deathfire, I wish to know what spoils you gained from this annihilation campaign. As the atmosphere grew tense, Deathfire regarded Tianjin with a serious demeanor, abandoning any attempts at levity. Tianjin, in this interrogation of the captives, we have not only acquired comprehensive information about the cyberpunk planet, but also the cosmic coordinates of their civilization. Once the space bridge is completed, we can launch an immediate offensive into their universe. Chapter 172. The Radiant Skies Reinforcement O. I never expected you, Deathfire, to finally demonstrate some wisdom after all these years. However, such remarkable achievements would not have been possible without the leadership of the Masked One and his legion of over 1,000 spies. Tianjin praised both Deathfire and the Masked One. He then instructed the relevant space bridge technicians to analyze the coordinates and inquired, how long would it take to construct a space bridge over such a vast distance? Commander Tianjin, one technician responded. The immense distance between the two universes poses a significant challenge. The current strength of our space bridge is insufficient for such long-range jumps. If we were to force the construction of such a bridge, it could lead to catastrophic explosions during the transmission process, potentially resulting in the formation of a planet-sized black hole. Upon hearing this, Tianjin was disheartened. Without the ability to use the space bridge, their plans would be in vain. Just then, the Masked One had a sudden epiphany. We could seek Lord Emperor Tianming's approval to bring the hammer of the celestial hero here. A few strikes with it could transform our space bridge into a cosmic conduit to another universe. This notion was indeed commendable. A technician specializing in space bridge technology expressed enthusiasm for the proposal. Though it was well known that Lord Emperor Tianming had previously cautioned against excessive reliance on the hammer's power, the people of Qi, New Jersey should strive to develop their own formidable technology. For only through their own strength and advanced scientific capabilities could they hope to secure an invulnerable position. Should they depend solely on the extraordinary power of the hammer, they risked following the path of Cybertron. Nonetheless, This consideration was predicated on the peaceful development phase of the Qi, New Jersey civilization. In the face of such a challenging predicament, it was prudent to opt for the most expedient solution. Tianjin promptly dispatched teams to locate 3 planets where they could construct the space bridge, assigning 20,000 elite soldiers from Qi, New Jersey, along with 60,000 sharks, crocodiles, and 10,000 junk star beings to garrison these celestial bodies. Furthermore, Tianjin urgently contacted the distant Black Crow on Qi, New Jersey, stating, "Black Crow, we are facing difficulties and require the hammer of the celestial hero to upgrade the space bridge." "I understand. I will report this to Lord Emperor Tianming immediately." In less than 4 hours, as the first and largest space bridge was completed, Black Crow relayed good news. The hammer of the celestial hero was now available for use. The space bridge began to activate, emanating a radiant blue-golden glow. From it emerged a series of beast-like life forms, along with a warship of unprecedented caliber, surpassing even the renowned Burning Heaven, and a significant portion of the formidable Giant Ferocious. "Radiant Sky, I never anticipated your arrival," exclaimed one, having lingered too long within the Giant Ferocious star. "I felt I might rust away if I did not step out to stretch my limbs." Huang Tian lowered his gaze upon Tianjin. Although Tianjin was not Tianming, as the supreme leader of the Beast Chinquan Star people, he held an equal standing with Tianjin, thus rendering any need for arrogance unnecessary. "Your arrival is most welcome. With your participation, we can swiftly annihilate the denizens of the cyberpunk empire. However, where is the hammer of the celestial pride? Why is it not in sight?" At that moment, the sudden appearance of Tian Hua startled Tianjin and the others. On his back rested the hammer of the celestial pride. "Lord Tianming, upon receiving the report from Heya, I immediately brought the hammer of the celestial pride." Subsequently, Tian Hua removed the hammer and advanced to the forefront of the space bridge, raising the celestial pride hammer and striking it forcefully. A torrent of majestic blue and gold energy surged forth, flooding the space bridge. In an instant, the entire bridge began to expand, its patterns becoming pronounced and vivid, its overall shape acquiring an increasingly layered and technological aesthetic. Soon after, a grand cosmic version of the space bridge emerged, marking the completion of the first bridge's upgrade. "Sihua, lead your vanguard forces and depart immediately. I need you to establish a solid foothold there and select a base for the arrival of our subsequent army." Following this, the second and third space bridges were successively upgraded. Tianjin addressed the troops behind him for the final pre-battle mobilization. "Warriors, behind these 3 space bridges lies the homeland of the cyberpunk people. This expeditionary war is only just beginning, and it is destined to be protracted. Yet, we shall undoubtedly achieve victory and eradicate those wretched cyberpunk extraterrestrials. All forces advance." Tianjin led the main fleet in an orderly manner across the space bridge, while Tian Hua chose not to return to Chinquan Star, remaining as the chief overseer of the 3 cosmic space bridge bases, prepared to respond to any special circumstances arising at the front lines. Meanwhile, at a forward outpost on the periphery of a mineral-rich star in the cyberpunk universe, a massive, unfamiliar signal emanating from 3 colossal energy bodies was detected. "What is happening?" The outpost commander promptly brought up the real-time visuals. Witnessing one massive, unfamiliar warship after another emerging from the energy field, only to vanish into thin air. This, quickly report. We have invaders approaching. Soon, this alarming news reached the mother star of the cyberpunk galaxy. At this moment, the atmosphere in Pengbai Luosi was exceedingly grave. "Esteemed council members, the invaders have arrived. Our dominion over the universe is on the brink of life and death. We must unite against our common foe, driving these intruders away or eliminating them entirely. For external incursions, we shall dispatch our forces to resist. We cannot allow them to breach the cyberpunk galaxy, thus endangering our very existence. Indeed, let us first send those useless, enslaved civilizations to resist, exhausting their combat forces. In any case, the cyberpunk people must remain unharmed." Not long ago, Pengpai Luo's articulated similar sentiments, only to be disregarded by the assembly of legislators before him. Yet now, faced with an imminent crisis, they exhibit escalating panic. Distinguished members of the Assembly, there is no need for alarm. I have arranged for a fleet composed entirely of elite mechanized soldiers to engage in resistance, and I am confident that results will soon manifest. Initially, he had dispatched 2 fleets to intercept and eliminate the mechanical races within their cosmic domain. However, the swiftness of their response exceeded his expectations, as their technological prowess far surpassed what he had anticipated. Consequently, he was compelled to alter his strategy mid-course, directing one elite mechanized soldier fleet to intercept the forces of the Thousand Machine Star race, while another elite fleet maneuvered to cut off their teleportation base, ensuring that they could neither advance nor retreat, ultimately decimating Tianjin and his companions. Furthermore, 4 additional fleets, each comprising 30 million units, were en route to the front lines, rendering Pengpai Luoz's deployment exceedingly meticulous. If the previous defeat stemmed from underestimation, this time, a loss was unequivocally out of the question. Chapter 173. The probe of bombardment. At this moment, the commander of the Deadfire, accompanied by all senior officers of the Vanguard, summoned the soldiers who had distinguished themselves during the recent annexation of the Cyberpunk flagship fleet. The U-10 squad, having captured an enemy commander, received special recognition from Deadfire, particularly U-10 himself. U-10, Commander Wang Mian has spoken highly of your valor in battle and your agile strategic thinking. I see from your record that you hail from the Greenling Environmental Protection Zone. Indeed, sir, I serve as a patroller within the protection zone, U-10 replied, his posture resolute, his demeanor imbued with determination. He was no longer the novice he once was. The sacrifices of comrades and the crucible of war had forged him into a capable warrior of the Thousand Machine Star. I shall personally bestow upon you the title of Outstanding New Soldier, in recognition of your squad's achievements. I grant you an opportunity for a comprehensive upgrade of your mechanized bodies, in addition to awarding each member 10,000 merit points and 10,000 units of stellar energy. U-10 and his 3 companions were elated, particularly the 2 additional team members who, due to their previous occupations as a builder and a miner, had never encountered such quantities of super energy and merit points. With 10,000 merit points, they would have the chance for a complete upgrade upon their return, especially within the Sacred Hall of the Thousand Machines, a place imbued with sanctity and surrounded by the energy of stellar flames. This upgrade was far more significant than any performed aboard a warship. Thank you, sir, but I have one request. I am willing to forego my current and future rewards, hoping that after this war concludes, I may have the chance to resurrect Mu Shang, my fallen comrade. Yutan's gaze was resolute as he looked at Deadfire. Mu Shang was their greatest benefactor, and although he understood that the price of resurrecting a 1,000 Machine Star being was exorbitant, he was determined to make the attempt. Since the establishment of the Qianji star civilization, it has been clearly stipulated that, in order to respect the lives of the Qianji people, the deceased cannot be resurrected under normal circumstances. Their fire seeds will return to the source of the star gold fire seeds, thereby giving birth to new souls. There are exceptions, however, in times of battle or dire straits, when the energy from split star gold fire seeds can be utilized for resurrection. Though such measures are only to be taken in cases of utmost necessity. Currently, aboard the Burning Sky, there happens to be some of this split star gold fire seed energy available. The captain's proposal aligns with our wishes. We seek no rewards, only the chance to revive our comrade. Although the 2 lower-ranked members felt a pang of sorrow, they concurred that Yutan's actions were justified. Had it not been for Mushang's intervention, they would never have captured Emperor Peng Susi in such a short time, and perhaps all 5 would have perished. Sihua observed Yutan and the others, particularly the unwavering determination in Yutan's eyes, and felt a deep sense of admiration. Indeed, the young man, personally trained by Lord Tianming, was exceptional, possessing an innate charisma befitting a leader. However, rules are rules. It was not feasible to grant them special favors due to Yutan's connection with Lord Tianming. Very well. I agree to withdraw all your current rewards for the purpose of reviving Mushang. Future rewards must be earned through your own efforts. Should you fall again, no matter how many merit points you accrue, resurrection will be beyond reach. Thank you, Commander. We shall not disappoint your expectations and will actively engage the cyberpunk invaders. Sihua decided to extend a slight concession, informing the enraged Yan aboard the Burning Sky to lend assistance. He also instructed Yutan and his companions to transport Mushang's body to the Burning Sky, allowing them to witness their comrade's rebirth firsthand. Once this minor matter was settled, Sihua prepared to relax when suddenly a series of red dots appeared on the display screen before him. What? They dare to launch an attack? Indeed, Commander Sihua. According to the signal detector, a fleet of cyberpunk warships, approximately the same size as before, is heading towards us, less than 5 light years away. The commanding officer behind them chuckled with delight, seeing this as an opportunity to earn more merit points. Commander Sihua, I suggest we follow the same strategy as before. Let the spies take the lead. Our carbon-based biological exterminators are fully stocked, ready for another green massacre. Yes, precisely. Most of the cyberpunk race consists of carbon-based, semi-mechanical beings. We have nothing to fear. In my view, your reasoning is flawed. We can employ the simplest method first. Test them with the planet-destroying main cannon. They are already within range. And we can observe how the cyberpunk fleet reacts before devising a specific deployment plan. Numerous generals turned their gazes towards the colleague who proposed the use of the annihilation cannon, raising their thumbs in approval. Your idea is indeed feasible. This would allow our subordinates to accumulate at least half the merit points. After a brief hesitation, Commander Sihua swiftly issued the order to activate the annihilation main cannon, instructing, "Fire 4 shots at that reckless cyberpunk fleet opposite us, and let us observe the results." The vanguard forces led by Sihua possessed 4 annihilation main cannons. If they were not employed now, then when? As the annihilation main cannon began to charge, the latest detectors aboard the cyberpunk fleet detected an anomaly. Admiral Napace, seasoned from countless battles, frowned and moments later declared urgently, "This is bad. The enemy is preparing to strike us from a distance. Calculate evasive maneuvers for the fleet immediately." The warship's powerful computer was operating at full speed, quickly reaching a conclusion. However, at that moment, the annihilation main cannons aboard the 4 ships in Sihua's fleet had fully charged. Fire at once. Do not allow them to evade. With the command given, 4 beams of blue-gold energy shot forth towards the enemy fleet. Quickly, take evasive action. 4 beams struck the largest vessels in their main fleet. 1 ship was pierced through, resulting in a violent explosion, while another, unable to adjust in time, had its rear obliterated, rendering 70% of its propulsion system inoperable. Only the Napace and the Alara managed to evade the bombardment flawlessly. In addition, several smaller vessels were either destroyed or sent crashing into one another by the shockwaves. Chapter 174. If the calamity does not arrive, then let me collect the remains. Personnel assessed the damage and rapidly gathered the surviving forces of the fleet. Rising from the ground, Napace urgently organized the crew for self-assessment. Report, Admiral Napace. Due to this sudden long-range attack, 20 of our warships have been destroyed, with an estimated loss of 4 to 500,000 elite mechanical soldiers. Moreover, energy readings indicate that the long-range assault was indeed from the annihilation cannon of the Tianming mechanical race. Napace was taken aback. Although he was aware that the Tianming wielded such a devastating weapon, he never anticipated they would resort to using such an energy-draining weapon so early in the conflict. First and second fleets engage immediately. Close in on them and engage in close combat. He commanded, activate the defensive energy shield. We cannot afford to fall victim to the annihilation cannon a second time. With Napace's order, 2 smaller fleets, totaling 330,000 personnel, surged towards Sihua's encampment, while a blue energy shield began to envelop the remaining main forces for their protection. The forces of the Deadfire detected an assault by 330 enemy combatants, a slight smile gracing their lips. All ships unleashed their firepower, determined to eliminate even a single foe. Rising high into the sky, they prepared to unleash their beastly legions upon the unsuspecting adversaries. Among them was Chong Yinshao, temporarily assigned to the Deadfire Vanguard from the Radiant Sky, standing on the upper deck of a medium-sized warship. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed the horizon. Beast warriors, the moment has come to demonstrate our might before the Beast King. Let these cyberpunk scoundrels witness our prowess. With that, Chong Yinshao charged forward, transforming into a colossal red beast as he soared ahead. Following suit, 20,000 beast warriors morphed into gigantic creatures, airborne wonders trailing in his wake, all advancing toward the enemy fleet in a breathtaking display. For those unable to fly, the beast warriors followed the soldiers dispatched by Deadfire, piloting their ships as they rapidly approached the cyberpunk vanguard. Before a close-quarters battle could ensue, Countless shells rained down upon both fleets, inflicting damage on each side. Nevertheless, the colossal beasts were not easily deterred. As they flew, they spat flames at the incoming projectiles, clearing a safe passage for the soldiers who trailed behind, who approached the pest vanguard with minimal casualties. What strange monsters were these? Some of the colossal beasts soared directly above the smaller vessels, their claws descending to shatter the ships in two, sending several cyberpunk soldiers flying. Just as these soldiers aimed their weapons at the beasts, a single swipe from the colossal creature sent them sprawling, followed by its massive jaws devouring them as if they were mere jelly beans. Simultaneously, in other areas, the scene was much the same. In their beastly forms, the creatures fought with ferocity, their tough hides allowing them to lead the charge while the 1,000 mechanized star soldiers harvested the wounded and incapacitated cyberpunk soldiers behind them. Deadfire observed the unfolding battlefield with satisfaction. At that moment, a piece of relatively good news reached him. Commander Deadfire, reports from the frontline warriors indicate that there are no carbon-based life forms among the vanguard of this cyberpunk fleet, almost entirely composed of elite mechanical soldiers. Unexpectedly, they displayed some intelligence by opting to deploy mechanical soldiers against us. Yet what of it? These soldiers shall surely become sustenance for our beastly legion. As Deadfire concluded his remarks, the live feed revealed numerous beast warriors unleashing torrents of flame upon the cyberpunk soldiers, melting their forms into pools of molten metal. The entire Vanguard battlefield showcased an overwhelming advantage, as the cyberpunk soldiers found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, those huddled beneath their defensive energy shields watched in shock as the displays revealed the unfolding chaos. This cannot be. How formidable are these beast soldiers? Even hand cannons cannot pierce their defensive armor. At this moment, due to insufficient energy to maintain the protective shield, its strength is gravely compromised. A barrage of fusion cannons is unleashed upon it, and in an instant, the defensive energy barrier shatters. Witnessing this scene, the commander, Deathfire, immediately issues an offensive order to the Vanguard, which has already decimated the cyberpunk pioneer forces. Simultaneously, the entire rear vanguard, comprising 100,000 soldiers from the Shinji Star and 20,000 yet to engage beast warriors, mobilizes, totaling 150,000 troops ready to confront the cyberpunk main fleet of over 6 million. As the warships surge forward, an array of artillery rapidly unleashes a fierce assault on the enemy, providing cover for the soldiers as they await the enemy's warships. The situation unfolds tragically for PES, who observes nearby vessels succumbing to explosions from relentless attacks, while the impact of his own forces' assaults appears minuscule. A growing sense of dread envelopes him. What could be done? In the midst of his panic and uncertainty regarding a strategy for retreat, the battleship Alara suffers a catastrophic explosion from numerous artillery strikes, sending shockwaves that propel PES vessel back several kilometers. Retreat. At this moment, PES harbors a singular thought: to preserve his life. However, just as he prepares to issue the order to retreat, reinforcements arrive promptly from the rear. PES suddenly feels a surge of hope and promptly reorders, "Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge forth and annihilate the 100,000 Shinji Star Pioneer forces." Countless soldiers, who had been on the verge of surrender, find their spirits rekindled by this news and rise to retaliate. Yet their efforts prove futile. The unfortunates still face doom. Meanwhile, aboard the ship at the heart of the battlefield, where Deathfire resides, the crew detects a significant number of enemies rapidly advancing. "Can we retreat?" Deathfire inquires calmly. "Commander Deathfire, we find ourselves in the midst of a combat zone. Retreating would undoubtedly allow the enemy to capitalize on our vulnerability and pursue us relentlessly." Upon receiving this response, Deathfire's gaze hardens, akin to a valiant hero facing a tragic fate. "Then we shall not retreat. All forces engage in battle. Activate the annihilation cannon and aim at the approaching enemy reinforcements. Quickly notify Tianjin. I require support. Have him hasten to our aid, or prepare to collect our corpses." Chapter 175. The Inferno of One against the main fleet report. General PES has communicated that he is nearing his breaking point and requires our collective strength to obliterate the 100,000 Shinji Star Pioneer forces. An operator, Observing the Joint Supreme Commander of the four fleets, reports the latest developments received. Ha ha ha. Is not General P.S. hailed as the Empire's foremost admiral? Yet he cannot even vanquish a mere 100,000 enemy vanguard troops. It appears it is time for him to relinquish that title. The Supreme Commander, Japas, rose to his feet, his gaze sternly fixed upon the four fleet commanders and over 800 senior officers gathered in the conference room. He issued a command. The four fleets were to execute a circular offensive, encircling the battlefield ahead, ensuring that not a single one of the Chinji Star inhabitants would escape. Understood. The colossal fleets surged forth at high speed. At that moment, the four Starship Annihilation cannons had fully charged. With the press of a button, four beams of light simultaneously surged toward the enemy fleets, which were in the process of forming an encirclement. However, during this charging period, the enemy, the pieces, had detected the impending strike and intended to disrupt it. Unfortunately, their strength proved insufficient to achieve this. Nevertheless, this information reached the four fleets stationed behind, allowing the enemy fleets to deftly evade the incoming fire as the Annihilation cannons discharged, although they lost a portion of smaller combat vessels. Such losses were negligible for such a vast armada. Meanwhile, the commander, Deadfire, surveyed the battlefield, increasingly frantic as elite soldiers of the Chinji Star fell one after another. Just prior to being enveloped, a fleet composed entirely of elite mechanical soldiers from the Cyberpunk Empire had traversed a proton wormhole, arriving 2 light-years away from the 3 cosmic space bridges. They detected 3 faint energy signatures on the left side of their warship, positioned 4 light-years distant. Activate the holographic detection devices at once. I must ascertain the precise nature of these energy signatures. They are undoubtedly a transit station for the Chinji Star forces. Mere seconds later, real-time footage of 3 planets streamed back, revealing 3 enormous metallic rings, guarded by tens of thousands of soldiers. The commander of this principal fleet, General Romans of the Cyberpunk Empire, was elated by the sight. Who would have thought these Chinji Star denizens so audacious as to establish their transit station here, with such a weak defense and not a single concealment measure in place? At that moment, a contemplative senior officer stepped forward, his brow furrowed. General Romans, could this transit station be a trap deliberately set by the cunning Chinji Star beings? Your words betray a hint of timidity, Romans retorted. According to prior intelligence, the vanguard of the Chinji Star forces comprises only 100,000 troops, and their main force likely numbers less than 5 million. The garrison here must represent their largest remaining contingent. A senior officer, eager to redeem the disgrace of the previous defeat at the hands of the Chinji Star, spoke with confidence. Indeed, General Romans, Adels is correct. These 150,000 enemy troops are likely the sole reserve of the Chinji Star forces currently on their expedition. Let us advance and eliminate them in one decisive strike. General Romans, we must not repeat the errors of General Paixing Das. We should first deploy a vanguard to investigate the situation before proceeding with our advance. Romance initially intended to charge forward, obliterating the mere tens of thousands of enemy troops. However, upon hearing the disgraceful mention of the Star Clan, he instantly adopted a more cautious demeanor. Adelaide, assemble your 3rd fleet and investigate the situation. Ascertain whether the enemy has reinforcements. Yes, Adelaide joyfully returned to his flagship, the Adelaide, rallying the warriors of the 3rd fleet. Advance with me. Annihilate this rabble from the 1,000 Mechanism Star. As they swiftly navigated towards the 3 temporary bases of the space bridge at that moment, within the vicinity of a planet hosting a space bridge, the Flame of Heaven had detected their position from 7 light-years away. Showing no fear of the cyberpunk rabble's potential destruction of the cosmic bridge. Instead, he resolved to utilize the cosmic bridge to eliminate these miscreants entirely. Flame of Heaven, a cyberpunk vanguard unit is approaching our direction, estimated to number around 1 million. Good. Immediately activate all orbital artillery, space anti-aircraft guns, and mega fusion cannons. Unleash all firepower for a grand, welcoming ceremony. The chief operator promptly communicated the orders through a secure channel, activating all defensive measures across the 3 planets. Awaiting the approach of the rabble within cannon range, the Vanguard fleet, led by Adelaide, cautiously approached one of the base planets. only to discover that its air defense systems had not been triggered. Gradually, his audacity grew. Soldiers, upon landing on this planet, exact vengeance upon the soldiers of the 1,000 mechanisms star for the affront they inflicted. Just as he finished speaking, a torrent of indistinguishable flames surged towards them. Before Adelaide could issue a distress signal, they were engulfed in a conflagration. The violent explosion incited profound fury within Romance, who witnessed this through the display screen. The 1,000 mechanisms people are devoid of martial ethics. The entire vanguard of 1 million perished without a single survivor. In that moment, Romance felt fortunate for having heeded the advice of another commander, refraining from leading the charge himself. Otherwise, he feared he would have been reduced to mere ashes. With one fleet sacrificed, they had only discerned the enemy's firepower configuration, leaving the presence of ambushes uncertain. What should be their course of action at this stage? While Romance deliberated with senior commanders through the display screen regarding the next steps, Flame of Heaven suddenly appeared on Romance's flagship wielding the hammer of the Celestial Elite. Eliminate him. Several elite cyberpunk mechanical soldiers stationed on the flagship's deck swiftly opened fire at Flame of Heaven. Utilizing his time-space jumping ability, he deftly evaded their attacks, closing in on the mechanical soldiers and swiftly wielding his hammer, shattering them into thin sheets of industrial alloy. He subsequently dispatched the remaining attacking mechanical soldiers in a similar manner. Upon detecting an invasion by external foes, numerous mechanical soldiers within the ship's compartments surged forth. At the very moment they emerged, a swift farewell was uttered. Farewell, you pitiful wretches. Tianhua deftly wielded the hammer of the celestial pride, harnessing the primordial energy within, and struck the flagship with tremendous force, only to vanish into thin air thereafter. What transpired? What a coward! The mechanical soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were left in utter bewilderment. Chapter 176. Expelling 4 fleets while these mechanical soldiers presumed Tianhua's display to be nothing more than a tiresome farce. The entire flagship of Romance began to splinter with alarming rapidity. What could possibly be the cause? At that moment, Romance, situated within the confines of the warship, felt acutely the sensation of the vessel's rupture. Suddenly, a cascade of grim news bombarded him. General Romance, multiple fissures have appeared within the warship, traversing its entirety. General Romance, the propulsion system is failing. An explosion is imminent. General Romance, we must retreat swiftly. The ship's rear is already fracturing and about to detonate. Romance gazed in disbelief at the unfolding calamity. Can anyone elucidate the nature of this disaster? Just as they prepared to escort Romance to a small shuttle for escape, the flagship erupted violently, engulfing them all. Only a few mechanical soldiers, having fled in advance, managed to preserve their lives and successfully evade capture. In the meantime, Tianhua repeatedly manifested on various vessels and ships of the cyberpunk fleet, executing precise maneuvers before vanishing once more. Instantly, the entire cyberpunk fleet erupted in a series of explosions, akin to fireworks. Armed with the hammer of the celestial pride, Tianhua single-handedly laid waste to nearly the entirety of the cyberpunk main fleet. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed at the Space Bridge base witnessed this spectacle through live footage. Wow! The hammer of the celestial pride can be wielded in such a manner. The daring Tianhua is truly formidable. If only I possessed such prowess, I could undoubtedly outshine him. What are we waiting for, brothers? Let us charge forth and annihilate those cyberpunk scoundrels who narrowly escaped. Each one of them represents a valuable contribution. Before Tianhua could issue the command to attack, the majority of the soldiers guarding the base hastily boarded their ships, racing to the scene to eliminate the remaining enemy forces. Simultaneously, within the cyberpunk universe, 4 principal fleets had effectively encircled the dead fire, with thousands of ships converging from all directions to aid the besieged. Commander of Deadfire, we are now completely surrounded. If we retreat from one direction, we might retain half of our combat strength. Should we remain, annihilation is our only fate. How far is the main fleet led by Heya? The reluctant Deathfire withdrew, yet he remained resolute. If the support for Black Crow could arrive in time, he was confident that together they could vanquish the nearly 45 million cyberpunk beings. He refused to retreat and commanded all soldiers and operators yet to join the fray to equip themselves with carbon-based biological suppressants and rally with him for a counterattack. Even if it meant the annihilation of his entire force, he would stand alongside them. No longer directing the battle, Deathfire donned the necessary gear and emerged onto the battlefield. At this moment, he soared to celestial heights, suffering little harm. Yet his Beast Legion lacked his formidable strength. Many of the Beast Warriors had already fallen beneath the relentless barrage of firepower. Merge and utterly obliterate them, he commanded. Some intact and capable Beast Warriors swiftly combined, transforming into even mightier amalgamated titans. They morphed into colossal forms, 7 to 8 times larger than their original size. With a single charge, they unleashed flames and ice, capable of dismantling or forcibly freezing an enemy warship. Although Deathfire's side remained at a disadvantage, the desperate struggle of the cornered beasts instilled fear in the 4 principal cyberpunk fleets. Most soldiers in 2 of those fleets were still predominantly carbon-based. Thus, faced with the counteroffensive led by Deathfire himself, they could only retreat repeatedly. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Black Crow arrived with the main fleet. Quickly, all warships opened fire on the cyberpunk main fleet to the east and create an opening for Deathfire, thundered Tianjin, filled with fervor. Instantly, the fleet unleashed its firepower upon a singular target. 16 annihilation cannons, fully charged, unleashed their fury upon the outermost encirclement. Where did this attack originate? Inquired the perplexed Joppas, the supreme commander of the 4 fleets, hoping it was not the scenario he dreaded. Yet, the grim reality was indeed as he feared. Admiral Joppas, the main fleets of the 1,000 mechanized stars are assaulting us. Consequently, Joppas was compelled to issue orders for an elite mechanized fleet to intercept them, while he led the other 3 fleets to swiftly eliminate Deathfire's mere 100,000 Vanguard troops. However, this strategy proved futile. As the elite mechanized fleet broke free from the encirclement to intercept Black Crow's main fleet, they were overwhelmed by the ferocious artillery fire, and the elite fleet was dismantled in pieces, completely consumed. Warriors, glory lies ahead. Charge forth and annihilate them. One after another, ships and soldiers of the 1,000 mechanized stars surged from their warships toward the remaining cyberpunk elite mechanized soldiers, determined to eradicate them. As the fierce battle unfolded, the commander of the Vanguard, known as Deathfire, observed the timely arrival of Black Crow, which stirred profound emotions within him. Warriors, our opportunity for a counterattack has arrived. Let us unleash the pent-up fury accumulated during our entrapment. The remnants of the Vanguard forces under Deathfire surged with renewed vigor, launching a ferocious assault against the remnants of the Nepes and the reinforcements dispatched by Joppas. Before long, under the relentless onslaught of Black Crow and Deathfire, not only did Deathfire breach the blockade, but he also annihilated the entire elite mechanical fleet led by Nepes. Meanwhile, Black Crow, with a force of 5 million troops, inflicted severe damage upon the 4 main fleets of cyberpunk warriors commanded by Joppas, sacrificing 150,000 soldiers to achieve the staggering result of 2 fleets severely crippled and 2 left in ruins, compelling Joppas to lead his army in a hasty retreat. Upon returning to the burning sky, Deathfire swiftly organized another wave of Vanguard troops to pursue Joppas, intent on maintaining a relentless barrage. Deathfire sought to exact revenge for the ambush he had suffered, while Joppas, now fleeing with his damaged fleets, immediately dispatched 2 smaller ships to intercept and deter any pursuers from closing in on them. With the orders given, and at the cost of 2 smaller fleets, Joppas managed to escape the relentless pursuit of Deathfire. In Chapter 177, titled Affiliated Civilizations, Deathfire effortlessly obliterated the 2 cyberpunk flanking fleets. He attempted to utilize the high-range signal detection system aboard the burning sky to locate Joppas' current position when Tianjin urgently advised him to return the Vanguard forces to the main fleet. The Vanguard's numbers were already diminished, and after nearly suffering complete annihilation, it was imperative to keep them close to the main fleet. Furthermore, they were in a universe dominated by the cyberpunk aliens, necessitating greater caution. Tianjin promptly dispatched a small contingent of reconnaissance soldiers to explore nearby celestial bodies for potential resource planets, which could replenish the fleet's energy reserves depleted due to prolonged combat. Soon, reports came in, Commander Tianjin, there are resource-rich planets located 10,000 kilometers from the fleet. However, vital mineral resources on these planets are exceedingly scarce, although they're teeming with biological resources, including some novel species we have never encountered before. As for the planets we explored, all usable resources are nearly exhausted, but there are still many stones and gravel available for use. In a continuous stream of exploration messages, a multitude of reports arrived, albeit most concerning planets scarce in resources. This situation further corroborated the events depicted in the memory recordings previously acquired. In the present universe inhabited by the cyberpunk civilization, their insatiable resource exploitation, particularly of minerals and timber, has led to a grotesque depletion of resources. This, however, bears good news. During our confrontations, as long as we persistently deplete their existing forces, their civilization will inevitably collapse under the strain of internal resource scarcity. Tianjun gazed sternly at the commanders below. Based on the current memory recordings, the cyberpunk empire still boasts an army of 300 million. When including their populace, this figure swells to over 2 billion. Their daily resource consumption is astronomical, compounded by the necessity of diverting substantial resources to military fortification in response to our impending invasion. Commander Tianjun, do you propose that we plunder their resources, instigating internal strife within their empire over scarcity, ultimately allowing us to consume them whole? Pondered Nguyen, exhibiting remarkable rationality. With our current strength of over 5 million troops, despite possessing devastating weapons like carbon-based biological suppressants and annihilation cannons, a direct confrontation with their 300 million soldiers may not guarantee victory. Even if we were to triumph, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, invading their planets and deploying carbon-based biological suppressants may not be a feasible strategy. Indeed, Commander Tianjun speaks wisely. We can disrupt the cyberpunk empire's lifeline by raiding their resources. If they attack us, we shall engage if we can win. If we cannot, we will retreat. The multitude of commanders expressed keen interest in this strategy, akin to dispersing forces and becoming marauders within this universe. Observing the unanimous agreement among the commanders, Tianjun formally issued the command. Since there are no further objections, our fleet shall retain 1 million core troops, while the remaining 5 million soldiers from Shinji Star will be divided into small fleets of 50,000 each. 70 small fleets will immediately embark to various locations across this universe to plunder resources. Among the soldiers, we must ensure the inclusion of garbage planet denizens, Quintessians, and our beast warriors. This method will serve to hone our troops' coordination and financial management. Understood. Soon, apart from the 1 million soldiers stationed aboard the fleet led by the Burning Sky, the remaining 5 million troops were organized into 70 small fleets, commencing their forays within the cyberpunk universe to scour for resources, particularly targeting the Imperial supply convoys. Due to their adherence to the principle of seizing what they can and fleeing when unable, the Imperial transport soldiers responsible for mineral conveyance find themselves utterly helpless against the marauding forces. They cannot engage in combat, nor can they escape. Over the course of several lunar cycles of relentless plunder, nearly all resources transported by the Imperial convoys have been pillaged, facilitating corresponding military expansion plans and the production of stellar energy bodies. However, these plans must be executed aboard the Burning Heaven, as only there does the essence of the split stellar energy reside. At this moment, with the recent surge of cosmic piracy, the cyborg punk homeworld has come to a standstill due to a lack of essential resources, halting all military and civilian factories. Civilian facilities reliant on mineral resources are gradually losing their functionality. The populace of the cyborg punk homeworld, already strained by resource scarcity, has erupted into chaos, exacerbating the underlying tensions. The Imperial Council is rife with cacophony, each member voicing their opinions. Silence. We must contemplate how to resolve this, declares Peng Peluos. These cosmic pirates are none other than the invaders from the mechanical star. Were it not for the ineffectiveness of those 6 armies, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. An elected official who has never set foot on a battlefield and is solely concerned with personal interests speaks without regard for the lives sacrificed by the military. The army is ineffective. Have you ever engaged in battle? Shall I arrange a position for you as a commander to lead the charge and witness the front lines firsthand? Peng Peluos harbors a deep disdain for such individuals, yet nearly 30% of the current Imperial Council consists of them. While 40% waver in their loyalties, leaving only 20% as steadfast reformists. Then let us seek peace, or perhaps external assistance. We cannot allow those inferior mechanical star beings to act with such impunity. Indeed, it is time to consider collaborating with our archrivals. If we do not unite, we shall inevitably fall to the lowly mechanical star beings. Peng Peluos is reluctant to seek aid from adversaries, as this could render cyborg punk civilization a mere satellite of their opposing faction. Peng Peluos, if not this course of action, what viable strategy do you propose to ensure the survival of cyborg punk civilization? Inquires an elder council member. Deploy all military forces to utterly annihilate these mechanical star beings. No matter their prowess or advanced weaponry, this is our territory. Even if we must rely on sheer numbers, we can outlast them. Chapter 178. The cyberpunk supreme God Pangaluo had never wished to seek assistance from hostile civilizations. Consequently, he resolved to mobilize the entire might of the Empire to eradicate the scattered mechanical soldiers of the 1,000 machines on the cyberpunk empire. This strategy was ultimately approved by the Imperial Council, and all soldiers across the cyberpunk planet began to mobilize, boarding their designated vessels. Only 6 main fleets remained stationed on the home planet to guard against potential ambushes from the inferior mechanical races. The remaining over 2.4 billion soldiers were organized into multiple contingents, embarking into the depths of the cosmos. For the Empire, for our homeland, this time, no matter the cost, we shall annihilate these 1,000 machine marauders. At that moment, Hai commanded a colossal fleet of over 4.5 million soldiers, arriving at the Cosmic Space Bridge base. Hai, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be maintaining order among the shark and crocodile demons in the Quintasha system? No, my lord. Emperor Tianming has foreseen that Tianjin and his companions are about to face danger. Fearing insufficient forces, he has entrusted me with leading the fleet to provide assistance. Hai replied to Tianhu's inquiry, then continued, please activate the upgraded space bridge immediately. I must hurry before Tianjin encounters peril. Understood. With Tianhu's command, 3 cosmic space bridges began to channel stellar energy. As the bridges activated, Hai swiftly led his men into the interior, accelerating through the portal. Naturally, Tianhu did not wish to miss the impending great battle, so he utilized certain special abilities to follow closely behind Hai, wielding the hammer of the celestial champion. However, up until this point, Tianjin and the others had not detected any retaliation from the cyberpunk inhabitants. At that moment, a band of space pirate squads, scattered across dozens of light years, relayed urgent information. Tianjin, Commander Sihua, trouble is brewing. It appears the cyberpunk forces have mobilized their entire army. Expected to arrive in the vicinity of the burning sky within a stellar day, this cosmic squad had fortuitously encountered 2 main fleets of cyberpunk forces passing nearby. Initially, they intended to test their luck against an overwhelming enemy of 20 million with their mere 50,000. However, upon witnessing 2 additional fleets approaching from behind, they were compelled to abandon such thoughts and arrived at this terrifying conclusion. Are you saying that the cyberpunk planet has deployed all its forces, possibly sending forth over 300 million regular combat soldiers? Indeed, Commander, that is a distinct possibility. Tianjin was profoundly shaken, astonished that his thoughts were manifesting into reality. Yet, this remained mere speculation. He immediately contacted a dozen scattered small pirate fleets, receiving reports nearly identical to the previous ones. Furthermore, 2 small fleets had gone silent, presumably engaged in direct confrontation with the main fleets or annihilated due to overwhelming numbers. Regardless of the circumstances, Tianjin immediately dispatched orders to the dispersed 68 small fleets, commanding all of them to return at once, ready to confront the imminent situation. However, Tianjin was not so foolish as to regroup all the small fleets into a single formidable armada. Rather, he instructed them to operate autonomously around the burning heaven, employing its formidable stealth and mimicry technology to closely monitor the approaching enemies from all directions. The cyberpunk forces were pouring all their military might into the conflict. In a direct confrontation, they might not achieve significant success, but should they resort to their previous tactics of encirclement, they could entirely engulf the 4.5 million cyberpunk soldiers. Both sides were diligently preparing for the impending battle, one advancing, the other retreating for reinforcements. At that moment, a familiar audio signal emanated from the display screen aboard Burning Heaven. Tianjun, how is the battle situation on your end? Am I late? No, not at all. How long until you arrive at our location? Upon receiving the message from Hai Yi, Tianjun felt an exhilarating relief wash over him. Approximately 1 stellar day. That is excellent news. According to my reliable sources, there are very few standing military forces left on the cyberpunk home planet. I will immediately provide you with the specific coordinates of their homeworld. Dispatch 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers, equipped with carbon-based biological suppressants, to infiltrate their planet and obliterate them. Tianjun's words were undeniably harsh, leaving the long-absent warrior Hai Yi momentarily taken aback. The cyberpunk race possessed numerous advantages that could allow them to serve as our free labor force. If we annihilate them entirely, would that not be unwise? Hai Yi, during these years as the supreme ruler of Kintasha, how have you become so indecisive? Remember, these cyberpunks are invaders of our universe. They were the ones who initiated the attack upon us. Furthermore, the cyberpunk universe has now become a barren wasteland of scarce resources. What purpose does their survival serve? Very well, I understand. As Hai Yi prepared to terminate the communication and issue commands to his subordinates, Tianjun felt compelled to remind him, Hai Yi, currently, it is unlikely that there are 300 million cyberpunk soldiers advancing toward a location. Therefore, the plan to attack the cyberpunk homeworld must remain clandestine. With the communication concluded, a steadfast general clad in blue and black rose to his feet. Commander, I shall go. Hai Yi looked at the standing figure of his first warrior, Tianxian, who had been by his side since the war on Earth, feeling a sense of pride. Tianxian, I am providing you with 34,000 boxes of carbon-based biological suppressants. You are to immediately take 700,000 cyberpunk soldiers to this coordinate point and deploy them within the cyberpunk homeworld. It is imperative that you eliminate all carbon-based life forms residing on their planet. Understood. Soon after, Tianxian, commanding a fleet of over 500,000 soldiers, discreetly departed from the main fleet, swiftly advancing towards the designated target with utmost stealth, preparing to execute a devastating strike. Meanwhile, in the opulent lounge of the Empire's Council, the fervent Polaris was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming surge of energy. Before him stood a towering figure, a cerulean mechanical entity composed of an unknown alloy, its presence austere and imposing. Greetings, your divine majesty, Polaris exclaimed, rising with profound respect, his left hand resting upon his chest, performing a formal salute. Chapter 179, Aldea seeks diplomacy. Do not be so apprehensive. My appearance today is a result of foresight. Your current decisions are indeed sound. However, the intruders possess formidable power, and you're no match for them. The cyberpunk deity, Aldea, revealed a trace of concern upon his cold visage. After all, this cyberpunk civilization was a creation of his own making. Yet, over the years, his essence had been severely depleted in the struggle against hostile deities, plunging him into a deep slumber. Now, the very existence of the cyberpunk civilization teetered on the brink of annihilation, compelling him to manifest once more. My consciousness has enveloped this universe, and legions of the dispersed Tianjin mechanical races have begun their return. Furthermore, an additional fleet has entered this realm, with a small contingent separating and heading toward us. Upon hearing this, Polaris' eyes widened in terror, and he recoiled in fear. How can this be? We have dispatched 8 fleets and have barely managed to diminish the living force of those inferior mechanical races. Now, they send yet another fleet our way. With our current military strength, victory seems implausible, especially with the lethal green gas capable of suffocating our cyberpunk populace. Before he could finish, Aldea interrupted, Do not worry. I shall allocate a portion of my essence to safeguard you. My creation, the cyberpunk homeworld. This war is ultimately our error, or rather, my fault. Initially, the true architect behind the cyberpunk invasion of the cyber civilization in Universe 3 was Aldea himself. Even in his slumber, he silently observed the development of the cyberpunk civilization. Yet he refrained from curbing their reckless exploitation of resources. Consequently, over trillions of years, the pace of new life in the cyberpunk universe could not keep up with the voracious resource extraction by its people, combined with their energy-consuming technologies. This led to their current predicament. In his bid to alter the status quo of the cyberpunk civilization, Aldea had summoned an unexpected visitor, Shichin Shui. who had inadvertently ventured into the cyberpunk universe, hoping to leverage his technological prowess to transform the cyberpunk race. However, contrary to his intentions, Xietian Shui remained utterly silent. At this juncture, Aldea found himself compelled to explore alternative methods for resource acquisition, and external procurement emerged as a viable option. It was during this period that he stumbled upon the default annihilation canon order within the third universe, thus providing the cyberpunk civilization with a plausible pretext to plunder resources. Unbeknownst to them, the cyberpunk civilization was on the brink of ruin. However, such matters had become inconsequential. Gazing upon the tumultuous Prolos, Aldea recognized that the cyberpunk civilization could no longer withstand large-scale warfare. Therefore, reconciliation with the Qianji civilization was the most prudent course of action. Having spoken, Aldea vanished into thin air. Prolos, upon receiving the deity's counsel, initially felt profound dissatisfaction, yet after a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged that with the divine protection now afforded to their home planet, they could at least no longer fear the devastating green gas that had previously led to widespread fatalities among the cyberpunk populace. Nonetheless, this solution was merely a temporary fix. Should the deity's protective energy begin to wane and ultimately dissipate, they would inevitably face the looming threat of extinction. Thus, negotiation had become their only viable recourse. Prolos promptly drafted a charter and swiftly contacted the Wartime Command, instructing all cyberpunk fleets to withdraw without engaging in further conflict with the mechanical race of the Qianji civilization. Upon receiving this extraordinary command, the commanders and generals en route to the battlefield were left utterly bewildered. After waging war for so long, they were now being told to stand down. Something must be amiss. Prolos must have conceived a remarkably astute strategy, or else such a withdrawal would be inconceivable. As they pondered the impending military maneuvers, Prolos began broadcasting the pre-prepared peace charter across the cosmos. I, the current leader of the cyberpunk civilization and commander of its military forces, hereby inform the mechanical warriors of Qianji Star that we no longer wish to engage in battle. We desire peaceful coexistence and wish to sit down and discuss matters of peace. The announcement left the 2.3 billion cyberpunk soldiers utterly astonished. Peace negotiations? What absurdity! So many of our brothers have perished. How can we even entertain the notion of peace? No, we must not pursue negotiations. The leader Prolos has erred in judgment. If this is indeed a mistake, we must rectify it by continuing the fight until every last one of those inferior mechanical beings is vanquished. Meanwhile, Tianjun, who intercepted the peace signal, was equally incredulous. This is their plea for peace. I sense a conspiracy at play here. We cannot trust it. Angry Rock, observing Tianjun, Deadfire, and the other generals continued, we have slaughtered no fewer than 40 to 50 million cyberpunk soldiers. The vast majority fell by carbon-based biological annihilators, such inhumane and devastating weaponry. Do they truly believe they would willingly consent to negotiations? Indeed, I find merit in what Angry Rock has articulated. This is evidently a tactic of delay on their part. They are undoubtedly soliciting reinforcements from civilizations across other universes, purposefully engaging in negotiations to buy time. Furthermore, the resources expended during our expedition have yet to be fully replenished from this universe, making any prospect of negotiation utterly implausible. Deathfire harbors no desire for diplomacy, having lost so many of his elite troops. Had it not been for the timely support of Heavenly Tremor, he too would have likely succumbed to the encirclement of those cyberpunk fleets. In pursuit of vengeance, he resolutely rejects any notion of negotiation. At this moment, Heavenly Tremor finds himself in a quandary, suddenly contemplating whether we should inform Lord Tianming of the situation, leaving the decision of peace or war to his discretion. However, I have a modest suggestion. Should the Lord command us to continue our offensive, we shall do so, but if he insists on negotiations, we must first strike decisively. During this interval prior to any discussions, we should exploit all resources within this universe available to us, thereby maximizing our military strength before continuing our resource plunder. This strategy is indeed commendable. I second it. I too express my agreement. Observing the consensus among the assembly, Heavenly Tremor realized that even if Deathfire opposed the idea, it would be of little consequence. Minorities must yield to the majority. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Lord Tianming is currently on Qianji Star, a considerable distance away. and separated by an entire universe. How can we establish contact? Dispatching a team back via the space bridge would require 2 journeys, taking 3 stellar days to connect, which is still rather protracted and detrimental to our plans. Chapter 180. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger's cub at this juncture? Haiji contemplated a solution. We could have Tianhua return to relay the message, confident that he would perform this task with utmost proficiency. Tianhua? How is he here? Heavenly Tremor, Death Fire, and the others looked on in bewilderment, for Tianhua was presumed to be stationed at the Cosmic Space Bridge base. At this moment, Haiji recounted the events that had transpired recently. So, it appears this old man is still formidable, single-handedly confronting an entire cyberpunk fleet. Since he accompanied you here, does that mean there is no capable commander left at the Space Bridge base? Given the current situation, does the base still require a celestial-level commander like Tianhua to remain? Haiji countered Heavenly Tremor, continuing, sending Tianhua back to inform Lord Tianming is undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Immediately summoned Tianhua. Heavenly Tremor commanded a soldier to fetch Tianhua from the resting quarters. However, upon the soldier's arrival at the lounge, he discovered it to be utterly vacant and hurried back to report, Commander Heavenly Tremor, there is no sign of Tianhua in the lounge. How can this be? Was he not supposed to rest there? Haiji was perplexed, for he had been in close proximity to Tianhua throughout their time in the cyberpunk universe. He is nowhere to be found. As the crowd pondered the whereabouts of Tianhua, uncertain of his intentions in this universe, he had already eavesdropped on their conversation and, through a temporal leap, returned to Chinji Star. Lord Tianming, I am pleased to report that I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me. The cyberpunk universe is now inclined towards negotiations, yet Tianjin and his associates remain indecisive. Negotiations? Tianming had dispatched Tianhua, leveraging his unique abilities as a convenient conduit for information. Yet, astonishingly, the cyberpunks were now seeking peace. My lord, it is indeed a peculiar development. The cyberpunks had initially intended to engage in a decisive battle, wagering their entire Empire-S forces, but before any hostilities commenced, they are preparing to negotiate. As Tianhua spoke, his tone faltered momentarily before he continued. Could there be some hidden conspiracy at play? Tianming smiled at Tianhua. Of course there is a conspiracy. The deity from the opposing universe has set a trap for us. However, if one does not enter the tiger's den, how can one seize the tiger's cub? I must observe what intentions the deities of the opposing universe harbor against us. In truth, Tianming's decision was not impulsive, but rather the result of careful deliberation. The war between the 2 universes could no longer be prolonged. The cyberpunk civilization must be eradicated swiftly. Simultaneously, he required the absorption of their divine power to augment his own strength, enabling him to become even more formidable. Countless civilizations in the universe awaited the exploration and potential conquest by the denizens of Chinji Star. Thus, Tianming resolved to take matters into his own hands, eschewing childish games. Tianhua, prepare yourself immediately. We shall enter the cyberpunk universe together. Yes, Tianhua needed no further preparation. As he witnessed Tianming vanish, he followed suit. In an instant, they found themselves in the conference room aboard the Burning Sky, within the cyberpunk universe. Numerous generals arose upon the arrival of Lord Tianming. Bowing deeply in utmost respect, we greet you, Lord Tianming. Rise, he commanded. I am already aware of the general situation. Tianjin and his companions, observing Tianhua standing beside Tianming, were at a loss for words, realizing he had long since returned to deliver his report. Issue a decree. The cyberpunk civilization must be annihilated, with no room for negotiation. You shall proceed as you see fit. I shall not interfere. With that, Tianming vanished, reappearing above the cyberpunk home planet. Gazing at the faint green protective barrier shrouding the concealed world, he sensed a divine aura. Yet what of it? Celestial tomb, celestial star. Combine and transform. A colossal grave star sword manifested in his grasp, and with a single stroke, an overwhelming azure golden sword energy surged forth, colliding with the verdant protective barrier. The barrier trembled slightly, yet remained unscathed. I must scrutinize this shield and ascertain how long it can endure. Subsequently, numerous azure golden sword energies, akin to mighty waves of energy, struck towards the pale green barrier. At this moment, the interior of the cyberpunk mother star trembled violently, as though it were experiencing the simultaneous eruption of hundreds of earthquakes. Was transpiring. The Lord God is enraged. The Lord God is enraged. Meanwhile, the astute Pompous Ross, the sharpest mind of the Empire, observed through the orbital satellite the figure of Tianming, projecting this image onto the screen in the council hall. Esteemed council members, it is this dark red automaton that is assaulting our mother star. Indeed, these mechanical beings are untrustworthy. I had foreseen that negotiations were a grave mistake, as they resolved to dispatch troops to thwart this audacious and lowly automaton daring to challenge the entirety of cyberpunk civilization. The display revealed an even more formidable azure golden energy sword wave, aimed at the nearly shattered pale green defense shield. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered like glass. Just as they anticipated being obliterated by the overwhelming azure golden energy sword, Aldea materialized, conjuring a shield of energy to forcibly deflect the oncoming strike. His form then expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal alloy behemoth towering over Tianming. You are the true ruler of the Qianji star civilization and the entire Cybertron universe, are you not? Such vile behavior is utterly intolerable. Henceforth, I shall dispense with pleasantries. As Aldea's words echoed, an inexplicable tidal black hole of energy emerged around Tianming, swiftly stripping away his source energy and channeling it into Aldea's form. Ah, it has been ages since I felt such overwhelming divine power. And you, this newly emerged deity of a lesser civilization, are destined to surrender all your energy to me, a high-ranking god. Aldea's form gradually radiated a renewed brilliance. But in the next moment, Tianming's body shuddered, unleashing waves of energy sword strikes that obliterated the surrounding energy black holes.